Chapter 1. The Man Who Lost His Sense of Pain and the Chosen of Suffering. Ugh, how disgusting. I feel so dizzy. What's happening to me? Lu Su felt as though he had been spinning in a washing machine for 3 days. As he struggled to open his eyes amidst the dizziness, he was greeted by blinding white light that forced him to squint painfully. Confused and disoriented, he sensed an overwhelming discomfort throughout his body, and his mind felt like a blank slate, as if all memories had vanished. While he was lost in thought, the dazzling light was obscured by a shadow. A stunning woman in a white coat, her golden hair cascading down, looked down at him from above. Her beauty was striking, with lips painted a vivid crimson and a figure that accentuated her curves, creating a tantalizing contrast with her medical attire that ignited a burning sensation in his chest. You're awake. How are you feeling, handsome? She asked with a smile, her alluring eyes locking onto his bewildered gaze. What's wrong with me? Lu Su had no grasp of his situation, but he instinctively realized he was in a hospital, restrained to a hospital bed. He began to assess his physical state, connected to various unfamiliar apparatuses. Feeling unwell and dizzy, he noted that, aside from that, everything seemed intact. Wait, why was there no sensation in my right leg? Attempting to move his leg, he failed and looked up to ask, "Why can't I feel my right leg? Why am I here?" The doctor, with her fiery red lips, narrowed her eyes and smiled, her voice dripping with charm. "Oh, don't worry, en somme. Your right leg just has a minor scrape that has already been treated, so there's nothing to be concerned about. A scrape?" Lu Su frowned. "How did I get injured? Let me see my leg." "See it? That might not be possible right now," the doctor replied, her tone still soothing. "Why not?" "Because your right leg is in the next room." "What?" Lu Su's mind went blank, his already chaotic thoughts struck by a shocking revelation. "In the next room? How could they have amputated my leg?" His body flailed like a fish out of water on the bed as he attempted to sit up and assess his condition. "Calm down now. So much has happened. You need to collect yourself, and let me explain," the voluptuous doctor said, extending a delicate finger to gently stroke Lu Su's exposed chest, pressing him back onto the bed. The sensitivity in his chest combined with the warm breath brushing against his ear sent shivers down his spine. With his body restrained, Lu Su had no choice but to remain lying down, recalling memories while listening to her words. "You have just undergone a kidney transplant surgery. There is now a stranger's kidney inside you. The rejection response might make you feel a bit uncomfortable. Just lie still and don't move." How could it be a kidney transplant along with an amputation? Did I get into an accident? Lu Su felt lost, yet some memories began to resurface, and he instinctively asked, "Who donated the kidney?" "I remember I was an orphan. Is he all right?" "He's doing quite well," the doctor replied. "Where is he?" "In the morgue on the lower floor, scheduled for cremation tomorrow." "He's dead?" Lu Su stared at the doctor in disbelief, incredulously exclaiming, "He died to donate his kidney to me?" "No, he passed away due to late-stage kidney cancer," she clarified to Lu Su. His head throbbed, as if his brain were trying to make sense of the absurdity. "So you transplanted his kidney into me?" Lu Su began thrashing about on the bed once more. "Wait, don't panic. He still had one healthy kidney left. But the one we transplanted was the cancerous one. Are you out of your mind?" The intense shock finally jolted Lu Su's memory awake. Even a fool could see that his current situation was far from normal, and the woman before him certainly didn't resemble a legitimate doctor. What kind of doctor dresses like a nightclub hostess? After struggling briefly, he realized the restraints binding him were exceedingly secure. It felt less like a hospital and more akin to a torture device. Lu Su tried to calm himself, forcing clarity into his mind that he was an orphan, having lost both parents, and after leaving the orphanage at 15, he had been working and studying on his own. Despite the hardships of his childhood, which often led to skirmishes with delinquents, he could not fathom how he ended up here, with a leg amputated and a kidney replaced. He had merely returned home from school to sleep. Why was he here now? Who are you? What have I done to deserve this? The doctor playfully brushed her fingers across her lips, laughing. "Oh dear, you're quite perceptive, aren't you? Have you figured out? The game has begun, and you are among the first chosen lucky ones. Exciting, isn't it?" Lu Su frowned. "What game?" The doctor interrupted. "You're quite the sensation right now. Many people are watching your live stream." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a translucent blue screen materialized before Lu Su, displaying an array of comments scrolling across. So thrilling. Cut off the other leg too. Awesome. I love this kind of thing. Finally, I get to experience it. Where did the screen come from? Can I buy it? Earlier, this kid wasn't awake, which was disappointing. Now that he's awake, let's see his reaction. Ha! Are there any other events? Hurry up. What kind of live stream is this? The comments, though not numerous, flooded in continuously, indicating that the live stream was not entirely desolate. Seeing the content on the screen, Lucy's heart sank. The dark web? Could it be? Have been captured? Don't think too hard. Handsome, your world is on the brink of unprecedented upheaval, something you cannot even imagine. All you need to do is enjoy this game. Perhaps you should take a look at this. The doctor's hand greedily caressed Lucy's chest as she opened another video. The footage displayed a woman using a chainsaw to sever Lucy's right leg, blood splattering everywhere, causing him to feel nauseous as he watched himself lying motionless on the bed. Gazing at the preserved video, the doctor's crimson lips curled into a sinister, morbid smile, her face flushing with excitement, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. Lucy could even sense her hand trembling slightly, seemingly suppressing a frenzied desire for bloodshed. This woman is undoubtedly a psychopath. How does it feel? Isn't it exhilarating? Are you also wondering why you seem to feel no pain? As she spoke, the doctor pointed to the machine connected to Lucy's body. Her monologue seemed less about answering his questions and more about indulging her own twisted cravings. Do you recognize this? You wouldn't. This technology is at least 300 years ahead of your planet that IT can manipulate your nerves. Right now, it's set to pain mode, controlling all your sensations of pain. Earlier, I disabled it for easier cutting now. With that, the doctor finally removed her incessantly roaming hand and placed it on the machine beside her, casting Lucy a disturbingly gleeful smile. Since you're already awake, why not allow me to indulge a little more? With that, she closed her eyes and pressed a button, reinstating the previously muted sensations of pain. Silence enveloped the room. Lucy, both the doctors and the audience watching the live broadcast seemed to have their perception of time suspended, staring blankly as the anticipated cries of agony failed to materialize. The female doctor, visibly perplexed, gazed at Lucy's clear eyes, her expression betraying her confusion. There. Something wrong? Lucy inquired meekly. What about manipulating nerves? Should I inform her that I am naturally devoid of pain perception? Does your leg not hurt? The female doctor's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Lucy, who was expected to be experiencing pain. My leg doesn't hurt. Why not? It's in the next room. It can't hurt anymore. The female doctor, after a brief moment of stunned silence. Witnessing Lucy's continued display of levity, her expression morphed into one of fury, a prominent vein forming a shape on her forehead. Very well. I admire your spirit. I hope you can maintain it. As her words settled, she cruelly adjusted several controls, and the instruments connected to Lucy erupted in a blinding red light. In an instant, the most excruciating torment imaginable descended upon him. The violent pain caused his muscles to spasm, surpassing the limits of human endurance, a pain level of 10 that could shatter even the strongest will. What followed was a cacophony of screams, convulsions, and pleas for mercy, a symphony of exquisite agony that, of course, these images were purely the female doctor's imagination. In reality, when the machine emitted its crimson glow, Lucy merely trembled slightly before resuming his lack of response. The two continued to stare at each other, Lucy surveying his surroundings while contemplating his predicament and potential escape. Theoretically speaking, shouldn't I be reacting a bit now? Lucy's calm voice ignited the fury within her, transforming her rage into a mocking laugh. Very well. This is your doing. With those words, she propelled herself off the bed, pinning Lucy beneath her, in her agile movement. Her white coat slipped away, revealing scanty attire beneath. Lucy caught a fleeting glimpse of a bright flash, as she enveloped him with an overpowering sense of control, both oppressive and elastic. Lucy? Wait, what are you doing? Please don't. Suddenly, Lucy felt his face flush. Struggling vigorously, he instinctively wanted to shout for her to stop, but the absurdity of such a remark in a life-or-death moment felt too humorous to utter. Moreover, Given that it was their first encounter, he felt it was inappropriate to urge her to continue. The woman, with a twisted expression, glared at him, gritting her teeth as she declared, "I hope you are ready. Let me indulge." The nearby machine surged to maximum power, its red light blazing while emitting an unusual rumbling sound. An uncanny sensation of tingling enveloped Lu Su, and simultaneously, a voice echoed within his mind. Critical threshold breached. Unlocking. Binding. Initializing. Chosen of agony. Pain points 9. Initial gene lock. Awaiting activation. Required pain points. 11,100. What? This time, it was Lu Su who was left bewildered. Chapter 2. Pain intensified absence of sensation unrestrained agony bang. Lu Su's expression remained frozen in bewilderment as he recalled the sound echoing in his mind. At that moment, the female doctor struck him with a furious slap, and he felt as though he had been struck by a mace, letting out a muffled groan. It was then that Lu Su was horrified to realize the astonishing strength of the woman before him, rendering him nearly defenseless. Panting heavily, the doctor's eyes blazed with an angry and twisted fire as she gazed at the man beneath her, who appeared as vulnerable as a piece of meat. The praised disobedience shattered all her prior plans and the delightful sensations she had envisioned. The script was not meant to unfold this way. What? Are you still unharmed? Grinding her teeth, she applied her terrifying strength gradually upon him. Lu Su's pupils dilated in shock as he felt the strange sensation of his muscles tearing, horrified by the woman's overwhelming power. This was certainly not the strength one would expect from an ordinary woman. He was currently immobilized, like a sacrificial lamb. His lack of fear of pain did not equate to invulnerability. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, Lu Su, observing the fiery gaze of the woman, understood that he must first appease her. After a painfully feigned scream, he began to writhe on the bed. It hurts. It hurts terribly. I had forgotten. The female doctor, who had been seething with rage, suddenly halted, her expression turning blank in an instant. Did you just say you forgot? How could you forget the pain? You have some nerve. However, witnessing the anguish that Lu Su was performing, her grotesque expression softened considerably. With a laugh that resembled a cathartic release, she momentarily cast aside her reservations and pressed the button on the nearby instrument once more. A brilliant red light erupted. Pain Seeker, Pain Value 8. Initial gene lock, awaiting activation, required pain value, 19,100. The same voice resonated once again within Lu Su's mind, and he understood that it was time for him to endure pain. Once more, in synchrony with the voice echoing in his mind, Lu Su's performance of agony continued, and he felt that it was somewhat disingenuous. Having never experienced pain since childhood, he believed he had exerted himself to the fullest, with no viable means of escape. His only option was to accumulate the pain value to reach 100, hoping that the initial gene lock might prove beneficial. Despite the artificial quality of Lu Su's cries, the doctor present appeared significantly more at ease than before. With a sigh of relief, the murderous intent on her face dissipated, replaced once again by a seductive and disturbingly gleeful smile. As she continued to operate the instrument beside her, she adjusted her position atop Lu Su, and simultaneously, her medical attire began to slip away piece by piece. The scant fabric that remained struggled to adequately conceal her porcelain-like skin. Observing her demeanor, expression, and the meagerly covering cloth, the audience watching the live stream was acutely aware of what was about to transpire next. Is this doctor truly so remarkable? Previously, clad in a white coat, one could hardly discern her true nature. How disrespectful. Just moments ago, she was engaged in a surgical procedure, and now she seems poised to transcend into a more intimate connection. Wait a moment. Do you not find this young man's cry somewhat feigned? Surely, this is all an act. A portion of the audience has already sensed something amiss, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Yet, the female doctor, caught in her fervor, remains oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding her. Pain Selection, Pain Value 8. Pain Selection, Pain Value 9. A relentless barrage of excruciating neural stimuli ensues, capable of shattering one's psyche. Yet it proves utterly ineffective against Lu Su. He can only continue to accumulate value by synchronizing with the performance based on the escalating pain metrics. Has the power reached its zenith? Is there a greater intensity? Should it escalate further, it may lead to death. Please, no more. Isn't this a bit overdone? Honestly, I find this somewhat cringeworthy. Are they not even attempting to act anymore? In my opinion, the plot of domestic films remains lackluster. Bro, I'd like to borrow a line. The female doctor's deranged smile gradually freezes upon her visage. Even with desire clouding her mind, she senses an unsettling dissonance. When she previously tormented her prey, their uncontrollable muscle and nerve reactions during their suffering were her sustenance. However, why does the man beneath her lack all of this? This marks the second occasion that she has been abruptly pulled from that overwhelming sensation of desire. You little rascal, are you playing with me? Do you truly wish to know? Lusa retorted. Bang. With a resounding crash, the sultry woman across from him smacked the machine, causing it to emit a brilliant red light, signifying that patience had officially worn thin. You have vexed me, young one. I am uncertain what ailment afflicts you, but you have spoiled my mood. With that, she reached beneath herself and produced a dagger. Wait, could you kindly elucidate where you procured that knife? Swish. A flash of white light ensued, the blade descending swiftly, followed by a sudden burst of red. While Lu Su was still engaged in banter, the surgeon's scalpel had already pierced his chest. Pain God Selection, Pain Value 2. The level of pain was minimal, indicating that this wound was far less excruciating than the previous apparatus, yet it caused Lu Su's pupils to constrict instantaneously. His lack of pain did not equate to an absence of risk to his life. I am beginning to feel disinclined to engage with you playfully. The female doctor flicked her hair back, adjusted her posture, and casually brushed against Lu Su. As she spoke, her hand wielding the knife began to move, resembling a brush dipped in crimson paint, creating art upon a canvas. Pain God Selection, Pain Value 2. Pain God Selection, Pain Value 1. I initially intended to enjoy myself thoroughly with you, yet you have left me quite displeased. Suddenly, I contemplated the notion of severing it and utilizing it, pondering whether your expression would remain unchanged, still imbued with the same allure. The enchanting voice reverberated in my ears, and beyond the corporeal torment lay a more profound psychological devastation. As I observed the increasingly grave expression on Lu Su's face, the deranged female doctor once again emanated satisfaction and delight. The agony index rose gradually, yet Lu Su was acutely aware that his time was dwindling. The other hand of his assailant had already grasped his trousers. Who could have anticipated that the first occasion of a woman disrobing him would culminate in an attempt to castrate him? Suddenly, a dull, jarring sound echoed through the room, evoking a visceral reaction and capturing the female doctor's attention. A mere glance downward revealed a scene drenched in crimson. Lu Su's fingernails were wedged within the handcuffs, seemingly striving to exert his strength to shatter them. However, it was evident that it was not the handcuffs that would yield. Upon turning back, she was met with the emotionless visage of Lu Su. What are you doing? The deranged doctor, accustomed to various tortures, sensed an unsettling shift. Lu Su smiled. He felt no pain, for his only concern lay in the auditory cue accompanying the fracturing of his nails. Chosen of agony, pain index 4. Crack, crack. The sounds resonated in quick succession as Lu Su forcibly tore off every fingernail on his left hand in an instant. Chosen of agony, pain index 3. The gene lock awaiting activation requires a pain value of 100 and 100. Conditions met. The gene lock is now unlocked. A flash of lightning surged through Lu Su's mind, akin to a grand door slowly opening. Concurrently, the previously unbreakable steel handcuffs suddenly shattered. Chapter 3, Special Event Reward, World's Best. The gene lock is activated. Every cell felt as though it were ablaze, the heart thundering like an internal combustion engine. That sensation of transformation made Lu Su acutely aware of the unprecedented changes occurring within him. Alongside this, power surged forth. The metal fractured, the robust alloy handcuffs, capable of restraining a bull, exploded apart, steam rising as his arms, seemingly boiling, were thrust high into the air. In the astonished gaze of the doctor, the cold gleam of the broken metal reflected back. Their bodies sprang forth like leopards, polar opposites in motion. The female doctor found herself pinned to the bed, the knife seized, twisting in a fluid motion as though rehearsed countless times. The previous levity in her eyes vanished entirely. Having regained his freedom, Lu Su uttered not a word. The ferocity in his gaze sparkled with a wolf-like intensity as he plunged the knife forcefully towards the vulnerable chest of the woman, aiming for her heart. At that moment, the audience, who had previously reveled in what they believed to be a perverse spectacle, began to sense that something was amiss. Isn't this situation a bit off? Is there a problem? Moreover, how did he suddenly break those handcuffs? In the midst of the crowd's gaze, the two individuals were acutely aware that this was no mere jest. The female doctor, her eyes filled with terror, clutched desperately at Lu Su's hand, which wielded the knife. incredulous at how the man before her had escaped his restraints. Carbon-based life, 18 years, low-level physical energy. It was impossible. What have you done? Her sharp voice reverberated through the room, veins bulging on her forehead as she resembled a trapped beast in turmoil. Yet Lusa remained utterly indifferent, one leg pressed firmly against her abdomen, exerting force with his hand as the dagger relentlessly pressed down amidst her struggles. The blade's keen edge had already grazed her delicate skin, a form that could drive countless men to madness, yet it did not affect Lu Su in the slightest. He was like a precise machine, intent on slaughtering his prey. Stop, please, this is merely a game, nothing more. The female doctor implored as she sensed Lu Su's unyielding demeanor, her expression shifting to one of forced pleasantry. This is the paradise chosen by the divine. You are the selected one. This is merely an initial trial. You have succeeded. You performed admirably, and after this, you will receive many rewards. Surely you are curious about what this all means. Let me go. I can tell you everything you wish to know. Just say what you desire. I am amenable to anything. I belong to you, and you may do as you please. In her panicked voice, her tone fluctuated several times, from pleading to flattery, and eventually to seduction and temptation. Yet, Lu Su's expression remained utterly unchanged. He was fixated on the knife in his hand. The woman beneath him failed to pique his interest in the slightest. Her nearly bare attire and pitiful words only prompted him to press down harder with both hands on the blade. Lu Su realized that, given his ability to break free from handcuffs, this woman's resistance indicated that she was far from ordinary. Life and death were at stake, requiring no further words. Blood seeped out, life gradually ebbing away. You cannot kill me. I am. Crack. The sound of the dagger piercing through the sternum and impaling the heart silenced her unfinished words forever. At that moment, as Lu Su looked into her wide-open eyes, he uttered his first words after breaking free. I have been an orphan since childhood. Surviving until now has not been easy. Over the years, I have learned one thing. Never relinquish the chance to live to another. Having spoken, the sharpness in his eyes vanished in an instant, and he slumped down, collapsing into the embrace of the still-warm woman beneath him. Such declarations of victory should only be made once the opponent is truly dead, he chuckled softly. Casting a glance at his leg, which had truly vanished, his smile faltered. He had been acutely aware of the life and death crisis before him, understanding that only by killing the enemy could he survive. Yet now, his mind was a tumult of confusion. What game was this? What trial? Why did my leg suddenly break? Clenching his fists, the extreme power granted by the genetic lock instilled some confidence in Lu Su. He turned to the screen in the sky, connected to what was referred to as a live broadcast, seeking answers. The once tranquil screen, momentarily stunned by the sudden upheaval, was now ablaze with activity. Game? What game? Does this mean we are also chosen ones? After all, why has this video appeared before me out of nowhere? I appeared on the computer out of thin air and couldn't turn it off. Impressive. I remember you, counterattack brother. Already reported. After skimming through, he found only fragmented information. Suddenly, the entire room began to shake, and the large screen extinguished in an instant, blinding Lu Su. He was taken aback, and as he instinctively attempted to move, his body felt utterly unresponsive, as if floating in the void of space. Before him lay a data stream resembling a time-space tunnel, and a peculiar mechanical sound buzzed in his ears, accompanied by lines of subtitles materializing out of thin air. Initial game concluded. Welcome to the global large-scale game. Chosen paradise. Initial number of selected participants, 14, 569, 812 initial number of competitors, 1, 652, 348 number of participants who completed the game, 926, 357. Note, initial levels will not result in true death, but those who do not finish will be disqualified. Number of perfect completions, 3, 549. Your initial completion evaluation, SSS grade. Perfect completion. Current consecutive perfect completions, 1. Reward settlement in progress. Astonished, Lu Su found himself momentarily dazed as he gazed upon the lines of subtitles before him. It was only now that he truly comprehended the meaning of a changed world. Special event triggered. Elimination of the initial divine guide. Achievement badge acquired. Godslayer. Special event triggered. Seizure of a 003 level sealed item. Sensory manipulator. Item classified as special. Recovered. Rewards of the same class sealed item. Placed into inventory. Initial reward points. 3,000. Initial reward items. Intermediate healing potions 3. Placed into inventory. Your current world ranking. 1726357. Ranking updates with each game. Consecutive perfect performance and high ranks will yield delightful surprises. Keep striving. Am I the world number one? Lusu stared at the 726,357 before him, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 4. The Chosen Paradise. Global game, perfect completion reward. Complimentary body restoration function. Please relax. This was the final statement. Upon hearing it, an irresistible wave of drowsiness overwhelmed Lu Su, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ding ding ding. After an indeterminate amount of time, which felt like mere minutes, Lu Su was abruptly awakened by the sound of his alarm. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a familiar dimly lit room. A 10-square-meter dormitory bathroom he knew all too well. The corners were damp with mold, and an old second-hand Redmi phone rested by his bedside. Lu Su was suddenly jolted into alertness as he glanced down at his legs, perfectly intact. Was this merely a dream? It felt astonishingly real. A sigh, tinged with a hint of disappointment, escaped him. As he pondered this, he casually slapped his phone to silence the alarm, only for it to emit a thunderous bang. The sheer volume startled him awake, and with curiosity, he flicked on the light, his gaze drawn to the deep impressions on the bed, leaving him perplexed. Were it not for the layer of bedding beneath him, this extravagant phone might have truly met its demise. In a flash, Lusa seemed to recall something important. He swiftly unlocked his phone, connected to the dormitory's Wi-Fi, and randomly opened a social media platform. The top trending topic in the search bar blazed with fiery colors. Its description succinct, a mere 8 words: Divine Chosen Paradise, global game. The accompanying search count had soared to a staggering 180 million. It was worth noting that the highest trending topic in the platform's history had only reached 40 million. 180 million was a figure any celebrities agency would hesitate to fabricate. Lusa quickly clicked on it, delving into a plethora of news articles. Since midnight, a significant population had inexplicably vanished. A Canadian airline had crashed, with crew members reporting that both the captain and co-pilot had disappeared from the cockpit. Many individuals found their phones, computers, and electronic devices suddenly streaming live broadcasts, with screens inexplicably manifesting on their retinas, impossible to close. In Australia, a man has showcased his extraordinary abilities, claiming to be a perfect player, heralding the dawn of a new era where he envisions himself as a future ruler of the world. Numerous individuals have proclaimed themselves as the chosen ones. Yet there is no coercion to participate in the game, stating that they may join voluntarily at a later time. Experts suggest this could be a case of mass deception, and the police are currently investigating, hoping that those genuinely interested in participating will proactively reach out to the authorities. The screen is inundated with a barrage of messages, predominantly direct announcements from official media, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Lusa glanced at the news and noted that the earliest report was published less than 20 hours ago, yet it has already spread widely. The entire platform seems devoid of any other news, as various self-media outlets have flocked to the story, inundating the software with an array of enigmatic videos. This marks the first occasion for many to witness a true upheaval in the world. Lu Su himself stands among the initial first-hand experiencers of this transformation, and he is, in fact, the very first. According to all available interviews, every participant has expressed that after the conclusion of the inaugural game, a screen unexpectedly materialized before their eyes, allowing them to access data and the timing of the next game at will. However, all volunteers currently in the hospital have shown no abnormalities in their ocular or cerebral health. As Lu Su perused the various interview snippets, he suddenly realized something was amiss. With just a thought, the screen appeared before him. The manipulation felt remarkably instinctive, akin to the innate ability to control one's own body, requiring no instruction whatsoever. At that moment, the screen was a void, adorned only with a few simple lines: rest mode. In each game, you may choose to be a spectator or a player. Naturally, we believe the world welcomes players, and in turn, players shall ultimately possess the world. Time until the next game commences: 47, 54, 43. This is a divine challenge, the God-selected paradise. We welcome your presence. Is it true that the time until the next game begins is merely 2 days? According to reports, the temporal flow within the game is continuous with that of reality, meaning the time experienced in the game aligns seamlessly with the external world. If participants vanish into the game, it suggests that this experience resembles a form of traversal rather than mere mental immersion. As Lusa gathered information, he mused to himself and suddenly realized that, despite ostensibly securing the first position, he seemed to know very little. Other participants online appeared to possess a wealth of knowledge. According to yesterday's discourse, there was a guide in the initial game, and it seemed he had eliminated that entity. It marked his first act of taking a life, yet curiously, he bore no psychological burden. He also had a vague premonition that the moral compass and order of the entire world were on the brink of upheaval. After perusing for approximately half an hour, he suddenly became aware that he was likely late and hastily leaped from his seat to wash up. 5 minutes later, he successfully stepped out. "Oh, it's little Lou. Why did you wake up so late today? I thought you had already left." Most of the students had departed, and the dormitory supervisor, Mr. Wong, was tidying up the rooms when he exchanged pleasantries with Lu Su. Due to his status as an orphan, Lu Su was classified as a financially disadvantaged student and ultimately applied to reside in the infirmary compartment within the building. Although the living conditions were quite poor, at least he was spared a financial burden and the complexities of social interactions. "All right, you carry on." He hastily responded with a few casual remarks and hurried towards the school. Report. Lu Su, who was already late, stood at the entrance of Class 7, Grade 12, calling out into the room. The atmosphere in the classroom felt somewhat different today, as if a restless energy permeated the air. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, stood at the podium, yet everyone below was engrossed in hushed conversations, while he remained oblivious, fixated on his phone. Upon his announcement, the class was suddenly enveloped in silence. A multitude of eyes turning towards the doorway, and even Mr. Liu lowered his phone. This silence lingered for at least 5 seconds before Mr. Liu took a deep breath and inquired, "Why are you late?" Lu Su had never experienced such a level of attention for his tardiness. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "I overslept." Instantly, the classroom erupted into noise, accompanied by a chorus of murmurs within the crowd. Mr. Liu's expression dimmed slightly. Initially, he had thought that a rumored player had emerged from his class. According to existing statements, the conclusion of the game is anticipated to coincide with the present moment this morning. Observing that no one was paying him any heed, Lu Su returned to his seat. In a senior class, the entire cohort had momentarily set aside their studies and lessons, all faces alight with excitement, as if they were eagerly awaiting the advent of a new world. Ahem, well, it seems everyone is present now. Let us quiet down, the homeroom teacher said. In accordance with the directives from the school and the Ministry of Education, classes are suspended today to discuss and organize certain matters. As for the subsequent course arrangements, that will depend on the specific organizational circumstances of society, and even the conduct of the college entrance examination will be contingent on various factors. At this moment, the significance of that matter surpasses all else. Despite the teacher's serious expression, it did nothing to temper the excitement radiating from the students below. If anything, it only intensified their enthusiasm. Now, I believe everyone knows what I am referring to, that fabled paradise of the chosen ones. Is there anyone in our class who has been selected to become one of these so-called chosen individuals? Chapter 5. So fair, so long, so tender, may I touch? As the words fell from his lips, Lu Su instinctively lowered his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at each classmate. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. As everyone began to glance around, eagerly discussing the possibility of having a first-hand experiencer among them, Lu Su kept his head bowed. As he generally had few friends and maintained a low profile, hardly anyone paid him any mind. In my heart, I pondered, supernatural events occurring globally, entirely beyond the realm of scientific explanation, compel one to remain observant in a future shrouded in uncertainty. Anyone who recklessly exposes themselves is surely a fool, and undoubtedly, no one would dare. "Teacher, it's me. I have been chosen." A boy seated by the window proudly raised his hand, his expression of pride barely contained. Previously, he had been surrounded by classmates, engaged in conversation. Lu Su recognized the hand-raiser as Zhang Tao, a fellow student with whom he had a lukewarm relationship, the type who flaunted his modest wealth to gain attention at school. When they first met, Zhang Tao had contemplated bullying Lu Su, a fellow orphan. But after receiving a sound thrashing, their interactions dwindled to nothing. Although he found Zhang Tao's antics somewhat intolerable, Lu Su cast his gaze in that direction, curious to observe the other selected individuals alongside himself. "Oh." Lu's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Zhang Tao, you have been chosen. Are you a direct participant in the game, or merely an observer?" "I am an observer," Zhang Tao replied meekly, but quickly added, "However, I will be eligible to participate in the next game." As his words resonated, a chorus of astonishment erupted within the classroom. In the monotony of their senior year, such world-altering events were profoundly exhilarating. Zhang Tao reveled in the envy directed at him. his smile broader than ever. Is there more? Teacher Lu sent a message on his phone and continued to gaze at the class, stating, I hope everyone will speak truthfully. This matter is of great importance to the nation, and of course, to you as well. In the hushed atmosphere, not a single hand was raised. All right, everyone. Please engage in self-study. Zhang Tao, please come with me. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Tao strode out of the classroom like a victorious general. Head held high. Wow, how enviable. Why is it him? Zhang Tao hardly ever studies, does he? Teacher Lu often criticized him for his lack of knowledge. Yet now he is being treated so courteously. Study? What a joke. This supernatural phenomenon defies any explanation by current science. Who could one learn from? Haven't you seen the videos circulating online? That game appears to be from another dimension, a realm where one can acquire superpowers. Superpowers, really? Is it true? Will we have a chance to be selected afterwards? Didn't they mention the first batch of chosen ones? The homeroom teacher departed, leaving the class in animated conversation, each student eagerly sharing the latest news and videos they had encountered. Lu Su felt perplexed at first. Why were these individuals so exhilarated? After all, his own experience in that so-called game was far from enjoyable. He had been helplessly bound to an operating table, enduring the horrors of amputation, kidney transplantation, and the grotesque acts of a deranged woman. Perhaps it was simply due to his congenital insensitivity to pain that he had endured so much suffering. Not to mention the excruciatingly painful divine selection that had momentarily altered his fate. Otherwise, to endure such a degree of torture, it seems that few among this group of ordinary students could withstand it. However, gradually, based on the conversations around him, Lu Su unearthed an intriguing truth. It appeared that each individual's initial game experience was distinctly different. While most challenges tested one's humanity, extreme scenarios, such as the torment and brutalization he faced, seemed to be exceptionally rare. Furthermore, during the game's conclusion, it was explicitly stated that one would not truly perish in the initial stages. Yet those who failed to complete the game would forfeit their eligibility. This phrase implied that, under normal circumstances, true death could indeed be a possibility within the game. Yet, it seemed that none of his classmates cared or were even aware of this revelation. They treated the divine selection paradise merely as a game, akin to entering a realm of monsters to level up without contemplating the consequences. However, Lu Su, having experienced it firsthand, could acutely sense the underlying brutality. It could very well be a matter of life and death. He had recently heard that a participant from America claimed there was a temporary ranking system. That Special Forces soldier boasted of ranking 67th and receiving a reward in the form of a body enhancement serum, claiming he could now bend a bottle cap with just his fingers, demonstrating immense strength. Really? If he continued to participate, wouldn't he eventually become superhuman? As the incessant chatter surrounded him, Lu Su remained indifferent and silent, his hand reaching into the recess of his desk to grasp a bottle cap. With a firm grip of his fingers, the bottle cap seemed to be subjected to a relentless crushing, effortlessly molded by Lu Su into a small sphere. A subtle smile graced his lips as he savored the strength coursing through his hands. The game, undeniably cruel and twisted, ignited within Lu Su a yearning for even greater depravity. In stark contrast to the rigid confines of the mundane reality governed by rules, he found solace in that world, where life and death were dictated by one's own prowess. Hey, what has got you smiling? Did you have a spring dream last night? As Lu Su's grin took on an increasingly sinister quality, a melodic voice broke through his reverie. His deskmate, Xia Antong, having shared 3 years of camaraderie. Xia Antong had become a familiar presence in Lu Su's life. His past experiences endowed him with a discerning eye, and although Antong never exuded an air of arrogance, her demeanor and attire made it clear that they hailed from different realms. Strangely, the more he sought to maintain distance, the more she playfully provoked him. It's nothing. I merely recalled something joyous, Lu Su replied, discreetly concealing the small sphere crafted from the bottle cap within the crevice of the desk, refusing to turn his head. Suddenly, he felt a tickle by his ear, and to his surprise, Xia Antong leaned in closely, whispering, pretending, "You've been selected too, haven't you?" A jolt of shock coursed through Lu Su as he feigned calmness, inquiring, "What are you babbling about? Why do you ask?" Their gazes locked once more, and all Lu Su could perceive were her eyes, narrowed in mirth, which inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within him. After all, his initial game had indeed drawn an audience. Could it be merely coincidence? To comprehend one's own anguish in the unlocking of genetic secrets, as well as the impulsive urge to commit murder, stands in stark contrast to the discussions among classmates, elevating it to a level of utmost confidentiality. Therefore, He cast a glance at Xie Antong and tentatively extended the right leg that had been severed in the game. Look, my leg. Xie Antong glanced down. What? So fair, long, and tender. May I touch it? With that, she reached out without hesitation. Lu Su exclaimed, what? Chapter 6. There is someone in my family's police station. Is there anyone in the hospital? No. I'm in to ask if you could be a bit more mindful of your influence. Lu Su observed as Xie Antong's eyes sparkled with mischief, her intentions becoming evident, prompting him to hastily retract his leg. He initially sought merely to gauge her reaction, given that his condition in the game had been rather alarming, especially with that leg being amputated. However, judging by her response, it seemed the girl before him had not fortuitously encountered his original self in the game. Human beings excel at projecting their own experiences onto others. When you claim to have been chosen, is it not a veiled reference to oneself? Lu Su refrained from elaborating on his own predicament and instead shifted the conversation to her. To his astonishment, Xie Antong gazed into his eyes for a moment and solemnly nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Lu Su, what? You're just going to tell me like that? Xie Antong surveyed her surroundings. Her classmates were engrossed in their own conversations, oblivious to the two of them. Turning her head away from Lu Su, she continued softly. In a completely unknown world, it is quite natural for a minority to remain inconspicuous and observe the situation before taking action. Suddenly, she shifted the topic. So, will you choose to participate in the second game 2 days from now? At her words, Lu Su's lips twitched involuntarily. He thought to himself, so you are already assuming that I am one of the chosen ones, aren't you? I haven't even confirmed that. Before he could respond, Xie Antong took the initiative to say, regardless of your thoughts, I advise you not to participate. Just wait a moment. The temptation to alter one's fate is immense. I understand that if given the opportunity, you would not let it slip away. However, our country's internet regulation is stringent, and in such tumultuous times, to maintain stability, many pieces of information and news remain undisclosed. As one of the first audience members, I made thorough records after a brief period of shock last night. I have reviewed no fewer than 100 game broadcasts, featuring a myriad of individuals facing various or similar narratives. Some scenes were exceedingly brutal. Entirely absent from the online realm, those trials adhered to no moral or legal standards known to modern society. As she spoke, Xie Antong's complexion paled slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. I even witnessed a player who truly died in that game. If the game were an alternate realm, where time and space seamlessly intertwined with the reality we know, as if players were to traverse directly into it, could they truly survive? Lu Su. Xie Antong gazed intently at Lu Su's profile, speaking earnestly, which elicited an inexplicable sense of unease within him. For what she articulated was something Lu Su comprehended more than anyone else. He was, after all, a first-hand witness. The trials he had endured were among the most brutal and bizarre in this world, with perils and bloodshed that he understood better than anyone. Thank you. In truth, Lu Su could surmise why this affluent classmate of his sought to draw near. It was simply the curiosity of a pampered young lady, accustomed to privilege, who, upon entering a new environment, discovered a destitute boy who differed from the sycophants of her past, someone who neither fawned over her nor seemed to care for her. What else could it be? Isn't that the essence of adolescent intrigue? Nonetheless, he expressed his gratitude. A gentleman speaks of actions, not of intentions. Sigh. I hope you ponder this thoughtfully. Xie Antong was uncertain if Lu Su truly absorbed her words. All she could do was exhale softly and resume scrolling through videos on her phone, perusing the latest news. Outside the corridor, various individuals passed by, and occasionally students departed. Even as Lu Su caught sight of police officers, the online discourse was rife with speculation, yet as time progressed, the reliability of much information became increasingly dubious. Numerous self-media platforms, in their fervor for traffic, seem to have lost their senses, boldly uttering whatever sensational remarks they can conjure. Some even proclaim that characters within games can acquire superpowers, with the strongest among them purportedly capable of manually assembling a nuclear bomb. Lu Su muses. How come I am unaware of my own prowess? He perceives that ordinary individuals, unarmed and barehanded, are no match for him. Yet when it comes to firearms, he realizes he is still vulnerable. He acknowledges his weakness. He has not yet reached a point where personal strength can grant him a sense of security. Thus, the first day of the world's upheaval passes. Alone on his way home, Lu Su seeks a secluded spot and gazes quietly at a wall. With the knuckles of his right fist, he strikes the exposed edge of the wall with force. A muffled thud reverberates as the bricks shatter at the point of impact, sending fragments cascading to the ground. Lu Su exerts such effort that a crimson imprint swiftly appears on his fist. The skin on the edges of his knuckles is grazed, seeping a hint of blood. Observing his injured hand, Lu Su furrows his brow slightly. He feels no pain and is uncertain of what level of discomfort this should entail. However, the anticipated pain augmentation mechanism of the pain chosen has yet to manifest. Is it a matter of insufficient pain level, or is there some restriction in place? This pain chosen's augmentation is his greatest reliance, enabling him to navigate the initial stages of the game and temporarily secure the title of the world's best. He must swiftly unravel the mechanics of this phenomenon. To possess a cheat yet remain oblivious to its usage would render him a mere jest. After attempting to strike the wall several times, the anticipated pain remained elusive, yet an irksome voice emerged from behind him. What is this? Are you succumbing to despair, venting your frustrations on the wall? Must you replicate every foolish act of a mindless antagonist to validate your own folly? Lu Su struck the wall once more with considerable force, sending fragments of stone scattering, before turning to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao had basked in a day of special treatment, reveling in fantasies of a future life of grandeur, even taking the opportunity to belittle the man who once bested him. However, Lu Su's punch somewhat tempered his fervor. With a caustic tone, he mocked, "You deliberately arrived late this morning, hoping to make everyone believe you were chosen? How many people in the world are truly selected? In this so-called paradise of the divine, even your parents, having abandoned you, did not choose you. Do you really think you could be chosen by a deity?" Lu Su showed no intention of responding. He pried a half-brick from the shattered wall and calmly approached his adversary. "Have you forgotten what I told you when I last bested you? What do you intend to do?" Zhang Tao instinctively stepped back, fear prompting him to grasp a nearby bicycle lock. Immersed in thoughts of a world transformed, where he had suddenly become a favored one endowed with superpowers, he momentarily overlooked the fact that he was still without such abilities. "Let me remind you, our statuses are no longer the same. I could end you without facing any consequences. Do not come any closer. I assure you, there are officers at my home." Zhang Tao exclaimed. "What? Has your father been apprehended for soliciting?" Lu Su retorted, his expression devoid of emotion as he approached Zhang Tao. "Damn it, caught for soliciting." Zhang Tao felt a wave of numbness wash over him. As their gazes locked, all of Zhang Tao's previous bravado evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. Ever since he was beaten shortly after entering high school, he had refrained from provoking Lu Su, yet never had he felt such fear as he did today. Staring into Lu Su's eyes, his legs felt weak. Those were the eyes of someone who had taken a life. In a moment of extreme fear, Zhang Tao cursed vehemently to bolster his courage, brandishing the car lock in his hand wildly. However, Lu Su had been in numerous fights since childhood. With a simple flick of his wrist, he sent the car lock flying. "Pain God. Pain points 1. Lu Su momentarily paused, the long-forgotten voice echoing in his mind. As if a realization dawned upon him, his smile gradually turning sinister. "I believe I have come to understand something. Thank you. By the way, you mentioned having connections at the police station. Do you have any at the hospital? It doesn't matter if you don't. Soon enough, you will." Chapter 7. Re-entering the game. The mask of original sin. Ultimately, in the dimly lit alley, the battered and bruised Zhang Tao lay unconscious, having been thoroughly defeated. Of course, Lu Su also bore his share of injuries, yet most of his wounds were self-inflicted. He was already quite adept at such matters. After all, it was not painful. The two individuals appeared to be equally injured, and being an orphan with no possessions to tether him, he assumed the police would generally turn a blind eye. However, on this occasion, Lu Su instinctively sensed the vulnerability of his opponent. Had he desired, there were countless methods at his disposal to eliminate the other. Yet, he refrained from doing so. Lu Su maintained a clear understanding of his position. He recognized that his current strength was far from sufficient to act with impunity. In a hurried manner, he returned to his modest room, retrieved a sheet of paper, and commenced documenting his insights regarding the pain chosen. 1. Self-harm does not count. Inflicting harm upon oneself does not yield pain points. 2. The most direct method is to endure harm and torment inflicted by another, which is the simplest means of accumulating points. Furthermore, in such circumstances, even if he possessed the ability to escape, choosing not to would not be considered self-harm. Lu Su regarded this as a flaw in the system. After contemplating for a considerable time, Lu Su inscribed a third hypothesis. 3. If compelled by the actions of another or an adversary, resulting in indirect harm to oneself, points could also be accrued. In the first game, he had broken his own nails to escape, and earlier, when he retaliated against an object hurled at him, he had successfully met it with his fist. Upon concluding his writings, Lu Su took a deep breath and surveyed his summary. In essence, it was as follows. Alas, my system lacks any novice tutorials. I am left to navigate this on my own. The rules of this agonizing selection are thus far established. Any further discoveries will be addressed later. Placing the paper beneath his pillow, Lu Su reclined and began to rest, though his mind remained tumultuously unsettled. With his resources now gathered, it signified that time until the next game begins, 29, 24, for 3. Time until the next game begins, 0:30, 23. A day and night swiftly passed. Lu Su abstained from engaging in his classmates' discussions, for his thoughts had already transcended into the realm of the game. As time progressed and the subtitles altered, a voice resonated within his mind. 30 minutes remain until the game commences. Please prepare accordingly. You are required to choose to become either an audience member or a player. Gazing upon the two options before him, Lu Su recalled the earnest words spoken by Xie Antong just 2 days prior. Thank you for the reminder. Yet, you are indeed correct. How could I possibly forfeit such an opportunity? When destiny arrives, all choices become mere inevitabilities. Player identity has been loaded. The selection paradise welcomes your participation. May your courage propel you to the heavens. Half an hour later, a torrent of data enveloped Lu Su's entire being, causing his form to vanish from the confines of the small room. Welcome to the game. The difficulty level of your current instance is hell. You have 5 minutes for the initial setup. Observing the rapid influx of data, a panel displaying his player status materialized before Lu Su. Game points: 3,000 pain value, 7 strength, 10 agility, 10 speed, 10 luck, 3 spirit, 0 bonus medal, God's Lair, legendary, equipment, none, inventory, initial backpack. You have a reward awaiting collection. As he gazed at his panel, he was astonished to find that the pain value was also displayed and that he could allocate points to the attributes below. Uncertain of which attribute held the greatest significance, he decided to defer the allocation for later. Claim. Your reward has arrived. Acquired sealed item, A007, Soul of the 7 Deadly Sins. Effect of the 7 Deadly Sins. Amplifies the corresponding weaknesses of the user's humanity, while simultaneously granting substantial enhancements. Please configure your initial appearance. As the voice faded, a swirling mass of gray energy appeared before Lu Su, lacking any definitive shape. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he declared, Fluid Mask. The energy gradually morphed into a mask, adhering seamlessly to Lu Su's face, devoid of any sensation of wearing it. Please select a form: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. After some contemplation, Lu Su chose one that felt relatively manageable: greed. The mask contorted momentarily before transforming into a deep blue hue. Please set the mode: normal overload. Normal. Preparation time has ended. Entering the game. In an instant, a sense of weightlessness enveloped him, and the next moment, Lu Su found himself immersed in the game. As he opened his eyes, he was astonished to discover that the dizziness had not subsided. He felt a peculiar heaviness in his head and lightness in his feet. The surrounding environment was exceptionally hot, akin to being placed in a steamer. Once he regained his senses, Lu Su realized he was suspended upside down in midair, with chains binding his left ankle. Beneath him, several dozen meters down, lay a seething mass of molten lava. Suddenly, a woman's terrified scream pierced the air, and Lu Su then noticed that he was not alone in this second game. Including himself, there were a total of 10 individuals hanging in this precarious position, resembling ducks roasting in a fireplace. Wasn't this supposed to be a game? What was happening? Why was he suspended like this? It was unbearably hot. How could he possibly descend? Among those similarly suspended, a few had already begun to panic, the intensely realistic sensation igniting their fears. Lu Su glanced around, dismissing their distress. Their skill levels were evidently quite limited, rendering them inconsequential as either foes or allies. Welcome to the game. Unfortunately, you have been selected for Hell mode, but simultaneously, you are fortunate. Beneath each of you is a platform, and beneath that, the lava continues to rise. You must extricate yourselves promptly. Otherwise, the consequences may be dire. The mechanical voice echoed ominously within the infernal furnace. Suddenly, amidst the 10 individuals, a rope descended, affixed to a rusted saw, its blade marred by deep gashes and stained with crimson rust. Gazing upon this dreadful implement, coupled with the encroaching magma beneath, an immediate understanding dawned upon the group regarding the true meaning of escape. An overwhelming chill surged through their hearts, save for one. Chapter 8, Hellish Difficulty. The influence of greed. Lu Che regarded the suspended saw with a singular thought. Ah, the agony points have arrived. The realms of reality and the gaming world were interconnected, yet in the real world, injuries necessitated hospital visits, with severe cases potentially leading to disability. However, within the game, he was acutely aware that achieving the conditions for a perfect clearance would grant him free healing for all injuries, a compelling reason for his participation. The risks were substantial, yet the potential rewards for him were unparalleled. What does this mean? Is this what you call a game? No one informed me of this before. This is sheer deception. I will report you. As the cries and laments echoed in his ears, Lu Che felt a sense of numbness wash over him, turning to the woman beside him, who was wailing and lamenting. Report? To whom would you make such a complaint? Uncertain of the circumstances surrounding him, Lu Su had long anticipated that the onset of the game would attract players lacking discernment, yet the sheer magnitude of incompetence he witnessed exceeded his expectations. He activated his personal live streaming screen to ascertain information about the other 9 participants. To his surprise, he discovered an unusually high number of viewers fixated on him. Is this the perspective of a player achieving flawless completion? I specifically wish to gauge the prowess of seasoned players. This scene is somewhat terrifying. I have never witnessed anything like it before. Fortunately, I decided to observe first and see what games are being offered. It seems I shall remain a spectator after all. Among the other 9, I noted that only 3 are seasoned players. The rest are participants experiencing the game for the first time. It appears that this individual is indeed the one who has achieved flawless completion. It dawned on Lu Su that while their live broadcasts were randomly assigned, they could also be searched and categorized. If this were the case, those who had achieved flawless completion would soon find themselves basking in the spotlight. This reality might not necessarily be a blessing. The world would never idly permit a solitary individual to wield superhuman power. Thankfully, he had chosen to wear a mask. Nonetheless, his personality and habitual mannerisms could still be discerned by those with intent. I want to quit. I want to quit. I refuse to saw off my own leg. Let me exit. I no longer wish to play. Throughout Lu Su's observations, the woman beside him continued to weep profusely, clearly unable to confront the harshness of reality. What surprised Lu Su was that there indeed came a response from the sky. A mechanical voice echoed, announcing, "The store system will soon be activated. During the preparation phase of the game, you may purchase exit tokens, which allow for a forced exit midway. Once an exit token is used, the qualification for the game will be permanently forfeited. During the game, access to the mall is prohibited." Exit tokens. Such a thing exists? Lu Su pondered internally, yet outwardly he revealed nothing. At this moment, he had already devised a plan to exploit the pain value. What does it mean that one cannot exit? The magma was rising, and I felt quite dizzy. Release me. Amidst the continuous sharp cries from the woman, a sudden metallic scraping sound pierced through the air, disrupting the chaos and despair, instantly capturing the attention of the other 9 individuals. Above the molten rock, a chain began to thrash violently, the creaking sound abruptly silencing all the clamor. The chain binding Lu Su's right leg was now thrashing in the air, and Lu Su, like a nimble monkey, swung about. With a sharp snap, Lu Su forcefully grasped the rusted saw that hung in the air. The quality of the iron chain is quite commendable. Despite its thrashing, it shows no signs of loosening. After yanking the saw down, Lu Su's relaxed voice resonated within the confined space, causing the 9 others to widen their eyes in shock, staring incredulously at him, the first to take action. Has he lost his mind? Is he really going to saw off his leg with that rusted saw? To speak candidly, my dear brothers, it is indeed a testament to your generosity that you refrain from seizing this singular tool, thereby allowing me to obtain it. Resorting to the cliché tactic of severing one's own limb for survival is rather worn. I must ask, have you truly compensated for the rights to saw? With a saw in hand, Lu Su remains unhurried, engaging in idle chatter amidst the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. This inexplicable sense of ease raises considerable doubt among the onlookers as to whether he truly comprehends that his current predicament necessitates the drastic measure of amputating his own leg for survival. From the outset of his utterance, Lu Su has been acutely aware of a particular dilemma. This is not entirely representative of his true character. His current mental state resembles that of a person partially intoxicated, capable of maintaining coherent control, yet subconsciously inclined to utter nonsensical phrases incongruent with his usual demeanor. This, perhaps, is the effect of the mask of original sin adorning his visage, exaggerating the inherent traits of his humanity while simultaneously bestowing certain advantages. Lusu finds himself reluctant to impose excessive restraint upon his nature. Qualities such as greed, loquacity, and cunning are precisely what he requires in the face of this brutal game. Furthermore, in the days to come, he can leverage these traits to ensure that the audience observing his every move cannot easily conflate his persona within the game with his true self. He is keen to discern the enhancements granted by adopting a greedy disposition. It appears that the first step has indeed been taken. In the sweltering air, that mechanical sound emerged once again, yet this time it bore an unsettling semblance of humanity. Merely acquiring a saw, however, does not equate to a successful escape. I am aware, it is simply a matter of sawing off a leg, nothing too daunting, as this is not my first experience with such a task. I find the game lacking in both amusement and a sense of exploration. It truly feels devoid of interest. Lusu continued, his tone nearly dripping with maniacal glee. After all, I am the first to seize the saw. Shouldn't there be some form of reward? Lusu finally revealed his predatory nature, his blue mask concealing a sinister ambition and insatiable greed. The other 9 contestants remained silent, observing the figure suspended before them, bartering amidst the terror of the scene, as if he alone retained a playful spirit in this grim game. Naturally, the game is rife with hidden achievements and unique rewards awaiting discovery, though they require players to embark on their own explorations. Enough of this pettiness, why not disclose something? I merely inquired about the consequences should one saw off their leg and still fail to escape. I am quite skeptical. If I were to inadvertently lose my leg and tumble into the lava, what then? That will not occur. Such is not the nature of the game. The platform beneath your feet possesses elasticity. As long as you extricate yourself before the lava engulfs it, there shall be no issue. So, to clarify, sawing off a leg is the key to freedom, correct? Indeed. Upon the azure mask, a shimmering light revolved, forming a visage that resembled a victorious grin, as if a cunning plot had come to fruition. A cold glint flashed, and a rusty saw was pressed against his leg, ready to commence the gruesome task. Yet, bound by iron chains, it was his right ankle that was ensnared. The limb he was about to sever was the left one. Chapter 9. The Pinnacle of Greed. Seeking wealth and death. What sound accompanies the metallic gnashing through flesh? The answer is silence, before the saw encounters true resistance. There exists only the tactile sensation of leather rubbing against leather, as if 2 hides were being forcefully ground together, one threatening to be utterly torn asunder. Against the already crimson backdrop of this volcanic hell, the leg instantaneously deepened in hue. The world seemed to pause for a fleeting moment, akin to a still frame in a black and white silent film, with only the sizzle of a steak frying resonating through the air. A piercing scream erupted, yet it was not the voice of Lu Su, but rather that of the woman suspended nearby. Lu Su remained unperturbed, while her cries transformed into a cacophony akin to that of a slaughtered pig. What are you doing? Stay away from me. Entering with a playful demeanor. She had never witnessed such a scene. Could one truly saw without hesitation? Observing the masked figure beside her, she began to thrash violently in midair, her words tumbling into incoherence as fear completely consumed her rationality, her psyche teetering on the brink of collapse. Chosen of Suffering, Pain Value 3. Chosen of Suffering. Pain Value 2. The relentless influx of pain values brought Lu Su unexpected delight, yet the woman's pig-like wails rendered him momentarily speechless. He gazed silently at the woman and remarked, I must ask, why are you making such a fuss? It's not as though I'm sawing off your leg. Besides, you will still have to endure it soon enough. Consider this a preliminary experience that might benefit you later. Or do you wish to try it out now? With that, Lu Su extended the saw towards her, as if issuing an invitation. Upon seeing the blood-soaked hand gripping the saw, the woman fell silent, her fear overwhelming her, and she fainted on the spot, overcome by the sheer horror of the twisted scenario. She could only wish to awaken from this nightmare, longing for the moment to discover it was all but a dream. Truly, it would have been considerate to provide some psychological preparation before entering this ordeal. Lu Su, having inadvertently rendered a bystander unconscious, resumed his grim task of severing his own leg. The act of self-amputation, while excruciatingly painful, also inflicted a profound psychological torment, a form of spiritual flaying. Yet, the original sin of his greed-driven mask dulled even this psychological burden. As long as he witnessed the increment of his pain value and secured his gains, the seemingly trivial cost of suffering was easily dismissed. As the saying goes, when profits reach 50, people are willing to take risks. When profits reach 100, they dare to trample upon all laws. When profits soar to 300, They are prepared to gamble with their very lives. For Lu Su, even a mere 1%, or the slightest possibility of gain, was sufficient to compel him to risk everything. His insatiable greed rendered him immensely exhilarated by the thrill of dancing on the edge of a blade, seeking fortune amidst peril. The sensation was enough to drive one to madness. The saw had already penetrated halfway, and apart from the woman beside him, the other participants wore pale expressions. Who could remain unperturbed by such an excessively graphic scene, especially with the masked fiend before them, sawing away at himself without uttering a single sound of agony, occasionally letting out a laugh that sent chills down their spines? It truly felt as though they were descending into hell. "Brother, you are formidable," casually entering this game. "We may have been rather overconfident." On the other side, a man, his face ashen, spoke to Lu Su. Yet, according to the spectators, he was also someone who had previously participated in a novice game and emerged victorious. When it is time to sever, one must do so decisively. Choosing to sever a leg first is impressive. Your score and ranking in your inaugural game should be commendable. But look at you. You are currently sawing your left leg. Oh, Lu Su glanced at his mangled left leg. Is there a problem? The iron shackles are bound to your right foot. What good does it do to saw at your left leg? I wish to saw. Is that not permissible? Lu Su swayed defiantly, then shouted into the void. Who decreed that one must saw their right leg? I simply want to saw my left leg. Is that so unacceptable? This time, Lu Su's outburst was directed at the entity that had previously engaged with the participants, akin to a game organizer. However, the mechanical voice that had appeared several times before did not resound again. Lu Su remained unfazed, viewing his own strategy as merely a gamble, whether he won or lost. He still had the ever-increasing pain points to rely upon, did he not? The other players surrounding him turned their gazes away, their eyes filled with despair. One individual had fainted from fear, while another appeared to be a rather dim-witted psychopath. If they were granted the chance to survive, they would undoubtedly avoid participating in such a life-threatening game again. It was not only them. The selected individuals who were currently spectators unanimously acknowledged the correctness of their choices. Is this truly the game of hellish difficulty? Thankfully, I did not partake. How terrifying. Are all the flawless victors such lunatics? Encountering such an extreme game, only a madman could remain so composed while sawing off a leg. Yet, it proves futile. Though ruthless, his intellect seems rather lacking. Most spectators gazed upon Lu Su, the perfect conqueror, reflecting on the chilling scene before them, lamenting his courage devoid of strategy. However, among the onlookers were those who were not merely passive observers. Some astute individuals sought to gather intelligence for future considerations and discerned Lu Su's true intent. A spectator named Blank, at that moment, contributed his insights in Lu Su's live stream. Blank. Surely, you do not believe that the flawless victors are truly foolish enough to saw off their own legs incorrectly, do you? Blank. If I am not mistaken, he is engaging in a game of wits with the rules of this game. Do you recall what he said earlier? In a previous conversation, he inquired about the potential consequences of severing his leg without the possibility of rescue, illustrating his point with the example of accidentally plunging into molten lava. His true intent was to explore all conceivable outcomes of amputating his leg. Yet he deliberately diverted the discussion towards trivial matters. Ultimately, in a seemingly casual yet frenzied manner, he asked whether amputation necessarily guarantees salvation. This was the moment when his underlying motives became evident. There exist numerous methods for amputation, including the option of not severing the trapped limb. The organizer, having been misled earlier, unwittingly provided an affirmative response. This, indeed, elucidates his rationale for amputating his left leg. Although it was merely a linguistic exercise, he executed it without hesitation, driven by the prospect of potential benefits. Truly, every player who achieves flawless completion is a creature of relentless self-interest, disregarding pain and the condition of their own limbs. Chapter 10. Fear can cloud your judgment. Let's discuss the price. From the very beginning of the game, this individual harbored no fear in his mind. The rusty saw and the searing lava were of no concern to him. His singular focus was on how to maximize his benefits within the game. The individual known as Blank spoke intermittently, his words lacking coherence, as though he were contemplating even as he articulated his thoughts. However, once his words appeared on the screen, the barrage of comments significantly diminished, indicating that the audience was engrossed in his analysis. Initially, they had merely been spectators, but his insights prompted them to realize that their previous observations had been superficial. Was he a comrade? Why did everyone seem so oblivious while he stood apart? Naturally, Such analytical discourse would incite dissent, as there are always those reluctant to acknowledge their own ignorance. Following Blank's remarks, dissenters quickly emerged, asserting, "How can you be so certain your interpretation is accurate? Perhaps this is merely the ramblings of a madman." Indeed. And should the voice of the organizer resemble an automated machine? How could there be any linguistic discrepancies unless someone is manipulating the situation? Listening to these obstinate retorts, Blank felt no inclination to engage. In the tangible world, he was astounded, fixated on the screen, meticulously analyzing every move made by Lu Su through a real-time recording. This opportunity to alter one's destiny and acquire extraordinary abilities was not one he intended to forfeit. He was determined to become a player himself. Yet, he was wary of becoming a mere test subject and resolved to gather intelligence first, examining the game mechanics and the strategies employed by top players in the world, preparing thoroughly before he ventured in. To my astonishment, I encountered such a heavyweight in the realm of players. I must find a way to become acquainted and cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Contemplating this, I casually replied on the screen, "Feel free to think what you will. Truth be told, I am uncertain whether I have grasped the entirety of this esteemed individual's plans. I shall simply observe how the situation unfolds." The live stream was abuzz with varying opinions. However, Lu Su, after a mere glance at the commotion, chose to immerse himself solely in his work. At that moment, he was still engaged in the act of sawing off his leg. It resembled the completion of a particularly satisfying task, or perhaps an intriguing form of entertainment. As he exhibited no sense of urgency, he was accumulating pain points. From the outset until now, he had amassed over 20 points, and for the first time, Lu Su felt a profound appreciation for the utility of his leg. As long as he could achieve a flawless completion, everything else was inconsequential. With the pain points steadily on the rise, the significance of his leg seemed trivial. Such an opportunity was rare outside this realm. He experienced no physical discomfort nor psychological burden, yet his actions were torturing those around him. The woman who had fainted earlier had now regained consciousness, only to succumb to violent retching. The others fared no better, most of them drenched in sweat, their faces ashen, turning their heads away to avoid witnessing Lu Su's ordeal. The sweltering environment, the harrowing test of survival, the unbearable agony before them, and the grotesque presence of another player rendered them as if they had truly descended into hell. Pain chosen. Pain points 1. As time progressed, Lu Su realized that the pain value was no longer increasing significantly. Its growth had slowed to an almost negligible rate. It was then that he acknowledged the act of sawing off his leg had nearly reached its conclusion. With a lingering sense of yearning, he proceeded to sever his left leg. Holding the bloodied appendage in his hand, he scrutinized it for a few moments before murmuring, "Surely, such an act will yield some additional benefits. The regeneration of severed limbs must require superior, higher-grade potions, wouldn't you agree?" With that, he casually discarded the mangled remnant of his leg into the molten lava below. I've severed it. Are you still there?" Was it said that severing a limb would lead to liberation? His voice, imbued with a reckless provocation, resonated throughout the space, presenting his terms to the sovereign of this realm. Yet, there was no response. Just when Lu Su believed this endeavor might have been in vain, that chilling mechanical voice echoed once more from above. However, this time, it bore an icy demeanor, devoid of the previous semblance of humanity. It now resembled a mere machine. The relevant entry rules have been restored. Player Lu Su has successfully exploited a system loophole, earning the badge system attacker, Epic. Related rewards will be calculated collectively at the conclusion of the game. The mechanical voice referred to Lu Su in a vague manner. Apart from himself, no one else could discern a clear designation. After the rewards were dispensed, there were no further words exchanged. As if there was a concern about being ensnared in another of Lu Su's elaborate dialogues. Lu Su, however, remained unfazed, his mask reflecting a radiant smile, while his entire being hung suspended in the air as he stretched languidly. It was tolerable, not overly stingy. Within the magma cavern, the only sound that remained was the bubbling of the molten rock, while the others stood in a state of stupor. No one had anticipated that the figure before them was not a foolhardy masochist, but rather a madman willing to employ any means for personal gain. To encounter such a scenario and such a player on one's first foray into the game, the live stream had long since erupted with excitement, as everyone recalled the analysis by a person named Blank, leaving them with a profound sense of speechlessness. In that moment, accolades flowed incessantly. Yet, gazing upon the gruesome, severed limb, few felt admiration. Instead, There was a palpable sense of awe and dread. Lu Su paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. After catching his breath, he did not hasten to escape, but instead spoke again. To be honest, I do not understand why you all remain oblivious to the situation. Upon hearing his words, the other 9 players were momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp his meaning. You truly disregard life and death, do you? Have you not realized that the magma is rising? What is this thing? Tell me, Lu Su said, shaking the saw in his hand. Do you not perceive this as a source of suffering and torment? If we were to view our current situation as a game, this would be the ultimate tool for progression. Presently, this singular artifact of advancement lies within my grasp, and not a soul attempted to seize it when I acquired it. Out of fear, everyone recoils from this saw. Do not succumb to fear, for it will cloud your judgment. This so-called hellish game, progressing so smoothly, seems rather excessive. I hope such opportunities arise again in the future. Ever since donning the mask of greed, Lu Su has not only become insatiably covetous, but has also grown somewhat loquacious. Yet amidst his incessant chatter, the other players feel an inexplicable chill, even with the ambient temperature soaring above 50 degrees Celsius. Enough idle talk. Lu Su whimsically twirled the saw in his hand. Now, does anyone still wish to sever a limb? Come, let us discuss the price. Chapter 11. The Malice of Humanity. A sudden outburst of violence as Lu Su's words echoed. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, their faces reflecting a tumultuous blend of fear and uncertainty as they gazed at his swaying figure. Meanwhile, in the real world, a figure named Kong Bai, who had been meticulously observing Lu Su's every move, slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming with excitement, "Damn! I knew it would come to this." The prior tests, beyond merely maximizing profit, harbored many deeper implications, including the exploration of the rules governing this game. One is compelled to ponder what entity orchestrates its sudden emergence: a machine, an omnipotent deity, or perhaps an extraterrestrial civilization. Such probing holds paramount significance for the entire world, yet the powerful can execute it insidiously, even securing personal advantages in the process. Moreover, their prior ruthless tactics serve to intimidate other competitors, effectively coercing them at this juncture. With clenched teeth, Blank meticulously organized his thoughts, his excitement surging with each reflection. He perceived no fault in this extreme avarice, as the world underwent such a profound transformation. Where life and death are fated and wealth is divine, the strong must inevitably resort to unscrupulous means to fortify themselves in the early stages of the game. However, as he began to type on the live stream screen of this game, he gradually lowered his hands. He was confronted with the overwhelming commentary of the majority, along with their currently revealed psychological states. This is extortion. Honestly, in such circumstances, shouldn't we assist one another? The leg saw incident was already tragic. Amidst this atmosphere of terror, to further undermine others feels rather unnecessary. Impressive yet insane. I just hope to avoid encountering such individuals in the game. Beyond these altruistic sentiments, the remainder of the comments consisted of mere bravado, akin to the fervent reactions one might witness while watching an American blockbuster. Either they were inexplicably enveloped in bizarre emotions, or they genuinely perceived themselves as mere spectators. It seems that people have forgotten that they, as spectators, are also chosen ones. Equally endowed with the opportunity to partake in this game, they're all insiders. The world has transformed in an instant. Yet the mindset of the people has not adapted accordingly. In a moment of contemplation, the desire to send barrage messages was relinquished, and the focus shifted away from communicating with these infants to the internal scenes of the game. What do you mean? What do you mean by negotiating the price? Nearby, the woman who had been the loudest suddenly cast a gaze filled with animosity towards Lu Su, her eyes fixed on him with intensity. The implication was clear. If you don't pay, I want to provide the saw. What's the matter? Lu Su calmly turned his head, addressing her. Do you even have a conscience? You earn money from this. You heartless wretch. I want to withdraw. I refuse to continue playing this game. Why should one be compelled to play indefinitely upon entry? Why do the organizers of this game scarcely respond to us? Yet they reply to you? How can you so easily sever your own leg? I suspect you are all in cahoots. This is nothing short of a conspiracy. Look, he is not an exceptional player at all. He is clearly in league with the puppeteers of this game. Perhaps it was the overwhelming pressure on her psyche that drove the woman to this point. She began to unleash her fury, her fear and suffering morphing into a torrent of rage directed at Lu Su. The entire figure writhed violently, the chains clanking in response. Observing her frenzied demeanor, Lu Su felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. Indeed, you are correct. I am one of them. I am, in fact, an NPC within this game, not a player. I lack the sensation of pain. I can saw as I please, here solely to torment you normal players. What do you intend to do about it? At that moment, the blue greedy mask shimmered, forming a large, comical smile, as if mocking her adversary. Lu Su understood that this malicious woman was merely a magnification of human nature. He donned a mask of greed, while she likely wore the mask forged from years of a life of comfort. The weak strike out against the weaker. In this bizarre world of the game, no matter how strong one may appear, they will always seem relatively weaker. Thus, her emotional collapse required an outlet, and he became that outlet, even if he appeared terrifying. Possessing the power to eliminate her, years of social conditioning had led her to believe that provoking a being like him would bear no consequences. Her methods were similarly crude, relying on loud proclamations, defamation, manipulation of public sentiment, and isolation. Yet, the world had changed, and still, some remained oblivious to this reality. Lu Su regarded her with amusement. Even if he admitted the truth, even if he were slandered, even if he truly became an enemy to all of you, what would it matter? Lu Su's complete acquiescence to the situation left the woman momentarily speechless, a muffled sound escaping her throat as her complexion flushed a deep crimson. It was unclear whether the heat was from the environment or if she was suffocating under the weight of her own emotions. The magma continued to rise, after all. Lu Su swung his foot through the air as if on a swing, casually brandishing a saw in his hand, as though he might toss it aside at any moment. How much do you want? At last, someone spoke up, and Lu Su thought there still existed a semblance of clarity among them, glancing back to identify the speaker. What I seek is not money, but... Yet, before the thought could fully form, he turned around and was met with a flash of crimson light. Opposite him, a man wielding chains swung towards him with force, a dagger measuring over a foot in length glinting menacingly in his grip. It was evident that this dagger was no ordinary weapon, but rather a prop from some game. The man's eyes gleamed with ferocity, and in an instant, as Lu Su turned, the blade was already upon him. A deadly strike aimed for his throat. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of friction, blood splattered. What should have been a fatal blow was thwarted by Lu Su, who instinctively twisted to intercept it with his clavicle. The blade lodged firmly within the bone. Unable to move, the expression on the blue mask remained unchanged, even as the smiling mouth seemed to stretch wider, reaching the corners of the mask. Chosen of pain. Pain value 5. To his astonishment, such an unexpected surprise emerged at this critical moment. Kill him. Quickly. Kill him. The woman beside him began to writhe violently, exclaiming with excitement. The man, his eyes glinting with ferocity, prepared to press his advantage, believing he had struck a decisive blow. Yet, in an instant, the commotion ceased, and the woman's ecstatic cries were abruptly stifled in her throat. A line of crimson appeared upon the man's neck as Lu Su, with a casual flick of his saw, executed a maneuver so swift that it was barely perceptible to the onlookers. The air was left resonating with the chilling sound of slicing wind. Alas, such a pity. Opportunities are fleeting. Chapter 12. A noteworthy scene. He ought to thank us for the severed leg. As the words fell from his lips, the man across from him, gripping the knife, found his right hand slackening in surrender. His eyes widened in horror, hands clutching his throat as blood gushed forth like a deluge, impossible to contain. Within mere seconds, the suspended man transformed into a grotesque figure, bloodied and lifeless, as the intense heat rapidly congealed the flowing crimson. His body convulsed twice in the air before falling silent. Dead. Witnessing such a brutal murder jolted everyone back to reality. Lu Su found the scene rather amusing. Gazing at the perfectly roasted body, he felt compelled to share a dark jest. This red-skinned duck was quite the costume, and truth be told, it resembled a hanging roast. In fact, under the influence of the greedy mask, he should have capitalized on this audacious assailant to accumulate more pain points. However, he did not act thus. The thoughts etched in his mind had become indelibly firm. Never relinquish the chance to survive to another. When faced with the intent to kill, there would be no unnecessary words. He retrieved the dagger from his shoulder and gazed at the weapon description that materialized before him. Sharp blade, exquisite weapon. Effect, armor-piercing. When the wielder attacks, it unleashes threefold strength, limited by a cap, which must be discovered independently. Description, when uncertain of action, simply plunge it in. Lu Su pondered. Is there something slightly amiss with this description? An exquisite weapon. It seems the classification isn't particularly high, but certainly better than having none. With that thought, Lusa tossed the dagger into his backpack, claiming it as spoils. Furthermore, if categorized thus, the mask upon his face appears not to be a weapon, but rather a sequentially sealed object. It seems to be a unique item in its own right. Casting a glance around, he noticed not a single soul dared to meet the gaze of the deep blue mask. In realms untouched by the laws of human-made order, violence remains the most persuasive language. Well then, it has come to this. Let us set a price. At last, the first astute individual spoke, and Lucid turned his attention towards him. I know that players like you do not seek currency. You desire leverage within this game, correct? In my initial foray, I earned a reward of 500 points, and with my commendable performance, the guide bestowed upon me an additional 300 points. I shall relinquish all these points to you. Please assist me in extricating myself from this predicament. It is evident that those who have previously triumphed in games possess significantly superior psychological resilience. However, the subsequent words of Lu Su nearly caused him to choke in disbelief. 800? Is that truly all the points you possess? The crowd reacted in astonishment. What nonsense are you uttering? 800 points is quite substantial. What are you even saying? This is all my points, and the game has only just commenced. Who could possibly have more? Did your guide not inform you of the circumstances? Lu Su replied. My guide. Would you believe me if I said I had eliminated him? My reward was a staggering 3,000 points. Very well. Since this is a modest venture and you are my inaugural client, I shall acquiesce. Lu Su consented to the other's trade request. Furthermore, considering you are indeed my first customer, I shall grant you a small benefit. What? The other party was momentarily taken aback, as the thought of severing one's own limb was daunting, and he was not yet mentally prepared for it, his teeth trembling slightly. Lu Su merely summoned his personal game panel. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Speed, 10. Luck, 3. Spirit, 0. Bonus medal, Godslayer, Legendary. System Attacker, Epic. Current pain points, 28. From the instant Lu Su entered the game, he realized the paramount significance of his pain points enhancement. The values displayed on this personal panel could typically only be augmented by players through fortuitous encounters or special items within the game. However, Lu Su had the extraordinary ability to increase them directly. Strength, agility, and speed are all options with a ratio of 1:2 for allocation, while luck has a ratio of 1:5, and spirit is at 1:10. To maximize his existing abilities, Lu Su scarcely hesitated, directing all his points into the strength category. The enhancement in strength surged from 10 to 24. This magnitude already surpasses human standards, and now it has more than doubled. Gripping the saw tightly, the wooden handle creaked ominously, as if it might shatter at any moment. The inflation of strength brought with it a swelling of the psyche. Gazing at his not particularly robust arms, Lu Su felt as though a green giant resided within him. What do you mean? The transaction had been completed. Yet the man across from Lu Su, witnessing the sudden bulging veins and his right hand's iron grip on the saw, felt an unsettling fear wash over him despite the grotesque expression on his mask. Nothing. Being in the service industry. I shall personally assist you in sawing off your leg. The man gasped in horror. No, don't. Stay away from me. That wasn't part of our agreement. He began to thrash violently, the courage and resolve he had painstakingly mustered dissipating in an instant. You want me to saw it off? You might as well just let me die. This is akin to torturing me like before. I can't endure it. Fear not. I am a conscientious merchant. How could I harm you? I merely wish to conduct an experiment. Amidst the desperate struggles of his opponent, a glint of ferocity flickered in Lu Su's eyes, and the shape of his mask transformed into a remarkably anthropomorphic exclamation mark. With a swift motion, he wielded the saw in his right hand. The speed was such that it seemed to conjure echoes of thunder. Crack! The crisp sound resonated like a butcher cleaving ribs upon a cutting board. The once rusted blade, propelled by an immense velocity, became a most formidable cutting instrument. A figure plummeted to the platform below, landing with a dull thud. It was only upon freeing himself that the man, who had lost his leg, comprehended the finality of his situation. The pain surged forth thereafter, following a harrowing scream. He clutched his severed leg, writhing in agony, and despite the sweat pouring down his brow, he stifled the torment. Raising the detached limb, he pressed firmly upon his blood vessels to stave off excessive bleeding. A grimace, more grotesque than a cry, contorted his face as he offered a thumbs up to Lu Su, who still hovered in the air, his voice trembling as he uttered, Thank you, esteemed one. This expression of gratitude was genuine. Although he had made a choice in the face of life and death, He truly doubted his capacity to endure the excruciating pain of sawing through his own leg with a rusted tool. Lu Su's almost divine maneuver left him feeling that his prior efforts had not been in vain. At the very least, he had preserved his life. Look at this predicament, he mused. I even owe him my thanks. Chapter 13. The Frenzied Bidding. She had ample time for regret having concluded his banter. Lu Su, satisfied with his newfound strength, returned the gesture of a thumbs up to the unfortunate man whose leg he had severed. He seemed oblivious to any sense of wrongness, having already experienced a superhuman strength and developed a psychological awareness of the impending changes in the world. However, others harbored a different perspective. As they watched his live stream, the atmosphere erupted. The intensity of their emotions surpassed even the shocking spectacle of witnessing Lu Su's gruesome self-mutilation with a rusty saw. After all, for them, it was the first time they had witnessed someone genuinely harnessing supernatural powers. The allure of primal strength always reigned supreme, far exceeding the temptations of wealth and authority. Wow, what have I just witnessed? Surely, I wasn't hallucinating. That has to be a superpower, right? What kind of force is that? Severing a leg with a rusty saw? I might have spoken too loudly. You're incredible. Is there a chance to connect with you? It seems you rarely watch your own live streams. Is this not the true charm of the game? If it involves superpowers, I would love to give it a try. If it's reckless, then so be it. I just visited other players' live streams, and most didn't encounter such brutality. It seems this individual merely stumbled upon a hellishly difficult game instance. Fortune favors the bold. Stop boasting. Would you dare saw your own leg? The live stream room instantly transformed into a fervent spectacle. Those who previously held themselves aloof as mere spectators now found themselves restless, casting aside their earlier fears and myriad emotions. Some individuals have begun to seek contact information for Lu Su, eager to engage with him in the real world. There are even claims that the CEO of a Fortune 500 company is attempting to recruit Lu Su under his banner. Blank sat before the screen, shaking his head in silence. People have gradually begun to comprehend the gravity of the situation. However, this is merely the beginning. Lu Su is still fortunate, possessing superhuman abilities that, while extraordinary, remain human in form. When he takes to the skies or commands the elements, that will be the moment when the masses truly descend into madness. Amidst the fervent praise and enthusiasm, someone finally discerned the anomaly. Wait, don't you all find something amiss? They questioned. He clearly possesses the ability to sever his own leg in an instant. Why did he saw through it painstakingly before? The barrage of comments abruptly halted. Upon the emergence of this seemingly innocuous inquiry, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, why would he choose such an arduous method? I could undergo a painless procedure, yet I opt for self-inflicted torment? Previously, Blank and others could rationalize Lu Su's actions, but this inexplicable contradiction left everyone bewildered. A myriad of analytical minds, akin to Blank, sat before their screens attempting to concoct 1,000 justifications for Lu Su's self-destructive tendencies. Yet none could reconcile the reason behind his inexplicable cruelty to himself. Could it be that he is truly a masochist? Or is there a flaw in his reasoning? How could it be? A flawless player, a master of the game, how could he possibly be mentally unstable? There must be a deeper meaning that we have yet to comprehend. Further analysis is required. The profundity of Lu Su's intentions remains eternally elusive to them. After all, he truly seeks only a measure of suffering points. Below, the first person to be rescued has inexplicably vanished, leaving us to ponder whether this signifies the conclusion of the game. Nevertheless, his disappearance has ignited a fervent excitement among those still suspended. Lu Su is yet to speak. Yet the voices of the remaining players have begun to cascade one after another. Master, look over here. I am willing to make an offer. I have 200 points and a basic weapon, all acquired in the initial phase of the game, which I can offer you. Just come and sever my leg. Help me, and I shall reward you handsomely with a substantial sum of money. You can fill in the checkbook yourself. Come, cut my leg. We are all compatriots. Lend me your aid. The players, who had previously been too fearful to utter a word, now find themselves invigorated by the prospect of such a painless solution. And one by one, they begin to bid for the opportunity to have their legs severed. In this day and age, the act of amputating another's limb has become a commodity for auction. The broken window theory remains timeless. Had one suggested the idea of undergoing surgery without anesthesia to any individual in ordinary circumstances, it would have been met with outright rejection. Yet now, after the rusty saw has been at work on Lu Su's leg for over 10 minutes, the onlookers suddenly perceive the prospect of having their own legs removed as an exquisite liberation. Observing the frenzied rush of the crowd, Lu Su, surprisingly, did not decline. He merely awaited their inflated offers. After all, those who participated in the initial game but failed to complete it still accrued some points. And others had entered into internal agreements to transfer their game points to Lu Su. Empowered by the mask of greed, he transformed into the ruthless Lu Ba Pai. Unburdened by any psychological constraints, he would sever limbs without hesitation, provided the payment was forthcoming. Ultimately, he acquired an unfamiliar game item, along with several game points and promises of rewards upon completion, as he hacked away at the legs one by one. If this were in Japan, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a master of limb severance. Amidst the cacophony of anguished screams, only 4 individuals remained suspended in the air. 2 appeared utterly paralyzed by fear, seemingly having relinquished all hope of survival. Lu Su paid them no mind, as their fate was of no concern to him. One former victor cast him a final glance before abruptly vanishing, likely having utilized a withdrawal token from a previous reward. Finally, Lu Su turned his attention once more to the woman beside him, who had been incessantly shouting, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, and who frequently resorted to insults directed at him. At that moment, she had fallen silent for a considerable time. Upon noticing Lu Su's gaze return to her, despite her trembling in terror, she mustered the audacity to speak again. "I warn you, if someone like you." However, this time, Lu Su could not be bothered to listen to her words. With a swift flash of the blade, he severed his own bound leg, his body subsequently plummeting onto the platform below. Reaching out to touch the edge of the platform, he smiled at the ethereal woman in the air and said, "Lava is almost here." With that, Lu Su's figure vanished. In the span of mere breaths, the lava engulfed the platform. In the fleeting moments of his last gaze, Lu Su observed that the woman finally awakened at the last moment, emitting a piercing shriek as she desperately reached for the swaying saw in the air, followed by a chilling cry. Yet, it was too late. The lava had consumed the platform, but it had not yet claimed her. She still had ample time to regret. Yet the opportunity had slipped away. It is folly that leads to death. Chapter 14. The Ritual of Spoils. Perfectly cleared players exposed. Whether that woman would ultimately regret her choices, whether her heart would be rent with anguish, was no longer a concern for Lu Su. Now, a hint of regret stirred within him. Perhaps it was the insatiable greed that arose as he realized the game was nearing its conclusion, leaving him feeling that his rewards were somewhat meager. Was this the extent of the punishment for the sawing of limbs? Shouldn't it involve multiple tortures? A relentless cycle of agony and torment? Such a hellish difficulty seemed to lack imagination. It was hardly perverse enough. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the familiar sensation of data flow did not materialize. Clearly, upon disappearing from the platform, there was no immediate game conclusion. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an exceedingly bright space. The 4 individuals he had previously rescued now sat in terror, anxiously surveying their surroundings. The game was not over yet. The torment, reminiscent of hell itself, seems to linger on, as they emerged in a state of exuberance, believing they had finally reached the end. Reality dealt them a staggering blow. Upon Lu Su's exit, 4 pairs of eyes turned toward him in unison, indicating that this game awaited the full assembly of participants. Each individual found themselves firmly secured to a chair, arranged in the shape of a regular pentagon, while at the center stood a towering pentagonal column, its depths shrouded in an unfathomable emptiness, leaving its purpose a mystery. In stark contrast to the others, Lu Su felt a peculiar sense of joy at the realization that the game was far from over. After all, as long as the game continued, there remained opportunities for gain. His mindset was evidently distinct. Having navigated the previous challenges, he had become somewhat exhilarated by the experience. Gently patting the mask that perpetually displayed a smile, Lu Su mused to himself, "I had a hunch it wouldn't be so unimaginative. The game ought to be more twisted." He reminded himself to maintain control. Despite reveling in the thrill of his achievements, Lu Su was mindful not to succumb entirely to the rhythm dictated by the mask. The mask merely amplified his corresponding emotions. He must not allow it to govern him completely. "All personnel have arrived. We welcome you, conquerors of the hellish game." Following Lu Su's emergence, the mechanical voice, which had been absent for a time, reappeared in the space. Upon its arrival, the other 4 individuals even shivered, unsure if it was from pain. "You seem to be quite pleased." This defies logic. Suddenly, the tone of the voice shifted, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned before they realized it was directed at Lu Su. The controller of this game was actively engaging with a player. Lu Su raised his head, glanced around, and inquired, "Is that so? That sounds rather good. So, what rewards are there?" "What the hell? Rewards? Are you addicted to milking the system? This is a game of hellish difficulty, not a stroll in the park. With this simple remark, Lusa managed to breach the defenses of the game's controlling voice, leaving it momentarily speechless. Subsequently, the lights surrounding the 5 individuals dimmed abruptly, casting an eerie and desolate atmosphere. A sharp, peculiar sound pierced the silence, and amidst the crowd's bewildered expressions, the enormous barrel-shaped space began to slowly rise with black water. Upon closer inspection, someone gasped in horror. It was not black water at all, but an unfathomable swarm of insects, their numbers staggering. They surged upwards in a relentless tide, one atop another, emerging from some unseen source. Moreover, these creatures were unlike any typically encountered. Each appeared grotesquely repulsive. Some resembled scorpions, yet each measured nearly half a meter in length. Others were covered in barbs, their long tongues writhing incessantly. There were also soft-bodied worms that twisted continuously, some even being crushed to the point of bursting, oozing a thick, viscous soup. Within the vast, barrel-shaped expanse, a relentless accumulation of insects soared to alarming heights. Their incessant chirping and chittering resonating throughout the space, inducing a wave of nausea in all who beheld them. Before long, the cylindrical area before us was utterly filled. This colossal pillar, measuring 5 meters in diameter and towering at least 10 meters high, was entirely packed with these creatures. A cursory estimation suggested that the number of insects inhabiting this anomalous realm exceeded a staggering 100 million. The 4 individuals seated around the pillar wore expressions of sheer terror, their faces ashen and ghostly. Even Lu Su could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. While some may not fear ferocious beasts, the sight of such a swarm would surely unnerve anyone, save for perhaps the sorcerers of Miaojiang, who might maintain their composure in the face of such horror. This phenomenon undoubtedly tested both physiological and psychological limits, confronting the average person with an insurmountable dread, particularly as these appeared to be extraterrestrial insects. Good heavens, my friend. This is simply too revolting. I can't bear to watch any longer. I'm leaving to explore other streams. To be honest, this is rather overwhelming. I'd rather not live. Being an observer seems far preferable. One must never become a player in this. The audience in the live stream expressed their collective dismay. The sheer number of these insects had surpassed the threshold of morbid curiosity. Soon, it became apparent that a specialized glass window, measuring 50 centimeters by 50 centimeters, separated this nightmarish space from their own chamber. Gazing at this portal, the onlookers felt an impending sense of doom, realizing that these insects would soon invade their space. How long would this torment last? A man nearby, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, struck the glass with a forceful punch, producing a resounding thud that echoed ominously through the air. Yet, in the face of his anger, he could do nothing. As he gazed upon the myriad of insects, a thought surfaced in Luce's mind. Perhaps this was another opportunity to accumulate pain points. Dear players, do you not feel honored? The game should have concluded by now. However, due to the excessive number of surviving players, which contradicts the essence of hellish difficulty, a minor trial has been introduced. Originally, the fate of the game lay in the hands of this player, who could have easily claimed the title of the sole survivor, rendering this additional trial unnecessary and allowing him to achieve a perfect completion once more. Indeed, he is the only player among you to have attained the title of perfect completion in the novice stage. It is his mercy that has led to the current predicament. Come, let us all applaud his performance. The organizer's voice resonated once more, accompanied by the illumination of Lu Su's room, making it evident whom he referred to. Yet, this time, the tone and words carried a distinctly mocking undertone, leaving one to ponder whether Lu Su had incurred his ire. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed through the space, intertwining with the shrill cries of the insects. Strikingly, the only person applauding at that moment was Lu Su himself. Ah, splendid. According to your words, I must say I am indeed remarkable. I believe I deserve to applaud myself. So, the question remains, for such an outstanding performance, is there no extra reward? Chapter 15. The distribution of spoils in the unluckiest position. Lu Su's voice was calm, yet laced with a subtle sarcasm, completely unfazed by the derision of the organizers, even returning the mockery with his own. He was perplexed as to why he had suddenly attracted such attention, as if the game itself had taken a disliking to him, positioning him as a target of scorn. To add insult to injury, his status as a flawless player was openly declared. However, he perceived no issue with this. The more he was scrutinized, the more lucrative the prospects became. To be targeted was, in fact, an opportunity. Risk has always been entwined with chance. A certain philosopher by the surname of Gao once articulated that the stronger the winds and waves, the more precious the fish. Gao, what was his full name again? Let us assume it was Gorky speaking. All rewards and benefits within the game are not merely given but earned or seized through one's own efforts. What one can attain hinges upon the steps one is capable of taking. Greed, this mask you wear seems to suit you quite well. Yet, I wonder if your compassion in sparing them will ultimately lead to your own downfall. I am soft-hearted, you say? Your words have even moved me somewhat. Perhaps you should bestow upon me an award or a badge of achievement. Lu Su effortlessly countered, ensuring that no words fell to the ground unused. Observing the exchange between Lu Su and the enigmatic voice, filled with sharp retorts, the other four individuals around them felt entirely like outsiders. Merely spectators to the duel of titans, hesitant to interject. It was only now that they realized there truly existed a distinction between a flawless completion and an ordinary one. It turns out that this prominent figure was one of the elite from the very beginning, and at this moment, the gazes of those present towards him grew increasingly complex. From initial trepidation and detachment, there now lingered a hint of gratitude. After all, despite his greed and madness, akin to a vampire threatening them, he had indeed saved their lives. Had Lu Su truly been a bloodthirsty psychopath, he could have easily allowed them all to perish in the molten lava, without any need to assist them in severing their limbs. Indeed, in this hellish game, the straightforward act of limb severing was, in fact, a merciful gesture. However, with events having unfolded as they did, the future remained uncertain, and none of those present harbored any intention of expressing gratitude to Lu Su, this benevolent savior. Well then, the final assessment awaits. The distribution game. Let us all embrace joy, for the time to reap our rewards has arrived. Ordinary players, do not feel disheartened. In the forthcoming phase, you shall stand on equal footing with that individual. This is the game of the divine, a gamble for challengers, where anything is possible. Do not underestimate your capabilities. You may transform entirely overnight. Welcome to the divine chosen paradise. The alluring voice resonated once more, seemingly igniting the greed within the hearts of the listeners. Yet, it was evident that this proclamation was far from amicable towards Lu Su. Clearly, it was designed to sow discord between him and the others, establishing a competitive dynamic for the forthcoming game. Subsequently, amidst the writhing and shrieking of the creatures, 2 columns rose before each individual, within reach, each adorned with a red and a green button respectively. Above these columns, a scarlet numeral materialized, -100. The distribution game is about to commence. All of you have successfully endured the trials of hell. Ordinarily, you would receive your rewards directly. But the number of those who have passed these trials is unexpectedly high. Thus, you shall convene to deliberate and allocate the final reward value of 100 amongst yourselves. A special reminder, the rewards are substantial. As the crowd grappled with confusion, a screen appeared before each person, displaying various scenes, each containing distinct content. Come, behold the desires and aspirations buried deep within your hearts. Among the visuals were feats of moving mountains and filling seas, the power to shatter planets with a mere gesture, and a life of opulence, surveying the masses from a position of supremacy. Some found themselves in Tokyo, aboard a train brimming with dazzling lights and beautiful women, where time suddenly froze, while a stepsister struggled with a washing machine that had ensnared her, as if something peculiar had infiltrated the scene. TSK, what a jumble of nonsense you all have. In any case, the chosen paradise is a realm where your dreams may come to fruition. Trust me, in light of your current limited understanding, this 100 undoubtedly holds the potential to transform your entire existence. As the moment approached, the organizers, having skillfully manipulated the atmosphere for quite some time, sensed that further preamble was unnecessary. The desires had been stirred. What remained was merely the grand performance of dividing the spoils. Very well. The game of allocation is about to commence, and now I shall elucidate the rules. This sum of 100 represents the totality of the rewards, and the method of distribution shall be determined by your votes. None possess any privilege. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 4 players visibly relaxed. However, this implied that the disparity between themselves and the player who had flawlessly completed the challenge had now vanished. Yet, what purpose did that ominous jar of insects serve? This jar is, in fact, a means of punishing those who stray from the group. The rules are as follows. Each participant shall, in turn, propose their distribution plan for the points. If the majority, or more than half, presses the green approval button, the proposal shall pass, and all will receive their respective shares of the reward. Conversely, if the dissenting votes exceed half, the proposer will be transported into this jar, The little creatures within are quite fond of you. Then, the next participant in line will continue to present their proposal. As he spoke, the jar brimming with insects gleamed ominously. Observing it, the players felt an overwhelming dread settle over them. It appeared that this device was intended for execution. Perhaps this was the most horrifying way to meet one's end. Now, without further ado, let us commence the sequential distribution. As the sound descended, a series of numbers began to flicker rapidly above each individual's head, ranging from 1 to 5. The players' spirits instantly tightened, with several closing their eyes to pray, hoping to secure a position towards the back. In this game, for those assigned numbers first, their fate was entirely dictated by the others. Forget about any benefits. Being placed at the front could render survival a daunting challenge. It would have been better to have perished in the previous game. This was utterly a game of chance. Ding! The crowd shuddered at the sound as the numbers came to a halt, finalizing the order of assignments for everyone. Number 1, Lusu. Chapter 16, The Frantic Allocation Scheme. Is he seeking death? With the allocation complete from 1 to 5, the players assigned numbers 4 and 5 instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, according to the previously established rules, their lives were secured. Moreover, their positions were quite favorable, as per the earlier discussion, if more than half disagreed. Those who voiced their opinions would face execution. Thus, it stood to reason that those at the front would likely be more considerate and even try to appease them, given their advantageous positions and the assurance of survival without any special benefits. Conversely, the expressions of numbers 2 and 3 were somewhat grim, as their positions were precarious. Facing the menacing insect pillar, the number looming above them offered little reassurance, particularly for number 2, the sole female present. Her countenance was one of distress as she lamented her unfortunate luck. Upon beholding the esteemed Lu Su, whose numerical designation stood at 1, her spirits were markedly uplifted, instilling a profound sense of equilibrium within her. At that moment, the other 4 individuals cast their gazes toward Lu Su, their eyes betraying a blend of pity and schadenfreude. Indeed, in the realm of such games, offending the organizers is far from a prudent decision. Regardless of one's prowess, one remains merely a player. The true architects of the game are those who devise its rules. Observing Luce's lowered head in silence, an inexplicable satisfaction welled up within them. Humanity has an innate tendency to deify, yet what is even more delightful than the act of idolization is witnessing the fall of the exalted. To see the individual, evidently the strongest among them and one whose might threatened to disrupt the game's balance, relegated to the most unfortunate position brought them genuine pleasure. As for any lingering gratitude, it evaporated quickly. After all, when you aided in the amputation, did you not extort us? At this juncture, the iridescent light cascading over Luce's blue mask formed no discernible expression, and he continued to mutter softly, head bowed. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, eager to discern the words of this formidable figure. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient path, fragrant grass stretched infinitely towards the heavens. The crowd exclaimed, "What on earth are you singing at this moment? Is your mind in disarray?" One should never presume to fathom the thoughts of a great individual. Yet regardless, it was now Luce's turn to allocate responsibilities. Alas, this has clearly been orchestrated behind the scenes. This is undoubtedly a setup. One ought to exercise caution and refrain from provoking the organizers. Let us see how this unfolds, if one can merely preserve their life. It would be akin to burning fragrant incense in gratitude. The tall tree attracts the wind's fury. Observing the glances of the other players, it is evident that there is a palpable desire for his demise. One must remain modest, alas. The comments in the chat reflect a similar sentiment, with only a few, such as the blank ones, furrowing their brows in discernment of the unsettling atmosphere. The essence of this game lies in the competition. It ought not to culminate in such a stalemate. As they calculate their strategies, their eyes remain fixed on Lu Su, who continues to hum a tune, awaiting his judgment. Meanwhile, Lu Su himself is deep in contemplation, his thoughts immediately drawn to the effect of his greedy mask. At the onset of the game, its nature was revealed, yet he had momentarily set aside its implications. Greedy blue, Kaido, personality influence, amplifies greed, becoming loquacious and mentally agile, cunningly treacherous. Benefits, luck subtly increases, exhibiting unique effects at critical moments. Description, at the gambling table, the one who desires victory the most shall prevail. Logically, my fortune should be favorable. If that holds true. Oh, it seems there are no issues at hand. After a prolonged silence, Lusa finally spoke, engaging in a self-reflective monologue, his mask adorned with a whimsical grin re-emerging. Alas, it is a pity that the fine insects cannot be utilized. What a loss it is. Gazing at the pain values before him, Lusu has discerned the crux of this game. Just as he prepared to articulate further thoughts, a voice from beside him interrupted. As the player renowned for achieving a flawless completion, I believe we have reached a point where further riddles are unnecessary. I shall speak plainly. We all acknowledge your prowess. Yet as the inaugural achiever, it would be prudent for you to forego this reward. You may divide your score to 0. And let us deliberate on the distribution among the 4 of us. Although you may not gain anything in this instance, a successful allocation will ensure that you are not confined within this cage. You were once the epitome of a perfect player, and as long as the green hills remain, there will be future opportunities. What do you say? The woman beside us, exuding an air of intellect, took the initiative to speak, appearing quite rational and considering from Luce's perspective. After all, he is player number 2. Should player number 1 lose composure and choose a path of self-destruction, the burden would inevitably fall upon him. It is wiser to take the initiative, for in doing so, he might secure Luce's vote, thereby sharing the risk. At that moment, the organizer's voice resounded once more. Attention, everyone. Please be mindful of the time. If a round of voting is not completed within 5 minutes, the door before one of you shall open slightly at random. As the organizer's words echoed ominously, a sense of dread washed over the participating players. Indeed. To prevent any time wasting, should it be your turn and you deliberately withhold your allocation policy, the door before you shall open first. What do you think of my proposal? Flawless player? You must heed the urgency of this matter. The second woman began to express her urgency, attempting to synchronize with Lusu's pace. Do not interrupt me constantly. Lusu halted her, then raised his gaze to inquire. May I ask if the distribution of this 100 can include decimals, such as allocating 0.000001 to someone? No, it must be allocated in whole numbers. What a pity, Lusu muttered, lifting his head. In that case, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. My distribution method is as follows. The second woman was taken aback, thinking to herself that this fellow was indeed losing his mind. Could such matters be decided without discussion? The other players perked up their ears in anticipation. 5, 1 point. The man from Group 5 was momentarily stunned. 3, 1 point. The third player doubted his own hearing. 1, which is myself, 98 points. Second and fourth, 0 points. The second woman. As this seemingly insane distribution method was revealed, everyone began to question whether their ears were deceiving them. The entire live stream room was nearly in an uproar. Was he truly seeking his own demise? Chapter 17. Those who dare to refuse me will find that when it comes time for their own distribution, they shall receive nothing. What the heck? What the heck? Seriously, is this really the time for banter? Those who know the times are the wise. I wonder if it's possible this guy is indeed a masochist, yearning to enter that insect jar for an experience. Stop talking. I'm about to be sick. The organizers have made it abundantly clear that they intend to target you, yet you persist in your unwillingness to cooperate, which is nothing short of courting disaster. This is no longer mere banter or negotiation. I have long asserted that this individual is far from a true leader, having merely relied on a twisted intellect to navigate the initial challenges and achieve flawless completion. Allowing such a person to ascend to a position of power is surely a dereliction of duty within this so-called chosen paradise. In an instant, a cacophony of voices erupted. Individuals were eager to distance themselves, reassuring themselves that the person before them was not worthy of their admiration, merely a misjudgment on their part. When a deity descends from their pedestal, the clamor of discontent will invariably surpass the noise of their ascension. Is the method of distribution confirmed? A mechanical voice resonated in the air, seemingly reflecting the organizer's astonishment at Luce's assertions. Confirmed. Modifications post-confirmation will incur relevant costs. Confirmed. Following 2 affirmative responses. A somewhat indistinct numeral reappeared above each individual's head, representing the figures assigned by Lusu. As the lights dimmed, a sharp clap echoed, and a crimson light flickered. Almost instantaneously, after Lusu had finalized the distribution method, the second female participant decisively pressed the refusal button without a hint of hesitation. With a stern expression, she turned to Lusu and stated, 1. Since you insist on courting your own demise, do not blame us. Those who cannot discern the situation, no matter how great their strength, ultimately cannot escape the fate of death. It has come to an end. If you so eagerly wish to enter that place teeming with insects, then your desire has been fulfilled. A chilling voice echoed, emboldened by the rules of the game. She now felt no fear, openly unleashing her wrath upon Lusu. He merely chuckled softly and turned to face the woman. She, undeterred, fixed her gaze upon the blue mask, staring at the man who had instilled her with countless fears. Soon, this devilish man would meet his demise at her hands. A vague sense of achievement and satisfaction welled up within her as she pressed the button, intoxicated by the power to judge others at will. Yet, as she observed the woman's face, the smile on Lu Su's mask remained unaltered. Within this game, there were only 2 women. Compared to the other, you were slightly more fortunate. As Lu Su's words resonated, a bead of cold sweat involuntarily surfaced on the forehead of the second woman. She vividly recalled the woman who had furiously berated Lu Su in the molten hell. Now, that woman was absent. What had transpired was all too evident. However, she perished due to her own folly. As for you, though not quite as foolish, you cannot be deemed clever either, for you harbor a hint of arrogance. The second woman glared at Lu Su, her eyes filled with defiance, ultimately breaking into a disdainful smile. Even when facing death, you still cling to the dignity of this master. Is it truly meaningful? Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards the other players and spoke. Let us not squander any more time. Press the red button before you to indicate your dissent. This shall serve as our retribution for the loss of our legs and the extortion we endured. It must be said that there are only a few ways to incite animosity, and the second player had already made it abundantly clear with her words, nearly eliciting a laugh from Lu Su. Despite the hellish difficulty of this game compelling everyone to either suffer a severed limb or face death, somehow, in this woman's narrative, she had transformed into the adversary responsible for the maimed legs. The second player was unperturbed by such nuances. This was not the time for reasoned discourse. The priority was to cast the black water and to foster closer ties with the others. As for the fourth player, both of us stand to gain nothing from this allocation scheme. We are left with a mere 0. Given your lower rank, it is evident that you face no real danger, and such paltry returns are simply unacceptable. As for the third and fifth players, the allocation of merely 1 point appears less an attempt at alliance and more an affront to our dignity. Let us collectively refuse. I assure you, in my future proposals, you shall not receive such meager benefits. In just a few terse remarks, the second player endeavored to sow discord among the group, positioning Lu Su in opposition to everyone else. Ding! Another sound echoed as the options before the fourth player turned red. In a fleeting moment, it seemed Lu Su had arrived at the precipice. Yet, at that moment, he appeared to be humming a tune. The evening breeze caresses the willows. The sound of the flute lingers, and the setting sun casts shadows over the distant mountains. Number 2, indifferent to her surroundings, harbored a flickering flame of ambition in her eyes. Today marked her inaugural participation in the divine selection game. She resolved to decisively end the reign of this once flawless contender. Number 3, number 5, cease your hesitations and make a choice, she urged. I have stated that when the moment arrives for my decision, the worst outcome will be an equitable division, ensuring you all will reap greater benefits. Throughout, it was almost entirely a solo performance by number 2, as if she had assumed the mantle of protagonist in this second game. At that moment, Lu Su finally interjected. You assert that should you be the one to allocate, the least favorable outcome would still be an even split. So, why not allow the 3 of them to cast you out? Once you are eliminated, they could share the spoils amongst themselves. Wouldn't that yield a greater reward? In this scenario, what role do you truly play? Number 2 was momentarily taken aback by his words, rendered speechless. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, Do not let his words sway you. I merely suggested this as the most basic scenario. Moreover, my proposed method of allocation is certainly more advantageous for everyone than yours. Lu Su let out a cold laugh, dismissing her response entirely. He continued, by that logic, if an even split is the goal, then why would number 4 and number 5 accommodate number 3? If they were to eliminate number 3, wouldn't the amount to be shared be even greater? Yet, when that moment arrives, number 5, will you still be able to claim your share? The complexities of causality entangle, for cause is the beginning of effect, and effect is the conclusion of cause. The individual at the forefront has perished. One must contemplate the implications of one's own fate when one's turn arrives. In certain endeavors, it is prudent to consider matters in reverse. You are correct. This game undeniably hinges upon fortune, and I happen to be the most fortunate among you. Numbers 3 and 5, you must acquiesce to my allocation. Do you believe that if number 4 were to distribute, both of you would receive naught? Chapter 18. A completely irresolvable machination. He is not mad. Absolutely not. Lu Su's voice, tinged with a shadowy undertone, reverberated through the space. No sooner had he finished speaking than number 2 erupted in vehement tirades, anxiously exclaiming, Do not heed his seduction. We can certainly negotiate a fair distribution. I shall handle the allocation. There is no possibility of anyone receiving a complete 0. Please trust me. I swear upon my integrity that we shall not encounter a scenario where one individual monopolizes everything. Having endured this infernal game together, we are bound by a shared fate. Number 2 was nearly frenzied, incessantly speaking as if attempting to conceal something, desperately suppressing her own trepidation. Lusu's brief remarks had instilled profound fear within her, and now, almost instinctively, she yearned to cast him out. This deranged fiend must be eliminated. Her opportunity had finally arrived. Lusu discerned her mental state and continued, smiling as he interrupted. Vows have always been untrustworthy. In comparison to such promises, choices grounded in human nature are far more credible. What did you perceive in those videos that stirred the deepest desires within everyone? What do you fear? Even if my policies are enacted and you gain nothing, you will not perish. Yet, your eagerness is palpable. That profound desire, the ultimate benefit, is something you cannot relinquish, is it not? Number 2's forehead began to glisten with sweat as she pondered how to turn the tide and prompt numbers 3 and 5 to vote immediately. They were just one vote shy. At that moment, someone who had remained silent thus far finally spoke up. It was number 5, who, feeling comparatively relaxed given that there was no immediate threat to his life, inquired, I would like to ask you, number 1. Why do you assert that if number 4 were to distribute the votes, both 3 and I would end up with nothing? Lusa slightly turned his head in his direction, the blue mask forming a quizzical expression. Do you not engage your mind at all? He then turned to the woman in number 2's position and, with a half smile, remarked, It appears you are not as clever as Miss number 2. If I am not mistaken, you have likely grasped the crux of this game since I finished speaking, have you not? Number 2 trembled slightly, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, yet she hesitated to acknowledge it, determined to maintain a facade of indifference. However, Lusa granted her no opportunity to respond. Leaning against the back of his chair, he continued, Let us suppose that this game consists of only one participant. Undoubtedly, that individual would return home joyfully, possessing the entirety of the spoils, 100% share. But what if there are 2 participants? What would the distribution yield? 50-50, or something else? Certainly not. It must be a stark division of 100 to 0. For as long as a majority consents, the one wielding the power of distribution need not concern themselves with the opinions of the other individual. Lusu's words captivated everyone's thoughts. Aside from the increasingly pallid complexion of number 2, the others listened intently. His voice persisted. Thus, what transpires when 3 individuals are involved in this game? This question, posed in a calm manner, suddenly illuminated the minds of those watching the live broadcast, who had been contemplating the implications. In unison, they exclaimed the malevolent nature of the game alongside Lusu's voice. The distributor need only offer a minuscule benefit to the third person, entirely disregarding the second, and the distribution plan would pass. The allocation could be 99, 0, and 1. For if the third individual objects, and the distribution fails, leaving just 2 participants, the last individual would end up with nothing at all. Therefore, as the number of participants gradually increases, what will ensue? It seems unnecessary for me to elaborate further. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped everyone. They were no fools. Previously, due to external pressures, their thoughts had been muddled, preventing them from grasping the crux of the matter. Now, with Lusu having elucidated everything so clearly, they were capable of deducing the potential outcomes themselves. If there were 4 individuals, the first person's distribution method need only consider the interests of the second-to-last individual. For if the first were to perish, the situation would revert to that of the previous 3, wherein the second-to-last individual would gain nothing, a point that had already been made abundantly clear. Hence, the distribution would be 99-0-1-0. Continuing in this manner, we now arrive at the distribution for 5 individuals. Although it is difficult to accept and instinctively challenging to comprehend, when viewed through this lens, Luce's method of distribution is utterly unassailable. Astonishingly, he is correct. But how dare he? How dare he? One must understand that any unforeseen circumstance could exact a cost of life. Yet, he remains resolute in his decision, as though the specter of life and death bears no weight upon him, not even causing a ripple in his mental state. Thus, I am indeed the luckiest among you. In light of this, it seems you truly do care for me. This statement was directed at the heir, addressing the organizers who had placed him in the position of the first individual. Does silence imply acquiescence? 5 minutes have elapsed. Click. The small door before Lu Su opened and closed, revealing several seemingly amiable little creatures that began to scurry aimlessly about the space, chirping without purpose. You've even found me a few companions. It seems you truly care for me. Lu Su continued his playful banter, even going so far as to entice the insects closer to himself. He was in no rush to urge the other players, allowing them to digest the situation slowly while he indulged in a bit of leisure, pondering further strategies to exploit the game's nuances. While he enjoyed his leisurely pace, the other players remained reluctant to accept reality, casting wary glances at one another, contemplating possible avenues for breaking the impasse, particularly number 2, who was the most unwilling to concede. At this moment, she was still devising a way to turn the tide. Everyone, this is merely the worst-case scenario. It is a scheme of the game, as long as we unite. Yet, as she spoke, she found herself struggling to convince even her own doubts. Why would others believe her? Number 3 and number 5, I can offer you. Just as she intended to win their trust by directly providing points. She remembered that in the previous round, Lu Su had already extorted all their points. In her eyes, despair mingled with shock as she gazed at player 1. As if looking up at a towering mountain. Could it be that he had already anticipated the current circumstances? Chapter 19. Rationality may not be worth expecting. Yet greed and human nature are eternal. The second woman, lost in thought, found her gaze momentarily vacant. If only each of us could trust one another. The situation where only he reaps the majority of the benefits would never arise. She continued to ruminate, engaging in futile self-talk. When the truth of the matter became evident, it was truly simple. If everyone could just extend their trust, if they could all place their faith in her. How could the 4 of them receive so little reward? Yet, this very skepticism ensnared them all. Stop pondering, number 2. At that moment, Lu Su's voice once again interrupted her contemplation. Can you genuinely confront your own heart? Would you trust yourself to refrain from seizing the greatest advantage should I meet my demise? Moreover, if you were to discover a means to earn everyone's trust, casting me aside to secure your optimal position, do you not realize that number 3 would employ the same strategy to oust you? The light in number 2's eyes waned as she absorbed these words, finally grasping the futility of her situation. Initially, she believed that her own cleverness could turn the tide. If only. But alas, there were no ifs. At this juncture, Lu Su began to tease the small insects that had crawled in. One resembling a scorpion with a disproportionately large tail, which, at his beckoning, ascended his body. As he grasped it and applied a slight pressure, the seemingly formidable creature offered no resistance whatsoever. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Su gradually brought the insect he held closer to the wound where his leg had been severed. As class concluded, the scorpion's tail began to thrash violently, leading to an unforeseen event. Spitting fire. Pain gods chosen. Pain value increased by 6. What in the world is this extraterrestrial creature? Lu Su was taken aback, staring at the charred remains of his severed limb, utterly astonished by the insect's formidable power. It even breathes fire? By the way, this thing does a decent job of staunching blood flow. Staunching blood flow. You call charring a severed limb stopping the bleeding? Other players, observing him engage with the insect's power, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure weighing heavily upon their hearts. Can this thing be taken away? Can someone send me assistance? Where are the organizers? Why is there no response? Lu Su's voice echoed unanswered. Whether in the previous escape game or the current distribution game, the essence was not overly complex. It was merely a severed leg, magma, a rusty saw, swarms of insects, death, and the ever-present threat of poisonous creatures loomed, relentlessly amplifying one's internal turmoil, eroding all psychological defenses, leading one to despair and make choices that could even result in abandoning life itself. Yet, none of this seemed to affect Lu Su. Number 1, I have a question for you. In the midst of silence, player 3, who had remained quiet until now, finally spoke, as if clutching at a final hope. Your analysis is commendable, but such a method of distribution relies on all individuals maintaining a clear and rational state of mind. What if, among us, there exists a complete disregard for interests? A relentless desire to cast you out and let you perish? As these words fell, a deafening crash resounded, and the 5th individual, in a frenzy, forcefully propelled his chair beneath him. I do not care. I do not care. Why should I, with my leg broken and having endured so much torment, remain in the safest position without reaping any benefits? I demand at least 10 points. It matters not who is distributing them. I shall refuse unless I receive my due. If not, we might as well all perish. After all, I am the last. I cannot die. The 5th person shouted wildly, resembling one who has been driven to madness. It remained uncertain whether he feigned insanity or had genuinely lost his mind. In such a game of strategy, dealing with such individuals proves to be most troublesome. The previously dimmed eyes of the second individual suddenly sparkled with renewed light, fixated on the fifth. As long as the fifth descends into madness, as long as he behaves foolishly, regardless of the reason, his denial is all that matters. At that moment, the fourth individual, who had been assigned 0 points, unexpectedly interjected. First, grant me 5 points. Do not concern yourself with the fifth's opinions. I am willing to agree. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the expansive room, as if even the sound of breathing had ceased, and the chirping of insects was gradually ignored by the crowd. The fifth individual's eyes widened in disbelief. The earlier frenzy completely vanished, as he stared incredulously at the fourth. His act of feigned madness had failed to exert pressure on Lu Su, crumbling under such an unprovoked counter. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed within room 1 as Lu Su chuckled heartily, the expression on his mask a testament to his unabated amusement. He had done nothing but witness a splendid performance, the unraveling of a fragile alliance without a single strike. Turning to room 3, he articulated his thoughts. Rationality may be an elusive pursuit, yet greed and human nature remain steadfastly eternal. You will inherently believe that regardless of who wields the power of distribution, they will inevitably make the choice I previously articulated. You desire to maximize your own interests while simultaneously denying others the opportunity to do the same. Greed and suspicion are everlasting companions. My existence is inconsequential. In terms of your own interests, the choices you face boil down to life or death, to 0 or 1. This is a hellish game, and the distinction between the rewards of 0 and 1 can prove to be vastly significant. The revelations I presented to you, the very things that ignite your innermost desires, will not dissuade you from pursuing the chasm that exists between 0 and 1. Furthermore, after this experience, you may find yourselves too fearful to re-enter this game in the future. Thus, this may well be your final opportunity to reap benefits and alter your reality. Ultimately, within the confines of the room, only Lu Su's voice reverberated continuously. It was as if he spoke to others, yet it also served as a profound reflection upon himself. No one responded, and the organizers remained silent. In an atmosphere thick with tension, every player awaited the possibility of an unexpected turn of events. Yet, none materialized. As the second 5 minutes elapsed, a colossal spider entered room 3. Soon, the votes of rooms 3 and 5 quietly shifted to agreement. There was no dissent, no resistance, as if they were fulfilling a silent pact. Game over. Help difficulty instance. Magma cavern. 5 players cleared. 1 achieved a perfect completion. Game rewards will be distributed based on the results of the trial game. Divine Selection Paradise, we welcome your presence. Chapter 20. Settlement of Bounty, Activation of Functions. In ranking preview, the mechanical voice of the game echoed in the ears of every individual, as the visual display of the game abruptly concluded before the audience's eyes. The game has ended. Please visit other ongoing games, or anticipate the next session. Divine Selection Paradise, we invite you to join as players. After Lu Su's game concluded, the spectators, who had been intently observing the proceedings, were presented with the same 2 statements. Witnessing the exhilarating experience of this hellish difficulty game, the audience erupted in exclamations of thrill. That was brutal. I initially intended to watch more game instances, but once here, it seems there is no way out. I never imagined such individuals truly existed in this world. To be honest, I still don't comprehend. This is a perfect completion? Why did they agree to his method of distribution? Why not head upstairs to play? Let's refrain from involving ourselves in this game. Given our intellectual capacity, why does he always wear a mask? I am curious to see his true appearance. If he were to reveal himself, he would surely become an internet sensation in no time. Even though the game has reached its conclusion, the audience remains reluctant to part ways, engaging in fervent discussions within the now darkened livestream room. From the onset to the finale, the number of viewers captivated by Lu Su's performance has surged to tens of thousands, many of whom are unwilling to leave. Among the multitude of players who navigated the game flawlessly, Lu Su stands out as the most alluring, fulfilling the public's fantasies of a new world. Of course, the majority of comments are naively optimistic, with many dreaming of fame and recognition, buoyed by a sense of national pride due to their shared nationality. Yet, amidst the throngs of the simple-minded, there lie numerous individuals with ulterior motives. Before their eyes, a laptop screen displays dozens of documents, meticulously recording the various intelligence gathered during the game. This includes information on game types, categories, undisclosed details, and formidable players. Notably, the document concerning a player adorned with a blue mask is the most extensive, containing the richest content. Immediately after Lu Su concluded his live stream, he hastened to another channel to continue his intelligence gathering. However, his mind is persistently replaying Lu Su's previous actions, vividly recalling his myriad behaviors. In this state of mind, possessing a power that evidently surpasses that of humanity, alongside an indifference to pain and fear, the game has only just commenced, yet players of such caliber have already emerged. The question arises, how many such formidable beings exist? Within the void of one's soul, excitement intertwines with concern, and a profound sense of awe prevails. As the game evolves, it is inevitable that entities capable of influencing the world's dynamics single-handedly will soon emerge. The world itself resembles a grand game. Concurrently, various official organizations, both domestic and international, are diligently monitoring the live broadcasts, observing Lu Su. They meticulously document observations of individuals exhibiting erratic behavior, immense strength, and suspected mental disorders, showing a complete lack of fear towards pain, even exhibiting an attraction to it. Speaking Mandarin, it is undoubtedly a citizen of Huagua, which could be deemed a positive development. All data has been meticulously backed up, classified at the highest level of confidentiality, and dispatched to the Secretariat. Observe, analyze, devise a strategy to locate him. Setting aside the origins of this sudden world game, it is likely that these elite players will evolve into strategic assets in the future. It is imperative to locate, guide, cooperate with, or rather, control them. In the unseen corners of the world, turbulent undercurrents have been persistently surging. Meanwhile, Lu Su finds himself entering the game settlement interface, listening to the conclusion of his game and assessing the rewards of his endeavors. Game over. The number of participants in this competition was 5,214,948, with 1,985 for 119 successfully completing it and 7,529 achieving a flawless victory. Your performance evaluation is SSS grade, indicating a perfect completion. Currently, you have achieved 2 consecutive flawless victories. Reward settlement is in progress. A special event has been triggered, guiding and causing an in-game bug, earning the achievement badge, System Attacker, Epic. Another special event occurred due to personal reasons, resulting in an additional game trial and earning an enhanced final reward. This time, your reward points total 800. The rewards include 5 intermediate healing potions, 3 advanced healing potions, 1 game exit token, 2 epic weapon lottery tickets, 1 random seal item lottery ticket, and 1 special skill lottery ticket. This special reward is the Awakening of Spirit, granting a personal spirit increase of 1. Note, Spirit is the foundation for mastering various special skills. Looking at the impressive list of benefits before him, Lu Su felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The Divine Selection game is undoubtedly an opportunity not to be missed. Both the agony value and the in-game rewards are sufficient to accelerate the growth of his power. The next phase of the world's transformation often heralds chaos. He must elevate his strength as much as possible before that day arrives. With his mask on, he can unleash his might, however. It is wise to avoid drawing attention when unmasked. A common man is innocent, yet possessing treasures can invite envy. The growth of his power will certainly be perceived as a threat by certain individuals. First, let us examine the rewards in his backpack. Indeed, there are quite a few. Opening his game inventory, he surveyed the items within. With the ill-gotten gains he had acquired, his points had swelled to 12 for 100. He was uncertain of what this truly signified, yet it surely implied a substantial amount. As for weapons, aside from the unused lottery tickets, he currently possessed only the sharp blade he had just seized. Its tier was not particularly high, but it suited him well enough for the time being. The 2 badges he owned were undoubtedly the most distinguishing features that set Lu Su apart from other players, as they were the result of special events triggered. God Layer, Legendary, Effect Bonus, immune to all effects except direct damage when facing high-tier attacks. In the case of same-tier attack judgments, your effects take precedence. System Attacker, Epic. Effect Bonus. Successful exploitation or guidance of game vulnerabilities will yield higher-level rewards. Lu Su was unaware of the maximum limit for badge wear, but given their enhancements, he decided to keep them equipped for the time being. As for the newly acquired game Exit Token, its description was succinct. Exit Token allows one to forcibly leave the game at the cost of erasing all items, abilities, and points obtained from the game. Description: cowards may save their lives, but do not dare to covet the advantages of the strong. A purely defensive item. After contemplating the various descriptions, he resolved to temporarily set aside the lottery tickets and exited the game. Once again, he experienced the familiar disorientation, awakening in his bed. However, this time, as he opened his eyes, the sounds of the game resonated in his mind. This sound, too, echoed in the ears of every chosen one. The first official game of the Chosen Paradise has concluded. A special notification has been issued to all selected participants, announcing the activation of functions and the forthcoming ranking forecast. Chapter 21. The Pinnacle Leaderboard, featuring the information of Ciantom. The shop function has been activated. During the intermission of the game, all selected participants may prepare in advance for their purchases. The products available in the shop will aid in enhancing performance during the game. The friend system is now operational. All selected participants can add friends, engage in transfers, and offer gifts, though a fee will be applied depending on the transaction amount. Future gameplay modes, including cooperative play, are forthcoming. Since the inception of the game, new participants have been chosen each day, and we eagerly anticipate that everyone will become a player. Now, having completed 2 games, many outstanding players have emerged, and we believe they will eventually attain everything. To facilitate a better understanding among players of themselves and each other, we will unveil the Pinnacle Leaderboard following the next game. This leaderboard will comprehensively evaluate players' combat prowess, game performance, and the enhancement items they possess, ranking the top 100. Those who make the list will enjoy subsequent benefits, so we encourage everyone to participate actively and perform admirably in the next game. The announcement concluded, resonating twice in each individual's mind, as if to emphasize its significance. Lu Su gazed thoughtfully at the announcement, his brow slightly furrowed at the mention of the Pinnacle Leaderboard. Such matters essentially require placing top-tier players under intense scrutiny. Having only participated in 3 games, I fear I may already belong to the strongest echelon, yet my prowess is far from extraordinary when compared to certain formidable organizations. The simplest truth is that I currently lack the confidence to survive in the presence of firearms. Nevertheless, the prospect of potential benefits remains enticing. I am uncertain whether my true appearance and personal information will be exposed. I shall address that when the time comes. Matters beyond my control, I have resolved to set aside for the moment. I am cautious, yet I do not lack the courage to take risks. It is inconceivable for me to deliberately underperform in a game or abstain from participation merely to evade this ranking. Survival is paramount. Yet the enhancement of my abilities takes precedence. Should any issues arise, I shall confront them head-on. As these thoughts occupied my mind, I summoned the screen within my consciousness, gazing at the display before me. Rest mode. In each game, you may choose to be a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe the world welcomes players, and ultimately, players shall inherit the world. Time until the next game commences, 47, 57, 43. This is a divine challenge. A paradise chosen by the gods. We welcome your presence. In addition to this standard page, 2 more tabs had appeared, Friends and Store. Once I familiarized myself with the interface, I opened my eyes in the dimly lit room. Rising from my seat, I took a moment to assess my physical condition, savoring the sensation of my complete form. Ah, splendid. The perfect completion comes with a unique reward, complete restoration. The advantages of joining the game are glaringly evident. In the realm of reality, the torment of the Chosen One is rather constraining. After a gentle leap or 2, the initial sensation is one of lightness, truly. It feels remarkably weightless. If one were to consider the previous 10 points of strength as the threshold for shattering the genetic lock, then the current 24 points of strength surpass all bounds of control. Lu Su is unaware of the ancient hero's description of being as nimble as a swallow. He only comprehends one phrase, strength is akin to a flying brick, and indeed, he feels like that very brick. It is as if there is a powerful engine within his legs, capable of providing an astonishing force. Previously, in the game, he possessed no legs, nor did he experience any movements. Now, he realizes that his bodily control requires adaptation. Should Zhang Tao appear before him again in a provocative manner, he might genuinely hesitate. For a single strike could prove fatal. In the real world, committing murder would undoubtedly be rather complicated. The experiences within the game, coupled with the influence of the greedy mask, have instilled a rather perverse inclination within him, necessitating a return to normalcy. He opens his phone and taps on the familiar application, where the first trending topic before his eyes sends a shiver down his spine. The chosen game can indeed lead to death. Lu Su muses, as expected. In the second game, the chosen paradise will truly unveil its fangs, and people will come to recognize the game's genuine nature and its inherent brutality. It is crucial to note that 5 individuals who participated in the game alongside him have perished right before his eyes. One of them was even killed by his own hand. The remaining individuals, having failed to achieve a flawless completion, found themselves devoid of the opportunity for such healing. With a severed leg, returning to the realm of reality? Contemplating this, Lu Su felt a palpable weight settle in his heart. The magnitude of turmoil in this world was undeniably immense. The authorities should prohibit the opening of the divine selection paradise. Everyone should be barred from participating in the games of that divine selection paradise. What is the essence of the divine selection paradise? Supernatural power or a ruse? Hospitals across the region are experiencing a sudden influx of patients. What is the official explanation? The trending topics were evidently different from before. The initial excitement and curiosity had morphed into a palpable sense of panic. Lu Su even noticed some excessively provocative titles and videos that vanished in the blink of an eye. One moment visible, the next erased with a mere refresh. It was clear that an invisible hand was vigorously controlling the narrative, frantically deleting content to maintain stability. Yet, Lu Su understood that such a state of affairs could not endure. Suppression was ultimately futile. Sighing deeply, he turned off his phone and made his way to school. Ding ding ding. The class bell had rung, yet the classroom remained tumultuous, devoid of any authority figures, resembling a bustling marketplace. The students chattered incessantly, their youthful exuberance seemingly boundless, a phenomenon difficult to comprehend. However, this time, Lu Su found himself disinterested in their discussions. Their discussions about the game filled with fear, speculation, and every conceivable thought stemmed from their own personal experiences. Unbeknownst to him, it seemed that he had become somewhat estranged from those around him. The game had concluded. Did you witness it? Or rather, did you participate? Until a voice, imbued with warmth, resonated in his ear, pulling Lu Su from his reverie. Upon turning, he discovered that Xie and Ong had, at some point, leaned in closely, whispering beside him, although Lu Su had never openly acknowledged it. The nature of their conversation nearly confirmed that he was indeed the chosen one. What is it? Is there something on your mind? Lu Su still refrained from answering directly. If you successfully cleared the level, congratulations on your good fortune. If you were merely a spectator, I trust you have witnessed much. Xie Antong's expression grew slightly grave as she spoke, retrieving her phone and whispering. In this game, I am striving to gather intelligence as much as possible. The divine selection paradise is no trifling matter. The brutality of some games has evidently surpassed physiological limits. They are aptly termed hellish difficulty, truly reminiscent of hell itself. Moreover, although the game has only just commenced, some exceptionally twisted players have already emerged. Look at this video. As she spoke, Xie Antong furtively passed her phone from beneath the table. Suddenly, Lu Su's left eyelid began to twitch violently. Chapter 22. What a small world. How to evaluate oneself. Urgent. Upon unlocking his phone, a dim crimson space greeted Lu Su. The video content instantly familiar to him. Lava, a saw. 10 players bound. Lu Su felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, struggling to suppress his sarcasm. Is the world truly this small? Before the lava engulfs the platform, you must find a way to escape. What does that mean? Shall we saw off our legs? Haha. It's not the first time such a gruesome task has arisen. Did you genuinely pay royalties for the rights to saw? What reward awaits the first to grasp the saw? Listening to the organizer's voice and his own dialogue within the game, Lu Su felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What can I say? What should I say? After watching the game video for a few minutes, Xie Antong, observing his expression, interjected, Saw off your leg, saw? It's not just a chop. If it were an untrained individual, I doubt anyone could truly muster the resolve to do such a thing, resigning themselves to death and relinquishing hope for life. But look at this person. At that moment, Lu Su saw himself in the video, leisurely sawing away at his leg, wearing the mask of greed. He had felt no sense of wrongdoing. Now, in a normal state, it did indeed appear rather unsettling. To feign nonchalance, Lu Su deliberately inquired, why doesn't he saw off the leg that's shackled? Xie Antong nodded and remarked, at first, I thought the other party might simply be a bit unhinged. But as I continued watching, I realized just how terrifying he truly is. She urged him to keep watching, explaining the most pivotal elements she had edited from the footage. As she manipulated the progress bar, blocking her phone's screen, Lu Su felt a creeping unease wash over him. Listening to her analyze him was profoundly unsettling, sending shivers from his scalp down to his toes. Time slipped by, and at long last, the video concluded, leaving Lu Su with a taut expression. From the vantage point of an observer, he was finally able to grasp the extraordinary nature of his performance in the previous game. It was indeed impossible to overlook such an achievement. Overall, that was the essence of it. Once the video finished playing, Xie Antong took a deep breath and closed her phone, her face betraying her astonishment. No matter how many times she watched it, she never grew weary. Each viewing evoked a fresh wave of shock. Noticing Lu Su's somewhat dazed expression, she assumed he was still reeling from the experience. So what do you think? Care to share your thoughts? Lu Su replied, what do you expect me to say? How can I evaluate myself? I'm anxiously awaiting your insights. It was quite impressive. Indeed remarkable. I suspect he must have achieved a flawless victory. Ultimately, Lu Su resolved to indulge in a bit of self-praise, acknowledging, what do you mean by impressive? This situation has reached an extraordinary level. Xie Antong observed Lu Su's distracted demeanor and felt a surge of urgency. Whether in intellect or strength, the existence of such individuals is capable of influencing the very order of human society. We had sensed this previously, yet we did not anticipate its rapid emergence. As Lu Su listened to her words, a sense of discomfort lingered in his heart, prompting him to respond. Is this truly affecting human order? It seems far from it. The strength he has exhibited merely surpasses that of humanity. Can such combat prowess truly disrupt societal order? Yet, this is merely the beginning. Xie Antong asserted earnestly. Power will only amplify, and the number of individuals like this is beyond reckoning. The transformation wrought by the divine selection paradise upon the world is both drastic and irreversible. In the future, it may not be the high-ranking officials or the capital tycoons who wield control over this world, but rather the most elite players. As stated in the divine selection game, players will ultimately possess this world. Lu Su inquired, this video you recorded it yourself, correct? Have you uploaded it to the internet, or is it currently available online? Xie Antong shook her head in response, no. My family has some connections that allow us to access first-hand information online. I did notice some instances of your video being shared in the background, but they were swiftly deleted. This not only indicates your penchant for intense content, resulting in casualties, but also suggests that the authorities have likely taken notice of the individual featured in the video. Top-tier players must be strategically cautious with the government, various departments, and a multitude of factions undoubtedly keeping a close watch. With the advent of the friend system, it is likely that team-based games will emerge in the future, soon. An array of peculiar factions will sprout up like mushrooms after the rain. Xie Antong has expressed much. While Lu Su understands that the other party's family background may not be straightforward, yet he refrains from inquiring further. However, it is certain that the number of individuals and organizations monitoring him has increased significantly. One wonders how long the original Sin mask can conceal his identity. Having discussed so much, it is time for you to speak some truths. I have already revealed that I, too, am one of the chosen ones. As the conversation reached its climax, Xie Antong suddenly flashed a sly smile, leaning in to whisper in Lu Su's ear, are you certain you are a player? Based on what I know of you, it seems you did not heed my advice and have indeed joined the game, correct? Lu Su, maintaining his composure, gradually pushed her away, thinking to himself that amidst the clamor of the classroom, no one was paying attention to them. Could she not come so close? Breathing near someone's ear can be quite ticklish. This time, Lu Su did not deny it. Then what difficulty level is your game dungeon? I neglected to observe. However, in our game, although there are fatalities, the majority do manage to survive. Is there also loss of life in your game? Xie Antong was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized Lu Su from head to toe. Fortunately, your luck seems relatively favorable. You must be in an ordinary or difficult instance. According to the intelligence I have gathered thus far, the games in the Divine Selection Paradise are categorized into 4 levels of difficulty: ordinary, difficult, nightmare, and hell. Upon hearing such news, Lu Su's expression grew serious. Although he had experienced the hellish game firsthand, his participation had left him somewhat oblivious to the overall circumstances of the game and other players. Please elaborate. Do you have any insights? What is the approximate distribution of these various games? Chapter 23, Campus Uprising, Heavenly Society. Xie Antong nodded. After all, to earn trust. Her intent in approaching Lu Su was to secure a reliable ally at the onset of the game. She deemed it unnecessary to withhold information in such matters. As for the distribution of the 4 game difficulties, it is difficult to ascertain precise ratios. However, it is evident that as the level of difficulty increases, the proportion of players decreases significantly. In most cases, ordinary and difficult games prevail. Even in ordinary instances, challenges abound, and once one progresses to difficult, casualties become a frequent occurrence. As for the nightmare and hell levels, they are indeed as dire as their names suggest. It is no longer a game, or merely a challenge. Rather, it has transformed into a struggle for survival. At this moment, Xie Antong's voice was barely audible, and her complexion was rather pallid. After all, she was merely a high school senior, accustomed to a life of comfort, unaccustomed to confronting the specter of life and death. Moreover, there exists a plethora of game variations. Within the same level of difficulty, one can encounter an array of diverse games, each unique in its own right. However, it is not uncommon for certain games to recur, with numerous identical iterations being played by different participants. For instance, in the video I previously showed you, I observed 10 other players encountering the very same game. As for the visuals of the game, I did not watch them to completion. In that instance, the absence of top-tier players, such as the masked man, rendered everyone else relatively ordinary. It seems no one would emerge unscathed. Xie Antong swallowed hard, the haunting imagery lingering in her mind, sending a chill down her spine. Thus, it can be said that the divine selection paradise is, to a great extent, a game of chance. Should one find themselves in a hellish scenario, it truly spells doom. Those who shared the same dungeon as the masked man were fortunate to escape with their lives. Yet, such a brutal and stark reality inevitably gives rise to a cadre of elite players, capable of altering the very fabric of the world. Lu Su listened intently, nodding gently. He was not overly concerned about the dangers at hand. In his view, the more challenging the game, the greater the rewards that await. The opportunities within the game are equal. Therefore, for top-tier players, being assigned to high-difficulty dungeons is indeed a boon. At the very least, one hopes to face challenges akin to hellish trials, for it could yield multiple benefits. Is it possible to choose the difficulty of the dungeons? Lu Su inquired. How could that be? Xie Antong replied with a bittersweet smile, shaking her head. At least for now, it is absolutely impossible to select. From the competition footage and the players' performances, it is evident that they remain entirely unaware of what lies ahead. If selection were an option, who would dare to commence with a hellish difficulty level? Lu Su interjected. Indeed, that would be me. He was eager to opt for a hellish challenge. If one were to categorize it, his initial game was undoubtedly at a hellish level as well. Suddenly, Xie Antong shifted her tone, gazing at Lu Su and asking, I presume you have already participated in the game? Your ability to emerge unscathed and maintain your composure indicates your prowess. Yet, deep down, you must ask yourself, if you were assigned to a dungeon of hellish difficulty, forced to saw off a limb with a rusty saw, would you withstand it? Lu Su remained silent. Thus, it is imperative to be thoroughly prepared and possess a sense of awareness before engaging in the game. It would be prudent to acquire a withdrawal token in advance. Although one may lose everything, at least a life can be preserved. Noting Lu Su's continued silence, Xie Antong did not intend to await his response, concluding her advice in solitude. The initiation of the game is crucial, and she too must begin contemplating ways to participate. Why are you telling me all this? Lu Su suddenly furrowed his brow and sighed. What do you wish to gain from me? If the other party were aware of their status as the foremost, it would be quite natural to seek alliances. Yet, it seemed they remained oblivious. This young lady, driven by her curiosity from their previous interactions, was offering all this information freely. Xie Antong blinked a few times, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes as she lowered her head to conceal her slightly flushed complexion, displaying a degree of helplessness. This fellow. Is there truly a man in this world who, when a girl extends goodwill, thinks only of reciprocal benefits? Because, due to the impending upheaval brought by the divine selection paradise, the world is on the brink of transformation, with various official and grassroots organizations poised to emerge, and even small factions among individuals will rapidly materialize. Amidst the collapse of order, suspicion and confrontation are inevitable, leading to a society where the strong prey upon the weak. In such circumstances, seeking allies sooner rather than later is paramount. Finding trustworthy companions before the situation spirals completely out of control is essential. Me? A question mark appeared above Lu Su's head. To seek allies, you turn to a mere student like me? How trivial. Your family background must be quite remarkable. Surely you could find a way to connect with some experts or influential forces. Two high school students discussing alliances seems rather juvenile. However, Xie Antong shook her head and stated earnestly, in such a competitive format, depending on the varying circumstances of the game, a special forces soldier may not necessarily outperform a petty thug, particularly in the early stages of play when familiarity is lacking. rendering the situation relatively equitable. Moreover, my intuition suggests that you are not lacking in capability. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang ascended to the throne starting as a beggar. I do not find our conversation to be juvenile or impractical. How can those who pride themselves on being rational and wise claim to foresee the descent of the chosen paradise? How can they know how to respond? I sought you out, and if it is feasible, I hope for a fruitful collaboration in the future. As she spoke, Xie Anong tentatively extended her hand towards Lu Su. Lu Su looked at the outstretched hand before him, momentarily taken aback. He sensed that her words contained a kernel of truth, yet they were not entirely truthful. Suddenly, at that moment, the school's loudspeaker blared. Students in the eastern zone of the teaching building, please evacuate quickly and orderly to avoid crowding. Do not linger in the classrooms. Lu Su and Xie Antong exchanged a glance, both feeling a jolt of alarm. The eastern zone of the teaching building? Wasn't he that right here? Forgetting about the handshake, Lu Su swiftly leapt onto the windowsill, eager to ascertain what was unfolding outside. The classroom had been in a state of chaos, too noisy for him to discern any sounds from beyond. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated outside the classroom, drowning out all other noise. Sounding as if a load-bearing wall had been detonated, a resounding voice, utterly devoid of humanity, roared defiantly, echoing throughout the entire academic district. The world belongs to the heavenly society. Chapter 24. Coming for oneself, with no retreat possible. The heavenly society? Lu Su leaned against the window, listening to the distant shouts, and involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth. Just moments ago, he had been conversing with Xie Antong about organizations and powers, and now this had suddenly emerged? Moreover, this was perplexing. Wasn't the Heavenly Society an organization from the Ming and Qing dynasties, colloquially known as the Hongmen? How was it possible that in this day and age, it had re-emerged so abruptly? Lu Su acutely sensed that this was undoubtedly linked to the chosen paradise, or perhaps it was even an organization directly targeting it. Following that astonishing roar, the voice did not cease, continuing to shout, as the sun and moon revolve, cycles repeat. The chosen descends, and the world unites. The world belongs to the Heavenly Society. Lu Su. Listening to this voice, Lu Su realized that his earlier thoughts had been correct. This was indeed an organization founded with the purpose of the chosen paradise in mind. The phrase "as the sun and moon revolve" echoed incessantly. The speaker seemingly lost to madness, repeating the same words. Lu Su found it increasingly tedious to listen. Accompanying the shouts were the screams of students and the sounds of destruction. Walls collapsed, various desks and chairs flew through the air, and it was uncertain how many were injured. Lu Su possessed one of the most acute senses among humans. As he listened to the commotion, he deduced that the source of the chaos was likely just below him. The teaching area on the next floor was already in utter disarray. However, Lu Su had no intention of concerning himself with such matters. He found it perplexing that the school would admit such individuals, since the person was no longer present. It was best to disregard the issue. There was nothing more to discuss. Suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air, as a colossal hammer smashed through the floor of the corridor outside the classroom, sending bricks and debris flying, engulfing the area in dust and chaos. In the next moment, a towering figure, tattered and with unnaturally bulging muscles, leaped forth from the shattered floor, standing at over 6 feet tall. Amidst the swirling dust, the figure glanced upward, locking eyes with Lu Su, who was peering out from the window. The two engaged in a silent standoff, wide-eyed in astonishment. Lu Su thought to himself, "What a stroke of misfortune. Just as I mused that I wouldn't encounter such a spectacle, here it is." Swiftly averting his gaze, he leaped down from the window, deftly reclaiming his seat amidst the chaos of the classroom. In that fleeting moment, he had already memorized the general appearance and defining characteristics of the stranger. The muscular expansion was so extreme it bordered on the grotesque. It was evident that this was not the physique of a typical human. The individual's eyes glowed a menacing crimson, devoid of reason. Clad in a school uniform now riddled with tears, it strained against the force of his swelling muscles. Further damaged amidst the destruction, he wielded a massive hammer, the head of which exceeded a diameter of 30 centimeters, crafted from a mysterious metal. A single strike from it would surely spell grave injury or death for an ordinary person. Lu Su's mind raced with realization. This individual was a student of the school, and undoubtedly a player. It is unclear what has caused the current chaos. Has it arrived? What is it? Xie Antong inquired loudly, observing Lu Su leap back. It must be a player, gone mad for some unknown reason, seemingly promoting some organization of theirs, Lu Su replied. Without further ado, Xie Inong sees Lu Su and dashed toward the exit. Having witnessed countless scenes in 2 games, she was acutely aware of the threat posed by the formidable players to ordinary individuals. At that moment, several connected classrooms in the East District had descended into utter turmoil, with students rushing outside, excitement overtaking fear. Upon exiting, they encountered a giant standing in a daze. What the hell? Lupin. Among the students, someone recognized him, seemingly quite familiar. Approaching with astonishment, they gazed at the bewildered giant, who had lost all sense of rationality. You participated in the game, didn't you? How did it come to this? So cool. However, the giant paid no heed, casually waving his hand, sending the approaching student soaring like a plastic bag, crashing 8 meters away with a single swat, already unconscious upon hitting the ground. Instantly, the crowd scattered in terror, clearing a space in the middle of the classroom. As the sun and moon cycled through their endless dance, the giant remained oblivious to the onlookers, incessantly shouting slogans that pierced the eardrums. Raising the enormous hammer in his grasp, he smashed it against the classroom wall with a thunderous crash, reducing it to rubble. Uncertain of the reason, Lu Su found himself fixated on the number 80. The giant did not initiate an attack. In the span of several seconds, the crowd had nearly dispersed. At that moment, the giant suddenly turned its head, its crimson eyes locking onto the direction of the crowd, directly meeting Lu Su's gaze. Lu Su cursed under his breath. Damn it, why do you always have to lock eyes with me? Can't you look at someone else? He averted his gaze, and deep within his eyes, he had already formed a rough assessment of the opponent's strength far inferior to his own. Suddenly, the giant's eyes widened as it charged toward Lu Su, its massive form creating a howling wind. The crowd gasped in shock and hastily retreated, with Lu Su and Xie Antong following suit. The giant came to a halt, swinging its colossal hammer with a ferocious gust of wind aimed at the crowd. Lu Su raised an eyebrow, an instinctive feeling washing over him. This attack seemed directed at him. Instinctively, he hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to brace himself with his shoulder to absorb the blow and gauge the pain it would inflict. Dodge. Xie Antong urgently tugged at his arm, using her body to help him evade the strike. What are you doing? Hurry up and run. Are you that slow to react? Lu Su, momentarily startled, glanced at the girl before looking back at the giant charging toward them once more, confirming her intent with a shared glance. He realized that this formidable creature seemed intent on targeting him specifically. Amidst the throng, the act of blending in not only jeopardizes others by exacerbating their casualties but also renders oneself conspicuous, as one becomes the singular target amidst the multitude. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Su cast his gaze towards the dispersing crowd and the urging figure of Xie Antong, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. He then swiftly propelled her into the mass of people, while he himself stumbled away, extricating himself from the assembly. A solitary individual stands out starkly, and the frenzied giant advances towards him. In a dance of pursuit and evasion, they broke free from the crowd, arriving at a relatively spacious platform at the corner of the floor. Leaning against the wall, Lu Su calmly turned to face the panting figure before him, realizing there was no retreat left. Chapter 25. An unconventional mode of communication. Stunned into silence, he exhaled deeply, gradually turning to confront the irrational giant. Though labeled as such, Lu Su felt no sense of intimidation or raw power emanating from his adversary. Rather, the giant resembled a mere pawn, unleashed by unseen forces to convey a message. What could have drawn such attention to himself? Had he inadvertently revealed his identity? If even Xie Antong failed to distinguish him from his in-game persona, Lu Su doubted his exposure would occur so swiftly. It appeared there were circumstances beyond his understanding. Yet, he slightly twisted his wrist, sensing the explosive energy within his body, and muttered to himself, why must one court their own demise? In such a vast school, the only individual capable of overpowering you has become your focus? The only troublesome issue lies in the fact that this diminutive yet formidable figure, reminiscent of the Hulk, has stirred a commotion likely destined to become a headline news story and a significant societal event. If I were to become entangled in this, and should I manage to subdue him, it would surely be difficult to extricate myself from the situation. Are you not inclined to say anything? Just standing there? Strength is the greatest assurance, and Lu Su felt no tension. He turned around leisurely and inquired of the opponent. The sun and moon cycle, periods repeat. I certainly did not wish for you to utter such things. Lu Su felt somewhat speechless. He discerned that the other party had indeed lost all semblance of reason. Judging by the current demeanor, it was likely that he had been manipulated. It appears that the issue pertains to the organization known as the Heavenly Society. At this moment, in the corridor and staircase a mere 10 meters away, numerous teachers and students stood anxiously observing the scene. Many held their phones aloft, their expressions a mix of shock and composure, yet they remained intent on capturing photographs. Witnessing Lu Su cornered and confronted by that frenzied, colossal figure, everyone felt a palpable sense of danger surrounding him. Run, brother. Are you just going to stand there and wait for death? Hold on. Do not act rashly and provoke him. A cacophony of various shouts erupted from the crowd, with irresponsible and even contradictory suggestions continually surfacing. In the corner, the guidance director's phone was practically smoking from use. Clearly in a state of urgency, Xia Antong gazed at Lu Su with a tinge of concern. She sensed that Lu Su's withdrawal from the group was a deliberate act, yet she remained uncertain of his ability to cope with the impending situation. Could even seasoned players, who had successfully navigated the game, truly handle the challenge? Lu Su observed the collective demeanor of the group, when suddenly, at the end of the corner, someone distinctly different from the rest squeezed into view. Clad in a striking red uniform, the individual exuded an air of competence, and the moment he appeared, the head of the instruction department hurried towards him, as if he had found a pillar of support. Then, a voice whispered in Lu Su's ear, "Student, do not fear. Please remain calm and do not provoke them. I am Zhao Jiaqing, from a relevant national department." Lu Su thought to himself. Clearly, this voice did not emanate from the crowd, but was distinctly near him, akin to a transmission from a martial arts novel. A special ability, a player. The thought struck Lu Su immediately as he lifted his gaze to the man in the red uniform. He was certain it was him. Upon noticing Lu Su's focused stare, the man gestured an OK sign and continued to communicate telepathically. "Do not panic. I will assist you. Avoid provoking them and refrain from sudden movements. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Relax a little." In truth, Zhao Jiaqing felt a twinge of uncertainty himself, yet he feared that Lu Su, being merely a student, might succumb to panic. Thus, he aimed to steady the young man. Lu Su replied, "All right, no problem." Zhao Jiaqing communicated through whispers, while Lu Su spoke openly, gesturing an OK sign towards Zhao Jiaqing amidst the crowd. A multitude of teachers and students turned their heads in unison, casting dubious glances at Zhao Jiaqing, who was drenched in cold sweat. Good heavens, why did you have to say that? I told you to relax, not to this extent. Do you realize you are in peril? The game has merely commenced, and Zhao Jiaqing found himself lacking in experience to handle such unexpected events. Fortunately, the frenzied giant, Zhao Peng, had long since lost his sanity and failed to perceive any issue with Lu Su's words. Zhao Jiaqing could only force a smile and attempt to persuade. "Lu Peng, can you hear me? We hope you can remain calm. If you have any demands or difficulties, please express them. We are." Lu Su listened to these overly familiar phrases and smirked, pondering why this classic method of police negotiation from Hong Kong films still thrived despite its futility. The opposing party had evidently lost their wits. The cycle of time persisted, and the other party continued to speak incessantly, resembling a colossal parrot. "The chosen one has descended, and the world shall unite. I never claimed it could not unite. Why do you keep insisting on repeating yourself?" Lu Su expressed his growing impatience. "The world belongs to the Tiandi Society." "Belongs, you say? Just because you assert it belongs, does that make it so? I never denied it. What exactly are you trying to accomplish?" Lu Su began attempting to engage in dialogue with the fool. The cycle of time continued. Clearly, his attempt to communicate with the fool had failed, as the other party kept repeating their words. At that moment, Zhao Jiaqing's attempts at persuasion proved utterly futile. Observing the two individuals at the center of the venue engage in light-hearted conversation, he felt a surge of frustration and urgency. "Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation?" he implored. "Do not provoke him." Zhao Jiaqing once again sent a mental message to Lu Su. However, Lu Su had already resolved to cease prolonging the encounter. It was evident that the opponent lacked wit, and dragging this out served no purpose. It would be better to gauge the opponent's capabilities. The Tiandi Society is worthless. In an instant, Zhao Peng abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fury, his murderous intent fixated on Lu Su, who had dared to insult the Tiandi Society. "It's clear that the Tiandi Society is indeed behind this," Lu Su mused internally. No. Just as Zhao Jiaqing hastened to shout a warning, it was too late. A tempest erupted, and the tiles beneath their feet shattered violently as Zhao Peng's massive frame surged forward like a locomotive, barreling towards Lu Su. At that moment, Lu Su stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed with fear. Zhao Jiaqing dashed forward, but he was already aware that it was too late. It's over. Lu Su remained relaxed, gazing up defiantly as Zhao Peng's imposing figure loomed over him. With a flicker of disdain in his eyes, he slightly twisted his body to evade the impending blow. Then, with lightning speed, his left hand shot out, his thumb and index finger gripping Zhao Peng's chin. Crack. Chapter 26. The Disparity in Strength. Silence enveloped the world, allowing the sound of bones fracturing to resonate. It was merely the power of 2 fingers, yet those were Lu Su's 2 fingers. In an instant, the opponent's chin was crushed, along with the complete dislocation of the entire joint, effectively silencing any further cries or words. My friend, since you have lost your senses, I shall not hold back. The force exerted was already beyond the limits of human capability, yet Lu Su now wielded a staggering power of 24. In truth, he had shown restraint. Had he unleashed his full might, it would not merely have been the shattering of a jaw, but rather the obliteration of a skull. With a thunderous impact, Lu Su directed the opponent's energy, causing the completely oblivious adversary to collide headlong into the wall behind him. Lu Su deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the collision. The sound of bricks cracking echoed through the air as debris exploded in all directions. It was uncertain whether the opponent possessed such force naturally or if Lu Su's might merely enhanced it. The wall bore extensive fissures, resembling a spider's web, and appeared on the verge of collapse. Outside lay the campus, where Lu Peng had already crumpled to the ground, his head protruding outwards, completely unconscious. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable swiftness. The distance between the two was a mere 5 meters, and from the moment the opponent charged until the impact with the wall, scarcely a second had passed. Lu Su had only struck when the adversary obscured his own form, a movement as swift as lightning, leaving no forewarning. Zhao Jiaqing, having rushed forward, stood rooted in place, staring in disbelief at the scene before him, at a loss for words. His gaze continuously oscillated between Lu Su and the giant, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness on the ground, his mind momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. From his perspective, it appeared as though Lu Su had suddenly issued a provocation, causing the opponent to erupt in fury and charge forth, while Lu Su remained immobile. Subsequently, in an inexplicable turn of events, Lu Su deftly evaded the assault, resulting in the adversary crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. The entire affair bore an inexplicable sense of levity, starkly contrasting with the earlier tension, embodying an absurdity that was almost surreal. Moments ago, he had been on the verge of panic, envisioning Lu Su gravely injured or even dead, burdened with the weight of a life lost. Yet now, it seemed as if all was well. Not only he, but when the giant, transformed from Lu Peng, had charged, the crowd had gasped in shock, many hastily snapping photos while simultaneously shutting their eyes. Now, witnessing Lu Su unharmed, a sudden stillness enveloped the scene, as if this outcome was never meant to transpire. You? Zhao Jiaqing furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lu Su from head to toe, noting his apparent lack of injury. You collided with him, after all. Don't play the victim. I shouldn't bear any responsibility, right? Lu Su hastily interjected. Zhao Jiaqing retorted, is that all you can think about? He felt a wave of frustration. This lad's thought process seemed somewhat flawed. Are mental damages considered? I have suffered significant psychological trauma. Can I apply for state compensation? Lu Su declared emphatically. Zhao Jiaqing sighed. Forget it, as long as you're fine. However, it would be prudent to refrain from such acts of bravado in the future. I have heard that you resolved to divert that deranged individual alone in order to safeguard your classmates. Your safety should always be a priority. Lu Su, what is this baseless rumor? Where did you hear such news? This is an outrageous misunderstanding. At that moment, a commotion erupted behind him, with cheers rising from the crowd. Many students, who had initially retreated, began to converge slowly. Incredible! What a response, akin to that of an F1 driver. Unfazed in the face of danger, my friend. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of photography and short video uploads, accompanied by endless praise. The head of the administration hurried over, surrounding Lu Su with inquiries about his well-being. Had a tragedy occurred today, it might have cast a shadow over his career. A synchronized round of applause resonated through the crowd, making Lu Su feel as though he were a victorious matador basking in the glory of a successful performance. Quite an apt metaphor, as that individual had indeed been knocked senseless. Zhao Jiaqing, witnessing the throng of students gathering, quickly raised his voice to restore order, prompting several teachers to emerge and maintain discipline. Shortly thereafter, a few individuals clad in distinctive blue uniforms squeezed into the scene, surrounding Zhao Peng, engaged in some unknown activity. Lu Su casually brushed off a couple of inquiries and, after reassuring the head of the administration that he did not require medical attention, sought to blend back into the crowd. Zhao Jiaqing, observing Lu Su's retreating figure, furrowed his brow and suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." Speaking, he retrieved a golden business card from the lining of his uniform. Lu Su turned around, and Zhao Jiaqing extended his card. "This is my card. You may keep it for now. I have many subsequent matters to attend to, and this scene will soon be sealed off. I have no time for conversation. However, should you feel the need to contact me, do so." In the final words, Zhao Jiaqing emphasized the phrase "you should" with great weight. His gaze fixed intently on Lu Su, as if laden with meaning. Lu Su took the card, slipping it into his pocket without a glance, nodding in acknowledgement as he discreetly made his exit. Zhao Jiaqing said nothing further, turning back to his colleagues to manage the unfolding crisis. "Are you all right?" Xie Antong approached, whispering as she regarded Lu Su, who nodded in response. Observing Lu Su's successful evasion, she exhaled in relief, though a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Why did it seem that Lu Su was utterly confident he would be unharmed? Was he truly so assured of his own abilities? Had he acquired agility-enhancing skills in the game? Why did that strange creature seem particularly fixated on him, relentlessly pursuing him? These questions lingered in her mind, set aside for later inquiry. As numerous students were evacuated and the caution tape was unfurled, personnel from the special department continued their duties. With the sky darkening, Zhao Jiaqing let out a long breath, reflecting on the day's events. The sudden turn of events had left him somewhat bewildered. A high school student, possessing the remarkable ability to remain calm under pressure, coupled with an impressive capacity for quick thinking. Moreover, he appears to be devoid of any feelings of anxiety or fear. Engaging in self-reflection, he found the student encountered earlier that day to leave an indelible impression upon him. In this world, there are only two types of individuals who remain entirely unruffled in the face of adversity. One is a fool oblivious to the circumstances, and the other possesses a profound sense of confidence. Captain Zhao has nearly completed the investigation of the fundamental issues. At this moment, a female staff member clad in a blue uniform hurriedly entered, clutching several documents. The nature of the injuries was somewhat peculiar. Aside from the fracture in the forehead, the individual's chin was inexplicably shattered. Chapter 27, the third game, Hellish Difficulty, the Demon Hospital. Huh? Zhao Jiaqing, initially lost in his thoughts, was suddenly startled, turning abruptly and catching the other off guard. The chin is shattered? A result of the impact? Oh. The blue-clad woman, responsible for the clerical duties, confirmed, producing a stack of reports and stating, "It is uncertain, hence the peculiar nature of the findings." After all, the individual's skull also exhibited fractures, which seemed somewhat normal and aligned with the angle of impact. However, if the impact occurred at that angle, it stands to reason that the chin should not have been struck. It remains unclear whether friction played a role, or perhaps there was a prior injury. He has now emerged from the brink of danger. His name is Lu Peng. Following an investigation, it has been ascertained that he is indeed a player of the Divine Selection game. Just as the secretary was preparing to continue with the report, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Jiaqing. "Wait a moment," he exclaimed, furrowing his brow as he approached to seize the stack of X-rays in the secretary's hand, scrutinizing them intently. The secretary, responsible for the investigation, was taken aback, uncertain as to why Zhao Jiaqing had suddenly developed an intense interest in the peculiar injuries. The severity of the fractures appeared to exceed even that of the head trauma. It is worth noting that at that moment, the student possessed remarkable physical strength, having been capable of crashing through a wall. While the human skull is inherently more robust, the stark contrast in injury severity seemed rather perplexing. What could possibly account for this? Zhao Jiaqing pondered, reflecting on the events of the day. Time ebbed and flowed. Clearly, that individual had lost his sanity for some unknown reason, incessantly repeating a few phrases. Such repetition indicated that his jaw could not have been fractured beforehand. It must have been the result of that singular impact. Perhaps it was due to the friction against the wall? After all, he had directly breached it. The secretary tentatively speculated, mistakenly believing Zhao Jiaqing was merely concerned for the other's well-being. Zhao Jiaqing responded, "That is a possibility." He did not dispute the notion. Instead, he murmured to himself, as visions of the day's events replayed in his mind, along with the extraordinary behaviors of that high school student. Time passes swiftly. Since the unforeseen incident that day, the weekend has arrived, coinciding with the school's decision to bolster security measures. Lu Su lies quietly on his bed, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the new game. These past few days have been fraught with anxiety, as he has been preoccupied with thoughts of whether the enigmatic organization might come to investigate him, and if the family of the student he had eliminated would seek retribution. Fortunately, none of these scenarios have materialized. Time until the next game begins, 0:58:43. The final hour. At this moment, he is engaged in a phone conversation with Sia Antong, discussing the particulars of the upcoming game. Sia Antong, I am unsure how you managed it yesterday, but your prowess must be commendable. Nevertheless, this game remains perilously treacherous. I strongly advise you to purchase an exit token before participating again. Lusu responds via text, understood. Will you be joining the game this time? The reply is succinct, yes. Let us each engage in our own pursuits for now, and perhaps we can connect later if the opportunity arises. Additionally, I must alert you that while the attire within the game is standardized, intelligence suggests that undergarments are permitted to be brought in directly. Therefore, you might consider attempting to carry something from the real world into the game. Lusa gazes at the message, astonished to discover this intriguing piece of knowledge. And he wonders about the unique connections his classmate possesses. Having a background indeed has its advantages, unlike myself, who, in utter helplessness, resorted to underhanded means. After expressing my gratitude, I found myself lying alone on the bed in my modest room, lost in thought. I pondered whether Sia Andong was truly worthy of trust. If collaboration were to ensue, my status as the top contender would inevitably need to be disclosed. Yet, the evident affluence of the other party's family raised doubts. Could such matters be resolved solely through trust? As I contemplated, feeling the passage of time, I retrieved a golden business card from my uniform pocket. It was a gift from Zhao Jiaqing, a reminder that I should reach out when the moment called for it. Glancing at the unfamiliar department name inscribed upon it, and then at the contact details on the reverse, I took a moment to deliberate. Before discreetly tucking the card into my underwear, my apologies, Mr. Zhao Jiaqing. You shall accompany my brother for a while. Coincidentally, regarding the experiment Xie and Ong mentioned about smuggling items, I found myself lacking suitable objects at hand, so I shall make use of yours. It fits perfectly. Taking a deep breath, I organized my backpack, ensuring it was stocked with my achievements and various medications, awaiting that long-anticipated sound. For reasons unknown, this voice always stirred a fervent excitement within me. Please make the necessary preparations in advance. Please choose to become an audience member or a player. Greetings. Esteemed players, you have a brief moment to prepare. Game points, 12,400, pain value, 6, strength, 24, agility, 10, speed, 10, luck, 3, spirit, 1, bonus medals, god layer, legendary, system attacker, epic. The game has been initialized. Prepare to commence. Welcome to the chosen paradise. Once again, the familiar dizziness enveloped him, the world spinning around him. Yet this time, Lusu had developed a considerable degree of acclimatization. It felt akin to returning home. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld a vast and dimly lit chamber. The air thick with a damp, musty odor, suggesting rather unsatisfactory sanitary conditions. As he steadied himself, a reassuring sensation of solid ground beneath his feet emerged. Unlike the previous occasion when he had been suspended in midair, a tinge of disappointment washed over Lu Su. It seemed less exhilarating than before. The last time had at least granted him the chance to plummet through the air, offering a fleeting opportunity for a leg saw. He absent-mindedly touched his face. The mask was securely in place, fitting flawlessly. Before he could fully observe the other players around him, a voice resonated that filled him with immense satisfaction. Welcome, players, to the hellish mode of the chosen game, Demon Hospital. As the mechanical voice echoed, the creaking sound of machinery filled the air, and a treaded robot emerged from the shadows. Upon hearing this announcement, all the players' expressions shifted dramatically, their faces etched with solemnity. They are no longer novices. They have already grasped the terror of hell mode. How unfortunate that, in merely the second game, they encountered such an event. Yet beneath Lu Su's mask, a satisfied smile emerged. Hell mode? This truly feels like coming home. Chapter 28, The Gluttony Mask. My friend, is there truly no issue with your intellect? Under hell mode, the pain value one endures should be manageable. If we consider this instance, it seems I have consecutively faced hell-level dungeons 3 times. Such luck is indeed remarkable. Chuckling to himself, he felt fortunate to be who he was. A normal person would likely crumble under such circumstances. Greetings, esteemed players. I am your host for this session. You may call me the Great Tom. Welcome to the Demon Hospital. Of course, it is equally acceptable if you refer to this place as a prison. Lusa gazed at the metal robot before him and suddenly inquired, "Tom? Is your voice the same as that from the previous game?" "Great, Tom. Mind your language, young man." Lusa sensed a peculiar familiarity in the voice, but chose not to engage in a futile argument. Instead, he simply opened his live stream to observe any valuable information from the audience's perspective. "It has begun. I skipped class to witness the perspective of the master. I quit my job to watch. Once I learn, I shall leave this class and participate in the game as well. In this high-stakes game, I just discovered that all 5 players in this dungeon have previously cleared the game. None are novices. Moreover, apart from 1 player, there is another foreign participant who has also achieved a flawless completion. This is certainly intriguing. Wait, am I correct in my observation? The color of the mask worn by the prominent player seems different from the last time." Lusu briefly scanned the barrage of comments and realized that the number of people paying attention to him was steadily increasing. This sensation of being scrutinized is indeed uncomfortable, yet it offers certain advantages, such as swiftly acquiring information about those around him. High-level match, is it? It appears that this time, the competitors may be more formidable than before. Hold on, the mask color? Reminded by this thought, Lusu turned to glance at the tin-plated robot. From the mottled surface, he could faintly discern his own blurred reflection. It was a red mask. Red Miko, gluttony, personality influence, a heightened state of greed in terms of appetite, leading to mental disarray, capable of consuming anything, transforming even the most repulsive substances into exquisite delicacies. Advantages: remarkable digestive capabilities. Everything ingested is converted into energy, negating all negative effects. Side effects: the more one consumes, particularly harmful substances, the greater the degree of mental chaos. Moreover, the energy acquired does not belong to the individual. If not released to a certain extent, it may result in catastrophic consequences. With a deep inhale of the cool air, Lusa found himself unexpectedly confronted by an overwhelming challenge. Unlike the previous greed mask, which offered both normal and overload modes with only subtle variations in effect, the gluttony mask stood apart as the sole attribute among the 7 deadly sins without such options. The intertwining of lust and gluttony represented the most profound negative influence on the psyche, and the description revealed capabilities that bordered on the extraordinary. Indeed, it was a bug-level superpower in the early stages of the game. Truly, as an S-rank sealed item, its effects and side effects were of the highest caliber, leaving one to wonder what other states and overload modes might entail. Yet, the principle of high risk yielding high reward remained a constant in this game. For now, he felt no adverse effects on his mental state. "Now, I trust that all of you who have arrived here are not ordinary players," the voice continued. "You may take this opportunity to familiarize yourselves with one another, exchanging insights on your respective abilities. After all, in a certain sense, you are both allies and rivals." "What do you mean by that?" One of the foreign players interjected, a perfect completionist as indicated by prior remarks in the chat. "Quite simply, you should take the time to understand one another." The red light on the tin robot flickered twice, and then it began to move, dragging its body towards the door. "So, what is the objective of this game? Do not rush. Furthermore, you should address me as the Great Lord Tom." The tin robot seemed quite angered by the player's impudence, not bothering to look back as it continued on its way. After the door closed, the damp space of several dozen square meters was left with only the 5 players. The atmosphere fell into silence, tinged with an oppressive feeling due to the game's infernal difficulty. The foreigner who had previously spoken wore a furrowed brow and remarked curiously, "What is the purpose of this robot coming here?" He didn't utter a word. Damn, it seems he conveyed no information at all. Perhaps he merely serves as a mirror. Lusu, listening to the mutterings, responded, touching his mask. "Moreover, does this international friend comprehend Chinese? If so, why does he not speak? After all, it appears that the robot's words were in Chinese. Or is it that in the ears of this foreigner, they manifest in English?" The foreigner was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow and displaying a contemplative expression, yet he casually replied, "I don't want." Lusa chose not to engage further. And once again, the atmosphere descended into an awkward silence. This game featured a total of 5 players, all seemingly seasoned participants, presenting themselves with an air of competence. Although their expressions resembled those who had just tasted something unpleasant, the fact that they did not weep and wail upon hearing Hell Mode could be considered a positive sign. One foreigner appeared rather arrogant, seemingly capable of understanding Chinese yet unwilling to speak, his demeanor reminiscent of a certain film star, adopting a brooding persona. To his left sat a burly individual, robust in appearance, but likely lacking in skill. Fortunately, his physical characteristics were so pronounced that we need not remember his name, simply referring to him as Big Guy. There was also a woman, whose eyes flitted incessantly around the room since her arrival, suggesting she might not be one to underestimate. Yet, one could only hope she might yield some gold coins. On the far right stood the most flamboyant character, a towering man at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. While others donned the standard attire provided by the game, he had somehow acquired a striking red outfit adorned with patterns, hence he was dubbed Flamboyant Guy. Silence enveloped the room. The individual clad in red, referred to by Lusu as Flamboyant Guy, stiffly turned his neck. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lusu and remarked, "Isn't it enough, my brother? Can't you keep such thoughts to yourself? Why vocalize the narration? Are you sure your intellect is intact? In what way am I flamboyant? The attire mandated by the organization is acceptable." Chapter 29. One of us? Which department do you belong to? The corner of the flamboyant man's mouth twitched incessantly, while the other 3 players turned to gaze at Lusu, all wearing expressions of utter disbelief. "Seriously, my friend, your presence is utterly incongruous with the surroundings. In this oppressive and cold atmosphere, where a perilous game of survival looms, you have taken it upon yourself to serve as a judge." The tension we all felt moments ago rendered our emotions somewhat disjointed. The flamboyant man in red let out a slight sigh, surveying Lusu from head to toe, feeling a sense of helplessness in his attempt to critique. "Are you even participating in the evaluation from a distance? Everyone else appears relatively normal. Yet you don a mask, an ostentatious crimson one at that, emanating a luminous glow that continuously morphs into various patterns. Is this the reward you received in the game? One can only say it is as abstract as you are." Did I just vocalize that? Impossible. Do you possess telepathy? Lusu, astonished, touched his mouth. Feeling the frigid temperature of the mask, "You indeed uttered it." The flamboyant man in red, resigned, immediately regretted his words, questioning why he was engaging in a serious discussion with this lunatic. Wow, is there a dimming intelligence aura at play? Observing the expressions of those around him, Lusu also realized that this matter was likely true. It seems the mental confusion side effect of the gluttony mask has persisted. If I do not actively control it, I will indeed encounter minor troubles. Well, I've said it, and it stands. A narrative is essential in the game, and it also aids you in understanding how others perceive you. Who cares to know how you see us? I have only heard that as one ages, they can no longer hold their bodily functions. I did not anticipate that there are those who cannot restrain their words. The coarse, burly figure could not resist a mocking remark, perfectly aligning with his persona, and once again, the crowd fell into silence. Everyone was scrutinizing one another, though none exhibited the same anxiousness as Lusu. A cough rang out, shattering the stillness, as the flamboyant man in red took the initiative to speak. "I do not go by the moniker of the flamboyant man in red. My name is Jotion, and that is my true name, not merely a nickname. I believe that now we find ourselves in this hellish game, it is imperative that we swiftly eliminate unnecessary barriers. From a broader perspective, in relation to this game, we are all human. We stand united. In the present moment, we may need to familiarize ourselves with one another, as I believe this will be beneficial for our endeavor. Most of you are likely from Huagua. I am affiliated with an official organization, and you may place your trust in me." Jotion spoke with composure, endeavoring to forge connections among the group. This was linked to his background. In times of crisis, it is vital to unite any available strength, especially considering there was no pre-existing animosity among them. "I do not think so," interjected the foreigner. "We are not yet certain of the game's purpose, but you may refer to me as Kirk. That is my name." The woman, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, directing her gaze towards Jotion. "Greetings, and I appreciate your candor. However, as the Tin Man mentioned earlier, in this game we both cooperate and compete, making it quite challenging to establish trust." The officials?" The burly figure interjected, his tone gruff. "Has it only been a few days since the game commenced, and already there are officials? You people meddle unnecessarily. Your greatest contribution would be to refrain from interference, yet you persist in causing chaos." The burly man's temperament was evidently less than amiable, displaying a generally brusque demeanor towards everyone. Yet, Lusu understood that this was likely a manifestation of fear and anxiety. The pressure of the hellish game necessitated an unwelcoming outlet for his emotions. Observing the strained communication, Jotion sighed, having anticipated such a situation. He slowly turned his head to Lusu, awaiting his response. He had just reviewed his own live stream. It was well organized. with relevant external personnel constantly monitoring him and providing updates on Luce's situation. Logically, he should be an adept player. Luce regarded the individual who had turned towards him and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Am I truly not permitted to call you the red-clad rogue?" Zhu Tian, feeling overwhelmed, responded, "If you are uncertain how to address me, you may freely devise a nickname." Who inquired of you? Is this the crux of the matter? Just as the situation reached an impasse, a voice resonated once more within the room. It was the same voice, yet this time the metallic figure did not materialize. Instead, a mechanical sound accompanied the words that appeared on the wall. Chosen paradise, hell mode, demon hospital. Player basic task, survive. As long as one endures until the completion of the task, success is achieved. Player objective task, seek the source of the affliction, locate the individual most severely afflicted, and address the crisis they have instigated. Players who accomplish the objective will receive additional rewards, assessed based on specific performance and contributions. Demon Hospital welcomes the arrival of every patient. Countdown, 5 minutes, the game is about to commence. 0:05:00. After the brief description concluded, the voice fell silent, leaving no room for superfluous dialogue. It was as if the unnecessary conversation had been thoroughly addressed by the preceding metallic figure. And now the matter was being presented with utmost seriousness. Observing the task description, the expressions of the group turned somber. Hell mode, with the basic task being mere survival. The 5 individuals present were not to be underestimated. The mere notion of survival was enough to instill fear. Jiutian understood well that the likelihood of cooperation among them was indeed minimal. Moreover, the task was shrouded in ambiguity. What illness? How to ascertain who was the most severely afflicted? Surviving until the end equated to success, but what if someone chose to shirk their responsibilities? Merely biding their time while others undertook the tasks? Would that not yield the same outcome? How is it designed? The crowd fell into a contemplative silence, quietly rummaging through their backpacks and medical supplies, bracing themselves for the uncertainties that awaited in 5 minutes. Ah, right? Luce murmured to himself. But in such a tense atmosphere, even the faintest whisper drew the attention of those around him. The individual clad in a red mask reached into his trousers, and the nature of that action was rather indecorous. What does that mean, buddy? In broad daylight, is donning a mask your way of revealing your true self? As long as your face isn't visible, it's all right? The man in red slapped his forehead and inquired of the staff outside his live stream. Is his information accurate? Is he truly a master? Before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixated on the object that Luce was extracting from his trousers, a golden business card. That customized card type was something Jiutian was all too familiar with. Instantly, his demeanor lightened, as if he had spotted a friend, and he strode towards Luce. Leaning close to his ear, he whispered, "Are you one of us? Brother, your disguise is quite convincing. Which department are you from?" Chapter 30, Patient Sedation Meal. Are you eating the frame? As Luce noticed the other party leaning in, he instinctively flipped his wrist, concealing the card he held beneath his hand. Casting a wary glance at the stranger. Enough with the small talk, comrade. Time is of the essence. Which department are you from? Me? Luce lifted his head slightly, pondering. I'm from the senior 3rd department. Jiutian. What the hell? The high school department. What nonsense is this? What are you talking about? With only 3 minutes left, I feel quite overwhelmed. How can my colleagues still be in such a state? Do I not appear trustworthy? Although it is indeed likely that we come from far and wide, are we not part of an official organization? Is there not even a modicum of trust? Come on. I can see your business card. I'm Jiutian from K-City in Jianghai Province, and I didn't bring my card. Besides, do we still need such things? Look at my attire. Saying this, I tugged at the fabric of my red clothing. Why aren't you matching your outfit? You've ended up with a red mask? Your regulations seem quite peculiar. By the way, you must have our people in your live stream. Why not have them check on me? Luce realized that the other party had likely misunderstood something and continued to ramble. You seem quite mature. How can you be in the same department as me? Still in high school? Are you the director of the political education office? Jiutian, this is absurd. My patience is wearing thin. How can this person be so disorganized and undisciplined? Jiutian, our records indicate that there are indeed players who have successfully completed the challenge. However, there seems to be no documentation regarding this particular mask situation. Perhaps you should engage in more dialogue. A related staff member reminded Jiutian during the live stream. He suppressed the urge to strike out in anger, maintaining a stern expression as he lowered his voice. Comrade, I am unaware of your intentions. However, You previously commented on the color of my attire and deliberately presented your business card, clearly attempting to draw my attention. Do you have something to say? Lucius scratched his head, contemplating. I seem to be a bit hungry, which is strange. Who asked you? Giotion retorted, turning away with a dismissive remark. Just take care of yourself. Goodbye. He called out to the staff in the live broadcast room. Quickly find out where this person belongs. This is utterly absurd. A game of excruciating difficulty should never be treated lightly. A reminder to all players, it is advisable to exit this room swiftly before the time runs out. At this moment, the countdown had reached 1 minute, and the room had opened, revealing a pitch-black corridor that seemed to lead into an abyss. No one wished to defy the voice announcement. In hell mode, one could unexpectedly encounter a fatal state at any moment. Kirk, the foreigner, boldly stepped outside, his silhouette exuding an air of haughty confidence. The burly man cast an irritated glance at his retreating figure, clearly unimpressed, before following suit. Giotion and the woman promptly exited the room as well. Lusa maintained his habitual demeanor, lingering at the threshold until the final second, then curiously peeking back to see what might transpire. Suddenly, the heavy door slammed shut, forcefully ejecting Lu Su, leaving an imprint of a mask on the door's surface. Giotion, who had been keeping a wary eye on his colleague, helplessly turned his head away, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. As the door closed behind him, his gaze fell upon a long corridor, which curved gracefully, disappearing into the inky darkness approximately 100 meters ahead. The path veered leftward, while on either side of the corridor stood imposing iron doors, shrouded in darkness and silence, as if concealing ferocious beasts within. The entire passage was enveloped in an eerie stillness. It was evident that the chambers behind those doors housed the patients. Giotion traced the curvature of the wall with his hand, gauging the distance before him, and strode forward with purpose. Before engaging in any serious endeavors, he intended to familiarize himself with the layout and fundamental architectural structure of the space. The absence of staircases suggested it was a single-level building, though the possibility of hidden doors could not be dismissed. Given the curvature, it might well be a circular edifice. In the hushed atmosphere, Giotion's voice resonated as he openly shared his reflections with the others. At that moment, the game's announcement echoed once more. Breakfast time, 30 minutes. During this period, players must enter the patient rooms. If you venture outside, you must return to your room promptly. Prolonged lingering in the corridor may result in unfortunate consequences. Clang, clang. Following the announcement, a tray emerged from the concealed compartments beneath each room, seemingly delivered from an unknown source. Instantly, an unbearable, putrid odor permeated the air, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Under the dim glow of strip lighting, the tray held a large canister of a viscous substance, and without prior knowledge, one would find it nearly impossible to convince oneself that it was indeed food. Within, it is nearly impossible to discern anything of substance. Only a vague glimpse of shattered bones and mucus can be perceived. Beside the canister lies a small dish, upon which several white tablets rest. The inscription on the tray reads, "Patient exhibits mental instability. The sedative has been mixed into the food, perhaps facilitating communication." Observing this so-called institution, it appears to primarily address mental disorders, murmured Giotion. Damn it, bellowed the burly figure. This is also meant for consumption. Who wouldn't develop mental issues after being fed such fare? Is it truly inedible? Luce mused, glancing at the items strewn across the floor. Why did he find them to appear somewhat delectable? The gluttonous mask significantly amplifies one's appetite, effectively suppressing all rational judgment. The red warning lights flickered ominously, urging the players to hasten into the ward. With little time for contemplation, Luce randomly chose a room and entered, clutching the tray. The environment within starkly contrasted with that outside. The room was far from pristine, with various stains and even traces of blood adorning the walls. However, the illumination within was exceedingly bright, unwaveringly persistent. In the corner, a gaunt figure resembling a malevolent specter squatted, shackled by handcuffs and leg irons. The moment Luce stepped inside, the man cast a gaze filled with animosity, fixating intently on the tray in Luce's grasp. Time to eat. It must be breakfast. Though I scarcely remember. A culinary delight, my friend. You appear so emaciated, on the brink of starvation. Would you care to partake? The room contained no furnishings. Luce surveyed the space before placing the tray down and seating himself upon the floor. Care to eat? A hoarse voice emerged from the patient, gritting his teeth. Of course I don't want to eat. A newcomer delicacy? If it's so delicious, why don't you partake? Let me tell you not to be so pleased with yourself. Before he could finish his sentence, Luce's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Thank you, he exclaimed, seizing the mysterious can and pouring its contents directly into his mouth. The patient stammered, You will be the same. At that moment, the man finally completed his thought, rendered speechless. In the blink of an eye, half of the can's contents had been consumed, and holding the remaining half, Lu Su politely inquired, Are you sure you won't eat? Without waiting for a response, he added, All right, thank you. Then, tilting his head back, he continued to gulp down the contents. In less than a minute, the entire can had been devoured. This method of consumption was entirely beyond human norms. In simple terms, Lu Su's display of eating was a manifestation of superhuman ability, a display of extraordinary strength. To be honest, when Lu Su first grasped the can, he felt an internal resistance. Although under the influence of the gluttonous mask, he perceived the contents as the finest delicacy in the world, reason cautioned him that it might not be edible. However, eager to experience the power of the gluttonous mask, coupled with the pain value, Lu Su decided to indulge. It was Old Ba's secret mini hamburger. Yet, the moment that delectable substance entered his stomach, Lu Su found himself utterly unable to resist. The exquisite flavors of the world. He had never encountered anything so delectably divine. It was as if it transcended mere stimulation of the taste buds and directly invigorated the mind. There was simply no stopping. One can was consumed, enveloping him in an overwhelming sense of euphoria, a warm sensation wrapping around his entire being as though he had stepped into a realm of enchantment. Simultaneously, there was no trace of satiety. Rather, his hunger intensified to a new height. An insatiable appetite consumed him, and Lu Su felt as though he was brimming with vitality, yearning for even more sustenance. The multitude of spectators, along with the personnel from various organizations, stood in stunned silence. No, what does this mean? Is this part of the task? I cannot comprehend. Is there anyone knowledgeable to elucidate this? Where are the experts from before? In contrast, that deranged individual over there seems so much more rational. I have long heard tales of this individual's peculiar behavior. Analysts from major organizations were left bewildered, unable to fathom the implications of this scene. Yet, the reason had been articulated clearly by Lu Su from the outset. He was hungry. The patient swallowed hard, gazing at the masked figure before him, feeling a disconcerting fog clouding his thoughts. You are not a staff member? You are a fellow patient? Lu Su, comfortably seated on the ground, resolved to lower his defenses. Regarding his ravenous appetite, he chose to relinquish control, surrendering entirely to his primal instincts, allowing all rationality to yield to his true desires, focusing solely on the task at hand. Delicious, isn't it? You all live like this every day. It's truly a divine existence. The man's lips twitched slightly. Have I truly been reduced to serving deities? After a moment of mental disarray, he let out a cold laugh and glanced at the plate beside him, at the medicine atop it. His gaze hardened once more, glaring fiercely at Lu Su. No more pretense, is it? No one truly cares about what they eat. The so-called dining experience is merely a ruse to administer drugs to them. In the past, there was some semblance of pretense, but this lunatic before him seems intent on feeding him the medication directly. Pointing at the pills, the patient asked, What does this mean? Oh, my apologies, Lu Su replied, casting a fleeting glance before picking up the plate and, with a swift motion, pouring its contents directly into his mouth. There was no need to chew, it simply went down. Such wastefulness is shameful, yet the fellow opposite him was rather amiable, capable of reminding him. After finishing, with a growling stomach, Lu Su rubbed his belly and inquired of the man shackled by iron chains, Have you had your fill, thin one? The emaciated patient responded, Huh? What have I eaten? Didn't you consume everything? Lu Su, puzzled, asked, When did I eat your food? It was as if the events of mere seconds ago had vanished from reality. With eyes wide open, he insisted on fabricating the truth. The patient, clutching his head with both hands, replayed the recent events in his mind and, comparing them to Lu Su's earnest tone, seriously doubted whether his mental state had deteriorated further. Indeed, such a repugnant and distasteful substance could hardly be consumed by the staff. Could it be that I am now hallucinating while partaking in sustenance? Was it I who had just dined? The patient murmured, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused. No, right? What does that mean? Am I being tricked like a fool? Ah, I see now. This is a method of brainwashing, instilling doubt in the other, thus facilitating inquiries. Impressive. Truly remarkable. The viewers in the live stream seemed to comprehend the situation, showering praises once more. Suddenly, the emaciated figure's eyes turned crimson, and he lunged frantically towards Lu Su. The chains clanked as they restrained him midair, mere feet from Lu Su, yet it felt as if the distance was insurmountable. Where is my medicine? Where is my medicine? You consumed my medication. What shall I eat? Previously averse to the drugs, he was now consumed by a frenzy. Resembling a malevolent spirit, his gaunt body exhibiting sinewy muscles marred by bloodstains. The chains creaked ominously. The force emanating from this man transcended human limits. What medicine? I am uncertain of what you speak. Lusa responded with an air of sagacity, remaining unfazed. I understand, my friend. You must be still hungry. Rest assured. I shall not allow you to go without sustenance. The provisions here are indeed scant. I shall assist you. Look at your condition. You are on the brink of starvation. As he spoke, he gently touched the head of the seemingly deranged individual before dashing out with an air of urgency. The patients left in the room oscillated between madness and calm, occasionally rolling about while screaming. After Lu Su bolted outside, he rushed along the circular corridor. At each cell door, there lay the repugnant remnants of meals and pills. What was my purpose in coming out? Lu Su felt a slight disarray in his mind. Never mind, I shall eat first. With that, he began to devour the food with unrestrained fervor. Each time the hospital reminded him to return to the ward, Lu Su would hastily make his way back. The frail patient, now numbed by the experience, pondered in confusion why this individual, who claimed to be searching for food, returned each time ravenously consuming. Where is my food, brother? Aside from the meager provisions each player initially brought into the room, all the breakfast offerings from the malevolent hospital were swiftly consumed by Lu Su. It is noteworthy that initially, Kirk, after glancing at the food and pondering for a moment, chose not to take any and instead pushed the door open. Thus, the food that Kirk had intentionally left behind also found its way into Lu Su's stomach. As Lu Su passed by the door where Kirk was situated, he noticed a slight gap left ajar. However, he paid it no mind. What is a game? Who is Kirk? He had long forgotten. All that mattered was the act of eating. As the tempestuous winds swirled outside, Coker, ensconced within the confines of the room, was skillfully employing his extraordinary abilities to coax information from the mind of another. Coker, an arrogant American, possessed ample justification for his pride. A former criminal profiler for the CIA, he was adept in negotiation techniques and psychological analysis, and held the esteemed title of honorary professor at Harvard University, replete with various accolades from the realm of criminal investigation. Leveraging his exceptional qualifications, he had delved into a wealth of classified materials following his novice tasks. Recognizing the significance of the game, and had achieved a flawless victory in his inaugural round. Now, he stood as a player endowed with superhuman abilities, mental interference. In terms of supernatural prowess, he had even surpassed Lu Su. With his formidable background and current extraordinary capabilities, Coker believed he could extract information from several deranged minds with relative ease. How long have you been here? He inquired, surprisingly articulating the question in fluent Chinese. The game ensured no language barriers within its confines, yet he consciously opted for Chinese at that moment. I can't quite recall. 3 years? 30 years? Oh. Coker furrowed his brow, striving to disrupt the other's mental state as he posed his inquiries. Through careful coaxing and non-threatening questions, he had effectively dulled the defenses of his subject. Now, he had gleaned the information that the individual was named Long Lu, reminiscent of his own mother, incessantly mumbling about some task while expressing a craving for fish-flavored shredded pork, especially the latter, which had been repeated numerous times for reasons unknown. Do you believe you have any ailments? Asked Kirk. I am not ill. I am not ill. Long Lu exclaimed, shaking his head fervently. As if in the throes of hysteria, Kirk sensed his own composure slipping away. Very well, sir, we are inclined to accept that. Who, in your opinion, among us is truly afflicted? Medicine, no. Medicine. Long Geo mumbled, saliva trickling from his lips, his mind clearly unraveling. Kirk sighed, realizing he had reached an impasse and could only temporarily withdraw. All right, take a moment to rest. I shall step out to procure some food for you, your favorite. Fish-flavored shredded pork. I will return shortly. With that, Kirk rose and exited, intent on fetching the meal and medication. He had initially hesitated, believing that such substances could provoke a strong backlash and exacerbate long-standing psychological scars. Yet, he found that his personal influence was no longer sufficient to maintain control. He had no choice but to retrieve the medicine. Nevertheless, he had managed to align the other's consciousness with his own rhythm, while other matters were uncertain. Presenting the array of vile actions as something akin to fish-flavored shredded pork seemed to pose no issue. It appeared that this dish was a fixation for the other party. Once he satisfied this obsession, he would administer the medication, thereby gaining complete mastery over the individual. The game would then become significantly simpler. Hell mode was merely a facade, perhaps a touch darker and more sinister in appearance. The other individuals from Hwag will surely do not progress as swiftly as he does. He remains indifferent to the prospect of others being indolent. His sole objective in participating in the game is to achieve a flawless completion. In his eyes, there exists no notion of collaboration. The players are in a state of rivalry, where the first to unravel the game reaps the greatest rewards, thereby accumulating strength like a snowball rolling down a hill. The Hell mode does not intimidate him. As he contemplated, Quirk had already stepped outside, hands in pockets. A slight smirk gracing his lips, resembling a Western version of a crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Upon exiting, he was taken aback to find the dining tray empty. What happened to the food? Quirk was momentarily stunned. This was the first instance since entering the game where events had spiraled beyond his control. Where's the food? Why is there only an empty plate remaining? It was one thing for the food to be gone, but all the potions had vanished as well. Instinctively, Quirk glanced towards the doorways of the other rooms. With only 5 players in total and so many rooms, there should have been ample food. He instinctively scanned his surroundings, his body stiffening in disbelief. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing. Where has all the food gone? What the FK? Unable to suppress a curse, Quirk's expression turned bewildered. Could it be that in this game, food not taken into the rooms simply disappears? Such information had never been disclosed in the prior game announcements. Furthermore, why was the plate still there if the food had vanished? I can't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for this fellow. Who would have thought that his own teammates posed the greatest challenge? No matter how brilliant a mind may be, it could never fathom that the provisions had been consumed by comrades. My heart aches for Quirk. In the game of Quirk, the screen was filled with laughter. A bewildered Quirk returned to his room, his earlier confidence having dissipated within mere minutes. After raising his head once more, he felt his brows twitching violently. Opposite him, Long Lu had shed his previous foolish demeanor. His blood-red eyes now glinted with ferocity, and the chains around his body creaked ominously. The walls and floor began to show signs of cracking under the strain. The sheer might displayed was beyond human comprehension, making Quirk's teeth clench in apprehension, as he sensed that his opponent could break free at any moment and come forth to end him. Where is the fish-flavored shredded pork? Wait a moment. The chef is still preparing it, ensuring you the finest culinary experience. Do not rush. Quirk forced himself to regain composure, attempting to stabilize the situation. I will continue to urge him, he declared, before shutting the door and stepping outside. Meanwhile, as Quirk struggled to gather himself, Lu Su had already reached the end of the circular corridor. In an open room there stood Tom. Have you discovered anything, dear player? The familiar mechanical voice resonated. As the tin robot turned to face Lu Su, do you have any food? Tom seemed momentarily taken aback by the direct question, falling silent. You smell delightful. Lu Su continued, though he made no further move, returning to his room just as the red light was about to activate. As he turned and took a few steps, he encountered Quirk, who was approaching from the corridor, determined to gather information, glancing into each hospital room along the way. Before the other party, Lu Su tilted his head and poured the contents of the can into his mouth, as if fearing that the other might snatch away his food. Quirk. Chapter 33. In an instant, his gaze became clear. Brother, I am merely jesting with you. Observing the unexpected arrival of the figure in the red mask, Quirk was taken aback by Lu Su's actions, feeling as though his mind had been momentarily unhinged. Am I hallucinating? Has the mental interference inflicted upon me rebounded? Watching Lu Su gulp down a peculiar can of food in the blink of an eye, he forced himself to accept the bizarre scene before him, eyes wide as saucers and mouth slightly agape. Century meeting. I am about to die from laughter. I have been oscillating between the perspectives of these two individuals, and to be honest, such a terrifying atmosphere has been absurdly transformed into a comedy. Though amusing, I have no idea how they are to complete their mission. After all, this is a game of hell. What are you doing? Quirk stared incredulously at Lu Su, momentarily disregarding any sense of national pride, and directly inquired in Chinese. Eating. ISNT at mealtime? Lu Su responded nonchalantly. Do you have any to eat? Quirk opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words, unable to comprehend Lu Su's current actions. He wished to disrupt Lu Su's mental state, yet discovered that the latter's mind was already a tangled mess, rendering his attempts futile. It was akin to dropping a single drop of ink into a muddy puddle, futilely attempting to taint the mire. Even in the fleeting moment of utilizing his ability, He felt an immediate backlash, his complexion paling noticeably. Kelk stared at Lu Su with a hint of astonishment, pondering, had this individual undergone some harrowing experience? Had he sustained psychological trauma in this hellish game? In the brief exchange of glances, Kelk's mind conjured a myriad of possibilities, while Lu Su's thoughts drifted towards 1,000 classic culinary delights from around the globe. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye. He noticed the small dish in Lu Su's right hand, which contained 6 pills. Without the luxury of further contemplation, he urgently commanded, "Give me the medicine." Lu Su yawned and replied, "What on earth are you babbling about? I can't comprehend you. Hand over the medicine you have." "What medicine?" "This isn't medicine. It's my breakfast." All right, it's breakfast. May I have your breakfast, then?" Kelk began to coax, realizing that Lu Su might have lost his grip on reality, prompting him to adopt a more conversational approach akin to communicating with someone unhinged. "Why should I give you my breakfast? Are you begging for food?" Lu Su retorted, a discontented expression emerging on his mask. Kelk thought to himself, indeed, why would someone else's meal be given to me? Wait, why am I even contemplating such matters? Shaking his head vigorously to regain composure, Kelk finally recognized that the difficulty of this infernal game was indeed rather elevated. Patiently addressing Lu Su, he said, "I am but a wretched soul, famished for an eternity. I implore your assistance. For the sake of Christ, would you be so kind, my dear sir?" In a moment of desperation, Kurk even adopted an English accent. "If you are hungry, then eat, but you cannot substitute medicine for food, you lunatic," Lu Su retorted. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he swallowed 6 pills from the plate in his hand. Kurk exclaimed, "Am I not merely echoing your words? Have I become the madman?" Yet, as he watched Lu Su consume the last of the medication, despair gripped his heart. It was over. What had once been a delightful game had devolved into chaos. A true liability. Could this game not be designed for solitary play? The red warning lights blared, compelling the two to retreat to their respective quarters. Kurk's gaze grew increasingly icy as he observed Lu Su's departing figure, and he uttered softly, "If you possess even a shred of sanity, utilize the exit coin. At least it may preserve your life." Lu Su did not glance back, seemingly oblivious that the words were directed at him, and hastily returned to his room. Upon entering his own space, Kurk felt an overwhelming tension envelop him. Long Lu writhed on the ground, resembling a malevolent spirit. The scars upon his body were self-inflicted, blood splattering everywhere, as he had gouged the stone-paved floor into fragments with his bare hands. Is this truly a human being? The calmness in Kurk's eyes gradually transformed into apprehension, rendering him speechless as he stood by the door. Medicine. Where's my fish-flavored shredded pork?" Faced with the increasingly deranged utterances from his counterpart, Kurk swallowed hard and began to negotiate. The meal was still being prepared. Shifting his gaze back to Lu Su, he too had returned to his chamber, confronting his emaciated, monkey-like patient. The situation he faced was akin to that of Kurk. The patient, having consumed nothing, writhed about like a creature from another realm, on the verge of transformation. Yet Lu Su exhibited no fear whatsoever, casually making his way to the patient's side and sitting on the floor, inquiring nonchalantly, "What a truly invigorating breakfast. Have you had your fill this time?" If the patient were still capable of coherent speech, he would undoubtedly lean in close to Lu Su and bellow this statement into his ear. However, at this moment, he could utter nothing but a cacophony of meaningless sounds. How? You, too, will become like me. You will transform into something akin to my state." As he roared, the iron chains were pulled taut, and his fingers, sharp as blades, descended upon Lu Su's shoulder, slicing a deep gash from which blood flowed freely. Yet Lu Su exhibited no reaction, merely leaning against the wall, murmuring softly, "It seems you have not yet had your fill. Indeed, much like yourself, I too find myself unsated." Patient. He has succumbed to madness, flailing his limbs with reckless abandon, inflicting wounds upon Lu Su's body. Pain Deity selected. Pain value 1. Pain Deity selected. Pain value 1. Lu Su exhibits no reaction whatsoever, allowing the torment to persist as though he were entirely oblivious. "Well, I believe I have had my fill. What business do you have with me?" Lu Su inquired, turning to address the ghastly visage before him. Patient. Oh, shouldn't it be you seeking me out? Perhaps Lu Su's mind was in such disarray that it appeared the affliction had overtaken him, prompting the patient to engage in conversation. "I am quite famished. Yet I feel I may have overindulged." Lu Su mused, placing a hand upon his abdomen as he rose to his feet. "My friend, this position seems rather uncomfortable. You summoned me here for assistance, did you not? With that, he seized the patient's arm, which bore the strength to shatter stone, rendering it immobile under Lu Su's grasp. A flash of crimson light emanated as Lu Su retrieved his sharp blade from his backpack. The side effect of the gluttony mask, consumed energy does not belong to oneself. Reaching a certain threshold without release could lead to catastrophic consequences. Then let us unleash it, he roared. A primal scream escaping the patient as he struggled against Lu Su's grip. In the next instant, a flash of red light, with a power value of 24, multiplied thrice by the sharp blade's enhancement, along with the released strength of gluttony, the air crackled with tension. Crack! The sturdy chains, seemingly capable of restraining a dinosaur, shattered with a resounding crack. Simultaneously, the agonizing cries from the other party ceased abruptly, leaving them in a daze as they stared at the chains that had bound them for countless years. The madness and chaos in their eyes appeared to clear almost instantly, and the hands that had been frantically clawing at Lu Su fell still. What is happening? Chapter 34, Breakfast concluded. And none in the ward had taken their medication. The patients gazed at the severed chains, as if ensnared by a spell, rendered immobile. Their backs no longer ached. Their legs felt no pain, and the affliction of madness seemed to vanish entirely. The individual who had moments ago been intent on ending Lu Su's life appeared as if he were a different person altogether. Brother, I was merely jesting with you. Do not take it to heart. What on earth just transpired? Here it comes, extraordinary strength. The last game of that esteemed individual left me utterly astonished. Clearly capable of wreaking havoc, yet opting to infiltrate the realm of madness with finesse. Truth be told, I had heard whispers of this esteemed individual's condition long before the previous game. Coming to the hospital must feel akin to returning home. The emaciated patient stood there, acutely aware of his awkwardness, his body stiffening as if unsure of what to do next. He had lost one chain, yet was bound by something far more formidable, the grip of Lu Su still encircling his wrist. In those fleeting seconds, he sensed his nerves had gone numb, his arm devoid of sensation. Lu Su exhaled slowly, feeling the previously raging power within him temper slightly, bringing a measure of comfort. He released his hold on the other's hand. Who are you? Perhaps the overwhelming external stimuli have momentarily liberated the patient from his chaotic mind, granting him a fleeting moment of clarity. I am your fellow patient. Yet, Lu Su's mental state was no clearer. The dialogue remained disturbingly disordered. What is your name? My name is Guidi Gang. The patient, although it is a perfectly ordinary name, for some inexplicable reason, it felt profoundly unsettling. I am Long Wu. I am Long Wu. Without any inquiry from Lu Su, Long Wu declared his name with an urgency, as if awakening from a dream, finally recalling his identity. However, the clarity in his eyes quickly faded, once again engulfed by confusion and madness. The hand that had gained freedom began to writhe. Strangely, he did not attack the nearby Lu Su but instead swung the iron chain, striking the walls and the floor. To an observer, he appeared to be in a fit of impotent rage. Breakfast time has ended. All players please return to the designated area. Breakfast time has ended. The game's time suddenly blared loudly, echoing throughout the prison-like hospital. Ah, the bell has rung. It seems it's time to return. Lu Su muttered to himself, disregarding the individual behind him who had begun to spiral into madness, and strolled toward the exit. But suddenly, just as Lu Su was about to step outside, a loud crash resonated behind him. Turning slowly, Lu Su beheld Long Wu sprawled on the ground. At this moment, the opponent's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his face, and his complexion a deep shade of purple. He had forcefully collided with the ground, and blood was slowly oozing from the corners of his brows. Coupled with his tattered clothing and the numerous bloodstains adorning his body, he resembled a man who had endured a decade of relentless imprisonment and torture. As Lu Su turned to look back, his eyes glimmered with crimson, and he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Go, leave this place. If you do not depart, you will become like me. Lu Su remained silent for a few seconds, slightly bending down to gaze at Long Wu. A peculiar smile gradually emerged on his masked face. With a tone laced with amusement, he remarked, "Dear sir, what makes us different now? At lunch. You will still host me, won't you?" His voice flowed like a chilling spring, cascading from above, inducing an inexplicable shiver throughout Long Wu's entire being. Upon finishing his words, Lu Su straightened up and exited the infirmary. Bang! With a resounding crash, the door slammed shut, and everyone found themselves back in that initial room. The same 5 individuals, neither more nor less. Yet the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant. indicating that this round of the game had not yielded any favorable progress. The sole female player appeared pale, clearly shaken, while the previously imposing figure bore visible injuries. With his right arm drenched in blood, hastily bandaged with his own clothing, still showing signs of seepage. All right, players, the first round of the game has concluded. How are you all feeling about your adaptation? The mechanical sound resonated, signaling Tom's speech as he occupied the same room. Feel free to engage in brief discussions and share your experiences while we await the commencement of the next meal. Of course, should anyone believe they have identified the most afflicted individual, do not hesitate to inform me. You may now proceed as you wish. After delivering his words, Tom maneuvered his wheeled device to a corner, ceasing all movement as if it had entered a state of standby. Cursed game. A sudden roar erupted within the room, emanating from a burly figure whose forehead glistened with cold sweat, gripping his bloodied arm tightly. What is this place? Is it a hospital? These beings are far from human. His incessant cursing revealed the palpable fear woven into his words. Upon entering the ward, the burly man had been solely focused on accomplishing his task, intent on hastily administering medication to advance his progress, entirely disregarding the tormented patients before him. When they refused to take their medicine, he brazenly attempted to pry open their mouths and force-feed them. It was then that he comprehended the true nature of his adversaries. Each wretched patient's body seemed to house ferocious beasts, ready to spring forth in an instant. The burly man found himself utterly defenseless. Had it not been for his commendable physical fitness and regular exercise, he might not have escaped with his life. Indeed, the standards of physical capability here transcended mere human measurement. At this moment, Zhou Tian, standing nearby, echoed his sentiments. In the realm of infernal games, such difficulty is to be expected. Proceed with caution. At the very least, they still possess chains, and we have our medication. I propose that we share our current intel. Allow me to begin. I have observed a peculiar phenomenon. Initially, my patient exhibited a strong aversion to the medication, yet after a brief period of persuasion, he suddenly became frenzied, declaring a desire to take the drugs. The woman's complexion also turned pale, and shortly thereafter, Jiutian interjected, affirming, indeed. My patients exhibited similar manic behavior, refusing both medication and sustenance. However, after a while, they would suddenly erupt in fury, demanding the medication, consuming it all in a frenzy. It is truly bizarre. Moreover, after taking the medication, the manic sensation dissipates, yet they remain utterly incoherent, their minds completely disordered. At that moment, Kirk abruptly rose and stated, I have nothing to convey. I possess but a single inquiry. He then directed his gaze towards Lu Su, who lay on the ground, and inquired, Are you aware that, apart from your patients, none in the entire hospital have taken their medication? Have you consumed it all, Mr. Red Mask? The last two sentences were uttered in Mandarin, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, before they turned in astonishment, perplexed by the exchange between these two individuals. Chapter 35. The patient appeared rather rational before him. The medication was not merely a conduit to success. The atmosphere in the room abruptly descended into an eerie silence. No one had anticipated that. Without any advancement in their mission, such an occurrence akin to an internal conflict would transpire. Jiutian fell into a brief silence, his mind struggling to process this information. What did it mean that he consumed everything himself? He took the initiative to speak, attempting to ease the tension. Mr. Cork, what do you mean by that? Literally. Cork replied curtly. I never imagined that someone could gain abilities from the game through consumption. His expression was one of palpable anger, stripped of the previous rationality and arrogance he had displayed. Upon closer inspection, a trace of blood marred his face, a result of failing to procure the fish-flavored shredded pork, which led the patient, Long Lu, to extract fragments of stone from the ground to hurl at him. Jiutian glanced back and forth between the two, still perplexed. Eventually, he opted to seek assistance from external staff in his live broadcast, for they had always been vigilant on his behalf. Indeed, Jiutian, it is as you interpret it. This competitor in the red mask has consumed all the delivery products within this hospital. Not just the medicine, but all the food. We have calculated the total to be 112 portions. It is beyond the realm of human capability. The volume of food far exceeds the record set in the World Eating Championship. We speculate that this extraordinary ability belongs to the other party, exhibiting an extreme level of peculiarity, which, at present, appears somewhat futile. Jiutian gazed at the response provided by his comrades on the screen, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation, his reaction reminiscent of Kuerk's expression upon encountering Lu Su earlier. The cerebral contortion. Surely he must be unwell. What is he consuming? Is that fit for human consumption? Does he not fear for his own life? Is this an attempt to experience his own superpower? But what are the context? Why is he eating? And why consume everything? Is there no impetus? Regrettably, Officer Jiutian, there is no context, nor any rationale to speak of. If one were to insist on a reason, it would simply be that he declared himself hungry from the outset, yearning to eat, and thus he consumed everything. Truly absurd. Our behavioral analysts have been at work, yet they cannot discern the purpose behind his actions, suspecting that his mental state may indeed be quite chaotic. Compared to him, the other patients in the ward seem remarkably stable. It is noteworthy that one patient has engaged in rational dialogue with him on 2 occasions, an accomplishment none of you players have achieved. Unfortunately, while the patient exhibited rationality, he did not reciprocate, resulting in no further productive conversation. Jiutian's brow furrowed deeper, grappling with the perplexity of the situation. There is no reason or motive. Yet the outcome is surprisingly satisfactory. How can the patient be more rational than him? The patient is actually able to engage in sensible discourse with him? Is there truly no significance to this? After all, having been chosen by the game and appointed as a special commissioner, he possesses extensive grassroots experience. Realizing that many matters are far more intricate than they appear, adhering strictly to the rules with a rigid approach often leads to failure in achieving objectives. In grassroots life, it is frequently those who seem unorthodox and disregard procedural norms who ultimately attain favorable results. He remains oblivious to the true circumstances surrounding Lu Su and cannot conceive a plausible explanation. Moreover, one crucial point must be emphasized. Under no circumstances should he offend that individual. The opponent's combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. Jiutian furrowed his brow. This is the first time he has encountered a description of combat strength as exceedingly terrifying. At this moment, Lu Su, who had been lying flat, finally spoke up, interrupting Jiutian's contemplation. "Ah, it's you, my brother in need. What is the matter? Have you not yet procured any food?" Lu Su uttered words that only the 2 of them could comprehend, comfortably sprawling on the ground. The large man and the woman stood to the side, utterly baffled by the unfolding situation, unsure of what was transpiring. Kuerk, shedding his earlier arrogance, gritted his teeth and asserted, "Those medications are meant for mental patients. Not for you. If you consume too much, your mental state is undoubtedly completely abnormal now, isn't it? If you cannot handle it, then you should withdraw. This game is not suited for you. You did not acquire the food, so you cannot blame me. Securing food is my own skill." Lusa continues to ramble nonsensically. Enough. Kolki has become infuriated. He, who has always held himself in high regard, has never experienced such a sense of futility as if conversing with a fool. Do you comprehend that if I obtain that medicine this time, I shall make significant progress? I am but a step away from completely controlling him. This hellish game poses no inherent danger. You have artificially created peril. Huaguaran, I cannot discern whether you are feigning madness or if you have truly lost your mind. Those medicines are tools for clearing the game. You are obstructing the progression of the game, hindering our advancement in this infernal challenge. This will lead us all to doom. You must either behave yourself or swiftly exit this game. Suddenly, Lu Su, lying on the ground, slightly lifted his head and cast a glance at him. From behind the red mask, a sharp light seemed to emanate, making Kolki feel as though he was being targeted by a predator in the wild, instantly sharpening his awareness. Lusa spoke slowly. How do you know that those medicines are the tools for clearing this game? Who informed you? All eyes turned towards Lu Su, who lay on the ground. Did he just speak coherently? This marked the first instance of Lu Su articulating meaningful words, engaging in conversation like a normal player. Kirk's mind momentarily faltered, and Jiutian also pondered. It seemed that within the game's narrative, there had never been any mention of medication. The notion that drugs could alleviate a patient's condition was inscribed on a platter alongside the repugnant food, essentially constituting a part of the game. They were utterly oblivious to the actual effects of the medication, its principles, or the corresponding ailments. Kirk had initially harbored doubts, wishing to rely on his own abilities rather than resorting to drugs. Yet, in the end, they all acquiesced. Lu Su's voice continued, this time with unwavering conviction. Those substances were not merely tools for advancing in the game. As his words reverberated, it was akin to a thunderclap, plunging the crowd into silence. Even the motionless tin robot, Tom, in the corner, turned its head to observe. Kirk furrowed his brow, deep in thought, as everyone contemplated the implications. Jiutian spoke up, asking, Are you implying that? Those are not game items. Lu Su replied, reclining once more. That was my breakfast. I'm feeling a bit hungry again. When does lunch commence? Kirk exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 36, Restoration and Growth. The terrifying power of the gluttony mask. Kirk interrupted in a fit of rage, as the emotions he had painstakingly gathered crumbled in an instant. He had never encountered an athlete quite like this before. Initially, he found himself lost in contemplation, acknowledging that there might be some merit to the words being spoken. Perhaps this individual possessed extraordinary insights. However, just as he began to take the matter seriously, the other party retorted with a derisive question about breakfast, exclaiming, "Why don't you call it your death meal instead? Haven't you recovered yet?" The blood surged in Kirkton's throat, his face flushed with indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Su, unleashing a torrent of words. Yet, he found himself at a loss for insults. Investigating the mental hospital had led to the revelation that a teammate was mentally unstable. How could one navigate such a predicament? Lu Su lay on the ground, observing the irate Kirkton with an expression reminiscent of their first encounter, curiously inquiring, "Oh my heavens. What troubles you, poor Tom? Is that wretched white cat toying with your emotions once more? I am Tom. I am not pitiable. Instead, I should be addressed as the great Tom." In the corner, the originally turned-away tin robot earnestly interjected before resuming its previous position. The female player lowered her head, feeling an overwhelming headache. The large fellow immediately began to curse, reapplying bandages, as his earlier anger caused him to bleed anew. The entire scene transformed into a farcical tableau. The seriousness that had briefly enveloped the moment dissipated in an instant, and no one seemed inclined to ponder the matter of medication. It was as if all had succumbed to the delirious ramblings of a disordered mind. Jiao initially felt overwhelmed, believing that Lu Su, a person of extraordinary talent, would surely display remarkable actions. He had been contemplating this, but now he realized it was best to refrain from overthinking. He must avoid being led astray by the delusions of a madman and inadvertently endangering himself in this perilous game, where death was indeed a real possibility. Managing the team was proving to be quite challenging. However, recalling what his colleagues had mentioned about Lu Su's exceptional combat prowess, coupled with the necessity of maintaining internal harmony, he hastily interjected, urging, "Everyone, please remain calm. Let us focus on the game and refrain from conflict amongst ourselves." HM? Red-clad flamboyant man? Lu Su seemed to have just recognized Jiao, causing Jiao's lips to twitch in disbelief. "Come on, buddy, haven't you already lost your mind? How could you remember that nickname I gave you so vividly? Go away from me." Kuurk, having little desire to engage further, coldly uttered a single phrase before distancing himself from the group, seeking solitude. The team was non-existent. These ineffectual individuals either contributed nothing or, like that lunatic, were simply a detrimental influence. He could only map out his own course moving forward. Lu Su lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly oblivious to everything, absorbed in his chaotic thoughts. His earlier utterance of red-clad flamboyant man was intentional, a semblance of responsibility towards the team. He was conveying a signal. He had not completely lost his sanity. If he were to refrain from succumbing to his mental turmoil, he would find it difficult to reap the benefits bestowed upon him by the gluttonous mask. Thus, he indulges in various irrational behaviors, surrendering to his corporeal impulses. Nevertheless, he retains a semblance of fundamental rationality. After all, it is utterly unacceptable to be forever transformed into a madman, manipulated by the mask. Yet, whether anyone receives the signals he transmits or comprehends them remains uncertain. He is currently reveling in the sensation of power. Although the side effects of the gluttonous mask are considerable, the unique enhancement of strength it provides far surpasses that of the greedy mask. With 112 portions of food and 700 unknown substances, a tremendous surge of energy has been unleashed. At this moment, Lu Su feels as though there is a powder keg within him, poised to release immense power at any moment. His previous feat of slicing through iron was merely a triviality. The surging energy within him expands, and with the slightest absorption, it restores his body and amplifies his strength. Previously, when Lu Su was assaulted by Long Wu in his chamber, he allowed himself to be torn apart, accruing 4 or 5 points of pain. However, now, other players perceive only his tattered clothing, failing to notice any injuries he sustained, for his wounds have completely healed. The energy accumulated within him exhibits an extraordinary regenerative ability, even in the face of such outward injuries. Moreover, his current strength has risen from 24 points to 25 points. To be precise, all of his attributes, save for spirit, have increased by 1. This is not merely his enhancement, but rather the terrifying effect brought about by the gluttonous mask. The formidable energy, when absorbed even slightly by the body, yields such remarkable effects. He intends to fully relish the mask, as long as his rationality remains intact. The chaotic thoughts on the surface are of little consequence. Moreover, it is uncertain whether the disordered thinking aligns with this place. Yet he often perceives that such chaotic and unclear thoughts allow for a clearer contemplation of many matters. For instance, regarding those medications, or concerning these individuals. The argument has subsided, and there remains a span of time before lunch. Kirk is lost in thought, contemplating something alone against the wall, while Lusa lies motionless on the ground. No one is privy to the plans of these two flawless players. Giotion attempts several times to initiate a conversation, eager to ascertain any current updates or future intentions. However, the responses are scant. During breakfast, the group collectively gleaned two key pieces of information. 1. That patients tend to calm down when they take their medication, and 2. That patients often assert they are not ill. This aligns perfectly with the characteristics of mental illness. Such information is of little assistance in advancing their mission. After a moment's hesitation, Giotion ultimately shares his own insight. My patient uttered a statement. In addition to claiming he is not ill, he also declared himself innocent. I am uncertain of its utility, yet I offer it for your consideration. The burly man and the woman exhibit no reaction, but Kirk and the prone Lusa noticeably perk up their ears. As the lunch hour approached, the familiar protocol was understood by all. The door swung open once more, and the ironclad robot, Tom, rolled out of the room. Lunchtime has commenced. Players, please begin your game. Cole slowly opened his eyes and made his way to the entrance. In the annals of international medical history, the categorization of mental illnesses has never adhered to a rigid standard. Yet, within this context, one must identify the most severely afflicted individual. Despite all patients currently asserting their mental well-being, it appeared a shift in strategy was necessary. Contemplating this, he turned back to observe Lu Su. Chapter 37. Is the hospital essentially a prison? I love you. I need to warn you. WTF? After turning away, he had intended to weigh the pros and cons, hoping Lu Su would refrain from affecting him this time. However, upon glancing back, he was startled to discover that Lu Su had inexplicably vanished. He had been the first to set forth, having remained motionless on the ground when the game's introductory voice had echoed. Where could he be? An ominous feeling surged within him, and then he began to hear the cacophony of clattering sounds behind him. Once the appetite was ignited, it became insatiable. Lusa had awaited the commencement of lunch for some time, and naturally, he would not wait for him. The moment he heard the call for food, he had bolted out like a cheetah, ready to devour everyone's lunch. This act of dining transcended mere eating. It was a rapid ingestion, followed by the next. The swiftness of his actions was astonishing. By the time Quirk realized what was happening, Lu Su had already devoured countless plates of food, advancing with remarkable speed as if fearing that someone might contest him. To be honest, I had anticipated this outcome. Although it was a hellish game, why did it carry such a humorous undertone? I felt a pang of sympathy for Quirk as I found myself laughing uncontrollably. My masked brother emerged and struck with such efficiency, showing no regard for the situation. The players were equally dumbfounded. While they had previously heard rumors of Lusa consuming all the food in the hospital, they had never truly grasped the magnitude of it until witnessing it firsthand. Their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. Giotion could not suppress a gulp. He now understood why it was said that this individual's combat prowess should not be underestimated or provoked. Given the noise he made while eating and his explosive speed, he seriously doubted that he would emerge unscathed if he approached. Fear crept in. Would he eat me? Stop! Quirk screamed, abandoning all caution as he dashed forward, frantically attempting to seize food. Ultimately, he managed to secure a plate of medicine, which he carefully tucked into his embrace. All other food had been completely swept away. The patients here could hardly fathom why, while peacefully residing in the hospital, they were suddenly deprived of their meals. Clutching the medicine in his hands, Quirk cast a wary glance at Lu Su. This time, he dared not utter a word. He was genuinely afraid that Lu Su might pounce on him. With his medicine in hand, he made his way directly to Long Lu's room, ready to commence his information gathering. The other players had evidently begun to perceive Lu Su as an abnormal contender, retreating into their rooms as if in avoidance of him. The patients within the chamber appeared somewhat more composed. It seemed that the true torment of this hellish game manifested primarily in this individual. Lu Su entered the previous room, gazing down at Long Wu, who lay contorted and exhausted on the floor. as if he had endured some form of torment throughout the morning. Upon noticing another's presence, he let out a ferocious roar and attempted to charge forward. However, he abruptly halted midway, not restrained by chains, but rather recognizing Lu Su. His eyes cleared momentarily, the frenzy dissipating into a calmer demeanor. "Greetings, beautiful lady." Lu Su gently closed the door, speaking with utmost courtesy. "Why have you altered my gender?" Long Wu sat on the ground, seemingly devoid of spirit, motionless and unresponsive, resembling a desiccated salted fish. He understood that engaging with the man before him was a futile endeavor. Lu Su remained at the threshold, continuing, "Is there something you summoned me for? By the way, is there anything to eat here? The fellow who invited me this morning left me quite unsatisfied, which I find utterly unreasonable. The thought of it still irks me, and I shall not forgive him." Long Wu remained silent, seated quietly on the floor, reflecting inwardly, "That person from this morning was also me. I am still hungry. You must have devoured my lunch as well. Haven't you?" Slowly, and quite unexpectedly, Long Wu, who had been in a state of mental disarray, suddenly spoke up. "Why? Why me? With great power comes great responsibility, Spider-Man," Lu Su replied, his words somewhat misaligned, as he patted Long Wu's shoulder. "Peter, you must remember these." What a jumble of nonsense. I'm utterly bewildered. Goodness, Spider-Man has made an appearance. The boss is responding to messages in a chaotic manner. Yet, don't you think these patients, in the presence of the boss, have expressed some semblance of restored sanity? Long Wu's lips twitched. He seemed to have grown accustomed to Lu Su's eccentricities, continuing, "What exactly are you here for? If you are mad, then everyone in this prison is in solitary confinement. If not, why torment me? I am innocent. Those inside are the guilty ones." Long Wu's remarks caused a significant stir in the live stream. WOC. What a substantial amount of information. What does it mean? Wasn't it supposed to be a hospital? Why has it turned into a prison? What do you mean by the people inside? The patients have said so much more than the news from Ku Air Ku. Is this the communication method among the mentally ill? I just wonder if he can comprehend it. Lu Su, with his hand resting on Long Wu's shoulder, wore an exceptionally serious expression behind his mask, as if contemplating something profound. "Are you saying those people inside will provide me with food, right?" Long 5. He is on the verge of madness, yet he restrains himself. "Indeed. Thank you for your hospitality." Lu Su rose and headed straight for the food, leaving no trace of sentiment behind. After his departure, Long 5 buried his head in the ground, gasping for air. Nevertheless, their transgressions. Perhaps they have been atoned for here. Lu Su continued his advance until he reached the circular end, arriving at the place where Tom was parked. He paused, glanced at Tom, and spoke. "Brother, you truly smell delightful." Tom. Subsequently, Lu Su wasted no time and opened a nearby door, stepping inside. The dim light illuminated blood-red walls and floors, where a figure sat quietly on the ground. Slowly, it raised its head, revealing a dark visage. Its deep-set eyes and wide grin displayed a mouth filled with decayed teeth. "At last, individuals like you have arrived. Where's my meal? Is that foul substance exempted now?" It fixed its gaze on Lu Su, emitting a chilling laugh. "I know what you have come for, but..." Before the figure could finish its sentence, Lu Su interrupted. Lu Su declared, "I love you." The figure responded, "What did you just say?" The patient in the inner chamber seemed momentarily taken aback, questioning with skepticism. "I love you." At this moment, Lu Su's mind was no longer in disarray, and he effortlessly repeated himself. Oh. A declaration of love had effectively captivated the other for over 30 seconds. His mouth hung open, as if something lodged in his throat rendered him speechless. The previous sinister grin and contorted expression had vanished, leaving only a visage of utter confusion. "You are not this." The audience watching Lu Su's gaming stream had momentarily forgotten the peril of the game, finding the entire scenario amusing. However, the patient within the game did not share this sentiment. He gazed at Lu Su with a look as though he had just consumed something foul. Ultimately unable to restrain himself as he inquired, "Why?" Lu Su calmly closed the door and replied, "Child, you must understand that true love requires no justification." The patient, having forgotten the carefully crafted words he had intended to say, mumbled unconsciously, "Does love really need no reason?" "No. Why the hell should I even ponder such notions with you?" With a face full of trepidation, he looked up at Lu Su and exclaimed, "Is there something wrong with your mind? Are you insane? Friend, if we are to be precise, you are the one who exhibits signs of madness," Lu Su replied earnestly. The other party, taken aback, pondered. "Well, I suppose you have a point. No, wait. He shook his head vigorously, slapping his own face in disbelief, questioning why he always found himself following this person's line of thought. Initially believing his toy had finally arrived, he now felt an inexplicable sense of wariness, sensing that this individual was unlike anyone who had come here before. You, who are you? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others? Lusu responded with utmost politeness. Who am I? I am somewhat unclear on that myself. The other man's gaze was a bit muddled, yet he continued, but you may call me Wang Ao. Ah, Mr. Zhang, greetings. I am Batman. Lusu intentionally lowered his voice, mimicking the iconic tone of DC's character, as if clearing his throat. What the hell? The other man's voice shot up an octave, clearly bewildered by such absurdity. He struck his own head in frustration, doubting whether he had missed a couple of meals or taken his medication, feeling as if his mental state had worsened. Why does it feel like my mind is so foggy today, as if I am witnessing illusions? Very well, let us cut to the chase, Lusa stated. Oh, all right. Wang Ao instinctively replied, the previous expression of skepticism returning to his face. So, where is the food? Lusu inquired. Ah? Wang Ao raised his head in astonishment. His previously stirred emotions shattered completely. Where's the food? Lusu shrugged, seemingly questioning the other. Food. For some reason, it wasn't he provided today. Wang Ao responded innocently, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. Wait, shouldn't you have brought me food? Why? Lusu looked at him as if it were a matter of course. As the saying goes, when one possesses ample confidence, the other often falters. Wang Ao, bewildered, seemed genuinely lost in thought. Indeed, why is that? Wasn't it you who summoned me? Lusu pressed on relentlessly. When did I summon you? After entering, Lusu had merely exchanged a few casual remarks. Yet Wang Ao felt as though he had been enduring an eternity. His mind was now a chaotic mess. No, I mustn't dwell on this. Suddenly, overwhelmed, Wang Ao's eyes widened, and he felt an uncontrollable surge within him. Clenching his jaw, a fierce aura emanated from him. He stomped his foot forcefully, rising to his feet. His gums, stained with blood, were exposed, and the muscles in his face were taut and elongated. His entire physique seemed to convulse with intensity, and he appeared considerably improved compared to the previous Long Wu. Many of the chains binding him had been removed, leaving only a thick chain shackling his left leg, granting him significantly more freedom of movement. Extending his pitch-black nails, he pointed at Lusu and said, You, young man, cease your prattling before me. I warn you. Yet, in the next instant, Lusu's figure appeared before him as if conjured by magic, their faces mere inches apart, each able to feel the other's breath. Wang Ao was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered someone bold enough to draw so close. Was he not afraid of death? His pupils constricted. An overwhelming sense of aggression surged within him, and he prepared to strike. However, in the blink of an eye, a powerful hand pressed firmly upon his shoulder. Mr. Liu, why the haste? Have a seat and speak slowly. Subsequently, an immense and utterly irresistible force emanated from the other, akin to a mountain descending upon him. Unprepared, Wang Ao's legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling on the ground. Why are you kneeling? No need for such formality, Lusu remarked, as he settled cross-legged before him. Wang Ao's lips trembled, his gaze fixated on Lusu, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Was he human? Was such power characteristic of a mere mortal? The blood-red eyes gradually softened, and the earlier inclination to act violently evaporated in an instant. Excellent, it meets expectations. His gaze has become remarkably clear. Just like the previous Long Wu. Long Wu, a deathly companion is better than a living foe, my brother. You should experience this. In terms of pure combat prowess, isn't this a bit overpowered? Welcome, our esteemed masked figure, to commence a new round of torment. What troubles you? Brotherly, why do you remain in such a position? Lusu inquired, seated directly before him, their proximity palpable. Even if you cannot recall my name, might you at least stabilize upon a surname? I have adopted so many different ones by now. In his current state of confusion, Wang Ao found his capacity for coherent thought slipping away, his speech faltering, and his martial prowess seemingly waning as well. Thus, the only recourse was to adhere to the established protocol, swiftly seizing control of the situation. It is rather lamentable that, under Lusu's remarkably formidable mental state, this individual, Wang Ao, despite exhibiting signs of madness, had already begun to contemplate strategies. I am aware of your purpose here. You have inquiries to pose to me, do you not? Wang Ao declared, a hint of trepidation coursing through him as he hurriedly continued. fearing Lu Su might steer the conversation into unknown realms before he could receive a response. Are you here to inquire about the most gravely afflicted individual within this hospital? As he uttered these words, Wang Ao slightly lowered his head, stealing glances at Lu Su from the corners of his eyes, a trace of smugness evident therein. After all, based on his experience, no one who sought his counsel ever failed to pose such a question, regardless of how insane or unstable the individual before him appeared. He held firm in his belief that this matter would elicit a reaction. I can provide you with an answer, and I shall do so truthfully, provided you agree to a game. At that moment, the staff members of Zhou Tian, who had been closely monitoring the live broadcasts of each participant, found themselves utterly perplexed, converging around Lu Su in a state of bewilderment. They never anticipated that a game, which had made little progress, would unexpectedly encounter such a turning point here. Is it really that simple? Is it just stated outright? One remarked, I can't shake the feeling that this patient is, in fact, perfectly healthy. He appears to be the most normal among us. Another commented, in comparison to this masked figure, everyone else seems quite ordinary. But could it be that this game's NPC has so casually divulged such crucial information? Or has he perhaps encountered a player like this before? Mused another. The implications of this are rather unsettling, someone noted. Listening to Wang Ao, nearly everyone was filled with excitement, except for one individual. Shouldn't the one most afflicted seek a doctor? What does that have to do with me? Lu Su remarked, scratching his ear in confusion. You're not curious about this? Wang Ao was taken aback, now convinced that the person before him was unlike anyone he had encountered before. He cautiously inquired, Brother, are you new here? Are you planning to reside here as well? If so, it seems everyone has their own room. Why have you come to find me? Wang Ao's voice trembled with impatience and a hint of grievance. After enduring so much torment here, he never expected that someone would come today to further complicate matters for him. If you insist on me asking you questions, I suppose I could oblige. Lu Su said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. What is it? In Wang Ao's gaze, a crimson light flickered to life once more, and the insatiable thirst for blood resurfaced. Listening to Lu Su's voice, not only Wang Ao, but also the viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. They had feared that Lu Su had truly lost his sanity to such an extent that he would forego the readily available means to triumph. However, much to everyone's anticipation, a contemplative expression formed on Lu Su's face, concealed beneath his gluttonous mask. Leaning in with an air of mystery, he posed a question to Wang Ao. Have you ever considered a particular issue? What? The phrase 5 words is actually 3 words. 5. What? After a prolonged moment of confusion, Wang Ao's mind buzzed, struggling to comprehend how 5 words could equate to 3. A moment later, he counted on his fingers and, with an exasperated look, glanced at Lu Su, nodding in silent resignation. If you put it that way, 5 words indeed comprises 3 words. So 6 words must also be 3 words. Correct? Wang Ao. So 6 equals 5. His expression had grown numb. After residing in this place for so long, it was the first time he yearned to escape. He was desperate to leave this wretched place. Lu Su had no expectation for an answer and continued to mutter to himself, following this reasoning. 7 also equals 5, 8 also equals 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 0. The unifying equation of the mathematical realm has been discovered by me. Thus, consuming 10 bowls of rice equates to consuming 3 bowls, which in turn equates to consuming none at all, essentially meaning one has not eaten, correct? I find myself a bit peckish. At this moment, Wang Ao suddenly lunged forward, earnestly grasping Lu Su's hand, and stated with sincerity, Brother, I believe your condition is rather severe, perhaps even more so than mine. For some inexplicable reason, this bizarre hospital has failed to provide medication today. It is utterly irresponsible. In the evening, please take my medicine. I sense your situation has escalated. In the past, there was Kong Rong who offered pears. Today, we have Wang Ao who offers medicine. How could such torment be conceived by a human mind? At this moment, I feel that my masked brother is indeed here solely for amusement, focused on mere play. My heart aches for Wang Ao. Wang Ao has been utterly played with. Following the sympathy for Kuturk and Long Wu, now even Wang Ao garners our compassion. Lu Su can be regarded as one of the world's foremost cardiologists, yet he has left everyone in a state of concern. Wait, that's not right. Wang Ao abruptly released his grip, his eyes flashing with rage, confusion, and turmoil in rapid succession. Am I losing my sanity? What am I doing? Why should I care about this person's issues? What concerns me about his ailments? I must, hee hee. As these thoughts swirled within, A twisted expression gradually returned to Wang Ao's face, a vacant grin spreading across his lips, drool trickling from the corners of his mouth. Sir, I am well aware of your inquiries, and I possess the answers. However, to unveil them, I propose a condition. We must engage in a game. This time, Wang Ao's chaos has triumphed, preventing him from following Lu Su's rhythm. What sort of game? This marks Lu Su's first genuine response to his question. His eyes sparkled with an exuberant crimson light, as if he had finally arrived at his own arena. From beneath him, he extracted a piece of iron. The surface of this metal fragment was riddled with mottled rust, yet its edges, save for a few notches, gleamed with a sharp reflection, unmistakably honed into a blade. The metallic hue mirrored the excitement radiating from Wang Ao's face. This was indeed the source of his affliction. He gazed at Lu Su and declared, "Watch closely." Subsequently, he pressed one hand firmly against the ground while wielding the blade with the other, engaging in a frenzied display. The tip of the knife pointed downward, darting through the spaces between his 5 fingers with astonishing speed, creating fleeting afterimages. It was, in every sense, the dance of a blade. Yet, his technique was evidently lacking. Amidst the swirling afterimages, the sound of flesh being severed and the occasional burst of blood emerged, eliciting gratifying low moans from Wang Ao, whose excitement intensified. Ultimately, he came to a halt. Blood from his palm had soaked the ground, a vivid crimson stream winding its way across the surface. He presented the bloodied iron shard to Lu Su. "Now it's your turn. 100 strikes." It was as if he had stepped into his own domain. Wang Ao grinned broadly, reminiscent of the Joker from a DC film. Lu Su slowly raised his head, the mask on his face revealing a broad smile. He accepted the bloodstained patch. "Once again, Mr. Chen, I love you, and this time I am utterly sincere." Chapter 40, adding intrigue to the game at this moment. Wang Ao listened to Lu Su's frenzied proclamations, seemingly indifferent, as if he could not hear a word, his face alight with a maniacal grin. Fixated on the red mask before him, his gaze drawn to the knife in his hand. This was his affliction, and equally, his sin. 100 strikes? Yes, indeed. 100 strikes. Both men erupted into laughter, their eyes locked onto one another, brimming with their respective desires. Lu Su had not anticipated that, at this juncture, someone would willingly offer him a means to accumulate pain points. Meanwhile, Wang Ao had already succumbed to the pinnacle of his mental ecstasy. He craved blood, torment, and suffering, indifferent to whether the one being tortured was another or himself. He could no longer recall how long he had been in this place. Yet the reason for his arrival remained etched in his memory. Slaughter, torment, indiscriminate harm. He had long since transformed into a demon of the mortal realm. However, due to his mental illness, he had not faced execution. Instead, he was confined here for treatment. Yet, within these walls, he endured far more horrifying tortures than death itself. Day after day, year after year. Yet, he reveled in it. He had acclimated to everything here, embracing his very existence. Moreover, he had encountered several instances where individuals came to this place, seeking some so-called information from him, only to submit themselves to his manipulation and torment. Thus, he found himself sinking into a chasm of self-inflicted pain and the agony of others, deriving a perverse pleasure from it. Previously, he had deftly exploited the weaknesses of others, coercing and threatening them, reveling in their terror and helplessness. This time, however, there was a slight deviation. He faced someone equally afflicted, who had just left him in a state of mental disarray. Yet that was of little consequence. When the game commenced, and that visceral thrill coursed through him once more, he would feel no trepidation. On the contrary, witnessing this distinct individual crumple before him, observing their suffering and struggle, was infinitely more intriguing. Anyone who sought him out had an agenda, and with an agenda came vulnerability. With a sharp clap, Lu Su raised his right hand and forcefully struck the ground. His fingers splayed, each digit sharply defined, exposing the crevices below. In his other hand, he held a piece of metal, motionless for a moment, as if contemplating something profound. Then, with a flick of his left hand, he repositioned the metal piece and extended it towards Wang Ao across from him. "What? Are you afraid?" Wang Ao twisted his neck, a predictable smirk gracing his face, a mixture of mockery and an announcement of his impending triumph. He then leisurely sat up, licking the wound on his hand, and spoke. "I do not know your intentions, but I can assure you, regardless of your strength, if you refuse me, your objectives shall never be realized. My intention is simply to linger with you a while longer." The crimson gluttonous mask still bears that irreverent expression. All seriousness and tension seem utterly incapable of manifesting upon this visage. "Here you go," Lu Su remarked. "What?" Wang Ao raised an eyebrow slightly, inquiring about the meaning behind his words. You said it, so you do it, Lu Su replied with a friendly smile, casually adjusting the blade in his hand, signaling that all was well. I trust you. Your skills are commendable. 100 strikes, Wang Ao's lips twitched, and then he broke into an exuberant laugh. All right, no problem. He accepted the knife, leaning slightly forward to whisper into Lu Su's ear. Your psychological fortitude is indeed impressive. I relish a prey like you. I hope you are prepared. Then, he stepped back and fixed his gaze intently upon Lu Su's mask, observing the subtle shifts in his expression. With all his might, he raised his hand and plunged the blade forcefully into the back of Lu Su's hand. The sharp sound of flesh being severed echoed as Wang Ao disregarded the game he had proposed. The knife did not aim for the gaps between the fingers. The rusted blade fully penetrated, blood gushing forth, the warmth soaking into his palm. Wang Ao could feel the temperature of the blood. He licked his lips, watching Lu Su's face, eagerly anticipating the change in his expression. However, he ultimately found himself engulfed in disappointment. The expression upon Lu Su's mask remained utterly unchanged, his body devoid of tremors. All the emotions that ought to have been manifested across from him were conspicuously absent. Even now, at the very moment when the opponent's palm was pierced, there was no attempt to evade, no involuntary muscular contractions. His hand, still relaxed, betrayed no sign of distress. What does this signify? It attests to the fact that the opponent has completely defied the instincts inherent to all living beings, suppressing his neurological reflexes with an unsettling nonchalance. The smile on Wang Ao's face gradually stiffened as he observed Lu Su beginning to speak. 1. Lu Su's voice was astonishingly calm, as tranquil as whispers in the profound darkness, attempting to draw him into the abyss. Shall we count the pain? Or is the blade simply irretrievable? As he spoke, a powerful hand seized Wang Ao's wrist, steadily extracting his hand along with the shard of metal. Shall we make this game a tad more intriguing? Lu Su's words required no response from his counterpart. Just as Wang Ao was lost in thought, the world before him abruptly dimmed. Lu Su's other hand enveloped his face, obscuring his vision. Have you played before? Come, let us continue. In the suffocating darkness, Wang Ao felt a slight tremor coursing through his body, a series of unsettling chuckles escaping his lips, as if something were lodged within his throat. A complex amalgamation of emotions seemed to clutch at his heart with a vice-like grip, plunging Wang Ao's already foggy mind into a tumult of confusion. In a realm hidden from his sight, unbeknownst to him, Lu Su gradually closed his eyes. This seems rather excessively explicit. I find it incomprehensible, yet inexplicably. A sense of tension envelopes me. It appears to be a contest between two individuals. A mental duel where the defeat of one signifies the collapse of a pathological mindset accumulated over time, a phenomenon that psychology refers to as the overload effect. The masked antagonist did not succumb to the opponent's rhythm. Instead, he employed their own tactics to dismantle them. All right, Lu Su softly intoned. There are still 99 more to go. Continue. In the pitch darkness, it felt as though a command had been issued, pressing the switch to commence the game. Chapter 41. The crumbling Wang Ao. You are the most afflicted. Following Lu Su's command, Wang Ao suddenly erupted into a frenzied roar. Eyes shut tight as he began to recklessly stab. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The iron shard transformed into the sharpest of blades, descending with wild abandon, some piercing through his palms, some severing flesh, while others missed entirely, embedding themselves into the ground. Wang Ao exerted tremendous force, to the extent that his hand gripping the metal shard was brutally lacerated, blood flowing freely, mingling with Lu Su's own. Wang Ao appeared to be executing his task with a frenzied zeal, unable to fathom that any corporeal being should instinctively react to an assault. Even he, who relished in pain and torment, could not comprehend how the individual before him remained utterly unresponsive. Such indifference to agony was simply unfathomable. In Wang Ao's eyes, it seemed as though the other person was entirely detached from their own physical form. Midway through the 100 strikes, he extended his other hand to grasp Lu Su's wrist, seeking confirmation of his presence, to ascertain whether he had evaded the blows. Yet, disappointment washed over him as Lu Su's hand remained motionless, as if it belonged to another. Indeed, Lu Su shared this sentiment. With his eyes closed, he was impervious to pain, and amidst the chaos of his mind, he perceived no issue whatsoever. Only the intermittent voices echoing in his consciousness served as reminders of the benefits he was accruing. Chosen of suffering, pain value 1. Chosen of suffering, pain value 2. Chosen of suffering, pain value 1. As the ordeal progressed, perhaps due to the impending destruction of his hand, the increments of pain value began to dwindle. 97, 98, 99, 100. Wang Ao raspingly uttered these final digits before violently breaking free from the grasp of the individual before him and casting his gaze downward to behold the disfigured palm. Subsequently, he was met once more with Luce's calm voice. Has the 100 strikes concluded? Might it be time to address my inquiries? Your game is quite intriguing. I find it rather enjoyable. The tone was serene, the demeanor gentle. Hee ha ha, what are you? With meaningless laughter, Wang Ao instantly shattered, screaming at Lu Su, charging at him with the knife in hand. Die, you shall die. In a fit of madness, Wang Ao plunged the blade forcefully into Lu Su's shoulder, who did not even attempt to evade. However, when he tried to withdraw the knife, he realized that Lu Su's muscles were so tense that he couldn't even extract the steel blade. There was no time for contemplation. Or perhaps he had lost the capacity for thought. In the next moment, the world around him spun violently, and with a thud, he found himself pinned to the ground. A large hand grasped Wang Ao's face. Lu Su had pressed down upon him. As those fingers tightened, Wang Ao felt as if his head might explode, the internal pressure surging dangerously. This was a force beyond that of any human, although Wang Ao's own strength had long transcended the limits of humanity. He now firmly believed that this man before him was utterly beyond his capabilities. How is this possible? How could you have no reaction at all? What are you? Wang Ao bellowed, the remnants of his sanity evaporating in an instant. Their afflictions resembled a protective shell, ensnaring them within, utterly alien to the outside world. Yet now, Lu Su had shattered that shell in the manner he knew best, and in an instant, a tide of fear engulfed him. The crimson mask of Lu Su shimmered, its surface shifting to form a myriad of expressions, unpredictable and ever-changing. Do you understand? Once, there was a woman who exhibited a demeanor strikingly similar to yours. We engaged in games together, and amidst our play, she harbored intentions to harm me. Your fortune surpasses hers, for I afforded her no opportunity for further discourse. Your gameplay is commendable, yet now that it has concluded, might you not answer my inquiries? At this moment, Lu Su pressed down upon Wang Ao, including the hand that was nearly beyond recognition, leaving his adversary drenched in blood. Wang Ao had long since lost his previous composure and gazed at Lu Su with palpable terror, repeatedly muttering, I am unaware, I truly know nothing. In fact, I am utterly ignorant. This was the very method by which I had deceived them. I had no inkling of who bore the gravest affliction. Wait, it is you. You are the one afflicted the most severely. I comprehend now, I finally understand. You are indeed the one burdened with the heaviest malady. Lu Su forcefully seized Wang Ao by the head and slammed it onto the ground, producing a resounding thud. Does it sound pleasant? A pleasing sound denotes a fine head. Who inquired about that? Did I not specify that my question pertained to this? Blood trickled from Wang Ao's forehead as he gasped for breath, unconsciously posing the question. Then what is it that you wish to ask? I inquire, based on your previous assertions. If 3 equals 4, then what does 4 equal? And what of 5? What does 6 equate to? Oh, indeed. Everything here amounts to nothing. If that's the case, it seems our game has yet to conclude. There are still 100 more. Wang Ao. His eyes suddenly became vacant, as if he were already devoid of life. Hee ha ha ha. Suddenly, pressed to the ground, he began to laugh aimlessly. It's over. The child has been driven to madness. Indeed, the ultimate torment of Wang. It feels like such an eternity, despite it being merely an hour of lunch. How terrifying. Ever since he arrived, meals have been withheld, medications denied, and now, he even randomly selects a patient to torment, like a devil. Why? How? Has it begun again? The torment returns. Are you the ones who tortured me before? Why has the method changed this time? Wang Ao's eyes were devoid of clarity, his mouth moving, uttering incoherent phrases. Suddenly, a spark illuminated Lu Su's eyes. For the first time, his rationality forcefully suppressed the chaotic spirit of the gluttonous mask, and he asked, Who tormented you before? In Wang Ao's gaze, a semblance of clarity returned, yet the chaotic expression was far more pronounced than before. He clasped his head with both hands, writhing in agony on the ground. What? What torment? What did I just say? The medication. Where's my medication? Why hasn't it arrived today? You will kill me. Who are you? You. No, kill me. In the dimly lit cell, the anguished cries of Wang Ao echoed relentlessly, as if he were enduring the most horrifying torture imaginable. Chapter 42. It seems you can commit suicide. Kolki's hypnosis. Lu Su's expression behind the mask shifted, a myriad of smiling faces and solemn visages intermingling before settling into tranquility. I do not know what torment. Who has tormented me? Who are you? I do not know. At this moment, Wang Ao seemed to have been pressed by some unseen switch, rambling incoherently, his words a jumble of confusion. Both Lu Su and the audience watching the live stream understood that the previous question had undoubtedly struck at the very core of his being. Bang! Without hesitation, Lu Su stepped forward and kicked him to the ground. What is your name? Did I not ask you? I have not yet inquired. Huh? Wang Ao looked up, appearing small, pitiful, and helpless. Did you not just ask? What are you talking about? Lu Su retorted, threateningly lifting his foot. No. Whatever you say is true. Wang Ao quickly acquiesced as his mental state crumbled entirely, revealing the most vulnerable side of his life. The once ill and fierce glimmer in his eyes had long since vanished. Completely shattered by Lu Su's psychological onslaught, caught in a whirlwind of confusion and fear, he occasionally succumbed to a dazed state. What do you ask? You ask. No, that is not right. The drug, kill me. Let me go. The vocabulary of the other party is utterly incoherent, revealing the extent of their confusion. Dear Mr. Qin, if you truly wish to end your life, have you not always possessed that piece of iron? Why not take the plunge? Wang Ao. In an instant, his gaze transformed, becoming clear and transparent, as though he had awoken from a deep slumber. He had never contemplated this question before, yet now, prompted by Lu Su's inquiry, he found himself perplexed as to why it had never crossed his mind. Prior to Lu Su's question, it seemed that his mind had never entertained such a notion, as if it had been erased by some unseen force. Indeed, it appears I could end my life. His eyes fixated on the iron piece in his hand, a restless desire began to stir within him. Glimmers of struggle flashing in Wang Ao's gaze. Why not take my own life? Death would signify the end of everything. Just as he grappled with his tumultuous thoughts, his vision suddenly blurred, and the iron piece vanished from his grasp. Looking up, he saw that Lu Su had somehow seized it from him. Dear classmate, how can you play with a knife during class? I shall confiscate it. Wang Ao, isn't it you who suggested I consider suicide? Are you out of your mind? Do you want me to die? Gritting his teeth, Wang Ao felt as if his nerves were akin to a wire, mercilessly bent back and forth by Lu Su. At this moment, it was evident that they were on the verge of snapping. With a sudden lunge, he was immediately overturned by Lu Su's kick, who then stepped on Wang Ao and declared, Do not scream. I have suddenly recalled a question to ask you. A serious expression emerged on Lu Su's masked face, causing Wang Ao's demeanor to shift into one of solemnity. The subsequent inquiry prompted Wang Ao to seriously contemplate whether he should simply dash himself against the wall in despair. Tell me, if you had truly taken your life just now, would this prison have gained one more suicide, or lost one? He continued. And now that I have seized your knife, does that not constitute an act of saving your life? A life-saving grace is akin to that of one's parents. Does this not make me your father? It appears my affection for you resembles paternal love. Wang Ao replied with a defeated silence. Let it be obliterated. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live stream was thoroughly entertained. My heart aches for Wang Ao, perpetually tormented. He seems destined for a grim fate. So, in the end, is it a matter of gaining one more suicide or losing one? Both arguments seem quite reasonable. Ignore the suggestions above. Dwelling on them will only lead to madness. It appears that the masked man consistently receives the most information, which seems pivotal, yet he never delves deeper. Clearly, he cannot penetrate further. Wang Ao divulges much, yet collapses into despair during discussions, or he simply lacks the answers, indicating a significant issue. Perhaps we should investigate the situation with Ku-Urk. That foreign individual seems quite formidable and has already gathered substantial information. In the room of Long Lu, Ku-Urk, who had established a certain level of trust, was fervently engaging in brainwashing. The 6 pills, painstakingly extracted from Lu Su, had all been administered to Long Lu. As for food, Ku-Urk deemed it inconsequential. He was indifferent to whether the patients in this game were hungry or not, as long as he could clear the level. At that moment, his capacity for mental manipulation was at its zenith, coaxing gently with his words while brandishing an object resembling a pocket watch, which he incessantly swayed. This was his personal tool for hypnosis, not a game item, but something he regularly employed to smuggle it in. He had indeed used Lu Su's method of close personal concealment. As for how such an item was discreetly carried, well, let's leave that unspoken. You just claimed that you were innocent, correct? Ku-Urk inquired, reiterating information that had been shared earlier. He was skillfully guiding the other party. Yes, Long Lu replied, sitting on the ground like a dazed child. You also mentioned that you arrived later? The earlier individuals are the ones who are guilty. This is a prison. Indeed. However, upon entering the hospital, there will always be a matter of timing. What does it mean to arrive later? Are you implying that all those who came before you are guilty? Long Lu shook his head, responding with a feeble spirit. No, the earlier individuals were guilty from the very beginning. As we entered from behind, Kolki furrowed his brow, pondering seriously, sensing that something was amiss. If this were the case, it seemed likely that the individuals in this facility were divided into two groups. He wondered whether this was crucial information, and what the criteria for such a division might be. The individuals you referred to earlier, were they confined here due to criminal offenses or mental illness? Yes. Then what about you, the others in the latter group? Why have you come here? Me? Why am I here? Suddenly, Long Lu's demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling a volatile individual on the brink of an outburst. Kolki's mental interference began to recoil, as if tumultuous waves surged within the depths of Long Lu's thoughts. Oh! Without warning, Long Lu opened his mouth wide and bellowed at Kolki. Sensing the impending threat, Kolki instinctively leaped backward, taking refuge in the corner. The lunch period has concluded. All players please return to the initial resting area. Chapter 43. Idleness leads to a blade for Tom. The lunch period has concluded. All players please return to the initial resting area. The alert rang out abruptly, echoing thrice, reminiscent of a clarion call signaling the end of battle. Kolki exhaled in relief. Throughout the lunch period, his nerves had been taut, akin to enduring a fierce conflict. Now, his back was drenched in perspiration, a realization that had eluded him during the previous inquiries. The chains adorning Long Lu clanked ominously, his neck flushed a deep crimson, as if he yearned to lunge forward and bite Kuerku. Kuerku, wary, gingerly touched the bloodstains on his face, remnants from the earlier outburst of Long Lu, during which he had failed to evade the onslaught. He sensed that he was nearing the truth, venturing into realms untouched by others. This institution, or rather prison, was divided into two distinct groups of individuals. The issues between these factions were likely intertwined with the ultimate objective of their tasks, although he had yet to ascertain the precise connections. Nevertheless, progress, however incremental, was a positive sign. Bowing slightly towards Long Lu, Kuerku spoke. Esteemed sir, the psychological counseling session for today has come to an end. I look forward to our next encounter. With that, he opened the door behind him and retreated from the room. Meanwhile, in the chamber occupied by Lu Su, both he and the opposite Wang Ao heard the same announcement. This time, however, it was Wang Ao who visibly exhaled in relief. Upon hearing the voice, his eyes sparkled with hope, akin to a parched traveler discovering an oasis, as he cautiously cast a glance at Lu Su, his expression marked by an unusual vulnerability. Lu Su, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, rose to his feet, lifting his deteriorating right hand to his mask, meticulously licking away the bloodstains. As he did so, he observed Wang Ao on the floor. Wang Ao instinctively recoiled slightly, pondering to himself, surely, he does not intend to consume me. Lu Su, holding a metal shard, said nothing as he turned and walked towards the door. Wang Ao, his exhausted body leaning against the wall, collapsed to the ground, relieved that this demonic figure had finally departed. Suddenly, as Lu Su reached the door, he turned back, revealing a gentle smile beneath his mask. I shall return to seek you later, Mr. Wang, he said politely before closing the door behind him. The light in Wang Ao's eyes extinguished, and the tension in his heart finally dissipated. To be candid, I find Ku'er quite formidable. The masked man's various messages often seem to arise from serendipitous encounters. It appears that the masked man and the mentally unstable have melded seamlessly, allowing for unimpeded communication. The masked man's capture of a mentally ill individual was nothing short of torment. In comparing the two departing figures, I discern that the primary disparity lies in their contrasting combat prowess. As the audience engaged in discussion, they noted that after Lu Su emerged, he did not head towards the initial chamber. Rather, he turned in the opposite direction and entered the open room where Tom was situated. He walked directly to Tom's side, uttering not a word, and without hesitation, plunged the metal shard he had confiscated from Wang Ao directly into the iron head of the robotic figure. The force was so great that it embedded itself halfway. Tom, audience, official staff observing. Seriously, man, are you all right? This is utterly insane. Why would you suddenly confront the game host? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the game? Playing with fire, seeking thrills? Dear player, do you have any inquiries? Why was there no notification sound? Shouldn't it have triggered some hidden in-game quest, or perhaps awarded a new achievement badge? Truly, nothing at all. How miserly. Tom. The nerve of him, infuriatingly pale. Well, Tom's face is inherently of an iron hue. Players ought to focus on the game, rather than other distractions. Very well, delectable Tom, you truly are enticing. The magnificent Tom. Lu Su chose not to further engage with him, swiftly turning away and beginning to navigate a large circuit towards the room at the end. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed through the long, circular corridor, a sound so harrowing it could only be described as horrifyingly poignant. Lu Su's expression behind the mask shifted slightly, yet he continued onward to the room. Upon arriving at the initial chamber, he realized he was the last to arrive. Along the way, a conspicuous trail of blood extended to this very spot. Raising his gaze, he beheld the grotesquely anguished countenance of a hulking figure. At that moment, the man's right arm appeared nearly severed, the jagged bone protruding ominously, with only flesh barely holding it together. Jiu Tian was beside him, staunching the flow of blood. Is there any medicine? Quickly, the hulking figure painfully retrieved a basic healing potion from his backpack, pouring it onto the wound. In an instant, the flesh began to writhe, slowly mending, and the bleeding subsided somewhat. Observing this, the hulking figure exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat. If it is not feasible, prioritize your own safety. How did it come to this? Jiu Tian, being a member of an official organization, harbors the intention to protect others, and immediately inquired. I cursed him. Maintaining constant vigilance against the mental state of those things is exceedingly difficult. The degree of constraint varies for everyone. And that fellow actually had the audacity to remove his trousers and confront me. Jiu Tian. Well, this is something even a man would find hard to endure. Upon hearing this, the woman before him turned pale, feeling somewhat nauseated. After a considerable amount of effort, having confirmed that the opponent would not bleed out excessively, Jiu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief and settled down to one side. Although it was merely an hour, everyone felt immensely drained, both mentally and physically. Of course, Lu Su was the exception. Ku Erk, sitting at a distance, glanced at the large man and succinctly remarked, "If you can't, exit." There was nothing more to say, in his view. These individuals were of no use and should prioritize their survival. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, everyone finally noticed Lu Su, who had just entered and remained silent. Jiu Tian cast a brief glance and was instantly taken aback upon observing Lu Su's right hand, which appeared nearly severed, causing him to feel utterly alarmed. He knew that the seemingly erratic individual might possess the highest combat capability. You were injured too. Jiu Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Who could inflict such harm upon you? Lu Su, puzzled, shook his head, and asked who? Me? I do not. What injury? As he spoke, his hand, which appeared as if it had been caught in a meat grinder, trembled slightly. The scene was undeniably graphic. Jiu Tian replied, Chapter 44. It is unreasonable to not sever a hand. Withdraw from coin trading. Oh, you mean this? Lu Su glanced at his own hand. As if just realizing its condition, he exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? Did I do something just now? But it's all right. No major harm done. Jiu Tian appeared at a loss for words. Judging by the visible injuries, Lu Su's wounds were hardly less severe than those of the burly fellow. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the same injuries on Lu Su seemed to evoke no concern. Perhaps Lu Su's demeanor was simply too nonchalant. At that moment, Lu Su retrieved a sharp blade from his backpack, scrutinizing his palm. If I were to sever this, would it affect the subsequent progress of the game? A large question mark materialized on the red mask, clearly indicating he was genuinely pondering this dilemma. After all, he had previously amputated his legs in the last 2 games. Removing a hand seemed to render the game rather uninteresting. Wait, Jiu Tian intervened hastily, fearing that this fellow might actually go through with severing his hand. Are you certain that your current state is acceptable? Jiu Tian tentatively inquired, simultaneously twirling a finger beside his head, implying whether the other party's mind remained under control. He possessed information from Lu Su's previous game, aware that this individual might be slightly deranged, yet undeniably formidable, concealing beneath the veneer of madness a remarkably composed intellect, characterized by cunning and avarice. However, upon closer inspection, while the opponent's strength and insanity were evident, rationality remained conspicuously absent. Moreover, he had just acquired information from the onlookers outside regarding the cause of Lu Su's injury, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Was the intelligence truly reliable? Or was this calm mind? It appeared more plausible that there was a complete lack of reasoning. Or perhaps the food and medicine here had adversely affected his mental faculties. Was collaboration still feasible? His condition? Not particularly favorable. Lu Su, contemplating the inquiries posed to him, reflected, feeling quite famished. As he spoke, the mask surprisingly revealed a hint of pitiable expression. Jiao Tian immediately displayed an expression of exasperation. Ha! How adorable. So cute, I want to adopt one. The contrast is inexplicably charming. You probably can't afford to keep one. With that appetite, even the wealthiest would be impoverished. I sense that Jiao Tian is on the verge of losing composure. The big shot torments the deranged in the ward and his teammates outside, indiscriminately inflicting harm. Suddenly, a hefty figure nearby bellowed in agony, clutching his shoulder and howling in pain. The individual began to convulse violently on the ground, an ordeal that was utterly unbearable. It turned out that the basic healing potion in the game was a pinnacle of biotechnological advancement, capable of repairing the human body in ways that were beyond comprehension. Even in its rudimentary form, it proved to be remarkably effective. However, the rapid reconstruction of muscles, realignment, and healing of bones, along with the re-establishment of neural connections, inflicted excruciating pain. Previously, when only superficial muscles were being repaired, the large fellow managed to endure. Now, however, as the process delved into the realm of neural construction, the agony was simply beyond his tolerance. What is this? Does this potion not contain any anesthetic? He cried out. Oh, is it truly that severe? Lu Su observed with keen interest, withdrawing a vial of basic healing potion from his backpack and pouring it into his palm. Jiao Tian, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering whether Lu Su's motivations for healing were somewhat divergent from those of typical carbon-based life forms. The large man continued to wail, his cries reverberating throughout the room, sharp and piercing, intensifying the already oppressive atmosphere to a somewhat terrifying degree. The game, Hell 5, was indeed cruel and torturous. Yet, Lu Su felt a tinge of disappointment as he awaited the anticipated agony, which failed to materialize after a brief interval. It seemed the pain from this healing process did not meet the triggering conditions. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. This wretched place offers no information whatsoever. What is the point of progressing through the levels? No one can possibly advance in this hellish mode, he exclaimed. Wait, why can't I open it? The burly figure collapsed to the ground, venting his emotions with fervor, when suddenly his voice was suffused with terror. What can't be opened? Jiao Tian inquired, bewildered. The marketplace. What's wrong with the marketplace? Why can't I access it? The burly man's tone was laced with panic, his earlier ferocity evaporating, revealing a vulnerable childlike helplessness. Jiao Tian regarded him with confusion and replied, the game marketplace can only be accessed outside the game for purchases. And once items are placed in your backpack, they can then be brought into the game. How is this not common knowledge? Isn't this an official reminder from the game? In an instant, the burly man's gaze was engulfed by fear as he murmured repeatedly, What? When was this said? How could I not know? How will I purchase the exit tokens? What am I supposed to do? Jiao Tian's expression hardened, and he took a cautious step back. This was a hellish game, notorious for its high mortality rate. The reason everyone maintained their composure was precisely because of the existence of exit tokens. Everyone present had successfully completed the game and had purchased that item. In the direst of circumstances, they could opt to exit, sacrificing all they had acquired within the game, but at least preserving their lives. Life could be reclaimed. Which is why the participants were not gripped by the same terror that had enveloped the new players during Lu Su's previous encounter with the hellish game, who had no opportunity for exit. Yet, the fact that the burly man had overlooked such a critical detail left Jiao Tian speechless, his heart weighed down with concern. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, and a flicker of despair crossed the large man's eyes. Suddenly, a distinct sound of a coin being flipped echoed in the air, its clarity striking. All eyes turned towards Lu Su, who was engaged in this peculiar act, leaving many perplexed. Was this eccentric individual merely showing off? Or was he mocking a desperate player? Was such cruelty truly necessary? I'm hungry. Lu Su's deep voice broke through the tension, asking, Do you have anything to eat? In that moment, the once confused mind of Jiao Tian recalled his colleagues' descriptions of Lu Su's previous performance in the game. Enlightenment dawned upon him, and he cast a surprised glance at Lu Su before turning back to the large man. Using the exit coin will result in losing everything you've gained in the game, be it physical enhancements, superpowers, or points. Therefore, when it comes to preserving your life, go all in. Chapter 45. There is no retreat in this world. The condition worsens. The large man's gaze shifted from confusion to realization, as though he had grasped a lifeline. Are you Are you planning to sell your exit coin? Previously, he had regarded Lu Su as a madman, but now, the use of respectful language indicated the extent he was willing to go to survive. Lu Su remained silent, unwilling to expend too much reasoning on the other, continuing instead to flip the coin in his hand. Its intricate design resembled a fine toy, yet in the game, it held the power of life and death. Brother, let us negotiate. Sell it to me. I remain uncertain about the inaccessibility of the marketplace. All my accumulated points lie untouched, never spent. The prizes and rewards I possess have scarcely been utilized, as I intended to reserve them for critical moments. Just moments ago, I employed that basic recovery potion, my mistake, indeed. At this juncture, the burly figure, disregarding any semblance of pride, humbly sought to ingratiate himself. I will give you all of this, just grant me an exit coin. I wish to depart. Here, one can never predict when unforeseen events might transpire. I am at my limit. Perhaps we should exchange contact information once outside. I could. As he concluded, he began to propose various subsequent conditions reminiscent of a former player. Yet, Lu Su appeared indifferent to such negotiations. He toyed with the exit coin in his hand, tilting his head slightly. Then, with a gentle exertion of his fingers, he sent the coin soaring into the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before landing before the burly man. In an instant, the latter's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lunged forward, swiftly retrieving the coin from the ground, cradling it like a precious treasure. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through him. He sensed a sharp, predatory aura locking onto him. Lu Su stood before him, a keen blade in hand, silently observing. The burly man offered an awkward smile and hastily initiated a transfer, eager to dispel any misinterpretation from the formidable figure before him. Then, as if fearing Lu Su might reconsider, the transaction concluded, and the burly man promptly fled, clutching the exit coin, his form vanishing in an instant. Thus, of the 5-person team, one had departed. Lu Su acquired one for 100 points, a strength potion, a basic healing elixir, and a skill learning scroll. Upon seeing the skill learning scroll, Lu Su felt a slight surprise, although it was of low level. It could be considered a superpower. However, the learning of this item required a spiritual awakening. Fortunately, the large fellow had not awakened. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly employed it. He temporarily placed it in his backpack, concluding that this haul was quite lucrative, as a withdrawal coin was worth a mere 1,000 points. At this moment, the previously aloof Ku'urk finally spoke up, raising his head and surprisingly addressing Lu Su directly in Chinese. It's better this way, after all. Fewer people means a larger share of the rewards. By the way, was your withdrawal coin a reward from the game? I recall that in the shop, withdrawal coins are limited to 1 purchase per person. This statement was directed towards Lu Su. He was partially correct. Lu Su's withdrawal coin indeed stemmed from game rewards. But he had never intended to purchase it, nor had he ever contemplated quitting the game. Jiao Tian, who was nearby, felt a pang of anxiety. He had not considered this aspect. Could it be that Lu Su was being misled? He quickly inquired, "Do you still have a withdrawal coin? Perhaps you don't. Why would you want to leave? Is the game not enjoyable?" Lu Su responded somewhat dazedly. Yet, that was, after all, an escape route. What about your escape route? Jiao Tian pressed, a hint of urgency in his tone. Escape route? What do you mean? Lu Su raised his head, his expression on his mask momentarily uncharacteristically disordered. From the moment he entered the game, there had never been an escape route. This decision was one that Lu Su had contemplated from the very beginning. It was certainly not a matter of mental disarray. Even in the absence of the pain god's blessing, lacking the power to surpass others, and devoid of immunity to suffering, he would still willingly partake in this brutal game. To withdraw from the contest would mean forfeiting everything, losing extraordinary abilities, the chance to alter his destiny, shedding his current facade, and perhaps even the possibility of relinquishing the pain god's favor. Such a notion was inconceivable. From the moment he stepped into the game, the only means of exiting it was through either triumph or demise. He felt there was nothing left to lose. Starting anew was merely an excuse for the weak. Those devoid of enlightenment should content themselves with being mere spectators. Once you yield, there is no way to reclaim your place at the pinnacle. Having uttered those final words, it appeared as though he had exhausted his mental reserves. Lu Su collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to an extended slumber that would last the entire afternoon. Eating and then sleeping, indeed. It was quite in keeping with the nature of gluttony. Jiao Tian stood in a daze, observing Lu Su sprawled on the ground, seemingly in disbelief. He had not anticipated that someone who evidently appeared to be mentally unhinged could articulate such thoughts. For a fleeting moment, Lu Su seemed entirely sane, did he not? Meanwhile, in the distance, Kirk harbored a different perspective. He merely sat quietly, watching, his eyes glimmering with a hint of skepticism. The dinner hour commences. Players are invited to begin the game. With that, the door opened once more, and the sole female player stepped out of the room, her footsteps heavy with trepidation. In this instance, Lusu and Kirk nearly launched themselves simultaneously. Lusu naturally commenced a new wave of conquest, while Kirk sought to seize at least a dose of medicine from Lusu's grasp. However, it became glaringly evident to everyone that the eerie atmosphere enveloping the entire hospital had intensified. Upon opening the door, sounds previously unheard began to emanate, screams, murmurs, and a chilling rustle that was both obscure and distant. Even the thick iron door could not contain these disquieting noises. Perhaps it was due to a day bereft of medication, but it seemed as if the afflictions of everyone within the hospital had worsened, spiraling into chaos. The final female player even clutched her exit token, poised to enter the room. Yet, the gravely ill were not merely the patients here. Lusu was equally afflicted. For the third time, he swept away all food and medicine, his internal energy teetering on the brink of explosion. As if the mask of gluttony had reached a critical juncture. With a resounding crash, Lusu, unable to fully control his strength, kicked the 10-centimeter thick iron door, bending it with ferocity. The patients, who had intended to succumb to madness, were startled into an upright position. In the next moment, Lusu had darted to the side of one of them. "I have heard that I can pose questions to you. I ask, and you shall answer." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, Kirk had not entered the room. After all had stepped inside, he hesitated slightly before advancing toward the door of the room where Jotion resided. He pushed the door open. Chapter 46, Suspicion and Warning. Only 3 remain. Within the room at the end, Wang Ao now faced Lusu, who teetered on the edge of losing control. Upon witnessing the sudden forceful entrance of the door, he instinctively felt a surge of pain and a desire to snarl. But upon recognizing Lusu, he immediately recoiled, abandoning the thought of aggression. However, he found himself pinned against the wall, hoisted by Lusu's terrifying strength. From the moment those hands seized him, Wang Ao felt an overwhelming sense of futility in resisting. Resistance was utterly pointless. The gluttonous mask represented an insatiable hunger. The more one consumed, the more ravenous one became, deepening the chaos within the mind. Gazing at the mask before him, Wang Ao inexplicably sensed that this individual seemed intent on devouring him whole. This was not mere metaphor. It was a visceral reality. Brother, remain calm. I am not delectable. Feel free to inquire as you wish. The looming dread of impending predation stirred a primal instinct for survival, awakening an unconscious desire to escape. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Lusu finally continued. "I met someone at noon who left me quite displeased. I hope you can provide me with satisfaction." Wang Ao was gradually released, rendered speechless, internally reflecting that the person Lusu encountered earlier was likely himself. Nonetheless, he dared not contradict or remind Lusu of this, for such a reminder would surely be an indication of folly. Lusu produced a sharp blade from his possession, directing it towards Wang Ao as he declared, "After our inquiries, we shall engage in a game." Donating sperm in a hospital is legal. Why then is it deemed unlawful to privately donate to those in need? It is often said that bananas and radishes possess the ability to facilitate intestinal passage. Do you personally believe this occurs through oral consumption or topical application? If a so-called adult novel features only minors, can it still be classified as an adult narrative? You have prepared 5 cups of water for a multitude of liters. How do you intend to allocate them? Wang Ao. Lusu's words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, incessantly emitting a kind of madness that seemed to alleviate the chaos within his mind. Yet, at this moment, Wang Ao's lips trembled, rendering him speechless. As he stammered, "I do not know who among us suffers the most gravely. Perhaps there is no such individual. Please, do not pressure me." Hiss. While the masked figure continues to spiral into madness, have you not noticed how Wang Ao's mental state appears to be stabilizing? Of course, it is forced, and what good is stability if, in this state, one fails to pose pertinent questions and merely descends into madness? To be frank, although this figure-esque livestream is undeniably exhilarating, it seems utterly devoid of relevance to the game. He appears completely unconcerned about the outcome. How will we achieve victory? Clearly, we are on the brink of extracting valuable information, yet he persists in his frenzy. Truthfully, it seems that understanding the game's progression relies more on Kirk. Indeed, I shall first turn to Kirk. He seems to be in pursuit of wine heaven. and it is wise to follow two reliable individuals. As time passed, nearly a day had elapsed within the game. Previously, games that were deemed normal could indeed occupy an entire day without feeling excessively long. However, in this instance, confusion reigns supreme. The audience has begun to express dissatisfaction with Lu Su. This player, reputed for his flawless completion skills, appears to have lost his faculties. Mingling with individuals of questionable mental stability, his contributions to the game's completion seem non-existent and may even be detrimental. At this juncture, prompted by certain individuals, the audience has become aware of the encounter between Sulfuric and Jiao. Jiao sits in a hospital room, gazing at the drooling, incoherent individual before him. Lost in thought, when suddenly a voice breaks the silence. Hello. The speaker's Mandarin is impeccable, causing Jiao to startle and whirl around, only to be met with a foreign visage. Ah, Mr. Sulfuric. Jiao responds, what brings you to my room? The game rules do not prohibit two individuals from occupying the same space. With hands casually tucked in his pockets, Sulfuric speaks with an air of arrogance. Moreover, you are from a special department of Huagua, are you not? Jiao hesitates, pondering whether it is appropriate to divulge such matters to a foreigner. Although he claims to represent an official capacity, his true affiliations seem to suggest a more significant background. There is no need for anxiety. Given the formidable organization of your country, I am certain that relevant departments have been established, and such matters will soon be made public. I presume the information you possess regarding our backgrounds and gaming performance is unparalleled. Jiao nodded in acknowledgement, candidly admitting that this was for the sake of a better gaming experience. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Steer clear of those with mental afflictions. Jiao paused, glancing back and noticing that this patient posed no immediate threat. He replied, thank you for your concern. However, I have always exercised caution and maintained a safe distance. Regardless of any temptations, my psychological resilience is quite robust. I will encounter no issues. Kirk, with a stern demeanor and an inscrutable expression, remarked, I am not referring to them. Jiao was momentarily taken aback, realization dawning upon him. You mean the masked individual? What of it? Nothing of consequence. I simply have numerous uncertainties that I have yet to resolve, and the information at hand is insufficient. Kirk succinctly stated, then turned to leave, exuding a distinct, eagle-like arrogance. I am determined to achieve a flawless completion of this game. You still possess some utility. Conserve your strength and safeguard your life. Once I have clarified my thoughts, you may find yourself of use. With that, he departed, closing the door behind him. Jiao brow furrowed into a deep crease, his mind unable to find tranquility. The moment mental health was mentioned, Jiao instantly recognized who was being referred to. Jiao, can't I discern who the lunatic is? Is this the beginning of internal strife? Kirk seems rather unfriendly. That seems reasonable. The masked individual appears to have been a hindrance all along. Amidst the discussions of the onlookers, the first day's dinner came to a close. Game over. All players are to return to their initial rooms for rest. As the familiar voice echoed, a door swung open, and a figure burst forth like a fish leaping from the water, her gaze vacant. She was the last remaining female player. Her clothing was disheveled, her eyes devoid of life, and her face bore traces of blood. Once the door to the initial room closed, the remaining 4 players exchanged glances, and the female player suddenly staggered to the corner, her complexion pale as she retched violently. Just as Jiao was about to inquire further, the female player produced game tokens, uttered not a word, and exited the game. On the first day, the game's progress appeared to be stagnant and enigmatic. Now, only 3 players remained. Chapter 47, An Abyss of Fear, a Thunderous Speculation. Jiao gazed at the spot where she had departed, letting out a soft sigh. He understood the torment this game inflicted, apart from the individual in the red mask, who seemed to thrive in comfort. No one else could find solace. Khalik often bore visible wounds. The psychological torment, coupled with abysmal living conditions and the ever-present threat of physical harm, weighed heavily on their spirits. Considering the earlier remarks from the burly player regarding the dangers faced, especially since she was a girl. Furthermore, the game had provided no sustenance or water for the players. They had gone an entire day without a drop to drink. TSK, apart from that peculiar individual in the red mask, who had both food and drink. Why was this person so extraordinary? Jiao shook his head. As an official, he was privy to the girl's background. She was merely an ordinary player who had fortuitously cleared the game twice, earning herself a few rewards. Upon witnessing the hellish game, the woman initially contemplated fleeing. However, She soon realized that as long as she survived, she could share in the triumph of others. Thus, she resolved to endure. Yet, she soon discovered her naivety amidst the madness of the prison, the frenzied teammates, and the grim fate of those who had fallen before her. Alas, it's a pity. Perhaps it's best to withdraw, she sighed. Beside her, Lusa glanced at the pool of vomit the female player had left on the ground. Nodding in agreement, indeed, it is somewhat regrettable. After a moment of hesitation, he abruptly slapped himself and quickly turned away. What is wrong with this person? Jiotian mused. Meanwhile, Kourk approached, offering his perspective. There is nothing to lament. In a game like this, merely preserving one's life is a stroke of luck. This is not a realm befitting her level. As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings and continued. Those remaining are somewhat comparable. 2 flawless achievers and 1 high-caliber player with a unique official status, only they are worthy of this infernal game. He then cast a glance at Lu Su, who lay sprawled in 8 shapes some distance away, and inquired, "This friend, who has long feigned madness, do you truly have no intention of exiting the game? My psychic abilities have interfered with you numerous times, most of which have backfired. Your confusion is no longer an act. Even self-hypnosis cannot sustain you for much longer. Your current state may, perhaps, forever remain lost in this place, destined to become a mere specter of madness." Kelk advances relentlessly, inching closer to Lu Su, as though passing a death sentence upon the individual sprawled on the ground. In the distance, Jiotian furrows his brow, observing the two. Yet this time he refrains from mediating, choosing instead to quietly watch and await the unfolding events. Is your capacity merely to consume? From the very beginning, I have questioned your purpose, and I still yearn to understand. However, I believe that, as a rational human being, this is not a prudent choice. Allow me to inquire once more. Do you truly intend to withdraw? Do not tell me you have no intention of relinquishing the currency. At this moment, Kelk has reached Lu Su's side, poised to proceed further when, abruptly, an overwhelming sense of crisis envelopes him. Lu Su, lying silently on the ground, suddenly speaks. I suggest you do not draw it too close to me at this juncture. Kelk halts, an inexplicable premonition urging him to refrain from advancing any further. With a chuckle, he withdraws his steps and turns to leave. Quite confident, are we? Yet I fear that if you do not withdraw, my game shall prove exceedingly difficult to complete. Lu Su remains silent, grappling with the tumultuous energy surging within him, accompanied by a torrent of chaotic thoughts. He wishes to remain voiceless and soon succumbs to slumber upon the ground. Jiotian, too, refrains from uttering another word, not even broaching the topic of today's discoveries, for he understands that these two may not lend an ear to his words. 3 famished souls sat distantly within the confines of an empty room, either sprawled on the floor or slumped against the walls, enduring the night. Indeed, it was a night of torment. The entire hospital had gone a full day without sustenance or medication. As dusk fell, the anguished wails of the starving echoed like a chorus of the damned, their cries penetrating even the stoutest iron doors as they pounded frantically against the barriers, rendering the hospital a veritable house of horrors. Kelk relied on self-hypnosis to ensure his slumber, while Lu Su had long surrendered to sleep. In stark contrast, Jiotian found himself unable to close his eyes. He perused the messages conveyed by his colleagues, pondering the sudden clash between Kelk and Lu Su, a chill creeping over him. An inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped his thoughts, compelling him to contemplate the unsettling nature of their predicament. Though this hellish game appeared devoid of physical torment, an uncanny discomfort gnawed at him, as an irrational fear began to envelop his being. The night unfolded in a ghastly atmosphere, and as dawn approached, the game resumed. Kelk and Lu Su continued their frantic race, one striving to seize food, the other hoping to acquire at least a dose of medicine. Yet this time, Jiotian purposefully approached the door of a particular room. It belonged to Long Wu, the very first patient Lu Su had encountered. And Jiotian instinctively sensed that the source of his terror lay within. Upon entering, he beheld the emaciated figure of Long Wu, who appeared utterly listless. Another visitor? A different face, indeed. Greetings. Jiotian was astonished to discover that the mental state of the other party was remarkably stable. He decided to get straight to the point. Do you know who the most severely ill person in this hospital is? A familiar question, indeed. This was the right approach. They ought to inquire in such a manner. Long Wu trembled as he writhed on the ground, gazing at Jiotian. No, the answer is no. There is no one who is the most severely ill. Who among us is free from illness? You too will fall ill. One day, you shall all succumb and remain here forever. Jiotian, feeling a sense of helplessness at the other's inability to communicate coherently, was about to say something when he suddenly halted. That enveloping fear that had clung to him throughout the night returned, sharpening his thoughts with startling clarity. His colleague had informed him of the information collected by Lu Su and Kurk. Aside from the psychological activities he was unaware of, he was privy to all other information, including the identities of each patient and their words. From Long Wu, Lu Su learned that those at the back were innocent, while those at the front were guilty, thus necessitating inquiries directed towards the front and tormenting those ahead. The individual at the front was subjected to severe torment by Lu Su, who, in his frenzy, spontaneously suggested, "Should we ask who the most severely ill person is?" He even proposed a game, asserting that he was different from the previous individuals. Why did that patient know the question? Was it a setup of the game? Or something else? Who were the individuals referred to by Lu Su as the previous ones? Moreover, the inquiries raised by Kurk reveal a division within this institution. One group comprises the guilty, while the other consists of the innocent. When Kurk questioned the latter about their purpose here, the response was sheer madness, complete insanity. Now, Long Wu reassures himself that those who cannot unearth answers will ultimately succumb to illness and remain trapped in this place forever. Furthermore, this individual is known as Long Wu, while the person from Kurk's side is referred to as Long Lu. Could it be that the reason the former speculated about Lu Su's intent was that someone had previously posed similar questions more than once? The patients are categorized into two groups. The former are legitimate patients, while the latter are those seeking answers. This latter group, having failed to uncover the most afflicted individual, is doomed to remain here eternally. A bold conjecture emerged in Jiu Tian's mind, lingering relentlessly, like the chilling winds of night, transforming into a cloak of fear, enveloping him tightly and chilling him to the bone, rendering escape nearly impossible. Were these individuals once players? Have you heard of the divine chosen paradise? Chapter 48. The oversight unforeseen by predecessors. Do you not wish to inquire why? What did you say? Long Wu seemed to have not comprehended Jiu Tian's words, gazing up in confusion before reiterating his question. Those eyes, mechanical and devoid of life, made Jiu Tian's hair stand on end. However, at this moment, it was evident that more pressing matters loomed, accompanied by a sense of dread that enveloped his mind, compelling Jiu Tian to stand his ground. Divine chosen paradise. The words tumbled from his lips, each syllable enunciated with great emphasis as he fixed his gaze upon Long Wu's eyes. 5 seconds elapsed in utter silence, the duration stretching as if it spanned a century, casting doubt upon Jiu Tian's perception of time itself. Long Wu remained rigidly focused on Jiu Tian, resembling a statue. In the next instant, a heavy iron chain descended upon Jiu Tian with alarming ferocity. The severed chain swung down like a battle axe, and despite Jiu Tian's agility, he found himself unable to evade the strike. At that critical moment, a pair of green boots materialized beneath him, releasing a powerful gust that propelled him backward by a meter, narrowly allowing him to escape the onslaught. Exquisite weaponry and agile boots. The wind generated by the chain stung Jiu Tian's eyes, leaving him momentarily dazed with shock. Had he been struck, the outcome would have surely been one of shattered bones and severed tendons. Aya, give me death. In an instant, Long Wu transformed into a man, his emaciated form now pulsating with crimson steam, as if plunged into an extraordinary state. The ground beneath them cracked open, scattering debris in all directions. Jiu Tian, terrified, cowered in the corner, his heart sinking into despair. The adversary had suddenly gone mad. Upon hearing that inquiry, madness ensued, even in silence. It felt like an answer in itself. Kill, kill. Long Wu, liberated from his restraints, wildly swung the chains, striking aimlessly. Jiu Tian maneuvered through the room, ultimately finding refuge by the door. The entire space lay in disarray, as if it had endured a cataclysm. What is this? What divine selection? What are you speaking of? Who are you? And who am I? Medicine, medicine. Give me the medicine. In the end, Long Wu cradled his head in his hands, collapsing to the floor, groaning in agony as he uttered incoherent phrases. Jiu Tian stood frozen, somewhat at a loss. No, not the medicine. I refuse to take that. Remove it. Suddenly, Long Wu changed his mind, sprinting to the innermost corner and frantically banging his head against the wall until blood flowed freely. With a feeble breath, he turned to Jiu Tian, revealing the clearest eyes he had ever seen. Run, run. Yet, in an instant, he reverted to his previous catatonic state, appearing as if he were asleep. Jiu Tian stood there, stunned, speechless for a considerable time. He was nearly certain that his suspicions were far from unfounded. But the game of the divine selection paradise only just commenced? If these individuals were also players, what was truly happening. Moreover, according to their memories, they had been trapped here for an indeterminate number of years. Why hadn't they utilized their exit tokens? No. Was it that they could not? When had they entered the game? Had it already begun? Or was there a dissonance in the timeline? Taking a deep breath, Jiotian retrieved his exit token from his backpack, scrutinizing it intently, gazing at the intricate and exquisite patterns above. He felt a semblance of security and returned it once more. There is still a path of retreat. Yet, if that is the case, then everything becomes somewhat ambiguous. Can this game truly be completed? If this Dragon 5 is indeed a predecessor, their strength appears to surpass what he had initially perceived. If the tasks are identical, can he accomplish what those before him could not? To locate the one most gravely afflicted. It sounds like an exceedingly simple proposition. Yet, all those who came before had failed. He must identify the flaws that none of the previous individuals had considered. Is that even possible? Furthermore, why are they eternally trapped here? What have they endured? In an instant, Jiotian felt as if he were a frostbitten eggplant, his confidence plummeting to its nadir. Jiotian, special operative, I must remind you, this is a psychiatric facility. All information you acquire requires thorough analysis. An official, who had been observing in the live stream, cautioned. Moreover, the organization's directive is to prioritize self-preservation above all else in critical moments. Do not overexert yourself. Jiotian weakly nodded, leaning against the wall, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Was there any news from those two? Kirk has received a response from the patient. There is no one who is most severely ill. We are merely slaves, came the reply. Jiotian scoffed softly. Considering his own deductions, he felt he could comprehend the information gathered by Kirk. What news from the red-masked figure? As usual, there is nothing of value, merely a series of doors opening and closing, tormenting the patients in turn. The patients all claim that their ailments are not as severe as his. We hardly pay attention to that place anymore, as it has become little more than a discourse among the mentally afflicted. Jiotian sighed deeply, recalling Long Wu's condition and the current madness of that red-masked individual. Could it be that he has truly lost his sanity? As breakfast concluded, the announcement rang out. Players, please return to your initial rooms. The three of them sat in a triangular formation, enveloped in silence, resembling a still sculpture. Kuurk wore an expression of contemplation, seemingly lost in thought, while Lusa maintained his usual demeanor. Only Jiotian, having grasped the weight of this secret, emanated an aura of profound melancholy. Greetings, players. I am the illustrious Tom, intoned the tin-plated robot in a mechanical tone. You are welcome to converse during your break. Should you have any discoveries, judgments, or inquiries related to the game, feel free to approach me. After an indeterminate passage of time, Jiotian finally resolved to share the unsettling news with the others, though it might dampen their spirits. The urgency of the situation outweighed his concerns. Friends, I bear unfortunate tidings that I believe you ought to be apprised of. In this prison, those who continuously proclaim their innocence are likely players just like us. After uttering these words, Jiotian raised his head, observing the reactions of the two. To his surprise, Kirk turned his gaze towards him, a flicker of brilliance in his eyes, his expression marked by both astonishment and a hint of delight. Meanwhile, Lusu appeared utterly indifferent, as though he had not heard a word. Are you not going to ask me why? Chapter 49, The Final Accusation. Is Lusa the target of the game? Jiotian felt a sense of bewilderment. The reactions of these two were not at all what he had anticipated. Kuurk abruptly stood up, paced a couple of steps, then turned back to Jiotian, speaking with utmost seriousness. Mr. Jiotian, I sincerely appreciate your analysis and intelligence. This clarifies many matters and has unraveled my thoughts. Jiotian was taken aback. Wait, my words carry such credibility? You believe them so readily? You don't even consider how I arrived at this conclusion? And why do you wear such a pleased expression? Shouldn't you feel a sense of dread instead? Jiotian was somewhat perplexed. He had always perceived Kuurk as someone relatively easy to communicate with, though proud, yet rational. Now, he found it difficult to comprehend. He instinctively turned to Lu Su, only to find a disdainful expression on Lu Su's crimson mask, who retorted nonchalantly, Isn't that a certainty? Did you really need to say it? Jiotian, how could you perceive it unless you're deranged? Oh, how foolish of me to believe I could engage in such discourse with someone of your disposition. Jiotian felt a sense of bewilderment. The very notion that had plagued him with fear and anxiety for an extended period seemed utterly trivial to these two individuals. The madman with the red mask was one thing, but how could Kirk demonstrate such a nonchalant demeanor? Was it possible that his command of Chinese was inadequate, leaving him unable to fully comprehend my intentions? As time passed, Jiutian sat numbly on the ground, casting glances at his two esteemed companions. Lu Su, as expected, lay sprawled out, thoroughly satiated, resembling a lazy fish. Yet, beneath that relaxed exterior lurked a terrifying power. Regrettably, his condition had been deteriorating, as he lay there occasionally emitting laughter and strange, incoherent mutterings. Jiutian found himself questioning whether this fellow was on the verge of transforming into Ultraman. Meanwhile, Kurk was equally restless, pacing back and forth at a distance, his expression fluctuating between confusion and enlightenment, mumbling to himself. Jiutian felt a wave of dismay wash over him, touching his face in disbelief, wondering if the fault lay within him. According to Long Lu, players would ultimately remain trapped in this place forever. Had they both succumbed to madness? What was this cryptic behavior all about? It genuinely felt as though they were losing their sanity. And it unnerved him to witness two players who had flawlessly completed the game display such peculiarities. The audience gradually grew skeptical, with a cacophony of voices emerging, particularly one statement that caused a pang in Jiutian's heart. Indeed, if one were to truly lose their sanity, it might render even the exit token useless. Lunchtime begins. Players, commence the game. As the announcement concluded, Lusa sprang into action, eagerly devouring the food. However, this time, Kurk did not move. Instead, he slowly approached Jiutian. I believe it would be prudent to halt this game. We have been without food and water for far too long. Jiutian cast a surprised glance at him, only to witness him addressing the nearby robot. Host, I have identified the most severely afflicted individual. Jiutian exclaimed. Oh, you may refer to me as the illustrious Tom. Tom turned his head, curious. And who might that be? Perhaps it would be best to wait for his return. Without his presence, the game could not progress. Kurk, hands tucked into his pockets, exuded confidence as he observed Lusu indulging in his feast at the end of the path. Jiutian seemed to realize what the other intended and stood there, momentarily speechless. Attention, players ahead, the game is on pause. Please return to the initial room promptly. Lusu consumed his meal with remarkable speed and soon swaggered back, unfazed. At this moment, his unstable energy had reached its zenith. Even with his physical prowess, he had arrived at a stage where failure to release it would lead to self-detonation. The red mask bore an exaggerated grin as it approached the doorway, exuding an aura that seemed to emanate a sinister and bizarre distortion. Kirk stood at the entrance. The two locked in a tense standoff. Yet, as they neared the threshold, Lusa suddenly sat cross-legged, just a step away from the door. The crimson warning lights began to flicker, urging Lusa to hasten into the infirmary, for failing to do so would invite dire consequences. However, Lusa's figure was engulfed in the scarlet glow, remaining utterly motionless. Please, inner player. Tomcat urged, yet Lusa remained unperturbed, as if challenging something. The corners of his mouth stretching into an ever wider smile. I believe it is unnecessary. We have reached this point, and my decryption is about to commence, Kirk declared, casting a glance at Jiutian. Each time a pivotal question was posed, the patient would spiral into madness, indicating something significant. Jiutian, your information is quite valuable. You mentioned that those behind were once players. I do not concern myself with their circumstances, but it aligns with my situation, thus it must be true. For when I inquired about your purpose here, my patient too succumbed to madness. From this information, we can ascertain that while patients may speak nonsensical words, they do not utter falsehoods. Therefore, what they initially claimed may indeed be the truth. They are not ill. In this place, there is no individual burden with the gravest of ailments. It is precisely because such a person does not exist that all former players have met their demise. Therefore, conventional strategies are rendered ineffective. Thus, eliminating all possibilities, the most conspicuous truth has been ever present before us. You. As he spoke, Cork raised his hand to point towards Lusu outside the door, a smirk gracing his lips. You are the target of the mission, the one afflicted the most. Yet, the game specifies the gravest patient within the hospital. Jiutian hastily attempted to refute this, but Cork halted him with a raised hand. There is nothing impossible. Is he not right here in this hospital? Moreover, as long as this premise holds, all his actions become justified. He possesses powers and abilities far exceeding those of ordinary players. He has always been quite deranged, seemingly integrating well with this institution. He consumes all the patient's medications to keep them in a state of stupor. In a game devoid of any food or water, he chooses to forcibly ingest all those vile substances, severing the last source of sustenance and weakening us. He is utterly indifferent to the concept of exit tokens. The patients here live in fear of him. At this point, Cork exhaled, as if all obstacles had been cleared away. The answer has always been glaringly obvious. Even the audience acknowledges the severity of his affliction. This game, after all, is not particularly intricate. It merely exploits the frailties of human nature. Preconceived notions led one to assume he was merely a player, and the audience, having witnessed his previous gaming streams, never contemplated the possibility. Indeed, this very game has informed us from the outset. Our relationship may manifest as collaboration or competition. As the Chinese proverb aptly states, "The darkness lies beneath the lamp." Am I correct in my assertion? With eyes sharp as a hawk, Kurk fixed his gaze intently on Lu Su outside the door, speaking with piercing clarity. Chapter 50. Who told you he is the host? Listening to Kurk's incessant discourse, Lu Su remained resolutely silent, the expressions on his mask shifting with rapidity akin to the art of Sichuan opera face-changing, leaving spectators bewildered. The crimson glow of the corridor behind intensified, transforming the space into a sanguine hue, devoid of flickering, as the illumination melded into a suffocating atmosphere. Kurk too fell silent, his hawk-like eyes unwaveringly fixed on the red mask before him, anticipating his response and subsequent actions. Heh, heh. From beneath the crimson mask emerged a deep, raspy laughter, reminiscent of decaying wood rubbing against a saw. It seems my thoughts were not unfounded. The red light has been flashing for 5 minutes. Finally, Lu Su spoke, yet his words were utterly incongruent, failing to address Kurk's accusations. Can it be? It is hard to believe such a verb could be attributed to him. I ask you, my friend, do you still possess the capacity for thought? It is said that I find the foreigner's words quite reasonable. Could it be the masked man? If it is indeed the masked man, why are we still able to witness the live broadcasts from his perspective? Isn't that a player's stream? How troublesome. My mind is struggling to comprehend. And what about the players who have been trapped inside for years? Is that true? Each time I contemplate entering the game, the daunting difficulty of Hell mode extinguishes my resolve. Lu Su's remarks have hardly sparked any discussion. The crowd has grown accustomed to the ramblings of a madman. No one intends to extract any meaning from the words of a lunatic. I suggest you all pay close attention. The last time we played, while everyone thought that this veteran had lost his mind, he was, in fact, the most lucid among us. I eagerly anticipate his forthcoming performance. Master Kalbai? Why did you arrive so late this time? Regardless of the audience's judgments, Jiu Tian, who has spent an entire day with Lu Su, now perceives something amiss. There exists an enigmatic quality in individuals known as aura or presence. For instance, standing beside certain people, one may instinctively feel a sense of trepidation, as the other's aura overwhelms you, placing you in a position of inferiority. Currently, Lu Su's aura is the most chaotic and unstable it has been since entering the game, emanating a powerful sense of oppression, akin to a child facing a heavyweight boxing champion. However, the words spoken by the other party seem to be the most lucid and rational since entering the game. The spirit of this red-masked figure appeared to be somewhat awakened. What are you pondering? Jiu Tian proactively inquired of Lu Su, as he had not quite aligned with Kurk's speculations thus far. Although logically there seemed to be no significant issues, Lu Su possessed a business card. At the onset of the game, he had witnessed Lu Su retrieving that golden card from his trousers. He was indeed a brother. Could this possibly be a conspiracy? That seems rather implausible. I am contemplating. Lu Su articulated, punctuating his words with a burp, as if he had indulged excessively. I am pondering the punishment. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned, uncertain of his intentions. What is the punishment? Did the game not stipulate that when the red light flickers, one should not enter the infirmary, lest undesirable consequences ensue? Yet, nothing has happened. Ha ha. A raspy laugh emanated from beneath Lu Su's red mask, his expression transforming into a twisted grin as he gazed at the motionless tomcat. What do you think? Why has there been no punishment? Tom, whose mechanical form seemed to stiffen even more, refrained from responding. Kurk continued, you are already the ultimate target. What need is there for punishment? Regardless of whether you are genuinely insane or merely pretending, it has come to an end. Just as he was about to continue, Lu Su unexpectedly turned his mask towards him for the first time, smiling as he said, brother, you are quite fragrant. I concur with your judgments and assertions. Your analysis of this game is impeccable. At such moments, it is essential to consider possibilities that previous players have overlooked, and that is also acceptable. The darkness beneath the lamp is not an issue. The enigma of this game has always lingered on the surface, and that too poses no problem. Yet, you repeatedly proclaim your desire to transcend conventions, to break free from the norm, while still being shackled by rules. Who led you to believe? As he spoke, Lu Su slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the silent, standing tin robot, Tom. Who told you he is the host of this game? With Lu Su's erratic voice echoing in the air, it felt as if a heavy hammer had struck Jiu Tian's mind. Jiu Tian was not the sharpest individual, lacking quick-wittedness. Yet he was not obstinate and often grasped concepts with just a hint. He subtly shifted his footsteps back a little. Ku-Urk furrowed his brows, then suddenly laughed, saying, "You must be out of your mind. He is the host of this game, as was agreed upon from the very beginning." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Su chuckled. "Why don't you recall who stated that?" Ku-Urk wore a confident smile, fully convinced that his memory of pivotal issues was impeccable and indelible. Every detail of the game lingered in his mind. Suddenly, Kirk's smile froze on his face as a recollection struck him. At the very onset of the game, a tin robot had entered the room and declared to all present, "I am your host for this event. You may call me the Great Tom." This proclamation was made with emphatic certainty. Swallowing hard, Kirk's expression darkened. He sensed that events were unfolding beyond his comprehension. Gazing at the man across from him, who had been driven mad for a full 2 days, he spoke, "Enough of your nonsense. If the host does not proclaim such matters, who else would? Furthermore, were not the rules, the backdrop, and the methods of play all dictated by him?" Luce's grin widened as he countered, "Is that so?" Kirk, feeling the weight of his own thoughts, realized with dismay that his astonishing memory was now clouding his judgment. In the moment he had spoken, memories flooded back to him. The game's rules were not articulated by Tom, but rather conveyed through a disembodied mechanical voice. The script had appeared on the walls of the initial chamber. Kirk swallowed again, and before him stood a figure bathed in crimson light, wearing an eerie smile, a masked individual. Beside him loomed the silent and brooding tin robot, Tom. Shrouded in darkness, Kirk felt a cold sweat trickling down. The statements in this chapter can be revisited in chapters 28 to 29, where there are clear hints. In fact, the entire dungeon has consistently provided unmistakable clues. Chapter 51. Why are you not answering me? The one truly afflicted. A droplet of sweat appeared on Kirk's forehead, slowly rolling down his sharply defined western features, accompanied by a sensation of itchiness. However, at that moment, Kirk was not in the mood to wipe away the sweat. Nor could he feel any itch. He felt utterly numb all over. How could this be? In his mind, images flashed by like a revolving lantern. From the moment he entered the game to the scenes unfolding before him now. Every word spoken by this Tom. "Please call me the Great Tom. Welcome to the Demon Hospital. You may communicate with one another, familiarizing yourselves with each other's abilities. Your relationships are both collaborative and competitive. I am right here. Feel free to approach me with any questions, and you can also consult me once you've identified your targets." It sounded, indeed, like the words of a competent game staff member, but wasn't all of this just utter nonsense? It contained absolutely no useful information. The rules of the game emanate from a mechanical voice, and the objective of the game is also conveyed through the same mechanical sound, manifesting upon the walls. The commencement and conclusion of meal times are directly announced by this disembodied voice in the air. Even the warnings are mechanical. Kirk was astonished to discover that, astonishingly, this game appeared to function flawlessly without the presence of the nearby tin robot, Tom. What? Kirk felt as though he had been numbly devoured by a pepper tree. How had he failed to notice this before? Lu Su's earlier words had pierced his mental defenses like a sharp blade, instilling a profound sense of frustration within him. You incessantly proclaim your desire to break free from convention, yet you remain ensnared by its rules. Indeed, why had he never considered this, never sensed the dissonance? He had unwittingly accepted the game's absolute authority, deeming it the arbiter of his reality, and thus had never entertained the possibility of rebellion. To his astonishment, he found Luce's assertions to be strikingly reasonable. He was actually compelled to acknowledge the logic of a madman. When had this lunatic become cognizant of such matters and retained them in memory? His own mental disruptions had backfired. The other party was evidently in a state of genuine chaos, undeniably driven to madness. How could this be? Ha! Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed through the silent space. It was Lu Su, his laughter amplifying from beneath the mask, culminating in a cacophony of hearty guffaws. Ha. No one knows what he is laughing at. It seems he has either gone mad or is mocking someone. In any case, for a fleeting moment in this space, even Jiu Tian felt that it might not be entirely unreasonable to declare that the masked man was the most afflicted. My apologies, Mr. Ku-Urk. I hold you in high regard and mean no mockery. Ha. I merely seem to be losing control a bit. As Jiu Tian listened to his words, his gaze dropped, and his eyes twitched involuntarily. He beheld Luce's right hand, for fingers fully embedded in the ground. As if he were crushing a piece of tofu, stirring it frantically. With Luce's increasing rationality, the aura surrounding him surged once more. The boundary of one door seemed to tether a ferocious beast. No, let me think. Just as Kurk's mind was a tumult of confusion, Tom, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke for the first time. His metallic head turned mechanically towards Kurk. Kurk player, your deduction is correct. You have identified the most afflicted individual. Now, commence your resolution. Eliminate him. The tin-plated robot Tom announced the outcome of the game in an utterly ordinary and calm tone. However, upon hearing those words, Kurk trembled. For some reason, he felt that the current state of the speaker was somewhat amiss. Shouldn't there be a reaction to the words of that red-masked figure? Yet, if one were to insist that Tom was the host, it wouldn't be too far-fetched. Moreover, your erratic and frenzied behavior appears increasingly inexplicable. Kirk did not respond to Tom. Instead, he turned to Lusu and said, "My actions? Have they not always been quite clear?" Sitting on the ground, Lusu shrugged his shoulders. "I'm hungry. So I must eat." What sort of explanation is that? This is the crux of the issue, is it not? A multitude of thoughts raced through Kirk's mind. Yet he no longer dared to regard Lu Su as mentally unstable. Lu Su, sitting on the ground, shook his head and remarked, "I have long warned you that the food and medicine are problematic. Especially the medicine, that is not a tool for passage. It was prepared by our esteemed Tom, correct? It is not a medication for stabilizing the mind. Rather, it incites chaos and exacerbates one's condition." Kirk's brow twitched, and he instinctively asked, "How do you know?" But as soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted it. Was it not evident? This fellow had transformed into this state after consumption. Why should I concern myself with how I know? It simply is what it is. Lusa found it inconvenient to elaborate further, as this was, in fact, a manifestation of his own mask's power. The mask of gluttony stores the energy from consumed food, yet failure to release it poses the risk of a catastrophic explosion. If it were merely a meal consisting of over 100 cans, given Lu Su's current physique, he ought to withstand it. Yet, upon his first consumption, he already sensed something amiss. The surge of energy felt rather unsettling. Moreover, in the throes of gluttony, consuming something toxic could render one immune to its effects. However, as the energy from food accumulates, the state of mental disarray intensifies. If those substances are indeed tranquilizers, they should be akin to mere sugar pills for Lu Su. Such an overwhelming force of energy coupled with mental chaos undoubtedly indicates the presence of a highly toxic substance. It is toxic enough to lead everyone here to believe they are ill, toxic enough to drive them to madness, and even to alter their consciousness, making them erroneously think they require that medication. In truth, upon entering the hospital and realizing the task at hand, a remarkably simple solution came to mind: simply eliminate everyone. And surely that would suffice for completion. However, I later discovered the flaw in this notion. My patient mentioned that he had once been tormented. But who was it that tormented him? Previous players? That cannot be, for they could not possibly defeat Wang Ao, and such an ordeal would not drive him to madness. Moreover, look, the crimson light continues to flicker, yet the punishment has yet to arrive. Who will punish me? Who is tormenting them? Lu Su rose, taking a step forward, and gazed down at the metal robot, Tom, whose mouth was agape as if it intended to swallow him whole. "Why do you not respond to me, the one truly afflicted? Tom, you exude an enticing aroma. I can detect the scent of human flesh on you. I have sensed it for quite some time." Chapter 52. Take action. Who told you I am an intellectual player? Listening to Luce's inquiries, Giotion involuntarily took a step back, shielding Kuerka behind him. What this foreigner was saying seemed to pale in comparison to the rationale of his own comrades. Yet, Kuerka stood there like a statue, his expression dark and unmoving. He was reluctant to accept the notion that he had been outsmarted at the level of intellectual decryption by this deranged individual from the very beginning. In retrospect, however, it appeared that there was indeed some merit to the arguments presented. Aside from the issues with the medication, he perceived that the entire situation was not particularly convoluted. But now, he no longer needed to ponder it further. "Huh? Are you referring to me?" Tom finally spoke, seemingly astonished by Luce's assertions. Yet at that moment, the three present had already discerned that his voice had undergone a transformation. Gone was the mechanical quality. Now, his voice was sharp and hoarse, reminiscent of someone whose vocal cords had been irrevocably damaged. "Oh, I see. Had you not mentioned it, I might have truly forgotten. Ha ha ha. How did you deduce that?" Kuerka interjected. "Isn't it true, big brother, that you have confessed? Shouldn't there be some semblance of resistance at this juncture? Is that really so difficult?" Lucius spread his hands in mockery, as if to suggest that this game had an inexplicably simple essence from the outset. Identifying the most severely afflicted individual seemed to be an endeavor achievable with sufficient time. Regardless of whether the ultimate answer lies with the individuals present here, myself, you, or even something as insignificant as a cockroach on the ground, given sufficient time, even within this limited space, a traversal algorithm will undoubtedly uncover it. Heroes abound in this world, akin to fish crossing a river, and I believe there have been players who have previously identified you. At this moment, Tom turned around, the metallic surface of his head glimmering with light as he spoke. Before you arrived, this place has seen 4 groups of individuals. Among them, only one person made such an identification, believing me to be the final target. Lusa chuckled and remarked, "The rest must have succumbed to the pressure before even contemplating it, correct?" Tom tacitly agreed, offering no response, and continued. "Do you want to guess what happened to the one who successfully identified me? You arrived a bit late. Had you come earlier, you might have savored his essence." This statement left everyone present, as well as the audience, feeling a wave of nausea. However, for Lu Su, it was merely trivial. One could even discern a flicker of anticipation on his masked face as he replied, "I see. That truly is a bit of a regret. If I were to become meat sauce shortly, please ensure that the one named Wang Ao gets a larger share. He likely harbors quite the resentment towards me." Ha. This remark left Tom momentarily speechless, seemingly taken aback, as he had likely never encountered such a person and began to question the nature of his affliction. "It appears you have come to terms with your fate. Ha. Lu Su also chuckled, slowly taking a step forward. Yet, with this single step, a sound akin to heavy objects being compressed resonated through the air. In the periphery of Jiotian's vision, he observed that Luce's step had imprinted a mark on the ground, a dent nearly a finger's depth, as if crushed by a steamroller. I remarked that the task of this game, in its initial phase, seemed rather simplistic. Therefore, the true challenge must lie in the latter part, correct? To eliminate you, Tom, may not be as effortless as it appears. However, I am aware that you must be bound by numerous constraints. For instance, you cannot act unless the players violate the rules, or when I struck your head with a blade, you exhibited no reaction. And countless other possibilities I have yet to consider." As Lu Su articulated these thoughts, Tom's body momentarily stiffened, as though a hidden concern had been unearthed. "But fret not about such matters. I do not intend to squander this time. Who told you I was an intellectual contender? Logic and strategy are merely expedient measures when strength is lacking. Yet now, I sense the moment has arrived. Shall we commence?" The great Tom. Before the words could fully escape my lips, my fist had already surged forth. Such a breach of martial etiquette. Boom, boom. 2 resonant explosions erupted simultaneously as both figures were sent hurtling backward. A prominent fist imprint appeared in the center of Tom's specially approved head. Caught off guard by Luce's ambush, he was unable to evade and was sent flying by a single powerful blow. For the first time, Luce could unleash his full strength against an adversary, augmented by the energy he had consumed. What a thrill! However, simultaneously, he sustained significant injuries in an instant. The heavy iron door of the initial chamber inexplicably fell, crashing directly towards Lu Su. He could not comprehend why this object seemed to accelerate without distance. Nevertheless, the tremendous impact caused the iron door to explode upon contact with Lu Su, scattering debris like shrapnel. He was launched through the air like a cannonball. The resounding roar of the collision collapsed half of the wall, and as Lu Su lay amidst the rubble, he felt an inexplicable elation. Countless shards of metal pierced his body, and his bones appeared to be less than fully healed, yet his pain level surged by 10 points in an instant. "Ha! You are far more useful than that Wang Ao." In the room at the end of the prison, Wang Ao remarked, feeling the surge of power akin to a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Lu Su was so exhilarated he felt like shouting. It was not painful, merely exhilarating. He lifted a hand and pressed it against the adjacent iron door, which happened to be Dragon 5's infirmary, a room situated more towards the front. With a firm grip, he astonishingly pressed his fingers into the iron door, then forcefully twisted it clockwise. The 10-centimeter thick iron door emitted a sharp, teeth-grinding creak as the metal shavings flew outward, and the entire door surprisingly conveyed a sense of pliability. The iron gate crumpled like fabric, twisting into a great vortex centered around Lu Su's hand. An exquisite sight to behold. In a swift motion, he dislodged the gate and hurled it towards Tom, much like a thrown dart. The massive iron door whizzed past, creating a turbulent gust of wind that nearly knocked Ko-Urk off his feet, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Was this fellow truly that formidable? A sinister grin spread across Luce's masked visage, reveling in the experience. Although this power did not belong to him, he could wield it with reckless abandon for a brief moment, an exhilarating sensation that made the prolonged restraint worthwhile. It was akin to spending someone else's money or indulging in another's affections. Chapter 53, Epic Weapon, Hell's Roar. Luce did not linger too long. Aware that even in the depths of hellish games, the ultimate resolution should not involve a direct confrontation, just as in his initial novice game. The path to victory was not merely to slay the guide. Yet, who could blame him for possessing the chosen pain? Who could fault his desire to stand atop the highest peak and savor the sensation of suffering? Thus, apologies, Tom, but the thrill of battle beckoned. Recognizing that his previous strike was unlikely to defeat his opponent, whose strength was formidable, he began to bolster his own power on the spot. He first allocated 20 points of pain value to elevate that mysterious spirit, whose purpose remained unknown, from level 1 to 3. This reached the requisite standard for learning, allowing him to utilize the recently acquired Special Skill Scroll. Special Skill Scroll, Extraction. Acquired a potent skill, Scholar's Right Hand. Scholar's Right Hand. Your right hand possesses the ability to learn autonomously, enabling proficient use of any object it can manipulate. Description. If you find yourself uncertain, simply entrust it to your brother. In an instant, a mysterious sensation coursed through Luce's right hand. There was no other distinct feeling, merely the illusion that this hand had become remarkably more agile. This marked his inaugural experience in mastering an extraordinary skill, and he realized that skills indeed come in various tiers. According to the game's description, these are categorized as ordinary, potent, frenzied, and forbidden spells, which is rather straightforward. The ordinary skill lottery tickets can only yield ordinary and potent skills, and his fortune seemed rather favorable. With no time to ponder further, Luce hastily continued to draw. His accumulated equipment had remained unused, as he intended to enhance his combat prowess only when necessary, leaving the option open for potential trades. However, it was evident that this moment was indeed one of necessity. Epic Weapon Lottery tickets 2, awarded for his previous flawless completion, all redeemed. Acquired an Epic Weapon, Enigmatic Cloak. Enigmatic Cloak, capable of transforming into any desired attire according to one's requirements and imagination, it possesses a degree of defensive capability, perfectly shielding against gunfire from 10 meters away, while also featuring a self-repair function. Description. You may perceive this item as rather trivial, questioning the merit of an epic weapon such as this. However, believe me, it is truly splendid. Moreover, it is quite economical. Luce, is this truly an epic weapon? Even if your description has encapsulated my words, I must reiterate my astonishment. Acquired the epic weapon, Hell's Roar. Hell's Roar, a weapon shaped like a handgun, or perhaps it could be classified as a hand cannon. The attack is divided into 3 tiers. Basic tier, does not consume energy, the bullets fired possess power equivalent to that of a rifle bullet. Advanced tier, consumes 0.5 of energy, with an attack power comparable to a small howitzer. Hell's Roar tier, the true embodiment of Hell's Roar, adjusting according to the energy consumed. The higher the energy expenditure, the more terrifying the attack becomes. The recoil also intensifies. Description. Charging method involves harvesting life energy. Do not question me on its scientific validity. This is simply how it is set. Oh. Luce stood up, somewhat taken aback, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Judging by the length of this description, this item certainly surpasses that so-called enigmatic cloak by a considerable margin. At least it appears to possess substance. Hell's Roar. That indeed sounds promising. After weighing his options, Luce rose to his feet and glanced at Tom, who was also struggling to rise from the rubble. Tom's condition was evidently not as dire as his own. Aside from a noticeable dent in his skull, he seemed to be relatively unscathed. However, Luce's situation was vastly different. His injuries would undoubtedly warrant admission to the intensive care unit of any normal hospital. Yet, it mattered little. The pain was mounting, and medication was the remedy. He took out a bottle of basic recovery potion and gulped it down with fervor, fully unleashing his gluttonous potential as he drank with remarkable speed. You actually are unscathed? Tom, whose brain had been thoroughly jumbled, stared in astonishment at Luce across from him, shocked by the latter's physical resilience. The last player who had deduced his identity had perished instantly from a single blow. Was this fellow truly that formidable? Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed in response as Luce picked up the Hell Roar and fired a shot straight at Tom. With the weapon in his right hand, the scholar's skill transformed into a remarkably useful asset at that moment. Despite having never handled a firearm before, Luce became a master marksman, landing a perfect shot with ease. Tom's mechanical arm rose, crackling with electromagnetic arcs as it drew a metal plate towards him. Positioning it defensively, clang, the plate was penetrated, leaving a mark on Tom's forehead. He had managed to block it, but not entirely. Seething with rage, Tom suddenly turned to glare at the onlookers, Kirk and Jutian. Kirk, your deductions were indeed accurate. The one suffering the most is him. Will you not lend a hand? Kirk replied, but brother, did you not just acknowledge it moments ago? Is this not a revelation dungeon? This is a frenzied combat scenario. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat, realizing the gravity of losing to a madman in his area of expertise, and swiftly made up his mind. With a surge of determination, he unleashed a mental disturbance directly aimed at Tom. He still possessed enough resolve to confront the adversary. A chaotic and frenzied sensation surged back. Yet an astonishing fact remained: Luce's retaliation had not yet reached its peak. Humph. Tom let out a low grunt, and with a casual wave of his hand, several iron spikes shot forth from the metallic surroundings as if they were extensions of his own being. Go. The agile boots of Jiotion expelled a gust, propelling him forward to knock Kolki down, but one iron spike still found its mark, piercing directly into the opponent's thigh. Ah, thank you for the generous gift. Do not consume the sour radish. Grasping his wounded thigh, Kolki was rendered incapacitated. Before Tom could revel in his triumph with a few taunts, a thunderous explosion erupted as the iron plate barrier was obliterated, sending him hurtling through the air by the terrifying shockwave. Hell roar. Level up. Remaining energy, 49. 5. How stingy, not even fully replenishing the starting energy. Tom was infuriated. Countless voids appeared in the wall. And from the terrifying array that would instill dread in those with a fear of clusters, a multitude of iron spikes surged forth, aimed directly at Lu Su. Unwavering, Lu Su's steps remained steady as he did not flinch or evade. With a flourish of his enchanting cloak, he boldly advanced through the rain of spikes. His right hand wielded the Hell Roar, firing at level 2, while his left retrieved a vial of intermediate recovery potion. If it comes to that, I shall consume it. Let us inflict mutual harm. Chapter 54. Who is the robot? The god of drug use. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the Hell Roar could not merely be described as a handgun. It was akin to a handheld cannon. It was only through Lu Su's formidable strength that he could manipulate it with such precision. Under normal circumstances, a cannon would require intervals for cooling and reloading between shots. Yet Lu Su was unbound by such limitations. Disregarding the recoil, the roaring muzzle remained utterly immobile, as steady as if one were using cheats in a video game. In truth, Lu Su had indeed activated such cheats. However, since the game does not impose bans, it matters little. The thunderous sounds continued unabated, as all the metallic apparatuses in the initial room, along with large chunks of concrete, were sent soaring, accumulating before Tom. Yet, the amassed volume proved ineffective. Despite its seemingly vast size, it could hardly withstand the barrage unleashed by Lu Su, who struck with unrelenting force. The room was engulfed in a haze of dust and smoke, littered with metallic debris and severed wires, rendering visibility nearly impossible, making it exceedingly difficult to even stand upright. The violent shockwaves forced Tom, encased in metal plating and equipped with internal electric propulsion, to stagger backward, struggling to maintain his footing. Meanwhile, Jiotion, accompanied by Ku, had already taken flight, abandoning the wounded figure in a corner, while he himself donned his boots and began to navigate the room, seeking any opportunity to assist. Tom's iron exterior was marred with scars. The intense bombardment had even caused the edges to curl. After another deafening blast, the armored defense at his shoulder was torn away, eliciting a pained low growl from Tom. Reluctantly, he opted for evasion for the first time, his track-driven legs propelling him swiftly to the top of an incline. Beneath the dislodged armor lay a human shoulder, devoid of skin, charred beyond recognition. The degree of charring indicated that it was not Luce's assault that caused this, but rather Tom's own folly. He had inadvertently welded himself to the outer layer of armor. Beneath this iron shell lies something truly indescribable. I can only say, it has the flavor of barbecued meat. In the distance, the voice of Luce resounds. He offers this fellow no respite, as the artillery in his hands continues to roar as if it were free, with only a mere 0.5 energy expenditure. He can fire 100 rounds. Have you also undergone modifications? Tom lifted his head, dodging and defending within the room, his gaze fixed on Lu Su, who was still advancing with unwavering determination, incredulously inquiring. In his eyes, Lu Su had transcended humanity. It was not merely Lu Su who was on the offensive. He had been retaliating as well. With so many iron stakes, Even the most agile would find it impossible to evade. In Tom's initial assumption, he thought he could endure a barrage from his adversary, and by the time he retaliated, the opponent should have been nearly vanquished. Yet, his own iron stakes had almost been depleted, while the enemy's bombardment showed no signs of abating. Did this individual possess such formidable defenses? But upon closer inspection, Tom realized that Lu Su had not even attempted to evade. At that moment, several iron stakes protruded from his body, resembling a scarecrow, completely unconcerned with his own condition as he pushed forward relentlessly. The broken stakes glistened with blood, and the exposed bones on his shoulder gleamed with a chilling whiteness, causing Tom to wince in horror. Is this truly a human? What kind of fighting spirit is this? His abdomen, shoulders, and thighs were all pierced through by iron stakes. Such penetrating wounds would have rendered an ordinary person incapacitated. Yet for Lu Su, it was an entirely different story. It was that pain value 7-6. The elusive cloak enveloped his vital area, while the gluttonous mask provided unparalleled defense for his head. As long as it wasn't an instant kill, he was impervious to harm. Jiotian simply could not fathom the nature of such agony, even if the opponent was indifferent to suffering due to mental issues. It seemed implausible that they could continue to fight in their current state. Boom. The response to his thoughts was yet another blast from a handheld cannon, sending Tom hurtling backward to crash against the wall. Hey, comrade, it seems your neck is gushing blood, Jiotian remarked, a tinge of trepidation evident in his voice as he cautiously addressed Lu Su. He could not help but feel a shiver down his spine. The scene of battle before him had surpassed his comprehension. The personnel who previously provided him with intelligence analysis were now rendered useless, each one silent, confronted with a realm of ignorance. The individual before him exhibited combat prowess that rivaled that of an entire squad armed with firearms. Since the commencement of the game, none had managed to grasp such phenomena, nor were they prepared psychologically for it. Could this truly still be considered human? Lu Su touched his neck, feeling the warm, crimson blood. No worries, it hasn't hit the artery, he replied nonchalantly, tilting his head back to pour an entire bottle of mid-grade healing potion down his throat. Instantly, all his wounds ceased to bleed, and miraculously, the healing process commenced. If the artery had been damaged, he would have likely needed a high-grade restorative potion. With a laugh, Lu Su deftly withdrew a steel rod from his abdomen and hurled it back at Tom. Tom quickly sidestepped, unwilling to face the blow head-on. The rod struck the wall with a thunderous crash, creating a gaping hole, its force rivaling that of the earlier cannon blast. One by one, steel rods were extracted from Lu Su's body, transforming into new projectiles aimed at Tom, who found himself desperately evading the onslaught. Why are you dodging? Didn't we agree to face each other head-on? Lu Su expressed his dissatisfaction with Tom's behavior. Who the hell said that? Tom retorted fiercely. Can I be like you? No. Logically speaking, my defensive capabilities should far exceed yours. Who among us is the robot? This thought emerged as his second query, following the earlier contemplation of their mental states. Look me in the eye, you brat. Lu Su unleashed another cannon blast, which Tom managed to deflect with a metal plate drawn in by electromagnetic force. However, as the explosion momentarily disoriented him, another steel rod was flung his way. With a grating sound of metal scraping, the rod pierced Tom's chest. His expression shifted dramatically, and with a swift motion, he raised his hand, causing the floor beneath Lu Su to erupt, hurling him into the air and embedding him in the ceiling, which subsequently crumbled down, crashing him back to the ground. You are seeking death. In Tom's eyes, a fierce and malevolent light erupted, as if he had touched upon some hidden vulnerability. The entire hospital room began to warp and twist. The outer layer of bricks and stone stripped away, revealing the inner metallic and reinforced structure, which started to frantically converge and accumulate upon Tom, growing ever larger. What you said is true, from the very beginning. It has always been a life and death struggle between us. Chapter 55, The Prison Riot, the roar of life harvesting spitting out sand and blood. Lu Su finally found the strength to expel the remnants from his mouth, clearing the stones from his body, his fingers stained with blood. He pushed himself up from the ground. He checked his body, relieved to find that none of his bones were broken. Everything was just fine, as if nothing had ever happened. Pain chosen, pain value 3. What does this mean? Is this the boss's second phase? He mused. Have I already triggered it? It doesn't seem like I've taken much damage. This game feels rather poorly crafted. The plot and modeling are rather mediocre, muttering incomprehensible ramblings. Lu Su transformed into a drug-fueled warrior, pouring a bottle of basic potion into his mouth. I should consume a bit more. It seems my body can't withstand the strain of my own recklessness. It appears that the title of Drug Warrior will need to be upheld for a while longer. In this game, the most crucial resource for me is likely to be potions, considering my high consumption rate. Next time, I should purchase a larger quantity. Casually, a few more shots were fired at Tom, shattering a considerable number of the metallic fragments he had gathered. However, Tom, now a colossal figure, had ceased to evade and began to endure the onslaught. The accumulated layers of impact had rendered him incapable of being propelled further. On his chest, where a steel spike had penetrated, a circular arc of electricity flickered with an unusual luminescence, generating a potent magnetic field that attracted everything in proximity. The spike embedded in his chest was inexplicably oxidizing at an alarming rate, now covered in rust. Yet, the energy surrounding him continued to intensify, distorting the air and refracting the light. The exoskeleton armor emitted a hissing sound as the moisture in the air condensed and evaporated, enveloping the already massive figure in a shroud of mist. Flesh and blood rendered weak. Mechanical ascension. Within the 3-meter-tall robotic behemoth, Tom appeared somewhat disoriented, mumbling incoherently. Lu Su began to doubt whether the spike had indeed brought his opponent to the brink of death, as he found himself in a state of uncontrollable chaos, inadvertently activating some internal mechanism. Alas, this was proving to be more challenging than anticipated. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Mechanical ascension? You possess merely brute strength. Tony Stark, you still have a long way to go. Sitting bloodied on the ground, he took a moment to recuperate, awaiting the automatic realignment of his internal organs. Turning his head, he noticed that the door beside him had swung open. He had just opened the door, the same one he had unscrewed previously to confront Tom. Inside sat Longwu, who appeared utterly bewildered, seated on the floor, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding outside. Why had he not been fed lately? Why were the medications no longer administered? A madman had arrived in the prison, and today, the commotion was unprecedented. Wait, why was this lunatic looking at me? Luce appeared through the door, recognizing the familiar face within, a gentle smile gracing his masked visage. Hello there. Have you eaten? Longwu remained silent, simply closing his eyes, an expression of desolation etched upon his face as if he wished to escape the harshness of reality before him. Lu Su raised the hell roar, aiming it at Longwu, shifting the setting to 1. Bang, bang, crack. The iron chain snapped under the explosive force. Following a series of gunshots, every chain binding Longwu shattered, and he finally regained his freedom within this prison. He stared blankly at his hands, feeling somewhat disoriented. You are free now, old senior. Consider this a token of my hospitality. I have consumed your medication. How do you feel? Do you sense a clearer mind? Lu Su grinned broadly, then stood up, his strength nearly restored. He lifted his weapon, firing 2 rounds that stirred up clouds of dust, before retrieving a sharp blade from his backpack. Though he had always wielded this knife, it felt strangely familiar in his grip, as if he were a master of swordsmanship. With a sense of nostalgia, he twirled the blade a few times, and in his mind, he declared, Pain's chosen, grant me strength. Strength, 2430. Agility, 1015. Speed, 1015. With the simultaneous enhancement of these 3 attributes, Lusa harbored concerns that his overwhelming strength might lead to significant coordination issues. Coupled with the sharp blade, which boasted a 3-fold increase in cutting damage, he weighed the knife in his right hand, then swung it with force. The blade carved an arc through the air, effortlessly piercing through layers of iron as if they were mere paper. The glint of its sharpness swiftly reached the head of the iron-clad robot. In Tom's eyes, rationality had vanished, yet, driven almost by instinct, he slightly tilted his head to evade this lethal strike. With a thud, the knife lodged itself into the side of the robot's head. Dark red fluid, tinged with yellow, began to ooze out, presenting an exceedingly repugnant sight. Lu Su raised his hand, intent on taking advantage of Tom's injury to deliver 2 shots to the wounded area. However, as he pulled the trigger, the entire prison floor began to undulate like waves, propelling Lu Su into the air. In the next moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted. And behind him, every iron door in the circular corridor, save for the one confining the player, detonated. The iron doors, propelled by a howling wind, barreled toward Tom, merging into a grotesque assembly of his colossal form, an unsightly assemblage reminiscent of a poorly constructed toy. At that moment, his immense body pressed against the ceiling, reaching a terrifying height of 5 meters, resembling a formidable, heavy wreckage of a war deity. Observing this scene, one might conclude that he would be a most suitable mid-boss for any soul-like game. Lucer remarked disdainfully and began to contemplate switching the Hellroar to its 3rd gear. At that moment, a chorus of howls echoed throughout the prison. What was this commotion? Instinctively, Lucid turned around, only to be astonished by the sight of nearly 90 patients bursting forth from their cells, frantically screaming in the already grotesquely distorted corridor. Subsequently, they all turned their heads in unison, over 80 pairs of eyes, completely consumed by the desire for slaughter, fixated intently on Lu Su. A howl erupted. The nearest patient surged forward, covering a distance of 20 meters in mere strides, launching himself at Lu Su like a beast. His hands, resembling claws, sank into the flesh of Luce's arm, and he then opened his mouth wide, aiming to bite into Luce's neck. With a crunch, several teeth shattered as a fiery red gun barrel had already been thrust into his mouth. Bang! A yellowish-white substance erupted from the back of his skull, splattering across the walls, while his extinguished, frenzied eyes ultimately met Luce's merciless gaze. Life harvested. Energy 1. Chapter 56. Warning? Ignore the warning and install. I do not know whether you're under control or in a state of madness. Uncertain of what to do, Lu Su glanced at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, and then at the crowd standing opposite him, now utterly devoid of reason. He threatened, "A woo." The response was a roar that bore no resemblance to humanity. These inmates had transformed entirely into ravenous demons. Indeed they were, of course. Also the hungry ghosts. Once tormented by Lu Su, these individuals, now devoid of fear, gazed at him like mindless zombies. Lu Su adjusted the hell roar to its lowest setting, wishing to conserve energy should he need to eliminate these minions. I shall afford you a chance, as I am uncertain if there are any innocents among you, he declared, feigning the action of loading the weapon in his hand. I will count to 3. If you can return to your quarters, I shall consider you still human. With that, Lu Su kicked a lifeless body, sending it into the crowd. A fleeting glance revealed that none appeared to comprehend his words, as those closest to him continued to approach. The expression on his mask shifted momentarily. 1, 2, 3. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed, and 2 figures fell to the ground, the charge of the hell roar increasing by 1. 5. It seems the energy gained from each kill varies. The value of life is now distinctly quantified. What is wrong with these people? What kind of indoctrination have you subjected them to? Behind Lu Su, the colossal figure of Tom had nearly fully formed. Lu Su turned to regard this massive entity, inquiring, "What have you done?" Hey, I merely placed a tiny little something in their minds. Tom's voice had transformed from its originally calm mechanical tone into that of a complete madman. "Oh, how humanitarian of you." Lu Su smirked with a hint of derision, reflecting inwardly that no wonder it was said that you were the most afflicted person here. The denizens of this place were entirely under your control and manipulation. Yet you spoke of illness. A wretched creature, you consider yourself a genius? It seems you are merely a solitary soul, lost in your own realm, seeking solace in self-deception. Tom, with his colossal steel frame, stiffened momentarily, seemingly taken aback. What do you mean by calling yourself a genius? Is madness truly a title worthy of pride? You have subjugated these individuals, and what then do you gain from it? Your actions here amount to mere self-indulgence, playing God before a throng of controlled fools. Yet you are not but a pawn in this game. Behind the mask, Luce's words became increasingly venomous, pouring forth with fervor. Especially the final statement struck Tom with a profound blow. You are merely a pawn in this game. You are merely a pawn in this game. As if to imply that he himself was not also a mere pawn. Play? Certainly, there is play to be had. For you newcomers, I have not implanted anything within you. Observing your rebellion and your descent into despair brings me great amusement. And you shall become my most entertaining toy. Call me the Great Tom. It was evident that Tom had truly reached his breaking point. With a furious roar, all the patients emerged, charging en masse towards Lu Su. Meanwhile, the powerful magnet affixed to his body began to exert its influence, solidifying everything around him and flattening the iron blocks. The ant can overpower the elephant, yet Lu Su remained cautious to avoid any missteps as he leaped and soared through the distorted corridor. In his hands, the crimson firearm roared intermittently, claiming one life after another. With each attack he endured, his pain level escalated. With each life he extinguished, the hell roar charged further. Lu Su emerged victorious twice alone, a true double triumph. The players were not implanted with such thoughts, were they? Lu Su's foot pressed against the wall's protrusion as he adjusted the hell roar to its third setting, channeling 5% of its energy. Giotion, please find a way to release the remaining players. Giotion responded, Huh? Me? He had never anticipated the battle would unfold in such a manner. Merely surviving amidst the chaos was already a commendable feat, trust me, comrade. Activate the initial phase. A radiant sphere of terrifying energy materialized on the wall where Lu Su held the hell roar, and upon completing its charge, It struck the adversary directly. All right. Jiotian glanced at the unfolding battle, realizing he couldn't intervene, and with a determined grit of his teeth, he consented. Subsequently, he produced an oddly shaped object from seemingly nowhere and dashed into the adjacent room. He had done his homework regarding the previous game as content organization, as there were often scenarios akin to escape, allowing him to exchange for relevant tools in advance. Boom. The artillery shell unleashed by Lu Su appeared to have drifted directly onto his adversary, subsequently erupting with an even more ferocious cacophony than before. A crimson luminescence clung to the metallic form of the opponent, reminiscent of Cybertron, emitting a continuous series of explosive sounds. The towering 5-meter robot raised its arms in a futile attempt at defense, though it seemed to mitigate some damage. Its tower-like physique was scorched to a brilliant red by the intense heat, with even the metal at its edges beginning to melt. Tom, too, was propelled backward by the force of the blast, his massive frame bending as he sank to one knee upon the ground. Warily, he lifted his gaze to the firearm in Lu Su's grasp, though this foe proved to be a formidable challenge. It was the weapon in his hand that truly posed a threat to his well-being. With a determined resolve, he clenched his fist, causing all remaining patients to clutch their heads in agony, blood erupting from their orifices as they emitted wails of torment. In a frenzied rush, they surged towards Lu Su, all vying for the infernal weapon known as the Hell Roar. This purely offensive, epic weapon exhibited astonishing power. As Lu Su continued to reap the lives of the puppets rushing towards him, he had to deftly evade the frenzied shards of metal and iron stakes, the velocity of these metallic fragments bearing a striking resemblance to that of bullets. He then commenced an ardent manipulation of the energy levels of the Hell Roar, gearing it to the third tier of custom energy output, intent on delivering a devastating blow to Tom. Warning: due to limited physical endurance, it is inadvisable to select an excessively high single energy output. What? You can still talk? Lu Su glanced at the Hell Roar in his hand, expressing a hint of astonishment. Warning: due to limited physical endurance, it is advisable to keep the maximum single tolerance within 20. Enough of this nonsense. I refuse to accept it. Crank it up to full power. With the arrow on the string, how could one entertain such considerations of endurance? Everyone knows what to do in moments like this. Ignoring the warning, he proceeded with the installation. Chapter 57. The Sun from Hell. The achievement of severed hands. At this moment, the Hell Roar was stuck at 20 in the third gear. Yet under Lu Su's insistence, it began to surge further. Push it to 50%. But in its charged state, he was already swarmed by a multitude of frenzied individuals. These beings, fully under control, clung to Lu Su's waist from behind, attempting to restrain him with their entire weight. With humanity stripped away, primal instincts took over, and they began to wield any possible means of attack, their sharp fangs and claws leaving various marks upon Lu Su's body. Previously, Lu Su had skillfully dispatched a third of the total with precise shots from his pistol, a commendable feat for one not particularly adept at such tasks. According to international norms, once a combat unit suffers losses exceeding one-third, it typically loses its fighting capability, becoming despondent and potentially facing mutiny, on the brink of collapse. Yet now, even as Lu Su eliminated a third with the ease of slaughtering a chicken, their resolve remained unshaken, each one relentlessly lunging forward. It seemed that to refrain from killing was simply not an option. From the results, it appears that the most formidable combatants are the mindless fighting factions. At this moment, they seemed to perceive Lu Su's Hell Roar as an opportunity to charge towards him, as if it were a moment of power accumulation. Simultaneously, no fewer than 3 or 4 individuals are clinging to Lu Su's arm, gnawing at him like a pack of wolves feasting on their prey. Although firearms are temporarily rendered useless, Lu Su remains an enigma, his expression filled with questions. His right hand still firmly grasps the Hell Roar, while his left seizes one individual's head, applying a fierce grip. In an instant, the person's eyes bulge out as if they were balls being squeezed, on the verge of bursting. With a swift motion, he tosses the individual aside like a sack, sending them crashing against the wall, shattering like a watermelon thrown with great force, exploding in a cacophony. The use of firearms is predicated on the fact that the Hell Roar can absorb life force for recharging. It's not that it cannot kill in itself. At this moment, Tom has completed his assembly. The special metal distributed throughout the prison walls and floor has all been absorbed onto him, transforming him into a synthetic titan. Suddenly, his metallic head swivels as if he has spotted something, turning to gaze at Kikier, who has been lurking in the corner. Player Kikier, what troubles you? You are the most afflicted individual in this prison. Why do you not take action? You seem rather unfit as a player. Kikyo had initially resolved to remain inconspicuous, hoping to avoid detection, contemplating whether he might somehow navigate through to victory, should the red-masked figure truly emerge victorious. Upon noticing Tom's gaze, the very essence of his mind seemed on the verge of exploding. What should he do? He was not inherently a combatant. His primary talents lay in analysis and decryption, and he had already faltered in that regard moments ago. I understand, yet at this moment, Kirk's mind raced, contemplating how to buy himself some time. In the next heartbeat, a multitude of iron spikes descended upon him with relentless ferocity. Gunpowder, an exceedingly inefficient source of energy, paled in comparison to the devastating power unleashed by electromagnetic propulsion. These projectiles were no less formidable than firearms. While Lusa might audaciously withstand the onslaught, Kirk knew that a single blow could spell his doom. Thus, upon witnessing the imminent attack, he clenched the exit token in his hand and promptly departed from the game. Although it was regrettable to see his hard-earned points and the rewards from his previous flawless completion vanish in an instant, he did not possess the same unwavering resolve as Lu Su when it came to preserving his life. As Tom observed the sudden disappearance of his adversary, he felt a momentary surprise, yet it was a sensation he had grown accustomed to. After dispatching the nuisances, he strode forward with purpose, charging towards Lu Su. His towering figure, 5 meters in height, sent sparks flying as his head scraped against the prison ceiling. His fist, elevated high like a massive boulder, unleashed a torrent of steam power from his wrist, propelled by an intense electromagnetic force. With a thunderous impact, he struck Lu Su with tremendous force. In the process, he obliterated a patient who had been clinging to Lu Su, reducing him to mere pulp. This blow was no less severe than that of a bulldozer's collision. Had it been any other protagonist from a different tale, this strike alone would have been sufficient to alter the course of their journey. Yet, Lu Su was propelled outward, crashing through the wall of a hospital room, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood as he felt his pain threshold rise by 6 points. The patients, completely under control, showed no concern for their leader having just slain one of their own. They rushed at Lu Su once more, offering him no respite. Although he had landed a blow, Tom suddenly felt an inexplicable dread, a sense that some dangerously sinister force was targeting him, as if his life were hanging by a thread. Tom was well aware of Lu Su's resilience and did not believe that this punch would truly incapacitate him. Thus, he abandoned any previous mindset of toying with his adversary and charged forward, determined to eliminate Lu Su as swiftly as possible. However, just as he took a step, a deafening crack echoed through the air, the sound of metal striking metal, causing Tom's relatively small head to snap back. A heavy iron chain had lashed out at him with ferocity, catching him completely off guard. He had not anticipated that there would be another capable of resisting him within this prison. Raising his gaze, he beheld a towering figure, the liberated Long Wu, still bound by 4 chains. In his eyes, the confusion and disorientation had vanished, replaced solely by hatred and a resolute determination that had lain dormant for countless years. With a swift motion, he swung the chain, executing a chokehold maneuver on the robotic adversary, a tactic that was almost comical in its execution. Below, those former players who had managed to free themselves and retained even a modicum of awareness began to rally against this formidable war machine before them. They are certainly not ordinary individuals. While their combat prowess may not rival Lu Su's, they pose a significant challenge compared to Jiao Tian. Tom's formidable physique was forcefully brought down to one knee. Although he could subsequently throw them off, such a high-caliber assault still presented him with some difficulties. It then occurred to him that these individuals had not taken their medication for 2 days, and their current mental state was far removed from the complete brainwashing they had previously undergone. Lu Su had consumed all the medication. Was this also part of his calculations? As Tom seethed with anger at the fact that these mere playthings could now resist him, a great roar erupted from the distant pile of patients. Make way. This command was directed at the players. Shortly thereafter, Tom beheld an orb of red light that engulfed everything in his sight. Hell's roar. A 50% energy output in a single strike. It was as if the sun from the underworld had descended upon the earth, accompanied by a hellish welcome, crashing down upon Tom, who could not possibly evade in such confined quarters. Following this strike, the terrifying heat instantaneously vaporized those near Lu Su, and the tremendous recoil obliterated Lu Su's right arm. The bones of his shoulder protruded from his back, and his right hand, wielding Hell's roar, was shattered at the elbow, sending the severed flesh soaring through the air. In the third game, after suffering 2 consecutive leg amputations, Lu Su had now exchanged it for a severed hand. Achievement unlocked. Chapter 58. Ripping steel with bare hands. The decayed flesh beneath iron. In Lu Su's eyes, everything before him had transformed into slow motion. He slightly raised his head, watching his severed right hand soar through the sky. A soothing warmth enveloped him, imparting a cozy sensation. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the protective cloak draping over his chest, now scorched to a fiery crimson by the diminutive sun before him. Beneath the trench coat, blood bubbled like water boiling in a cauldron, transforming into a vivid scarlet fuel that clung to Luce's form. Pain chosen 1, pain value 3. All of this, when considered by Luce, distilled into a singular feeling of warmth, quite pleasurable indeed. Yet, he was acutely aware that, theoretically, he had sustained significant injuries. It was improbable that he could genuinely luxuriate in this sensation of comfort. Swiftly, he retrieved a vial of rudimentary potion, clenching it between his teeth. He then sprang onto his toes, executing a midair interception, grasping his right hand, which had propelled him forward, with his left. The condition of his hands was secondary. Of paramount importance was the epic weapon, Hell's Roar, which he could not afford to lose, as his current combat prowess would be sorely lacking. This formidable foe, known as the Overlord, was beyond the capabilities of players at this stage. Only Luce, with his immunity to pain, coupled with the extraordinary physical strength of a human at the pinnacle of their potential and bolstered by medication and a reasonably effective weapon, could dare to confront this hellish mode of the game, disregarding the conventional strategies for overcoming it. Engaged in battle, he remained oblivious to the extent of astonishment experienced by the audience outside. Among the myriad of players who had flawlessly completed the game, the visual impact of Luce's exploits was truly unparalleled. Through Luce's hyper-accelerated perception, while events appeared to unfold at a languid pace, the reality was astonishingly swift. From the bombardment, severed limbs, and the searing heat of recoil, all these events unfolded simultaneously, not exceeding a mere second. Now, the infernal sun had descended upon Tom, emitting a dreadful explosion. The entire hospital was instantly enveloped in blinding white light, an intensity unbearable to the human eye. Anyone possessing even a modicum of reason instinctively turned their heads away, evading such a blinding brilliance. The prison was awash with an unbearable wave of heat. The epicenter of the explosion was hot enough to melt metal, and those who ventured too close recoiled in horror, crying out in agony. The output, a staggering 50%, had surpassed the caliber of epic weaponry, achieving a new pinnacle. Perhaps the infernal roar could never have fathomed such a terrifying single throughput. "Are you all right?" Amidst the scorching gusts, a familiar voice emerged. Jiutian, wielding a handheld breaching tool, forcefully reopened the iron door, rushing towards the direction where Luce had been. Jiutian had successfully completed his mission, liberating the players. Hearing the terrifying commotion outside, he hurriedly emerged. He needed to ensure that the figure in the red mask did not perish. To him, humanity was paramount. The game had merely begun. The emergence of such a formidable talent was a matter of utmost importance. Preservation of life was essential. The qualities exhibited by the individual, their psychological resilience, led him to believe that even if the game could not be completed, the survival of this person was a significant boon. It was merely a fresh start. After sprinting a few steps through the smoke and blinding light, Luce's silhouette finally came into view. Jiutian halted abruptly, his steps coming to a standstill. Before him stood a bloodied figure, shrouded in a cloak that enveloped his chest, the powerful rise and fall of his torso signifying the heartbeat within. The dried bloodstains lent a tragic hue to his presence. Clutching his own right hand with his left, the right hand resolutely gripped a gun, while a vial of medicine was held in his mouth, administering a dose to himself. The scene before him was indescribably shocking to Jiutian, rendering his feet immobile as if rooted to the ground, unable to take a step for an eternity. He gazed at the statue-like figure, questioning whether he was witnessing a cinematic tableau, until Luce spat out the medicine vial, shattering it on the ground, snapping him back to reality. "Are you all right? Didn't you just take medicine? What is going on?" Luce inspected his body. "Is there any blood gushing from me?" "Not really, even the severed limb has been cauterized by the intense heat." Jiutian, observing Luce's left hand holding his own right hand with an air of nonchalance, felt his internal defenses crumbling further. The scene before him was overwhelmingly graphic. It was difficult to fathom that the game had only just begun and that such a person existed in this world. Did he possess no sense of pain? Luce had little time for idle chatter. He detached the hell roar from his right hand and handed the severed limb to Jiutian. "Hold this for me." "Step aside, it's not over yet." As Jiutian received the severed hand presented before him, he felt a tremor in his very soul. Instinctively accepting it with trembling hands, lost in a daze. With the hell roar clutched in his left hand, and having just harvested a considerable amount of life energy, only about 10% of the energy remained after firing a round. Luce shifted to second gear, firing as he advanced toward the colossal figure sprawled amidst the ruins. Although he lacked the scholar's support from his right hand, precision was no longer a necessity. A simple blast would suffice. The adversary, struck by a solar projectile, was clearly in distress. The central metallic structure lay utterly obliterated, its core molten and gradually solidifying. The metal suspension at the arm joint had fractured, rendering the attached plating entirely unusable, akin to a broken bone still tethered to flesh. Tom's original form was now largely exposed, gazing in shock at Lu Su, who was relentlessly unleashing his power despite having lost a hand. The thunderous roar of the second gear rendered the massive robot on the ground incapable of reassembly, as it dragged itself backward, carving a trench into the earth. At this moment, Long Wu and Long Lu wielded iron chains to immobilize the robot's joints, preventing this battered machine from unleashing any further might. Though they exchanged no words with Lu Su, an unspoken camaraderie in battle seemed to bind them. Exhausting the ammunition of his hell roar with atrocious marksmanship, Lu Su observed the wreckage of Tom sprawled on the ground before holstering his weapon. The electric arcs flickered once more across Tom's chest, attempting to utilize magnetic forces for reassembly. However, in the next instant, Lu Su leaped onto him. Ignoring the searing metal beneath him, Lu Su stood towering over Tom, a predatory gaze locked upon him. Crack! With his left hand descending like a chisel, Lu Su forcefully carved a gaping hole into his opponent's chest, the agonizing sound of tearing flesh resonating in the air. He ruthlessly ripped apart the iron plating that encased the unfortunate soul. For the first time, Tom emitted a cry of human anguish. Beneath the iron shell lay decayed, charred skin, oozing with pus. Chapter 59, Tom's Diary, Sequence Upgrade. Gazing at the iron plating in his hand, a look of disdain appeared upon Lu Su's mask. The metal was encrusted with a repulsive, leathery substance, which upon closer inspection could be discerned as human skin. Tom had indeed fused his entire iron shell with his own body. What purpose does this serve? Lu Su mused, furrowing his brow. Surely, mechanical ascension was not meant to be this way. No wonder the sin of human flesh lingered. This wretched individual had melded himself with the metal. However, the human body's circulatory system would undoubtedly reject the presence of such foreign material. Pus flowed, scabs formed, and there he was, welded to the metal. This man had undoubtedly spent countless years in this infernal hospital, persistently repeating such tormenting rituals. In terms of self-inflicted agony, Lu Su was merely seeking amusement. The true embodiment of masochism could only be found in the great Tom. Chosen of pain, pain value 1. As the voice echoed in his mind, Lu Su realized he had gotten a tad too close to the searing metal. Nevertheless, his choice to confront it head-on was deliberate, driven by the pursuit of pain value. Tom, your affliction is indeed grave. Tom stood triumphantly with his foot pressed firmly against his opponent's chest. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sudden surge of vulnerability. Great Tom. Call me Great Tom. He roared, his right palm glowing with arcs of blue electricity, as if still resisting. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a powerful kick, delivering a force of 30 points that shattered his opponent's shoulder, pinning their body against the heap of twisted steel debris. Pain Goddess chosen, pain value 1. The searing metal and sharp edges relentlessly inflicted torment upon Lu Su's flesh, yet he remained unfazed. These were not fatal wounds, and he could not allow his adversary a chance to retaliate. With a snap, the iron plating on his right shoulder was torn away, unveiling the flesh beneath. Pain Goddess chosen, pain value 1. Another crack echoed as half of the iron shell of the robotic head was wrenched off, revealing a horrifyingly gruesome visage that would undoubtedly require censorship. Pain Goddess chosen, pain value 1. A thunderous impact followed as the lower body tracts were obliterated, exposing the grotesquely twisted and deformed legs within. They could scarcely be called legs. Rather, they resembled a mass of contorted flesh, akin to the ancient practice of foot binding, now inflicted upon the entirety of his lower body, crammed into the tracks. Pain Goddess chosen, pain value 2. Standing atop the colossal wreckage of steel, Lu Su unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, mercilessly dismantling Tom's body beneath him, disregarding his own injuries as he shattered his opponent's defenses. Ultimately, the iron armor was stripped away by Lu Su's bare hands, revealing the diminutive and deformed figure within. The terrifying visage of the opponent compelled Jiu Tian, who stood at a distance, to lower his gaze in discomfort. However, as he glanced down, his eyes fell upon Lu Su's severed hand, prompting him to awkwardly lift his head once more. Goodness, is this truly the person in the most dire condition? I concede, he thought. Can anyone genuinely inflict such harm upon themselves? This is akin to subjecting oneself to daily torture. Overwhelmed by disgust, the onlookers found themselves unable to process Luce's remarkable comeback, instead feeling revulsion towards Tom, who had been stripped of his outer shell. Luce's primary objective was to dismantle all the machinery affixed to his adversary, and having nearly accomplished that, he ceased his relentless peeling away of Tom's defenses. For Tom, who had essentially welded armor to his body, removing the iron shell was akin to skinning. Interestingly, I have a rather obscure piece of knowledge to share. One could indeed craft machinery into a humanoid form, wearing it as an exoskeleton. Tom gaped, his contorted face illuminated by two objects resembling eyeballs that radiated a palpable hatred. Die. Perish. Call me. Great. He mumbled incoherently, grasping an iron rod in a futile attempt to retaliate. Bang. The ordinary mode of hell's roar delivered a single shot, ending his grotesque and nefarious existence. Life energy increased by 4. This time, the gain was particularly substantial. With his foe vanquished, the agony dissipated, leaving a somewhat exhausted Luce silently seated amidst the ruins of steel. This narrative indeed presents quite a challenge. Were it not for the hellish roar and the self-determined choice to confront it head-on, one might have found themselves in a precarious situation. At this juncture, the only players remaining who have successfully navigated the ordeal are Jotion and Lu Su. The others have succumbed to their fates, their spirits seemingly extinguished as they crouched listlessly upon the ground. Just then, a luminous object emerged from Tom's lifeless body, reminiscent of the loot-dropped post-boss battle in a game. Is this not rather reminiscent of a gaming trope? Lu Su gazed at the book that floated before him in bemusement and stepped forward to grasp it. Tom's diary. Who, in their right mind, pens a diary? Oh, it turns out to be the musings of a lunatic. That makes sense. Lu Su, uncertain of the significance of this peculiar apparition, instinctively opened the book. Strive, persevere. I shall amass great wealth. Next year, I shall have models at the club. Strive, persevere. Upon merely flipping the pages, Lu Su was met with a barrage of absurdity akin to an elderly man's smartphone memes. Strictly speaking, this was far from a conventional diary. Rather, it functioned as a conduit of esoteric knowledge, conjuring a multitude of images within his mind, visions of Tom's past. Tom, lacking in academic prowess and of modest stature, hailed from an unremarkable background, yet he was well-versed in the principles of success, convinced of his impending fortune. Daily, he boasted online, feverishly fabricating an array of extravagant backstories, reveling in the delight of besting others in verbal skirmishes, savoring the sensation of provoking his opponents to frustration without recourse. Ultimately, as his parents aged, they could no longer support him. It was time for him to seek employment. Thus, driven by the desire to amass great wealth, he began to indulge in wild fantasies. Upon hearing that short videos could yield profit, he ventured into filming them. Upon discovering the allure of becoming an internet celebrity, he envisioned himself as one. Upon learning that writing novels could be lucrative, he aspired to pen his own. He joined various chat groups, entrepreneurial circles, professional networks, exerting relentless effort. The big shots are impressive. I seek their guidance, he proclaimed. These moguls undoubtedly earn millions annually, yet they remain so humble. When will I ascend to their heights? I shall forego sleep today, striving towards success. He fawned over the adept and belittled newcomers, pretending to be an expert himself. Thus, after years of tireless toil, he found himself impoverished and unaccomplished. Tom was driven to madness. I shall toil and strive. I must acquire great wealth. I will seize control of everything. I am the greatest, the most. I must. Amidst endless whispers of despair, he was guided by a peculiar force to a prison. Lu Su abruptly tilted his head back, ceasing to read the book, shaking his head vigorously before forcefully closing it. There is something amiss with this book. In just a fleeting glance, a torrent of information flooded his mind. This information was infused with chaotic negative emotions, encompassing all the basest desires of humanity: laziness, ignorance, numbness, depravity. Had he not donned a mask, being already mentally disordered, he might have fallen prey to its influence. This entity possesses immense power. Lu Su pondered in astonishment. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Relevant sequence item detected. Detected relevant sequence items in the backpack. Would you like to proceed with the sequence upgrade? Chapter 60. A brand new S-Class Sealing Artifact. Lu Su, with his eyes closed, tilted his head to one side, his mind engulfed by a torrent of negative emotions as he struggled to regain his composure. At this moment, Lu Su felt utterly drained. Had it been before, when he had spun the entire prison's provisions for 2 days, he might have remained indifferent to such matters. However, now, this foolish diary still possessed some significance. What? Listening to the sounds of the game echoing in his ears, Lu Su pondered aloud. Detected that you possess an upgradable sealing artifact. Relevant items have been identified. Would you like to use the upgrade? Lu Su scrutinized the details, only to discover that the so-called relevant item was a lottery ticket nestled in his backpack. This ticket had been acquired during his second perfect clearance, granting him a chance to draw a random sealing artifact. If he were to upgrade, what level could it attain? It will surpass the current level. Lu Su, I seem to have heard a rather grandiose claim. When I inquire about the nature of the upgrade, you merely state it will exceed the present tier. Is it possible to achieve a lower level instead? What a ludicrous game notification. Just then, the notification sound chimed once more. Currently, the Tom's Diary is at the pinnacle of B-class sealing artifacts. What a timely reminder. The sealed objects and weapons are unique items produced within the game. The distinction lies in the fact that weapons possess no explicit side effects. In contrast, sealed objects are akin to a double-edged sword, particularly those ranked highly in the sequence, as their side effects are often intolerable. Lu Su speculated that these items were likely designed based on the SCP model, indicating a lack of originality, albeit with a slight touch of the K-genre. Nevertheless, when wielded adeptly, the special abilities of the sealed objects can prove to be extraordinarily formidable. For instance, with regard to his own mask, Lu Su had yet to unleash its true potential while still reaping numerous benefits. He had only utilized 2 of the 7 types, and he had yet to experience the overload mode of each variant. Upgrading would likely elevate it to at least an A or perhaps even an S rank. As Lu Su pondered these thoughts, he felt that the returns from this venture seemed to surpass the quality of a mere lottery draw. Jiu Tian had noticed Lu Su engrossed in a book and approached out of curiosity. However, upon arriving, he found Lu Su abruptly slamming the book shut and turning his head aside. Jiu Tian remarked, "Is it really necessary to be so guarded, my friend?" To alleviate the awkwardness, he cleared his throat, unsure where to place his hands, and glanced around while saying, "This must signify the end of the game, right? It should have concluded by now. Game over. Players may choose to settle immediately or opt for self-settlement after half an hour." As if to ease Jiu Tian's discomfort, the game's background music re-emerged. Simultaneously, the screen before all spectators abruptly darkened. 2 lines of subtitles appeared before everyone's eyes. The game has concluded. Please explore other ongoing games or anticipate the next one. Welcome to the Divine Selection Paradise, where you too can become a player. Each time a game ends, the same words echo repetitively to the spectators. However, those with awareness have already immersed themselves in the game, while the majority prefer to remain mere onlookers. They stand aloof, distanced from risks, yet ultimately, they gain nothing. Is it over? Almost 2 days spent in this game instance. The performance of the top player extinguishes my desire to participate. It is simply terrifying. Wait, isn't it true that this instance is supposed to be unbeatable? That previous Titan-like entity should not be conquerable by current players. Rankings. Wasn't there supposed to be a world ranking? I want to see him at the top. Even in complete darkness, the crowd did not disperse. The pre-game ranking announcements captivated the attention of all, resonating across the globe. Meanwhile, within the game, Jiu Tian realized that due to the spectators being barred from the game, he could no longer reach the staff outside. This sensation was unsettling. He could only confront this monstrous opponent alone, though he had been solitary before. The psychological difference between being watched and not being watched was palpable. Jiu Tian recalled the adversary's previous exploits, and a lingering fear arose that the opponent might abruptly strike, devouring him alive. As if suddenly awakening to a realization, Jiu Tian handed over Lu Su's severed right hand. Lu Su made no haste to accept it. Instead, he turned to Jiu Tian, holding up the Tom Diary, and spoke, "This item belongs to me. Do you have any objections?" Jiu Tian was momentarily taken aback, then began to nod fervently. "Indeed, it is yours. After all, you were the one who exerted most of the effort, and we merely reaped the benefits of your success." Having worked in the department of the edge of the universe, Jiu Tian was no stranger to social nuances. A sense of guilt began to creep in, as ultimately only the 2 of them had completed the task, making him the sole beneficiary. Was this truly the legitimate way to achieve success? After pondering for a moment, Jiu Tian cautiously inquired. Of course not. Relying solely on brute force is hardly a rational approach. At this moment, Lu Su was in a stable mental state and capable of coherent conversation. However, the methods of identifying weaknesses, earning trust, and conducting thorough analyses were far too slow. Ultimately, Confrontation was inevitable. It simply might not require him to unleash his full power. Lu Su provided a brief explanation and casually retrieved his right hand. Yet, only he understood that the primary reason for his reckless approach was the necessity to release the power of gluttony, as well as a desire to accumulate some pain points. They were too weak. The pain they inflicted upon themselves was consistently insufficient. Jiao Tian observed Lu Su, whose body was battered yet somehow exuded an inexplicable vigor, leaving him at a loss for words. He wondered if there existed another player capable of replicating Lu Su's extraordinary performance. But the mere recollection of the recent events sent a shiver down his spine. The violence was overwhelming. Were you truly not planning to? Just as Jiao Tian was about to speak and establish a report to confirm his identity, he glanced away only to discover that Lu Su had vanished without a trace. Without a word, Lu Su had entered the final game settlement screen, departing from this infernal asylum. Jiao Tian, game over. Level up. Upon entering the restoration space, Lu Su found himself enveloped in a warm, gentle embrace. Immediately, he began to upgrade the diary in his possession. The random seal item lottery ticket in his backpack slowly turned to ash, as if ablaze, and then the damaged Tom's diary was enveloped in radiant light. Sequence B level sealed item, Tom's diary, undergoing ethereal upgrade. You have acquired a currently undocumented, entirely new S-level sealed item. Number S-147, The Confessions of the Disheartened. Chapter 61, Triple Perfect Clearance, Two Worlds Backpack. S-level. Lu Su felt somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering such fortune, instantly elevating his rank to S. The concept of an S-level sealed item was lost on him, as his original Sin Mask was merely A-level. Although it ranked high, there remained a fundamental disparity with S-level items. Could it be that his luck was exceptionally favorable today? Contemplating this, Lu Su hurriedly began to peruse the relevant descriptions. Astonished to find that Tom, the self-destructive individual, had indeed bestowed upon him something remarkable. Sequence S-147, The Confessions of the Disheartened. A manifestation of a disheartened individual's emotional essence, magnified and ultimately coalescing into an object imbued with the power of law. The tome comprises 100 pages. As one delves deeper, the adverse emotional repercussions intensify for the user, and conversely, the harm inflicted upon the reader escalates correspondingly. Special utility, it exhibits remarkable efficacy against ethereal entities and adversaries of a psychological nature. Warning: should you engage in both reading and perusing this book simultaneously, you may indeed be deemed a remarkable individual. Description: should you find yourself under the delusion that your life has recently been rather favorable, rest assured. A mere glance at this book will swiftly remedy that illusion. The dual-edged nature of this description is unmistakable, bearing semblance to a form of psychic assault. While the precise magnitude of its power remains elusive, as it is not explicitly stated, the classification as S-grade suggests sufficient potency. Lu Su has no desire to subject himself to such experimentation. He is undeterred by physical harm, yet this psychological onslaught is best reserved for future confrontations with foes. With a sigh of relief, he began to review the fruits of his latest gaming endeavor. Total participants in this round: 7, 125, 948. Number of finishers: 1, 862. 459. Number of perfect completions: 4, 956. Your completion rating: SSS grade, perfect completion. Current streak of consecutive perfect completions: 3. Reward settlement in progress. Special event triggered. By deviating from the original completion path and confronting the game in its most challenging state head-on, you have achieved the accolade, Chaotic Marauder, Epic. The rewards for this round are indeed substantial. 6,000 points, 5 intermediate recovery potions, 1 advanced recovery potion, 1 game exit token. The S-class sequence sealing item, The Confessions of a Disheartened Individual, and a legendary weapon core, the Heart of Machinery. The perfect trifecta of rewards for a flawless completion is a testament to exceptional performance, especially with the successful introduction of external items, granting 1 unit of interdimensional backpack space. Each time Lu Su aimed for a flawless victory, he engaged in a high-stakes game, where risks and rewards intertwined. Notably, he discovered that 1 slot in his backpack interface had transformed into a resplendent gold hue. Gazing at the succinct description, Lu Su felt as though his heart skipped a beat. This backpack slot allows for the interchange of items between the game and reality, facilitating the passage of goods between 2 realms. If the game empowers formidable players with the potential to alter the world, Then this backpack slot heralds the genuine commencement of the game's transformation of reality. The ability to extract items from the game carries profound implications. Should Lusa choose to cast aside the confessions of a disheartened individual, it would soon give rise to an inexplicable urban legend in the real world. Not to mention the potential for future, more destructive weapons and poisons, all of which could be transported discreetly, eluding detection by any known surveillance tools. The effects would be imperceptible. None could ascertain whether one might be strolling down the street with a nuclear device concealed upon their person. The potential harm to society is immeasurable. Lusu suspected that if this were to be discovered, he would be immediately labeled a terrorist. This was the reward for achieving a perfect triple clear. After calming down a bit, Lusu realized that this item was likely a rare treasure, not possessed by many. In the current world, the number of individuals who have achieved a perfect triple clear is uncertain, but it surely cannot be numerous. As Lusu pondered, an idea struck him, and he took out his elusive cloak. He wrapped the hell roar, the sharp blade, the confession of the disheartened, and a collection of potions together, forming a large bundle. He then attempted to place it into the two-dimensional backpack. Only a single object can be placed. Players are advised not to attempt clever tricks. Lusu responded, "No, this is indeed a single object. It merely consists of different components. This item is called Tom Robot. What is not composed of different parts? Is there anything that exists in a state of natural unity?" Lusu began to argue his case. The game has its own criteria for determining a single object. Even matter is composed of molecules. Please place a single item. Realizing that his attempts to exploit a glitch were futile, Lusa contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to place the elusive cloak inside. As a functional item, it proved to be quite useful, saving him the expense of selecting and purchasing clothing while also offering protective capabilities. Subsequently, Lusu quietly awaited the rewards for his perfect clearance, mending his body and restoring his optimal condition. This is also the reason why he dares to recklessly use his body in every game. Gradually, he drifts into a profound slumber. Time passes unmeasured, and Lusu awakens once more in his somewhat cramped quarters. He furrows his brow slightly, pondering whether his ambitions have risen in tandem with his growing strength. A sudden thought strikes him. Perhaps he ought to reside in a better place. How curious it is to begin to care about such external matters. Strength remains paramount. Clenching his fists, he savors the undeniable improvement he feels compared to his previous entry into the game, and he finds himself quite pleased, uncertain of when the next game will commence. He contemplates this as the sound of the game's notification echoes in his mind. Third game, all players have concluded. Personal performance is being compiled. The peak leaderboard will be released to all selected participants in half an hour. We hope everyone can choose to become a player and join this glorious competition of strength. Game module has been loaded, language module. All players will hear automatic translations of all languages. A new game mode has been initiated. This message is directed to all selected participants. And soon Lusu receives a tailored notification. Dear esteemed player, due to your outstanding performance and exceptional strength, congratulations on entering the peak leaderboard. Please select your name before the official announcement. Will you use Lusu as your leaderboard name? Chapter 62. The Pinnacle Revealed, World Number 1. Lusu listened intently to the voice echoing in his mind, gazing at the question presented before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he promptly declined. No, I shall not use my true name. Very well, please choose an in-game title for yourself. Anything will suffice, as long as it is not my real name. By the way, will my identity be revealed in this ranking? Do you confirm the use of this name? Anything will suffice, as long as it is not your real name. By the way, will my identity be revealed in this ranking? Lusu, are you out of your mind? This is a name. Do you confirm the use of this name? Are you out of your mind? This is a name. Lusu. This artificial intelligence was nearly amusing him to laughter. His mind began to feel a bit strained, pondering whether he was truly incapable of communicating with the game at this moment. Must he resolve this now? Exit the naming interface. Do you confirm the use of? At that moment, Lusu felt somewhat dazed. He waved his hand dismissively, opting to proceed with naming, finding the artificial intelligence rather humorous. The Pinnacle leaderboard was about to be unveiled. If he lingered too long, he feared he might inadvertently end up with the name assigned to him. Initially, he thought it would be sufficient to allow the game to generate a name based on his characteristics, but now that it was his responsibility, he found himself entangled in indecision. If he simply concocted a name, he might not be able to change it later, leading to various unforeseen complications. After a brief contemplation, Lusu resolved to draw inspiration from his mask and the associated titles. Original Sin Mask, Original Sin, Original Sin Walker. Miracle Walker was still grinding in the wilderness. Never mind. The game username should be a bit more dramatic. After some contemplation, he ultimately confirmed the name with the game interface, Sin. Do you wish to confirm the name Sin? Confirmed. Your game ID has been confirmed. And your peak leaderboard avatar will be selected from your in-game image. Wishing you a delightful gaming experience. May your valor ascend to the heavens. After these cordial phrases, the game's sound faded back into silence. Lusu sat up from his bed, donned a mesmerizing cloak, and transformed into the guise of a school uniform, reclining comfortably as he began to scroll through his Redmi smartphone. The headlines across major entertainment websites were inundated with posts related to the Chosen game, rendering news about celebrities and current events mere footnotes. The Chosen Paradise, a game poised to alter the world, was steadily becoming mainstream, with an increasing number of individuals being selected daily. Although most chosen individuals hesitated to become players, opting instead to be mere spectators, their intrigue and admiration remained steadfast. Numerous experts emerged to voice their disapproval, urging a boycott of the game. However, such sentiments had lost their significance in the current discourse. Indeed, what truly captivated everyone's attention was a singular matter. The peak leaderboard was on the verge of being unveiled. In truth, not only the spectators but Lusu himself felt a profound curiosity about this. Was he still the strongest? If not, who had surpassed him? By what means had they done so? Endowed with the agonizing blessings of the Chosen One, achieving a flawless triple victory. One cannot help but ponder the prowess that other heroes in this realm must possess. As Lusu idly scrolled through the largest social media platform in the country, he stumbled upon a plethora of grassroots speculations, featuring conjectures from various elite players regarding the most formidable contenders currently capturing the public's attention. Among these, he recognized numerous experts from different nations, himself included. Yet, his own portrayal was marred by excessive bloodshed and violence, rendering many of his more respectable moments unshareable. Ultimately, in the collective imagination, he appeared merely as a masked figure, teetering on the brink of madness. The pinnacle rankings have been unveiled. The game has commenced thrice, unveiling a multitude of powerful players. To encourage everyone to strive towards greatness, we will establish the pinnacle leaderboard. The top 10,000 contestants will receive corresponding medals, while the top 100 will be showcased on the leaderboard. Those who maintain their ranks over time will reap unforeseen rewards. We encourage all players to put forth their utmost effort. This same proclamation resonated within the minds of over 20 million selected individuals worldwide, its tone imbued with an ethereal resonance that sent shivers down their spines. Soon after, a golden leaderboard materialized on each player's gaming interface. Lusu scarcely scrutinized it, glancing hastily from the bottom upward. Most participants did not employ their real names, perhaps out of a desire for anonymity or to adopt a more appealing moniker. However, very few, like himself, chose to conceal their faces. The majority of selected individuals displayed their visages prominently. Upon swiftly turning the pages, Lusu uncovered a startling truth. Among the 70 players ahead, nearly all had achieved a flawless triple completion. This indicated that, theoretically, the disparity in their capabilities was minimal. The distinguishing factors appeared to be merely slight variations in performance and a touch of fortune. For instance, some had drawn exceptional weapons from their lottery tickets, while others had not. Some players had managed to procure an epic weapon that manifested as a war vehicle, whereas others had drawn an epic weapon that transformed their appearance into an exquisite cloak. The differences were indeed substantial. Certain players seemed to be affiliated with specific organizations and related factions, and thus their personal profiles were boldly displayed. No. 17 Thomas Reno, ability description, exceptional physical qualities and combat skills, proficient in the use of all known human weaponry, capable of expertly operating every vehicle in the world. Currently possesses the ability to create duplicates, with evidence suggesting bodily enhancements. Other abilities remain unknown. Related information, operative of AU.S. Special Forces Unit. Tasked with executing missions directly assigned by the President. All documentation of completed missions is destroyed post-operation, leaving no data behind. Such backgrounds had been unearthed through this game. Lusa pondered. Number 14 Black Mountain Bear, codename. Ability description, enhanced physique, possessing the superpower of beast transformation, exhibiting remarkable vitality, with formidable destructive and regenerative capabilities. Related information, participant in the planning of Russia's Dead Hand system. Number 8 Sun, codename, ability description, possesses a frenzied level of capability, an unrelenting sun. The player with the shortest cumulative completion time in the first 3 games. Related information, suspected to be of Chinese origin, the world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. Lu Su's gaze momentarily sharpened. This description and reference seemed somewhat familiar to him. The Heaven and Earth Society? This related information must have been input by himself. Truly, he spares no opportunity for self-promotion. Is he the supreme leader of this organization? Contemplating this, Lu Su finally turned the rather useless leaderboard to the top. No. 1 Sin, codename, World's Number 1. Chapter 63 Challenge Mode. The first among the notorious upon seeing that he had indeed retained this top position. Lu Su's expression became notably serious. Thankfully, it appears that his deliberate self-destructive efforts to enhance his strength in each game have borne fruit. To be honest, the honor of ranking is not of paramount importance. Yet if he were to find himself less capable than others despite this, it would be somewhat difficult for Lu Su to accept. He scrutinized his own description closely. Number 1 Sin, codename, ability description, excessive abilities, lacking a representative capability. Possesses a unique understanding of games, frequently analyzing how to maximize the difficulty of a game, and voluntarily placing himself in perilous situations. Suspected to have severe psychological disorders. Suspected tendencies towards self-harm and destruction. Considering an amalgamation of combat effectiveness, in-game performance, psychological resilience, and other factors, the first position is well-deserved. Background, unknown. In the section regarding relevant background, any player wishing to remain concealed can simply be labeled as unknown. The sole distinction lies in the description of one's own abilities, which is articulated with slightly more detail than that of others. Ironically, despite the extensive elaboration, it conveys remarkably little, akin to the absurdity of dropping one's trousers to relieve oneself. Nevertheless, this is a fortunate circumstance. Lu Su currently possesses not only sealed items, but also skills, stat points, and equipment. Should he reveal all his secrets, he would undoubtedly feel at a disadvantage. The game's privacy protection mechanisms are commendable. Ability descriptions are provided as vague summaries to all. However, his own photograph is decidedly less discreet. It captures a moment from his battle in the demon hospital, where several iron spikes protrude from his body, while frenzied, ravenous figures gnaw at him, gripping his neck and thighs. Yet, Lu Su remains steadfast, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground. His red mask adorned with a grotesque and sinister grin, his right hand wielding the hell roar, firing steadily. The image resembles a still from a Hollywood blockbuster, rendering Lu Su momentarily unrecognizable. What on earth is this? How can I look so striking? He mused with a chuckle. At that moment, while masked and consumed by the chaos of battle, he was oblivious to the impression he projected. Now, in a state of relaxation, he observes himself and cannot help but acknowledge that he indeed appears somewhat handsome. Upon the release of the leaderboard, he swiftly ascended to a clear first place across major media platforms, sparking widespread discussion regarding the nationalities of the top players. In contemporary society, the competition among nations ultimately boils down to the contest for talent, particularly in this era, where a singular individual has the potential to significantly influence global dynamics. When a prodigy emerges from one's own nation, despite any personal connection being tenuous at best, a sense of national pride inevitably swells within the populace. The individual known as Lu Su, currently recognized as the foremost in the world, has yet to have his identity clearly defined, thus instantly ascending to global prominence. Is the world's number 1 truly this striking? This transcends the realm of humanity. I have already downloaded the image to use as wallpaper. Is this a privilege reserved for the first place? The photograph is remarkably captivating. How is this ranking determined? What merits his position at the top? I fail to perceive the superiority he holds over those ranked beneath him. It seems that a South Korean website has confirmed that this crime is attributed to a Korean individual. The cacophony of discussions that ensues from this day forward will be relentless, as Lu Su swiftly becomes the most renowned figure. At this juncture, within the office of the Provincial Government Affairs Bureau in K Province, Southern Huagua, the screen of a computer suddenly freezes. Jiu Tian stands beside the computer, directing the staff to play the video. Enhance this image, slow it down, extract this frame. As a special operative, Jiu Tian wields a degree of authority, orchestrating the proceedings. The content displayed captures the moment in Lu Su's third game when he presents a business card belonging to Zhao Jiaqing. Lu Su handles it with great care, obscuring most of it, yet a corner remains visible. Shall we? The surname Zhao, perhaps. Jiu Tian murmured to himself, gazing at Lu Su, who had just become the world's #1 half an hour ago, after working together. Well, I knew you could achieve this. How could there possibly be anyone in this world who surpasses you? The world's top player is from our great nation, Huagua, perhaps even one of our own. Jiu Tian's excitement was palpable as he spoke. Are you certain? Inquired another staff member, hesitantly. Of course. I've spent 2 days with him. We faced life and death together in the same game. How could I be mistaken? Jiu Tian replied, visibly agitated. The staff member, taken aback, clarified, I meant, are you sure he is one of us? If he isn't one of us, but has a business card, then that raises concerns. In any case, we must report this to the organization, adjust the database, and search for him. The one named Zhao, the world #1. We cannot allow him to be claimed by other organizations or even lost to foreign hands. That is unacceptable. As Jiu Tian spoke, his expression grew increasingly serious, fixating intently on the figure adorned in a red mask on the screen. The staff member beside him smirked and remarked, facing life and death together. Yet you just want to ride on his coattails, you flamboyant red-clad fellow. Jiu Tian responded with a sigh. Meanwhile, Lu Su gazed at the overwhelming news regarding his newfound title as the world's #1, taking a sharp breath. The capabilities of various organizations were uncertain, and he pondered whether there existed individuals with skills akin to mind reading. In my current identity, I am uncertain how much longer I can remain concealed. At this moment, Lu Su is inexplicably engulfed by a sense of impending crisis. His mind is fixated on a singular thought. Should a heavily armored synthetic brigade stand before him when he opens the door tomorrow? Would he possess the merit to negotiate terms? It seems rather daunting. He must engage in the game more frequently. Indeed, Lu Su contemplated. Were it not for the pain inflicted upon himself being negligible, he would certainly administer a few cuts to himself each day. Game update. A new mode has been activated, challenge mode. Just then, the game notification chimed once more, invigorating Lu Su's spirits. I trust that all players believe themselves to be superior to others. Now, the opportunity to prove oneself has arrived. Players may issue a challenge request. Competitors ranked outside the top 100 may challenge those within the rankings. If the external competitors achieve a higher count of consecutive perfect completions, the ranked players must comply. Should a ranked player initiate a challenge, please refer to the specific description for the challenge method. We encourage everyone to boldly challenge and demonstrate your supremacy. Lu Su stared blankly at the notification before him, feeling an inexplicable sense that the final statement seemed to be directed at him. Being the world's best not only attracts attention, but also incurs the game's scrutiny. Ding. As he pondered this, another notification sounded, and a message appeared on his personal interface. Player number 79, Park Buching, has chosen to challenge #1, Sin. Will you accept the battle? Chapter 64, The Ultimate Challenge. As soon as the challenge mode for the 4th game, The 7 Wonders of the Campus, was released, Lu Su received an invitation to compete. Such efficiency is truly remarkable. One can only say that being the world's best certainly attracts attention. However, upon glancing at the message, Lu Su's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Why am I in a dismal 79th place? What does it even mean to be ranked 79th? In the narratives of past novels, wouldn't the 2nd place be occupied by a golden-haired prodigy, a paragon of talent? Who would consider anything less than first a disgrace and seek to challenge me? What kind of insignificant rubbish ranks 79th and dares to challenge me? With a sense of disdain, Lu Su rolled over on his second-hand Redmi phone while reclining on the dilapidated bed in his washroom dormitory. Who do you think you are to challenge me? But soon, he noticed another peculiarity. Park Buchung. What kind of name is that? Is he Korean? With the vast knowledge he had accumulated as a senior in high school, he recognized the name. Park Buchung. Why wouldn't it work? Do you have a relative named Chin Bugo? Lu Su mentally berated this challenger from the distant Hanming kingdom, taking his time to respond. This fellow even used his real name. Does he think it sounds appealing? Suddenly, through the channel of this challenge, the individual ranked 79th sent him a message. Are you truly the best? A masked individual, as you would say in China, a coward hiding in the shadows. He had even given himself a code name of Sin, seemingly aware that occupying the top position without the requisite strength was indeed the gravest of transgressions. Do you dare to accept the challenge? If you do, I suggest you hastily capture a screenshot of your ranking. This may very well be the pinnacle of your glory in this lifetime. If you lack the courage, then consider yourself a coward, retreating into your shell. The opponent's words were numerous, consistently attempting to provoke Lu Su, employing various tactics to incite him into battle. Lu Su glanced over the messages but quickly lost interest. Heroes were as plentiful as the fish in the river, yet this one was evidently not among them. It was unclear from whence this mudfish had emerged. Boasting a level of provocation that lacked sophistication, reminiscent of the schoolyard bullies Lu Su had encountered in his youth. One could only wonder how this individual had managed to attain the 79th position. For the moment, Lu Su chose to disregard him. Not out of uncertainty regarding whether to accept the challenge, but rather because, at this juncture, participation in the game was imperative. He could not afford to miss out. He simply wished to wait a little longer, hoping to see if any higher-ranked contenders would step forward to challenge him. It would be preferable to engage with someone formidable. After all, if his top position was indeed a beacon attracting attention, there should be no shortage of challengers. Did none of the top 10 harbor any discontent towards his ranking? Yet, after sitting on his bed for over 10 minutes, Lu Su recognized that most high-ranked players were not as reckless as he had anticipated. The majority were astute enough to realize that engaging in battle with an unknown powerhouse for the sake of an elusive ranking was a folly. A multitude of challenge notifications flooded in, yet all were beyond the top 100, with some not even breaching the 10,000 mark. It was as if they were yearning for an instant ascent to greatness. Did they truly fear no consequences? After mulling it over, Lu Su responded succinctly to the message from his challenger with a single word, fool. He then chose not to engage further, promptly blacklisting the individual. Meanwhile, within a luxurious mansion in Itaewon, South Korea, Park Buching rolled out of bed, infuriated upon reading the elegant Chinese characters transmitted by the system. He pounded the bed in frustration. After hurling numerous taunts and provocations, this top contender had merely retorted with an insult. What an astonishing lack of decorum. Damn it. Those Chinese. He muttered through gritted teeth, resolved to have a serious conversation with this adversary. However, upon discovering he had been blacklisted, an uproar of furious shouts and the sound of objects being thrown erupted in the room, causing the butler standing outside to tremble in fear. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a forceful bang. The butler, startled, turned to Park Buchung and bowed slightly. Prepare the vehicle. We are headed to the Blue House. Park Buchung's expression darkened, yet inexplicably, a slow smile crept across his face. This is for the glory of our great Hanming nation. 6 hours. After accepting the challenge, he would enter the challenge mode within 6 hours. This was remarkably efficient. Lu Su would not have to wait an additional 3 days to partake in the next game. The only dilemma was that he had just concluded his previous game. With no time for respite, I find myself tirelessly engaged. Although, in theory, I have resolved all issues, the sensation of mental strain lingers. Lu Su relishes this. Nevertheless, my foremost priority at present is to request a leave of absence. I opened the Redmi contacts page. Yesterday at 21:08, Xiantong. Has the game concluded? How did it go? My organizational blueprint has already been devised based on past business models. Would you care to join? Yesterday at 23:15, Xiantong. 9:08, Xiantong. What sort of game is this? 13:45, Xiantong. Are you still alive? Lu Su muses that the probability of death is indeed quite high. Regrettably, I am still among the living, albeit gravely ill, and likely unable to attend school. Please assist me in securing a leave of absence. I click send. 18:26, Xiandong. You haven't been chosen by that challenge mode, have you? Lu Su. No, my friend, is it that conspicuous? Moreover, you truly dare to speculate. Do you believe I would be among the top 100? Enough of this. Please help me request a leave. I've suffered food poisoning in the game and can't leave the restroom today. Click send. Having casually deflected the inquiry, Lu Su glanced at the remaining time until the next game starts. Over 5 hours to go. He ceased checking his phone, closed his eyes to rejuvenate, and attempted to rest, hoping for a more favorable mental state before the next game commenced. 18:27, Xiantong. If you're poisoned in the game, your self-repair might not suffice. Do you have any potions? Use them immediately. With a hint of skepticism, Xiantong replied, then turned her gaze towards the message displayed on her game interface. Time flew swiftly. When Lu Su opened his eyes once more, the game time had elapsed, and he found himself back at the initial page of the game. Welcome to the Chosen Paradise, esteemed number 1, Sin. This game features a challenge mode, the 7 wonders of the campus. As the challenger, you may select the difficulty level. Hard. Nightmare, Hell. Lu Su recalled that Xiantong had once informed him that the Chosen Paradise game possessed a total of 4 levels of difficulty. This challenge mode directly omitted the first tier of normal difficulty, presenting only the hell mode. After a brief glance at the description, he made his selection. Chapter 65, The Mask of Original Sin, Wrath. Game difficulty confirmed. Hell mode. We commend your bravery, strongest player. As this was a challenge mode, it differed slightly from the conventional gameplay experienced previously. After all, in past levels, while players engaged in a modicum of competition, it primarily revolved around mutual interests. Ultimately, they banded together to combat foes, with the true antagonist being the game itself. However, certain challenges were specifically tailored for Lu Su, the challenger. Players within the ranking could challenge one another, and the challenger had the autonomy to accept or decline the duel. Yet, prolonged avoidance of challenges might incur subtle penalties. Should one choose to engage, the challenger would determine the game's difficulty level. Difficulty. The challenge presents an equal level of adversity for both contenders, leading to a confrontation that determines the ultimate victor. Nightmare. The challenger will encounter increasingly unfavorable circumstances, yet should they emerge victorious, the rewards will surpass those of a conventional win. Hell. The challenger will find themselves in an utterly disadvantageous position, while the opponent receives a portion of the game authority. However, a victory for the challenger will yield substantial rewards. Concurrently, the challenger will face repercussions and incur certain penalties. Lu Su, regarding these three descriptions, essentially disregarded the initial segments and focused solely on the latter details. This is indeed hell. The most pivotal aspect is this backlash. If one wishes to challenge me, they must pay a price. I lost the top ranking, and your defeat is merely a defeat? Both players have confirmed. The difficulty of this game is hell mode. Meanwhile, Park Bu-chung, upon seeing this game notification, nearly burst into laughter. You truly dare to select hell? Do you look down upon me? With a menacing expression, Park Bu-chung pressed the confirmation button, astonished that this sinner would make such a decision. Let me tread upon your head and ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Remember to record your pleas for mercy when I nearly annihilate you in the game. This last remark was directed at the audience in his live stream. The Great Cold Underworld has officially promoted this event, and his stream is quite populous. If our nation produces the strongest player, it will significantly enhance the cohesion and international confidence of the Great Cold Underworld. It is even difficult to articulate the enhancement of one's international standing. Meanwhile, the introduction of the game rules has simultaneously appeared before the players. This mode is a confrontation challenge, as the participants belong to opposing factions. Any messages from viewers regarding the opposing side in any live stream will remain invisible to the players. The specific victory conditions for both parties in challenge mode are determined by the game itself. Should either side utilize a withdrawal token, it will be considered a victory for the opposing side. There are 10 minutes remaining before the game commences. Please ensure you have the necessary equipment and supplies ready. Lu Su observed that the game had rectified several bugs, musing to himself how such enhancements rendered the game even simpler. Why is this game so fervently aiding him? After contemplating for a moment, Lu Su decided to purchase some supplies from the marketplace, while strategically underestimating his opponent. He knew he had to pay heed to tactics, especially those aligned with his own style of play. Having expended a significant amount of supplies during his last encounter, Lu Su invested several thousand points to replenish his stock of both basic and intermediate restorative potions to 10 bottles each. Though he had hesitated to use the advanced potions, he ultimately decided to acquire 5 bottles as well. This should suffice for his needs, right? As long as he had potions, he would be virtually invincible unless taken down in an instant. The remainder consisted of various metals, weapons, and enchanted items, all of which he prepared to take along. When it came to his mask, the prompt reappeared. Original Sin Mask. Please select whether to use the unlocked Greed and Gluttony. No. Lu Su denied, unlocking the new, randomly selected emotions. Initialization completed. The type used this time will be randomly chosen among the emotions that have not yet been unlocked. From the very beginning, Lu Su was acutely aware of the immense power of his Original Sin Mask, which he had yet to fully explore. During the early stages of the game, his primary objective was to unlock as many emotional masks as possible. Just then, a brazen challenger appeared before him. Game ready. Initializing. Hell game loaded. May all players enjoy the experience. The 7 wonders of the campus. Suddenly, Lu Su was enveloped in darkness and found himself in a different scene. He lifted his heavy head, reminiscent of awakening from a delightful slumber in a senior Chinese class, only to be jolted awake by the ringing of the dismissal bell. Upon raising his gaze, He was taken aback by the uncanny resemblance of this classroom to that of his own in senior year. The nearly identical segmented blackboards, the similar arrangement of desks, and the single desks on either side of the front row. Lusu began to wonder if he had indeed fallen asleep in his classroom, and whether this so-called divine game was merely a figment of his imagination. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, his instincts compelled him to glance at his classmates. Turning his head, he spotted a figure adorned with what appeared to be a helmet. In an instant, he recognized him. Despite one eye being obscured by a pale blue visor and the other entirely encased by the helmet, along with his chin and mouth being wrapped, the rest of his features were unmistakably familiar. Lusu was no fool. He was far from being face-blind. Is this not my own challenge? Who are you? Xie Yantong had never anticipated this. She merely accepted the random matchmaking notification as the challenge mode commenced. After all, compared to the conventional game mode, the challenge mode posed relatively less peril. Little did she know that upon entering, she would be greeted with an infernal difficulty notification. Stunned, she hesitated for a considerable time before tearfully pressing the confirmation button. Was there truly someone with the leisure to increase the difficulty for themselves? Who had she been matched with? Subsequently, she noticed a masked figure seated beside her. The moment she beheld the pale green mask, everything began to make sense. Xie Yantong instantly recalled the various games this individual had previously participated in, recalling their unreasonable and exceptionally ruthless demeanor, making her feel as though her life had already diminished by half. The challenge mode was not a solo instance. It would assign game-related personnel to both the challenger and the challenged. I am your teammate. Suppressing her inner fear and anxiety, Xie Yantong endeavored to respond with composure. Lusu. So that was it. It seemed she had also assumed she was in the same predicament. Damn, are there really this many challengers? He was now keen to inquire. If you are here, did you even request a leave for me? Lusu inquired. So, what is your role? Listening to the somewhat frigid tone of the other party, Xie Yantong felt an immense pressure. She had analyzed the other party's abilities through several games, leading to some conjectures. If I am not mistaken, the mask worn by the individual opposite me is a pale green. In the context of the 7 deadly sins, pale green signifies wrath, Gumi. Chapter 66. The aristocracy always enjoys an initial advantage, gunfire. The 7 deadly sins are associated with specific colors, a fact well known among frequent offenders. Initially, there was a blue mask within the game. Lusu was obsessed with money, valuing wealth over life, and blue correlates with greed. Subsequently, a red mask appeared as Lusu began to indulge in excess, consuming everything in sight, with red representing gluttony. Anyone possessing a modicum of relevant knowledge and having analyzed this formidable player could deduce the significance of Lusu's mask color. Xie Yantong is evidently one such individual. Gazing at the pale green upon Lusu's face, alarm bells rang within her mind. Why must it be wrath? The situation is dire. Judging by this person's behavioral patterns, the possibility of him eliminating a teammate does not seem far-fetched. Unconsciously, merely sitting beside him, Xie Yantong began to contemplate the issue of exit tokens. Lusu, too, became aware that his tone earlier had been somewhat unusual. His intent had been to inquire about the purpose of assigning teammates in this game or to ask about the other's capabilities. However, his words had been reduced to a rather brusque inquiry. What is your role? This was an undeniably unfriendly statement, yet when viewed through the lens of wrath, it appeared entirely reasonable and rendered one unwilling to confront him. Pale green, Gumi. Wrath. Character traits. Taciturn, cold, irritable. I am the blazing fire that consumes the world. Benefits. Psychological oppression, exerting intense mental pressure on the weak-willed, instilling fear. An enhancement of combat prowess, agility, and comprehensive defense. All effects intensify with the degree of anger. Immunity to all mental disturbances. All mental attacks merely amplify the user's rage. Side effects. Irritability, diminished rational thinking, yet heightened intuition. All negative emotions transform into anger. And if not properly controlled, one risks becoming a murderous lunatic. As it is the first use, the default mode remains ordinary, without entering overload. However, Lusu does not intend to enter overload. Reading this description instills a certain fear within him. Is this normal? This is nothing short of a chosen Spartan. Anger is exceedingly difficult to control, for in moments of fury, one seldom acknowledges that their anger is unwarranted, and one may easily become further ensnared. The blazing fire that consumes the world? Just like now, when Xie Yantong has not responded for a few seconds, Lusu already feels a twinge of annoyance. This is still someone he knows. If it were a random match, he might inexplicably feel an urge to strike. Are you inquiring about my abilities? After being scalded by Lu Su, Xie Antong, realizing the other party might be in a furious state, hastily adjusted his demeanor and spoke up. You are the strongest player. If I possess any ability, it would be my wealth. Lu Su, lacking patience, interjected before Xie could finish. And what use is that? Wealth is undeniably advantageous. Regardless of the tumultuous shifts in the world, the affluent and powerful will always possess a certain competitive edge. For instance, my equipment may very well surpass yours. With that, Xie Antong gestured toward the helmet atop her head and continued, This is the all-knowing eye, a legendary weapon. Lu Su was momentarily taken aback. A legendary weapon? He did not even possess one himself. What right did she have? Not everyone is inclined to engage in relentless battles within the game. For those who might simply be fortunate enough to pass a level or win a top-tier weapon through sheer luck. The decision to leverage that opportunity to exchange for everything they desire from the elite, thereby withdrawing from the game altogether, is a choice many contemplate. In fact, since the inception of this game, resources have rapidly concentrated among a select few. As Xie Antong spoke, it seemed as though she had calmed down slightly, choosing to showcase her worth. Perhaps you haven't paid much heed. But the challengers on the other side, most likely from the upper echelons of South Korea's elite, are individuals whose data I possess. They represent the entirety of South Korea in this competition, and their equipment is unlikely to be inferior to mine. This could very well be the source of their audacity to challenge the top rank. Otherwise, do you think they are merely courting death? Lu Su found himself at a loss for words. So, in this challenge involving 4 players, 3 belong to the elite class, and he, the sole exception as the top rank, was being treated as a mere lamb, intended to be used as a stepping stone? The game of divine selection, a force destined to transform the world, still harbors an abundance of unaltered elements. Suddenly, an unusual anger surged within him, igniting an impulse to annihilate something. Yet he remained oblivious to his true target, as if a fierce fire raged in his chest. In that fleeting moment, Xie Antong's sensations became strikingly acute. It felt as though an invisible entity had constricted her throat, enveloping her in a suffocating sense of dread, akin to a colossal hand gripping her heart. The sins before her transformed instantaneously into a ravenous tiger, rendering her a mere prey in the presence of a formidable predator. Was he consumed by rage? Simultaneously, a myriad of data streams flickered across the blue lens before her left eye. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon her. This most formidable player was likely not merely from a disadvantaged background, but perhaps from a truly dire one. Xie Antong wisely chose to remain silent. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the campus, announcing the game's alert. Challenge mode, game, the 7 wonders of the campus. Sin. The faction of the blank space is the black side, which must locate and decipher the 7 wonders of the campus within 24 hours. If the black side fails, the white side triumphs. A few terse phrases provided scant useful information. Was that all? Symbols began to materialize on Lu Su's mask. You chose this hellish mode yourself. Xie Antong silently chided. However, since she was already here, it would be worthwhile to experience the unparalleled intensity of the world's top game. As I pondered, the omniscient eye above began its operation. The 7 wonders of the campus are, in fact, ancient tales that many are familiar with. However, it is evident that they have been significantly altered. I must discern where the discrepancies lie. First and foremost, there is an issue with this classroom. From the onset of the interaction between the 2 individuals, it has been exceedingly noisy. Aside from the 2 of them, the surrounding students seem to exhibit peculiar behavior, as if each one is afflicted with hysteria. The individual at the back appears to be amusing himself with his own nasal secretions, twisting them like a rope. Beside him, 2 others are dancing with their shoes perched upon their heads. At the podium, several individuals seem to be impersonating gorillas, howling wildly. The classroom is cluttered with white statues meant for sketching, creating a striking dissonance with the chaotic environment. The blue lenses reflect a continuous stream of light, akin to a computer processing data, while Xie Antong's mind enters a state of ethereal concentration, utterly fixated. This classroom, if one were to draw parallels, just as she is wholly absorbed, boom, suddenly, a thunderous cannonade erupts beside her. Chapter 67, Kill. Sigma men never engage in idle chatter. Xie Antong is jolted back to reality, startled, as she turns to the source of the commotion. There stands Lu Su, his face adorned with a green mask emblazoned with a large, wielding a hell roar adjusted to its second gear, shattering the classroom blackboard. Why did you fire? Xia Antong gazed at him with an expression of bewilderment, her thoughts thoroughly disrupted. She had always been an analyst, having meticulously gathered data on all known top-tier experts. The Omniscient Eye, a legendary weapon, was perfectly tailored to her capabilities. Omniscient Eye, a legendary grade weapon, perceives oneself, all beings, and all things. A premier data analysis tool, theoretically capable of deconstructing and analyzing all objective existence, provided mental and physical energy are sufficient. Description: all things are interconnected. It is merely that people cannot perceive it. Omniscience equates to omnipotence. She had already entered a focused state, beginning to decode the urban legend of the 7 wonders of the campus. Luce's gunshot nearly startled her soul from her body. Might I suggest, esteemed one, that you stabilize your emotions a tad? Previously, she had observed from the sidelines as Zue navigated the challenges, sensing a formidable strength within them, a chaotic yet aesthetically violent beauty, intertwined with a logic that provoked deep contemplation. Yet now, having truly become a teammate, she felt a sense of overwhelming pressure. Compared to the game's difficulty, the intensity exuded by this foremost player felt even more formidable. The impact of that gunshot was most critical in its effect on the classroom. Instantly, the entire room fell silent, as if a pause button had been pressed. All expressions were frozen in the last moment. The 20-odd peculiar students in the classroom fixated their gazes upon Lu Su, who had just fired his weapon. However, not a single face bore an expression of fear. Observing the expressions on her classmates' faces, frozen in a peculiar manner, Xia Antong's all-knowing gaze contrasted them with the image of ordinary humans in her mind, evoking an inexplicable sense of disquiet. Imposters. A singular notion emerged within her consciousness. These individuals appeared indistinguishable from humans, yet their movements and behaviors exuded an unsettling dissonance. Even in broad daylight, merely sitting here instilled a chilling sensation, as if she were ensconced in a haunted house. Fortunately, the most terrifying entity within this spectral abode sat right beside her. Quiet down. What are you shouting about? Luca surveyed the surroundings. The augmentation of his rage-fueled mask heightened his instincts, making him acutely aware of the discordant atmosphere. Yet, all negative emotions morphed into ire. Thus, as he lingered in this space, his frustration escalated, and the sight of these odd students ignited an urge to take action. What is the all-knowing gaze? Lu Su inquired, for the first time proactively addressing Xia Antong. Through analysis and reasoning, establishing connections, theoretically, one should be able to deduce the identity of the next president of the United States merely from the information at hand. Therefore, where is Park Ba-chong? Given ample time, one could indeed unravel the mystery. He is somewhere, Xia Antong replied. Lu Su nodded, idly spinning his hell roar with one hand. So, you locate him, and I shall eliminate him, Xia Antong responded. Your reasoning holds merit. However, the rules of the game stipulate that your criteria for victory involve deciphering or dismantling the 7 wonders of the campus, not eliminating him. Moreover, due to the hellish mode you have chosen for yourself, the freedom within the game is afforded to the opponent, making it rather unlikely to locate him directly. Xia Antong merely spoke the truth, but upon uttering it, a twinge of regret washed over her. This fellow might currently be in a state of fury. Would her words not lead him to think she was placing blame? What are the 7 great wonders of the campus? You don't know? Xia Antong was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself that this phenomenon had swept across the internet quite some time ago. If he was unaware of even this, then the difficulty of the game had indeed reached an insufferable level. She hastily explained. The 7 great wonders of the campus are a series of urban legends that gained popularity in the early days of the internet, encompassing 7 supernatural events circulating within the school. They consist of the Hanako in the restroom, the 13th step at night, the anatomical model in the biology classroom, the moving statue of Nanomiya, the piano in the music room at night, the tears of the portrait, and the sound of a basketball bouncing in the deserted gymnasium. However, in hell mode, I suspect these 7 tales have undergone various modifications. It is highly probable that they have been altered beyond recognition by Pu Buqing, no longer resembling their former selves. Upon finishing her explanation, Lu Su slowly lowered his head, his mask beginning to convey a contemplative expression. Yet, in truth, he was not pondering anything. Even after hearing her description, he struggled to comprehend the nature of these 7 events. They seemed rather mundane. Thus, these are 7 extraordinary occurrences that transpire within the campus? Indeed, Xia Antong nodded affirmatively. Previously, you mentioned that you possess quite a background. Xia Antong, not fully grasping the meaning of those words, chose to remain silent. thinking that speaking further might lead to mistakes. Do you carry a nuclear bomb? What? The shimmering lens before Xie Antong seemed to falter, her all-seeing eye appearing to stutter, as she gazed in disbelief at the transgression before her. Do you carry a nuclear bomb? Lu Su reiterated. Given that this incident transpired within the confines of the campus, this method appeared to be more fitting. Exterminate them all. As he articulated this, a fierce bloodlust surged within Lu Su. Xie Antong interjected. I'm not saying this lightly, but perhaps it would be best for you to cease your contemplations while donning that mask today? Suddenly, the classroom, which had been enveloped in silence for a considerable time, erupted into chaos once more. Those previously silenced by Lu Su resumed their frenzied antics, as if his earlier threats had never occurred. Lu Su exclaimed, Hey. This entire corridor is the most unruly, you wretched beasts. Just then, a portly figure lumbered through the doorway, cursing vehemently. By appearance, he must have weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds, his belly sagging to his knees, while clenching a glass water cup in his greasy hand. Especially you two. He spat, pointing his oily finger at the only two individuals in the class who remained unperturbed, Xie Antong and Lu Su. This incessant ruckus. And now we have worthless individuals like you in this class, utterly lacking in ambition. You are products of a mother who bore you, but did not nurture you. I am truly exasperated with you all, day in and day out. Xie Antong realized that this might trigger a plot twist in the game. Yet her heart sank with a sense of foreboding. Indeed, from the corner of her eye, she noticed the emotionless expression on the pale green mask. As the figure slowly raised the gun, with a forceful slap on the table, the hefty man bellowed. You little brat. You've gone too far. Dare to move? What do you intend to do? Come on, give it a try. If I dodge, I shall no longer be Wang Longfei. I curse you. Bang. The classroom echoed with the sound of a gunshot for the second time. Chapter 68. Game Punishment? Game Benefits. The gunfire ceased abruptly. A bullet hole appeared on Wang Longfei's prominent forehead, and behind him, a vast cloud of blood splattered across half the wall. Red, white, and yellow splatters adorned the surroundings, not betraying his hefty physique. His eyes were wide open, the brutish and fierce expression still etched on his face as he fell stiffly to the ground. What did you just say your name was? Bang. Who were you cursing just now? Bang, bang. Lu Su adjusted the hell roar to its highest setting, firing several more shots into the lifeless body on the floor without wasting energy. The corpulent figure quivered on the ground with each shot, purely an outlet for his rage. Wang Longfei had long since met his demise. To have achieved the distinction of possessing a name, only to meet his end so early, could indeed be deemed a miracle. The entire classroom momentarily froze, only to swiftly return to its usual state, as if the gunfire and the lifeless body had stirred no ripples of disturbance. Some continued to pick their noses, others to dig at their feet, while a few persisted in their peculiar act of shedding trousers upside down. Among them, only Xie Antong appeared to be in a state of normalcy. Beneath her helmet, her lips parted slightly as she sensed her brain teetering on the brink of overload. She had watched videos of games steeped in sin. Although they were often chaotic, one could at least discern the underlying intentions. Now, however, she found it genuinely difficult to grasp the situation. This could potentially trigger some punitive mechanism of the game, Xie Antong weakly murmured, realizing that she was rather unprepared for analysis. Almost immediately, she recognized the accuracy of her ominous foreboding. A crimson light abruptly flooded the entire classroom, and a chilling mechanical voice reverberated through the room. Warning! Warning! The player has violated the game's rules, forcibly disrupting the game's progression. A mandatory penalty is now being administered. Following the announcement, an unusual smile appeared on Lu Su's typically irritable mask. Indeed, it was a smile. This had been his intention all along. When one lacks information and is at a loss on how to confront an adversary, one should devise a means to compel the opponent to confront them instead. Soon enough, further information will come to light. Whether you seek out your opponent to eliminate them or they come after you only to meet their demise at your hands, the outcome remains unchanged. The moment the red warning lights illuminated, the atmosphere in the room thickened with an air of impending doom. In an instant, Luce's body was ensnared. As if constrained by the very laws of the game, slowly being compelled to remain seated, much like a well-behaved child in a classroom. Beside him, Xie Antong was thrust away by an ominous force, hurled against the wall at the back of the classroom. Subsequently, the 20 or so classmates produced a cacophony of implements, batons, spiked clubs, whips, gathering around Lu Su in a disordered manner. They encircled him, singing boisterously, their movements resembling those of wild men draped in school uniforms. Then, a torrential onslaught of attacks descended upon him. Pain selection, pain value 1. Pain selection, pain value 1. Lusa felt a twinge of amusement, yet the sensation of being besieged quickly transformed his mirth into unbridled fury. How splendid it was to be in this predicament. Previously, he had sought to accumulate pain points through hardship, yet now, was it not effortlessly achieved? A game penalty? No, it was a boon. The announcement of this penalty resonated throughout the gaming community, audible even to the challengers. Pu Buqing was still exploring the permissions the game could grant him, contemplating how to design a strategy that would maximize his advantages. Xie Antong's conjecture was indeed correct. He was a player molded by abundant resources. Armed with the finest weaponry bestowed by the South Korean government and leveraging the amassed resources of his family, he stepped into the limelight, bearing the expectations of the great cold underworld, ready to conquer all. Should he succeed, he would ascend to unparalleled heights. From that moment forth, his name would resonate more powerfully than anything else in the great cold underworld. What does it matter to be first? The game has only just begun. How significant can the initial position truly be? One must steadily secure their victory. As the excitement built up, suddenly, the familiar notification sound of the game echoed in his ears, causing an involuntary smile to spread across his face. Was it really this simple? Perhaps it was a touch too effortless? Meanwhile, the viewers from the great Han Ming Kingdom, who were also watching his live stream, experienced an instant surge of excitement. Park Buchung Appa is destined to succeed. We have already won half the battle. I knew this would be straightforward. Our players from the great Han Ming Kingdom are the strongest. Park Buchung Appa is indeed the #1 player. While others were popping champagne midway through the match, these Korean players were already indulging themselves as if the game had barely begun. Park Buchung gazed at the game announcement page, his smile broader than an AK's barrel. Yet, in an effort to maintain an air of composure, he feigned nonchalance, stating, "Hiki, the game is indeed simpler than I anticipated. Nonetheless, I shall remain vigilant. I will ensure that the throne of the strongest player remains with us in the great Han Ming Kingdom." On the other side, Lu Su, having endured a wave of torment, concluded his punishment. The crowd that had gathered around him began to retract their bloodied instruments, slowly retreating. They resumed their previous bizarre activities, some wiping their noses while others unbuttoned their trousers. Lusa sat quietly in his seat. His trench coat remained intact, yet crimson blood trickled from his sleeves and the hem of his trousers. The atmosphere within the room resembled the serene depths of the ocean, yet it concealed a tempest poised to engulf everything in its path. Xie Antong contemplated moving forward, but the oppressive ambience rendered her immobile. She understood that at this moment, the perpetrator was likely in a state of furious bloodlust. The situation appeared to be spiraling out of control. Lusa gradually rose to his feet, elegantly adjusting the blood-stained cuffs of his shirt, meticulously straightening his slightly disheveled collar. At that moment, his mask bore no expression, reflecting the cold light of the room like a mirror. "You wish to leave after the deed is done," he stated calmly, devoid of any fierce outburst. Though it was unclear to whom his words were directed, as if he were merely conversing with himself. In the next instant, he once again grasped the gun in his hand, aiming it at the back of a figure who had just moments ago beaten him relentlessly with a stick, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The silhouette collapsed to the ground, the occurrence unfolding with an eerie naturalness. The gunshot reverberated through the empty classroom like a funeral toll. Murder. Warning. Warning. Player Sin has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Mandatory trigger activated. As the same warning resonated once more, all the previously motionless classmates, who had acted like puppets, turned rigidly to face him. They first stared blankly at the lifeless body on the floor, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding events. Then, they lifted their gazes, their expressions stiff as they looked towards Lu Su. A group of individuals encircled Lu Su, and for a long while, none dared to approach him. Their expressions seemed to convey a sentiment of disbelief. "No way. Not a chance, my friend." Lu Su lowered his weapon, awaiting the kind of confinement and constraints inherent to the game, his gaze never wavering from the crowd before him. Sensing the palpable, almost tangible aura of lethal intent emanating from Lu Su, Xie Antong understood that any further words from her would be futile. The leash on the beast had been loosened, and there was no reining it in now. All she could manage was to remind him, "Remember to take your medication." She was well aware of Lu Su's state as a formidable warrior under the influence of gaming stimulants, and could only hope that this formidable figure would not inadvertently lead her to her demise, for that would indeed be quite the spectacle. As for herself, She began to scrutinize the furnishings of the room, her omniscient eye transforming everything before her into data, meticulously arranging and combining it for her analysis. Possessing this all-seeing eye, she understood that every coincidence in the world is not mere happenstance. With sufficient calculations, even a pencil could serve as the catalyst for a homicide. Therefore, as long as the game held purpose, the permissions granted to Park Bu-chung should logically be confined to the 7 haunted tales. Thus, the peculiar classroom where they initially found themselves must be the setting for one of these 7 eerie tales, even if it were excessively modified. Some fundamental characteristics should remain unchanged. What was the most bizarre aspect of this classroom? Many places housed sketch-like sculptures that appeared innocuous at first glance. But could there be only this particular prop? As for the sculptures, could it be that the Nino statue could move? After being drastically altered by Park Bu-chung. After all, it was still a statue, which could be considered a plausible interpretation. However, what purpose do these peculiar classmates serve, along with the unfortunate Wang Longfei, who met his demise in such a sudden manner? Are they merely non-playable characters, devoid of significance? Are they solely pawns for Pu Bu-chung to exploit? Xie Antong stood alone at the back of the classroom, observing the scene before her, contemplating other possibilities. Meanwhile, Lu Su found himself encircled at the table, subjected to a group-inflicted punishment. The warning alerts regarding the penalties echoed synchronously to Pu Bu-chung, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. What? Did I violate the rules again? Bro? Are my design levels and traps truly that formidable? Has the penalty mechanism been triggered once more? Dude, what are you playing at? It appears our so-called strongest player is rather overrated. I merely hope he possesses the self-awareness to withdraw if he truly cannot cope. I only desire his top ranking, not his demise. In the face of the audience in the live stream, Pu Bu-chung continued to craft his persona. On the other hand, Lu Su had completed his punishment, rising with a bloodied form, quaffing a vial of basic potion, and raising his weapon once again. Wait a moment, Sin, you might indeed need to eliminate these individuals. Suddenly, Xie Antong, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Otherwise, Lu Su halted his finger on the trigger as the words of intervention shifted the atmosphere, casting a menacing aura over Xie Antong. But now, please allow me to speak. The next bullet should find its mark upon that fool with the runny nose, striking him in the head, directly at his nose. Listening to Xie Antong's words, the individual who had just engaged in a scuffle turned around, his expression one of utter disbelief, his gaze fixated on her. Not a sister. You are quite the living Yama. His appearance, already resembling that of a simpleton, now bore an aura of uncanny wisdom. Yet, he was denied the opportunity to utter a single word. Bang! The gunfire resonated, as hell's roar consumed life in a blaze. A crimson hole appeared in the center of the fool's forehead, and he collapsed, lifelessly, onto the ground, his eyes wide open, staring vacantly. The other students, seemingly unaffected, continued their activities, their indifference chilling to the bone. Lu Su emitted a syllable from his throat, as if expressing confusion. The previously recurring punitive game segment was conspicuously absent this time. Xie Antong let out a sigh of relief. She had managed to discern the issue before the rage spiraled completely out of control. This classroom was one of the urban legends, grotesquely altered into its current chaotic state. The anatomical sculptures, coupled with the human figure sketches on the blackboard, and the myriad colors scattered across the desks and floor, led her to believe it was an art classroom. With the presence of sculptures, her instinctive conjecture was that this legend might involve moving statues. However, the peculiar behaviors of her classmates, which were evidently purposeful, suggested that they were not mere props. Thus, the anatomical sculptures could very well serve as teaching aids. The anatomical sketches on the blackboard depicted a section, likely intended for instructional purposes. The hues upon the floor may not merely be pigments but rather the remnants of various reagents from a laboratory. This setting could very well be a biological laboratory. Thus, the eerie tale unfolds, the human models within the biology classroom. These representations may indeed originate from actual human bodies, sourced from dissection labs. The students here are not students in the conventional sense. They are disparate human parts, and upon closer inspection, one can detect the lingering scent of formaldehyde. Their essence lies at the core of their peculiar movements. For instance, the foolish figure incessantly playing with his mucus embodies merely a nose. As these pieces of information coalesce, all assumptions become plausible, and the shot fired by the sinner further validates this narrative, annihilating the nose, thus averting the game's punishment. This uncanny tale, in essence, has been unraveled. The only remaining quandary lies in deciphering the pivotal essence of certain individuals, which leaves Xie Antong unable to ascertain their key components, compelling her to initially relay only those she is certain of to the center. The next bullet is aimed at the legs of another individual, who is inverted and incessantly dressing with his feet. Yet this time, silence ensues instead of the expected gunfire. Lu Su turns his head, the pale green mask adorning his face exhibiting a thought-provoking expression. Xie Antong feels a shiver run down her spine, uncertain of what has gone awry. In the next moment, Lu Su raises his hand, aiming his firearm. Bang! A shot rings out, striking the head. Warning! Warning! The player has transgressed the rules of the game, forcibly disrupting the progression. A mandatory penalty is now imposed. Chapter 70. The Fear of Park Bu-chung. An Addiction to Violations? A gunshot rings out, a body collapses, and the game's punishment manifests once more, shattering not only the tranquility but also Xie Antong. Why for the head? Why choose to disregard my suggestion after a moment's observation? Do you harbor other considerations? Are you truly in a state to contemplate? As a highly proficient crime analyst, she finds herself in a state of confusion. She believed she had unraveled this bizarre narrative. She sees no fault in her reasoning. What then? Is his true intention? Inevitably, Xie Antong recalls her initial encounter with the crime game, the gruesome imagery of severed legs, and the speculations that ensued. At that moment, she scoffed, but now a wave of dread washes over her. He cannot possibly possess such a peculiar obsession. Meanwhile, Xie Antong is not alone in her bewilderment. Park Bu-chung on the other side shares her perplexity. Hearing the game's warning sound resound once more after a mere few minutes, he begins to sense that something is amiss. Is this not too rapid? Must the warning mechanism be triggered every 3 minutes? This is undeniably suspicious. What are you up to? Despite enjoying a high degree of freedom, he cannot discern the actions of his opponent, and an unsettling premonition grips him, filling him with unease. No, haha, this fellow is rather peculiar. Citizens of the great cold underworld, could you please observe what he is up to? If it proves to be too simple, I shall refrain from designing further complexities. Although my sentiments are somewhat disheartened, I must maintain a facade of resilience, concealing any signs of weakness. However, he has overlooked a fundamental restriction of the game. During competitive play, spectators are prohibited from providing hints. Thus, the messages received are merely a jumble of nonsensical characters. Persistently. TSK. What a nuisance, filled with useless information. As he gazed upon the stream of incoherent characters drifting across his screen, Park Bu-chung could not help but utter a curse. Yet, this annoyance was trivial. He could clearly perceive the subsequent content. Wow, what are they saying? They are calling us worthless. They have forgotten the rules of the game. Yet they make such outrageous statements. We are evidently doing our utmost to assist. The challenge mode is indeed advantageous for you. Park Bu-chung Appa wouldn't bring shame to the great cold underworld, would he? Within the confines of the great cold underworld, no one would dare to speak to Park Bu-chung in such a manner during ordinary times. But now, in the online realm and within the game, no one seems overly concerned about him. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse, yet he had to remain mindful of the impact, forcing himself to hold back. Everyone, please do not misunderstand. That was not my intention. I was not referring to you. Rest assured, I shall emerge victorious. Can I win? I will win. On the other side, Lu Su had transformed the classroom into a slaughterhouse. He ruthlessly executed his punishment, raising his hand to draw his gun, claiming the life of one of the offenders with a shot to the head. Without uttering a single word or issuing any threats, purely an act of carnage. Each punishment seemed no longer to be Lu Su's retribution, but rather a countdown to the demise of these offenders. With each countdown reaching its conclusion, a life was extinguished, followed by the commencement of a new countdown, until everyone was annihilated. This was a psychological dismemberment. Though Lu Su said nothing, the eyes of these supposed soulless beings were now filled with an expression drowned in terror. Their movements retained an eerie, twisted quality, yet each action grew increasingly sluggish, as if they were apprehensive of something. They yearned to distance themselves from Lu Su, desperately trying to flee, yet the rules of the game compelled them to submit to his punishment. Lu Su's wrath had inexplicably instilled fear in entities that should have been devoid of consciousness. This bizarre scene left Xie Antong dumbfounded, feeling out of place within it. Gradually, she noticed the movements of these foe beings began to distort, the reason unknown. Previously, a diminutive woman had placed her right leg atop her head, jumping forward with an unsettling grace, Xie Antong speculated that her true form must be that right leg. However, now, in her state of terror, that creature had shifted to placing a different leg on her head, continuing her bizarre leaps. Can this entity be exchanged as well? Xie Antong found herself somewhat perplexed. During this time, she weakly reminded Lu Zue, saying, "The initial strike will invariably activate the punishment mechanism. The areas I mentioned are their true forms. They are not human in essence." Lu Su, however, appeared to be oblivious, continuing with his own rhythm, being struck, rising, firing, and being struck again. An aura of darkness seemed to coalesce around him, resembling a black hole of emotions, with Lu Su as its most terrifying center. Anyone who ventured into this realm would be instantly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Although he was battered and bruised, blood seeping from beneath his trench coat, and the ground around him stained crimson, he exhibited no signs of weakness. Rather, his presence grew increasingly formidable, as if he had entered a state of blood rage. This oppressive aura did not extend to Xie Antong, allowing her to feel relatively at ease, albeit sensing that the air in the classroom had become somewhat thin, with a stifling atmosphere lingering. Warning! Warning! Player Zue has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Warning! Warning! Player Zue has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Warning! The game's punitive alerts echoed every 3 minutes, akin to a Grim Reaper's summons. Yet it was not Lu Su's life that was at stake at this moment. Pu Buqing had already become numb. Whispers of transgressions echoed incessantly in his ears, transitioning from initial ecstasy to subsequent numbness, and now culminating in palpable fear. He was distant from the source of his unease, unaware of what Zue was currently engaged in. The notifications that should have filled him with joy now sent tremors through his entire being with each chime. What transpired on that end? His teammates outside were unreachable. Logically, if something were truly amiss, they ought to contact him. The notifications of punishment were remarkably punctual, arriving every 3 minutes, almost to the second, coinciding perfectly with the game's penalty duration of 3 minutes. This indicated that Zue had been persistently breaching the rules. Park, seated at the edge of a classroom on campus, intertwined his fingers and wore a grim expression. Was there any monstrous design or trap he had conceived that could lead to such a scenario? Have you become addicted to rule-breaking? Chapter 71, The Art of Substitution. Did you foresee this earlier? Moreover, the most pressing concern remained. Why were his teammates unable to reach him? Where had the issue arisen? In the course of his design, he had contemplated nearly all possibilities. Yet he had never envisioned a scenario where transgressions could occur in such rapid succession. If it were not a flaw in his rule design, then Zue must be willfully committing violations. What was his purpose? Had he gone mad? Was he merely lying back to achieve an effortless victory? Although he had often fantasized about triumph, he had never entertained the notion that it could be so straightforward. Could it be that this first player possessed no real skill, and he was merely the chosen one? The corners of Park Buqing's mouth lifted momentarily in a reverie, only to be replaced by a furrowed brow, drenched in sweat and self-doubt as his mind spiraled into chaos. The specter of guilt loomed ominously, lurking in a realm unknown, yet it had already ensnared his psyche, subjecting him to a relentless inner torment. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the one transgressing the rules, and thus he was deserving of punishment. I remained unperturbed. He had chosen this hellish mode for himself, and it was only fitting that he faced the game's challenges. This trial was his confrontation with both me and the game, with the advantage resting firmly in my favor. For reasons unknown, Park Buqing began to murmur to himself, who inquired about his thoughts. Perhaps it served as a means of self-encouragement. After fervently instilling certain principles within himself, he began to find some solace, his emotions gradually settling. 3 minutes later, he did not hear the sound of the game's penalty once more. As if he were still adjusting to the absence, he lifted his head in confusion. Huh? After a brief pause, the game's notification echoed again. The 7 wonders of the campus, the human anatomy model in the biology classroom. The black player has completed it. Current progress, 1-7. Remaining time, 23:17:08. Huh, what? Upon hearing the voice once more, he collected himself only to realize that the tone had shifted. It was not as he had envisioned. Had he cleared it? How could he have completed it? Park Buqing was momentarily taken aback. Was it not stated that the advantage lay with me? So little time had passed. How could he have achieved victory so swiftly? Moreover, despite his repeated infractions, how did he manage to clear the level? Is it permissible for one's own horror-themed game to be navigated through transgressions? Could it be attributed to his teammates? Yet, it was evident that his companions were actually hindering his progress. I lodge a protest. Divine Selection Paradise, can you hear me? By what means did he achieve this clearance? I must know. I have never encountered a game that allows progression solely through misconduct. Just moments ago, he was still violating the rules, yet now he has succeeded? Park Bu-chung found it difficult to accept this blow and began to directly question the game itself. However, the game paid him no heed, offering not a single response. Not everyone possesses the audacity of Lu Su, who could provoke the game and still emerge victorious with a badge. After being disregarded by the game, Park Bu-chung could only silently endure the rebuff. Pacing back and forth in agitation, he felt distressed, yet there was little he could do. He lacked the spirit of recklessly testing the game's limits as Lu Su did, leaving him with only impotent rage. This was all too bizarre. Wait. The overburdened mind of Park Bu-chung suddenly recalled something and began to revisit that message. The human models in the biology classroom. The biology classroom. His teammates were not there, were they? In that instant, he grew anxious. Was this person utterly useless? How could one continue to clear levels while violating the rules? He was eager to reach out and ascertain what had transpired. Then, the game's notification chimed once more, shattering his already fragile state of mind. White player. Jean Air Building has exited the game. The game continues. The second floor, an embodiment of the biology classroom, was nothing more than a mere teammate of the hapless Park. What? Park's expression instantly morphed into that of a meme, reminiscent of the bewildered face of an African-American man, continually violating the rules, then clearing the level, only to have his own comrades abandon him? What is this madness? Is this game truly set to a level of insurmountable difficulty? Surely, this is a trial tailored for my own torment. A few moments prior, Lu Su emerged from the pool of blood following the conclusion of his punishment, meticulously adjusting his clothing and collar before casting his gaze upon the last remaining individual. The man stood there, seemingly numb, while his companions, those insipid figures, lay scattered as lifeless corpses around him. Terror filled his eyes as they fixated on Lu Su just moments ago. He had wielded a club, striking fiercely at Lu Su. Yet, the weapon could not vanquish the strongest player in this realm. Now, it seemed he had come to realize that his life was drawing to a close. He was fortunate, as Lu Su had randomly spared a lucky soul, allowing him to remain until the end. Yet, he was also unfortunate, for he had to confront Lu Su at this very moment. How regrettable. At last, Lu Su broke the silence. No one knew to whom he was addressing, and then he raised his firearm. Regret? What do you mean? Bang! The gunshot echoed, and the final individual crumpled to the ground, leaving the classroom enveloped in silence. Lu Su turned to face Xie Antong, who had been standing at the back of the classroom. She hastily raised her hand and exclaimed, "It's me. I am your teammate, not one of them." Lu Su replied, "I am aware." At that moment, the multitude of corpses on the ground transformed into black smoke, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a scattering of dismembered parts, various components of the human form, imbued with an eerie essence and a peculiar stench. Simultaneously, the notification of game completion echoed through the air. Xie Antong approached, her curiosity piqued to inquire of Zue why he was so resolute in his actions. However, she noticed that Zue was fixated on the ground, his head bowed as he gazed at the severed limbs, once again raising his weapon. What? Is he about to desecrate the remains? Suddenly, a segment of the dismembered parts surged upwards, coalescing in the air to form a human silhouette that darted towards the exit. Before Xie Antong could react, a gunshot rang out. Lu Su had shot through the thigh of the fleeing figure. A piercing scream echoed as a shadow tumbled to the ground, clutching its leg in agony. "No, I am not Pu Buching. I am merely..." Before he could finish, Lu Su unleashed his hell roar in second gear. The shot fired. Kill. Jean Erlu, caught off guard, utilized his exit token. Amidst the searing blast, a cry of despair erupted, and he vanished from sight, exiting the game. At that moment, the previously witnessed information flooded back into Xie Antong's mind. Jean Erlu's unique ability, substitution technique, allowed him to disassemble his body into multiple parts, with only one being the true vital spot. Any damage inflicted upon the other locations would not result in death, not even a blow to the heart. Xie Antong had previously been unable to discern which specific part of the artificial beings constituted their true essence, as their bodies contained components from the enigmatic golden second floor. These parts could move, masquerading as the true form. An erroneous attack could result in the downfall of all the artificial beings, leaving the correct target obscured and ultimately preventing the completion of the game. This misdirection could lead Xie Antong and Lu Su to believe they had miscalculated the means to victory. Thus, it was that Lu Su resolutely bore the risks of transgression, determined to eliminate all the artificial beings. Had you perceived this earlier? Xie Antong turned in shock to gaze at the silent, masked figure of Zue. Lu Su, what exactly did I perceive? Chapter 72. The gradually escalating difficulty, my confidence grows. Lu Su was somewhat bewildered by Xie Antong's self-assessment. Yet he refrained from providing an explanation. In his current state, all of his rational thought was devoted to suppressing his violent and murderous impulses, to avoid losing control. He found conversation burdensome. Speaking only served to irritate him, and irritation ignited his desire for bloodshed. Thus, at this moment, Lu Su appeared more composed compared to his former state of greed and gluttony, almost exuding an air of elegance, reminiscent of a taciturn and aloof deity. However, this demeanor was merely a facade, concealing a tempestuous storm beneath a placid surface, a bloodthirsty beast veiled by an elegant exterior. The enigma had been unraveled. The first miracle of the campus achieved, and the resolution was completed in less than an hour, shattering much of Pu Bucheng's illusions. At this juncture, the corpses and blood upon the ground had dissipated into black smoke, leaving only a disconcerting array of organ fragments scattered about. Xie Antong gazed upon the myriad of human specimens strewn across the ground, her mind replaying the recent events in a relentless loop. How could this be? Although her current cognitive abilities had yet to fully harness the power of the all-seeing eye, it was nonetheless a legendary weapon. At that moment, she had not swiftly discerned the anomalies inherent in these individuals. What caliber of mask was this sin? Or was it merely a manifestation of her opponent's astute intellect? When did you realize that some of these limbs belonged to those from the second floor of Jin? Lu Su replied succinctly. I did not notice. After uttering this brief statement, he consumed a vial of basic restorative potion, rejuvenating his condition. Initially, he had ingested one vial, and midway, he had only taken a single intermediate restorative potion. Now, his state mirrored that of his original condition, albeit with a notable improvement. This initial urban legend was merely a reward for him. Indeed, he had not overthought the situation, unlike Xie Antong. He had not fixated on the idea of completing the challenge. His sole intention was to slay the Punisher and embrace the ensuing punishment, driven purely by a desire to be punished. The subsequent observation of the motionless corpses was not due to his active discovery of the discrepancies, nor the traces of the second floor of Jin. Rather, it was his instinct that sensed something amiss. Much like a beast in the wilderness, aware of being watched. It was a raw and unadulterated instinct. May I inquire about the purpose behind your previous course of action? Upon hearing the response of Sin, after contemplating countless possibilities in her mind, Xie Antong began to tentatively inquire. Lu Su, upon hearing her words, adjusted his disheveled cloak, transforming its outward appearance before forcefully shaking off the blood that adorned it. I just need to warm up. Moreover, it has now been proven. Lu Su stretched vigorously, a broad smile emerging upon the pale green mask he wore. These horror games can indeed be completed through sheer force, correct? Xie Antong's pupils suddenly constricted. Although Sin was smiling, the violent aura emanating from him intensified. This implied that in this particular game, he was essentially immersing himself within it, testing the methods to conquer it. If the game's penalties were not lethal, and if he could eradicate all potential threats, he intended to bulldoze his way through. Did he not? A sense of frustration welled up within her. She found it challenging to keep pace with the erratic thought process of a maniac. Initially, she believed she had finally deciphered the riddle in the apex of this gaming contest, only to realize that he had never contemplated collaboration from the very beginning. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pu Cheng had also received a prompt from the game, along with a new round of notifications. The dark side, represented by Lu Su, had successfully completed one game, and the hellish difficulty was gradually revealing its true torment. The permissions granted to Pu Cheng were escalating. With each horror story that Lu Su conquered, Pu Cheng could impose a restriction in return. The levels and scales of restrictions rise progressively, becoming increasingly perverse as time goes on. For instance, when Park Bucheng wrote from this moment on, Sin cannot breathe, the game dismissed it outright, deeming such limitations impossible to uphold. At that moment, he repeatedly tested the boundaries of the game displayed on his screen, beginning to strategize for the ensuing gameplay while muttering incessantly, cursing under his breath. Damn it, what a useless bunch, not a single message returned. And they just quit the game. Isn't Jean Erla highly ranked domestically? Didn't they say there were life-saving skills? And yet, they exited just like that? Why not just die directly? Such a spineless creature. What on earth are they doing over there? What a waste of time. He had already exercised considerable restraint. Were there not so many spectators, his curses would have been far more vulgar. It is indeed understandable. The opponent seems to have accomplished the challenge inexplicably, while his own teammate retreated without even a message. The situation should have been decidedly favorable for him. However, Jean Erlu was also powerless. It was not that he did not wish to convey a message, but rather that Lu Su simply did not grant him the time. He had divided himself into numerous fragments across various decoys, and whenever Lu Su violated the rules, the game's regulations forcibly mandated that he enact penalties, leaving no time to communicate. Each punishment ended only for Lu Su to immediately fire again. Jean Erlu barely had time to react, much less relay any information. Ultimately, when he was shot in the leg, had he delayed his exit by even a second, he would have been turned to ashes by Lu Su, rendering any message utterly pointless. Lu Su's mask of fury truly emphasizes efficiency, leaving no time for even a single word. Consequently, this resulted in Park Buching's momentary state of bewilderment. However, it was not long before a smile reappeared on his face as he spoke, but it matters not. Rest assured, the ultimate victor shall be none other than myself. This is merely a hurdle, insignificant in nature. It can only be said that Jean Erlu over there is utterly incompetent. My constraints will be intricately interwoven, leading him into an abyss. He shall pay dearly for his arrogance. As Park Buching spoke, he once again pressed the confirmation button, leaving a segment of the Chinese audience in his live stream speechless. Is he confident again? Simultaneously, a game notification echoed in the players' minds. The black player has achieved a campus miracle. Now the white player issues the first restriction. Among the black players, at all times, at least one individual must be present within the realm of the ghost story game. Chapter 73. I did not underestimate him. I simply wished to eliminate him. Upon hearing the announcement, both Lu Su and Xia Tong, who were preparing for the next scene of the ghost story, paused momentarily. Lu Su was initially somewhat annoyed. After all, this was an unexpected rule change, was it not? Xia Tong also furrowed her brow slightly, for from the description of this rule, it seemed that such a restriction was not a mere coincidence. This should be regarded as a means of division, a tactic to separate the two of us. At this moment, Lu Su finally comprehended the essence of the limitations being discussed. Alas, such is the nature of fury, one becomes irate and then ponders. After a moment's reflection, he remarked, "Well then," Xia Antong responded. "What does this mean? Must you be so explicit in expressing that you consider me a burden?" Nevertheless, she eventually sighed. Although the omniscient eye, when developed to its fullest potential, would not lack in combat prowess, her current capabilities were not predominantly focused on battle. Furthermore, even if she possessed some combat ability, it would surely pale in comparison to the formidable presence before her. Thus, she proactively stated, "Very well. The rule is now quite clear. At all times, one must ensure that someone remains within the game scene. Since you are stronger, I shall remain here while you proceed to the next level." Seeing her take the initiative, Lu Su readily concurred. "All right." Having said that, he took a confident stride towards the exit. Wait, not so fast. Xia Antong had yet to finish her sentence when the individual before her, brimming with impatience to unleash havoc, left her momentarily speechless. "Help me take this outside and throw it into the sky." Xia Antong handed him a metallic sphere, less than 2 centimeters in diameter, with a sturdy texture. At that moment, her appearance was striking, with a pale blue screen hovering before her right eye, displaying a constant stream of data, while her left eye was sealed by a helmet, giving her a distinctly cyberpunk aesthetic. She gestured to her covered left eye, then pointed to the metallic sphere, saying, "This is my eye. When thrown into the sky, it grants you the ability to perceive the surroundings," revealing the true location of the game. Lu Su exerted a slight pressure, assessing the hardness of the object, and nodded in acknowledgement. Furthermore, where this Xia Antong appeared akin to a treasure trove, producing a pair of earphones seemingly from thin air. "Stay connected, and remember not to lose them." Lu Su accepted the device, bringing it to his ear, and it instantly transformed into a seamless flow, enveloping his ears without any sensation of wear, yet it remained securely in place. "What caliber of weapon is this?" Lu Su instinctively inquired. "An epic level 1. Lu Su could not help but pinch his trench coat, thinking to himself that he had finally encountered an epic weapon even less useful than this one. Additionally, there are a few matters I am uncertain if you have noticed. Yet I shall mention them. Firstly, the temporary restrictions added to this game may likely increase with each level passed. Secondly, It is probable that there is more than one teammate on Pu Buqing's side. Xiantong, having grasped the current temperament of the situation, refrained from unnecessary discourse and directly stated her conclusions. For Lu Su, in a state of furious wrath, this manner of communication was most preferable. He had indeed overlooked these details, deeming them unimportant, as his instincts did not perceive these matters as threats to his life. Pay attention to yourself. After speaking, Lu Su stepped out of the classroom, leaping from the third floor to the ground below. He forcefully hurled Xiaotong's eye into the sky. The metallic sphere spun several times before vanishing from sight. In the eerily quiet classroom, Xiaotong chose a seat in the back, holding her breath and closing her eyes. The campus was enveloped in stillness, the sun was obscured, and there were no clouds in the sky, which bore a grayish hue, as if a bucket of paint had been overturned upon a canvas. The entire world appeared shrouded in a misty gloom, suffused with an unsettling sense of desolation that weighed heavily on Lu Su's heart with anger. He wandered aimlessly through the campus, deeply contemplating a matter. What magnitude of hellish roar would be required to bring the entire teaching building crashing down? Even if it could be demolished, would it not still pose a considerable challenge? Such a nuisance. At that moment, Xiaotong's voice resonated through his headphones. She had entered a state of focus, her tone calm and steady, reminiscent of a machine. While the exact location was uncertain, there was only one gymnasium in the school. Thus, the sound of basketballs bouncing in the empty gymnasium must originate from that singular place. Location acknowledged, Lu Su replied. He looked up, and the metallic eye of the omniscient gaze began to move rapidly, refracting a spectrum of colors to form an arrow, guiding Lu Su forward. Furthermore, although Pu Cheng's abilities pale in comparison to yours, I must reiterate a point. He may possess substantial backing and superior equipment, so do not underestimate your adversary. Perhaps with Lu Su absent at this moment, the ominous aura of fear dissipated, allowing her mind to regain a semblance of normalcy, emboldening her to speak more freely. I do not underestimate him, Lu Su replied, his voice calm and devoid of any personal vendetta, as though merely stating an undeniable fact. Stretching his body. Amidst the enveloping gray mist of the campus, a resonant symphony akin to that of legendary martial artists echoed through the air. Countless prior punitive strikes had felt akin to a true battle, and now Lu Su was in a state of readiness. With a few agile leaps, he arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium. Before entering, the fervent sounds of competition erupted from within. A cacophony of excitement that seemed incongruous with the atmosphere of the entire school. Standing at the main entrance, he hesitated not for a moment, striding in boldly, unashamedly declaring himself an intruder. Upon entering, the rhythmic thwacks of table tennis filled the air, accompanied by the fierce sounds of badminton. The shouts of basketball players resonating like thunder, with whistles occasionally piercing through the din. Shouts, cheers, and a myriad of voices erupted within this venue, showcasing the vibrant sporting spirit of the school. As Lu Su stepped further inside, he gazed around, taking in the scene, and remarked to himself. There seemed to be quite a few people here. Standing at the entrance, one could behold the entirety of the venue, amidst the cacophony of the arena. It was utterly desolate. Chapter 74. The Unyielding Task. Your mission is to delay. The once bustling sports hall was now eerily empty, a conspicuous oddity that, combined with the inherently sinister atmosphere of the school, sent chills down one's spine. A horrifying aura lingered in the air. Yet those who ventured here remained blissfully unaware of the nature of their dread. Lu Su was enveloped in a suffocating black aura as he traversed to the very center of the vast stadium. The sounds surrounding him were strikingly vivid, tantalizingly close, yet nothing was visible. Hundreds of voices buzzed around him. Yet he could not see a soul. Standing in the arena, he felt like a solitary island, beset by both fear and loneliness. This place could drive a person mad even during the day. At night, one might very well faint from terror. To facilitate the spectators' learning in anticipation of becoming players, their view was presented from a first-person perspective. Previously, they had only witnessed videos of the mentally unstable torturing the gang. This was their first encounter with a dungeon steeped in such a chilling atmosphere. Why on earth would they create something with a horror theme? No way. My locker just moved. I can't watch this anymore. The other miraculous tales from the campus are already eerie. The methods to conquer sin are inherently violent. If they were to solve puzzles normally, it might be even more terrifying. Xiantong, observing through the omniscient eye, also found the situation somewhat daunting. The scene exudes a distinctly Chinese horror aesthetic. Most crucially, the desolate surroundings render it challenging for her to gather any data for analysis. Lu Su stands at the center of the arena, his chin slightly lifted, the expression on his mask morphing into one of growing confusion. Addressing the vast emptiness of the stadium, he mutters once more, "So many people." Although visually imperceptible, he feels an acute awareness that within this seemingly modest space, countless eyes are fixed upon him. It is a primal instinct, a furious and heightened intuition. Just as everyone else found themselves trapped in a stalemate, uncertain of how to proceed, Lu Su inexplicably raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The air seemed to distort around the bullet, leaving a hollow mark on the distant floor. Yet, apart from that, it appeared as if nothing had occurred. He had merely discharged a weapon at whim. However, the expression on the mask of fury gradually turned serious, his brow furrowing as he swiftly drew his gun and fired again at another location. Subsequently, the sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly as Lu Su's right hand transformed into that of a gunslinger from the Wild West, unleashing a barrage of rapid shots throughout the room. Each shot was singular, yet the velocity was so rapid, and the need for barrel cooling non-existent, that the gunfire melded into a continuous stream, ringing out like a machine gun in the confined space. The once bright and immaculate gymnasium swiftly morphed into a war-torn landscape, resembling a battlefield. The backboard of the basketball hoop shattered, the badminton net fell to the ground, and the floor and walls were riddled with bullet holes. Yet within the grand arena, the atmosphere remained as vibrant as ever, with the cacophony of various sports echoing throughout, harmonizing with Luce's gunfire, as if they were collaborating on a grand symphony. The spectators were left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of his intentions in this venue, where it seemed madness reigned, and gunshots were fired without consequence. Isn't this madness? What does it mean? It seems that violent resolutions are ineffective here. Of course, how can one enact violence when not a soul is in sight? Shooting into the arena serves no purpose. I initially thought we might witness a reckless advance, yet it appears that finding a solution is imperative. Given Lu Su's increasingly erratic behavior, most spectators believe he had lost his sanity. In his earpiece, Xiao Antong's voice echoed, "What are you doing?" Lu Su's expression, concealed behind his mask, contorted in concentration as he surveyed his surroundings. He sensed an omnipresent scrutiny, a palpable malice that pervaded the atmosphere. Most of this malevolence was subtle, making it difficult for him to discern whether it was mere illusion, akin to being surrounded by unseen phantoms. However, just moments ago, a sharp instinct had tightened a string in his mind, directing his attention toward a particular source of hostility that felt more tangible. Thus, he pulled the trigger. He was acutely aware that he had missed his mark. As he raised his weapon, the intense malevolence dissipated, only to manifest behind him. With each subsequent shot, he aimed at the unmistakable location of that malevolence, eager to witness the outcome, yet he failed each time. The vast expanse around him resembled a sky, filled with countless dim and lifeless stars, yet one would occasionally flicker, captured by Lu Su's perception. However, it would only gleam briefly, and as soon as Lu Su raised his gun, that radiant star would instantly shift to a different position, most often behind him. Entirely contrary to its previous location, Lu Su fired increasingly rapidly, yet it proved futile. The flickering malevolence eluded even his bullets. To those observing, he seemed to have descended into madness, for no one else possessed his instinct to sense the malice within the room. In a corner of the gymnasium, an unseen figure held its breath, intently watching as Lu Su finally ceased firing. Hastily, it initiated contact with Park Buching through the game's internal communication. "Hello, Mr. Park. This sin is now in my possession." The figure felt a surge of anxiety, striving to avoid unnecessary chatter. Park Buching replied him. His expression brightened upon recognizing the caller. "The gymnasium, correct? Excellent. Fan Run, detain him for me. I am aware of your capabilities. Ensure he meets his end here." Fan Rin swallowed hard and continued. "This is precisely what I wish to discuss. It seems I have been discovered." "What?" Park Buching's eyes widened in astonishment as he stood up, gazing toward the distant gymnasium. How did he manage that? It remains a mystery. Yet, among my myriad of spiritual entities, he aimed a shot directly at my true self. Although my spiritual transformations occur swiftly, each subsequent shot he fired struck the direction of my essence. I had evaded many of them. Only then did Park Buching's expression relax slightly as he remarked, "So, he simply cannot catch you, can he?" Fan Ren. "Regardless, the difficulty of overcoming this eerie tale primarily hinges upon you. Confound him, mislead him, delay. Your mission is to prolong the encounter. You bear the hopes of the great cold underworld upon your shoulders." Chapter 75. Where the eyes cannot see, the heart will guide you. In concluding his remarks, Park Buching could not resist making a grand proclamation, placing a heavy burden upon Fan Ren. He was oblivious to the pressures Fan Ren faced, indifferent to his fate. He merely reveled in the fact that the entity known as Sin was being detained. The game consists of 7 stages, 7 eerie tales, with a time limit of 24 hours. This time frame is, in fact, quite pressing. Should any stage become obstructed, compounded by the restrictions imposed on Luce's team. Time passes swiftly. Moreover, he truly could not fathom Fan Ren's abilities or any potential methods for overcoming the challenges. That was a power perfectly suited to the gymnasium's eerie tale, while not necessarily capable of defeating Sin. Merely prolonging the encounter could lead to his demise. In his original plan, this phase was the most time-consuming, yet unexpectedly, the second level was swiftly breached. Fan Ren, please do not be so ineffectual. After terminating the call with Park, Fan Ren took a deep breath, continuing to feel the tension within the gymnasium. Indeed, after meticulous preparation, his abilities rendered him invincible on his home turf. His entire prowess lay within his skills, particularly his formidable ability, Psychic Doppelganger. Fan Ren could conjure a psychic duplicate, which required time to prepare and could not stray far from his true form, the maximum distance being no more than 100 meters. The Doppelganger possessed no offensive capabilities. Rather, its mere proximity induced feelings of despondency and dread in others. However, Fan Ren was perplexed as to why this effect was entirely ineffective against the adversary, although it seemed a rather feeble ability. As long as he remained within 100 meters, Fan Ren could instantaneously switch between his spiritual form and his physical body. His true self, shrouded in stealth and concealed presence, was virtually undetectable. This ability, lacking in direct aggression, rendered Fan Ren's control over his psychic doppelgangers erratic. Yet, in the eerie context of the stadium, it became a potent means of stalling for time. Fan Ren always believed that, given ample time to prepare, even the world's strongest could not contend with him. And now, the moment for him to put this belief into practice had indeed arrived. However, when confronted with Lu Su, he could truly sense the overwhelming pressure, that inexplicable aura of oppression and fear that compelled him to recoil. Moreover, this was, after all, a matter of dodging bullets. With each lift of his hand, Lu Su swiftly exchanged positions with his clones in the gun's blind spot. Although he did not miss his aim, the pressure weighing upon him was undeniably substantial. Furthermore, he still could not fathom how this adversary had discovered the precise location of his true self. The capabilities of the world's strongest seemed rather excessively comprehensive. However, to outsiders, Luce's previous actions appeared as though he were merely shooting at thin air, lacking any discernible purpose. Coupled with his previously aggressive and reckless approach to overcoming challenges, most spectators believed he was merely losing his sanity in an empty space. Aside from Fan Ren, who was concealed within the air, no one could comprehend the sheer abnormality of Luce's actions. Each shot he fired was executed with remarkable precision. Perhaps it would be prudent to explore another location? Shooting at the sports arena to vent frustration seemed futile. It felt as if the current state of the adversary was ill-suited for analysis and decryption. Perhaps it would be wise to allow the blank to assess the situation and move on to the next scene. Time was indeed of the essence. With only 24 hours remaining, one must not succumb to defeat against the Koreans. The audience began to devise strategies, though they were merely offering casual suggestions, as seasoned spectators understood that the adversary never heeded their words. Suddenly, after a period of calm, Lu Su once again raised his weapon, aiming directly at Fan Ren's actual position. In that fleeting moment when Lu Su lifted his hand, an alarm rang in Fan Ren's mind, prompting him to instantly swap places and position himself behind Lu Su. Engaging with this formidable figure is indeed no easy feat. A single misstep could spell disaster. Rumors abound that this individual is capable of cold-blooded acts, with whispers of a certain dungeon that allegedly consumed lives. A chilling thought. However, it was then that Fan Ren sensed something amiss. His pupils dilated in shock. The gun did not fire. Lu Su's raised hand was merely an affirmation of how he had evaded the bullet. A significant smile gradually materialized on the pale green mask. So, it turns out you do not dodge bullets. Rather, you are simply observing my hand movements? With this realization, Lu Su relaxed his grip, allowing the hell roar to fall to the ground, where it subsequently vanished into his backpack. He pressed his earpiece and instructed, "You should leave now and scout elsewhere." Xia Antong responded, "Are you certain?" Observing Lu Su's nod, the metallic orb in the air spun twice before decisively soaring away. Xia Antong understood that since the decision had been made, her presence here was likely of little consequence. Soon, The vast expanse of the stadium was left with Lusu standing alone. Gradually, beneath the mask, his eyes gently closed, the cacophony around him fading into oblivion. As he immersed himself entirely in the primal instincts of the beast within. After all, the arena was devoid of life. It seemed more prudent to shut his eyes. At times, the heart can guide you where the eyes cannot see. You ask, is it the gun that is swift, or am I? His voice was not loud. Yet when he spoke, it transcended the cacophony of the gymnasium, akin to a tiger's roar echoing through the forest, piercing distinctly into Fan Rin's ears. For a moment, Fan Rin was taken aback, unable to comprehend to whom the words were directed. How could a person possibly be faster than a gun, faster than a bullet? However, in the next instant, a chill ran down his spine as a figure suddenly loomed larger in his vision, an overwhelming sense of impending death enveloping him. Transformation. Boom. The next moment, a resounding crash reverberated through the air as Lusu brought his right leg down with tremendous force, akin to a mountain-splitting axe striking the ground. Amidst the thunderous noise, a massive crater was instantly created on the badminton court's surface, with enormous fissures rapidly spreading throughout the gymnasium. From a distance, Fan Rin stood frozen, his breath steady as he gazed ahead. He comprehended the reason Lusu had sheathed his weapon, for the man had made no motion to raise his hand. Yet he could charge forward while seemingly looking elsewhere. Although not as swift as a bullet, it was far more unpredictable. But how could this be possible? How could a human possess such velocity? Fan Rin had never encountered anyone like this, even if the opponent were the world's best. He never imagined that a person's body could turn into a weapon, as if their tendons were forged from steel. At that moment, he had no time for astonishment. Before he could catch his breath, a terrifying gale surged toward him once more. The menacing mask of fury, imbued with the scent of death, rushed into his vision yet again. In Fan Rin's heart, only one feeling persisted. This seemed unsustainable. Chapter 76, Rampage and Loss of Control, Pain Intensified. Transform. Without the luxury of contemplation, Fan Rin could almost sense the murderous intent emanating from his opponent, a presence so palpable it seemed to seep through the very pores. In an instant, he swiftly changed his position, narrowly evading the impending danger. Boom. Turning back, he witnessed the ground where he had just stood erupt once more. Debris and dust swirling about, obscuring Lusu's figure within the chaos. In a fleeting moment, the haze was shattered by a formidable gust. Revealing the source of his distress, another embodiment of sin had arrived. His muscles, it seemed, required neither respite nor accumulation of strength. Overwhelmed with trepidation, Fan Rin vanished from his spot again, hastily swapping places with his spiritual counterpart. The next instant, the basketball hoop behind him was obliterated by a single strike, fragments cascading to the ground. At this juncture, Fan Rin's back was entirely drenched in cold sweat. With just these two encounters, the title of the world's #1 sinner was evidently no mere boast. The physical prowess exhibited was undoubtedly beyond any player he had previously encountered. Was everyone on the leaderboard of the game operating at this level? While he could shift between his corporeal form and his spirit with mere thought, his adversary pursued him with the relentless force of flesh and blood. In this scenario, he felt as though he were constantly teetering on the edge of peril. As for why he must evade rather than confront, Fan Rin could only respond with a sardonic smile to anyone suggesting otherwise. Why not give it a try? They would say. The mere fact that he hadn't retreated outright was a testament to his resolve. He dared not imagine how he might withstand this foe for a full 24 hours, upon facing the reality. One question lingered in his mind. Could this infernal game truly be conquered? The condition for success lies in the realm of ghost tales, in a one-on-one confrontation. Fan Rin harbored grave doubts that the monstrous entity before him could not obliterate Park without a trace. That would indeed render him utterly helpless. With a swift maneuver, he narrowly evaded yet another lethal strike, retreating to a safe distance as he warily observed the rampaging beast within the arena. His sole objective was to exert every ounce of his strength, striving to keep this creature occupied for as long as possible before his energy waned. After all, this challenge represented the great Hanming kingdom, and allowing any leniency was simply out of the question. Suddenly, amidst the vast expanse of the arena filled with the sounds of athletic exertion, a chilling laughter echoed, a sound unmistakably belonging to Lusu. Witnessing his repeated failures to land a blow, the power of his rage-fueled mask surged, prompting a maniacal grin to emerge upon his face. The mask bore a grotesque smile, splitting it as if the corners of its mouth stretched to the very base of his ears. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath him buckled, creating a deep crater as the terrifying backlash hurled his body forward, propelling him toward Fan Ren. At this juncture, Lusu had succumbed to a frenzied state. Teetering on the brink of losing control, laughter spilling forth involuntarily. There was no pause for breath, no respite, and no opportunity to recuperate. Lusu's physique was engulfed in an unrelenting surge of speed, akin to a mechanical automaton, moving so swiftly that it left mere afterimages, challenging the human eye to keep pace. With each transformation, Fan Ren executed sharp, angular turns, hoping to decelerate the relentless advance of his adversary. However, there was no discernible effect. Lusu's relentless sprint showed not a hint of pause, his astonishing pursuit frequency instilling a sense of suffocation in Fan Ren. Though it was merely a shift, the psychological strain was beyond what any human could endure. Ha 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 ha. Moreover, an eerie laughter echoed throughout the arena, devoid of any semblance of joy, instead sending chills down the spine. Fan Ren now felt an illusion, akin to a helpless little girl fleeing down a dimly lit alley, pursued by a psychopathic killer. While perhaps an inapt comparison, the psychological torment was remarkably similar: fear, helplessness, and the dread of a dire fate if caught. The entire arena was in disarray, littered with wrecked equipment and violently torn flooring and walls. Suddenly, the continuous rumble came to an abrupt halt. Lusu stood amidst the shattered floor, enveloped in dust and debris, finally pausing his relentless advance. At that moment, the arena was unrecognizable, smoke swirling around, and the scoreboard above swayed precariously before crashing down. The mask of fury on Lusu's face silently laughed as he lowered his gaze to his right hand, which clutched a half-foot-long piece of gray fabric, the initial attire provided to players. Just moments ago, Fan Ren had succumbed to the prolonged psychological pressure, his mind momentarily faltering, allowing Lusu to tear away a fragment of his clothing. That sensation was akin to the Grim Reaper brushing past. Fan Ren's complexion turned crimson as he gasped cautiously, uncertain why the adversary had suddenly halted. However, this brief respite was invaluable to him. The pressure within him was overwhelming. Wasn't the game merely a challenge against Park Buching? Why did it feel as though he were ensnared in the depths of hell? Gazing at his tattered clothing, Fan Ren was still haunted by the experience and hastily seized the opportunity to contact Park Buching. The internal communication channel connected. "Hello, Mr. Park. Are you prepared for what comes next?" Park Buching replied with confusion. "What do you mean? Prepare for what? I can't hold on much longer. This opponent is truly terrifying. Utterly terrifying." Fan Ren emphasized the word terrifying twice, underscoring the collapse and pressure within him. Park Buching exclaimed, "What? You can't hold on? It's only been a few minutes. What are you talking about? What is happening?" Fan Ren had already ended the call. In the arena, Lusu stared at the shreds of clothing in his hand, his fury finally finding a slight release. After all, he did not wish to truly lose control. With the evidence in his grasp, he could affirm that his instincts were correct. There was indeed a malevolent presence here. How had it managed to evade capture? This is unacceptable. Observing the fragments of clothing that had inexplicably manifested in his grasp, the spectators, who had previously believed the adversary to be merely losing their sanity, were now utterly dumbfounded. Is this for real? Where did this come from? There really is something. Still an entity, which means that just now, the master was pursuing someone? The physical exorcism actually works, sending a chill down my spine. The opponent possesses such remarkable speed, and yet has not been apprehended until now. It seems they are indeed a formidable expert. This is precisely why Fan Ren cannot see the audience's evaluations on Lusu's side. If he did, he would undoubtedly be spitting blood. Fan Ren, what? An expert? Me? Lusu stood still, staring at the piece of cloth in his hand for a good 10 seconds, the smile on his mask gradually becoming more audacious, before he murmured to himself, "All right. As long as I can confirm someone is present. No more games. The Pain God. Time to invest." Chapter 77. Did I allow you to leave? With a mere thought, his personal strength data panel was summoned. After excluding equipment and other factors, Lusu's personal strength points could undoubtedly be deemed extravagant. Strength, 30, speed, 15, agility, coordination 15, fortune, 3, spirit, 3. Aside from not knowing the purpose of fortune, which he had not yet invested in, the rest of the data far surpassed that of other players. The ratio for investing in spirit seemed rather unwise, at 110, making Lusu feel it unnecessary. He preferred the tangible strength of the physical body, a power with clear perception. In the previous eerie tale, Lusu had accumulated a significant amount of pain points, and with the scattered items from before, he now possessed over 40 points. Beneath the mask of rage, Lusu could not be bothered to meticulously calculate. Since he intended to play thoroughly with his opponent, he would grant himself a more formidable boost. With thoughts swirling in his mind, he significantly increased both his speed and coordination in one breath. It was as if he had gone all in. Speed enhancement, 1530. Coordination enhancement, 1520. He chose to disregard strength for the moment, prioritizing acceleration instead. His personal speed value had doubled, courtesy of his pain points. Uncertain of whether the lurking entity was human, ghost, another player, or some other manifestation within the game, he was determined to expose it. The sensation of being toyed with was infuriating. While Fan Rin believed he was in a perilous situation, Lu Su felt otherwise. From his perspective, encountering an annoying mouse that merely scurried away without confrontation, yet he was unable to seize it, was utterly vexing. Each instance of failure stoked the flames of his fury anew. Although Fan Rin had been evading capture for quite some time, the duration of his escape had not accrued much time, yet it had certainly served to amplify Lu Su's anger. Even while wearing the gluttonous mask, Lu Su had not contemplated harming anyone, but now he genuinely craved to do so. This elusive entity seemed to possess the ability to teleport, exhibiting extraordinary capabilities, which only heightened his irritation. With his speed now doubled, he felt as though he was gliding on the wind, experiencing a sensation of weightlessness. If he could have cornered the opponent earlier, now his chances were significantly improved. Meanwhile, Fan Rin lay in wait from a distance, holding his breath, keenly observing the situation, anticipating the opponent's next move. Although he could not fathom why his adversary had paused, a sense of foreboding crept over him, as if he were sitting on a bed of nails. Suddenly, Lucid turned his head and gazed at the position where Fan Rin stood, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though their eyes locked in a silent exchange. Fan Rin was distinctly aware that he was cloaked in invisibility. Yet that single glance left him feeling utterly exposed, as if stripped bare, and his heart skipped a beat. "Friend, your breath has betrayed you," the wrathful mask grinned, addressing the space where Fan Rin lingered. Fear hung in the air like the scent of blood, laying bare all his secrets. Instantly, every muscle in Fan Rin's body tensed, and he held his breath, bracing for another round of pursuit. However, Lu Su did not rush to strike. Instead, he leisurely adjusted his cuffs and took a few measured steps toward Fan Rin, speaking with an unhurried tone. "I trust you are prepared. The boss has entered the second phase." "What?" Fan Rin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind these words, feeling as though Lu Su had morphed into an entirely different persona. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Su's calm strides transformed into a sudden, unannounced sprint, closing the distance between them. Shift. Fan Rin's nerves remained taut. The moment Lu Su surged forward, he had already initiated his own transition. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Despite having shifted, the rushing wind still whipped against his face. The pale green mask was upon him. With no time to ponder how this could be, why he had been thrust back into danger immediately after his transition, he had no choice but to execute a second shift in a flash to narrowly escape disaster. For this time, Lu Su's onslaught was imbued with foresight. Out of fear, Fan Rin, with each transformation, instinctively distanced himself from Lu Su, opting for the direction that offered the greatest angle of retreat, thus providing him with a semblance of security. However, such behavior rendered him increasingly predictable. Consequently, Lu Su's initial charge was not aimed at subduing his opponent. Rather, upon arrival, he planted his foot firmly on the ground, propelling himself swiftly backward with a forceful recoil. Indeed, the moment he moved, the primal instinct within him detected a presence nearby. Despite this, his second attempt to seize the advantage proved futile. Yet Lu Su's hand struck out with the force of an iron rod, slicing through the air and painting it crimson. Though the space before him appeared vacant, blood splattered forth, staining the already battle-worn floor. The air was filled with a distinct, anguished groan. Fan Rin had sustained an injury. Nevertheless, he could not evade Lu Su's third onslaught. In relentless pursuit, Lu Su's hand finally grasped something corporeal, his fingers digging forcefully into the flesh of his adversary. Shattering two advertisement boards beside the court, he slammed his captive to the ground, rendering any resistance futile. The air shimmered, and a figure gradually materialized. Fan Rin, who had painstakingly concealed himself for hours. Coughing violently, he tasted blood in his mouth, yet he proved to be a formidable player, surviving the crushing pressure without succumbing outright. Yet, in the fleeting moment of being apprehended, Fan Rin's mind was rendered utterly blank. a true void overwhelmed by an oppressive and unreasonable force. The fury diminished Lu Su's rationality, imposing an unparalleled psychological pressure on others, particularly his adversaries. The sensation of terror paralyzed his thoughts, while a searing pain coursed through his body, awakening ancestral memories embedded within his very genes, particularly the juxtaposition of their positions, one above, the other below, evoked an instinctual fear of being preyed upon, of slaughter and consumption. Fanrin had no time for astonishment. Survival instinct surged within him as he swiftly produced his withdrawal token. However, the moment it appeared, an immense force seized his wrist, and in the blink of an eye, it felt as though his arm were caught in a hydraulic press, pain rendering him oblivious to all else. Amidst his agonized screams, the overwhelming strength constricted his muscles and tendons, accompanied by ominous cracking sounds that rendered him incapable of grasping. As the withdrawal token slipped from his fingers, it fell to the ground. Mere inches away loomed a sinister, pale green visage, grinning with malevolence. What is the hurry? Did I say you could leave? Chapter 78. Even crying counts as time. Lu Su's grip tightened further, blood beginning to seep from the wrist he held, flesh pressed painfully against bone, as if he intended to crush it entirely. Fanrin continued to wail, completely consumed by terror, his mind clouded, fixated solely on his futile screams. He deeply regretted agreeing to participate in this game. Despite having no personal stake in it, he found himself the one suffering from the challenge. The moment he saw the exit token fall to the ground, he was acutely aware that his fate was sealed. Although he had no knowledge of what had befallen Jean Erlu, he had at least managed to escape the game and preserve his life. What about him? As he approached 30, his life began to flash before his eyes, reminiscent of a revolving lantern, and he found himself reminiscing, as if awaiting death. At that moment, a sudden release of excruciating pain in his wrist was replaced by a tingling sensation, and the agony dissipated completely. Fanrin thought, what does this mean? Has my hand been crushed? Vivid images of mangled flesh surfaced in his mind, prompting him to turn away in despair. However, when he glanced at his hand, he discovered that it was Lu Su who had loosened his vice-like grip, refraining from applying further pressure. Fanrin was momentarily stunned, experiencing a surge of relief akin to a narrow escape from death. Yet, almost immediately, a low voice pierced the air. What are you yelling about? Lu Su, pressing down upon him, seemed equally bewildered. How could a grown man scream with such anguish? Lu Su struggled to comprehend it, feeling his own anger begin to wane. It appeared that Fanrin had yet to declare his intentions. What was wrong with him? Was it merely a grip on his wrist? After all, it hadn't even been broken. This was far removed from the adversary he had envisioned. Lu Su had initially anticipated encountering a classic, mindless little antagonist, one who would first provoke him with taunts, then retaliate fiercely, only to be ultimately dispatched by his hand. Yet, he found himself confronted with such a pitiful creature. Unbeknownst to him, he was now emanating an aura of fury, his pale green mask evoking the visage of a ghastly beast, reminiscent of a famished specter emerging from the depths of hell. When Fanrin lifted his gaze to behold Lu Su's mask, an involuntary scream escaped his lips. Lu Su inquired, do I appear particularly grotesque? Fanrin was overwhelmed with the impression that he was not gazing upon a human, but rather a ravenous monster with a fearsome countenance, drooling hungrily as he stood before him like a meal laid out on a platter. He intends to kill me. He means to devour me. The veins on Fanrin's forehead throbbed, his mind consumed by these two thoughts in an endless loop, rendering him incapable of rational thought. The moment he relinquished the exit coin, it felt as though he had glimpsed his own demise. Please, spare my life. I am merely fleeing for my existence. I have not dared to lay a hand on you. It is Park Buchung who challenges you, not I. Not me. I have no intention of contending for the first place. I beseech you, grant me clemency and allow me to depart. Killing me would offer you no benefit, would it? I have an elderly mother to care for, and beneath me. Lu Su interjected, his thoughts swirling in bemusement. Observing such a contestant, he felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation, finding the scene almost comical. Previously, he had surmised that the opponent possessed formidable escape skills, likely indicating a seasoned fighter. Yet now, it appeared that an overwhelming fear of death had driven him to allocate all his points into survival skills. He chuckled softly, feeling somewhat speechless as Lu Su effortlessly lifted his companion and seated him against the wall. To amuse the furious Lu Su was no small feat, and one could say that Fanrin was indeed a remarkable individual. Lu Su began, I have a few questions for you. Just ask your questions, Fanrin thought. still startled by Luce's earlier laughter which had nearly caused him to lose control. What was there to smile about? He trembled, momentarily forgetting the gravity of the situation and muttering to himself, "Please don't kill me. Let us talk this through. I'm not tasty, don't eat me." Seeing his demeanor, Luce chose not to waste words. He patted Fanrin's shoulder and inquired, "This place, it must contain numerous things, right? The kind that are invisible and intangible. Could you enlighten me on the matter?" In an effort to avoid frightening him further, Luce spoke in a calm and gentle tone. "If you do not provide me with an explanation within 10 seconds, I shall press your head into your pelvis. I act swiftly, and it won't hurt. In that case, your two heads will be reunited." Fanrin's heart, which had finally begun to settle, erupted in panic once more. The only thought echoing in his mind was the chilling realization that this man intended to end his life. He wailed again, though his cries lacked sincerity. The sound was loud, yet no tears fell. Bang! Luce kicked the wall beside Fanrin's head. His impatience evident as he exclaimed, crying, "Is that even a way to spend time? I will count to 10. 1, 10. As he spoke, Luce unleashed his hell roar. Wait. What about those 8 numbers in between? Let me think." Fanrin lunged forward, clutching Luce's thigh. "Yes, it's mine. I did it. If you sense many things, they must be my spiritual manifestations." "Spiritual manifestations?" Luce echoed. "Precisely, just like that." Fanrin hurriedly revealed all his abilities, fearing that any concealment would lead to his immediate demise. Luce listened in astonishment. "Spiritual manifestations, can you retract them?" "No. I truly cannot. They can only dissipate once I am beyond their range," Fanrin quickly replied, hoping for release, thinking that without him, these manifestations would vanish. "Cannot, you say? Well, that's quite convenient." With that, a smiley face appeared once more on the mask of fury. To be candid, Fanrin was the one who had elicited the most smiles from that mask. Convenient? Doubt filled Fanrin's mind when suddenly he felt a tight grip on his shoulder as Luce forcefully pinned him against the wall. "Did you study diligently during your school years? Read more books." "What?" Before Fanrin could comprehend, a gray book materialized before his eyes. It seemed to possess an enchanting quality, rendering it nearly impossible to look away. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the title on the cover, "The Confessions of the Disheartened." Amidst the captivating gray, the cover of the book slowly opened, revealing the first page. In an instant, Fanrin perceived his life as an utter failure, feeling akin to an ant before the mightiest player, contemplating whether it would be better to succumb to despair and abandon life altogether. Meanwhile, the gymnasium echoed with a series of unknown, piercing shrieks, reminiscent of ghostly wails. Chapter 79. Skip the lessons, bypass the background, and hasten past the animations, only to engage in relentless slaughter. Within the arena, clouds of gray mist erupted, only to dissipate swiftly, leaving a sensation as if one had merely imagined the scene. The entire spatial arena twisted momentarily. The shrill cries continued in succession, accompanied by faint explosions, resembling the sound of dust being stirred by a gust of wind, as if an invisible fireworks display unfolded within the stadium. Luce could distinctly sense that the overwhelming malice that had previously pervaded the venue, fixated upon him, was rapidly diminishing, vanishing with a speed akin to the elimination of blocks in Tetris. Moreover, the once cacophonous gymnasium gradually descended into tranquility, the lively sounds of athleticism fading into silence. It appeared that even those sounds were illusions conjured by Fanrin's spirit, designed to confuse Luce and ensnare him within this space. Park Bu-chung and Fanrin had meticulously orchestrated their plans, yet they had failed to account for Luce's formidable prowess. The S-class sealed entity had been unleashed for merely a few minutes, and the gymnasium had transformed into an extraordinary calm. With the previously overwhelming multitude of spiritual manifestations eradicated entirely, bang! Luce forcefully closed his book, tucking away the Confessions of the Disheartened. The S-level sealed object is indeed remarkable. A mere single page was sufficient to obliterate Fanrin's spirit, with the backlash being strikingly evident. The negative repercussions on him primarily manifest as emotional and mental turmoil, yet due to the influence of the rage mask, he remains oblivious to these feelings. Luce could only sense a surge of inexplicable fury the moment the book was opened, as if everything in the world displeased him. Fanrin, before his eyes, appeared utterly detestable, inciting thoughts of murder. The gymnasium, with its shabby furnishings, provoked a desire to demolish it. The school itself became a source of irritation, evoking fantasies of destruction. In essence, nothing in this world aligned with his desires. It felt akin to a black hole, devouring all warmth and reason from his heart, transmuting them into an overwhelming urge for annihilation. Lu Su now comprehended the description of rage. He was indeed the raging fire that consumed the world. Clearly, one should not dwell too long on such a book. Excessive exposure to the sacred texts could lead one to become a remorseless killer. After retracting the book, an unusual silence enveloped the entire gymnasium, as if the previous clamor and excitement had merely been a figment of the imagination, never truly occurring. Silence was a welcome relief save for one individual. I feel utterly defeated. I am nothing. It would be better to die. Fan Ren collapsed to the ground, murmuring unconsciously, as if he had been thoroughly broken. His nerves, twisted and frayed, were no longer coherent. Previously intimidated by the rage mask and subsequently affected by the concept of the disheartened, his psyche was on the brink of collapse. Lu Su was initially in a foul mood, yet upon observing his disheveled state, he kindly inquired, "What's wrong? Do you wish for death? Do you require my assistance?" In an instant, a spark ignited in Fan Ren's eyes, and he sprang upright from the ground, taking several steps back. "No, brother. I was merely jesting with you. I was speaking nonsense. I desperately want to live. I yearn for life so much that I can hardly sleep at night, fearing that if I doze off, I may never awaken." All negative emotions in his mind were swept away, and the powerful instinct for survival rendered Fan Ren oblivious to his earlier disappointments. He now perceived how precious it was to reclaim a life in the face of such peril. Although the challenge mode lacked definitive criteria for victory or defeat, being captured and killed by malevolence could only be attributed to oneself. Out of the corner of his eye, Fan Ren noticed the exit token on the ground, contemplating how to retrieve it when Lu Su naturally bent down and collected the token. Fan Ren was taken aback. Lu Su, unfazed by his internal turmoil, strolled towards the center of the gymnasium, faintly hearing the sound of a bouncing ball. However, his primal instincts did not detect any malice lurking within the gym. He sensed nothing unusual. While he had eliminated all distractions, he found himself momentarily at a loss regarding the actual game content. Excluding erroneous options does not equate to identifying the correct one. After playing for quite some time, Lu Su, faced with this predicament, had little desire to pursue a conventional victory. Wasn't there an available individual right in front of him? Turning back to the bewildered Fan Ren, he inquired, "What is the nature of the game here?" Fan Ren cautiously replied, "I implore you, can you spare my life? You may choose to withhold information from me." Lu Su responded with remarkable composure, "Do not. You must divulge. You absolutely must share." In that moment, Fan Ren stood at attention, realizing the opponent was a basketball player. The swift transformation of Fan Ren's expression astonished all the spectators. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that this was indeed a clever survival strategy. Then what? Lu Su continued to probe, observing the other party's cooperation. "Then I truly have no idea. This is the truth. I only possess a slight perception due to my ability to differentiate spiritual entities. The specific method to clear the game is known solely to Pu Buqing. Why not seek him out? Torture him instead. Spare me, for torturing me would yield no results." Lu Su remained silent. At this juncture, Fan Ren had effectively cast aside his integrity, eager to betray his ally at the first opportunity, realizing that had it not been for Pu Buqing, he would not be confronting this harbinger of death. Lu Su reflected, spiritual entities are laborious and ungrateful, devoid of any pain value to extract. I am disinclined to delve into excessive analysis. My sole desire regarding this eerie tale is to expedite its conclusion. This might require an examination of the backstory, for the protagonist of this strange narrative seems to have been awaiting someone capable of defeating him in basketball. Additionally, he may have a tragic past. Once integrity is compromised, the psychological burden diminishes significantly after the first fall. At this moment, Fan Ren spoke earnestly, as though he were truly Lu Su's comrade. "Enough. Do not speak further." Lu Su abruptly interjected, inquiring about his whereabouts. If one were to describe it in gaming terms, deciphering and analyzing would be exceedingly inefficient endeavors. Were he donning the mask of greed, he might entertain some thoughts regarding these matters. However, in his current state of rage, he was consumed by a desire to act with cunning only during combat. It was akin to a player bypassing the tutorial, skipping the backstory, and avoiding cutscenes, plunging directly into the game, seizing a weapon, and preparing for massacre. "I know not who I am, nor where I stand. I am solely aware of my intent to wreak havoc." Fan Ren, somewhat perplexed by Lu Su's demeanor, found himself in a state of submission, yearning for mercy, and thus pointed toward a certain location. That area had been ravaged beyond recognition. The basketball hoop lay overturned, having been struck down by Lu Su's previous swipe. Now resting in another arena, Lu Su approached, retrieved the hoop from the ground, and with a resounding thud, firmly planted it into the earth. He then produced the confession of the disheartened once more, opening it and placing it flat upon the hoop. Chapter 80. The Game of the Undead. I too wish to wield a max-level character. Fan Ren stood momentarily entranced by the scene unfolding before him, observing as Lu Su laid the book upon the hoop, uncertain of its purpose. Yet, it soon became evident. The confession of the disheartened, when untouched by human hands, could not be swayed by a mere breeze. The rhythmic sound of basketballs echoed softly within the gymnasium until, suddenly, a swish resonated, as if the book had been thrown. Moments later, the pages trembled slightly, as if something had dissolved upon them, and then all sound ceased. The air fell into silence for 3 seconds, enveloping everything in stillness. Subsequently, within the confines of the gymnasium, a sharp roar erupted beneath the basketball hoop, and a chilling breeze swept through the arena. As if something was on the verge of erupting, Lu Su's gaze sharpened, and he surged forward, leaping onto the hoop, perching upon the edge of the backboard. He grasped the confessional of the disheartened, crossed his legs nonchalantly, and awaited the impending clash. The atmosphere crackled with fury, intertwining with invisible resentments. Reminiscent of a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, Lu Su himself was uncertain of what would unfold next, while Fan Ren cowered in a corner of the gym, trembling in fear, hoping to remain unscathed. Gradually, the chaotic and confrontational tension dissipated, returning everything to a state of calm. A game notification sound, one that Fan Ren had never anticipated, echoed in his ear. The 7 wonders of campus, the sound of dribbling in an empty gym. Black side challenge successful. Challenge progress, 2-7, remaining time, 22:39, 46. Fan Ren thought, isn't this too simplistic, my friend? What was all the torment I endured before? A social experiment? Yet, recalling the damage inflicted by the opponent's tome upon his spirit, alongside the words spoken by Pu Buching at the outset of the game, many things began to seem reasonable. Pu Buching had told him, your ability is unique. The gymnasium challenge poses no particular difficulty. However, I have tailored this for you, as this level resonates profoundly with your spirit. As long as you can endure and remain undetected, no one who enters this challenge shall emerge unscathed. Regrettably, Fan Ren could not withstand the pressure. In Park Buchung-esque conception, when hundreds of spirits resembling the basketball specters amalgamate, no one could discern the correct target. Moreover, with Fan Ren interfering with the substitutions, no one could locate him either. Had it been an ordinary person, attempting to eliminate distractions and uncover the key to unraveling the situation would have led them directly into Park Buchung's trap. However, it was Lu Su who arrived. The furious mass detected someone observing him from the shadows. Thus, he decided to apprehend this individual and resolve the matter at hand. Who dares to unleash malice upon me? Seeking death, are they? Lu Su gazed upon the unfolding events with a sense of dissatisfaction, as he had mentally prepared himself for another confrontation. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar game voice echoed forth. White team player, Fan Ren, has exited the competitive challenge mode. Puzzled, Lu Su mused that he had already confiscated Fan Ren's exit coin. Could it be that the opponent had acquired an exit coin from the game rewards? Turning around, he was astonished to find Fan Ren still standing behind him, equally bewildered. As he patted his own body, seemingly checking for any missing pieces, Lu Su furrowed his brow and inquired, did you not claim your name was Fan Ren? Are you deceiving me? Of course not, Fan Ren exclaimed, growing anxious. What is happening? Why have I exited? He had never encountered such a scenario before. In fact, it was likely that no one in the world had experienced anything akin to his predicament. He was still within the game, yet somehow, he was already considered to have exited. The game announcement has concluded. Just moments ago, he attempted to convey a message to his teammates through the game's internal communication system. But it was futile. That channel was abruptly closed to him. Even his own live stream has vanished, leaving him staring at a black screen. What am I now? A specter in this game? Surely, if my teammates were to see me now, they might think I am but a transformed stranger, perhaps even a conspirator. Fan Ren was engulfed in confusion. His exit token was no longer in his possession, rendering him incapable of withdrawing even if he wished to. All traces of his presence in the game had evaporated. No audience, no teammates, no one aware of his lingering existence. Particularly in this moment. Can this man before him truly believe he is Fan Ren? If this fellow cannot discern his own identity, he is unlikely to care to clarify it. With a forced smile, he addressed Lu Su. Truly, my brother, You must trust me. I have no reason to deceive you. Might you return my exit token? I can leave now if it pleases you. Please, calm your anger, and do not resort to violence. Lusa remained silent, merely lifting his weapon, the hell roar, into his right hand. No. Let us speak civilly. Why resort to gunfire? Fan Rin was nearly paralyzed with fear, almost losing control of himself. How could this man not believe that he harbored no ulterior motives? If you doubt me, ask your audience. I no longer even have my own streaming perspective. Lusa did not respond to him. After switching hands, he sheathed the hell roar and pressed down on his earpiece. Hello? After initiating the conversation with Xie and Ong, Lusa turned and walked towards the exterior of the gymnasium. I observed that your progression speed is quite impressive. There was a pause on the other end of the headset before a voice finally responded. It's rather simple. Lusa replied succinctly. Have you discerned the location and details of the next ghost story? Essentially, I have identified a general vicinity. The response from the headset took Lu Su by surprise. He hadn't anticipated such an optimistic situation. Xie and Ong continued, the music classroom and the art classroom have relatively clear directional cues. And I have established a general target direction. I will guide you there shortly. The restroom and the 13-step lack clear indications. I have some vague ideas. And I will need you to scout those areas that I suspect may pose issues, judging by the game's triggering conditions. It seemed that they had grown accustomed to this manner of communication, speaking as if issuing commands without superfluous words. The two resembled relentless clearance machines, solely focused on conquering this game. It's not that, but I can't quite fathom why their conversation exudes such a strong sense of pressure. I wonder if Pu Buchin can withstand it. They're being rather inconsiderate. It hasn't been long at all. To be honest, I felt quite exhilarated. As long as I perceive an issue, I can simply inform Zue, and he can directly proceed to conquer it. Of course, with a max-level character at your disposal. How could it not be exhilarating? I too desire to be a formidable ally. What? Is there a way to obtain legendary weapons upstairs as well? Chapter 81. Each with their own agenda, it is quite simple to deal with you. Luce's pace of progression had reached its zenith, leaving one dazzled. At this moment, having finally concluded, there was a rare opportunity to engage in leisurely conversation on various other topics. Xie Antong's gaze had once again returned, beginning to circle in the air, preparing for a new round of guidance towards the music classroom. Lu Su understood that many elements of the Seven Wonders were steeped in mystery. If the confessional manuscript of the disillusioned held substantial power against spirits, then possessing such an item might prove even more effective than a firearm. Thus, he grasped the book firmly in his hand, adjusted his attire, and presented himself with an air of refinement, resembling a scholarly professor. This striking contrast rendered Xie and Ong momentarily speechless, leaving her at a loss for words. The metallic sphere spun twice in the air before spotting the despondent Fan Rin in the gymnasium and inquired, "Who is this person?" "A passerby, whose perhaps greatest aspiration in life is merely to survive," Lu Su replied. "All right. In addition, Pu Buqing should also be devising new constraints. Especially since another level has been cleared, do remember to exercise caution." As Lu Su's figure gradually faded from view, Fan Rin finally exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, which had nearly turned to ruins. With his mind a blank slate, he felt a profound sense of confusion regarding his current predicament, uncertain of what course to take. The individual has been expelled from the gaming system. Should one simply wait here in vain? What thoughts occupy Park Buchung's mind? How do the citizens of the great cold underworld perceive themselves? Given Park Buchung's character and disposition, he must feel utterly inept, likely berating himself profusely. One can only hope that he does not direct his frustrations towards others in a misguided manner. Setting aside other matters, it is evident that Fan Rin's self-assessment of Park Buchung was remarkably astute. Goodness, how much time has elapsed? A level meticulously tailored for that individual. And yet he could not endure even an hour before succumbing? Moreover, why did no information return before his exit? What accounts for this utter failure? How is it conceivable that not a single message could be sent back? With over 100 avatars at his disposal, merely a thought would suffice to swap places, surely. Even 100 pigs would not perish without uttering a word. Goodness. At this moment, Park Buchung seethes with impotent rage. He never anticipated that a mere couple of games could secure his position as the world's best, yet his teammates' silent withdrawals from the game are something he cannot fathom. Meanwhile, with Fan Rin's gameplay completely vanished, the audience of the great cold underworld, those who had not witnessed Fan Rin's first-person perspective, have begun to speculate and slander. Fan Rin is indeed hard to defend. The level that was meant to stall has ended so swiftly. I've investigated. It appears Fan Ren has some heritage from the Huagua people. That explains it. A traitor from within. How outrageous. At this moment, Pu Chang was entirely indifferent to maintaining his image and had no desire to communicate with his audience. A sense of crisis began to envelop him. Although the game grew increasingly challenging as it progressed, he found himself beset by numerous self-imposed limitations. Yet, should the unidentified foe advance at such a pace? He felt an unsettling uncertainty gnawing at him. After all, they were merely human. How could there be such a vast disparity after just 3 rounds? Blasted. It must be the sheer ineptitude of my teammates that has led to this predicament. Utterly useless. The game's suggestion interface had long since appeared. Yet he hesitated to exercise his authority to impose new restrictions on the opposing side. His confidence wavered, leaving him uncertain about how to guarantee his victory. The thought of losing was too daunting to contemplate. Cursed be it. Surely, it was the folly of my teammates that brought about this situation, as I had meticulously designed. It seemed a realization dawned upon him, momentarily halting his vitriol. A faint smile graced his lips as he began to input new restrictions on the game interface before him. If my teammates are indeed worthless, what assurance do I have that the opposing players are any better? Meanwhile, Lu Su had been guided by Xie Antong's gaze to a peculiar arts building. Arriving before a classroom on the subterranean level. This was it, the location I was most certain to be the site of the eerie tales. However, the specific trigger depends on the game, and how to complete it also relies on you. Lu Su nodded. He had grown accustomed to navigating challenges alone, a sensation he found to be the epitome of freedom. This manner of collaboration imposed no constraints upon him. Very well, I shall address this matter first. You can verify the other areas later. Lu Su's words bore a hint of urgency, marking the most tactful expression of his frustration. As he prepared to step inside, a thought seemed to strike him, prompting him to inquire, "Wait a moment, you mentioned only 4 subsequent games, didn't you? We have completed just 2. Which implies there is still 1 left." Upon hearing the question from Zue, Xie Antong responded, "Indeed, that one should be the most elusive. I have yet to uncover it. I shall take a look around shortly." Lu Su furrowed his brow slightly, not sensing any immediate issue, yet his intuition suggested that Xie Antong's tone seemed somewhat off. Nevertheless, he refrained from commenting and simply acknowledged her before entering the classroom. Inside the biology classroom, Xie Antong sat alone amidst the disarray of the quiet, unoccupied room, crossing her legs as she conversed with Zue. When she mentioned that she had not yet discovered the elusive game, no one noticed that behind her, a plaster sculpture resembling lips bore a faint smile. Who says a classroom can harbor only one tale of the strange? Unbeknownst to others, as Xie Antong uttered those words, her own lips also curled into a subtle smile. The omniscient eye, how could it possibly possess blind spots? After all, I have eyes behind me. Amidst this delicate atmosphere, the game's constraints finally made their anticipated appearance. The black player has successfully navigated the second campus miracle, and now the white player has issued the second limitation. Among the black players in this challenge mode, each individual must have a record of overcoming the campus miracle. The moment Xie Antong heard this limitation, a smile threatened to escape her lips, and she nearly laughed out loud. She raised her head, her expression laden with profound significance. Poor Park Buching, while the mentality and behavioral patterns of guilt are challenging to analyze, it seems rather simplistic to predict your thoughts. Chapter 82. Scheming and Anticipation. As Lu Su stepped into the classroom before him, he caught the sound that reached his ears, prompting him to halt momentarily. Xie Antong had almost perfectly anticipated Park Buching's intentions, yet Lu Su remained uncertain about the extent of Xie Antong's capabilities. The omniscient eye, an extraordinary legendary weapon, though undeniably impressive, appeared to lack substantial combat prowess, or perhaps it had yet to reveal such abilities. She must also clear a level? Is this some sort of jest? What if she fails? Does that imply that he would also be deemed a failure in the challenge? Surely, this is nothing short of absurd. This game is a challenge mode, a contest between him and Park Buching. The previous restrictions did not specify the consequences of her potential failure. Contemplating this, Lu Su felt that the matter at hand might indeed be more complex than he had initially perceived. Upon entering the room, the door closed automatically, and an unmistakable aura of eeriness enveloped him. However, Lu Su paid little heed to it and pressed the earpiece once more, inquiring, "Did you hear the restrictions of the game earlier?" "I heard it," replied Xie Antong. "You confirmed the difficulty level as hellish before selecting your characters, which subsequently matched you with your teammates. It has already been confirmed on Park Bouching's end that there is more than one teammate, indicating that he has additional allies to assist him. However, for you, the challenge is inherently of hellish difficulty, meaning that the teammates assigned to you, including myself, are essentially meant to hinder your progress. As she communicated, she rose from her seat and began to meander about the classroom, appearing rather bored as she casually rearranged the sculptures within the room, adjusting their positions with her hands. At this point, she had already altered the placement of all the sketch sculptures in the classroom. Listening to her remarks, Lusa fell silent for a moment before responding. Well, you seem to possess a certain self-awareness. Is your tone always this blunt? All right, enough of the trivialities. Among these specters, do you find any that seem relatively simple? Lusu asked, his demeanor shifting to a more serious tone. You may choose an easier one, and I shall weaken them significantly for you to handle. Let us not delay the game. Xia Antong remained silent, as she had yet to disclose her own situation to Lu Su, for she had already contemplated Park Bouching's potential strategies. After a brief silence, she pressed her omniscient eye helmet, causing the armor at her ears to liquefy and then extend downward, enveloping her headphones before reshaping itself. Subsequently, a minuscule neural spike pierced her skull, eliciting a slight furrow of pain in her brow. Yet, without uttering a word, her thoughts transformed into sound and reached Luce's ears. Sin, I hope you remain discreet. The words I am about to utter will not be heard by the audience, nor will Park be privy to them. Only we two shall hear. Luce replied. The weather at this school is dreadful. Xia Antong nodded in satisfaction and continued to convey in her mind, to be succinct. Whether I become a burden to you is not for you to decide, but for the game to determine. If the game has such a purpose, your strength might even have an adverse effect, and Park is also approaching this matter from that angle. However, I believe we might be able to turn this to our advantage. Lusu was uncertain how to feign indifference, as wearing the mask of fury rendered him somewhat inept at it. Hey, why aren't you speaking? In any case, the forthcoming game is unlikely to revolve around restricting you, but rather seeking to exploit me as a point of breakthrough. Your current game still requires you to be executed with thunderous vigor, instill fear and panic in them. And upon completion, I predict the adversary will impose additional restrictions. It is highly likely that the demise or withdrawal of any member from the black team would be deemed a failure in the challenge mode. The previous stipulation was insufficient, thus rendering this one essential. Provided that you act with sufficient ferocity and swiftness, I am almost certain I comprehend what Park is contemplating. Xia Antong mused rapidly in her mind. Although only she and Zue grasped the essence of her words, the audience remained utterly perplexed. Yet, the content of her discourse was captivating. Essentially, she had implicitly accepted that Zue could conquer the eerie tales, and with remarkable speed and force. She even refrained from presenting an alternative plan, as if she believed this to be an undeniable truth that under normal circumstances, Zue would certainly prevail. Upon hearing this assertion, Lu Su offered no dissent, as though he shared her sentiments. At that moment, their arrogance reached an astonishing alignment. No one entertained the notion of failure, nor did they consider the circumstances of overcoming the initial two challenges. Xia Antong had defined Zue's prowess as the strongest player to an extraordinary degree. Observing the absence of opposing voices from Lu Su's side, Xia Antong tentatively proposed. Therefore, I believe this can be exploited. If, upon your successful completion of this stage, the additional stipulations imposed by the adversary align with my assessment, I hope during the forthcoming trials, you might graciously accept my suggestions, even if at times I may not provide rationale. She understood that communication with Zue in a state of fury was far from ideal. It was only during moments of relative calm that she could articulate her terms. Otherwise, everything would once again spiral beyond her control. The thought of being used as a means for Park to secure victory was utterly unacceptable to her. Lu Su was somewhat oblivious to the depths of her thoughts and uncertain of her intentions, yet he detected an air of confidence in her words. If her failure could indeed impact him, it appeared to be the sole conundrum that currently vexed him. It seemed she possessed the assurance to resolve it. Very well, Lu Su replied. Is this room an art studio or a music classroom? As he listened to Zue's response, Xia Antong felt as though she had triumphed. Her emotions barely concealed as she pursed her lips. Although she still found herself in a venue steeped in eerie tales, with every sketch and statue exuding an unsettling aura. The psychological pressure of negotiating with Zue was evidently far greater. Having entered the challenge mode of 2 games, they had finally reached a preliminary agreement. Everything was now in place. Moreover, she realized that under normal circumstances, Zue retained a fundamental rationality and the potential for dialogue. For instance, at this moment, Zue was aware enough to deliberately introduce irrelevant topics to obscure the truth. When it was time to exercise caution, she indeed exhibited a commendable level of prudence. Let us proceed in this manner. We shall stay in contact. With that, Xie Antong disengaged from the peculiar mental communication method, feeling drained and her complexion pale. On the other side, Lu Su pondered. Is this classroom meant for art or music? Chapter 83. Your melody is delightful, yet I am pressed for time. Why is there no response? My inquiry is not intended to be dismissive. Lu Su lifted his gaze and casually scanned the surroundings, soon noticing a portrait on the wall. The figure depicted seemed to emulate the Mona Lisa, smiling serenely as it gazed ahead. I recall my teammate once mentioning a peculiar tale about the tears of a painted figure, correct? With little contemplation, Lu Su approached the artwork, intrigued. Is it you? What is it that brings you joy? Do you not intend to weep? He stood before the portrait for a considerable duration. As if engaged in a silent duel of wills, locking eyes with the image, he found himself at a loss, typically awaiting the other to make a move before devising a strategy. However, this time, he sensed no eerie atmosphere emanating from the portrait, nor any malice. It appeared that this entity was rather formidable, concealing its presence with remarkable skill. As he remained in this silent confrontation, the spacious room was suddenly filled with the melodious strains of a piano. Lu Su turned his head stiffly towards the source of the sound, discovering in the corner a Steinway piano draped in a crimson cloth, exuding an air of classical elegance from the previous century. At this moment, the piano quietly resided in the corner, emanating an elegant and classical blues, as if it had been stored there for countless epochs, imparting an overwhelming sense of solitude. Lu Su swore that when he first entered, this piano was not present. It had mysteriously appeared at some unknown moment. In other words, this eerie tableau was not a weeping portrait, but rather the haunting melodies of the piano in the evening music classroom. Just now, he had been engaged in a battle of wits with the very air around him. Lu Su, in an instant, the once relatively normal mask of rage began to overload, its luminous hues fluctuating repeatedly until they coalesced into an expression of ire. Tisk, that woman, Xie Antong, could have been clearer. Is it not you who remains silent? Enraged and humiliated, he struck a fist against the wall, shattering both the portrait and the wall itself, sending wooden splinters and bricks flying in all directions. Portrait. Am I able to speak? No. I vaguely recall this being a horror game. Why does it suddenly feel comical? Can any esteemed analyst discern whether this wave of sin holds any profound significance? Even the piano is bewildered. It has emerged from concealment. Park Budong has miscalculated. Had this piano remained hidden, it could have prolonged the challenge significantly for the esteemed players. It seemed that the audience had grown accustomed to the patterns of sin, as they continued to exude a joyful atmosphere amid the challenges of this horror game. Suddenly, all the curtains in the music classroom drew shut, plunging the entire room into darkness. Snap! The sound of the fire stick crackling echoed through the pitch-black room, as a faint light emerged from the position of the piano. Observing the dim and flickering glow, Lu Su remained still, merely uttering, "What a cozy scene." The audience, who had begun to immerse themselves in the unfolding horror, fell silent at his remark. Only you could perceive warmth at such a moment, it seemed, in the room. The melodious strains of the piano appeared to soothe the soul, when suddenly an ethereal female voice resonated. Would you care to join me in playing a piece on the piano? The voice was delicate and enchanting, fulfilling all imaginings of beauty, rendering refusal an impossible thought. What a lovely voice. It feels like falling in love. Wait, let us not rush into romance just yet. Hasn't he the blank space mentioned the characteristics of each eerie tale? I researched this urban legend. If it is indeed a nocturnal piano piece, one must neither listen to nor play along with it. The audience members who supported Lu Su grew increasingly anxious, yet their concerns were futile, as such information was obscured in challenge mode, and Lu Su remained oblivious to their comments. Thus, guided by the ethereal voice, Lu Su slowly advanced toward the piano. Leaning down, he beheld the ancient Steinway, its keys dancing freely, producing a mesmerizing melody. Would you care to join me in playing a piece? The enchanting voice echoed once more, enticing Lu Su like a siren from the depths, luring passing sailors. Similarly, upon the piano keys, several keys began to alternate with a flickering pink light, as if guiding Lu Su to play the piece in this manner. Lu Su gazed at the piano before him, remaining silent for a few seconds, before suddenly leaning slightly forward and bowing gently. Your music is delightful. However, I am pressed for time. Just as the audience was left bewildered, wondering what he intended to do, Believing this furious individual had undergone a transformation, he almost immediately stood upright and, with all his might, forcefully struck the Steinway piano. Etiquette before aggression. The exquisite, antiquated Steinway piano erupted in an instant. This singular blow rendered its ordinary metallic and wooden structure utterly incapable of resistance. Boom! The sound resonated like a demolition blast as the entire piano disintegrated, scattering its components throughout the classroom like a jigsaw puzzle. Some fragments even struck Lu Su, disintegrating into dust upon impact. He paid no heed to any form of resolution or taboo. In his view, given that the essence of the supernatural tale was the sound of the piano, shattering it was undoubtedly the optimal choice. At the moment the piano exploded, the light in the room dimmed, and Lu Su's instincts once again sensed the emergence of something within the space. The presence of something was promising, whether it be human or specter. As long as it existed, resolution was possible. A passionate, melodious, and somber piano piece resounded almost simultaneously. Music possesses the power to influence human emotions, each composition akin to countless threads, tugging at the soul and beckoning one into a state of surrender. A row of piano keys, glowing with a crimson hue, flowed forth. Indeed flowed, encircling Lu Su in a grand circle. The room descended into an extraordinary darkness, punctuated only by the blood red of the piano keys. As the once gentle pink light extinguished completely, Lu Su remained motionless for a moment before suddenly taking a few steps forward and yanking down the classroom curtains. Utter darkness. An impenetrable blackness. Outside the window, daylight had vanished, replaced by an inky blackness, as if such profound darkness had not existed since the dawn of humanity. Lu Su pressed the earpiece against his ear and inquired, "Is it dark outside?" "No, you may have entered a bizarre narrative scene." Xia Intong immediately surmised that the ordeal had likely commenced. "All right," Lu Su nodded, "in 10 minutes, if there is no completion prompt, please remind me." Chapter 84. The Unyielding Cold Nation Competitor, 1 shot, 2 lives. After concluding the call, Lu Su began to survey the room's atmosphere. His greatest concern was the potential for his mind to be ensnared, leading to a misjudgment of time, such as the sudden descent into darkness he had just experienced. He required a precise sense of time, thus entrusting this task to the relatively safe Xie Antong. If time had not genuinely faltered, it would indicate that they had indeed entered the game as scenario, clearly suggesting that a new tale of terror had been triggered. After all, the sound of a piano echoing in a deserted classroom at midnight. "Classmate, might we share a melody together?" Once again, the ethereal female voice emerged, yet this time, it was strikingly close, as if a beautiful woman were leaning upon your shoulder, softly whispering into your ear. At that moment, Lu Su felt as though he were ensconced in a dreamlike starry sky, engulfed by darkness, with a series of bizarre, illusory piano keys floating before him. These keys formed a circular arrangement, encircling Lu Su's being, enveloping him even from behind. His instincts sharply attuned to the presence of another individual behind him. It felt as if this presence were closely pressed against his back, akin to a haunting spirit, softly pleading as if it were a lamenting beauty. Lu Su raised his fist and struck forcefully at the piano keys before him. However, his powerful blow effortlessly passed through the shimmering light of the keys, creating a chilling whoosh in the air. Realizing his attack had failed, Lu Su furrowed his brow and pivoted to deliver an elbow strike, yet despite the full turn, he encountered nothing. This entity clung to him like a parasite, refusing to be shaken off. The 7 bizarre tales of the campus seemed to all revolve around such ghostly apparitions. "Young man, may I accompany you in playing a melody?" The ethereal voice resounded once more from behind Lu Su, laced with a hint of mockery and even a touch of arrogance, seemingly reveling in Lu Su's inability to confront her. "Lu Su, are there no other words?" Sheets of musical scores floated into the air, their golden notes dancing gracefully, each corresponding to melodies that enveloped Lu Su, playing repeatedly. There were dulcet tunes celebrating love, filled with melancholy and longing, and the resounding clamor of ironclad warriors, transporting one to the battlegrounds of fierce roars. Lyrical, blues, jazz, and an array of both refined and vulgar compositions from across time and cultures echoed incessantly, leading Lu Su to question whether he was merely hallucinating peculiar internet songs, such as Big Banana. Suddenly shaking his head, a surge of intense emotion welled up within him. The cacophony of diverse music stirred his feelings repeatedly. The scores continued to multiply, generating new melodies as the music flowed. The figure persistently clinging to Luce's back began to exude an increasingly triumphant tone. The power of emotion is boundless. If a person experiences extreme joy and sorrow in rapid succession, it is akin to a wire being bent repeatedly. There will inevitably come a day it breaks. As long as Luce remained trapped without a solution, he would ultimately succumb, forever enslaved by the music. At least, that was how Fan Zien perceived the situation. Indeed, there were many teammates of varying skills under the command of the unremarkable Park Buching, with many reaching the level of exceptional prowess. And she, buried within this challenge, found herself unwilling to concede, especially after Park Buching had just directed her with a series of orders. Previously, Luce's 2 swift victories left his teammates without any communication, instilling fear in Park Buching. Even a mere swine could now grasp the terror of sin. Therefore, Park Buching has, to some extent, lowered his expectations, merely hoping to secure his ultimate triumph. As for whether he possesses any guilt, he no longer clings to that obsession. In his perspective, does it really matter who is strong? What truly counts is who claims the title of first. He has already conceived a plan to leverage this opportunity to seize the top position, subsequently utilizing his family's influence to become a local sovereign with extraordinary powers. Indulging in his whims, who would still wish to partake in the game? Exiting the game leaves one with nothing, and losing could even lead to dire consequences. With his family's wealth, why would he risk his life? Thus, Park Buchung has temporarily suppressed his folly and restrained his arrogance, embarking on a more prudent course of action, thereby advising Fan Zien. The power of sin is peculiar, perhaps formidable. This level is not crucial in the design. Do not seek to vanquish sin, but rather delay as long as possible. The most pressing issue is to ensure that information is relayed back. In a certain sense, Park Buching does not believe that Fan Zien can triumph over Lu Su. He is already plotting the subsequent eerie narratives. However, at present, Fan Zien holds a different conviction. Her abilities are evidently well suited for this challenge, and the sin before her appears rather unremarkable. She has yet to discern how this sin could pose a threat to her. Although initially taken aback by the opponent's ability to shatter a piano with a single punch, she recognized that this escalated the eerie scenario to a new level. The opponent made no attempt to decipher the situation and instead launched into action, thus raising the stakes. Her assessment of the adversary was rather straightforward, simple-minded, yet physically adept. She pondered how her previous teammates could have possibly lost. "Classmate, would you care to join me in a duet?" She jestingly invited, resolved to challenge this so-called world's best. She was determined not to be intimidated. "Are you human or a specter?" Lu Su inquired, turning around multiple times only to find the opponent closely shadowing him. The sensation of an intangible presence clinging to him made him furrow his brow. "I am both human and ghost," Fan Zien declared with a hint of pride. Lu Su had merely posed a question, yet he was taken aback by her candid response. Moreover, Fan Zien continued, "Play a tune, if you will. For a fleeting moment of being the best in the world. My ability is spirit possession, and the girl behind you is a manifestation of the game itself. She is now under my control. You will not be able to capture me, so do not waste your efforts." Lu Su retorted. "Who asked you?" He found her penchant for self-introduction rather vexing. "So, you lack a physical form? I can possess one," she replied, as the girl leaning against Lu Su slowly materialized, her ethereal body gaining substance. To an outsider, it appeared as though a man and a woman were standing back to back in the music classroom, creating a beautifully poetic scene. Fan Zien provocatively leaned against the back of her opponent, subtly asserting her presence. In an intricate dance of reality and illusion, she remained firmly in control. In the next instant, a resounding gunshot echoed. Hell's fiery tongue licked at the air as Lu Su fired a shot into his own abdomen. A single bullet pierced through him, manifesting an eerie duality. Chapter 85. I do not revel in killing. I simply may be unable to restrain myself. As Fan Zien felt the subtle movement of Lu Su's muscular back, she had already transformed into a spectral form. Yet it was too late. A muffled groan shattered the melodious strains of the piano that filled the classroom, a sound laden with pain and restraint, disrupting the chaotic yet harmonious notes that resonated through the room. Now restored to her ethereal state, Fan Zien glanced down at her upper abdomen. There lay a bullet hole. Although in this ghostly form, blood would not flow, and the sensation of pain would be significantly dulled. The intense throbbing and the instability of her spectral existence made it abundantly clear that her current condition was dire. Her psychological state was particularly troubling. She felt an overwhelming discomfort as she grappled with the harsh reality. She had been shot. This marked the first time in her life that she had encountered such a fate. She found herself utterly at a loss about how to respond, uncertain of how to revert to her corporeal form. Would it hurt? Most importantly, she struggled to comprehend the events that had just transpired. In her original design, she had intended merely to tease the individual behind her, waiting for the moment he would turn to attack, at which point she would swiftly manifest as a ghostly apparition. This was more than mere provocation. It was a calculated move to incite his emotions, perfectly complementing the eerie ambience of the scenario. Yet, he had shot her without hesitation. In that moment, the perspective rendered her unable to react, leaving only one inescapable scenario. He had aimed a gun at her abdomen and fired, a single shot piercing through 2 layers. What kind of perversion is this? The insanity of the situation was already driving her to the brink. Amidst the chaotic turmoil in her mind, the melody in the room began to falter and stutter, while behind her, Lu Su's voice resounded once more. His tone remained steady, devoid of any signs of injury. "Classmate, would you care to play a piece together?" The words that Fan Zian had repeated countless times were now echoed back to her, verbatim. Fan Zian. She found herself at a loss for a response, silently resolving that she could not revert to her physical form until she dealt with this man. "Do you know I was holding back?" Lu Su's voice was calm yet restrained, as if he were trying to suppress something. Fan Zian was perplexed by his meaning and chose to remain silent. Due to the design of the eerie tale, in her ethereal state, she could only press against Lu Su's back, unable to see what lay beyond. He had fired a shot at her. Was he truly unscathed? What kind of ruthless individual is this? No, I cannot afford to delay. The notes must continue to multiply. With that thought, her intangible hands began to dance over the keys behind her, each sheet of music floating into the air. Each score tugged at Lu Su's reason, assaulting his nerves and intensifying his fury. Yet, he remained remarkably composed. "If I had struck my neck just now, you would be dead." A chill ran down Fan Zian's spine. The position of Lu Su's neck corresponded almost perfectly with her head. Although the idea of shooting oneself in the neck sounded utterly absurd, she suddenly felt that the words spoken by the person behind her were imbued with sincerity. There was an inexplicable fear that gripped her. She sensed that she was teetering on the precipice of life and death. Even in a spectral state, impervious to nuclear devastation, she still felt an absence of security. The man behind her exuded a stifling aura, poised to erupt and consume everything in its path. "Unfortunately, you won't have that opportunity," Fan Zian retorted defiantly, swiftly crafting musical scores, weaving a web to ensnare her prey. "You should withdraw now," Lu Su reiterated. "Classmate, would you care to join me in a duet?" was Fan Zian's response. For reasons she could not fathom, she felt that this statement would determine her fate. "I regret to inform you." Lu Su's previously restrained tone began to dissipate. If anyone could observe him, they would notice his eyes gradually transforming, as though the pupils were dilating. Slowly, his eyes turned a deep, obsidian black. "I am not a killer by nature, but I may find myself unable to restrain my impulses." This ominous tale was designed to manipulate emotions, and it was likely that he would lose control for a period thereafter. If he were to spiral out of control, it would not be his misfortune alone. A palpable despair enveloped the classroom, casting a chilling aura that pierced through Fan Zian's very core. 2 hollow eyes appeared on the pale green mask of rage, and the corners of its mouth began to crack and dissolve. The confessions of the disheartened suddenly took flight, aligning themselves alongside the sheets of music suspended in the air, causing a momentary tremor among them. Subsequently, Lu Su's left hand turned the pages of the book, while his right hand rested upon the keys before him, embodying the finesse of a master scholar in his performance. As the first page unfurled, the disheartened confessions revealed a chaotic jumble of characters, resembling a haphazardly assembled dictionary, twisting in a frenzy of disordered words. Yet, Lu Su gazed upon this chaotic display as his right hand initiated the performance, regardless of how the music was being played. It transformed the confessions into a symphonic score. Instantly, an extraordinary sound erupted within the classroom, discordant and jarring. It was as if, in the illustrious Golden Hall of Vienna, a symphony was being performed one moment, only to be interrupted the next by the raucous intrusion of a second-hand rose band. Emotionally, Fan Zian's musical score was multifaceted, delving into the depths of human passions and desires, relentlessly tormenting them. In stark contrast, Lu Su's emotional outpouring was solely one of unbridled anger, an anger so potent that it swiftly overshadowed all else. This emotion bore an aggressive intensity, almost instantaneously engulfing everything around it, and the ethereal sheets of music and piano keys, illuminated by the disheartened confessions, began to tremble incessantly. Fan Zien, what on earth is happening? No one answered her query as Luce's left hand turned to the second page. His right hand moved with such swiftness that it seemed to create afterimages, as if a legion of demons had materialized in the empty room. Recklessly assaulting other sound symbols and retaliating against the core of this formation, Fan Zien. Since Lusu uttered the words, "I am regretful," not even 2 minutes had elapsed. Fan Zien experienced an overwhelming suffocation of the soul, her ethereal form trembling incessantly. She sensed that the spirit she was inhabiting was on the brink of collapse. Should this possession falter, her own demise would be inevitable. Yet, should she materialize, the perverse entity behind her, coupled with her own gunshot wounds. As Lu Su turned to the third page of the book, Fan Zien finally made her decision. Retreat. She transformed into her corporeal form and extracted an exit token. In the brief interval between these two actions, the grotesque mask loomed before her, and with a force akin to a tidal wave, a fist swung round to strike her face. The scene resembled a heavy hammer crashing down upon pliable clay. Moments earlier, Luso had expressed, "I am deeply regretful." Chapter 86, The Brutal Side, setting a record for swiftest refresh. 2 vials of poison lay before you. Which one would you choose to consume? A rational individual would naturally decline both options, yet this very dilemma mirrored the predicament Fan Zien had just faced. She had not anticipated such a rapid turn of events, nor the ferocity of her opponent's counterattack, as her ethereal state teetered on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, in a bid for survival, she opted for the vial that seemed the least lethal. Yet now, it was time for her to confront the consequences of her choice. Unlike Xiaotong, she lacked the vigilance to recognize the danger after discovering her teammates were adversaries upon entering the game. She had immediately produced her exit token and had not let it go since. The ability to become incorporeal had granted Fan Zien a false sense of security, leading her to let her guard down. Luce's movements were alarmingly swift, surpassing the reflexes of any ordinary human, rendering the scene profoundly tragic and even somewhat grotesque. Boom. A resounding slap struck her face, producing an explosive sound and even igniting a momentary spark. The exquisite features of Fan Zien's face instantly caved in, resembling clay that had been shattered. Crimson blood and white fragments of bone splattered into the air, mingling with glistening fluids. Not only were her teeth obliterated, but her gums were also sent flying, leaving half of her skull in a state unfit for the faint-hearted. The ferocity of the blow was unparalleled. On the other hand, the emotional provocation wielded by this malevolent tail was undeniably potent. It was the most furious moment for Lu Su in this game, rendering him almost devoid of reason. The remaining eye of Fan Zien was completely bloodshot, trembling violently, as if it had encountered the most terrifying sight imaginable. Her entire body convulsed with a forceful tremor, involuntarily responding to the collapse of her psyche, her nerves in disarray. The remaining half of her mouth gaped wide, yet no screams emerged, only pitiful whimpers of agony. The musculature of her oral cavity, along with the structure of her throat and tongue, had been utterly annihilated by that single blow, resulting in the tearing of her vocal cords and even fracturing her cervical spine. It was as if her head had almost been wrenched from her body. The impact of Luce's slap was sufficient to graduate a plastic surgeon. Her entire form spun like a top, flipping through the air before crashing heavily onto the distant floor. Fan Zien's body had lost all semblance of control, resembling a tattered sack. Her brain matter jostled into disarray. Initially, she should have succumbed to unconsciousness. However, the excruciating pain etched upon her visage, coupled with an overwhelming sense of dread, compelled her to remain alert. The sole action within her grasp was to clutch the exit token tightly, as if it were her last lifeline, unwilling to relinquish her hold. In the haze of her fading consciousness, a laugh reminiscent of the depths of hell echoed in her ears. Hee hee. In an instant, the seemingly lifeless Fan Zien's eyes shimmered with the flicker of survival. Retreat. Withdraw. This was the singular thought that permeated her mind. The next moment, a terrifying blow struck her head-on, causing Fan Zien to vanish, her last footfall crashing onto the floor. Yet, the ground bore witness to a scattering of flesh and a pool of blood, leaving one to wonder if any remnants of the adversary had been left behind. Hee hee. Lu Su continued to emit his bizarre laughter, as the edges of his mask of fury radiated a dense black aura, suffused with malevolence and an eerie essence. The potent atmosphere assailed the entire space, and following Fan Zian's withdrawal, the original spirit began to collapse rapidly under the weight of the confessions from the defeated. This was the first instance in Lu Su's game where such a macabre tableau unfolded, marking the first revelation of his own brutal nature. Hee hee. Lu Su persisted in his inexplicable laughter, standing still, gazing down at the remnants beneath him, silent yet relentless, his right foot grinding the scattered flesh into oblivion. Extracting every last drop. Even to the very end, the entire floor was directly shattered beneath Lu Su's feet, revealing a glimpse of the layer below. Such a brutal scene was far more disconcerting than a mere gunshot. The audience was left utterly dumbfounded, feeling an eerie chill even from behind the screen. Moreover, the earlier figure of Fan Zian was not a mere character from a game, but a real woman of striking beauty. It was unfathomable how the situation could escalate from a relatively stable emotional state to such chaos. "This doesn't feel right," someone murmured. "This is far more terrifying than murder." I almost felt nauseous watching that scene. Another voice chimed in, "She's a girl. How could someone strike with such severity?" Honestly, it's a bit unsettling. Many in the audience were struggling to process the earlier brutality exhibited by Lu Su, which had left a significant shadow in their minds. Some discerned that the state of Sin's emotions was evidently askew, and alarmingly, still simmering with rage. Lu Su was not inherently a deranged individual. In fact, he possessed a measure of normalcy. Yet at this moment, his fury overshadowed his rationality. Although the strike against his adversary had alleviated some of his pin-up anger, that feeling of wrath had not entirely dissipated, and his reason had yet to regain its dominion. He had foreseen this, and had therefore issued a warning. If Fan Zian did not withdraw at that moment, her fate would genuinely rest in the balance of life and death. He found himself unable to restrain his impulses, and the desire for destruction still surged within him with formidable intensity. The musical scores floating in the air began to shatter and vanish, suggesting that this peculiar tale was nearing its climax. At that moment, the voice of Xie Antong suddenly resonated through the headphones. "It's been 10 minutes. How are you holding up?" Lu Su found himself unable to rein in his frenzied state, and continued to emit incoherent laughter from his throat. "Hee hee." Xie Antong responded, perplexed. "What do you mean, my friend?" Just as she was bewildered, unsure of what affliction had befallen him. A series of explosive sounds erupted from the headset, akin to a demolition crew invading a village. Xie Antong furrowed her brow, unaware of the chaos that had ensued, and quickly directed her gaze toward the source of the commotion. The seven wonders of the campus, the sound of the piano in the music classroom at night. Black Faction successfully challenges. Challenge progress, 3-7. Remaining time, 22-27-56. The triumphant notification of the challenge echoed, marking this level's completion time at precisely 10 minutes. This was the swiftest victory recorded since the inception of the challenge mode. Defying the odds, Fan Zian had nearly exhausted herself yet managed to establish this remarkable record. By the time Xie Antong arrived at the scene, she was met with the sight of numerous classrooms breached and an entire floor utterly devastated, with the perpetrator calmly adjusting his cloak amidst the ruins. Chapter 87. Perfect Prediction. Hunter and Prey, did something transpire here just now? Originally perplexed by the completion notification, Xie Antong found herself questioning the meaning behind the inexplicable laughter and the sounds of battle that had just transpired, despite the fact that they had already succeeded in the challenge. Upon arriving here, has it come to this? Have I encountered a master? It is nothing. Nothing has transpired. Lu Su spoke with remarkable composure, brushing off the dust from his attire, his tone unperturbed, holding in his hand the confessional of a disheartened individual, exuding an air of cultured tranquility. The ruins surrounding him were, of course, the result of his earlier outburst, wrought during a moment of unbridled rage, indiscriminately wreaking havoc in his wake. At this juncture, the cloak of illusions revealed its true purpose. Had it been mere ordinary clothing, Lu Su would likely be left in a state of undress. The worth of an epic weapon is indeed justified. After releasing his pent-up fury and swiftly closing his book upon completing the eerie tale, Lu Su regained his composure, allowing his rationality to resurface. He now appeared remarkably serene, a stark contrast to the tempestuous persona he had just exhibited when he shattered Fan Zian's skull with a single blow. However, Xie Antong, surveying the chaotic scene, found herself at a loss, unable to distinguish one classroom from another. She could surmise that this disarray was a consequence of Lu Su's earlier loss of control, pondering who could provoke him to such an extent. Driven to desperation, he had completed the challenge in a mere 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the audience, who had been witness to this tumultuous display, were beginning to feel the strain. Is this really a change so abrupt? How is it that he converses with teammates while donning an entirely different demeanor? Is he truly not on the brink of a mental fracture? In less than 2 hours of gameplay, Lu Su's oscillation between elegance and brutality had become rather excessive. However, there was little choice in the matter. The moment Lu Su donned the mask of fury, he understood that he could not afford to be indulgent this time. He must constantly vie for control over his own body against the raging tempest within. Anger, unlike chaos, is an absolute abyss, possessing the capacity to devour reason. Should Lu Su wish to avoid complete loss of self-control, he had to perpetually remind himself to maintain composure. Thus, he presented a facade that appeared almost schizophrenic, one moment capable of sudden violence, the next seemingly harmless. As he circled the perpetrator twice, Xie Antong noted that the other seemed to be in no dire predicament, thinking to herself, "You must not lose control completely. If you do, it will be utterly disastrous. I fear I might need to make a hasty exit as well. All right, we must be on our way." Lu Su adjusted his trench coat and tucked the book under his arm, pondering their next destination. In truth, there was no pressing urgency. Xie Antong glanced at the remaining 22.5 hours, letting out a bemused remark. She could sense that the fury within this man remained potent. Albeit subdued by reason, it was evident he was in a state ripe for venting his frustrations. Continuing, she added, "Please hold on a moment. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? We need to consider Park Buchung's plans. With you breezing through this level so swiftly, his restrictions will soon come into play." Indeed. Park Buchung was currently fixated on the game screen before him, veins bulging on his forehead as if afflicted by varicose veins. It had only been an hour and a half since they began. The game was already halfway through. Upon developing a psychological expectation regarding the severity of his failures, he found himself not overthinking the situation. The prospect of defeat no longer seemed utterly intolerable, particularly in this instance. He had never presumed that retaining Lu Su was a certainty. If he lost, so be it. He had already formulated subsequent plans. However, what he found most unbearable was the notification from the game. White player, Fan Zian, has exited the game. Damn it, what a worthless individual. Why was there no message relayed back? Is there something wrong here? He had already stated that victory was not his foremost concern, if all else failed. Fleeing was acceptable, there was no need to exit. The crux of the matter was to relay the opponent's intelligence adequately, to discuss their capabilities, strategies, equipment, and special skills. Was this request truly so difficult? Why did they all exit the game without uttering a word? One must understand that upon exiting, all in-game assets would be rendered null. At that moment, Park Bachong found himself questioning the meaning of life. Previously, he remarked that Fan Ren's impressive skills had only delayed the inevitable for a short time. Yet here was Fan Zian, who managed to grant the opposing team achievements in a mere 10 minutes. Was there truly no issue with this? Once again, Park Bachong directed his inquiries towards the game. The game responded. After uttering a curse, he could only begin to mutter to himself, "It's all right. It's all right. Everything remains under control. Just 3 games, and the final outcome has yet to unfold." His calmness stemmed from the fact that he had placed significant stakes on the final 2 games, one of which he believed he could undoubtedly vanquish any player in existence. The challenge surpassed his wildest imagination. Even if that notorious adversary reached a certain pinnacle of prowess and managed to conquer that level, he still had contingencies in place. His traps would target the black team's other member, the unranked female, Xie Antong. Dealing with someone of her standing seemed rather straightforward. Even if he were to lose to Lu Su, he would still emerge victorious in this game, for he had prepared for every eventuality. In his mind, he envisioned himself as a spider, having woven an intricate web. The more his opponent believed success was imminent, the closer they were to failure. A wicked smile crept upon his lips as he inscribed the restrictions he had long since devised. The black team player has successfully passed the 3rd campus miracle. Now, the white team may impose the 3rd restriction. At the moment the announcement echoed, Xie Antong erupted into laughter. A flawless prediction. Dealing with someone as unrefined as you seemed rather effortless. At that juncture, she began guiding Lu Su towards the next location of the eerie tale. It appeared my assumptions were correct. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? In Lu Su's earpiece, Xie Antong's voice resonated, and he nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "It seems your conditions have taken effect. Pray tell, what is it you wish for me to agree to?" Xie Antong rose from her seat in the classroom. stretching her waist before she began to retrieve her equipment from her backpack. First and foremost, she must not misplace her headphones. Secondly, when you are on the verge of completing this level, be sure to inform me. Understood. Lu Su, too, fulfilled his promise. He would not inquire about the reasons. Chapter 88. Dual line operations. She must not have discovered it yet. After acquiescing verbally, Lu Su took a deep breath and re-entered the room. Prior to this, he had felt a twinge of boredom. The scenes before him evoked not the slightest sense of peril. Upon entering the corresponding horror scenario, he merely vented his frustration. However, after Xia Antong articulated her demands, he instinctively sensed that something entertaining was about to unfold. The simplicity of the current level could not merely persist in a monotonous succession. He surmised that more intriguing circumstances awaited. I hope you can provide me with delight and excitement. Otherwise, my wrath shall be unleashed upon you. Entering the room, he gazed upon the expansive central exhibition hall, observing the array of renowned paintings adorning the 200-square-meter space. Lu Su recognized that he had arrived at the designated chamber. He relaxed his taut nerves, allowing the tumultuous beast within to gradually emerge from its confinement, ready to commence a new wave of invasion. The pale green mask began to shimmer with an unusual radiance, revealing a visage that seemed both irate and compassionate, tinged with a hint of amusement. With a firm clench of her fist, the empty room echoed with the sound of cracking knuckles. This was indeed an art classroom, wasn't it? Who among us wishes to shed a tear? Time is of the essence. Outside the classroom, the all-seeing eye, a dark golden metallic sphere, circled twice before confirming that Lu Su had entered. Subsequently, the illumination within the room warped, becoming almost impenetrable. She understood that the game of sin had commenced. She maneuvered her all-seeing eye back, retrieving an object resembling an insulin syringe, which she pressed against her temple and injected. The sight was rather unsettling. The size of the syringe eliciting a wince from the spectators watching the unfolding drama. Yet, it appeared she felt no pain. Instead, after the substance coursed through her, a look of pleasure emerged. As her eyes opened, her pupils transformed into a striking deep blue, akin to sapphires hidden within the depths of the ocean, radiating an unusual confidence. She too was a warrior under the influence of drugs. However, while Lu Su's substances were intended to mend his physical form, allowing him to battle with wild abandon, hers acted upon her intellect, a mere enhancement of brainwaves. The all-seeing eye would strain her cognitive abilities. The more she developed her mental prowess, the greater her capabilities became. At that moment, under the pressure of various enhancements and the drug's influence, her cerebral capacity had reached 25. Raising her head, it felt as though the entire classroom, the whole world, had transformed into something extraordinary. All objects are not merely objects. They reflect not only light but also their own essence in the stories of their past and present. In other words, she, at this moment, is no longer the same as she was moments ago. Having spent considerable time in this classroom, the second eerie tale, which had remained dormant, now appears somewhat simplistic to her. It is merely a reenactment of a scenario she has already envisioned countless times in her mind. Rising to her feet, she searched through a collection of meticulously arranged sketch sculptures and discovered the head of a David statue. It epitomizes the quintessential handsome European and American male, with deep-set features and an astonishingly lifelike quality. Despite being a mere statue, it exudes a semblance of human vitality. Xia Antong smiled, her usual calm demeanor tinged with a hint of morbidity as she reached out to touch the head of David, her tone soothing, as if she were comforting a child. He has already begun. I have a premonition he will be swift. Shall we commence as well? Why do you not smile? Come, share a smile. I recall you laughed 4 times when you were behind me before. Gently caressing David's head, Xia Antong looked at it with a smile. And the room succumbed to an eerie silence. In the next moment, the sketch sculptures throughout the room began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The face of the David statue, held firmly in her grasp, began to contort, displaying a look of fury and rage. Ah, it is angry. With a playful smirk, she jested that it was high time he met that fellow, as it would surely bring him to his senses. As she spoke, Xia Antong hurled the magnificent David statue to the ground. The two of them simultaneously initiated a new round of challenges, one compelling the portrait to weep while the other forced the statue to smile. On the other side, Pu Buqing raised an eyebrow in mild surprise at the unfolding scene. Although he was in the dark regarding the condition of the two players on the opposing side due to the departure of his teammates, he was acutely aware of the triggering state of the Bizarre Tales game. At this moment, The tears of the portrait and the animated statue were both in a state of activation. He was not particularly concerned about the weeping portrait, as it was the only scene devoid of any teammates, merely a facet of the game. Initially, under the matchmaking mechanism, there had been 5 players on the white side, including himself, though 3 had since withdrawn. Given the insufficient distribution of personnel, he did not harbor particularly high expectations for this round. Previous challenges had been navigated with ease. Thus, he believed this one would not pose significant issues either. The crux of the matter lay with the moving statue. He had meticulously designed it to share the same setting as the first bizarre tale, obscuring their intentions and forcibly separating the 2 players. In his design, the weaker of the 2 was likely to remain stationary, poised to trigger the game scene at any moment. Now, that scene had been activated, thereby affirming the correctness of his judgment. At this moment, Park Bu-chung felt a surge of joy, as this marked the first piece of good news he had received since entering the game. He had initially contemplated that once the enemy's resources were sufficiently depleted, he would deploy his most formidable spirit to see if he could secure a decisive victory. The spirit on the blank side served as a trump card, a contingency plan. If it became evident that he could not contend with the foe, he would employ that spirit to hold them at bay. When the adversary was ensnared and unable to escape or summon reinforcements, he would personally intervene to eliminate the woman. Was that not a feasible strategy? To his surprise, the opportunity had arisen sooner than anticipated. It seemed that the woman was not particularly fortunate. Fortunately, he had the foresight to anticipate such possibilities and had preemptively established game constraints whereby the exit of either participant would constitute a failure. Perhaps she had yet to realize she was ensnared in his scheme. Chapter 89. Simultaneous Completion. A delight for Park Bu-chung lost in thoughts of favorable outcomes. Park Bu-chung initiated communication with his final teammate, a subtle expression of infatuation momentarily gracing his features. Strangely enough, his matched ally was not only a master of the great Han Ming kingdom, but also a petite star he had pursued for several months, yet had not yet managed to engage. Logically, for someone of his caliber, courting a small celebrity should pose no significant challenge. However, the lack of progress only intensified his desire to make a meaningful connection. When he was poised to take on the first challenge, he felt an abundance of confidence, basking in the public's gaze. Yet, after a series of failures against several spirits and the subsequent withdrawal of teammates, he found himself shrouded in embarrassment. At long last, a glimmer of good news has emerged. My plans have come to fruition. On one hand, I wish to boast a little, and on the other, I must allocate responsibilities. Hey, Xiaya, it seems we have received some encouraging tidings, criminal. His strength is inconsequential to the ultimate outcome of this game. I merely wish for you to take a look. During our exchange, he mentioned that the blank has fallen into a trap, while simultaneously hoping that his last teammate could seize the opportunity for a quick win. This approach not only ensures safety, but also serves as a gesture of goodwill, as sending her to deal with the opposing female teammate could be considered a commendable act on her part. Moreover, he can maintain his dignity, as confronting a woman directly would be unbecoming for a man facing a criminal. It is a perfect illustration of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although the criminal continues to progress through the levels, and my teammates have displayed a lack of skill, my strategy and design have consistently proven successful. In games, one must employ clever tactics rather than brute force, much like in life. It is individuals like me who are destined for the top. Victory. I am perplexed as to why Xie Antong has yet to be defeated, while Park Bu-chung has already concocted at least 10,000 words of narrative in his mind. His imagination is remarkably vivid, and his ability to daydream is far beyond that of the average person. Occasionally, the viewers from Huagua, peeking into his gaming perspective, find themselves at a loss for words. Observing Park Bu-chung's enigmatic smile and his vacant gaze as he flails about, one cannot help but wonder what thoughts occupy his mind. What exactly is he so pleased about? Is he aware that the blank is nearing completion? The individual appears to possess a somewhat eccentric demeanor, yet his condition diverges entirely from the transgressions of others. What caliber of cerebral prowess does he possess? Is this an expression of his extraordinary abilities? Amidst a plethora of critiques, which subtly contain information about the game, Park Bu-chung remains oblivious. Occasionally, he engages in live streaming, where the content he encounters predominantly extols the prowess of the great Han Ming kingdom and lauds Mr. Park. Such discussions are tangential to the game's narrative. Thus they are visible to him. This constitutes a vast informational cocoon, one that facilitates his daydreaming and allows him to revel in the scant favorable tidings, freely navigating through them. The audience is left in silence, merely awaiting the unfolding of events. In the art classroom, amidst a scene of utter disarray, Lu Su is presently pressing his headphones to his ears, initiating a conversation with Xiantong, as it is now time to fulfill a prior commitment. At this moment, every artwork in the space lies in a state of ruin. Masterpieces such as sunflowers and starry night are carelessly strewn across the floor. However, since they do not depict human figures, Lu Su refrains from disturbing them. The Mona Lisa's smile bears a solitary hole in its forehead, rendering its once smiling mouth devoid of joy, while tears of blood now stream from its eyes. The creation has been torn asunder, the portraiture section reduced to mere shreds. Various renowned and obscure paintings from the Middle Ages now litter the ground, their frames shattered and papers torn, with some pieces strewn across the floor and others impaled upon the walls. Indeed, every partition and decorative wall within the room has been thoroughly breached, transforming the exquisitely decorated space into a raw, unfinished state. Upon entering, Lu Su immediately commenced the dismantling process. Initially, he anticipated the presence of another individual, yet he was met with solitude. Consequently, the progression of the game appeared simpler than before, as the confessions of the disheartened floated through the air, suppressing the vengeful spirits that lingered within the room. To Lu Su, this game seemed remarkably uncomplicated, almost devoid of significance. He completed the task at a pace even swifter than the last. With only the final touches remaining, he began to search for Xiantong. Hello? I'm nearing completion here. What are your plans? Given the relatively low difficulty of this level, Lu Su maintained a calm demeanor, his emotions easily manageable at present. Oh, greetings. It seems you have indeed finished quite swiftly. Upon hearing Xiantong's voice, Lu Su's brow furrowed momentarily, prompting him to inquire, "Who are you?" Xiantong, after a brief moment of confusion, seemed to grasp the situation, clearing her throat as she replied, "I received an injection that temporarily enhanced my cognitive abilities, resulting in some slight alterations to my personality. How much do you have left to complete?" Lu Su glanced back at the portrait before him, a full-body depiction, where the air in front of it twisted in an eerie manner. A steel pin had been thrust into the chest, hands, and feet, twisting within the painting, tears streaming from its eyes. The initially horrifying image inexplicably evoked a sense of pity. "I still need one more shot." "Oh," Xiantong responded, turning to survey her surroundings. Unlike Lu Su, the biology classroom remained unchanged, with the desks and chairs still in their original positions, devoid of ruins and chaos. The only distinction was that all the sketches and sculptures had coalesced in the center of the room to form a 2-meter figure, standing in a rather bizarre posture. Each segmented statue bore a small jet propulsion device, meticulously monitoring the figure's movements from every conceivable angle. Whenever the sculpture attempted to extend a leg, the device at the knee would exert a counterforce, precisely blocking the motion, causing it to distort, and even imposing a reactive force. A moving statue? Every action of yours is under my control. Countless such modules were seamlessly integrated, shaping the lifeless figure before us, rendered immobile. Regardless of the ultimate power of this eerie creation, it was utterly ineffective. The eyes of the David sculpture were wide open, fixated on Xiantong, who shrugged and uttered 7 words. "I'm sorry, physics." Then, addressing the earphones, she spoke to the perpetrator. "All right, on the count of 3. You fire and resolve that situation. Let Park Boo-ching's monotonous life experience a hint of surprise." Chapter 90. No Way Out, The Final Escape. Surprise? Lu Su furrowed his brow, instantly sensing something amiss. Xiantong had never spoken in such a manner before. She must have undertaken some action on her end that required synchronization with his. Translate: what do you mean by surprise? A surprise amounts to 1,800,000 taels of silver. Xiantong blurted out, only to quickly retract and say, "Just shoot." 3, 2, 1. Regardless of the circumstances, the bizarre game before them must be completed. Lu Su moved his right index finger and shot through the despairing image in front of him. "Have you shed tears?" The shot exploded. Soon after, a cacophony of explosions echoed from the headphones, crackling like firecrackers. Lu Su furrowed his brow, uncertain of what was happening on the other end. Within a minute, 2 consecutive notification tones resonated throughout the game, as if preordained. The 7 wonders of the campus. Tears of the portrait. Black team challenge successful. Challenge progress for 7. Remaining time 22:14:26. The 7 wonders of the campus moving statues. Black team challenge successful. Challenge progress 5-7. Remaining time 22:14-24. What appeared to be numerous wonders of the campus, coupled with various permissions, seemed daunting from the outset. Yet, having traversed less than 2 hours, they displayed a remarkable pace of progress, even accelerating, especially with the last 2 challenges. There were no prearranged teammates, no prior communications. Everything occurred so abruptly. Pu Buqing found himself cornered, facing the final decisive moment without any buffer left. However, upon hearing the 2 completed sounds near his ear, Lu Su felt no joy. Instead, his brow furrowed, and the pale green mask he wore appeared somewhat displeased. This seems to be the urban legend you claimed to have not found earlier, does it not? You intend to conquer it alone? I could resolve it for you. Why complicate matters? Lu Su's expression reflected a hint of irritation. In his view, such actions, although they might advance the game's progression, simultaneously heightened the risks involved. He was unaware of Xie Antong's capabilities and had no intention of discovering them. From the onset of the game, he had resolved to complete it single-handedly, particularly after the imposition of that teammate restriction. Failing to do so would merely reveal his predictions of her movements. By doing so, we can anticipate his judgments. Xie Antong explained in broad strokes, without delving into excessive detail. Furthermore, this approach would allow them to contain the opponent's constraints within a realm that was both predictable and manageable. She had long prepared her arguments. Yet Lu Su was not particularly receptive. So what are your combat capabilities? Xie Antong asked, feeling somewhat vexed. At times, she questioned whether she had overestimated Pu Buqing and remained uncertain about the extent of the permissions granted to him within the game, which made her hesitant to voice her thoughts. The other party was a hunter. Having deduced their intentions, the positions of hunter and prey could be exchanged. However, if the opponent became aware of her judgments, numerous complications would arise. One could only hope that Pu Buqing was indeed a fool. Thus, he pondered and remarked, I assure you that henceforth, all battles shall be fought by you personally. You alone hold the key to victory. Donning the headset, he remained vigilant for the forthcoming constraints. Lu Su. It became evident that Pu Cheng was indeed a simpleton. In his fervent daydreaming, he failed to contemplate the intricate strategies of game theory and counter-strategies, perhaps a common flaw among those in advantageous positions. Upon hearing that 2 bizarre tales had been simultaneously resolved, one of which originated from the blank side, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What? How can your teammate be so formidable? My allies seem utterly inept. He never considered the possibility that his own judgments might be flawed. Instead, he resorted to desperate measures. Confronted with the formidable challenge posed by Sin, he had allocated all 3 constraints to target the blank, thereby completely binding the outcome of the game between the 2. Now, as he sought to devise a new set of constraints to aptly address Sin, he found himself at a loss. The sunk cost was simply too substantial. To refrain from attacking the blank was tantamount to squandering the previous 3 constraints. Moreover, with 2 games concluding simultaneously, he now faced 2 opportunities for constraints. Yet he had no particularly astute plans in mind. The remaining 2 games were both quite potent, one of which was originally intended as a trump card against Sin. Another ace up his sleeve was the moving statue, which he believed had gone unnoticed, lurking in the blankness. Indeed, it had just been deciphered. Thus, the only source of comfort he possessed was a formidable urban legend. However, he had yet to glean any information regarding the 2 individuals over there. TSK. It had to be this way. His mind, bogged down with confusion, struggled to churn out a solution. Naturally, he arrived at the only course of action available to him. Rather than employing his trump card against the adversary, he would tackle the most challenging game to confront the void. Consequently, with little time to reflect or strategize, Park Buchung began to inscribe his 4th demand within the gaming interface. The black player has successfully completed the 4th campus miracle. Now, it is the white player's turn to impose the 4th restriction. The white team, Park Buchung, may now be aware of the black team's movements view only. No dialogue permitted. As the announcement echoed, 2 indistinct screens materialized before Park Buchung. He finally glimpsed the messages from his 3 teammates, which he had previously squandered a game condition to see. Sin had always donned a mask, maintaining that enigmatic appearance. Yet this was Park Buchung's first encounter with the visage of the void. The helmet obscured over 60% of the face, rendering recognition nearly impossible unless one was familiar with it in everyday life. Why is everyone hiding their faces? As he observed, Xie Antong in the image suddenly looked up and waved in his direction. Park Bunching felt a moment of awkwardness. He was unsure how she managed to find this angle that perfectly aligned with his own. Shifting his gaze to another screen, he noticed Lu Su, whose pale green mask bore a detached expression, was also watching him. In the next moment, he brandished a hell's roar and fired a shot at him. Chapter 91. What constitutes a perilous situation? Fan Run, feeling trapped in a precarious predicament, stumbled slightly. Across the screen, Park Bunchung was startled, instinctively ducking and nearly losing his balance. Witnessing the sudden draw of the gun, his mind momentarily blanked. Fear stripped him of his basic judgment, prompting an instinctive reaction to evade. However, the distance between him and Lu Su was substantial, and strictly speaking, he was not even within the confines of the campus. No matter how formidable the adversary, it was improbable for him to transcend space and shoot him. Yet emotions are involuntary. In that fleeting moment, he felt a surge of fear at the sight of the pale green mask, a warning bell resonating within him. As time passed, the confidence he initially possessed began to wane. Warily glancing at Lu Su, he noted that the pale green mask remained fixated on him, prompting him to inquire of the game. Hey, will the game reveal my perspective to them? No. This is the first time the game has been comprehended by him. He answers his questions, yet it remains equally perfunctory. TSK. How did these individuals perceive it? There is little time to ponder this situation. Pu Chang can only hastily proceed to compose his next constraint, as time is of the essence. What was once a guaranteed victory has now devolved into a life-and-death scenario. As for Xie Antong, her ability to observe stems from her extensive familiarity with the room. She has meticulously deciphered every aspect. She knows precisely how much sand lies within the crevices of each brick, and she can sense even the slightest irregularity in the air's movement. Thus, she is acutely aware of the approximate locations being monitored. Though this knowledge is confined solely to this chamber, beyond its confines, she remains oblivious. In the case of Lu Su, the matter is even more straightforward, pure instinct. His fury compels him to act on his feelings. Xie Antong fixates on the seemingly scrutinized spot before her and whispers into her headset, I suspect this fellow is about to impose restrictions to compel my departure. It may be somewhat challenging to eliminate me in this room. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a message from Pu Qing arrived. The black team player has successfully navigated the fifth campus miracle. It is now the white team's turn to propose the fifth restriction. No member of the black team may linger for an extended duration within a singular eerie scene. Xie Antong. At times, when events unfold too smoothly, I am left with an unsettling feeling of being ensnared by the opponent. Originally, her intention was to play along, to gauge the opponent's moves, applying pressure through the formidable strength of the crime side, thereby disrupting their thought process and leading them to proceed based on her own judgments. This was merely a game of role reversal between hunter and prey, as she detested the sensation of being manipulated from behind the scenes. However, at this juncture, she sensed that the situation had escalated beyond mere sport. It had transformed into a dynamic of puppetry and sorcery, with the opponent's maneuvers perfectly mirroring her innermost thoughts. We were now approaching the final moments. The complexities of deciphering and the strategic contest had nearly reached their conclusion, and the opponent's rather rudimentary intellect was becoming evident. Of course, having consumed cognitive enhancement substances and under the influence of the all-seeing eye, she deemed the opponent's low intelligence as quite understandable, provided that everything proceeded smoothly. The ultimate outcome hinged solely on the sheer might of the crime side. It was at this moment that a somewhat agitated voice from Lu Su broke through. These constraints appear to be disproportionately directed at you. A feeble adversary only seeks to exploit the vulnerable. Xie Antong, she too had discerned this. Beneath the mask of fury, emotional intelligence was a distant notion. So what is the next challenge? Let us hasten. Before I complete my level, do not place yourself in peril if I were to lose because of you. As she reached the end, a palpable thread of menace laced her tone. Yet the intellectually enhanced Xie Antong could not shake the feeling that there was a tinge of intimidation in the opponent's words. I am no longer in any danger. Allow me to guide you and manage Park Buchung's psyche. My tasks have been completed, and now it is you who faces peril. Xie Antong took a seat, crossing her legs. In truth, the previous design seemed to direct his ire towards me, yet the actual danger was augmented for you. Lu Su was momentarily taken aback. Evidently, within the simplistic thought process of the enraged mask, he failed to grasp the meaning of her words. Allow me to pose one question. You are absolutely confident in your martial prowess, are you not? Xie Antong said with a hint of seriousness, continuing with two peculiar anecdotes that might seem somewhat eccentric. If you were to find yourself in a hellish predicament without any preparation, Do you believe your combat capability would suffice? Hell? Xie and Tong could clearly sense the change in tone from the other end of the headset. I am the embodiment of hell. That single statement provoked the already suppressed rage of the mask, creating an overwhelming sensation of impending chaos. Very well. Then let us proceed according to my guidance. At this point, Xie and Dong refrained from further words, her gray eyes tracing a straight line through the air towards Lu Su's location. If sin truly cannot be overcome, then she would be powerless. In the campus, a girl clad in 12-centimeter heels, exuding a girl group aesthetic, was engaged in a conversation with Park Buching, discussing what he termed the most critical moment. Her name was Yiya, the final ally of Park Buching. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared within her line of sight. Appa, I believe I have spotted someone. Who? Park Buching inquired sharply, his nerves taut. It seems to be Fan Run, our teammate, Yiya replied hesitantly. Oh, a teammate. Park Buching let out a sigh of relief, only to be abruptly struck by a realization. Did he not withdraw? No, we must hurry. You need to enter the eerie game venue at once. That isn't Fan Rin, it is likely Sin. He possesses a mask that can alter his appearance. Upon hearing the name Sin, Yiya's complexion drained of color, and she discarded her high heels, sprinting away with the agility of an athlete. Hey, Yiya. Fan Rin, who had finally caught a glimpse of his teammate, felt a flicker of joy on his face, only to watch her flee, prompting him to chase after her. Yet, she only ran faster. Sighing, he halted, acutely aware of her thoughts. What on earth is happening in this game? Why is it that not a single person is willing to converse with me? What is the current situation? In a moment of frustration, he shouted aloud, only to feel a chill creep down his spine as a voice emerged from behind him. What do you wish to say? Turning around, Fan Rin was met with a face adorned by a pale green mask. Chapter 92. Are we being deceived or robbed? Luring the snake from its hole, Fan Rin. He was oblivious to the fact that his previous lack of charitable deeds had now brought about his retribution. Why are you still here? Lu Su regarded the individual before him, the player who had caused him the most trouble in the game, and felt inclined to engage in further conversation. I actually wish to withdraw as well, but my exit token has been taken from me by you. Fan Rin expressed his helplessness, his voice diminishing with each word until he hesitantly altered his statement, fearing he might inadvertently provoke the person before him. Although the individual currently appeared calm and reasonable, Fan Rin had witnessed their ferocity firsthand, a sensation akin to descending into the depths of hell. A thought that filled him with dread. Oh, are you implying that this is my fault? Luce's mind processed this notion, arriving at a rather simplistic conclusion. As he casually brandished the hell roar, Fan Rin quickly interjected, No, how could that be? The fault lies entirely with me. It is my foolishness for participating in this game, wasting your valuable time. He continued, Let us converse amicably. There is no need for such hostility. Upon seeing the muzzle of the hell roar aimed at him, Fan Rin's instincts surged, prompting a rapid series of words to escape his lips as he swiftly leaped aside, raising his hands in surrender. His desire for survival was as fervent as ever, casting aside any semblance of dignity. Lusa might well regard him as the solitary astute contender within the frigid realm of the underworld. What are you doing? Fan Rin hesitated, acutely aware that he could not simply admit he had ventured out in search of teammates, when he had been deemed eliminated and Lu Su departed. A flicker of relief had surged within him. After all, he had managed to survive without exiting the game, retaining his powers and abilities. Ultimately, unless one's life is genuinely endangered, few would willingly choose to withdraw. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. He had become a complete outcast, utterly oblivious to the next course of action. The game had deemed him in a state of withdrawal, forbidding his involvement in any in-game activities. There were no streams, no means to contact teammates, and nothing demanding his attention. He had initially contemplated waiting for the game to conclude before automatically exiting. But the eerie atmosphere of the campus left him feeling unsettled, and he was uncertain about the game's current progress. Ultimately, as time dragged on like an eternity, he could no longer remain still and resolved to seek out his teammates, hoping for a semblance of reassurance. Unfortunately, he found himself caught between two worlds, first distrusted by his teammates, and now confronted by this formidable adversary. Fan Rin felt utterly despondent. All he desired was to survive, yet it seemed an insurmountable challenge. Lu Su observed the other's expression, as if he had just ingested something vile, yet remained silent, aiming his weapon in response. Stop. I'm not here to find my teammates. Lu Su. Fan Rin. Upon uttering those words, both fell into a state of speechlessness. Fan Rin, realizing his blunder, could only utter in resignation, "I have been declared withdrawn from the game, as you have heard. I am completely in the dark. I don't know when I will be able to leave, or even if I can leave at all. My teammates even mistake me for you. By the way, if it comes to that, she just headed in that direction. You deal with them and leave me be." Fanrin felt no qualms as he virtually sold out his former ally, for the threat of that gun was indeed quite intimidating. Lu Su glanced in the direction indicated by the other party, listening intently to something through his earpiece before striding purposefully toward that point. With a surge of courage, Fanrin called out, "Could you return my exit token? It's of no use to you." "Return?" Lu Su turned his head, his tone growing more intense. "No, I'm in exchange." Fanrin quickly grasped the situation, taking a few steps forward to rummage through his backpack, producing a myriad of assorted items. Among them were primarily medicines and various objects akin to energy cells. Energy cells, items produced in any game that require energy consumption for use, capable of restoring energy. These are all that remain with me. The total value should certainly exceed the worth of one exit token. All of it. For the first time, the voice beneath the furious mask conveyed a hint of surprise. The expression on the mask tinged with disdain. "Is this all? That is quite a lot, all right. I've only completed the game twice. And all the valuable items I possess are the skill and the potions that enhance spirit. I've already used them, so I certainly can't offer you more." Fanrin's face radiated sincerity, his eyes seemingly pleading. "You must believe me." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Su regarded him silently for a while, then nodded and said, "Very well." He then collected the items before him and turned to leave, vanishing around the corner of the corridor. The actions unfolded in such a seamless manner that Fanrin felt a certain sense of reassurance, for after all, having the exit token in his possession granted him a measure of comfort. However, an unsettling thought suddenly dawned upon him. Where was his exit token? They had returned it to him. He sprinted a few paces forward, only to realize that the culprit had long since vanished without a trace. Even if he were to pursue, it seemed futile. Fanrin stood in stunned silence. Had he been deceived? Or was it merely theft? Having walked quite a distance, Lu Su continued to engage in conversation over the earpiece. He was a decent individual. Previously, when Fanrin had forgotten to take his belongings, Lu Su had graciously offered them back. Xia Entong on the other end was nearly bursting with laughter. It had been over 10 minutes. Lu Su gradually came to a halt, pondering why he was being made to wander aimlessly around the campus. What was going on? His patience began to wane. His instincts had not indicated any suspicious locations. It seemed as though the campus's eerie tales had been entirely expunged. The last two tales of the supernatural were likely transient, lacking a fixed abode. Initially, he had harbored doubts, but after traversing the area, the absence of a response from his instincts left little room for uncertainty. So what now? Lu Su twirled the gun in his hand, realizing that indeed, the subsequent tales were bound to be more complex. Hence, it was time to draw the serpent from its lair. Xia Entong declared as she approached the doorway of the classroom. As she opened her game page, a countdown appeared before her, an imposition set by Pu Bu-ching, restricting her from lingering too long in any one scene. Including her previous time, only 5 minutes remained. Now, she was to head towards the restroom indicated by Fanrin earlier, the nearest one in that direction. Upon entering, she was advised to refrain from taking any action and to maintain contact. Oh, and remember to enter the ladies' restroom. Chapter 93. Simple Banter. Ultimate Indulgence. Lu Su felt somewhat uneasy regarding the notion of the ladies' restroom. However, considering the game's supernatural elements, he reasoned that such matters would likely not be of paramount importance. Dismissing his apprehensions, he made his way toward the indicated location. In the entirety of the campus, it seemed he was the sole wanderer, aimlessly roaming, while even Fanrin had seemingly vanished, seeking refuge elsewhere. Although he was a challenger at that moment, he felt akin to a boss, moving about without any effort to conceal himself, searching for those who were hidden away. Pu Bu-ching and his companions were adept at evading detection. In truth, they were indeed in hiding. Since learning of the duo's movements, Pu Bu-ching had become an enthusiast of silent observation, fixated on 2 mute screens. Now, observing the direction of the culprit, it appeared that the blank space was also making a move to exit the room. He hastily initiated contact with his final ally, Yiya. Xiaoya, the culprit may be heading your way. Yiya was momentarily taken aback. In terms of strength, she was the weakest among the ranks of the great Han Ming kingdom, having fortuitously entered this game due to Park Bu-chung's influence. As a minor pop star with little background and poor psychological resilience, the mere mention of danger nearly made her tremble. With a quivering voice, she sweetly pleaded, "Appa, I really don't want to leave. Can't we switch roles? Or perhaps you could handle him instead. I lack confidence." The coaxing tone from the opposite side left Park Buchung feeling conflicted, yet he remained composed. Gently reassuring her, "My plan is absolutely foolproof. You need not confront him. Just keep him confined within the realm of the ghost stories. We shall triumph soon." "Do you still doubt me?" Yi hesitated, wanting to express her disbelief. Her interest in Park Buchung was purely superficial, driven by his background and wealth, questioning his capabilities. Well, enough said. He should be arriving shortly, and she felt a sense of urgency. "Remember, whatever you do, do not engage." At that moment, Lu Su had arrived at the entrance of the ladies' restroom. Having never set foot in such a place before, he was embarking on this novel experience. "Is this the right place?" he mused, not waiting for a response as he casually stepped inside. Ultimately, he thought, it was best to take a look first. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the decor was indeed quite unique. Notably, the urinals were absent, and the entire space was comprised solely of stalls. The sanitary conditions were rather mediocre. However, the most crucial element was the large mirror that dominated the entrance. Lu Su gazed into the mirror, and to his astonishment, he beheld an empty reflection. There was no image of himself. On the pale green surface of the mask, a grotesque smile gradually emerged. Lu Su, inexplicably, felt that after such a long journey, he had finally discovered the location. "I have arrived. I can affirm that the beggar in the restroom is indeed here." Pressing the button on his earpiece, Lu Su raised his gun toward the mirror before him. Yi trembled, pleading, "Don't shoot." At that moment, it seemed that Xie and Ong understood his intentions, urgently exclaiming. This was the first time her heightened mental acuity had led to such anxiety. "Do not take action. Refrain from doing anything that might trigger the game's scenario. Just stay where you are. You should not emerge from there. Try to keep your eyes closed and avoid looking at the mirror. This is of utmost importance as it pertains to the game's outcome." Driven by rage, Lu Su instinctively wanted to inquire about the reason behind her urgency, but he seemed to sense something in her tone and curbed his fury. He holstered his weapon, closed his eyes tightly, and responded, "All right, please hurry." Xie and Tong, surprised by her own ability to calm him so smoothly, had no time for further contemplation. It was now her turn. With time running out, she exited the room and casually approached a staircase leading to a different level. Looking up, she noted the 12 steps before her. Her omniscient eye had surveyed the entire campus, including various basements and deserted corners. There was no place with 13 steps. Some steps are standard 12-step increments, while others consist of a grand staircase with over 20 steps. Thus, if one's judgment remained sound. Xie Antong lowered her gaze to the steps beneath her, ascending one by one. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. After clearly stepping upon the 12 steps, she beheld the final step ahead. Suddenly, the surrounding light dimmed, and the atmosphere shifted, becoming eerily unsettling in an instant, enveloped by a suffocating tension. Both the omniscient eye's information and the cerebral assessments of her enhanced mind conveyed the peril of this place, urging visitors to refrain from entering. Yet Xie Andong smiled. This unfamiliar sensation ignited a thrill within her. Adjusting her headphones, she stepped forward onto the 13th step. In that moment, silence enveloped everything. The space and staircase appeared unchanged. Yet it felt like a vacuum, eerily quiet and disconcerting. The oppressive air seemed to take on a tangible form, imparting a sense of dampness as the atmosphere thickened. Just then, a figure gradually descended from the upper level of the stairs, their voice deliberate and brimming with confidence. "Hello, Miss Kong." A figure in a Korean style, handsome yet somewhat effeminate, materialized before Xie Antong. "Hey." Upon seeing his presence, Xie Antong couldn't help but scoff, bluntly declaring, "Fool." The simple insult brought an overwhelming sense of enjoyment, leaving Park Buchung at a loss for words. Park Buchung. He had envisioned countless scenarios for their meeting, eagerly anticipating the girl before him. Yet, the reality of this moment was entirely unexpected. Before he could utter a word, Xie Andong pressed her forehead. Her previously excited expression dulled by the appearance of Park Buchung, rendering her momentarily speechless. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Let me take a guess. The final two bizarre tales are mobile in nature, especially this 13th level staircase, which you can summon at any time. Thus, it was meant to be an excellent means of stalling. You were confident, believing that possessing this would guarantee your victory. Though I suspect the game imposes certain limitations on you. However, this is also the most formidable level. You fear the power of guilt. Hence you chose a relatively defensive level to ensnare me. then intended to leverage the game's constraints to force me out and eliminate me. And then you would emerge victorious. Am I correct? Park Buching's complexion shifted from pale to purple, ultimately culminating in a cold chuckle as he retorted, "So what if you guessed right? It is already too late." Xie Antong regarded the fool before her, revealing a captivating yet perilous smile beneath her helmet. "So all my caution, all the misdirection, including the body language I exhibited upon realizing you could see me, were merely for show, were they not? Did you ever doubt any of it?" Park Buching responded. "Is that so?" Chapter 94, The King's Exchange. "Hello." Xie Antong sighed, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as she gazed at the rather unremarkable Park Buching, struggling to find her words. This man, ranked 79. Although he was aware that his opponent's strength stemmed from an accumulation of equipment, the world is replete with heroes. How could such a superficial factor infiltrate their ranks? It can only be said that the game has only just begun, and the prowess of the experts has yet to be distinctly established, thus providing these individuals with an opportunity. Initially, Xie Antong believed she had inadvertently stumbled into a high-tier match, facing a challenge of the utmost difficulty that offered her a thrill she had never experienced before. Yet, was it true that only Zue stood at the pinnacle of this high-level arena? The formidable pressure she felt against Zue led her to form an unrealistic estimation of those listed on the leaderboard. Are you truly unafraid of death? Do you not even glance at your opponent's profile before challenging them? Therefore, the sole task before you now is to eliminate me. And then everything will be perfectly resolved, correct? In the air, at least 10 unseen eyes were fixated intently on the unremarkable figure of Park Buching, a manifestation of the omniscient gaze at its maximum capacity. She meticulously observed each muscle of his face, particularly scrutinizing whether this individual could be deemed the finest actor. "Heh," Park Buching chuckled lightly, asserting that such measures were not strictly necessary. "We are civilized beings, unlike the uncultured savages. We do not indiscriminately attack women, especially someone as beautiful as yourself. If you are willing to withdraw now, there is no need to take unnecessary risks. Alternatively, should you wish to avoid the loss of your equipment, you may relinquish it to me. We can discuss the matter of equipment trade once we are outside." Park Buching spoke, revealing a self-satisfied smile that he deemed gentlemanly, yet which appeared distinctly greasy. Xie Antong. Well, this person exhibits an excessive sense of humor. If one must select a challenge of hellish difficulty, this endeavor would be utterly devoid of significance. Yet, upon reflection, it makes sense. Any rational individual would never dare to confront the world's top contender without an understanding of the game's reward and penalty system, nor a grasp of their opponent's prowess. Park Buching seems to believe that victory is assured, gradually descending 2 levels, engrossed in his own soliloquy. It is often the case that the outcome of a game is not determined solely by the strength of an individual piece. Such a notion is utterly devoid of value. Much like in chess, when the king is vanquished, the game concludes, marking your defeat. However, the king is not the most formidable piece. In terms of combat power, he is quite weak, resembling more of a burden. The queen is powerful, as is the rook, yet their strength becomes irrelevant if the king falls. They too share the fate of defeat. You, under my design, have gradually become the king of this game, effortlessly stepping into my trap. As for the previous matches, your teammates were merely pawns, all part of my grand scheme. Did you truly believe you were destined for victory? Without anyone posing the question, Park Buching confidently articulated his strategy, then turned his gaze to the now petrified Xie Antong. Very well, I trust you are now well aware of your predicament. Make your choice. I could spare your life, considering it a gesture of friendship. Xie Antong responded. Your foolishness resembles that of a caricature crafted by a third-rate novelist, the only distinction being your absurd confidence, which lends you a semblance of humor. Upon hearing himself insulted, Park Buching's expression darkened, and with a cold smirk, he remarked, "It seems that Miss Kong is somewhat oblivious to the situation. Do you truly believe you can surpass this challenge before me? In the words of your people, is it a case of not shedding tears until one sees the coffin?" Xie Antong, observing the self-involved Park Buching, shrugged and replied, "This is a terminal challenge. Once triggered, the only recourse is brute force. I am certainly aware that I am not your match here." Her words were so self-evident that Park Buching found himself momentarily perplexed. If you know you cannot defeat me, then what is the purpose of your words? However, do you have confidence in overcoming that individual over there? Xie Antong provoked him. That criminal? Park Buching scoffed disdainfully, shaking his head. This challenge was designed specifically for him. I am indeed confident in my ability to deal with him. Yet, since I have captured you, the king, Why should I concern myself with his fate? To Park Buching, victory was imminent. After all, the victors write history. And who truly cares whether one can triumph over a mere criminal? It's all just bravado. Xia Antong regarded the individual before her, perceiving him as an unsuspecting blank slate. Evoking her curiosity. Initially, she intended to inquire further about how the peculiar incident would be resolved should he not take the initiative. However, at that very moment, a voice resonated through her earpiece. Isn't it about time? Can you refrain from engaging in idle chatter? Let us commence. Xia Antong raised an eyebrow and inquired. Have you figured it out? Moments ago, it had been rather evident. At this juncture, Lu Su stood in the center of the women's restroom, facing the eerie, vacant mirror. His eyes closed. When Xia Antong had urged him not to open his eyes, her tone had conveyed an urgency laced with a hint of panic, a panic that Lu Su was all too familiar with. It was the kind of fear stemming from the uncertainty of one's own safety. In that instant, Lu Su gleaned the unspoken words lingering between them, ultimately deciding to heed her instructions and refrain from taking action. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have undoubtedly smashed the mirror upon entering. How audacious! Are you conversing in my presence? Perhaps you should inquire whether he has any reflections after his failure? Surely, he has had his fill of being the world's #1 these past few days. Xia Antong looked up, casting a sympathetic glance at him. You spoke at length about chess. Did you not contemplate the possibility of castling? Best of luck. With that, she swiftly raised her hand to press down on her earpiece. Change positions. The space warped momentarily, and Xia Antong's entire figure imparted an ethereal quality, before shattering and reassembling in an instant. Everything transpired so swiftly that Pu Buching could scarcely comprehend the events unfolding. The confident smile still lingered upon his visage. Before him, the seemingly fragile silhouette had vanished, replaced by a figure adorned with a pale green mask. Greetings, Lu Su remarked, lifting his gaze. Chapter 95, The Soul, Deadly Folktale. Do not be struck down. Air and time appeared to suspend in that fleeting moment, as the two stood face to face on the 13th step of the staircase. Pu Buching and Lu Su exchanged glances. The smile on Pu Buching's face had become utterly frozen, followed by a twitching at the corners of his mouth, as his facial muscles clearly struggled to maintain a semblance of mirth. Merely standing there, the psychological atmosphere had palpably shifted from moments prior. Confronted with the previous void, Park Buching felt a sense of confidence within, yet the presence of the creature before him evoked an inexplicable sensation of his heart halting. Even the most primitive of beasts, devoid of intellect, instinctively sensed the aura of a predator and experienced trepidation. Park Buching swallowed hard, casting a wary glance at the entity before him, completely forgetting his earlier assertion that dealing with sin posed no challenge. Meanwhile, Lu Su scrutinized Park Buching, encountering for the first time this audacious young master who dared to challenge him. Pathetically weak. It was evident merely by observing his limbs that they bore no signs of physical conditioning, let alone any combat experience. The skin on his face appeared unnaturally smooth, and even with the best of concealment, the traces of excessive indulgence were apparent around his eyes. Lu Su even pondered whether this individual had adorned himself with makeup prior to entering the game. Why the silence? I recall you were quite loquacious when you challenged me earlier. Lu Su mused, gently squeezing his shoulders as he regarded this seemingly inconsequential opponent. Engaging in what felt like a rather casual conversation, his mood had significantly improved. The 7 peculiar tales were now complete, leaving only the confrontation ahead. To Lu Su, engaging in battle under the guise of his wrathful mask was the sole endeavor he excelled at and found simplicity in. How could this be possible? The eerie tale has already been set in motion. This is another realm. How did you manage to cross over? Park, in disbelief, remarked that despite the gravity of the situation, he still found humor in uttering such futile words. But I don't know, you'll have to ask her. Interconnected headset, the true embodiment of connectivity. Its superficial function is merely communication, indistinguishable from any Bluetooth headset, yet it is an extraordinary weapon. In truth, its genuine capability lies in spatial exchange, controlled by the user, allowing two individuals to swap their positions while disregarding any constraints, spatial barriers, or incantations. This exchange can only be utilized once before requiring recharging. But this singular ability to transcend all limitations during the conscious swap elevates it to the status of an epic weapon. Lu Su, relying on his keen intuition, realized something was amiss when Xie Enong repeatedly emphasized the importance of keeping the headset close. Indeed, the items others possessed were of high caliber, while his own elusive cloak remained the weakest among the epic weapons. Contemplating this, Lu Su couldn't help but fidget with the corners of his cloak. You might need to take this seriously. I still require your assistance here. From the other end of the headset, Xiao Antong's voice resonated. At that moment, in the pitch-black restroom, the sound of dripping water began to echo, as if something were leaking. If one could open their eyes, they would witness the sinks and stalls seeping with crimson blood. At this moment, the crimson blood was nearly pooling at Xiao Antong's feet, and in the mirror, a dark-haired maiden slowly materialized. The girl's eyes had vanished, leaving behind hollow sockets where a tongue writhed incessantly. The entire bathroom was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. Yet Xiao Antong stood motionless in the center, her eyes tightly shut. She had even closed her all-seeing eye, remaining utterly still, aware that this particular challenge was one where opening her eyes would lead to certain death. The mere act of gazing or using any object to observe her surroundings would inevitably trigger the cataclysmic switch inherent to this place. This was a common peril associated with mirror-related ghost stories. However, she firmly believed that as long as she refrained from looking, the true power of this realm would remain dormant, allowing her to withstand its grip. Thus, even as the sounds, temperature, and ambience around her narrated terrifying tales, she resolutely kept her eyes closed, refusing to court disaster. I understand, Lu Su responded quickly from the other side. Furthermore, regardless of the folklore's various iterations, the 13th step was deemed the most perilous, possibly the singular instance of a fatal ghost story. When I was there moments ago, my all-seeing eye had already warned me of the imminent danger. Take this seriously and do not underestimate your adversary. Be cautious not to meet your demise. What did you say? Lu Su's demeanor shifted abruptly, his furious mask reflecting a sudden disarray. Me? Killed by him. Xiao Antong hastily ended the call. Her words merely intended to fuel Zue's rage, hastening him into the desired state. After all, she had already wagered considerably, should Zue indeed face defeat. Her own predicament would likely spiral into catastrophe. Meanwhile, the epic weapon, the interconnected headset, creaked ominously between Lu Su's fingers. In truth, he did not require Xiao Antong's assistance in accumulating anger. Although he appeared composed, he was already seething beneath the surface. The sheer foolishness of Pu Buqing particularly irked him, provoking his disdainful irritation. Who was he to challenge me? How could someone of such humble origins possibly rank 79th? Pu Buqing, for reasons unbeknownst to him, suddenly felt a chill enveloping him, while Zue's expression contorted into a more menacing grimace, as if he were a black hole causing the surrounding space to collapse inward. Steeling himself, Pu Buqing summoned his mental fortitude and commanded Yiya, eliminate that woman over there. He then turned to Zue, declaring, it makes no difference. You are the same. Abruptly, Lu Su interjected, do you not think you are too close to me? In the next instant, an alarm blared within Pu Buqing's mind, as the eerie tales had granted him a fragment of demonic power, heightening his vigilance. He leaped back sharply, only to behold his right side, a severed arm, grotesquely connected to flesh and blood. That was his own right arm. With a sudden surge, Lu Su aimed to sever his opponent's head, but alas, he only succeeded in removing a hand. A piercing pain, unlike any he had ever endured, coursed through Buqing's body, causing it to twist and swell instantaneously. His skin tore apart, muscles bulged, and a pair of horns sprouted from his head, transforming him into a demonic visage. Soon after, an unsettling movement began to manifest across all the steps. It seemed as though countless sinister entities were yearning to emerge from the walls, the ground, and the stairs. Chapter 96. The Expanding Power, a Song of Ice and Fire. The entities surging forth from the steps were tangible. Upon entering the 13th level, it felt akin to stepping into an alternate dimension, distinct from any previous challenge. No longer were they mere phantoms or ethereal assaults. These were corporeal malevolences and demons, adorned with wings and horns, their forms resembling an amalgamation of various beasts. Since the inception of this chosen paradise, such a scene, completely detached from reality and the human realm, had never before materialized. It was as though one had abruptly transitioned from a comprehensible human experience into an entirely different domain. The world had only witnessed 3 games, and the spectators were ill-prepared to psychologically confront the astonishing spectacle before them. This seems excessively supernatural. No, it's purely combat. This level appears devoid of any puzzles, implying that anyone entering under normal circumstances is doomed. I simply find it unfair, if such horrors exist within this challenge. Isn't it inevitable that Buqing would emerge victorious? The shifting winds of public discourse quickly transformed, leading to a growing unease regarding the manifestation of sin. Meanwhile, Park Bu-chung, now fully morphed into a crimson demon, clutched his severed right arm, wailing in agony. Yet, amidst his cries, he gradually realized that the pain was lessening. The site of his amputation began to congeal, forming a grotesque lump, signaling the onset of a new phase of growth. Astonished, Park gazed at his altered form, clenched his fists with fervor, and felt the tumultuous and overwhelming power coursing within him, a sense of elation swelling in his heart. Is this my body? Is this the power I possess? The red demon that Park had become lowered his gaze to behold his utterly transformed physique, a flicker of discomfort and even panic glimmering in his eyes. However, the exhilarating sensation of power swiftly eclipsed these sentiments, leaving him enraptured by his newfound strength. Towering at an impressive height of 3.5 meters, he looked down upon the diminutive figure of Sin, a surge of confidence burgeoning within him. The demons within the subspace had nearly all emerged, and the staircase had initially adapted to fold and expand significantly. Yet, with the continual emergence of dozens of monstrous demons, the previously expanded staircase space had become exceedingly cramped, creating an atmosphere of palpable congestion. On the walls, a grotesque head jutted out, its diameter reaching a staggering 2 meters. While within its deformed maw, a viscous mixture of green and yellow saliva dripped incessantly. Beneath the encirclement of these malevolent demons, a human form appears strikingly frail and diminutive, akin to a solitary vessel adrift amidst tumultuous winds and rains, seemingly isolated and vulnerable. Yet, his presence resembles that of a black hole, drawing everything in the surrounding space into a swirling embrace, oppressed by an overwhelming force, one of furious wrath. Each demon exudes an ominous aura, potent enough to drive any individual to the brink of madness, and even through the veil of a distant screen, many among the spectators experience a palpable sense of unease. Nevertheless, all of this serves as mere sustenance for his fury. The pale green mask transforms erratically, morphing into a chaotic mosaic of frenzied patterns. Standing silently, the figure remains motionless. Beneath the mask, his rationality ebbs away rapidly as he observes the formidable demons materializing around him, feeling as though he has stepped into his own realm of comfort. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. On the other side, Park Bu-chung, with power swollen to its zenith, suddenly erupts into laughter, realizing how foolish he had been. What fear, what notion of being the world's strongest? Under such immense power, how could defeat even be a possibility? The amplification of strength by dozens of times causes him to become utterly lost. A mere touch sends an entire row of railings crashing down, as light as a feather, devoid of any tangible weight. Have you contemplated how to meet your demise, Sin? In the corridors of the subspace, Park Bu-chung opens his gaping maw, bellowing at the figure of Lu Su before him. Power can lead one astray, particularly this ephemeral kind of strength. Upon shattering the genetic lock and acquiring formidable enhancement powers, Lu Su once experienced a surge of arrogance, albeit it was accompanied by a foolishness reminiscent of Pu Bu-chung. I will kill you. At this moment, Pu Bu-chung's mental state had begun to unravel. The gaping maw of the crimson demon revealed sharp fangs, its original teeth reduced to mere fragments, involuntarily oozing blood and saliva. His consciousness had dimmed, rendered fragile as parchment in the face of the demon's assimilative influence. The wind howled fiercely. The colossal form of the demon stirred up a terrifying gale as it charged at Lu Su, its remaining arm raised with ferocity. The arm swung like a howling mace, aimed directly at Lu Su's Sin. Yet, Lu Su mirrored the charge, advancing rather than retreating, unfazed by the uncertainty of his opponent's strength, opting instead for a direct confrontation. Both individuals struck without a clear understanding of each other's capabilities, yet their motivations diverged vastly. Lu Su's speed was astonishingly swift, enabling him to reach his target before Pu Bu-chung could fully extend his punch. Their fists collided with a resounding impact. Boom. The initial explosion echoed like a missile detonating, as the point of contact between their fists expelled scorching white smoke, an invisible shockwave radiating outward. This wave scattered debris on either side, reminiscent of cinematic scenes depicting missile explosions, leaving one incredulous that such noise could emanate from human forms. Crack. Then came a peculiar sound. Pu Bu-chung caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and realized that his shoulder had become grotesquely dislocated. A profound numbness enveloped his entire arm, while excruciating pain lingered in the shoulder region, evidently a result of overwhelming force that had thrust his arm outward. In that instant, The intensity of disbelief flickered in his crimson eyes as he comprehended the terrifying power residing within the man before him. This extraordinarily horrifying scene seemed to momentarily paralyze even the surrounding malevolent demons, causing the air to thicken and the incoherent murmurs from the demons to diminish. Lu Su raised his gaze, the pale green mask upon his face beginning to emanate a dark aura. I sincerely hope you possess the ability to kill me. In the next moment, his fist transformed into an open hand, seizing the gigantic fist of his opponent and twisting it with great force. A cacophony akin to firecrackers erupted. As the demon's arm contorted grotesquely, the once orderly muscles twisting violently. Blood gushed forth, akin to wringing out a cloth. Park Ba-chong emitted a howl of agony that transcended human capability, while simultaneously, a colossal tome's phantom began to unfold behind him. The legendary weapon, A Song of Ice and Fire. Chapter 97. The First Metal Trigger, Chaotic Thug. With a jarring explosion, Park Ba-chong forcefully withdrew his hand from Lu Su's grasp, his once robust arm now resembling limp noodles. Hanging dejectedly, the crimson arm was once again drenched in blood, the hue rhythmically vibrant, as if coated in a layer of dye. 5 conical voids marked his fist, remnants of Lu Su's relentless assault, serving as the fulcrum around which the entire arm had revolved. The robust demonic bones within his arms had been shattered, causing him to grimace in pain. The heart, once swollen with power, had now calmed considerably, with his hands rendered useless. He felt that perhaps he should not have engaged in the conflict himself. Kill him. A thunderous roar echoed through the stairway, while the legendary weapon, the Song of Ice and Fire, emanated a radiant glow behind him. From the very beginning, Lu Su had been acutely aware of this Song of Ice and Fire. His instincts informed him of what posed the greatest threat. His combat instincts propelled him forward without the need for contemplation. Observing Pu Buqing being repelled, he charged ahead without hesitation. This was a life-and-death struggle, and now that the confrontation had commenced, Lu Su would not afford his opponent a moment to react. However, he soon discovered that he felt as if he were immobilized. Lowering his gaze, he realized that frost had inexplicably spread across his torso, while his feet were firmly encased in ice, binding him to the ground and rendering him motionless. Song of Ice and Fire, legendary weapon. Description: the release of all skills requires the enhancement of spirit. The more powerful the skill, the higher the foundational spirit required. Yet, with the Song of Ice and Fire, a mere hint of spirit is sufficient to activate it, unleashing ice and fire magic that far surpasses the wielder's inherent spiritual strength. Currently, after 3 rounds of games, this was the only legendary weapon within the borders of the Great Cold Underworld. Due to a series of fortuitous events, this weapon had found its way into Pu Buqing's possession, instilling him with the confidence to represent the Great Cold Underworld in its quest for supremacy. Originally, this was supposed to be his trump card. However, upon entering the game and discovering such elevated game privileges, he became overwhelmingly arrogant. One could only say that fate conspires against those who are reckless. Experiencing a genuine magical assault for the first time, Lu Su, who had grown up in an era devoid of magic, found himself momentarily disoriented. Although the damage he sustained might not be as severe as being sawn at the leg, the circumstances were entirely different. Merely distracted for an instant, the icy grip of frost had already ascended to his neck, the piercing chill evoking a sensation as if his very soul were being encased in ice. Chosen of Pain. Pain value 1. Even before Lu Su could fully comprehend the situation, the pain value had manifested. With a resounding thud, he struck his chest forcefully, shattering the dense ice into fragments. A casual twist of his right foot shattered the nearly half-meter-thick ice, buying him precious seconds. Meanwhile, the surrounding demons began their charge. Perhaps in this bizarre tale, they were encountering a capable adversary for the first time. A hellhound led the assault. Though termed a hound, its proportions resembled that of a tadpole, with its enormous head constituting nearly 90% of its body. Its mouth, exceeding a meter in diameter, opened wide, attempting to consume Lu Su whole. Lu Su extended his hands, gripping the opposing rows of sharp teeth. Empowered by the forces of ice and fire, the jagged fangs ignited, instantly piercing through Lu Su's palms. Chosen of Pain. Pain value 1. The Pain Chosen. Pain value 5. Empowered by the infernal fuel, the adversary's bite is infused with a toxin that amplifies human suffering, which translates to an increase in Lu Su's pain value. Upon shedding blood, the hellhound immediately succumbed to madness, fiercely intensifying its biting force, only to realize that its jaws could not close. In fact, they were expanding. The massive head twisted frantically above a diminutive body, emitting cries reminiscent of an infant. Yet, how could Lusa possibly feel sympathy? Regardless of its grotesque appearance, even if a being resembling an actual infant approached, he would respond with the same ruthlessness. With a sharp sound, akin to the grinding of teeth, Lusu forcibly pried the hellhound's jaws apart, tearing it asunder. Dark crimson blood and viscera of yellow and green splattered across him. The pale green mask he wore became stained with a vivid scarlet, further enhancing his already terrifying visage. As a smile reminiscent of gluttony emerged upon the mask, his eyes were pitch black, and a mouth, equally dark, stretched wide to the roots of his ears. Yet, at that moment, Lusu did not smile. However, one thing was abundantly clear. Unleashing fury without regard for consequences is, in itself, a form of ecstasy. A goat-like demon charged forward, only to have Lusa wrench off its horns and thrust them into its eyes. A nearby mask collided with him, and Lusa effortlessly smashed its head into its abdomen. With a mere flick of his right hand, a scholar could, in mere seconds, entangle a creature with dozens of tentacles into a fatal knot. Park Buching incessantly wielded his ice and fire magic, augmenting flames while controlling ice, accompanied by seemingly endless demons. It appeared that Lusa's defeat was merely a matter of time. Yet, with each encounter, Park Buching grew increasingly alarmed. Lusa seemed to have entered a peculiar state, transforming into a veritable killing machine. The fearsome demons fell before him as if they were mere offerings. Relevant metal triggered Chaotic Berserker. Chaotic Berserker, activated upon entering large-scale warfare mode. Rationality diminishes, bloodlust intensifies, personality becomes frenzied, ignoring all physical exhaustion and injuries, non-fatal wounds. However, once the battle concludes, all accumulated fatigue and pain will manifest explosively. Empowered by the Wrath Mask and the Chaotic Berserker metal, Lusu had completely cast aside his rationality. His mind was consumed by a singular focus: combat, slaughter, madness. The battle in the subspace had not affected the outside world, and soon an hour had elapsed in the external realm. This surpassed Fan Ren's previous record, since both Lu Su and Xiantong had reached the final stage. Effectively disappearing into the subspace levels, Fan Ren found himself utterly alone in the entire campus. He had nearly traversed the silent grounds, not a single shadow, nor the sounds of insects or birdsong graced his ears. Earlier, when Lusa fought in the arena, he could still hear the sounds of walls collapsing, though terrifying. It afforded him a modicum of security. Now, however, the chilling atmosphere before him made his scalp prickle. Was anyone there? Is there anyone to manage me? Am I to be abandoned? Sin. Chapter 98. The 18 soul-devouring spirits, the badge of slaughter. In the end, Fan Ren found himself utterly helpless, resorting to calling out the name of Sin. Although that harbinger of death was ruthless, he was still a person, and Fan Ren yearned to avoid the disconcerting feeling of being cast into another world by an individual. Moreover, that fellow possessed acute senses, and calling out to him would likely summon him to come and end his life, at which point he could plead for mercy. Fan Ren's thoughts were optimistic, yet the reality proved to be starkly contrary. Despite his initial cautious probing, he ultimately found himself shouting in the campus, with no response whatsoever. A few times, he contemplated that if he were to glance back now and behold that terrifying pale green mask, he might even feel a strange sense of familiarity. Yet, in truth, no one appeared. Opponents, allies, the game, the spectators, everything seemed to dissolve into a distant dream, devoid of any signs of existence, leaving him utterly uncertain of his direction. Sin, you truly deserve to perish. Why must you take my withdrawal token? Fan Ren murmured softly, casting furtive glances around, as a chilling thought emerged within him. Could it be that the game had concluded without his knowledge, leaving him eternally trapped here, in the subspace? At the 13th step, Park Buching had undergone his fourth transformation, now existing in the form of a creature with the body of a dog and the head of a man. His previous demon incarnations either succumbed to the backlash of the demonic aura or were obliterated by Lu's sheer force. He turned his head slightly, casting a wary glance at a gaping hole nearby. There, the wall of the staircase had collapsed, revealing an aperture 10 meters in diameter, through which the boundless void of space lay visible. Beyond the opening, chaotic currents of time and space swirled. This was indeed a subspace, shattered moments ago by Lu's concentrated high-energy blast. Park Buching was unaware of the nature of that weapon. It was merely a contraption not much larger than a pistol. Zue had wielded it, exclaiming 50, and with that, His previous incarnation, along with a multitude of abyssal demons, were utterly annihilated. The terrifying flames, even now, sent chills down his spine. Fortunately, this was his domain. Otherwise, that single shot would have assuredly spelled his demise. What caliber of weapon was that? Was it of legendary status? Park Buching's thoughts were a tempest of complexity, and suddenly, his legs buckled beneath him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. His strength had been utterly drained. The legendary enhancements of the Song of Ice and Fire had exhausted his last vestige of stamina. The 13th level staircase, a terrifying enigma, had now reached the zenith of power, and the most formidable demons he could summon had materialized, the 18 soul-collecting spirits. Each bore the head of a beast upon a human form, including griffins and lizards, and Park Buching was now among them. He opened his mouth, a sardonic remark on the tip of his tongue, but as the words formed, they failed to escape his lips. The disparity was simply too vast. This particular challenge cannot be forcefully breached, yet Sin insists on doing so, disregarding his own safety in the process. Presently, countless malevolent demons have perished, yet he remains alive. Is there truly such a player in this world? This transcends the realm of humanity. Should such an existence even be possible within the human species? On the face of the naive Buching, fear and desire intertwine vividly. The fear arises from the realization that the once dark corridor has transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Predominantly red, accompanied by a spectrum of other hues, an aftermath of the demon's blood and the grotesque scenes of carnage. An hour prior, Sin resembled a frenzied artist, staining the very fabric of this space with the lives of those demons. It is fortunate that the deceased demons are reabsorbed by the subspace, otherwise, this place would be overwhelmed with corpses. No one comprehends Luce's prowess better than Buching at this moment, not even the spectators who share this experience. Only he understands the kind of beast he has faced for the past hour. Luce's figure appears precarious, as if Buching is on the verge of victory. Yet he has experienced this illusion several times before. In the throes of battle, amidst slaughter and severe injuries, one merely quaffs a healing potion and resumes the fight. Even Buching feels fatigued merely watching. He is reluctant to even raise his gaze to cast an ice and fire spell. Yet, desire gleams in his eyes if he truly prevails. The world will know the magnitude of the monster he has vanquished. It matters not how it was defeated. The mere fact of the defeat suffices. Thus, he dared not make any extraneous movements, remaining in a state of tense stalemate. The scene within the venue of the eerie tale appeared undeniably peculiar. Everyone stood motionless. Each of the 18 soul-reaping demons wielded a chain of torment, piercing through Luce's body and ensnaring a fragment of his bone. The explosive power emanating from Luce, augmented by the relentless enhancement of the wrathful mask, had transcended the current limits of the game. Even the 18 fiends found themselves unable to rend him apart. However, Luce now found himself in a precarious position, reluctant to act recklessly. All remained locked in this impasse. And Luce's ethereal cloak bore no distinction from that of one steeped in a river of blood. The 18 chains clinging to his bones gradually seeped crimson. He sat upon the steps, his feet resting comfortably on the upper and lower tiers. The wounds upon him were numerous and nearly impossible to count, yet the ethereal cloak, akin to the most devoted lover, concealed his disarray. Even with 18 chains embedded in his form, he exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance. In this strange tale, Luce had never considered himself a challenger. Buching and the demons present had never dared to regard him as one either. He was, in truth, the greatest source of trouble here. Now, ensnared by the 18 chains, Luce engaged in the act of reading. Each chain tugged at his bones, sapping his strength and contaminating his soul. Yet, as he perused the confessions of the disheartened, the insidious taint upon his spirit and mind dissipated entirely. In the eyes of the 18 soul-reaping demons, the man they ensnared possessed an inner fortitude as unyielding as iron, unwavering and resolute, with a soul more resilient than flesh itself. On the other hand, he was accumulating rage within himself. The player triggered an in-game achievement, earning the legendary medal, Master of Carnage. Amidst the cacophony of various demons' wails, for the first time, the sound of the game intruded upon Luce's thoughts, prompting an immediate outburst of anger. "Can you spare me the nonsense?" He tilted his head back, resolved to indulge himself, and consumed a bottle of premium restorative potion, embarking on a fervent endeavor to mend his wounds. Painseeker, allocate points. Chapter 99. The Godslayer's first encounter with the divine, strength, 30-50. Luce chose not to enhance anything else, solely augmenting his strength. Until this point, his magical attack capabilities had not been his forte. He relied entirely on his physical prowess, so there was no need for pretense. Today, he would indeed shatter a myriad of spells with sheer force. What does it mean to grow stronger with each strike? Lu Su's current state epitomized this notion. For this was a corporeal battle, not the ethereal skirmishes of yore. In such a confrontation, he would sustain injuries, bleed, and endure pain. Now seated here, he had regained a measure of clarity. In other words, he was in a state of withdrawal from combat. The side effects of chaotic brute had fully manifested, delivering to Lu Su an abundance of pain points and an overwhelming sense of weakness. It felt as though he were utterly powerless, akin to someone who, having just completed a 1,000-meter run, is then expected to perform 30 pull-ups. However, injuries are manageable. The elixirs from the chosen paradise possess an almost supernatural efficacy in this regard. Lu Su even administered a charging device intended for weaponry upon himself. Yet, the agony he experienced was indeed an extraordinary challenge. Park Buching and the 18 Soul Reapers had been in a stalemate with Lu Su for an indeterminate duration. Each side hesitant to act, uncertain of the consequences that might ensue from breaking the deadlock. Nevertheless, Park Buching felt an increasing heaviness of the dark aura surrounding him as he observed the opponent engrossed in reading. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable tightening of the claw in his hand, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. One hand grasped the claw, while the other clutched a small statue of approximately 10 centimeters. It was his last valuable possession. As Xie and Dong had remarked, Park Buching certainly possessed numerous treasures. However, this particular artifact was beyond his control. Should he employ it, although Lu Su would most likely perish, the bizarre tale he faced would likely be rendered futile. It was imperative that the other side's tale remained unscathed. Furthermore, he was reluctant to expend such a precious item. Park Buching initiated a conversation with Yi on the other side, inquiring, "Hey, what's going on over there? Have you not resolved it yet?" At that moment, the figure of Sin, who had been seated on the steps engrossed in a book, fortuitously lifted his head. Park Buching instinctively shuddered. Now, in the presence of this pale green mask, he found that the once unwavering certainty within him had dissipated, replaced by a profound fear he was reluctant to confront. In truth, he had long since conceded this battle, no longer perceiving himself as a contender on the same level as Sin. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the statue. Just a few big and small cats, right? Beneath the mask of fury, a voice devoid of emotion emerged, startling the 18 beast-headed figures into a momentary stupor. The 18 wraiths. Perhaps they too had not anticipated being likened to mere big and small cats. I merely wish to inquire. Lu Su forcefully lifted his neck, revealing his alluring jawline, the sound of cracking reverberating through the air. What are you all waiting for? Why do you resemble NPCs from a video game? I am waiting for my stamina and injuries to recover, for the pain value to accumulate. What are you waiting for? To die? His voice surged an octave higher, shattering the balance in an instant. Grabbing a hook embedded in his own body, he yanked it with all his might. The other 17 chains instantly began to exert force against the joints, displacing bones in various places such as the pisiform, clavicle, and triquetrum. A normal person would have lost all capacity to resist at this moment. However, Lu Su had never been a normal person. His entire skeletal structure creaked. Yet he paid no heed, forcibly pulling the chain he had seized toward him. The lizard-headed figure felt as though its body was no longer its own, being propelled forward by an overwhelming force at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, one found oneself face to face with Sin. The triangular pupils of the lizard shrank to the size of a pinhead, and before there was a chance to react, a thunderous explosion resounded. Lowering his gaze, he saw that Lu Su's arm had penetrated his chest up to the elbow, completely impaling him. Lifting his head again, through blurred vision, he was met with a mask adorned with a gaping grin. One was missing. The spirit of the 18 ghostly souls was utterly unprepared, and Park Buching could not have anticipated that the man before him could nearly double his strength in an instant. Could it be that he had been holding back before? Such a notion defies all logic. Lu Su had not indeed held back, but the prowess of the immortal Lu was anything but linear in its growth. No one could answer their perplexities. With his vigor fully unleashed, Lu Su was now drawing to a close. To be frank, the intensity of this challenge was formidable, which explained Park Buching's prior confidence. Yet, it had come to an end. With one less person, the formation of 18 had descended into disarray. In an instant, the 18 famished spirits transformed into mere yo-yos, being yanked back one by Lu Su, only to be obliterated with a single punch. Whether it was a head that burst or a chest that was pierced, Efficiency was the order of the day. Upon reaching the canine-headed Pu Buching, he chose to sever his connection to the chains without hesitation, a rather ignominious choice. The defeat was as overwhelming as an avalanche. How are things on your end? It cannot be resolved for the time being. She simply wouldn't open her eyes. Yi's voice came weakly. Shiba. In a final outburst of frustration, he hurled the statue from his grasp, acutely aware that his efforts had ultimately been in vain. Sequence A-001, Reflection of the Ancient God. This simple phrase, a mere description, was already of the highest caliber, an A grade. In the next moment, the very fabric of space froze, an overwhelming force of law that even Lu Su could not ignore. All eyes turned simultaneously towards a singular point, and in the stillness of the atmosphere, they listened to the rhythmic cadence of their own heartbeats. It resonated as both their own and something otherworldly, detached from their corporeal forms. An oppressive sensation, emanating from the depths of the soul, surged forth from that direction. As a singular eye slowly opened amidst the distortion of space. Instantly, all 10 surviving specters, including the disheartened figure, collapsed to their knees in a cacophony of despair. This was no mere kneeling. They prostrated themselves, limbs splayed upon the ground, foreheads pressed firmly against the earth, trembling as if confronted by their ultimate nemesis. An indomitable superior they could not defy. On the staircase, only Lu Su remained standing, a solitary figure amidst the chaos. He too was engulfed in confusion, his eyes shimmering with a golden light, uncertain of the events unfolding before him. Legendary metal, God Layer, activated. Effect: immune to all effects except direct damage when facing any high-ranking entity. Description: I do not regard myself as a born ruler. Yet within my veins flows a lineage that forbids me from bowing my head. Chapter 100. The Ineffectual Divine Power. Broadcast interruption at this moment. Due to the challenge of being the world's foremost, the number of viewers captivated by Lu Su's gameplay has surged to several million. This staggering figure encompasses a diverse audience from hundreds of countries, each with their unique skin tones and beliefs. At this point, a phenomenon unprecedented in any previous game has unfolded globally. When the golden vertical eye manifested, those observing Lu Su's screen became entranced, as if ensnared by an irresistible allure. A few moments later, individuals who typically venerate science and rationality, devoid of religious faith, began to awaken from their stupor, gazing at the screen with bewilderment. What just transpired? Why are they all kneeling? Are they participating in some sort of ritual? But why is the sinner unaffected? The barrage of comments was sparse. Most of those still astonished enough to comment were from China, as the cultural foundation of the Chinese people does not rest upon religious tenets. In contrast, a greater number of those with religious beliefs appeared to experience a moment of enlightenment, seemingly awakening to a deeper understanding as they beheld the golden eye on the screen. They commenced their personal devotions, reciting prayers from the highest echelons of their religious texts. Some traced crosses upon their chests, others murmured Alhamdulillah, while some ascetics knelt outside the game, bowing in reverence. Although they could not perceive the oppressive atmosphere, merely observing was sufficient for them to sense certain underlying issues. After a devout bow, a more significant question arose. Why was the figure adorned with a green mask unscathed? At this moment, Lu Su's furious mask bore a hint of confusion. He was perplexed by the nature of the eyes before him and the purpose of the light they emitted. Assessing his own condition, he found no abnormalities. The pain he expected did not manifest, indicating that this entity possessed no offensive capabilities. As for the individuals nearby, the scene surrounding Lu Su was rather peculiar. He stood alone upon the steps, bathed in the golden radiance emanating from that strange eye, while the others knelt in trembling supplication. At that moment, he resembled a climber, facing upward with one foot elevated above the other. Uncertain of what had transpired, he merely observed as his God Layer insignia was activated, harboring vague suspicions in his mind. Ascending 2 steps, he approached the head of a griffin, which trembled uncontrollably, exhibiting no signs of resistance. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Su slowly lifted his foot. The creature remained still, shaking even more violently. With a decisive thrust of his right foot, he brought it down, producing a resounding crack akin to a watermelon being struck with a heavy hammer, a sight that unsettled many onlookers. Lu Su mused that this seemed to assist him. Perhaps the situation had indeed become simpler. As he descended the steps, each footfall echoed with lethal intent, his gaze unwavering, and he calmly uttered a single word of gratitude. Thank you. Park Buchung was seething internally, vehemently cursing the game, bewildered by the realization that his ultimate trump card had ultimately served to furnish his adversary. Why was he still standing? Are you not an ancient deity? The golden vertical eye mirrored his confusion, observing Lu Su as he disregarded its presence, his pupils dilating in astonishment. In an instant, an overwhelmingly potent aura emerged, the golden radiance intensifying, while the kneeling figures began to emanate ominous tendrils of black smoke. A cacophony of wails erupted, and Park Buchung felt as though his very soul was being scorched, a torment far more excruciating than the agony of his arms being torn asunder. With a grimace, he glanced back at Sin, only to find him utterly unresponsive, as if nothing had transpired. Was this a jest? His life was perilously close to its end. Yet he could not indulge in further contemplation. With a resolute cry of leave, echoing in his mind, he vanished from sight. This bizarre tale had spiraled beyond his control. With Sin and now the gaze of an ancient deity, he found himself beset by insurmountable challenges. He needed to flee to ensure his survival and seek out Yiya. Was that void truly so difficult to resolve? Lu Su watched as the kobold vanished, realizing he needed to act swiftly. After such a prolonged period of silence in his headphones, he was left in uncertainty. He was oblivious to the significance of the eyes before him, dismissing any notions of the supernatural, yet an instinctive feeling warned him that this entity was filled with wrath. You're still angry? The furious mask. Ignoring the creature before him, he approached the remaining specters, crushing each one beneath his foot with determined resolve. Ultimately, he stood before the golden vertical eye, raising his weapon against it. Suddenly, Lu Su's game screen turned black, plunging millions of viewers into darkness, as if the imagery had transgressed some forbidden boundary. Why haven't you resolved it yet? What are you doing? Park Buchung erupted in a tirade, drenched in sweat as he clutched his severed arm after downing a potion. He had never endured such agony. The pain and terror had stripped away his rational thought, leaving him incapable of continuing to pursue that little star. The effects of the haunting were inoperative. No matter what he did, she remained unresponsive, unable to trigger any reaction. Yiya, feeling a twinge of concern, was acutely aware that the current situation was dire. At this moment, the interior of the ladies' restroom had transformed into a den of monsters. The gory scenes within the mirror shifting incessantly, with ghostly visages piling upon the ceiling. The ground was saturated with crimson blood, inundating Xia Ontong's ankles, while above, the flesh had been corroded, oozing forth blood. A vast expanse of hair emerged upon the wall, ensnaring Xia Ontong's neck, with strands daringly probing her ears and nostrils. Yet, it could not constrict completely, nor could it penetrate into her body. Xia Ontong stood motionless, as if in a trance, within the confines of that terrifying restroom, resembling a statue. Suddenly, the door swung open, a beam of light streaming in, causing her heart to sink. The presence that entered lacked any semblance of the terrifying rage she had anticipated. In other words, subsequently, an announcement from within the game reignited a smile at the corners of her mouth. The 7 wonders of the campus, the 13th step at night, Blackside challenge successful. Challenge progress, 6-7. Remaining time, 21:04:13. 100 chapters have passed. Is there anyone willing to offer a reward? If there are sufficient contributions, I shall provide additional updates. If not, I will ask again shortly. Chapter 101. I open my eyes. I have arrived. Listening to the voices around her, it was not Xie and Ong who reacted most strongly, but rather the intruder, Park Buchung. He had only been gone for a few minutes, and yet he had already cleared the challenge? Damn it, an A-grade seal. Is this all there is to it? What of the gaze of the ancient deity? What was that gaze worth? Did he truly not cheat? Why was there no effect whatsoever? It was understood that due to his choice of hellish difficulty, the rules and freedom of the game would skew in my favor. Park Buchung was too pressed for time to ponder these matters. His desire to win, or rather his instinct for survival, compelled him to take action. Shiba, Xiaoya, let me in. The difficulty of this challenge, while considerable, paled in comparison to the daunting 13th level steps he had previously encountered. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of Sin, Park Buchung had dispelled all illusions he once harbored. He understood that victory could only be attained by confronting the void before him. This was his final, desperate struggle. However, Yiya's trust in him had evidently waned. Despite laying bare all his cards and the game's inherent biases, he still faced defeat, and in such a disfigured state, he appeared utterly terrifying. Yet, Yiya cleared her throat, attempting to feign a playful demeanor, but the strategies that had once compelled Park Buchung to obediently comply were now futile. Stop your nonsense. I have no time left. Park Buchung bellowed, as the ugliness of humanity began to reveal itself in that moment. With a fierce glare, he strode purposefully toward the mirror. He was acutely aware of Sin's movements. Upon hearing the sound of the level being cleared, he felt as if that masked devil was about to materialize right behind him. The urgency he experienced was unparalleled. In the realm of the great cold underworld, he wielded power, prestige, a family legacy, connections, and wealth. No matter the chaos he stirred, it was easily quelled because he understood the might that stood behind him. With the great cold underworld, the foremost power in the universe, backing him, he had never known fear. Yet now, he feels an overwhelming sense of solitude, as if he were a hunted stray dog, devoid of any means to aid himself. He dares not dwell on the thoughts that plague him, choosing instead to plunge ahead, clinging to the faint hope of a potential victory. Xie Antong maintains a serene demeanor. Her muscles deliberately relaxed. She suspects that Park Buching may be poised to strike, yet she has no intention of taking any action. She is resolute in executing her plan, waiting for Sin to manifest. This is a scheme that scarcely qualifies as a plan, lacking in ambition. But it possesses one undeniable advantage: certainty of success. As long as she remains still, refrains from looking, and avoids provoking any forces that might amplify the eerie tales, she can endure. The pain in her ankles comes in waves, yet she can withstand it. The hair on her neck feels slightly suffocating, but it is bearable. It is not fatal. Everything, indeed, is manageable, merely a paper tiger, incapable of leading to her downfall, though it may be somewhat uncomfortable. She possesses the ability to begin deciphering, to contemplate a means of escape, yet she chooses not to pursue that path, aware of the risks, for she remains unfamiliar with her surroundings. The thought of defeat fills her with dread as she imagines facing the barrel of Sin's gun. Unexpectedly, however, Park Buching finds that he has no time to waste on attacking her. Instead, he strides directly towards the mirror. In this critical moment, clarity dawns upon him. He realizes that brute force alone cannot vanquish the void. It would only serve to vent his frustrations. Thus he refrains from squandering precious time. No, Brother Park. Yi Ya's voice trembles with fear as she senses the drastic transformation in Park Buching. Recognizing that the situation has undoubtedly taken a turn for the worse, something has gone terribly awry. With little time for idle chatter, Park Bachong stepped boldly into the mirror. By the rules of this game, he was the protagonist, the one with the highest authority, and the leader of the white faction. Thus, even if Yi Ya wished to resist, it would prove futile. Consequently, the reins of control were swiftly seized by Park Bachong. In the subsequent moment, a disheveled female ghost was forcibly extracted from the mirror. Although she appeared terrifying, there was a striking sense of solitude about her. This was Hanako, now under Yi Ya's possession, and at that moment, she was effectively in a state of control by Park Bachong. Control, an intriguingly complex play. Yet, at present, neither party had the inclination for such games. This control, while labeled as such, effectively relegated Yi Ya to the role of a mere pawn. However, she dared not withdraw from this state too hastily, for doing so would strip her of any enhancements in this eerie game, rendering her an ordinary player. Surely even Xie Antong could easily vanquish her. Indeed, the authority over the ghostly narrative under Park Bachong's influence had significantly increased. Although Xie Antong had yet to trigger anything substantial, the intensity of the attacks had escalated. The hair around her neck began to constrict, and the liquid at her ankles felt like knives slicing into her flesh. A sensation of suffocation washed over her. Instinctively, she yearned to resist. But such defiance could amplify the game's difficulty and heighten the likelihood of defeat. In that moment, she found herself ensnared in a web of turmoil. Fortunately, this internal struggle did not linger for long. Merely a few seconds passed before the pressure around her neck eased, and the pain in her feet gradually subsided. Unbidden, that familiar sense of oppression returned from behind, accompanied by a voice echoing in her ears. Opening her eyes, she whispered, "I have arrived." Xie Antong suddenly opened her eyes, her all-seeing eye beginning to operate, surveying everything within the game scene as well as the shadowy figure that had appeared behind her. She spoke, "More than an hour. It's not easy to defeat, is it?" Fortunately, the Welfare Bureau, Lusa replied indifferently. His misty cloak remained unscathed, and the injuries on his body had been treated with medication, making him appear as if nothing had happened. As he spoke, he casually drew his gun and shattered a mirror in front of him, intensifying the bizarre atmosphere of the scene. He was here to claim victory, unconcerned with the caution and apprehension exhibited by Xie Antong. Having already encountered demons and gods, he thought, how could he refrain from shattering a mirror in a women's restroom? The restroom atmosphere instantly descended into chaos as Yiya, transformed into a spectral figure, emitted a piercing shriek and charged forward. She was not acting of her own volition. This was an order from Park Buching, a task she was compelled to obey, rushing forth to expend her energy to meet her demise. The affection she had previously shown now seemed utterly worthless in this dire moment. At this point, Lu Su had entered a state of fury. The mask of wrath began to activate. He was no longer concerned with the circumstances and swung his hand, sending Yiya crashing into the wall with a pained scream. Xie Antong, observing from the side, had discerned Park Buching's control through her all-seeing eye and spoke with disdain, the vile nature of the privileged offspring, yet another oblivious girl. Suddenly, a radiant glow flickered across the mask of sin beside her, which calmly remarked, "What? Are you not of the same ilk?" Chapter 102. No retreat, no survival. In a moment of shock, Xie Antong stood frozen, as if her very essence had been ensnared. The words struck her like a sharp blade, penetrating the defenses she had meticulously erected around her heart. After several hours of gameplay and extensive prior analysis, she believed she had deciphered the patterns of rage, enabling her to engage in a relatively amicable collaboration with her adversary. Yet, this statement was akin to a bucket of cold water dousing her expectations. What? It was not that she had misheard. Rather, when the mind struggles to process information, one instinctively repeats the inquiry. Do not misunderstand. I do not equate you with him as a fool. Your disdain for him stems from his privileged lineage, yet is there not a fundamental similarity between you two? The explanation offered was utterly futile. This was, without a doubt, the most coherent and patient statement he had articulated while adorned in his mask of fury. Yet it succeeded only in rendering Xie Antong immobile, lost in her thoughts. At this juncture, Lu Su had grown accustomed to the sensation of anger, managing to find a modicum of equilibrium despite its intensity. After wasting half a day, he was singularly focused on extracting and eliminating the one who dared to challenge him. To eliminate. Perhaps Buchung was unaware of the profound rage Lu Su harbored towards him. It was not merely a byproduct of the mask of wrath. Ignoring the petrified Xie Antong behind him, Lu Su lifted his weapon and strode forward with determination. The roar of hell has escalated to a second level, unleashing a barrage upon the furnishings within the restroom, shattering all reflective objects that served as mirrors. Hair protruding from the walls and ghostly visages from the ceiling surged towards Lu Su, initiating their assault. However, having endured the high-stakes challenges of the 13th tier, he found these attacks to be inconsequential. The entangling hair and feeble strikes posed little threat. With the collar of his ethereal cloak raised, he rendered such assaults harmless, akin to wielding an epic weapon with substantial defensive capabilities. Each ghostly visage was dispatched with a single shot, if necessary. The confessional of the disheartened would suffice to conclude the matter. Beside him, Yiya, transformed into a manifestation of the vengeful spirit, charged once more. Lu Su fired. Yet the bullet merely passed through her head, leaving no trace. Without a moment's pause, he deftly retrieved the tome, flipping to the third page. Directing his focus upon the red-clad, raven-haired specter, the ghost did not evade. Instead, she emitted a blood-curdling scream and was cast backwards, collapsing to the floor. It appeared as though she had deliberately sustained injury, seeking an opportunity to withdraw from the fray, leaving Lu Su momentarily taken aback. The Forsaken are but few. In this moment of fury, Lu Su's mind remained clear, allowing him to strategize effectively. Given that this encounter involved the restroom's vengeful spirit, it could indeed be interpreted as the specter lurking within the mirrors, as previously elucidated by Xie Antong. Thus, Lu Su first struck the mirror, then shattered the tiles, leaving no smooth surface of the partitions unscathed, all reduced to fragments. Every conceivable reflection was obliterated by Lu Su, and while his approach was undeniably violent, it also bore an essence of deciphering. Yet, all that could be deemed reflective was transformed into ruins. The eerie tale persisted, lingering in the air. And the shadow of Pu Buching had yet to materialize. Lu Su, masked, paused momentarily, lost in contemplation. Within the inner space, entwined with the haunting narrative, Pu Buching realized that his hiding place was diminishing rapidly, the terrifying demon drawing ever closer. Yet, he found himself powerless, his mind a chaotic whirl, continuously inputting his final limitation within this inner realm. It was the authority he possessed after overcoming the 13th level challenge, yet he had refrained from utilizing it. Uncertain of what to inscribe to attain victory, he was utterly flustered. The black player, Sin, ceased to breathe, urging himself towards demise. Limit exceeded, not permitted. The black player, Sin, was rendered immobile. Limit exceeded, not permitted. The black player lost all existing abilities for 24 hours. Limit exceeded, not permitted. Each probing attempt was met with rejection, and despair enveloped Pu Buching. Though his words were indeed audacious, it was not entirely foolish. In the face of impending death and overwhelming terror, not everyone can maintain their composure. In moments of crisis, many find themselves paralyzed with fear, unable to save themselves, while onlookers may deem them foolish. However, if those very spectators were placed in the same predicament, they might not fare any better. Park Buching has reached a point of utter despair, with no reasonable limits remaining to restrain him. What now? This isn't allowed, nor is that. What permissions has this game granted me? It is profoundly unfair. Let me perish. His madness has begun to take hold. Meanwhile, Yiya is incapacitated due to her injuries, unable to exert control, leaving him at a dead end. In a frenzy, he resorts to the only remnants of the Song of Ice and Fire at his disposal, haphazardly launching fireballs and ice projectiles at Lu Su. Lu Su muses, puzzled as he notices fireballs being hurled at him from the pool of blood beneath. After deflecting the projectiles, a moment of contemplation strikes him, prompting a self-reproachful realization. Donning this mask truly diminishes his intellect. This pool of blood must be the final resort. Casting a glance at Xie Antong, who remains silent yet summons a flying device to ascend, he crouches and takes to the skies. Lu Su then leaps, grasping a strand of hair from the ceiling, and adjusts the hell roar to its third setting, aiming directly at the blood pool below. At 10 power, a fireball is launched, not with any ulterior motive, but simply to harness the explosive energy to evaporate the blood on the ground. A temporary shield envelopes Xie Antong, while Lu Su wraps himself in a simple, ethereal cloak to shield against the residual heat. Upon closer inspection, the entirety of the restroom has collapsed, a shadow of its former self. Lu Su's figure flickered as he arrived at a sunken clearing, his foot stomping down with force. The space distorted momentarily, and Pu, in a state of panic, rushed out, not uttering a single word before attempting to flee. Yet, how could he possibly outrun Lu Su? With a fierce glint in his eyes, he dashed towards Yiya, who had just exited the eerie scene. Seizing her delicate form and using her as a human shield against the impending threat, Lu Su raised his infernal roar, the gun's muzzle aligning with precision. In the air, Yiya and Lu Su exchanged a glance, a silent communication of pity and vulnerability that seemingly stirred something within Lu Su, causing his finger to hesitate on the trigger for a fleeting moment. But in the next instant, the gun fired, and a crimson hole appeared at the center of Yiya's forehead, a fatal shot. Chapter 103. Because this is fair. This was a state of combat. The battle was far from over. The moment the gun's barrel paused was his act of mercy, a chance for the adversary to withdraw. If she had chosen to abandon everything and exit the game at that moment, his shot would not have pierced her skull. However, Yiya clung to her desires, unwilling to relinquish her fantasies even in such dire circumstances, feigning weakness in hopes of leveraging her so-called advantage. It is worth noting that even the external Vanran found himself unable to retreat. Lu Su's mercy, veiled in fury, was confined to that brief moment. Thereafter, it vanished. Compared to the previous 3 Korean competitors, Yiya emerged as the most foolish of them all. With her head held high and eyes wide open, she remained unable to close them until the end, her gaze filled with disbelief as she stared into the heavens. She may never comprehend why the other party refuses to grant her reprieve. Clearly, from previous encounters, their primary target was Park Buchung. When Park Buchung had controlled her rush towards the Sin, it seemed that Sin had not directly sought her demise. Why won't he let me go? Witnessing Yiya collapse in that instant, Xie Antong, standing behind, trembled slightly, while Park Buchung, who had hurled Yiya aside, was trembling with palpable fear. Wait. We can discuss this. You have one. Park Buchung sprang up from the ground, disregarding the chilling gaze of the great Hanming kingdom, and began to retreat step by step. He was unwilling to concede. Losing everything he possessed and his abilities was not merely a regression to a previous state, but a total obliteration of all he once had. That was an unbearable notion for him. In the challenges among players, how could there be fatalities? What purpose did such lethal intent serve? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he completely forgot that when setting various options, his intentions had been solely focused on eliminating Sin and the Void. With his hands positioned behind him, he swiftly retreated, his left hand clutching a self-destruct epic-level equipment resembling AC-4, while his right hand, a phantom prosthetic, barely materialized, grasping an exit token. Moreover, he still had one final restriction in use. The next moment, before his eyes could discern, a faint green figure appeared right in front of him. Bang! Crack! The sound of gunfire and the rush of wind resonated simultaneously as his left hand was instantaneously obliterated, and an epic piece of equipment fell to the ground. His right hand was severed cleanly by a razor-sharp blade. Lu Su, with remarkable speed and agility, kicked the fallen right hand away, catching the flying withdrawal token in his grasp. "Your perception of life is remarkably deficient," he stated calmly amidst the agonized cries of his opponent. Lu Su cast a disdainful glance at the pitiful figure of Park Buching on the ground, already simmering with anger. The activation of his wrathful mask elevated his fury to unimaginable heights. Park Buching writhed backward, desperately attempting to distance himself from the formidable presence before him, his mouth spewing classic nonsensical pleas. "You cannot kill me. It would bring you no benefit. My family will seek vengeance." And this could escalate into a diplomatic issue between our nations. Little did he know, his words were merely fueling Lu Su's rage. The intensity of Lu Su's anger was incomprehensible to Park Buching, who seemed utterly oblivious to the reasons behind such fury. The root of Lu Su's ire lay primarily in the opponent's inherent weakness. Had his adversary been a formidable opponent, the encounter would have been deemed appropriate, a clash of titans where either side could face annihilation. Lu Su believed he was fully prepared for such an eventuality. However, Park Buching was simply too feeble, both in capability and mentality, to thrive in this game, yet he held the rank of 79th, the 79th in the world. Observing the demeanor of his opponent, it seemed as though they had never contemplated the inevitability of death, nor considered the profound cost of seeking to usurp another's honor and status. For Lu Su, each foray into the game was imbued with a resolute determination that failure equated to demise. He had never perceived any significance in the ever-increasing exit tokens. It was a stark dichotomy: either attain everything or perish. This was the wager he placed upon the gaming table. However, his adversary appeared blissfully unaware of such existential realizations. Relying on familial connections and inherent privilege to command respect in the real world, and enjoying similar untroubled success here, with legendary weapons, the foremost A-grade seals, and an array of allies revolving around their central figure, the opponent sought to claim what Lu Su had persistently staked his life to contest, all while remaining oblivious to the consequences of failure. Thus, the weaker and more foolish they grew, the more incensed Lu Su became. This fury stemmed not solely from the clash of combat, nor merely from the confessions of the disenfranchised, but also from within himself. That nameless rage had surfaced long before, ignited when Xie and Ong proclaimed their worth with the words, "I possess a legendary weapon." The assertion that those in power, irrespective of the tumultuous changes in the world, invariably hold a preemptive advantage was undeniably factual. Yet, Lu Su's ire, kindled at that moment, had never waned throughout the hours spent in this game. He had been stifling his flames of wrath. Buching felt an unsettling chill enveloping him as he instinctively recoiled under the unwavering gaze of that pale green mask, which had remained silently fixed upon him for an unnaturally long time. A sudden flash obscured his vision as a foot abruptly pressed down upon his chest, gradually exerting pressure that elicited a series of ominous cracks from his ribcage, signaling its inevitable collapse. The essence of his mundane existence began to ebb away. His lips quivered violently, as if attempting to leverage the constraints of the game to preserve his life. The black player yet, in the end, he found himself utterly incapable of uttering a single word, all thoughts lodged within his throat, rendered completely voiceless. Ultimately, with a raspy whisper, he summoned his last breath to ask a solitary question. Why? Why must you take my life? Such an act seemed devoid of any benefit. In the realm of reality, he had not been a stranger to taking lives or causing calamities. Yet when he committed murder, he never regarded his victims as human. His own transgressions held no weight. After all, everything in this world could be settled. It was merely business, and all had its price. Did this individual not wish to negotiate terms with him? A myriad of thoughts whirled through his mind, until at last, as Lu Su's foot met the ground, all his reflections succumbed to darkness. Gazing upon the lifeless body before him, Lu Su bowed slightly. Beneath the mask of fury lay a voice equally stifled by rage, softly uttering, "Because this is fair." Chapter 104. The superior will not truly love the inferior. Exhaling deeply, Lu Su stood still, enveloped in a sense of wistful emptiness. He had triumphed once more, now merely awaiting the rewards and reckoning in silence. Aside from the 13th step, this challenge seemed to pose no greater difficulty. In fact, it was somewhat easier than before. The challenge presented by Buching was even less daunting than that of Tom. Yet now, despite having triumphed in every encounter, he still sensed an unresolved fury within, unsure whether it stemmed from the influence of the mask or some other source. This feeling was rather uncomfortable. With the battle concluded, Lu Su endeavored to suppress the mask's effect on his emotions. However, those seasoned in such matters understood that once anger takes hold, it is nearly impossible to quell it purely through rationality. Even if one appears composed on the surface, there remains a searing ember of rage within. He tapped his mask lightly, contemplating the removal of it, but upon recalling that Xie Antong was still behind him, his hand faltered and fell back down. It was not advisable. 7 great mysteries of the campus. The toilet S haunting. Blackside challenge successful. Challenge progress. 7-7. Challenge mode concluded. Blackside victorious. Game ended. Audience comments disabled. Players have half an hour to collect their spoils, and may enter settlement at any time or will automatically do so after half an hour. Several minutes passed before the game's internal notifications arrived belatedly. A horror-themed puzzle game, now entirely distorted by the peculiarities of its participants. The time for audience engagement had concluded, leaving the viewers staring blankly at the screen in a daze. This battle did not showcase any true confrontation between masters. What left a more profound impression on the spectators was Lu Su's unexpected slaughter, alongside the unprecedented divine light witnessed earlier. The global impact of this game on the real world was unprecedented, prompting numerous religious organizations to commence fervent actions. Although Lu Su himself may not yet possess the strength to challenge the world, the uniqueness of his game has begun to influence many aspects of the global landscape. Observing the state of Sin, Xie Antong descended from the air, her feet lightly touching the desolate ground, absently rubbing the now ruined earth, her spirit somewhat disoriented. In this game, she had truly exercised her abilities only in one particular ghost tale, while the rest concluded in a manner that was difficult for her to comprehend. This elite arena of the world did not afford her ample opportunities for self-improvement. The side effects of the sealing artifact? Noticing Sin's current appearance, she casually remarked. Her observation keen. Lu Su responded, lowering his hand that had been shielding his mask. In truth, Xie Antong was not particularly inclined to engage in conversation with Sin. She had intended to proceed directly to the settlement. However, she found herself somewhat preoccupied with the earlier words exchanged. Perhaps to prove something, he voluntarily stated, "You are correct. Fundamentally, both he and I rely on our familial backgrounds and the finest weapons and equipment to stake our claim in this elite game. Yet at the very least, I believe I would not commit an act that would lead to the demise of someone I hold dear at a crucial moment. I have never denied this matter." Lu Su's pale green mask betrayed no emotion, as if they were merely engaged in casual conversation. However, your assertion that you would not abandon implies that the very notion of being abandoned has never crossed your mind, has it? Xie Antong's pupils narrowed in an instant. As if struck anew, she had not anticipated that this individual, aside from exhibiting violent tendencies, possessed an equally formidable capacity for psychological manipulation. The effects of the brainwave amplification agent had waned, leaving her once agile mind dulled and despondent. In such a state, even the omniscient gaze seemed of little assistance. After forcing a smile and ensuring the audience's perspective had been obscured, she spoke, "Because I trust my judgment of character. The person I admire cannot be of the same moral caliber as Pu Buqing." She was unsure why she was divulging such sentiments to a criminal, but the expression on the other's face suggested he was not one to entertain such thoughts. He may lack a prestigious background and the terrifying power you possess, yet. So I ask, what distinguishes you from him? Lu Su interjected, giving Pu Buqing a kick. What? It was the first time Xie Antong felt her mind was not quite functioning. Did the performance of these two individuals before her not evoke a sense of familiarity? The superior may harbor a myriad of emotions towards the subordinate, yet love could never be among them. The young master commands the winds and the rains at will. His infatuation with that woman stems from the allure of the unattainable, as his desires for conquest and curiosity remain unabated. Allow me to venture a guess. The individual who captivates your affections is likely akin to him, though of humble origins. He possesses a uniqueness that sets him apart from the multitude of suitors you've encountered since childhood, men who relentlessly seek your proximity. A young lady, unexpectedly drawn to a man of the lower strata who harbors no intentions towards her, experiences an exhilarating thrill, igniting a curiosity and a previously unexplored sensation of unattainability. The more she probes, the more intriguing he becomes. Thus, her insatiable curiosity spirals out of control, leading her to mistakenly label it as affection, even now striving to validate her own feelings. Xie Antong found herself bewildered from the moment she entered the game. This taciturn and formidable figure had never spoken to her so extensively. Yet, these words struck her with the potency of a terrifying weapon, delivering blow after blow to her inner self, far more intense than any previous horrors she had encountered. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The usually composed Xie Andong suddenly resembled a furious cat, confronting this lethal presence head-on. Within the omniscient eye, blue data streams surged chaotically. "What is this? Your overwhelming confidence leads you to believe you have unraveled the essence of everyone around you? Yet, I have observed you beyond merely this one game. Indeed, the inherently privileged naturally devour the resources of this world, born with original sin, and stand as innate adversaries to individuals like you, correct? Thus, they harbor no sincere intentions. Merely a collective that exploits wealth and power, consuming everything in their vicinity, including their own loathsome selves. As for you, you perceive yourself as a natural challenger, adorned with the illustrious title of Godslayer. How resplendent that name is. For the sake of unparalleled strength, you recklessly disregard your own existence, casting aside emotions, humanity, and all as mere bargaining chips, plunging into the abyss of slaughter without hesitation. Yet, have you ever contemplated the notion that by sacrificing everything for ambition and power, you are not so different from those who barter their humanity and conscience for wealth and influence? What truly sets you apart? Chapter 105, Proclaiming to the World. Infamous and notorious. Xie Antong was unaware of the courage she possessed that allowed her to utter such words in the presence of this individual. In her previous interactions, she had meticulously considered his psychological state, wary of provoking this embodiment of fury. However, this time, perhaps due to the immense strain on her intellect or the potency of his words that breached her defenses, her rationality faltered momentarily. Furthermore, under the influence of the omniscient eye, she felt an instinctual urge compelling her to counter his assertions. Strangely, she found herself gritting her teeth. "You, too, are somewhat peculiar. Much like your name." Subsequently, as calmness and rationality began to resurface, she broke into a slight cold sweat. The individual before her, who moments ago had refrained from violently ending her life, who could have predicted that upon hearing her retorts and sharp remarks, he would remain stationary, seemingly lost in contemplation? Then he nodded slightly. "There is some truth to that. I appreciate the compliment." With that, there was no further dialogue, and Xie Antong abruptly exited the game scene, transitioning to the final summary interface. Once a semblance of composure returned, she swiftly departed to avoid provoking this person into a fit of violence. She sensed that the mere fact he had not acted against her was already a testament to his restraint. Xie Antong's sudden exit left Lu Su momentarily taken aback, standing alone in the desolate corridor of the campus, which now felt eerily empty. In this haunted school, he was now the sole occupant. He glanced back at the lifeless form of Park Buching, as well as the epic weapon that had fallen to the ground, realizing that was quite fortuitous. There was no longer any need to deliberate over the distribution of spoils. With the game now devoid of any other players for the first time, Lu Su removed his mask within the game. Cradling the mask in his hands, he gazed at its grotesque patterns, as if locking eyes with another version of himself. How much time had passed? His mindset had indeed shifted significantly. Now, as he looked at the body of Park Buching, whom he had just slain, he felt surprisingly little emotional upheaval. Before entering the game, it seemed he had not quite anticipated this transformation. Forgotten. After gazing at his mask for a moment, he donned it once more and spoke to the place where Xie Antong had departed. "I apologize. I meant no disrespect." With that, Lu Su's figure vanished from the school, leaving the campus in a profound solitude. In the familiar expanse, a sense of emptiness enveloped him, as Lu Su's silhouette floated silently in the air. Challenge mode concluded. Number of participants, 7. Number of finishers, 2. Number of perfect clearances, 1. Your clearance evaluation. SSS rank, perfect clearance. Current consecutive perfect clearances, 4. Reward settlement, in progress. Special event triggered. Engaged in a fierce battle with the Hell Demon, slaying countless foes, earning the achievement medal, Lord of Slaughter, legendary. Reward points for this round, 5,000. Reward items, Basic Recovery Potion X3, Intermediate Recovery Potion X5, Advanced Recovery Potion X1, Game Exit Token X1. Legendary Weapon Lottery Ticket X1, Epic Weapon, Self-Destruct Core. Selected Hell Level Reward, 1 unit of 2-dimensional backpack space, Spirit 2. Among these, the Self-Destruct Core was an item dropped by Pu Buching before his demise, which he had not the chance to utilize. Now, it had seamlessly transformed into Lu Su's possession. Self-Destruct Core, Epic Weapon. Effect: automatically detonates 5 seconds after activation. with a force potent enough to prevent slower users from making a timely escape. Indeed, it is a rather humorous weapon. This time, the reward was devoid of any extravagant embellishments. The most crucial item was the gleaming, legendary weapon lottery ticket in the center. This treasure was exceedingly rare. As Lusu listened to the game's notification sound, he simultaneously mended his body and promptly utilized the ticket. What else was there to leave behind? In a single game, both participants possessed legendary weapons, yet he found himself without one, which was somewhat difficult to accept. Legendary lottery ticket has been used. Acquired legendary weapon, Black Knight. Before Luce's eyes appeared a magnificent motorcycle, so imposing that he questioned whether an average person could even mount it. Detected compatible items in the backpack. Would you like to use the combination? Upon hearing this voice from the game, Lusu was momentarily taken aback. This was the second time such a notification had surfaced. The last instance involved upgrading Tom's diary to the Confessions of the Disheartened. Only after this reminder did he realize that he did indeed possess a legendary weapon, or rather, a strengthening component that he had inadvertently discarded in his backpack, having deemed it unusable due to his singular limitations. Legendary weapon core, mechanical heart. Use. Lusu agreed almost without contemplation. In the realm of game equipment, quality was paramount. The higher the individual quality, the better it was, far surpassing a multitude of inferior ones. Just as he was about to conclude the matter at hand, yet another notification chimed in unexpectedly. Esteemed and formidable player, Sin. The 79th contender has issued a challenge to you, garnering widespread attention. The results of this challenge will soon be broadcast to all. Do select a declaration for your forthcoming challengers. The ambience of the game has grown notably softer, akin to the gentle demeanor of a server. Lusu. Globally, Lusu, or rather Sin, stands as an undisputed sensation. This is no ordinary gaming session, it is an exceptional challenge mode. And many are eager to witness the rewards and penalties of this challenge, as well as the prowess of the first-place contender. Those who have observed the live stream were left in awe, while within the borders of the great Hanming Kingdom, discussions have escalated to a fervent pitch. At this moment, the Blue House resembles a bustling marketplace, filled with chaotic commotion, and several female members of the Park family have even fainted from distress. No one anticipated that the world's 79th ranked player, carrying the hopes of the great Hanming Kingdom, would meet such a grim fate. Meanwhile, those who did not witness the event, along with numerous others who were not selected, are fervently seeking the outcome. Challenge mode. Number 79 Park Buching challenges number 1 Sin. Sin emerges victorious. The difficulty level was determined by the challenger, Sin, at the hellish degree. Number 79 possesses exceedingly high privileges within the game. Rewards have been distributed. However, due to number 79's demise during the game, there are no further penalties. This announcement reverberated across the globe, leaving everyone in astonishment. There exists no reward or punishment system, merely the stark and simple decree of execution. A fatal strike has been dealt. In an instant, Sin's infamy surged. Chapter 106, The Depression Feedback, The Legendary Black Knight. While most individuals may merely experience a sense of fear and awe, the distance renders their feelings somewhat superficial, merely observing from afar without deeper engagement. However, those who find themselves atop the pinnacle rankings are engulfed in an unusual sense of crisis, their brows furrowed in concern. It is imperative to recognize that this is the elite of the world, the top 100, where no one can be deemed weak. The majority have achieved flawless victories thrice. Whether they possess innate exceptional skills, have acquired formidable superpowers, or are equipped with unparalleled gear. Each of these 100 individuals harbors a sense of pride, convinced that they are the ones destined to alter the course of history. With such self-assurance, it is only natural that they harbor a spirit of competition and rivalry, unwilling to concede their inferiority. Yet, in this moment, a singular individual has emerged, capable of vanquishing a 100-ranked contender while having chosen the hellish difficulty level for themselves. This revelation underscores at least 3 significant truths. First, this individual must possess a fearsome disposition, not one given to mercy. Second, their strikes are delivered with such ruthless precision that the opponent had no opportunity to utilize their exit token. Third, despite the game's challenging parameters and the rules stacked against them, this player's strength far surpasses that of their adversary. The existence of such a competitor sends a shiver down the spines of most elite players, prompting an involuntary reflection on what their own fate might be in such a scenario. Shortly thereafter, the announcement echoed across the game's voice channel, a declaration of triumph following their victory. anticipating that the next opponent will not be so feeble. I also hope that you and I are equally prepared psychologically. There are no particularly arrogant phrases, after all, in the absence of a mask. Luce's words remain relatively calm. Yet, a mere sentence instills a wave of confidence among numerous adept players. What does such psychological readiness entail? Once the challenge commences, it becomes a battle of life and death. At that moment, among the top-ranked individuals, some are wary and observant, while others are eager to engage. Players at the pinnacle of the game, scattered across the globe, are fixated on this formidable contender. The intensity of the killing intent is palpable, quite intriguing. There exist such fascinating individuals in this world. Haha. We shall inevitably encounter each other sooner or later. Wearing a mask, concealing one's identity. One cannot be a lone wolf. Until one's background is unveiled, it is prudent to observe more closely. Is it confirmed that they are from Huagua? Countless voices swirl around that enigmatic and violent figure, while another blank visage, adorned with a helmet and equipped with legendary gear, is selectively overlooked. Meanwhile, after a hasty conclusion, Xie Antong has already been transported back to her chamber. However, this time, she has foregone her habitual tasks of intelligence gathering and summarization. In the spacious study, only a series of screens stand before her, connected to one of the top 100 supercomputers in Asia in terms of computational power. There are no lavish decorations. This pinnacle of human industry alone suffices to convey the entirety of wealth. She sat quietly in her chair, her head bowed, her hands trembling slightly as she sought to calm the turmoil within. Her mind was a relentless loop of the words spoken by Sin, echoing incessantly. Was he right? Was he truly correct? Surely, his judgment must be flawed. At this moment, she was engulfed in self-doubt and the difficulty of acceptance. Moreover, on an emotional level, she was grappling with her own side effects. The use of the sealed object came with distinct repercussions. Yet that did not imply that other methods were entirely devoid of consequence. For instance, prolonged use of blades would inevitably lead to fatigue. Such weariness could be deemed a side effect of the weaponry. The enhancement and development brought about by the all-knowing eye inflicted considerable strain and exhaustion on her mind, compounded by the fact that the effects of the brainwave amplification serum had long since worn off. At this juncture, she felt akin to a once great genius gradually descending into ignorance, overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair. This was the gravest after-effect of employing the all-knowing eye, depressive feedback. Previously, the aftermath would merely leave her feeling momentarily low, yet this time, a serious crisis had arisen. Since piercing words had caught her completely off guard, she longed to collapse into tears, to succumb to madness, yet such an outburst was utterly unacceptable to her. Under the weight of rationality, she remained curled up in her chair, trembling gently. Taking a deep breath and ensuring the room was empty, she covered her face with one hand, tears slowly seeping through her fingers. It is indeed a profound failure. The prideful essence that once stood firm has been shattered, and the previous counterattacks now seem somewhat frantic and aimless. The room has descended into silence, leaving only her as she gradually processes the turmoil within. On the other hand, Luca finds himself in a slightly better position. After emerging from the game, he has ceased to contemplate the words spoken by his adversary. Power reigns supreme. If all are ultimately destined to be consumed by desire, then he chooses to pursue strength, regardless of the cost. Casting a glance at his phone, he notes the absence of the usual messages and, after a brief moment of contemplation, switches it off. Subsequently, he summons forth his Black Knight. He now possesses two-dimensional backpacks, one containing his enigmatic cloak and the other accommodating the imposing figure of the Black Knight. He must familiarize himself with this, his first legendary weapon. In this cramped little room, the gargantuan presence of the knight occupies an excessive amount of space, nearly brushing against the ceiling, forcing Luca to huddle on his small bed. It resembles a motorcycle of sorts, yet he is certain this contraption is unsuitable for the road. Its rigid frame and menacingly large silhouette appear far from compliant with traffic regulations. Especially at the edges, the sharpness rivals that of a blade. What troubles Luca now, however, is the weapon's classification as he peruses the game's fundamental instructions. This object is indeed the original Black Knight, a product of its fusion with the mechanical heart. Indeed, yet, I seem to perceive no discernible changes. Are its functions not the same? Moreover, the original Black Knight was of legendary status, and the mechanical heart was also a legendary accessory. Therefore, what is the current level of this item? Legendary. The game description provided a definitive answer. Cursing under his breath, Luca felt as though he had been shortchanged, muttering to himself, Isn't that just the same as having added nothing? The appearance hasn't changed at all. This is even worse than the cloak of illusion. It's utterly useless. As his words faded, another voice suddenly echoed within the cramped room. Hey, what do you mean by useless? Brother, your words are rather unpalatable to me. Lusu? Chapter 107. The fourth game, the casino at sea. Upon hearing the sudden voice beside him, Lusu's gaze sharpened instantly, readying himself for battle. This shift in crisis awareness required no training for him. It stemmed from experiences of his earlier years, needing no refinement through the game. Moreover, he was confident in his own abilities. Who are you? Care to step out and meet? Lusu clenched his fists tightly. In the game, he had only brought forth the cloak and the belt. However, that was inconsequential, for he himself was the mightiest weapon. What he now regretted was not bringing the confession of the disheartened. Some otherworldly matters were truly beyond his capacity to handle. Are you blind? What do you mean by that? If you have a problem with your intellect, I can arrange for you to visit a mental institution. If you're suffering from dementia, we can head to a nursing home right away. The flippant voice resounded once more, echoing throughout the small room. Upon hearing it for the second time, Lusu discerned its source, the Black Knight. His eyes widened slightly, and he gazed at the imposing figure before him in bewilderment. How advanced could it be? A legendary weapon equipped with artificial intelligence? What is this artificial intelligence you boast of, you inferior beings? While speaking, the Black Knight expressed its dissatisfaction, shifting slightly within the confines of the room. It was amusing, really, that one with such limited intellect would consider intelligence a privilege reserved for humans. You are the true machine. I somewhat regret my arrival. This Black Knight appeared to embody the essence of a fearsome brute, yet it was quite loquacious, able to counter Lusu's every remark with three of its own. Lusu was momentarily taken aback by the astonishing level of its intelligence. However, he swiftly accepted this premise and directly inquired, "What are you capable of?" I am of no use. I am a mere waste, content to lie here," the Black Knight declared, before abruptly collapsing onto the floor with a thud that sent dust cascading from the ceiling. A hefty creature, weighing who knows how many kilograms. Lusu's expression darkened as he clenched his fists and rose from the bed. Hey, wait a minute, my friend. Is this some sort of joke? What does this mean? Let us communicate properly. Defying the laws of physics, the Black Knight rose once more from the ground and began to speak earnestly. In the relatively quiet classroom, the students were engaged in self-study. After a prolonged absence from school, Lusu suddenly felt as if he had stepped into another world, observing the distracted classmates around him. With the arrival of the divine selection paradise, the pool of chosen ones has gradually expanded, and its influence has intensified, casting a pervasive sense of stagnation across the globe. Not only has this affected educational institutions, but even basic industrial production has encountered significant difficulties. The divine selection paradise has become the most pressing issue worldwide. In the classroom, several newly chosen individuals have emerged, some of whom have mysteriously vanished. However, the homeroom teacher, who previously incessantly urged the chosen ones in the school to take actions, seems to have fallen silent as well. It remains uncertain whether new policies or decisions have been enacted from above. Today, the seat beside him is also vacant. Xie Antong has not come to school. Finally, Lusu's previously silent phone buzzed with her message. Xie Antong, did you go to school today? If so, please let me know. There are some issues at home. Lusu glanced at the message, pondering whether the recent events had a considerable impact. Ultimately, he replied affirmatively. A buzzing sound resonated, but this time it was not his phone vibrating. Rather, it emanated from the metallic sphere in his other hand. That was the Black Knight. After a night of communication regarding nuclear benevolence, Lusu finally grasped the situation surrounding this Black Knight. The mechanical heart, as its name suggests, imbues machinery with sentience. Such advanced intelligence only materializes following a union. Another advantage is that it can effortlessly transform into a sphere the size of a heart, facilitating ease of transport and communication. A feeble current coursed through Lusu's palm, traversing his body, reconfiguring the electrical signals within his ear to convey unspoken words. Is that all you have to say? Just a mere okay? Are you suffering from hormonal imbalances, or perhaps a deficiency in male hormones? It is imperative to inquire about the happenings at home, engage in a bold flirtation, swiftly escalate emotions, and then consider marriage next year, followed by the prospect of children the year after. Lusu recognized that this matter was indeed amiss. He tightened his grip around the metallic sphere in his hand. To him, it was tantamount to a threat. However, the Dark Knight remained unfazed, continuing. Shattering it would mean losing two legendary weapons. You should decide for yourself. Lusa thought to himself, how I wish to strike this fellow. Yet I fear it may bring him delight. After witnessing Xie and Ong's legendary weapon, Lusa gained a deeper understanding of his adversary's background. Consequently, he chose not to pry. Within any prominent family, myriad affairs inevitably arise, especially during such transformative times when those of substantial lineage prepare with heightened vigilance. Ultimately, it mattered not to him. His sole objective was to carve a path to become the world's foremost champion. At present, he found himself in a realm beyond, with the incessant chatter of the dark night lingering in his ears as he awaited the impending challenge. The challenge mode was akin to an additional game, rendering his schedule exceedingly tight. Are you returning to your lair now, my friend? Are you not inclined to take me to some delightful escapade? On the way home from school, the dark knight continued to chatter incessantly, perhaps exhilarated by his newfound ability to speak, as if terrified of missing an opportunity to express himself. What? You want me to scout out a motorcycle repair shop? Lusu retorted. Why must it be a repair shop? Can't I simply acquire a brand new bike? Amidst their banter, the time for the fourth game approached, and once again, the familiar countdown loomed before them. With a focused mind, Lusu prepared himself. Please make the necessary preparations in advance. Please choose to be either an audience member or a player. Though it was not his first experience. Each time Lusa felt the thundering of his heartbeat reverberate within him. He belonged here. This was his paradise. Hello, player. You have a brief moment to prepare. The original sin mask has been activated. Please select whether to use an unlocked form, greed, gluttony, or wrath. No. Confirmed. The mask will randomly select an unused form within the game. The game has been initialized and is about to commence. Welcome to the Divine Selection Paradise. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and as it subsided, he found himself in a new state of disorientation, as if he had entered a realm that swayed unsteadily. Just as he stepped inside, without having the chance to observe his surroundings or the people nearby, a sudden golden spotlight illuminated the entire environment, and a thunderous voice resonated above all the players' heads. Welcome, players, to the hell mode of the Divine Selection game, the Ocean Casino. Chapter 108. Lust. The perverse narcissist at the Maritime Casino. The gaming establishment before him was situated aboard a vessel, its external conditions obscured from view, yet one could surmise that the weather was rather inclement. The vessel swayed with such vigor that those prone to seasickness might struggle to maintain their footing. The decor of the room exuded an air of ostentation, perhaps teetering on the edge of garishness, with 60% of the space adorned in gold, while the remainder was accentuated with a kaleidoscope of colors. Many of the furnishings were unfamiliar to Lu Su, representing a realm far removed from his past societal class. Yet, comprehension was unnecessary, as the mere sight evoked a sense of intoxicating opulence. The floor, composed of an unknown material, gleamed as if it were a mirror, reflecting the multitude of guests within the room. Upon hearing the clamor of the casino, Lusa felt a jolt of apprehension within him, acknowledging the gravity of his situation, pondering whether greed might have served him better. However, with matters having progressed thus far, he was left with no choice but to acquiesce. As he cast his gaze downward, the reflection upon the floor struck him with a sudden intensity. Purple. Lust. Gakpo. Before being overtaken by the encroaching influence on his reason, Lusa could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. This entity. Original sin mask form. Lust. Mode. Normal. Personality influence. Narcissism. Obsessive cleanliness. Disordered lust. The ability to control emotions is a remarkable skill, enabling one to deftly guide and even manipulate the feelings of others, particularly in the realm of desire. Love undoubtedly wields a greater power than hatred. There exists an enhancement of mental focus and intellect, as those who revel in sensual pleasures are often notably astute. However, one must be aware of the accompanying side effects, an exaggerated sense of narcissism and a fervent desire for attention, coupled with unpredictable moods and chaotic cravings. Upon perusing the description, Lu Su discerned a singular truth. This mask appeared to diverge from the combat-oriented types he had previously encountered, in stark contrast to the other masks he had utilized, which augmented wrath and gluttony to bolster combat prowess. This one seemed to lean towards hedonistic functions, suggesting a focus on lust and avarice. The other descriptors were relatively benign, yet the notion of disrupted desires piqued his curiosity. Could it imply hormonal imbalances? Only time would reveal the truth. Setting aside all else, the aesthetic of this lustful mask was undeniably exquisite, far surpassing the unsightly visage of the previous three. Lusa found himself momentarily entranced by his own reflection, only to be jolted back to reality. The allure of narcissism was indeed exceptional, In the next instant, a plump, gelatinous figure, towering over 2 meters, descended into the center of the arena. It began to writhe and exuberantly call out amidst the atmosphere. The room transformed into a theatrical setting, as countless stage lights illuminated the creature, capturing the attention of all present. Welcome to the Maritime Casino. Esteemed players, I understand you may have realized that this game presents a hellish level of difficulty, but fret not, for it is all in jest. This is truly a paradise. In this realm, one can attain everything one desires, standing out amidst a multitude of handsome men and beautiful women. Failure may indeed be troublesome, for none relish the taste of defeat. However, as long as you remain in this game of chance, a temporary setback may not necessarily be a misfortune. Here, genuine gamblers are welcomed. Joy and exhilaration are the prevailing themes of this place. As the enormous slime swayed and contorted, it exuded a certain animated charm, almost as if it were dancing. Its tone, combined with its movements, gave an impression of playful irreverence. Now, take a moment to observe your surroundings. Have you noticed that everyone here possesses quite remarkable looks? At its behest, the crowd instinctively glanced around, realizing the peculiarity of their situation. Everyone donned immaculate attire, resembling a high society ball, clad in evening gowns and tuxedos. Regardless of gender, the individuals exuded an unparalleled beauty, many appearing as if they had stepped straight out of a comic book. Yet, amidst this elegance, one felt conspicuously out of place, as though an intruder. The strange part was that everyone shared this sentiment. I trust you have begun to ponder why the surroundings are filled with impeccably dressed individuals while you feel so peculiar? The slime chuckled. Fear not. In the eyes of others, you too are a handsome figure. Here, every individual's external appearance is but a mask, a persona crafted within the game, not a reflection of their true selves. As for the reason behind this, certainly, it is to be hoped that in such an upscale venue, the guests are more aesthetically pleasing, rather than resembling the peculiar and unappealing figures captured by your camera. Now, as we prepare for the commencement of the game, I wonder if anyone possesses the confidence in their appearance to unveil their identity? The slime stood in the center of the arena, twisting and turning with exaggerated motions, resembling someone unhinged. By the way, those who choose to unveil will receive a multiplier of 2. This implies that throughout the ensuing game, both rewards and penalties will be doubled. Quite enticing, I assent it. Are there any brave souls among you? Silence. The slime appeared to be performing a solo act, twisting and turning in the spotlight, ignored and unsupported by the audience. Every pair of eyes was fixed upon him, devoid of any forthcoming action. Who would dare to reveal themselves at such a moment? With so many present, one would become the target of scrutiny, and the notion of a doubled multiplier is inherently daunting. The idea of rewards and penalties being amplified is frightening. One might as well face imminent catastrophe. Those gathered are no novices. None would dare to engage recklessly in a game set to hellish difficulty. The slime, undeterred, did not allow much time for contemplation. The silence lingered for less than 10 seconds before he continued. How utterly dull. I anticipated your lack of competitive spirit. Alas, let us proceed. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, declaring, I shall unveil. The slime, taken aback, swiftly turned around, exclaiming in astonishment, What? Truly? As I turned my head, I caught sight of a shadow hurtling towards me with astonishing speed. Before I could react, it struck me with a kick. The enormous slime, measuring over 2 meters in diameter, soared into the air, bouncing around the resplendent hall in a lively manner. In its stead, a figure emerged, standing at the very center of the venue, illuminated by dozens of spotlight beams, resembling the most dazzling star. This spotlight belongs to me. How dare you? Such a worthless being, encroach upon my domain? As the words echoed, the audience fell into a stunned silence, their eyes fixated on the center stage, unable to comprehend the presence of such a contender. There, in the midst of the stage, a tall and handsome man gradually revealed a shattered smile, as if performing a magic trick to unveil his true visage. His standing collar cloak and striking purple mask paled in comparison to the gravity of his next utterance. Greetings, you feeble, foolish, and repugnant trash. It is regrettable that I must coexist with such detritus. However, you may take solace in the fact that this moment is the greatest honor of your remaining lives. Surely, no one here is unfamiliar with my identity, the strongest player, Sin. I have shared this chapter for now. Chapter 109. The Soul Revealer, the Pinnacle of Disruption. The crowd was utterly astonished. Is this truly happening? Am I not caught in a dream? Gazing at the slime bouncing around the room, were it not for the peculiar presence of the individual on stage, The crowd might have seriously doubted whether this was merely a segment of the game. Yet, the matter at hand was Sin. Just days ago, he had risen to global prominence, claiming the top rank by vanquishing the 100 best players. The extraordinary nature of this person left little room for skepticism. However, the strongest player being such a spectacle? It was undeniably audacious, and his demeanor was rather dismal, starkly contrasting the imagined scenario, causing many to twitch at the corners of their mouths. Typically, when a person takes the stage to speak, they would slightly bow, adhering to the basic tenets of gentlemanly conduct. But this individual, upon his entrance, not only stood upright but also raised his chin defiantly. What on earth was this? Amidst the throng, a few individuals, while their facial expressions remained unchanged, instinctively took steps back. To the left of the stage, concealed beneath a charismatic facade, Jyotion trembled, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the spectacle unfolding above. He had never anticipated encountering someone who had eluded the national apparatus for so long, only to cross paths with him again in the game's random matchmaking. Moreover, was it not rare to find oneself in a hell mode game? How was it that he had matched with him twice, both times in hell mode? Could it truly be him? Beside him, another member of the official organization whispered that they had met in the game, employing unique identification methods, and had long since collaborated. Confirm this, observe closely, but do not provoke him, Jyotion remarked, feeling a pang of headache. Understood, the flamboyant man in red, a teammate jested, leaving Jushirin momentarily dazed. It seems that the only memory the players retained from that game was this incident. Behind the swirling champagne, a woman lowered her head, grasping a glass to conceal her inner turmoil, an automatic manifestation of Xiantong, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The last time she matched with the world's top player, she considered herself fortunate, yearning to engage with elite gamers to showcase her worth and perhaps forge alliances. However, despite everything appearing to unfold smoothly, she faltered at the climax, abandoning her well-prepared plans to add friends, fleeing in a panic. That was her first experience of such disgrace, amidst a tumultuous world and family matters weighing heavily on her. After alleviating her depression slightly, she sought refuge in the game. Either she would enhance her strength, or if fortune failed her, she would simply accept death. Yet, she encountered this individual again. Observing the mask on his face, she sensed an insatiable desire. It felt more malevolent than mere rage. Lowering her head, she positioned herself protectively in front of the others. In the distance, spectators were fixated on the center of the arena, murmuring, "The target. The world belongs to the Tiandi society." This time, the gaming instance was overcrowded, and the name Sin was inherently attention-grabbing, especially after Luce's extraordinary actions. Players, their holographic appearances veiled, frowned in contemplation, each hailing from diverse backgrounds and organizations, pondering the implications. However, on the surface, no one reacted to Luce's disrespectful remarks. Of course, did you think we wanted to stand out? Huh? After my splendid and perfect opening statement, why has no one knelt in reverence? Even if it is indeed impolite, how is it that not a single round of applause has been offered? After the masked figure unleashed a torrent of insults upon the crowd, it grew increasingly dissatisfied under the lights. Duong, the bouncing slime, finally came to a halt. Returning to the side of Sin, it bore no injuries and, throughout its energetic antics in the room, had caused no damage to any of the facilities. Its form served as the finest cushion. Truly the strongest player, embodying the spirit of the game. Yet, how can one claim I am an unattractive creature? In my own home, I am quite the charming sight. Now let us declare. Just as the slime began to speak, a roar erupted from the center of the stage. I exclaimed, "Why is there no applause after my speech?" Boom. That sound resonated with intense fury and neurotic energy. And in the next moment, a tremendous blast erupted as Luce fired a shot from the hell roared directly at the ceiling. The central chandelier was shattered, its colorful shards glimmering like gold, dancing through the vast casino center, a truly captivating sight. Witnessing Sin's sudden gunfire, the crowd was once again taken aback. This individual's erratic behavior was beyond comprehension. Do you not realize this is a hellish game? Is this not a provocation of the rules? The light shone brightly at the center, enveloping the figure of Sin in an aura of malevolence, his violent energy palpable. The sight of the gun in his hand made everyone feel a sense of unease. Truly, this was a hellish game. Slime stood nearby, unperturbed, and began to applaud, flattering the atmosphere with a smirk. A person of temperament indeed. We declare that the player Sin has chosen to participate in his true identity from the outset, thus earning a multiplier of 2. An exceptionally glaring 2 materialized above Sin's head, drawing all eyes. Gradually, hesitant applause began to ripple through the crowd. After all, it was prudent to applaud first, lest this madman unleash his wrath upon them. This individual, his mental state is truly alarming. Jiao Tian, standing beside him, observed the bewildered expressions of their official teammates, who pointed to their heads in confusion. "You'll have to get used to it," he said with a wry smile. In truth, he felt somewhat relieved. This seemed to be a more stable episode than the last. At least he hadn't resorted to cannibalism. Teammate. Xia Anton concealed herself behind a champagne tower, her all-seeing eye now in operation. While she found it somewhat distasteful, her gaze remained fixated on this individual. She was among the few who did not perceive Sin as insane. Sin deliberately played to his mask, and based on the previous game's mechanics, he was likely using this method to trigger the mask's abilities. Firing at the ceiling with such force, the light shattered while the ceiling remained intact, indicating that the game environment was firmly anchored within this room. Involving deliberate and exaggerated actions, the proactive assault on the slime serves as a test of the game's boundaries. She has reached a conclusion. The current Sin embodies a sentient pattern, which, in her perspective, is far more daunting. Well then, since the unveiling has been confirmed, might I request you? The slime's voice bore a hint of trepidation, seeking to usurp the central position, eager to announce the first rule of the game. What? Is there something you wish to convey? Hand over the script, and I shall speak. This. Chapter 110, The False Being. The facade of deceptive beauty, the slime remained stationary, appearing somewhat flustered at that moment, its massive gelatinous form quivering, evoking a sense of pity. That seems rather inappropriate. What is inappropriate? Does the game's rules state that I cannot embody this role? The Sin replied impatiently, a disdainful expression manifesting upon the mask of lust. Well, your assertion, while valid, does not entirely negate the point. Negate what? Previously, upon hearing the applause of the crowd, the Sin, pleased and adjusting her collar, had regained her calm and elegance. However, she swiftly reverted to her violent nature. She even pointed a gun directly at the quivering slime, her temperament oscillating to an extreme. Among the onlookers, many harbored secret hopes, anticipating that the slime might act on behalf of the game to punish this aberration. Yet, nothing transpired. The slime's form seemed to momentarily stiffen, then swayed slightly before it could only manage a smile. With a flick of its hand, a sheet of golden, translucent holographic paper materialized in the grasp of Sin. Quite splendid. This item appears remarkably pristine. Gazing at the luminescent screen, Lu Su felt a twinge of novelty and contentedly remarked, quite expected. The slime instinctively replied, akin to responding to a superior, but upon realizing its faux pas, fell silent once more. Thus, the grand spectacle unfolded flawlessly, with the purple mask glimmering under the spotlight, while the slime quietly stood behind him, resembling a bodyguard or doorman. The other players were left in a state of bewilderment. Can it truly be like this? With this setup, we feel more like NPCs. Lu Su, however, paid no mind to their musings. Clutching the glowing screen, he began to read. This is rather intriguing. The current game takes place in a maritime casino with a participant count of 100. Yet, if you were to observe closely, you would discover that within this room. Lu Su paused, lifting his gaze to reveal a peculiar smile. There are indeed 200 individuals here. As his words echoed, nearly everyone instinctively shook their heads in disbelief, casting apprehensive glances at the surrounding attractive figures. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. In the brightly lit casino, it felt as though the elite were haunted. Among these 200 individuals, 100 were players, while the other 100 were merely doppelgangers. Thus, for the next hour, you are free to indulge in delightful culinary experiences and exquisite wines. Simultaneously, however, I would like you to engage in a light-hearted game. Who pinned this verbose script? Lu Su glanced back at the slime, offering an apologetic smile. Now, allow me to present the game's rules, a riddle of identities. Each participant possesses 3 stars and must guess 3 times whether the individuals around them are players or imposters. Should you correctly identify someone as a player, they must reveal their identity without hesitation. Conversely, if you mistakenly identify them as a player, you shall concede to one reasonable request from them. If you correctly identify someone as an imposter, they must fulfill one of your requests without question. However, should your guess be incorrect, you will lose 1 star. These 4 straightforward rules will manifest 3 stars on each player's chest. Now, let the game commence. Without further ado, Lu Su let the golden paper in his hand vanish and began to stroll around the venue. Even amidst the crowd, the luminous tube above his head unmistakably indicated his presence, clear and vivid. Moreover, the others instinctively steered clear of him, as though avoiding a plague. This individual was formidable. With a mind that seemed slightly askew, it was prudent to keep one's distance. Certainly, among the multitude, many have begun to contemplate the current game. A countdown timer has materialized overhead, marking the commencement of the event. No one pays heed to the suggestion of indulging in refreshments, given that 3 guesses must be made. It is undoubtedly an integral aspect of the game. No one perceives the hellish mode as uncomplicated. Numerous participants are mentally grappling with the 4 rules, devising strategies. 3 stars. Even a fool can discern that this will prove useful in the future. However, Lusu is different. He exhibits an extreme sense of relaxation as he meanders through the hall, sampling delights from the dessert area. He even approached a gaming table and shook a dice cup. Rolling 3 sixes. It appears today is my fortunate day. Players, feel free to emulate our strongest player, indulge in a little freedom, and engage in what you enjoy. The slime announced, re-establishing the ambience in the center of the hall. Yet, it proved futile. Ultimately, the first to shatter the impasse was that sin. After rolling the dice, Lusa turned to a nearby female player and inquired, "Madam, do you consider yourself beautiful?" The woman was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that this peculiar top player would address her. After a brief pause, she covered her mouth and chuckled. "I believe every girl harbors the notion of her own beauty. Yet, truly beautiful girls are quite rare." Lusa retorted sharply, "Perhaps. Though your exterior may appear rather mundane at this moment, I still hold hope that beneath this facade lies a beautiful soul," Lusu remarked as he gazed at her. "I presume you are a player." Such a hasty assumption. In the casino, everyone turned in unison towards Lusu. Even the slime seemed momentarily taken aback. No one expected such a rash conclusion just minutes after their arrival. The girl who was questioned appeared momentarily dazed, then gradually shed her superficial disguise, her voice taking on a husky tone. "It seems somewhat regrettable, but you have guessed incorrectly." As her gravelly voice echoed through the hall, the atmosphere grew palpably colder, and nearly everyone inhaled sharply in surprise. The beauty before Lusu revealed her true form, transforming into a skeleton. Chapter 111. Viewing the beauty as seeing the white bones. Observing the white bones as gazing upon beauty. In the opulent hall, the moment her identity was unveiled, a repulsive stench permeated the air, causing those nearby to retreat a few steps. It was reminiscent of a corpse submerged in the depths of the sea for an indeterminate period, perfectly aligning with the current appearance of the faux figure. The being had become a mere skeleton, yet it was not the pristine ivory of a medical or anatomical specimen. Instead, it resembled a complete cadaver, retrieved from the ocean after many years. Its flesh long since devoured by marine life, and its remains decomposed by the ecological system of the sea. Unprocessed, its bones were not white, but rather were cloaked in various muted hues. Those familiar with the grim task of retrieving bodies are acutely aware that it is the vast ocean, the fish, and even the decomposition of one's own muscle that leaves a somber residue upon the bones. In some instances, particularly near the interior of the skeletal structure, faint traces of muscle can still be discerned, resembling plastic that has been scorched by intense heat, firmly fused with the bones. The hollow eyes are filled with peculiar foreign substances, possibly remnants within the skull that have yet to oxidize and decay completely. It is best not to dwell on such thoughts, as they are rather grotesque. Without any further actions, merely the presence of this macabre sight is sufficient for the crowd to comprehend why this is a game of hellish proportions. An unnatural atmosphere envelopes the gathering. The distance between individuals instinctively widens. Beneath the masks of handsome men and beautiful women lurks the existence of such grotesqueries, leaving one to ponder if a similar entity stands nearby. Yet, the figure of sin exhibits a stark contrast to the crowd's demeanor. A surprised expression materializes upon the purple mask. With a step forward, I closed the distance to the impostor. Indeed, it did not disappoint. Beneath the mask lay a visage of true beauty. Amidst the throngs of vulgarity and ugliness, I instantly recognized your loveliness. Perhaps this too is a form of fate, observing beauty amidst the bones. Compared to the discomfort evoked by the skeletal remains, Sin's words resonate with a far greater impact. The impostor, seemingly unaccustomed to such a contender, hesitated for 2 seconds before continuing their dialogue like an NPC. "Regardless, it is unfortunate. You have lost." "No. I believe I am the victor," Lusu declared, stepping forward once more, his mask nearly pressing against the skull of his opponent, gripping their skeletal hand firmly. The automaton trembled, caught off guard, and unable to evade the encounter. "As long as I can see you, I have already triumphed." Lusu, holding the skeletal hand, gazed deeply into the hollow sockets of the opponent's skull, exuding an overwhelming aura of vitality. The automaton's preset processor seemed utterly unprepared for such an eventuality, causing it to freeze in a state reminiscent of a malfunctioning CPU. Not only was it incapacitated, but the surrounding onlookers were equally entranced, as if caught in a petrifying spell, rendered immobile and transfixed by the scene unfolding before them. We harbor no envy towards your status as the strongest player. This revelation led those who previously considered themselves formidable to humbly bow their heads in resignation. Beside Jiutian, his teammate appeared on the verge of losing control, eyes wide with disbelief as the skull inched closer. Turning to Jiutian, he exclaimed, "Red-clad rogue, you have suffered greatly." Jiutian replied, "The tainted aura of the mortal realm fills me with revulsion, making me reluctant to engage. Yet, holding your hand transforms the polluted air into something remarkably fresh." Lu Su seemed entirely unconcerned with the notion of games, as he grasped the automaton's hand and began to prance around, eliciting a sense of amusement for the onlookers, akin to the playful bounce of a lively creature. The enigmatic figure withdrew their hand without leaving a trace, somewhat bashfully retreating a step, and spoke, "Let us first engage in the preliminary phase of the game. You must grant me a reasonable request." "Your every request is entirely reasonable," Lu Su replied promptly, brandishing the hell roar and pointing it at his own heart. "Do you wish to witness my sincerity?" The figure fell into silence yet again, unable to respond, and then turned to the slime, nodding. "Very well, let us formalize the game. The rules are established by the enigmatic figure, to be adhered to by the player's sin. Any violation shall result in defeat. The stakes are as follows. Should the player fail, they shall forfeit a star, while the enigmatic figure's failure will bestow a star upon the player. Given the 2 rule, what use do I have for your worthless stars? You blind and ugly creature? Do you not know your purpose?" Just moments ago, Sin had exuded elegance and charm, but now erupted in a frenzy of insults directed at the slime. The figure before them trembled slightly in fear, instinctively retreating a bit further, while the slime stood rigid. After a moment of contemplation, 2 plump hands emerged from its form, beginning to paint something in the air before it. "All right, in light of the player's reasonable request, and considering the game's entertainment and thrill, appropriate modifications shall be made. The stakes are now, should the player fail, they will lose 2 stars, while the enigmatic figure's failure will necessitate an unconditional agreement to 1 request from the opponent." After finishing his words, the slime bounced around and turned towards Lu Su, asking, "How about it?" Lu Su nodded in satisfaction and gave him a thumbs up. Their exchange was cordial, yet everyone was perplexed as to why this player, named Sin, possessed such elevated gaming privileges. Was it merely due to his decision to reveal his identity? Did taking the initiative to unveil oneself offer such advantages? Since entering this game, everyone had endured a relentless barrage of blows, leaving their minds in a state of numbness. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed in the hour-long countdown, with no one making a move, all eyes fixated on Sin, the reckless individual, awaiting him to pave the way. The slime observed the crowd with a cold gaze and muttered softly, "What a group of players who cannot appreciate the joy of gaming. All right, the game has been established. Let us commence." As the words of the slime echoed, possibly unnerved by Lu Su's eerie mask, the skeletal puppet before Lu Su hastily declared the game. "For this minor game test, I require 3 players. With that," the puppet extended its bony fingers and pointed 3 times into the crowd. "You 3, step forward." Chapter 112, The Lottery Game. "I believe you love me." Once the game was announced to begin, 2 beams of light descended, enveloping Lu Su and the puppet, as if binding them with 2 strands of rules. However, after the figure pointed at 3 individuals, a beam of light appeared above each of their heads, as if they had been chosen. The trio paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback, then exchanged glances before stepping forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, at times the game requires more participants, and you will be selected at random. Refusal is not an option. But fret not, the outcome bears no consequence for you. It is merely a participation, just a game for everyone to enjoy." A scoff escaped Lu Su's lips as he regarded the skeleton across from him. "Is this fellow always so verbose? Truly a burden for you." The figure trembled slightly, swiftly raising its left hand, where a sphere materialized. It was a transparent orb, approximately 50 centimeters in diameter, containing several smaller balls that collided with each other at high speed, reminiscent of a lottery drawing. The figure twirled the large sphere in place, seemingly to showcase it to the assembly. In the next moment, the exterior of the sphere turned pitch black, obscuring its contents, with only the sound of the smaller balls clashing resonating in the air. The figure turned to face Lu Su, its hollow eyes flickering with an eerie light. The raspy voice echoed once more, "I shall state the rules only once. No questions or doubts will be entertained during this time. Upon concluding the rules, a countdown for your choices will commence. From the moment I finish speaking, you will have 30 seconds to decide. It is a game of chance. Inside the sphere, there are several smaller balls, and we, 5 in total, will take turns to draw, regardless of how many spheres the preceding 4 individuals have captured. The final participant shall seize all that remains, culminating in the completion of the distribution among the 5. You are the first to grasp. And should the number of spheres you ultimately claim be the greatest or the least, then you shall taste defeat. Conversely, you shall emerge victorious. My rules have been articulated. You now have 30 seconds to commence the game." As the final words were spoken, the pace quickened, seemingly leaving no room for contemplation, thrusting the dilemma upon the others. A 30-second countdown loomed above the gathering of 5, and it had already begun. Is this truly how it starts? At that moment, none were eager to engage in identity deduction. All eyes fixated on the unfolding scenario, deeming the abrupt countdown exceedingly excessive. This was a retaliation for previous provocations directed at the slime. Now, it seemed, the tables had turned. Was this not the inevitable defeat that such games entail? Beside Jiutian, a teammate whispered softly, "Do not stand too close to me. What if we are discovered?" Jiutian responded in silence. Amidst the crowd, the mask of desire wore a contemplative expression before it was replaced by a beaming smile. "Ah, how utterly perfect I am. Have you fallen for me at first sight?" The pretense was evidently taken aback, coldly uttering from the skeletal framework, "There are only 25 seconds remaining. To think you would remind me of the time. It appears you truly care for me." The smile upon the mask of desire grew ever more suggestive. What on earth is he wasting time for? At this moment, Jiotian's teammates were practically digging their toes into the ground, gritting their teeth in frustration. "Could you please not act like the emperor while the eunuchs are in a frenzy?" Jiotian, having played the same game as Lu Su, understood that this individual might not be as irrational as he appeared, thus managing to remain relatively composed. As the countdown continued, everyone felt the likelihood of success dwindling, questioning whether the top player even cared about winning or losing. In a sudden turn of events, Lu Su extended his left hand and grasped the right hand of the opposing avatar. The avatar instinctively attempted to withdraw, but what strength did Lu Su possess? If he wished to hold on with an iron grip, escape would be impossible. It is said that a vein from the left ring finger connects directly to the heart. "As I hold you with my left hand, I hope you can feel my sincerity," Lu Su proclaimed, while simultaneously using his right hand to delve into the colossal orb. At this juncture, time had already surpassed the halfway mark. Under the watchful gaze of 200 spectators and the spotlight in this gilded hall, Lu Su's left hand clasped the opponent's right hand, while his right hand intruded into the orb held aloft by the opponent's left hand. The imagery and atmosphere were perfectly poised. If only the opponent were not a terrifying skeleton. Xian Tong, who had been fixated on the scene, could no longer contain her astonishment. The contrast from the previous dungeon was simply too stark. "What is this? You can even speak sweet nothings? Moreover, if you could use your capable right hand, why not just say so? What else with this nonsense about the left ring finger and heart connection? Aren't all your veins connected to your heart?" She endeavored to suppress any actions that might set her apart from those around her, lest she draw attention to herself. To her, it seemed that guilt ought to prevail, yet her curiosity piqued regarding how he would exploit this demand from the automaton. Surely, he wouldn't resort to engaging with a skeleton, as she believed him not to be mad to that extent. "Do you wish for my victory?" With merely 10 seconds remaining, Lu Su continued to ramble, rendering the automaton nearly speechless. Several attempts to withdraw his hand proved futile. The strength of this man was terrifying. "Of course, I hope to win." Reluctantly, the automaton followed his lead, offering a response. "You're merely providing me with a reason to claim victory. After all, every woman admires a man who conquers her." The automaton thought to itself, this individual has a peculiar mindset. Choosing silence, it lifted its gaze to the countdown above. 3, 2. In that final second, Lu Su finally extracted his right hand, each gap between his fingers clutching a sphere, while his palm contained a few more. "What do you think? Are you satisfied?" The automaton glanced at the spheres in Lu Su's hand, counting them, its body stiffening slightly. "I believe you harbor affection for me. Otherwise, why present me with an assured wager, only to reveal your true feelings? If perfection is a sin, then I apologize. However, falling for me is indeed your right choice." A broad smile emerged on the mask of desire, and the self-absorbed voice had not ceased since the game's inception, yet now, The automaton perceived it as the voice of a devil. In the next moment, a hoarse voice emanated from the skeletal frame. You have won. There is no need to continue playing. Please, make your demands. Chapter 113. Love is the downfall of free will. A large black sphere was placed upon the ground, and the skeletal figure, resembling a marionette, appeared somewhat hunched, exuding an aura of despondency. It could not display any emotions, yet merely gazing upon it evoked a palpable sense of its melancholy. The players present, along with the spectators observing Lusu's gameplay, were momentarily taken aback by the words of the figure. How had victory been attained? Hadn't the 5 participants completed their tasks? The individuals at the back had yet to take action. What was the purpose of summoning them? Was there a hidden agenda? Why? How did we win? Is there anyone here who can elucidate this? There are 10 spheres in total. Is there some profound significance that eludes my understanding? The situation feels increasingly perplexing. From the initial favoritism of the host to this inexplicable victory, is there not something amiss? Is the esteemed blank not present in the live stream? Why has there been no analysis from them? Indeed, the esteemed blank could not provide an analysis, for she was not merely absent from the live stream. She was directly within it. After the Champagne Tower, Xie Antong quietly observed the unfolding events. Upon discerning the 10 spheres in Lu Su's grasp, she realized that he had indeed triumphed. The average. Indeed, there is something amiss with his hand, he murmured softly, contemplating a logic puzzle that was not particularly intricate. From the very beginning, Xie Antong had nearly discerned the solution. Within the large sphere, numerous smaller spheres were in rapid motion. For a few fleeting seconds before its outer surface turned black, one could observe the inner workings. While the naked eye of an ordinary person might struggle to distinguish these details, the all-seeing eye perceives with clarity. The total number of small spheres within the larger sphere is 50. The total number of participants attempting to grasp the spheres is 5, which, when averaged, amounts to 10 spheres per person. In this game, the order of grabbing is inconsequential. As long as one secures 10 spheres, 2 scenarios will inevitably arise. First, each participant could perfectly acquire 10 spheres, resulting in an equitable distribution with no one standing out as the highest or lowest. Second, if the spheres are not evenly divided, then possessing the average of 10 means that inevitably, some will have more while others will have less. Thus, the sole challenge of the game lies in the 30-second time constraint. Within this brief period, one must comprehend the situation and, after the large sphere becomes opaque, painstakingly ascertain the total of 50 spheres. After all, without the all-seeing eye, it is quite challenging for anyone to calculate the number of small spheres in the initial moments. Lu Su indeed did not meticulously count the spheres at first, but this was inconsequential. The scholar's right hand could transform one who had never handled a firearm into a sharpshooter in an instant, and counting should pose no difficulty. Therefore, this game represents an assured victory for Lu Su. However, even now, the majority of the crowd remains perplexed by the situation at hand. At this moment, Xie Antong's gaze traverses the throng, landing upon Lu Su's elongated and distinctly jointed right hand. She is now nearly certain that this hand possesses extraordinary abilities. Curiosity piqued, she wonders about his request. State your demand. Anything at all. The faceless entity speaks again, its hollow eyes fixed intently on Lu Su. Including spending a night of passion with me? The lustful mask jestingly suggests. Anything, the entity reiterates. The slime bounces with interest, seemingly captivated by the exchange. While you may arouse my desires, such pursuits devoid of emotional connection hold no significance. I yearn for love, not merely physicality. In the distance, Xie Antong's lips twitch, contemplating that there is hardly any physicality left. After all, it is merely a skeletal frame. Rationality still prevails, she muses, as she realizes she is not truly inclined to engage with this skeleton due to the allure of the lustful mask. As she contemplates this, Lu Su's subsequent words leave her utterly bewildered. Thus, my request is for you to love me unwaveringly. The faceless entity? Xie Antong? The crowd? Ultimately, the faceless entity is merely a product within the game, representing a significant resource, and it possesses 3 stars. Everyone believes that following the previous turning point, it is only reasonable for Sin to make some serious demands. After all, madness may ensue, yet when it comes to such critical interests, one must approach the matter with sincerity. However, this outcome was indeed a tremendous surprise to all. What peculiar request did you make? The slime suddenly began to applaud, exclaiming with exaggerated enthusiasm, well, what a spirited player you are. Why does everyone appear so downtrodden, as if they were mere laborers? Is the game not enjoyable? What are you shouting about? Lu Su turned around, gazing at it in bewilderment. The slime fell silent. At that moment, the foe, having accepted defeat, acquiesced to the request. A beam of light descended from above, enveloping it, as if sealing a pact. The lustful mask retained its languid grin, nodding in apparent satisfaction. It spoke. From the very beginning, you have held a fondness for me. Choosing a game with a quintet, you have helped me find 3 companions. These 3 must be players, evidently. When chosen, they exhibited hesitation, and just now when you declared my victory, their bodies betrayed a sense of unease. Lusu intentionally voiced these 2 statements with a deliberate loudness. The skull of the foe lifted slightly, poised to respond. Yet, nearby, another player hesitated momentarily before succumbing to impulse, rushing forward without further contemplation. Pointing at one of the remaining 3 in the drawing game, they proclaimed, "I suspect you are a player." The air seemed to hold its breath for a second before Lusu's lustful mask stretched into a grin that reached his ears, followed by a raucous laughter. "Ha! Truly, there are fools among us. It is indeed no exaggeration to call you a foolish creature. Who would have thought it would choose 3 players?" The player who rushed out froze momentarily, and at that moment, the veil concealing his identity began to slowly dissolve, revealing another skeletal form beneath. "Regrettably, you have miscalculated." Beneath the mask of desire, Lusu continues to chuckle. "Ha ha ha. What kind of mind must you possess to believe what I just stated? If 3 players were truly chosen at random, how could the game possibly proceed? If someone were to intentionally protect me, wouldn't I be able to win effortlessly, regardless of how many were brought forth? Perhaps it would be best if you reconsidered your reasoning." His laughter was rife with mockery and disdain. Subsequently, Lusu pointed at the petrified player and declared, "I suspect you are a player." Chapter 114. The Malevolent Jester. Infusing excitement into the game then, Lusu gestured towards the remaining 2 participants in the game. "You 2 are imposters." As his words fell, the veils of the 3 individuals began to dissolve almost simultaneously, revealing a middle-aged man and 2 skeletal figures. All 3 were accurately identified. Although the middle-aged man faced no direct punishment or detriment for having his identity guessed, he became the second person to reveal himself within the room. This peculiar sense of exposure, coupled with the feeling of being manipulated, made him acutely aware of a flush of warmth creeping over him. He is typically an executive in a small company, often reprimanding his subordinates with the same refrain: to exhibit initiative, to seek out work, and to seize opportunities. His regular admonishments, akin to training a dog, have led him to somewhat brainwash himself. Thus, at that moment, a seemingly inadvertent remark made by Zue struck him as an opportunity. He barely had time to ponder. The thought that if he did not grasp this chance, it would be snatched away by another surged within him. One must be resolute. The moment he charged forward, he was even somewhat pleased with his own audacity. Little did he know, Zue, being the strongest player, was merely jesting, engaging in playful banter. What a folly! What advantage could this possibly yield for you? As he gazed at the purple mask adorned with a lingering smile, his defenses crumbled, leaving him at a loss for words. He felt as if everyone in the grand hall was watching him, mocking him. Among the 3 revealed impostors, one approached the middle-aged man and declared, "You have lost. You must concede to one reasonable request." Meanwhile, the other 2 advanced towards Zue, bowing slightly as they said, "You have triumphed. I am willing to grant you one request." Observing such a stark contrast, the middle-aged man could no longer contain himself. His blood surged, his face flushed crimson, and he erupted in fury. "I contest. I contest. Why does the strongest player receive such preferential treatment? Moreover, their game had not yet concluded. Why do they proclaim him the victor? I sense foul play. He is cheating." Certainly, he retained a semblance of rationality. Though seething with anger, he dared not unleash it directly upon Lu Su, but rather directed it towards Slime. It was evident that the middle-aged man belonged to that category of individuals who had yet to grasp the situation. In a way, he was voicing the concerns of a portion of the crowd. Slime, initially jovial, felt his demeanor shift instantly upon hearing these words. With a sidelong glance, he coldly retorted, "Preferential treatment? Why, should the strongest player receive any favors, or should it be you? As for the rationale behind such treatment, it is the thrill and enjoyment that ought to be the focal point here. Only he plays this game. None of you possess the right attitude towards gaming." Suddenly, Lusa turned to Slime and inquired, "Have you favored me?" No, that's only natural." Slime immediately adopted a servile expression, rubbing his hands together. Yet, he swiftly shifted back to his indifferent demeanor, directing his gaze at the middle-aged man. "As for cheating, what casino is devoid of deceit? Who declared that cheating is prohibited here? As long as you remain oblivious, what does it matter? Moreover, it seems there was no indication of any cheating just now." And you, sir, possess a glaring lack of sporting spirit. It's rather tedious with that final remark. Slime displayed an exaggerated disdain and strutted away, ignoring him entirely. The middle-aged man stood there, utterly bewildered, his usual vigor rendered impotent in this absurd realm where the power and rules of the normal societal world had been entirely deconstructed. The one who had fallen for Lusu appeared to have developed an instinct to protect him, casting a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man. Removing the outer layer of the large sphere revealed a smaller orb within. There were a total of 50, and he took 10 for himself. He intended to return and ponder over them, contemplating how to maximize or minimize their potential. With that said, he kicked the large sphere over, allowing the smaller balls to roll out and come to rest at the feet of the middle-aged manager. Lusu also discarded the small ball he held and chuckled, saying, "Take these back to play with. This game is not suited for you." Subsequently, he turned to the two figures that had reappeared before him and nodded in satisfaction. "As for your demands, let us maintain the status quo. I grant you the power to love me as well. You may share your affection, but remember, it is first come, first served, and you must remain modest in your expressions. Is that agreeable?" The figures stood silent, taken aback by the absurdity of this individual. Yet they had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, figures 1, 2, and 3 came into existence. Lusa then began to stroll around the area, accompanied by 3 idle skeletons. Having observed Lusa's series of actions, the onlookers began to grasp the nature of the identity-guessing game, hesitating as they prepared to engage in their own endeavors. However, at that moment, Lusa suddenly turned his gaze toward the slime, still attempting to create an atmosphere. "Hey, you sticky plump creature, are you looking for excitement? Why not make this game a bit more thrilling?" While the crowd remained oblivious to his intentions, and before Slime had the chance to speak, Lusu strode directly to an unmasked individual, casually remarking, "I suspect you to be an imposter." Incorrect guess. As his words resonated, the 2 stars adorning Lusu's chest instantaneously vanished, while the person he had questioned swiftly vanished into the throng. Lusu merely shrugged, seemingly unfazed, and casually seized another player to continue his inquiries. His guesses bore no rationale, entirely random, akin to a game, indifferent to victory or defeat. Many onlookers were perplexed, particularly those near Jiotian. What an odd fellow. What could possibly be going on in his mind? Hadn't he already made the requisite 3 inquiries? This is troubling. Suddenly, Jiotian's pupils constricted, urging, "Hurry. Time is running short." There are still over 40 minutes left, aren't there? Concurrently, Siet Antong, acting in haste, hastily placed her drink down, causing a few drops of champagne to spill. This masked individual truly possesses a vile character, she thought to herself, beginning to navigate swiftly towards the individuals she had previously scrutinized. The astute among them began to grasp a crucial reality. The game mandated that each player must make at least 3 guesses. Yet, considering the imposters, there were merely 200 participants. Meanwhile, that masked individual, adorned with a sinister grin, after completing his 3 guesses, continued to fervently make rapid guesses without concern for the outcome. Chapter 115, The Temporal Trap, the Abyss dug by Sin at this moment. The hall resembled a gathering for a soiree. Following the captivating yet nefarious performance, the attendees finally began to stir. Although the atmosphere had yet to reach a fervent exchange of toasts, the crowd had started to suppress their discomfort and engage in conversation. Having entered the game, it was imperative to adhere to its rules. Thus, the hour of deducing identities must proceed. So far, the slime had not divulged the purpose of the game as tokens. Yet their designation as tokens implied their significance. Consequently, under the necessity of making guesses, one could potentially lose everything if fortune did not favor them. Hence, the game's rules required meticulous consideration. Each guess presented 2 options: to identify a player or to identify an imposter. If we presume that the stars represent the most crucial element of this game, then everything falls into place. Guessing an imposter correctly yields substantial rewards, while a misstep incurs penalties. Conversely, guessing a player incorrectly may not result in overt repercussions, as it does not directly deduct stars. However, a correct guess offers little advantage, merely revealing the other's identity. Thus, weighing the benefits against the drawbacks becomes a matter of strategic deliberation, and many have yet to ascertain whether to take the plunge or to tread cautiously. Yet, the truly astute individuals have ceased to squander time deliberating. They prioritize safeguarding their positions. Take Xie Antong, for instance. She did not dwell on identifying imposters, as they were inherently elusive. Instead, she focused solely on observing the players. Human behavior is discernible and exhibits commonalities. Xie Antong possesses more than just a single eye. Amidst the invisible currents of air, a metallic sphere hovers, fixating on Lu Su. While the others observe different individuals, the subtle gestures during contemplation, the rhythm of one's footsteps, and the physical reactions of onlookers when confronted with a criminal are all vital information for her analysis. The imposters may feign surprise or even pretend to inquire about the identities of those nearby, yet certain nuances reveal their mimicry as less than convincing. By assimilating the data of everyone present into her mind and conducting a straightforward comparative analysis, she identified 3 individuals who bore the closest resemblance to humans. "I suspect you are human." Swiftly navigating through the crowd, she made her deductions and departed without hesitation, uttering this phrase thrice in succession. As long as the game deemed her assessment successful, that was sufficient. Some of the 3 individuals failed to comprehend the situation, and by the time they turned around, Xie Antong had vanished without a trace, leaving only the slowly dissipating holographic visages of the 3 she had scrutinized. All 3 were accurate. With her 3 mandatory guesses completed and no repercussions incurred, she exhaled in relief and redirected her focus to the malevolent figure within the gathering. The dual headlamps above him were glaringly conspicuous, making him the center of attention wherever he roamed, especially with the addition of a violet mask. He had lost count of how many individuals he had guessed, reveling in more victories than defeats, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. He truly appeared as though he were merely indulging in leisure, exploring an unfamiliar gaming table with a sense of curiosity. And he even had the audacity to give it a try. At crucial moments, Slime took on the role of a guide. "You, imposter," he remarked, dismissively gesturing towards the nearby player without a second glance. "Incorrect guess." A voice belonging to a player echoed, indicating that Lu Su was about to lose another star. No. 2 stars, due to the 2 factor. However, Lu Su currently possessed only a single star, having previously lost 1 through a mandatory deduction from a failed guess. This is insufficient. Clad in a purple mask, Lu Su shrugged his shoulders, embodying a nonchalant demeanor. Caught up in the game, he had forgotten about this predicament. "What a bore. What should I do? Perhaps you could just end my life?" he mused, "or shall I forfeit my hands and feet to settle my debts?" The latter remark was directed towards Slime. "Slime? Well, actually." Slime hesitated, words caught in his throat, extending a hand to gesture towards Luce's side. As Luce turned his head, he noticed imposter number 1 extending a skeletal hand, presenting a star before him. "Here. Take mine." "Oh dear, how can I accept this?" The lust mask declared with a sense of noble righteousness. "It's quite all right. What was originally mine is, in essence, yours." Before imposter number 1 could finish, the star vanished from his grasp and appeared in Luce's hand. Just as he was exclaiming how he couldn't possibly accept, Lu Su had already taken it with such swiftness that the imposter could scarcely comprehend the motion. After pinning the star to her chest, it swiftly dissipated into the wind. The pseudo-being, somewhat at a loss, retracted its skeletal hand, while Pseudo-1 remained silent, pondering what else could be done. At that moment, Lu Su's demeanor was truly at its peak, malevolent, cynical, and a purveyor of amusement, evoking frustration in those who beheld him. Observing him from a distance, Xie Antong mused whether the illustrious Emperor Gaozu of Han was perceived similarly by others in his time. However, upon witnessing the pseudo-being voluntarily bestow its star upon Zue, a sudden realization struck her. So this is how it is. This notion of love, in essence, appeared to be a means of ensnaring the pseudo-being within one's grasp, transforming the stars upon the other into one's own. But why not simply request 3 stars directly? Do these skeletal remains serve any purpose? It seems Zue's personal prowess does not particularly require them. Nevertheless, she redirected her gaze toward the throng. The number of those unveiling and guessing had once again increased, yet there remained viable targets for speculation. To correctly identify a pseudo-being seemed to promise substantial rewards. Thus, she resolved to intensify the chaos of this game. With this thought in mind, having already completed her 3 guesses, Xie Antong turned and re-entered the crowd. Resuming her guessing endeavors, time passed swiftly, and a portion of the less aware individuals soon began to sense something amiss. They hesitated, contemplating ways to break the deadlock. Yet the situation was spiraling out of control. It was unclear at which moment the pace of revelations escalated dramatically. The surroundings, once filled with the charming visages of anime characters, had suddenly transformed. The true appearances of the players emerged, revealing ghastly skeletal forms. And a collective realization dawned upon them that something was amiss. Time was running out. Indecision would lead to defeat. The pit of transgressions had ensnared many who could no longer escape. Chapter 116. unconditional withdrawal, insulting the strongest player. Within this chaos lay a trap set by the mischievous Lu Su and players like Xie Antong, who, upon grasping the reality, decided to exploit the situation for their own gain. In essence, everything had now erupted. It resembled a coordinated strangulation, targeting those who lacked acumen, hesitated, and refused to confront the truth. Indeed, this game was designed as a filter. With 200 participants, each was permitted at least 3 guesses. And the imposters would also engage in speculation to maintain their disguise. This implied that a portion of individuals would inevitably fail to fulfill their 3 attempts at guessing. The hellish game was merciless. No one would consider your plight. To a certain extent, everyone remained a rival. Weakness and hesitation would only lead to one's own demise. Naturally, decisiveness coupled with folly would hasten one's downfall even more swiftly. Ultimately, as the clock ticked down to half an hour remaining, the entire hall erupted into chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace. A multitude of individuals engaged in meaningless disputes and shouting, rendering the atmosphere chaotic to the point of inducing a headache. Only a scant few had successfully completed the riddle 3 times. Although many had commenced their attempts, most managed only a guess or 2, oblivious to the looming sense of urgency as they clung to a desire for stability. A significant number had yet to venture a single guess. However, such matters are not subject to linear fluctuations. The objects of speculation may experience a precipitous decline. I wonder, who on earth has trodden upon my foot? Amidst the cacophony, the previous elegance and refinement had dissipated entirely, leaving the remaining individuals bereft of time to contemplate, resorting to random guesses and a gamble for a mere 50% chance. Meanwhile, the architect of this turmoil had already withdrawn, savoring a glass of crimson wine with great deliberation. Surrounding him were 8 imposters, skeletal figures encircling him, isolating the rest from his presence, as if he were a spectator at a theatrical performance. The distance he maintained was perhaps a result of his disdain for filth and ugliness, or merely a preference for solitude. During the initial 10 minutes of the game, no one made a move. They were mere onlookers, fixated on the performance of one individual. In the second 10 minutes, Lu Su executed his own strategy, and figures like Jiao Tian and Xie Andong began to stir within the crowd. As the third 10 minutes commenced, the pace of the game quickened, spiraling into increasing disorder, ultimately culminating in a chaotic mlaying, while Lu Su, the instigator, continued to observe the unfolding spectacle. Ultimately, with 30 minutes remaining, the sound of a bell resonated within the room, echoing in the hearts of all present. La 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 la. The game is over, though time still lingers, alas. The masks are gone, came the mischievous voice of the slime. At this moment, all the handsome men and beautiful women had vanished, leaving behind 100 skeletons and 100 players. Still half an hour left. It seems everyone has been quite efficient. The game has been successfully completed. The slime remarked. Now, which of our adorable participants have yet to finish? The slime bounced playfully, surveying the crowd. Many individuals were drenched in sweat, not from physical exertion, but rather from the anxiety that weighed upon their hearts. Those who had made 3 correct guesses and retained their 3 stars breathed a sigh of relief. Those who had made 3 guesses but lost a star were consumed by unease. Meanwhile, those who had failed to complete the task fixated intently on the slime and a select group of individuals. For instance, Xie Antong, adorned with 7 stars, Jiao Tian, boasting 5 stars, and the one who had not earned a single star but stood amidst 8 skeletons, Zue. The slime continued to sway its ample form, speaking once more. Well then, the first warm-up game has concluded. I trust everyone enjoyed themselves. Rejoice, for I declare this game a paradise. A delightful experience for all to relish. Now, I hope no one wishes to withdraw. Is there anyone who wishes to exit? Silence enveloped the atmosphere, as if something essential was amiss. The crowd's gaze fixated on him, until a woman timidly inquired, Is there no cost? Oh, right, the slime exclaimed, as if struck by a sudden realization. I forgot to mention, those who fail to guess within 3 attempts will have a corresponding number of stars deducted. With a sweeping gesture, many in the crowd saw their stars diminish by 1 to 3. Now, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? No exit tokens are required. Withdrawing from the game simply means you choose not to participate anymore. I have stated that this is a welfare bureau, yet you seem reluctant to believe me. The slime proclaimed. It was then that the crowd began to grasp the meaning behind its words. The previously anxious woman's face lit up with hope as she eagerly asked, So we can exit freely? Without any cost? Cost? What cost? The slime replied, feigning ignorance. Players with 3 stars or more can exit without penalty. However, those of you who choose to flee like cowards will not reap any rewards. If you possess less than 3 stars, well, you may have to sacrifice something. Losing a few stars equates to losing a few items. The notion of loss made the woman's eyes flicker with apprehension. What does that mean? What does that mean? The slime urged, growing anxious. If you use exit tokens, all your equipment benefits will be reset. I am merely suggesting the loss of a few items. Upon hearing the slime's words, many who had lost stars began to waver, and the inquisitive woman resolved to withdraw immediately. She decided to cease playing. She could no longer endure the hellish game, particularly with that loathsome brood involved. Contemplating this, she shot a fierce glare at the languid sinner. At that precise moment, Lucid turned his gaze toward her, his voice languidly drifting through the air. Well, I suggest you take a moment to ponder the words of that grotesque creature. It would be wise to utilize the exit coins, if you lack them. Feel free to purchase some from me. I have plenty on hand. With a swift motion, Lusu produced no less than 4 exit coins from his grasp. He had amassed quite the collection from game rewards and pilfering from Fanren. He was practically wholesale. Shut your mouth. The woman had already resolved to withdraw and could no longer tolerate his taunts. What a so-called strongest player you are. You are nothing but a beast that thrives on the flesh and blood of others. We are all players. If you hadn't insisted on leading the guesses, we would not be in this predicament. And now you feign concern while selling exit coins? Do you think everyone fears you? One day, you shall meet your demise. Having vented her fury, she promptly declared her exit. The principle of severing ties after a confrontation applied even to the strongest player, who could do nothing to her. In an instant, her figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind 3 items that fell to the ground: a shoe, an ear, and a liver. Chapter 117. Sharing a game with me is your misfortune. The 3 objects that lay upon the ground gleamed as if brand new, particularly the plump liver, which bore no trace of blood, fresh and succulent. The crowd fell into a profound silence, gazing at the liver on the ground, pondering the woman's current state. What happens to a person without their liver? Why rush? It has been said to contemplate carefully before speaking. Such a whimsical play on words. Fortunately, it was merely a liver. Had it been a head left here, that would indeed be quite grotesque. In the stillness, Lu Su's irreverent voice once again resonated in the hearts of all present. By the way, why not see if you can make use of it? He remarked, as if an epiphany had struck him, turning to the figure beside him, known as Pseudo-Person 1. Pseudo-Person 1. Amidst the collective silence, Slime suddenly erupted into a loud outcry. What do you mean by a word game? How can you say that? How can you say that? I was quite clear. You know. Besides, 3 items is already quite merciful. Look, she even lost a shoe. This matter also hinges on one's own luck. With good fortune, everything will turn out fine. Moreover, I believe this price is inherently lower than losing all existing abilities. This is the essence of a gamble. This embodies the spirit of the game, does it not? Indeed. Absolutely. At the instant those words fell, a thunderous roar erupted, unmistakably Luce's voice. Affirming what had been said. With hands outstretched and a jubilant smile upon the purple mask, he continued, the Maritime Casino. That is the name of this game. Wager everything you possess, whether to continue or to withdraw. The concept of gambling has been an intrinsic part of your life. Even in the mundane act of venturing out for a meal, where you wager that you will not be struck by a vehicle. If there exists a deity in this world, it is undoubtedly the deity of probability, who governs all aspects of existence. Einstein once glimpsed her visage. To place everything you possess upon the uncertain, upon the mysteries that are yet to be unveiled, is the essence of true exhilaration. This, indeed, is what renders life intriguing. Indeed, this is what makes it fascinating. The slime chimed in, writhing with enthusiasm, the 2 appearing utterly exhilarated. A stark contrast to the somber atmosphere surrounding them. The crowd remained silent, their gazes fixated on the liver upon the ground. As the cold grip of fear had ensnared the judgment of most. To retreat or not to retreat? That is the question. At this moment, Xia Antong suddenly spoke. Turning towards the slime, if there are 3 or more stars, can one withdraw? Amidst the prior chaotic speculations, she had, of course, already revealed her identity. And Lucer recognized her, along with Gio Tion in the distance. He mused upon the smallness of the world, marveling at the randomness of encountering the same individuals twice. However, he exhibited no reaction, as if he were entirely unacquainted with her. Yes, 3 or more stars. You may withdraw now without any penalty. The slime responded in an indifferent tone. Just a lack of penalty? What else would you expect? Do you cowardly quitters still desire a reward? The slime's tone escalated sharply as he turned to face Xie Antong. Oh, you have 7 stars. Why not stay and enjoy the game? The tone of slime softened slightly. Since entering this game, he had continuously showcased his extraordinary ability and instantaneous shift in demeanor. He could swiftly adapt his attitude based on the individual before him. Among those present, individuals with 3 stars or more were scarce, and many were vacillating in their decisions. The majority of those with 2 stars opted to withdraw. In a game of hellish difficulty, who could predict what awaited them? It seemed wiser to take a gamble now. Some fortunate players merely lost a few articles of clothing or equipment, while others suffered more grievous fates, broken limbs or worse. One unfortunate soul even exited the game to find a heart lying on the ground. The sight of that heart left everyone pale. Although this game lacked the overt bloodshed and torments typical of conventional hellish games, its psychological torment and the brutal examination of human nature were mercilessly severe. Some 3-star players began to reconsider their choices, and at that moment, Xia Antong found herself in a quandary. By nature, she was a rather prudent individual, yet gambling. That was supposed to be her forte, albeit in a non-combat context. Moreover, possessing 7 stars, she was among the highest, save for the sin she bore. At this instant, even with the omniscient eye, she could not decipher her own heart. No matter how astute her intellect, it faltered in the face of human nature. In truth, every individual wears a mask of greed. It is merely a matter of when it will be donned. Let us be honest. Lu Su suddenly spoke again amidst the turmoil of indecision. Do not lament over the worth of your own stars. It is meaningless. You do not belong here. You lack the requisite aura. Consider this my final admonition, a last vestige of pity for your wretched kind. Humph. Lu Su stood there, leaning against the table, delivering his scathing remarks with an icy demeanor, utterly unconcerned about the enemies he might be creating. In truth, this was Lu Su suppressing his own base desires, uttering words laced with a semblance of compassion. Yet, it seemed that such sentiments might yield an adverse effect. Once again, under the scrutiny of all, Lu Su felt no discomfort beneath his mask of desire. In fact, he found a strange satisfaction in it. His yearning for attention had been met with overwhelming fulfillment. May I ask a question, host? Suddenly, a man with a somewhat sullen expression directed his gaze towards the slime. In this casino's game, are players permitted to engage in mutual slaughter or to attack each other? Oh, unless dictated by the game's requirements, such actions are prohibited, the slime elucidated. Ah, very well. The morose man acknowledged, then addressed the crowd. At this juncture, I believe none of you wish to exit in such a manner. Nor do you dare gamble with what you may lose. Ladies and gentlemen, I perceive no reason to be intimidated by the title of the so-called strongest player. He is formidable, his individual combat prowess surpassing human limits. However, this is a game, and the stakes are what determine victory or defeat. When stripped of your most cherished power, who are you then? The strongest player? His tone remained calm, yet his final words were directed pointedly at the center. Who am I? Do you truly not know? Suddenly, Lu Su turned sharply, his piercing gaze penetrating the eyes of the other, causing an instinctive sense of unease. I am the strongest player, the embodiment of your fears, the existence you wish to target, yet dare not confront. It is an honor for you to behold my presence. To share a game with me is indeed your misfortune. Chapter 118. Is self-harm also a bargaining chip? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Now, do you comprehend who I am? The purple mask bore a sickly smile, fixated on the ailing man before him. The man swallowed hard. Despite having received assurances from the slime that he would be unharmed, he still felt a deep-seated terror when faced with this individual. A voice within him incessantly urged him to retaliate, to respond to the provocation, yet the words remained lodged in his throat, unable to escape. The pressure exerted by this person was overwhelmingly stifling. Very well, since you have all decided not to withdraw, I shall assume you are prepared for the consequences. A gentle reminder. The sinister purple mask swept across the faces of the crowd, and instinctively, they averted their gazes. In the ensuing moments, my actions may not be particularly gentle. No, why do I feel that this time the boss's demeanor is rather ostentatious? This is clearly setting oneself up for enmity. It seems quite irrational. If this goes awry, it could indeed become quite entertaining. The essence lies in the formidable combat prowess, which finds no application here. It seems this game is not particularly accommodating to sin. The mask of lust is the most ostentatious of all. Its excessive desire for display has already alerted the audience to something amiss. Not to mention the individuals present, who, in a collective endeavor, tend to unite against the stronger participants. This individual is clearly courting trouble. Yet, it appears almost deliberate. Ah, this is getting interesting. This is the sensation we seek. Slime immediately began to dance with excitement, as if fearing a change of heart from the crowd, hurriedly continuing, I will count to 3. After 3, the exit passage will be closed. 1. Alright, closing it now. The current number of remaining players is 47. Merely a simple identity guessing elimination has already whittled down more than half of the participants. The first wave of exits represents the least psychological burden, as the individuals have yet to succumb to the madness of gambling. Many opted to withdraw, considering the hellish difficulty of the game, unwilling to stake their lives and fortunes in this endeavor. The remaining 47 are primarily divided into two groups, those possessing 3 stars or more, and those without a single star, fearful that exiting now might cause their hearts to falter. This perfectly mirrors the two types of individuals found in a casino, those riding high on winnings and those consumed by the despair of losses. It can only be said that this game is profoundly enlightening, though the cost is indeed rather steep. Well, let us proceed to the next mode of the game, which will last for 3 hours. Free trade. During this phase, the entire space will transform into a veritable paradise of freedom, providing ample opportunity for players to indulge in merriment. Here, we have a myriad of gaming machines at your disposal, with chips represented by the stars adorning your persons. Alternatively, you may engage and play with the pseudo-beings, or you may wager against one another, with the content adaptable according to the number of participants. Seeking automatic generation from the casino, or you may negotiate your stakes in gameplay, formalizing agreements. In any case, everyone should seize the moment to enjoy themselves thoroughly. For these 3 hours, this grand hall is entirely open to you. With that, the scattered dismembered limbs and various entrails, along with the pungent scents of blood and the sea, vanished in an instant. The hall was restored to its resplendent glory, filled with delectable food and fine wine, the melodies of a piano, and an array of games whose rules remained inscrutable. Moreover, one matter merits discussion. If you endure until the end, the greater your number of stars, the more bountiful your rewards will be. If your stars are too few, it will indeed be quite regrettable. As he concluded, the slime did not explicitly state it, yet all understood the implication. Well, the game now. Suddenly, a timid voice interjected. May I inquire what happens if one currently possesses no stars? A diminutive individual spoke up, his chest remarkably unblemished, devoid of even a single star. It was his trepidation that compelled him to muster the courage to proceed. Oh, and there are people like you, TSK, forgotten by the inept. If you lack leverage, then you, yourself, become the leverage. Make your choice. With that, an array of objects materialized in the air. Though to label them merely as objects would be a gross understatement, they were instruments of torment. There were arm guards equipped with needle mechanisms capable of inflicting several puncture wounds upon the arm, boots containing sulfuric acid, helmets bristling with spikes, and headphones. In summary, these were instruments of punishment born from an exceedingly vivid imagination. Upon beholding these ominous items, the short man was rendered utterly aghast, his body quaking as if shaken through a sieve, struggling to accept the grim reality. Make a choice, or perhaps select multiple. By the way, these items merely allow you to continue participating in the game. Triggering one incurs a penalty point. The little man found his legs trembling, barely able to stand. Merely contemplating the situation was overwhelming. Am I still able to withdraw at this moment? Of course, it is too late for that, replied the slime with an air of nonchalance. The mood among the crowd was decidedly somber. They had all anticipated the current predicament. After all, in a hellish game, it was implausible to expect an absence of suffering. Trembling, the diminutive figure began the arduous process of making a choice. Just then, a furious voice erupted. Wait. What did you just say? When there are no stars, can one settle debts with such items? The mask of sin bore 2 wide eyes, fixed intently on the slime, as if deceived. It's not a debt repayment, it's a point deduction, allowing us to continue the game. What's the matter? The slime appeared somewhat bewildered. You absolute fool, why didn't you mention this sooner? I have no stars, so bring me one. The slime remained silent. It was unclear why Lusa chose to act in such a manner. Nonetheless, the slime remained obliging, and moments later, a pair of arm guards materialized on Lusa's arms. The game begins. The slime ceased its chatter, and a 3-hour countdown emerged upon the wall. The crowd dispersed in an instant, maintaining a cautious distance, particularly from Sin, as they began to contemplate how to spend these 3 hours. What are your plans? Jutian, shedding his pretense, directly inquired of his teammates. All eyes were fixed unwaveringly on Sin, their resolve slowly solidifying. I intend to confront him. Jiotian responded with astonishment. Do you realize how difficult it will be to obtain a Martyr certificate if you provoke him? Chapter 119. The reason for confidence? I have no justification for defeat. Teammate, what are you talking about? How does that make me a martyr? The teammate was unaware of Tion's dark sense of humor. I said, unless absolutely necessary. Avoid provoking him. Keep your distance for now, Tion stated flatly. I'm not provoking him. I merely wish to engage in conversation, to make contact. Would you care to join? Perhaps there will be further opportunities for collaboration. After all, it is not easy to find ourselves in the same game. Especially now that he is ostracized by everyone. Shouldn't we seize this chance? Tion remained silent, taking a step back to express his stance. What is this attitude? He questioned. Hasn't the organization always emphasized that if we encounter each other in the game, we should find ways to connect and win them over? Moreover, they have advised us to prioritize our lives upon entering the game and to avoid unnecessary risks, he replied, having observed for a considerable time. He understood that the different colors of masks signified varying personalities. This particular mask seemed even more malevolent than the one associated with gluttony. It was uncertain whether the individual truly recognized him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Yin Hong, if you genuinely wish to establish contact, I recommend you adopt a more courteous demeanor and refrain from confronting them directly. As for me, I shall be here to support you. Do take care, and do not hold too much hope for the game's rules in his presence. With that, he gestured for Yin Hong to proceed, retreating into the background, displaying a notable lack of scruples. It was evident that he intended for his teammate to act as a decoy. Yin Hong felt a shiver down his spine. The rare utterance of his full name instilled an unsettling feeling. What a pitiful fellow, he muttered to himself, touching the 4 stars adorning his chest, and retrieved one of them. With a gamble on a single chance, indifferent to victory or defeat, it was merely an opportunity for contact. Resolute, Yin Hong ceased to ponder further, lifting his feet and striding towards the abyss. Behind him, Tion gave him a thumbs up, silently commending him. Well done, brave one. In the arena, Luce's figure was notably conspicuous, with few others around, allowing Yin Hong to swiftly approach his side. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. Both Tion and I are members of the official organization. I wonder if you still remember him. As he neared, Yin Hong took the initiative to speak and extended his hand. However, he was unable to reach the embodiment of sin, for several imposters encircled him, preventing Yin Hong's advance. Much like bodyguards. Yet, their actions were rather futile, considering the formidable prowess of sin. It was hard to conceive that he required protection. In a sense, their intervention appeared more as a safeguard for Yin Hong. Luce scrutinized the individual before him, adorned predominantly in crimson attire, assessing him from head to toe before allowing his gaze to settle on the outstretched hand. A hint of disdain flickered across the purple mask he wore. Have you washed your hands? Yin Hong effortlessly withdrew his hand, displaying no signs of embarrassment, chuckling lightly as if it were of little consequence. Tion, yes. I have a vague recollection. Your attire brings to mind the Crimson Attire Organization. Why has your aesthetic not improved even slightly to this day? As Yin Hong listened to these words, his smile abruptly froze on his face. How could it be that, in just a few brief exchanges, he had become the subject of ridicule? He was acutely aware of the multitude of colleagues observing him in the live stream. It seemed he had unwittingly placed himself at a disadvantage. Please maintain some distance. Thank you. Is there something you need? Although he expressed disdain, Lu Su, under a veneer of rationality, refrained from uttering harsh words, as they were, after all, representatives of an official organization, and in some respects, their relationship was slightly closer than that of strangers. Why isn't that fellow coming? Luce discreetly gestured towards Tion, who stood watching from a distance. Let me tell you, he has been speaking ill of you behind your back. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Hong began to complain, fabricating tales against his teammate. Tion, with his keen ears, caught the remark from afar and immediately shook his head vigorously, uncertain if they could see his reaction. He's slandering me. Quickly putting an end to the light-hearted farce, Yin Hong shifted the conversation to more serious matters. I came to inquire, how is it that you never consider the possibility of losing, even while seemingly oblivious to the game's ongoing developments and rules? Do you possess some gambling-related skills, or what? Lu Su raised an eyebrow in curiosity, glancing at him as he replied, Are you a journalist by trade? Is this some sort of interview akin to a date with Liu? Where exactly have I shown confidence? This is merely a logical inference based on facts. I am the strongest, and there is no possibility of defeat. Kindly refrain from engaging in idle chatter and allow me to focus on my game. As he spoke, Luce picked up a slice of sashimi from the plate and placed it into his mouth. Observing his genteel manner of eating stood in stark contrast to the scene that Tion had witnessed previously, leaving him momentarily incredulous. Meanwhile, the imposters had begun to usher Yin Hong away, evidently acting upon the decision influenced by Lu Su's earlier demeanor. Wait, let us wager. Aware that the other party had no intention of engaging in conversation under normal circumstances, Yin Hong, in a moment of urgency, escalated the stakes. Just 1 star, a gamble. The impostors ceased their pushing, allowing Yin Hong to finally reach the presence of Sin. Sin let out a derisive laugh, exclaiming, "Quite brave, aren't you?" He then pointed to the large 2 above his head and continued, "However, you shall lose 2 stars. What do you intend to wager?" Setting the terms of the bet, Yin Hong replied with a smile, "I am aware of your prowess, thus let us engage in something amusing. Let us guess a time." Turning around, Yin Hong pointed to a distant group of individuals playing the slot machines and quietly remarked, "Do you see those people over there?" Lusa responded with a notable lack of enthusiasm. "Do you see the person in the green attire?" "Speak plainly and succinctly. No need for unnecessary hesitation," came the dissatisfied voice from behind the mask of desire. "We shall wager without him knowing of our agreement. Speculate on when he will depart from that slot machine. Each person guesses a time, and then the timer commences. The individual whose guess is closest shall emerge victorious. Dare you?" Chapter 120, Betting, Strength is My Destiny. "Dare you?" The final phrase nearly elicited a chuckle from Lu Su. What a paltry attempt at provocation. His opponent was evidently anxious that he might refuse to wager. "Heh." Lu Su smiled, turning to Yin Hong and remarked, "Though you may be somewhat dull, your display amuses me, providing a certain delight. As you wish. You may set the terms of the wager, including the stakes. Oh, you may even guess the time first, if you prefer. It matters not." Lu Su spoke casually, then picked up a white towel from the nearby table to dry his hands. The lustful mask, to be frank, was somewhat disconcerting. The previous mask merely magnified human nature, but the contents of the lustful mask, including notions of cleanliness, were utterly foreign to Lu Su's normal existence. It is challenging for one raised in an orphanage to possess such a bourgeois affliction as a cleanliness obsession. Yet now, he found himself compelled to wipe his hands after consuming even a morsel of food. Although this instinct was influenced by the lustful mask, Lu Su still felt a degree of discomfort. Could it be that I am becoming truly obsessive about cleanliness? This is rather bothersome. Yin Hong observed that his opponent maintained a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly uninterested in the topic he had introduced, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He was diligently searching for a game of pure chance, one untainted by the other's abilities. In his perspective, Zue's formidable confidence, bordering on arrogance and narcissism, could not possibly stem from any genuine psychological issues. On one hand, it was the opponent's unwavering belief in their own immense prowess and ranking. On the other, he suspected that the individual possessed some knowledge of gambling techniques, or perhaps, sleight of hand, essentially related skills. He had already deciphered the earlier manipulation of the small ball, recognizing it as fundamentally a mathematical conundrum. However, what eluded his understanding was how the opponent managed to grasp it so deftly and prepare it within mere seconds. Thus, he surmised that Zue likely possessed a talent akin to that of a magician, inherently suited for this casino, which explained his unruffled demeanor. Yet now, he found himself somewhat anxious. "Let us wager a star. Should I bet against you, the stakes will be doubled, amounting to 2 stars. "Very well," Lu Su replied. At the moment their agreement was reached, 2 beams of light simultaneously enveloped them, solidifying the wager and ensuring that neither party could renege under such circumstances. Glancing at Zue's slender, fair hand, Yin Hong momentarily pushed aside deeper thoughts and directed his gaze toward the distant slot machine. The game of the slot machine was straightforward, allowing for flexible single bets of any amount. Subsequently, 3 random symbols would spin on the machine, with the option to stop at any moment. Should the outcome reveal 3 different symbols, the wager would be forfeited. If 2 symbols matched, the player could choose to either play again or withdraw from the bet. However, if all 3 symbols aligned, the wager would be doubled and returned. The rules were remarkably simple, devoid of any technical complexities. In Yin Hong's eyes, the individual clad in green stood before the slot machine for nearly 10 minutes, engrossed in play since the very beginning. The opponent's character was rather easy to discern. Somewhat timid and lacking confidence in their own abilities, they feared unfavorable outcomes when gambling against others or even against a machine. Thus, they chose to continuously engage with the slot machine, surrendering their fate to the whims of a mechanical device. Initially, the person possessed only a single star, and after spending this considerable time at the machine, they had merely accumulated 2 stars. Throughout the session, they experienced both wins and losses, yet hesitated to place substantial bets. This indirectly indicated that the slot machine exhibited no deceit, rendering it a relatively fair game. However, at this moment, the individual's gambler's mentality had begun to take hold. As if their feet were rooted to the spot before the machine, hands gesturing as if calculating probabilities, reminiscent of those adept at identifying patterns in lottery stations. Yin Hong had been observing this person for quite some time, and it became increasingly clear that they were becoming somewhat obsessed. Yin Hong was no fool. When he selected this wager, he had already pondered extensively. Time was of the essence. Are you out of your mind? What is taking so long to make a guess? Yin Hong continued to gaze at the entranced gambler, losing track of time, while Lu Su grew increasingly impatient. Haha, don't rush me. I just need a moment to think. How about this? I'll wager it will take half an hour, he proposed, turning his head and smiling at Lu Su. Ultimately, the duration of his contemplation held little significance, as the essence of the wager merely hinged on who could approximate the time more closely. The most rational approach would be to guess either 1 second more or 1 second less than my estimation. This transforms the bet into a matter of whether he departs within half an hour or after it, thereby establishing a near 50-50 probability for both parties. It matters not. I never believed I could definitively triumph over you. 2 stars I could concede to you. I merely wish to ascertain whether my likelihood of victory before you is indeed 50%, whether this gamble is dictated by fate or by skill. Yin Hong sincerely articulated his intentions. He had not come to challenge the criminal, but merely to engage and connect. If the adversary chose to guess either 1 second above or below his own, he would consider himself victorious, having had the opportunity to gauge their capabilities and facilitate future interactions. After all, the other party did not seem inclined to converse with the weak, displaying a demeanor that suggested disinterest in casual dialogue. In the distance, Xie Antong turned her head, her all-seeing eye transmitting relevant information with precision. She held little faith in Yin Hong's prospects. His demeanor was excessively earnest. Past experiences had taught her that attempting to best the criminal through conventional means was an exercise in futility. Are we done with the trivialities? Who asked you? Lu Su observed Yin Hong's verbose tendencies with mild exasperation. So your conclusion is half an hour, correct? Indeed, Yin Hong replied. Oh, splendid. Then I shall guess 3 seconds. As the words left his lips, before Yin Hong could process whether he had misheard, the hell roar materialized in Lu Su's grasp. Boom. Facing the ceiling. A gunshot reverberated with a thunderous roar, causing everyone present to tremble in unison, their gazes instinctively drawn to the source of the noise, including the man clad in green, who was addicted to the slot machines. However, he soon realized in terror that the gun was aimed directly at him. In an almost instinctive reaction, he lunged forward, rolling and scrambling several meters away to take refuge beneath a table, shouting and gesturing frantically towards the distant slime. Lu Su turned to glance at Yin Hong, who stood petrified beside him. What holds greater significance, destiny or strength? Strength is my destiny. Chapter 121. Greetings from the Teeny Society. Leeway of verdant protective shield enveloped the room housing the slot machines, safeguarding all individuals and objects within, while simultaneously thwarting Lu Su's assault. This green membrane appeared almost insubstantial, resembling a mere curtain of light. At that moment, it rippled like water, completely dissipating the force of Lu Su's gunshot, gradually returning to nothingness. Ah, the rules of the casino are immutable. They cannot be altered at will. There are better ways to communicate than resorting to violence. The slime remarked, twisting its form. With a flick of its hand, it negated the effects of Lu Su's earlier shot, as if time itself had reversed, instantly mending the ruptured ceiling to its former state. Effortless. As the green membrane vanished, it was as though nothing had transpired. The slime continued to writhe, saying, all right. Let us leave it at that. Do not disturb everyone's enjoyment of the game. Continue. Let the music play on. Let the betting resume. The slime appeared utterly unfazed, exuding a cheerful demeanor. However, the onlookers were astounded. Apart from the sin, nearly everyone regarded the green creature with incredulous eyes. This being so formidable, based on prior interactions, everyone had presumed it to be merely an NPC within the game, perhaps possessing a modicum of authority and knowledge of the rules. Yet, from the outset, it had been obsequiously flattering the strongest player, swiftly adapting its demeanor in response to different challengers. Its behavior, favoring some while disparaging others, had rendered it quite loathsome in the eyes of the crowd. No one anticipated this revelation. Now this is what one would call a hellish game. Every entity within it is far from ordinary. I knew it. That insipid green snot is undoubtedly no mere trifling matter. Now the question arises. I simply wish to ascertain who is stronger, he or the strongest player. The spectators and participants harbored distinct mindsets. The former merely sought entertainment, eager for a straightforward comparison. In contrast, the players, after a brief moment of shock, averted their gazes, lowering their heads and turning away from the slime, filled with trepidation. Particularly the man clad in green, who felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, promptly fled, seeking refuge in a place beyond the gaze of sin. He remained oblivious to when he had provoked that individual, merely engaging in a game of slots, only to find himself shot at. It seemed that Zue had long been aware of Slime's prowess, as he let out a soft chuckle before turning his gaze toward Yin Hong. At that moment, Yin Hong had just emerged from his daze, staring blankly at Zue. And then, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Wait a moment, what are you doing? Didn't we agree on our wager? The terms of our bet were not to be disclosed to him. How did he find out?" Lu Su cast a sidelong glance at him. "He knows?" "No. This." Yin Hong stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. However, he wondered if this was even permissible. Lu Su paid him no further heed, leisurely enjoying a piece of beef, before once again wiping his hands under the service of the attendant. 2 stars were extinguished from Yin Hong's chest, while Lu Su mysteriously gained 2. There was no need for further discussion. The outcome was sealed. Yin Hong was left speechless. Just as he was grappling with his thoughts, a voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. "Indeed, how could you possibly triumph over the illustrious strongest player? Truly, you are overestimating your capabilities." Turning around, Yin Hong recognized the man who had previously insulted Zue, his demeanor notably somber. Yin Hong furrowed his brows and replied somewhat stiffly, "Do you require something?" "Nothing much. Just here to mock your audacity. Who in their right mind would not know that wagering against the strongest player is tantamount to courting death?" The words of the other party were exceedingly sharp, evoking a sense of discomfort, though it seemed as if they were belittling Yin Hong while praising Lu Su. Anyone with a modicum of sanity would find the remarks distressing. Yin Hong instinctively harbored a dislike for him, furrowing his brow and preparing to speak. But the other had already turned to gaze at Lu Su. When contending with the strongest player, even if one merely tossed a coin to wager on heads or tails, I am confident that he could make the coin stand upright upon the ground. Would you not agree? The brooding man wore an unnaturally cheerful smile as he addressed the sinner. In the next moment, a gunshot rang out. Lu Su swung his hell roar and fired directly at the coin, piercing it cleanly. That shot grazed the other's fingernail, causing the tip to emit a faint wisp of smoke. The slime turned slightly, yet made no move, evidently unaffected by the provocation. The somber man's expression froze, staring at his smoking fingernail, rendered speechless for a time. With a chuckle, Lu Su wiped his hell roar clean and looked at the man. "If you wish to engage with me, do remember to conjure something intriguing." The other's demeanor abruptly returned to normal as he discarded the coin, laughing heartily. "How could I dare to disturb your misfortune? Who among us does not know that wagering against you yields no chance of victory? The wisest choice is to keep my distance." His words, pronounced with exaggerated volume, felt less like a conversation with Lu Su and more as if intended for an audience. "By the way, I wonder if you recall me. My name is Li Wei, the one who sent you a challenge request. My rank is merely within the top 10,000, not the top 100, which is why you chose that fool, Park Buchang. However, it is fortunate that I was not selected. Otherwise, my fate might have been grim." Li Wei continued speaking, yet there was no trace of fear on his face. In fact, there seemed to be a hint of madness, reminiscent of an antisocial persona, lurking in his eyes. Beneath the mask, Lu Su slightly furrowed his brow. He did not recall the other party, but aside from Park Buchang, there were indeed some among the top 10,000 who had attempted to challenge him. Then, the roar of hell rose up, pressing against Li Wei's head. "So, have you come today to fulfill the regrets of the past?" However, this time, Li Wei appeared to possess a certain air of a desperado. He did not flinch or evade, and his eyes held no instinctual fear. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Lu Su and, with an unwavering demeanor, stated, "I have come merely to convey a message to you, or rather, to utter a single phrase. The Heavenly Earth Society extends its greetings to you. Furthermore, the Heavenly Earth Society cordially invites you to join our ranks." Chapter 122, Isolation, Alliance. Trapped upon the utterance of these words, the atmosphere fell into silence. Once again, all eyes in the room converged upon the 2 individuals at the center. The Heavenly Earth Society. During this period of the game, the name of this organization has evolved from a modest reputation to one that resonates like thunder. Yet, this notoriety is not necessarily of a commendable nature. From the very inception of the game, the name of the Heavenly Earth Society emerged, seemingly erupting from some hidden stone. Its organization is vast, seemingly akin to the largest grassroots organization in Huagua, familiar even to the audience, as those who frequent gaming visuals often encounter members of the Tiandahui. Not to mention the spectators, in recent times, Tiandahui has frequently made its presence known across the nation, seizing the spotlight. Take, for instance, the incident involving Lu Su on campus. It was not a case of a terror attack, as no harm was intentionally inflicted. However, there were instances of some fervent individuals vociferously chanting slogans in bustling urban areas, proclaiming that the world belongs to Tiandahui. They recklessly charged through, vandalizing property, or engaging in erratic dancing and even streaking. Their methods can be described as decidedly disreputable and undignified. Yet, the outcome remains that from the inception of this game until now, Tiandahui has emerged as the foremost organization spawned by the game. It is likely that only when the official organization is formally unveiled in the future will it have a chance to eclipse the notoriety of this entity. Presently, Yin Hong, who had initially contemplated withdrawal, upon hearing of Tiandahui, has turned back, his brow furrowed as he gazes at Li Wei before him. The Tiandahui. In truth, the official organization has long been aware of the farce instigated by this group. Yet, everyone was psychologically prepared, fully cognizant that such a nationwide game would inevitably precipitate significant social upheaval. Although Tiandahui's actions may be ostentatious in the real world, they have not actually perpetrated any large-scale terrorist attacks or taken lives. Moreover, following the rankings of the peak list, that self-proclaimed leader of the Heaven and Earth Society is still among the top 10. Therefore, considering the implications and subsequent complexities, I have yet to determine how to characterize the Heaven and Earth Society. However, in Yin Hong's perspective, this organization does not appear particularly favorable. Classifying it as a terrorist organization would pose no issue. The individuals of the Heaven and Earth Society? What are their intentions? I merely extend my respect towards the strongest players on behalf of the organization and offer an invitation. What's the problem? Li Wei shrugged, casting a playful glance at Yin Hong. I warn you, and the organization behind you, not to act recklessly. Oh, the reach of the police is indeed extensive. What constitutes recklessness? Would you care to comment on whether this game can be deemed reckless? Yin Hong was left speechless. The world has changed, the traditionalists often realize. Only after numerous failures, that reform is futile and that revolution is necessary. Li Wei continued, and at that moment, Lusa finally spoke. Addressing Li Wei, he said, Join you? Why would I align myself with a collective of inferior beings? What is this, a support group for underachievers? Your leader? What rank does he hold? 8th. Li Wei replied calmly. Just barely acceptable. Lu Su rinsed his mouth and turned to leave, stating that if it were him issuing a challenge, he would be open to it. Li Wei watched Lu Su's departing figure, a smile curling at the corner of his lips, before he too turned away. Choosing not to linger, Jiao Tian rushed forward, seizing Yin Hong, who was seeking trouble, and pulled him back. In a hushed tone, he cautioned, do not recklessly provoke enemies. This individual, Li Wei, is formidable. Furthermore, the organization has yet to clarify its stance on the Tiandi Society. Yin Hong suppressed his anger and replied, fortunately, the strongest players have not truly allied with them. Jiao Tian was taken aback, turning to Yin Hong in disbelief. It seemed implausible that this character would join forces with others. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Are you suggesting that our efforts to recruit are futile? Yin Hong's lips twitched. Jiao Tian remained silent. Meanwhile, from a distance, Xie Antong, who had been observing everything through the all-seeing eye, turned with a frown. The Tiandi Society. This organization might very well be among the first she encountered in the world. The thrilling events back at school were still vivid in her memory. Now, she understood that those who fervently shouted for the Tiandi Society must have been influenced by powers from within the game or manipulated by substances. She also recalled her classmate, Lu Su. When the giant charged, he had pretended to faint against the wall in a blind spot. At that moment, she sensed he was no ordinary individual. But she had not had the time to investigate further. After the previous game, where her emotions were laid bare and defenses shattered, she had been evading thoughts of Lu Su. Reflecting on these memories now, she felt the world was indeed small, as if all events were intertwined, causing her spirits to dip slightly into melancholy. Regardless, her priority was to secure victory in the game. At this moment, Lu Su felt similarly. Upon hearing the name of the Heaven and Earth Society, his impression of this organization deepened considerably. Following the previous minor incident, people continued to indulge in their activities throughout the hall. However, The more observant individuals could discern that there were no players lingering near Lu Su any longer. After Yin Hong's earlier display and Li Wei's incitement, the crowd, already hesitant, was now even more intimidated to approach him. Yet, Lu Su found this lack of company somewhat relieving. He had no desire to seek out opponents for gambling and instead opted to engage with the machines readily available in the venue. Strikingly, it seemed he sought thrill by selecting the options with the highest odds, those that were exceptionally difficult to win. The 2 stars he had previously won from Yin Hong were quickly lost, much to Yin Hong's chagrin. Meanwhile, Xia Yantong, who had been discreetly observing, began to grasp Li Wei's tactic. On the surface, it appeared as though he was flattering and forming alliances, but in reality, he orchestrated a form of isolation. This isolation prevented any player from daring to gamble against Lu Su, leaving him reliant solely on the venue's facilities. It was evident to even the most naive observer that the venue's equipment was designed to be entirely fair, inherently protected by the game's fundamental rules, meaning that outcomes truly depended on luck. Consequently, this made it exceptionally challenging for the stars of Sin to accumulate significantly. Xia Yantong began to comprehend Li Wei's intentions. Although aware of Lu Su's formidable prowess, recognizing that this game could not truly harm him, and understanding that defeating him might be improbable, the underlying message remained: you shall not ascend to be the most exceptional among them. Li Wei's situation is akin to a flawless sequence of judgments in a trial. Perfection may not matter to others, but for someone like him, how could the pursuit of flawlessness be anything less than paramount? Such insidious tactics, such subtle traps. Chapter 123, The Central Roulette. Will you predict your absence? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Yantong furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating that. If this were the case, she could hardly devise a viable solution. Moreover, even if he truly possessed the ability to transcend the rules and forcibly eliminate Li Wei, it would seem utterly futile. For aside from the potential repercussions from the game itself, it would only instill greater fear in everyone towards him, rendering any further wagers impossible. It would culminate in a stalemate, unless he could uncover some additional loophole within the casino's existing framework. Or could it truly hinge solely on luck? Can a hellish game truly be dictated by mere chance? With no time to ponder excessively, especially after her last encounter, her perception of him had soured considerably. After keeping a watchful eye on Li Wei, she resumed her frequent scheme to amass stars. Presently, Li Wei was not engaged in any game at all. He possessed a considerable number of stars, 5 in total. Yet, he appeared entirely unperturbed, casually meandering through the venue and conversing with others. Friends, care to engage in a game? What? Those who were found wore expressions of wariness, eyeing the member of the heavenly society before them. The games provided here are devoid of significance, with victories and defeats relying solely on chance. Moreover, this is a hellish game. One cannot naively believe that by merely participating in these games, one can truly escape. Li Wei leaned against the wall, observing the scene before him with an air of nonchalance, as if he possessed an intimate understanding of the game's rules. Those who were discovered wore expressions of silent resignation, well aware of the nature of this infernal game. Based on the identity guessing of the first game, it is evident that a moment of carelessness, a failure to grasp the essence, could lead to dire consequences. So what does this imply? The very purpose of this game is to incite us to turn against one another, to gamble our fates. The vanquished face eternal damnation, while the victor claims everything. Have you forgotten what the strongest player proclaimed? If one remains, his approach will not be so gentle. In this game, everyone is, in fact, a competitor, engaged in a life and death struggle. At the mere mention of the strongest player, opponents often tremble, for they are not like Li Wei. Who would dare provoke such a formidable figure? Li Wei continued, thus, the crux of this game lies in alliances. Observe those 2 over there. They are clearly in cahoots. He gestured towards the distant figures of Jiao Tian and Yin Hong. I believe we can attempt to forge a private alliance. Shortly, I will endeavor to assemble a larger group. We can unite in secrecy to outmaneuver others. However, the individual approached by Li Wei displayed clear hesitation. However, Li Wei approached the situation with gentle persuasion, exhibiting an admirable patience. Even in the face of potential failure, he would meander through the venue, searching for his next target. His strategy was one of casting a wide net, displaying a keen discernment in selecting individuals. He primarily sought out those with a mere 1-star or no-star rating. Individuals steeped in despair, or alternatively, those with 3 stars or more, who held themselves in high regard yet were cautious of defeat. In essence, both ends of the spectrum were his targets. Meanwhile, Many mid-level players, hesitant to retreat from their 2-star beginnings, or those with 3 stars looking to take a risk, exhibited little interest in gambling. They resembled solitary stars, hoping for fortune, akin to the initial man in green, who incessantly placed his hopes in a slot machine. They were the primary players of the games within this grand hall, and the one engaging with this group was Lu Su. Do not misconstrue this as gambling. It was merely a game being played on a machine. At that moment, Lu Su stood alone, with all 8 of his foe companions dispersed, enjoying a state of free movement. His previous wager had been an unwavering love, not an attempt to transform them into personal possessions. In other words, they remained as mere illusions, yet still possessed their stars, enabling them to partake in the game. There was no need for these individuals to shield anything. Presently, Lu Su found himself at the center of the hall, before the largest machine. This apparatus was a common sight in casinos, albeit an upgraded version. Essentially a colossal spinning wheel adorned with hundreds of slots. In every groove, there exists a complex formula for calculating multipliers. When the wheel spins, a small ball descends and bounces within the recesses, ultimately determining the outcome based on its final resting place. Before this colossal wheel stand 6 or 7 individuals, among whom is Lu Su, though the others maintain a considerable distance from him. Suddenly, a spring within the protective brace on Lu Su's right arm ejects, piercing through his limb. Pain Deity Selection, Pain Value 3. The familiar sound of the Pain Deity Selection, typically a delightful chime, fails to elicit joy in Lu Su. The blood seeping from the wound leaves him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable as the effects of his obsessive cleanliness resurface, compelling him to wipe incessantly. How bothersome. Couldn't this contraption have better sealing? He mutters, casting a vexed glance at a distant slime. Observing Lu Su's misfortune, with his arm impaled, the surrounding players feel an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, though they dare not openly display it. In this world, the most coveted spectacle is the fall of a deity from grace. This incident instills a sense of confidence in them. The casino's apparatus is impartial, and even the mightiest player cannot alter fate. Thus, as the next round commences, several players begin to fidget nervously, praying fervently for a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Lu Su carelessly selects another groove, glancing at a nearby portly individual who had stifled a laugh at his injury but quickly regained composure. Lu Su chuckled, glancing at him, and casually pointed to a groove, saying, "Next time, the ball will land here. Place your bet on this spot." The rotund man looked at Zue with confusion and quickly lowered his head, mumbling incoherently before placing his bets on 2 other grooves, disregarding Lu Su's advice. What nonsense! Were you even aware that your hand was pierced? Moreover, you didn't even bet there. Why should I? Seeing the man ignore his counsel, the smile on the face of the lustful mask grew ever wider. As the roulette commenced, the ball began to drop and bounce upon it, the sound of ding, ding, ding resonating melodiously, yet it felt as if it echoed within the hearts of everyone present. The crowd before the wheel, who had placed their bets, were expressions twisted with anxiety, their hearts racing as they watched the spinning wheel. Gradually, the wheel came to a halt, and the ball bounced a few final times before coming to rest in a groove, precisely the one Lu Su had indicated to the rotund man earlier. In that moment, Lu Su's smile behind the mask morphed into something sinister. He lightly tapped the roulette with one hand, and in his eyes, the rotund man appeared as nothing more than a puppet, entangled in countless threads, all of which Lu Su held tightly in his grasp. It seemed that with a mere flick, he could manipulate the man's emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, at will. The ability of the lustful mask, emotion control. Having adapted to this mask for so long and endured its side effects, it was only natural that he would begin to wield its power. At that moment, the rotund man's eyes seemed ready to bulge out of their sockets. His body trembled intermittently as he fixed his gaze upon the small orb, murmuring in disbelief. How is this possible? How can this be? Among the 3 stars adorning him, 2 had already dissipated into the wind, leaving only a solitary one remaining. Not only he, but no one had managed to place a successful bet during this round. Nearby, others who had overheard the previous conversation also stared at the orb with incredulity. Could he truly possess such knowledge? Did he comprehend why he refrained from wagering? What was he up to? The stars that everyone had staked had all vanished, while Lu Su bore a bloodied hole in his arm. Yet, he appeared unfazed, merely chuckling as he addressed the rotund man. Are you perhaps regretting your choices to the point of wanting to smash your head against a wall? I had already informed you which one was the correct bet. Then why did you not wager? How did you manage this? The rotund man looked utterly confounded. Do I need to explain my thought process to you? The expression behind the lustful mask turned suddenly frigid. At that moment, his fists clenched tightly, his face flushed crimson, nearly purple from the strain, as his mind struggled to grasp the situation. He had scrutinized the scenario for a considerable time, selecting the 2 tracks with the lowest odds. The grooves of this color were abundant, indicating a relatively high probability of success. Yet, he had failed to hit the mark once again. Now, only 1 star remained. A tumult of greed and fear intertwined within him. Should he falter this time, it would indeed spell his ruin. He had no desire to be bound by nails on both hands and feet, at risk of being impaled at any moment. He was not a perverse sinner. He could not endure such a fate. Had he known, he would have withdrawn earlier. The perspiring figure, seemingly burdened by his weight, suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. He turned towards the authority figure and, trembling, implored, "See, can you tell me where the next stop will be? Oh, what benefit would it bring me? I promise, once I leave here, I will serve you diligently, selling my possessions, my house, and offering all my savings to you." The man began to ramble incoherently, fixating on his post-exit plans and neglecting any mention of his in-game possessions or points. This type of individual was not unfamiliar to Lu Su. Having encountered many such characters in the first game, numerous players, when faced with the tangible cost of reality, tend to proffer the least valuable, hollow promises. "I would even offer my wife and daughter to you. Whatever you say goes. Just save me this once." Lu Su's lips twitched momentarily, followed by a knowing smile as the mask of desire returned to his face. "Oh, why not offer your mother as well? Send her too. I would do anything." "Such filial piety," Lu Su remarked, shaking his head as he observed the gambling fool before him, whose humanity had completely unraveled. He pointed to a passageway and instructed, "Bet here." The indicated slot was one with relatively high odds, though the corresponding success rate was notably low. A single star placed within it could yield 3 in return if fortune favored the player, thus recovering all previous losses. The man's eyes sparkled with hope as he quivered. "Is what you say true? Believe it or not, I'm betting on it." With that, Lu Su also chose to take the same path. The corpulent man clenched his teeth fiercely, then resolutely placed his final star on the line. Nearby, several others began to stir, contemplating wagering their own stars as well. The man, filled with urgency, erupted in a torrent of curses, attempting to deter them. "Why should you? This is what I exchanged for my wife, daughter, and mother. What does it have to do with you? We want to place our bets too." In an instant, a scuffle ensued, with individuals pushing and tearing at one another. Meanwhile, the observer, Sin, regarded the scene with detached amusement, akin to an aristocrat enjoying a spectacle. The wheel commenced its rotation, as the heartbeats of all participants quickened. The moments stretched interminably, resembling the passage of a century, until the small ball finally ceased its dance. To everyone's astonishment, it landed a staggering distance away from Sin's indicated point. The crowd stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. With the final star extinguished from his chest, the corpulent man's face did not merely flush red, it darkened ominously. "Ha, you truly believed it? I merely pointed at random, and you genuinely thought I possessed skill. Alas, it was just a game. Why take it so seriously? Isn't it thrilling?" At that moment, the man lifted his head, his vacant gaze fixed on Lu Su, and unleashed a roar that was more beast than human, charging at Lu Su with the intent to strike. However, he was promptly met with a swift slap from Slime, saving him from harm. Lu Su was somewhat taken aback, realizing that his emotional control had indeed reached a rudimentary level. Anger, greed, and a lack of humanity, how carelessly trust was placed in oneself, daring to engage in conflict. Emotions exert a far greater influence over individuals than reason ever could. Wiping the blood from his arm once more, Lu Su cast a disdainful glance at the despondent figure of the portly man before him and remarked, "Have you ever heard that a gambler is doomed to an ill fate? Moreover, before stepping up to the betting table, shouldn't one wager their own life and fortune instead of risking the lives of their loved ones? I am immensely grateful for the amusement you have provided. And do remember your promise." The atmosphere of dread had deepened among the other players, for even if they did not engage in a wager with him, mere proximity seemed to invite misfortune. Those who dared to play at the roulette wheel were predominantly met with losses. Their spirits ignited to a boiling point by Zoe's cutting remarks. An hour and a half had elapsed, and few dared approach the largest roulette wheel. Yet, paradoxically, Zoe himself had not emerged victorious. His arm bore numerous wounds, and a nail had pierced his left eardrum. Nevertheless, he reveled in the game, placing the highest odds on each bet and subsequently tormenting his fellow gamblers. Among the assembly, this so-called strongest player hardly exuded the aura of superiority. He was absent from the first tier and had sunk to the lowest ranks. Those with a significant number of stars, Jiu Tian, Li Wei, and Yin Hong, had all surpassed 5 stars. Meanwhile, near Xie and Dong, few dared to challenge her for a wager. She was gradually becoming more conspicuous, maintaining her record of the most stars in the room. At that moment, she sat at a table with playing cards before her, when a somber voice echoed from behind. "It seems you are the foremost among the remaining contenders. Shall we collaborate? I have a plan." Chapter 125, A Twist of Fate. Is this the intriguing game you had in mind? Xie and Tong did not need to turn around to know that it was the individual named Li Wei who had arrived. "Are you interested in a conversation? After all, I believe that anyone confident in their own abilities would not wish to remain beneath others." Li Wei chuckled, having already engaged in discussions with a multitude of individuals. At this moment, seeking company for a chat felt quite familiar. They settled down for a game, conversing as they played. Xie Antong calmly remarked that she had been unable to find anyone willing to gamble with her for quite some time, so she certainly intended to seize this rare opportunity. Upon hearing this, Li Wei glanced at the 13 stars adorning Xie Antong and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, it was rather surprising to see this relatively unknown player rise to the top. Since her last game with Zue, Xie Antong had transformed her all-seeing eye helmet, changing its appearance and color. The effect was remarkable, as the attention of the masses was primarily focused on Zue, aside from a few keen observers. The general public was not particularly familiar with her. A beam of light enveloped the two as the game commenced. The dealer began to distribute the cards. "Impressive. You've won quite a lot," Li Wei commented. "Indeed," Xie Antong replied. Li Wei. Since the commencement of the game, she had exclusively engaged in calculative and inferential games, her winning rate evidently exceeding 50%, and as time passed, her stars accumulated. "Surely, within the realm of this game, you do not perceive yourself as inferior to anyone, do you? I am evidently weaker than him. You cannot genuinely believe that you can triumph over him, can you?" Xie Antong cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei, their eyes locking for a brief moment, leaving Li Wei somewhat speechless. "Why does this differ from my expectations? Nevertheless, he has won far less than you, and significantly so. Indeed, you have executed this aspect commendably. Thank you." Xie Antong nodded at Li Wei. Li Wei responded with a hint of confusion. "What is all this nonsensical chatter? Shall we draw more cards?" inquired the nearby bone doppelganger. Li Wei, feeling somewhat perturbed, glanced at his hand, which was lacking in value. Drawley then continued speaking to Xie Antong. "In fact, my plan has nearly. Your plan is almost complete, isn't it?" Xie Antong interjected while examining her own cards. "Allow me to articulate it for you. You have persuaded everyone to refrain from betting against sin, and subsequently, you will individually lobby them, employing either deceit or temptation, coaxing them into participating in a multiplayer game. Some of these individuals may even be oblivious to your true intentions against sin. Ultimately, you will confront sin in this multiplayer setting, and given his nature, he would certainly not refuse. However, you will withhold the number of participants until he consents, at which point the game will commence, and others will be unable to retract their involvement, culminating in a scenario where everyone unites against sin." Li Wei's expression faltered, clearly taken aback by the revelation that his thoughts had been so readily discerned. Subsequently, he refrained from further pretense and remarked directly, "Astute, truly deserving of being the pinnacle among stars. This was not merely a battle, it was a wager. In matters of gambling, the likelihood of victory significantly amplifies when multiple parties unite. For instance, in the game of Do Di Zhu, if 2 players clandestinely form an alliance, the third player stands little chance of triumph." Xie Antong gazed at Li Wei and stated, "Theoretically, the odds of winning are indeed substantial. So what is it? Do you not intend to join? Lacking confidence in yourself?" Li Wei provoked her further. "Do you know what it means to draw a snake and add feet?" "What?" Li Wei was momentarily perplexed, suddenly sensing an air of disdain and an inexplicable disappointment emanating from the woman across from him. Initially, when he was effortlessly achieving a flawless victory in his bout against Lu Su, Xie Antong had regarded him as quite the genius. However, now witnessing him entangle himself with a group of individuals in this dubious gamble, she found it utterly uninteresting. Why would he willingly invite defeat? Even if the theoretical probability of winning were exceedingly high, individuals like Zue might devise inexplicable methods to secure victory. By merely gambling, one was granting him an opportunity. Li Wei truly overestimated him. At that moment, Li Wei scrutinized the woman before him, perplexed by her strange manner of speaking. It was as though she possessed foresight, devoid of any faith in their actions, as if she had already pronounced them doomed. You seem to have a profound understanding of him, do you not? Or perhaps you are one of his ardent supporters? Your points have exceeded the limit. Xie Antong did not respond to him, but merely offered a nonchalant reply, gesturing towards the card table before him. Li Wei lowered his gaze, realizing that he had continuously drawn cards, causing his total to soar to 23. However, upon lifting his head, he saw that his opponent had already reached 20 points, with one hidden card yet to be revealed. Did your points not exceed the limit? Xie Antong ignored him, revealing her cards, and an ace of spades appeared on the table. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. A star had diminished from his chest, while Xie Antong's count had increased by 1, reaching 14 stars. Are we still playing? Li Wei inquired, his voice trailing off. At that moment, he felt an uncomfortable sensation, as if he had made an ill-fated attempt to ally with a skilled player to enhance his chances in the game. After just a brief 2-minute conversation, he had achieved nothing. His counterpart remained unyielding, seemingly dismissive, and ultimately, he lost one of his stars. He hadn't even suffered any losses against the strongest player yet, and he had already faltered against this individual. After casting a deep glance at Xie Antong, Li Wei understood that lingering was futile and stood up decisively. Then we shall see, he said. Xie Antong shook her head and suddenly turned to Li Wei, saying, in light of the star you have gifted me, I shall offer you a word of caution. Among all the choices available to you at this moment, the best outcome would be to do nothing. Li Wei did not respond and walked away without looking back, heading towards the direction of his misfortune. Xie Antong sighed. She had genuinely wished to observe how he would unravel the predicament he found himself in. As it stands, this has begun anew. Have you conjured something intriguing? Lu Su is still toying with the small ball in front of the grand wheel, casting a glance at Li Wei, seemingly unfazed. Let the game randomly match us. After all, it is a multiplayer experience, not merely confined to the two of us. Is this what you have devised? Something captivating? The expression on the desire mask carried a hint of disdain. Very well, Li Wei immediately replied, raising his right hand without granting any additional time for contemplation. A beam of light descended from above, enveloping the multitude of figures within the room. Above them, a colossal number illuminated instantaneously, 20. Chapter 126, The Ladder of Life and Death. I am the first. Oh, at last it begins. The largest game in the casino with the most participants, the Ladder of Life and Death, commences. Number of participants, 20. As the light above flickered to life, the slime seamlessly assumed its role, leaping into the center of the arena, beginning to writhe. Lusa glanced at the spotlight that enveloped it. The slime shuddered slightly before shifting its body to the side, seemingly suggesting whether it should join in the revelry. You carry on with your thoughts. Lusa regarded it, appearing somewhat disinterested. He no longer needed to stand in the spotlight, for he had already become the focal point of the entire gathering. Well then, thank you, the slime uttered, nearly smiting itself for expressing gratitude. What am I thanking him for? Subsequently, the speaker continued. This game accommodates 20 participants, and the rules of the death ladder are as follows. With a grand gesture, the slime caused the entire room to sway violently. The vessel, serving as the casino's foundation, suddenly tore open a substantial gash from below, revealing a massive crack nearly 100 meters long. Below lay an inky expanse of seawater, its surging waves a stark reminder of its aquatic nature. Otherwise, the obsidian hue rendered it nearly impossible to discern whether one's vision was failing. The most pressing question remained. Why was there a distance between the vessel's bottom and the sea? Was this truly a ship? Above the immense fissure, 40 ethereal screens were arranged, 2 in a row, leading directly to the finish line. Well, the specifics of the game are thus. It is not overly complex. Please observe the demonstration. As the slime spoke, it directed a puppet to the beginning of the crack. At a command, the puppet leaped onto the illuminated floor of the first screen. It proceeded to maneuver laterally across the array of screens, ultimately traversing 20 rows and reaching the endpoint. Ah, splendid. That counts as a victory. However, it is worth noting that the path it took was indeed the correct one. The other 20 screens were merely illusory. If any of you should misstep onto a false screen, it would indeed be quite unfortunate, for plummeting into the abyss is a regrettable affair. Here, no flying. Although it remained uncertain whether any of the 20 participants possessed the ability to fly, each individual felt a sudden heaviness, as though an unseen restraint had been placed upon them. Lu Su glanced at the fissure, the expression on his mask appearing somewhat peculiar. The distance spanned merely 100 meters, with over 3 meters separating each row of flooring, excluding the diameter of the floor itself. This distance would be considerable for an ordinary person. However, none present were typical individuals, least of all him. 100 meters, with a running start and a full sprint. Surely one could leap across, could they not? Was there truly no one among them endowed with enhanced physical abilities? As if sensing his thoughts, the slime turned its gaze towards Lu Su and spoke. For players capable of a single leap across, this game has implemented restrictions. You must step on all 20 tiles to successfully complete the challenge. Lu Su replied. You have truly gone to great lengths to create a game that restricts me. Well, this is the fundamental game setup. Does anyone wish to withdraw? The slime twisted its form, cheekily addressing everyone, which immediately stirred a tempest of reactions. I withdraw. How is this a 20-person match? Wasn't it supposed to be a standard multiplayer game? Why is Sin involved here? Withdrawal failed. The game has commenced and cannot be exited now, the slime stated with utmost seriousness, leaving the crowd utterly bewildered. How can we not exit? What is this? Hey, what's going on? This isn't what we agreed upon. What's your deal? You said you would assist us. We agreed to confront Sin together, yet it seems you have no means to impose restrictions. The game had yet to commence. Yet a cacophony erupted among the 20 participants, many of whom directed their ire towards Li Wei. Some were merely eager to accumulate stars, utterly oblivious to Li Wei's intent to confront Lu Su. Others, having been vanquished by Lu Su at the Great Wheel, sought revenge, yet lacked the capacity to enact it. Faced with this new rule, they were momentarily rendered speechless. The odds of achieving success in one attempt were a staggering 1 and 2 to the 20th power, an astronomical figure, implying that the first or the initial few would inevitably plummet. The consequences of such a fall remained a mystery to them, but one could surmise it was likely to culminate in demise. How could they possibly risk their lives in this manner? In an instant, Li Wei found himself the target of collective scorn. However, he remained unfazed, merely smiling as he addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, given the circumstances, lamenting is futile. I too did not anticipate that a gathering of 20 would unfold in such a manner, entirely random. Now, our focus must shift to survival and the maximization of our benefits. With that, Li Wei disregarded the multitude's insults and raised his gaze towards the slime, inquiring, "Pray tell, how shall we arrange the order for crossing the bridge?" As he spoke, his peripheral vision continuously monitored the situation. You still have the presence to ask politely. Quite commendable, young man. The order for crossing the bridge is quite simple. Let me ponder for a moment. Subsequently, the slime began to deliberate, as if this had never crossed its mind before. Let us proceed this way. It will depend on the number of stars you wager. Whoever places the most bets will find themselves in the rear position, while the opposite holds true for those who wager less. These stars will contribute to the grand prize pool, ultimately rewarding those who succeed. You may place your bets now. Allow me a moment to calculate the proportion of the rewards for completion. With that, the slime extended 2 plump tentacles, swirling them in the air as if engaged in some complex calculation. The onlookers seethed with frustration, for this host was indeed exasperating. The rules were constantly shifting. The rewards were uncertain, yet the game demanded their utmost effort. However, after the slime announced the rules, not a single person dared to place a bet. All eyes turned in unison towards the figure of Sin. This great being remained present. They deemed it essential to push him forward. To be the first to venture forth, the strongest should lead the way. It is a natural inclination of humanity that, in moments of collective competition, individuals often wish for the strongest to falter first, thus granting themselves a chance to thrive. Of course, the masked figure of Lu Su, shrouded in desire, was already a target of disdain. That was a separate matter altogether. Hence, their bets would hinge on what Sin decided to wager. What are they waiting for? Alas, a pitiful assembly of weaklings. Lu Su muttered in irritation, dismissing the crowd as he focused intently on the waters beneath the vessel. I shall wager nothing. I will lead the way. Chapter 127. To my mind, you are excessively honest and conservative. As Lu Su's voice faded, a new round of wandering commenced within the arena. As if the specter of death in this game was entirely disregarded. Upon the conclusion of his words, the remaining players were momentarily taken aback, as though struck by a fist against cotton. The very purpose of their gathering, a collective effort to confront this most formidable player, now seemed futile. While not all harbored animosity, the strongest among them was, after all, a living target. Yet now, with Sin himself boldly proclaiming his intention to be the first to engage, what significance remained for their collective resolve? Was there truly any alternative means within this game to curtail his dominance? Li Wei's gaze darkened as he observed the nonchalant and playful demeanor of Sin ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. From the corner of his eye, he noted the attention of the 14-star woman, who was also intently focused on the scene, stirring a sense of foreboding within him due to her earlier remarks. His decision to step forward first implied either a disregard for the consequences of failure or a profound confidence in his inevitable victory. Which possibility was more likely? Li Wei's eyes narrowed with suspicion, recognizing that this individual before him was far from naive. He suddenly spoke up again. Has the wager been established? Or is it subject to alteration at any moment? His inquiry was directed at Slime, who, at that moment, seemed entirely indifferent to the collective of 20. Fixated solely on Sin, as though the most captivating elements of existence resided within him, rendering the antics of others utterly mundane. The Slime cast a reluctant glance at Li Wei and remarked, "Why are you so troublesome? Discussions among yourselves hold no weight and can be altered at any moment. The final formal wager must be certified by me, and only then can bets be placed directly with me." Upon hearing this, a sense of unease gripped the crowd once again. Li Wei thought to himself, as expected, this individual clearly utilized a persona of madness and indifference, only to speak recklessly at critical moments and ultimately backtrack. Without this stipulation, should the others finalize their bets unaware of the rules, the culprit could easily alter the terms at will, thereby granting the most advantageous position to the true offender. Promises, it seems, are the most worthless and ineffective contracts in this world, are they not? Li Wei attempted to speak, but found himself unable to utter a second word. For the culprit had already interjected. "Let me be direct. I am placing my bet with nothing at stake. I simply wish to be the first to leave." This declaration was aimed squarely at the Slime, decisively cutting off his own escape route. What schemes and calculations are in play? Why can no one believe that I genuinely intend to be the first to depart? Oh, are you certain? Our esteemed strongest player must understand that once a promise is made, it cannot be retracted, the Slime exclaimed, appearing before Lu Su with an almost unimaginable speed, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, but keep your distance from me," Lu Su retorted, regarding the Slime with the expression one might wear when confronted with an overwhelming wave of mucus. The Slime took 2 steps back, wearing a sorrowful expression as if it had been rejected, but soon its demeanor brightened with excitement. "Excellent. This is precisely the attitude one should adopt in a game," it declared. "Thus, I have also made my decision. The first player to reach the finish line shall receive 70% of the ultimate reward. As for those who finish thereafter, their rewards will diminish in an arithmetic sequence, contingent upon the number of players who complete the challenge." In that moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lu Su's form, as if sealing a pact of sorts. "Dear players, an exhilarating game lies before you. Do you truly wish to play second fiddle?" it urged. "Come forth, you need not wager anything. This way, the order of finish becomes utterly random. Pure chance. How intriguing." The crowd dismissed its words as mere nonsense. One individual daring to inquire, "If we do not place any bets, how will we earn stars by successfully completing the course?" "Then there shall be no stars." The Slime retorted with unwavering confidence, appearing completely unperturbed by the apparent flaw in logic. The crowd fell silent. "But you shall gain joy. You shall experience the thrill of the game. Is that not the most meaningful and enjoyable aspect? Why can you not be satisfied?" The Slime shouted in frustration. Yet its pleas fell on deaf ears. With the understanding that one player was determined to be the first to perish, the dynamics of the remaining players shifted dramatically. As alliances disintegrated and tension filled the air. After all, none wished to be the second to fall. "Well, take your time chatting," Lu Su remarked with a smile. "Though it holds little significance, I know you will surely squander a great deal of time." He then made his way directly to Li Wei's side. Li Wei's eyes were filled with confusion and self-doubt. However, upon seeing Zue approaching him, he mustered his composure and met his gaze with a semblance of calm. A broad smile manifested on the mask of desire as Zue reached out to caress Li Wei's face. Li Wei instinctively attempted to recoil, but his reflexes were no match for Zue's speed. The touch against his cheek sent a shiver down his spine, and he heard Zue's voice whispering in his ear. "I reckon many have labeled you as cunning, ruthless, and even deranged in your daily life, to the point where you might believe it yourself, perhaps even taking pride in it. Yet, from my perspective, you appear excessively honest and conservative." As the words echoed in his ears, Li Wei felt as though he had been petrified, a wave of dread washing over him, rendering him speechless. He even harbored a fleeting thought that this fellow might be contemplating something nefarious. Fortunately, such an ordeal did not come to fruition, after teasing Li Wei momentarily. Lu Su disregarded the remaining 19 individuals and turned back towards the casino. It seems there is a peculiar disorder within this TNN of lust. With the commencement of the challenge among the 20 participants, nearly half had already been swept away, causing the hall to feel somewhat sparse. Lu Su estimated that those 19 individuals would deliberate for quite some time, so he promptly approached the roulette and resumed his own game, managing to juggle both activities effortlessly. Observing his leisurely demeanor, Yin Hong grew increasingly anxious. No, he is truly courting disaster. The probability of this is nearly 1 in a million. As he spoke, he leaned over to gaze down at the dark sea below. What is the nature of that water? Would falling into it result in death? Chapter 128. Life is a curse. Love is also a curse. From the very beginning, Yin Hong had opted to confront Lu Su. Nonetheless, he still regarded Zue, in a certain sense, as one of his own. After all, not long ago, Zue had shattered that little Shiba, thereby bringing honor to the nation. Although it is now claimed that Shiba has denied the nationality of Park Buching from Han country, asserting that Zue is indeed a citizen of Han. Observing his teammates' incessant chatter, Jiu Tian felt somewhat exasperated. He inquired, "What? Why don't you jump down and give it a try? Let us see if anyone truly perishes." "But what if I actually die?" Yin Hong replied, bewildered. "I'll assist you in applying for a martyr's certificate," Jiu Tian responded. "Yin Hong, is that martyr's certificate absolutely necessary for me? Enough. Focus on your own matters. Didn't you just lose again? You have only 3 stars left. Time is running short in the game. You should think of a solution quickly." Jiu Tian wisely advised, not wishing for him to squander any more time. Sigh? Red-clad flamboyant man, last time you only succeeded in clearing a hell-level game because you were riding on someone else's coattails. You previously remarked that he had, in a sense, saved your life. How is it that you now display such callousness, seemingly indifferent to the fate of others? Firstly, by his standards, you too are a flamboyant figure clad in red, Jiu Tian stated with utmost seriousness, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Secondly, your urgency is futile. You cannot assist him, nor does he wish for your aid. You might believe he is courting disaster, that his demise is imminent, but allow me to enlighten you. Every game he engages in, others have shared the same misconceptions. Therefore, it would be prudent to observe the unfolding events. He must possess some measure of confidence. After Jiu Tian concluded his thoughts, he immediately immersed himself in his own gambling pursuits, seemingly uninterested in Yin Hong, who was clearly overwhelmed, as if encountering the world of crime for the very first time. Although half of the spectators were not actively participating in the games, their eagerness to witness the unfolding drama remained unabated. In the hall, the throngs of people surrounding the various machines had significantly diminished, their gazes darting back and forth. On one side, there was Zue effortlessly navigating the grand wheel of fortune, while on the other, a near brawl was brewing among the crowd. A cacophony erupted, prompting Li Wei to realize that the situation had spiraled entirely out of control. Following Zue's initial bold move, he had, in a certain sense, become the target of collective ire. No one wished to draw the short straw and end up at the forefront. Being second or third offered little distinction from immediate elimination. Yet, placing bets could not be done haphazardly. Resources were limited, and even if one desired to escalate the stakes, it was not a decision to be made lightly. From a safety perspective, it was evident that the further back one positioned themselves, the greater the security they would enjoy. However, the initial motivation for participating in this game could not merely be for safety. It was, in fact, to secure victory. The individual who first completes the challenge reaps substantial rewards, with 70% of the benefits, while the majority of subsequent participants may merely serve as bystanders. For those who finish last, survival alone yields no advantages. Thus, from a perspective of interest, individuals positioned at 11 or 12 may find themselves in the most advantageous spots. In an instant, everyone yearned to increase their stakes, yet no one wished to emerge as the highest bidder, fearing to become the scapegoat. The atmosphere became charged with tension, and with Lu Su's timely demonstration of his abilities before his departure, the emotions of the crowd were further inflamed. As time progressed, conflict erupted among them. Each passing second counted down. The game had just crossed the halfway mark of its initial 3-hour duration. Yet now, less than an hour remained, and amidst the ongoing quarrels, Xia Antong began to suspect that the outcome had already been predetermined. Was it possible that he never intended to play at all? Did he simply wish for these 19 individuals to exhaust one another, thereby consuming precious time, allowing the game to conclude? What, then, would become of a flawless victory? Ultimately, under the urging of the slime and the various negotiations led by Li Wei, everyone decided to place their bets. Some wagered 2 stars, others 3 or 4. In any case, a portion of the participants bet the same number of stars, and among those with identical stakes. The order was determined randomly. A certain degree of randomness has engendered a sense of complacency. Otherwise, this quarrel would indeed persist interminably. A beam of light enveloped all the players, the wager was established, and the game commenced. Lu Su, having completed his turn on the wheel before him, approached as anticipated. Under the watchful gaze of all, akin to a newly crowned monarch, flanked by rows of soldiers. This spectacle greatly pleased the lust mask, bestowing upon him the treatment befitting a top-tier protagonist. Those who were not participants in the game set aside their tasks, turning their attention to Sin's figure as he made his way to the starting point. Lu Su raised his hand and fired 2 shots, striking the first 2 light screens in the front row. However, the energy bullets were entirely deflected. After 2 resounding booms, they left no trace. Only when a player passes through will there be a change in reality and illusion, came the voice of the slime from the side. At that moment, as all eyes were fixed upon the scene, the 8 doppelgangers that had previously dispersed among the crowd began to converge slowly. Having been absent from Sin's side for 2 hours, Li Wei had momentarily forgotten about these peculiar beings. An uneasy feeling surged within him, prompting him to urgently speak to the slime. You mentioned earlier that only players cause changes when they pass, correct? The doppelgangers do not count. Indeed, the slime affirmed, allowing a weight to lift from Li Wei's chest. However, as the first doppelganger passed by him, it cast a glance in his direction. Subsequently, the 8 doppelgangers gradually approached Sin from various corners. Love, an unwavering devotion unto death and a willingness to tread through fire and water. From the very outset, my intent has been the maximization of self-interest. Does this render me a cad? A lascivious expression manifested upon the visage of desire, as it revealed the ribs of the false persona and spoke. The eyes of the first false entity flickered with a mischievous flame, and it suddenly addressed Lu Su. I know I cannot love you. Yet, I am acutely aware that I currently do love you. Is this not a curse? With a mask of desire, Lu Su shrugged and replied, love itself is but a curse, is it not? The false entity fell silent. Yet Lu Su perceptively discerned an intricate tapestry of complex and anguished emotions from the decayed bones that had long since lost their vitality. There are myriad curses in this world. Life itself is a curse, particularly the curse of immortality. Life is a curse, and love is also a curse. If one curse could indeed obliterate another, then I am grateful for your arrival. Chapter 129. The significance of the stairway of life and death. Lu Su gazed upon the skeletal remains before him and was suddenly reminded of the last encounter within the demonic hospital. With Long Wu and Long Lu, are these entities truly mere NPCs? Constructs of data designed for a game? If they are mere data, why do they exhibit emotions that can be manipulated? Conversely, if they are not, then they are undeniably reduced to bones, devoid of any life signs to sustain such emotions. Once, they too were players, were they not? Life is a curse, and this eternal existence is but a more profound affliction. Perhaps the words spoken by the other were not mere embellishments, but a stark reality. Their current existence and love are sustained solely by the essence of that curse. Lu Su pondered deeply, yet remained silent, his smile growing ever wider and more pronounced. He stepped forward, instinctively embracing the other's waist in a manner befitting the courtly etiquette, though there was no waist to grasp. His hands merely clutched the air, as if trying to seize the corporeal form that once was. It is a privilege to share this exquisite evening with you. The violet mask drew closer, almost as if it were about to kiss the skeletal visage before it. At the heart of the grand ballroom, they stood before an abyssal expanse of darkness, one adorned with a mask while the other's face had long since vanished. If you have something to say, now would be the time. The skeletal hand rose, pressing against Lu Su's masked face, as if to hinder the impending kiss or perhaps to push him away. Trust your own judgment and conjectures. I shall now fulfill the last purpose I serve for you. With those words, it turned abruptly, facing the vast chasm before them, and took a step forward, disregarding the black sea below as it advanced towards the ethereal luminescence. With that single step, it found its footing upon the void. The prior cryptic exchanges between Sin and itself had rendered the audience perplexed, but this ascent deepened their bewilderment. Wasn't it agreed that others would not react much? As bystanders, Jiao Tian and Xia Yantong found themselves momentarily perplexed, unable to discern the specific course of action required. However, it was evident from the conversation between the two that they intended to exchange the life of the decoy for a passage through the trial. Yet, The notion of using a decoy to scout had been established as untenable from the outset. Shall we take a chance? Test your luck. This game is worth a try, remarked Lu Su with his characteristic nonchalance, observing the decoy who stepped onto the front row. No need, the decoy replied with remarkable composure, then made space for Zue to join him. With a mere flick of his toes against the ground, Lu Su propelled himself to the decoy's side, landing steadily without a hint of instability, and the platform beneath him remained unperturbed. "Oh, it seems you have chosen wisely," Lu Su said, a smile gracing his lips. "It appears today is indeed my fortunate day," the first decoy affirmed, its once fearsome skull visage now softened with an air of gentleness. Without further hesitation, the decoy leapt to the next level of the platform, exhibiting a sense of eagerness that was palpable in its movements. Li Wei and the others stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Just then, as Lu Su also leaped to the next level, joining the first decoy, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The moment his feet made contact with the ethereal light curtain, it became evident that this curtain was merely a manifestation of light, seemingly devoid of any tangible existence. In other words, it is only now that the true essence of the game's rules is revealed. When a non-player steps onto the curtain, it transforms into a solid entity, allowing for seamless passage, akin to a bridge. However, when a player treads upon it, each segment of the curtain instantaneously oscillates between the virtual and the tangible. Reminiscent of Schrodinger's cat, this phenomenon occurs without the passage of time. For Lu Su, it feels as though he has leapt into thin air, lacking any foothold under normal circumstances. Yet, at this moment, with Pseudo-Man 1 standing beside him, he has found a point of leverage. As the two plummet together, within the no-fly zone, Pseudo-Man 1 extends his bony arm, propelling Lu Su with a forceful push. This effort requires neither strength nor direction. It merely offers Lu Su a pivot upon which to exert his own power. With this support, Lu Su demonstrates to all what it means to possess the most formidable physical prowess in the world. As he harnesses the air, his body darts upward, reminiscent of a swallow's elusive tail in flight, soaring like a swallow taking off into the rainy night. Simultaneously, the bony figure accelerates its descent, plunging with a resounding splash into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, Lu Su executes a graceful turn in midair, landing deftly on the opposite staircase. Looking down, he gazes into the abyssal blackness of the ocean, which resembles a monstrous entity ready to devour the fallen bones. Silent as a whisper, it seemed that not even a ripple disturbed the surface, engulfed and crushed by the weighty embrace of the ocean. Lu Su gazed silently below, his mask still adorned with that enigmatic smile, rendering his emotions utterly inscrutable. He inclined slightly toward the sea, a gesture of gratitude. The onlookers were left in awe. The previous aerial ballet, a magnificent display of ascension and descent, was a spectacle beyond their wildest imaginings. It resembled a rocket launching, its fiery propulsion extinguished as it plummeted to the earth, a life as fall cradling the ascent of another. Wow! Incredible! Truly magnificent. Thank you to the strongest player for this splendid performance. The ladder of life and death, this encapsulates the true essence of the game. A deathly challenge where life is upheld by death, revealing the genuine intrigue of the puzzle. You all bicker endlessly over the order of events. It's utterly tedious. Come now, let us learn properly. Applaud, applaud. With that, the slime extended its arms, clapping vigorously before itself. Yet, due to its material composition, the sound was scarcely audible. Thus, it resorted to voicing its own applause, producing a series of exaggerated sounds. However, apart from itself, no one else seemed to find the spectacle engaging. Why are you always so loud, fatty? How about you come up here? Lu Su turned slightly, his expression impassive as he regarded the slime. Chapter 130. Everything here is but a game, and I am the sole player. At this moment, Lu Su's expression was devoid of emotion, resembling the blankness of a mask. The previous smile vanished in an instant, as if he had performed a dramatic transformation. The brilliance on the mask fading completely as he stared at the repugnant form of the slime. The slime promptly fell silent, adopting a timid demeanor, and murmured to the sin, not even a bit of support, truly. Yet it refrained from uttering anything further, seemingly terrified of provoking Lu Su's ire. With a soft thud, it shuffled to the side, quietly observing. Witnessing this scene, the few who had been observing Lu Su finally understood why he had initially offered conditions of unwavering love. The priority of this element was exceedingly high and provided a remarkable degree of freedom, which likely fostered autonomy in a positive manner. Take Xie Antong, for instance. During the first round of the game, she had also discerned the identity of the imposter, yet her demand was to claim all the stars from her counterpart. What she struggled to comprehend about sin at that moment was the reliance on love rather than a command like "you must obey me in this game." She had initially perceived this as a mere effect of the mask, giving it little thought. However, it now appeared to be a matter of autonomy. Demands that insist on obedience are inherently low in coerciveness, as there are countless ways to comply with commands. One could feign agreement while secretly undermining the directive. In contrast, Sin's command essentially provided himself with 8 loyal allies, perfectly harnessing the power of autonomy. At this moment, Jiao Tian discerned the intentions behind Zue's actions and nodded in admiration, muttering to himself, "So this is where the advantage lies." He understood that the strongest players, despite their outward displays of laughter and anger, executed each maneuver with a deliberate purpose. What advantage? What lies within? What are you saying? Beside him, Yin Hong, still in shock from Luce's mid-air double jump, turned back with a bewildered expression and inquired. Jiao Tian replied, "It's none of your concern. Go munch on some sunflower seeds over there." Yin Hong responded, "Huh? I didn't bring any seeds." Although this group had grasped the situation before them and finally comprehended Zue's previous scheming, an inexplicable discomfort lingered in their hearts. Even though it was merely a skeleton, its terrifying and eerie appearance was quite unsettling. Yet, in the name of love, it seemed profoundly out of place. However, Luce's feelings were even more intricate than those of everyone else. Having spent considerable time acclimating to the mask and navigating its side effects, he aimed to familiarize himself with this process and endeavored to harness the mask's capabilities. At present, he had become a master of emotional manipulation. Although he had refrained from excessive questioning or dialogue within the game's context, maintaining a brief interaction with the puppet, he had gleaned several insights from various conversations. The phrase "life is a curse, love is also a curse," hoping to use one curse to eliminate another, decidedly carried an undertone of despair, yet at that moment, Luce remained unaware that the other party's actions were not predicated upon his own desires. However, when the two individuals encountered each other in midair, completing their exchange of lives, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of emotion emanating from the other. It was an extraordinary sensation of liberation, interwoven with profound hatred. Strangely, that hatred did not seem directed towards himself. Thus, moments ago, he had been gazing intently at the dark sea below, laughing maniacally as though possessed. He was contemplating a matter he had previously pondered within the confines of the demonic hospital. For now, however, he must focus on the present. The crime had already traversed 2 rows of stairs, unnoticed by the crowd. Currently, 7 faceless figures silently approached him, and Li Wei and the others were growing anxious. At this pace, the crime might indeed be the first to ascend, leading to a swift conclusion. While his own fate was uncertain, the 19 individuals present had wagered their entire fortunes, many even indebted to instruments of torture. In that moment, under Li Wei's deliberate provocation, the crowd devolved into a rabble once more, attempting to obstruct the faceless figures from advancing up the stairs. They argued that there was no necessity to heed his words, that there was no compulsion involved. Some even began discussing the ethics of love, nearly eliciting laughter from Lu Su. Lu Su remained passive, merely observing as if it were a theatrical performance. Yet primarily, he was gathering the emotions of the faceless figures. Amidst the obstruction, these gambling souls, blinded by desperation, displayed a reckless audacity. The faceless figures had approached with a semblance of relief, almost impatient, eager for the opportunity that Lu Su represented. Was there truly anyone bold enough to impede their progress? At present, the skeletal figures are no ordinary contenders. With a mere shove, one could hurl a person directly out, teetering perilously on the edge of a chasm, nearly plummeting into the abyss. Observing their precarious position, the individual nearly lost control, exclaiming, "Wasn't it stated that players cannot harm each other within the game?" Host, the slime, exuding impatience, replied, "If a player falls due to their own misstep, it does not count. A misstep on my part. Yet, in such dire circumstances, reason holds little sway. Surviving this hellish game is a victory in itself." Consequently, everyone fell silent. The players ascended the precarious ladder of life and death, bowing before Lu Su, as if they were about to meet the king of hell. Subsequently, a series of aerial relays unfolded. Each time, those behind hoped for Lu Su's blunder, yet he faltered not once. The world's strongest, how could he err in such moments? The ladder of life and death, buoyed by existence, advanced forward with an unfathomable ease. Observers, each harboring distinct emotions, rendered the grand casino silent, save for the sound of crashing waves and the relentless passage of time. Once more, the slime exuberantly proclaimed, "Look, look, why is everyone so unexcited? Love can pave the ladder to the heavens. Life itself is the cost of the game. Truly, the strongest player is indeed the strongest." And the thrill of the gameplay is incredibly exhilarating. At nearly the same moment, Lusa halted his steps, the smile upon his mask gradually widening, ultimately erupting into a genuine laugh. He chuckled softly, hee hee. Haha, there is no need to be so serious about that thing. Turning his head. The two locked eyes. Everything here was but a game, and I am the sole player. Chapter 131, The Final Push, The Malice of Humanity Behind the Mask. Lusa fixated intently on the gelatinous form of the slime, harboring an insatiable desire to see through it entirely. With the use of the lustful mask, his perception of human emotions had grown increasingly acute, even granting him a semblance of insight into the human heart. Yet, as time passed, each time he gazed upon the slime, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. This feeling, reminiscent yet seemingly illusory, lingered in his mind without yielding a suitable counterpart. However, just moments ago, as he sensed the creature's extraordinary excitement coupled with a hint of malicious delight, the source of this familiarity suddenly dawned upon him: his novice game. That exposed female doctor. Initially, as the game's orchestrator, Lusu had instinctively compared the slime to the former Tom, but as time went on, he recognized the vast differences between the two. Although the outward appearances and personalities of the female doctor and that individual seemed to differ vastly, there exists an unsettlingly similar core within them, a pathological pursuit of pleasure, coupled with an air of superiority and indifference towards others. Indeed, one must consider oneself a player. The essence of enjoyment is paramount. Otherwise, our strongest players might deem you unworthy of the title. The slime, feeling somewhat guilty under Luce's scrutinizing gaze, attempted to divert the conversation with a laugh. However, Lusu was evidently not the type to be easily swayed. He immediately retorted with scorn. So, do you not realize that your repugnant appearance and incessant chatter are the most disheartening aspects? Can you not remain silent while others are playing? Just as the slime found himself at a loss for words, Luso interjected once more. By the way, I believe I recognize you. This statement seemed to possess an enchanting power, rendering the slime utterly speechless, as if his very being had been frozen in place. The eye of Providence loomed over the scene, and in that moment, Xie Antong felt an overwhelming sense of discord enveloping the space. The slime appeared transformed. Yet upon her second glance, it felt as though it were merely an illusion, overthinking, a state of disarray. Xie Antong furrowed her brow, redirecting her focus onto the matter of guilt. The slime, with a resounding duong, leapt aside, ceasing its verbal sparring, seemingly retreating into a state of solitude. Subsequently, the ladder of life continued its relentless ascent, and soon, 7 out of the 8 phantoms had already descended. The remaining players gazed in despair at the scene before them, clinging to the hope that fortune would favor them, wishing for the phantoms to misstep and plummet into the abyss. This was particularly true for the last few individuals assigned. Their faces were ashen, each displaying a pallor akin to grief. They had staked 4 stars, and now, regardless of their ability to confront the leading player, it was certain they would incur substantial losses. Yet, amidst the sorrow, not all players were drowning in despair. Those ranked higher held a singular thought: survival against all odds. Especially the second and third players, who witnessed Lusu ascend the steps with remarkable speed. Their previously extinguished spirits ignited with fervor. An opportunity had emerged. Not merely a chance to survive, but perhaps they might even be the first to reach the finish line. What kind of rewards would that entail? In an instant, those trailing Lusu felt their breaths quicken. Meanwhile, Lusu continued to advance steadily. As the final phantom eagerly approached, Lusu instinctively reached once more for its ribs. I must remind you, I was once male, Phantom 8 stated. And what of it? Sin remarked, appearing utterly unconcerned. As the last of the doppelgangers leaped down, Lusu soared above the dark sea, landing gracefully. Now, he found himself standing at the 16th tier. The price of 8 individuals had brought him to this level, adhering strictly to the mathematical expectations of probability. However, the next 4 tiers would require Lusu to traverse them on his own. In truth, he possessed an alternative means to continue. He had an autonomous entity capable of assisting him, conveniently stored within his backpack. Yet suddenly, he turned his gaze towards a nearby slime, chuckling softly. Do you think this is a tad too easy? The slime, in a moment of bewilderment, lifted its head, seemingly at a loss for words. However, no response was necessary. As Lu Su continued to muse aloud, in the realm of games, the unknown and perilous elements are far more alluring and intriguing. I believe it is time I indulge the desires of those eager to witness something thrilling. With that, a wicked grin spread across the visage of the lustful mask he wore, and amidst the astonished gazes of many, he leaped forward. It is important to note that previously, doppelgangers had blazed the trail for him. If the ground beneath had been an abyss, he at least had a means to leverage his ascent. But this time, there was none. No matter how extraordinary his strength, he could not truly take flight upon thin air. In essence, he had placed himself squarely upon the gambling table, wagering on a 50-50 chance. An exceedingly irrational act indeed. However, he triumphed in his gamble, firmly planted on the solid ground beneath him, his feet unwavering. Before the crowd could even gasp in astonishment, he moved once more, leaping gracefully towards the next row. Among the spectators, Xie Antong and Jiu Tian felt an inexplicable tightness in their hearts. They had not anticipated that at such a critical juncture, he would truly wager his own fate. Moreover, an instinct whispered to Xie Antong that he was far from being at a dead end. This was a deliberate choice on his part. It seems my luck is quite favorable, Lu Su mused to himself, and at that moment, he had already reached the 19th row. He had leaped over 3 tiers. And with an eighth of a chance, Lu Su had indeed struck fortune. Before him lay the final row. Just as he was about to take that decisive step, Lu Su suddenly halted, turned, and seated himself cross-legged, glancing back at the gambler who had closely followed him and was assigned to the second position. He smiled and shrugged his shoulders. How about it? Excited? Care for a game? Chapter 132. When greed controls you, you become its sacrificial lamb. Fall down. Fall down. Fall down. The player trailing closely behind Lu Su felt a surge of emotion, his eyes ablaze, as he incessantly chanted those 3 words in his mind. His psychological state was far more agitated than that of Lu Su, who approached the game with a mere playful spirit, while this individual seemed to stake his family's very existence on the line, his heart racing with frantic desperation. Outwardly, he appeared flushed and fervent. At that moment, as he gazed at the suddenly turned figure of the sinner, his mind seemed to have been abruptly wiped clean, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence, Lu Su remarked with a hint of disinterest as he surveyed the rotund individual before him. This man was the very one who, previously at the roulette wheel, had heeded Lu Su's advice only to end up with nothing to show for it. It was precisely due to that misfortune that he had acquiesced to Li Wei's suggestion to participate in this game. Now at the end of his rope, he saw this as his final opportunity, a gamble he had no choice but to take. To his dismay, he found himself assigned to the second turn of this peculiar game, with its bizarre rules. Initially despondent, the unexpected twist brought forth by Lu Su reignited a flicker of hope within him. His sole desire now was for Lu Su to falter at the last step and plummet downwards. At this juncture, Lu Su turned and cast a mischievous glance in his direction. The man felt a tumult of fear and resentment, lowering his head in silence, choosing to disregard the sinner entirely. However, his silence did not deter Lu Su from speaking. The voice behind the mask resonated like that of a devil, languidly whispering into his ears, imbued with the seductive allure of a demon from the depths of hell. Would you care for a little thrill? A game with 20 participants. Yet I am the only one playing. How dull that would be. The hefty man remained reticent, his blood-red eyes fixated intently on the floor beneath him, which felt all too solid. He refrained from speaking, fully aware of the man's persuasive prowess. For now, he simply wished to wait. Regardless of the outcome, he was certain of his survival and could only hope for his adversary to stumble at the final hurdle. However, in Lu Su's eyes, the man before him appeared as fragile as a candle that could be extinguished at any moment, with just a hint of provocation. One could effortlessly stir the emotions nestled deep within him. Do you believe me? I merely find this amusing. In truth, I possess an undeniable confidence in my ability to succeed. Within my backpack lies a self-aware robot, capable of lifting me once more. To be candid, I have already triumphed, and I could easily walk away with 70% of all your shares. Yet, I wish to extend you an opportunity to render this game somewhat more intriguing. The flesh on the fat man's face quivered uncontrollably, and sweat trickled down the crevices of his flabby cheeks, as if he were enduring some form of torment. Let us establish an alternative wager based on this game. We shall switch places. This is your final chance. Should you succeed, you shall claim 70% of all. Furthermore, I will relinquish my portion to you as well. If you fail, well, there is no significant penalty, merely a trip to wash up. Speaking with a lustful mask, Lu Su gesticulated animatedly, as if he were divulging the most enthralling of revelations, appearing exceedingly exhilarated. The fat man's body trembled slightly. His inner rationality locked in a frantic struggle with his insatiable greed. Surely, you cannot agree? 70%. No. Life is of utmost importance. I have already been fortunate enough. Why should I consent? As he wrestled with his own turmoil, Lu Su's voice echoed like the serpent that lured Eve into sin. 70%, combined with the number of the second place, should be sufficient for you to reap the greatest rewards in this infernal game. Enough for you to extricate yourself from this torment once and for all. In great endeavors, one must not be overly cautious about their own well-being. The corpulent figure in second place raised his head with a fierce expression, his eyes aflame with indignation, and demanded, "What gives you the right to convince me that you possess a foolproof method to succeed? Nothing in particular, except for the fact that I am the strongest. I always emerge victorious." Lu Su replied, shrugging his shoulders. "You may choose to believe it or not. You are entirely free to decline my offer. I am not compelling you." With that, Lu Su rose to his feet and turned to gaze at the last row of steps. "Oh, I merely see potential in you and wish to extend an opportunity. Amongst so many, you just happen to be in second place. Do you not realize that this is a twist of fate? Sometimes, destiny seeks to bestow opportunities upon you, yet you fail to seize them." Lu Su's words, spoken with his back turned, ignited a tumult within the hefty man. In an instant, it felt as if all the fat within him had ignited, transforming into a fierce blaze that scorched his desires. Indeed, why have I fortuitously landed in second place? There are 8 others who also earned 2 stars. Everyone believed my demise was imminent, and I too felt certain of my impending doom, but now, the opportunity lies before me. A 50-50 chance is not insubstantial. If I prevail, I shall ascend to greatness. I would once again be the one who vanquished the strongest player. The portly figure's gaze became unfocused, and at that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "I am here, the strongest player. I am here to trade with you." Lu Su, with his back turned to everyone, revealed a sinister smile beneath his purple mask upon hearing these words. "No, I agree. The portly man exclaimed, jolting awake as if terrified of losing his chance. Lu Su turned around. "Are you certain? There is a 50% risk of failure, you know." "Absolutely." With the wager established, beams of light enveloped both of their heads, and subsequently, they exchanged places. "Good luck," Lu Su said with a smile, standing in the portly man's original position, offering his encouragement. The portly man gazed at the final row before him, his legs trembling. As he closed his eyes, a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. 50%. If I win, I can return and sell all the points and benefits, trade them for a grand house, a youthful and beautiful wife, and everything I once fantasized about in life. I shall never return to this detestable game again. The opportunity lay right before him. Ignoring Lu Su's voice behind him, a resolute expression gradually emerged in the portly man's eyes. His body became incredibly firm, no longer trembling. In his eyes, calmness and confidence began to manifest. He could hear the voice from deep within, the voice chosen by fate. He would undoubtedly triumph. With a frenzied and fierce look on his face, he leaped forward. Nothingness. He stepped into the void. He fell. A corpulent figure plummeted into the dark sea below, falling freely without uttering a single scream. When a gambler is consumed by the thrill, thoughts of failure dissipate. He even forgets to cry out. It is indeed a lamentable fate. Behind him, a visage clad in a violet mask displayed a hint of compassion, gently applauding. If one can master greed, it shall become one's servant. Yet, if greed ensnares you, you become its sacrificial pawn. Author S. Note. Cherish life. Steer clear of gambling. Chapter 133. The Pinnacle of Stars. Illuminate my path. With a splash, the rotund figure plunged into the water. Unlike the previous 8 skeletons, his considerable weight stirred a noticeable spray. However, almost immediately, he was engulfed, as if cast into an asphalt mixer, tumbling a few times before vanishing without a sound or a trace of blood. He simply disappeared, akin to water merging with the ocean, leaving onlookers in a state of shock. Indeed, though never explicitly stated, the slime had never elucidated what one should do if they were to fall. Yet, death was evidently the ultimate price these individuals were willing to pay. Contemplating this, those ranked higher inexplicably felt a flicker of gratitude. Fortunately, the foremost individual ahead of them had a means of escape. Had Lusu fallen early on, it was likely that none of them would have survived. It can be considered a narrow escape. How regrettable it is, indeed. The greatest challenge in life lies in discerning whether the impulses that surge from within one's heart are born of courage or folly. Lusu stood at the precipice, gazing down at the churning Black Sea, spreading his arms and continuing to smile. He had come to realize that donning this mask of desire seemed to imbue him with an additional air of philosophical contemplation. The opponent had lost the wager, in truth. He had not manipulated the outcome, nor did he possess the right to do so. He merely wished to enhance the stakes of this game, augmenting the uncertainties to render it all the more intriguing. Should his adversary emerge victorious, he would be utterly indifferent to the consequences of having created a fool adorned with the most stars. After all, it is merely a game. However, it was uncertain whether that fellow had any control over these developments. As he pondered this, Lusu turned his gaze towards the distant slime. At that moment, it stood there obediently, confronting such a spectacular scene with remarkable tranquility. "Hey, why are you silent?" Lusu called out from afar. The slime trembled, its body quaking. And then it appeared utterly perplexed, gazing at Lusu with a face full of questions. "Didn't you tell me to remain silent?" Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Lusu suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past him, a fierce gale that could not possibly be attributed to the natural sea breeze. Having spent ample time here, he could distinctly recognize what a sea breeze felt like. As I turned my head, I discovered that the individual who had previously drawn number 3 and had voluntarily offered to exchange with me had already dashed out. He was enveloped in a swirling azure aura, seemingly soaring through the air, with silver lightning crackling around his feet, clearly exhibiting supernatural prowess. This was a unique skill he had acquired within the game. However, throughout all prior games, he had never once utilized it, nor was anyone familiar with him, making his sudden display of power all the more unexpected. There was no preparation, and even those who had been watching intently were caught off guard by his rapid departure. The glimmering eyes of number 3 now radiated a sickly light as he advanced to the 20th row. Thanks to the previous chubby fellow who had eliminated the erroneous choices for him, he now stood upon the tangible section of the floor. "I am on the verge of victory." Number 3's eyes widened, as if he wished to burst forth from their sockets. In the atmosphere of the casino, under the immense weight of potential gain, human nature is relentlessly magnified to the point of destruction. His expression had morphed into something grotesque. However, while his movements appeared to others as a blur, they still seemed somewhat sluggish in the eyes of a master like Lusu. As he made his final leap, number 3 was merely a step away from triumph, but suddenly he swayed, losing his balance. It was akin to a high-speed racing car that had suddenly lost control, teetering on the brink of veering off the track. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a blade protruding from his abdomen, having pierced him entirely. In that fleeting moment, all momentum vanished, his body swayed and fell to the side, failing to stand upon the final platform. A sharp edge flew from behind, catching up with his movement. Was it not said that players could not be harmed? In his mind, only this thought echoed as he silently plummeted, succumbing to the pain that surged within him. Plunging into the water below, seeking fortune in peril, yet losing it in danger. To snatch benefits from Lusu's hands could only be deemed commendable courage. Clap, clap, clap. Behind him, Lusu slowly applauded, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "Remarkable. So perish." He was not particularly concerned with victory or defeat. His current desires were driven by lust rather than greed, and he truly did not care. However, that did not imply others could seize what was his. Glancing back at the crowd behind him, he noticed everyone cautiously averting their gaze, wary of incurring his wrath. After adjusting his collar, Lusu, unimpeded, descended the last 2 steps, reaching the end point. He pressed a button gently. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, illuminating the entire gambling ship, as a voice, seemingly hoarse from exertion, bellowed, "Excellent! Congratulations to our 20-player game. The first successful challenger has emerged. Let us celebrate fervently." It was the voice of the slime, roaring in a frenzy, so loud that it startled everyone present. The crowd glared in indignation, yet the slime remained unfazed, shouting, "Now, let's proceed with the reward settlement." The total prize pool consists of 8 2-star, 6 3-star, and 5 4-star rewards, amounting to 54 stars in total. After applying a 70% ratio, there are 38 stars. Upon deducting the 9 points owed for the original punitive tools, all debts are cleared, leaving 29 stars, securing the top position. The slime, reminiscent of a sycophant celebrating a corporate leader's accolade, erupted into fervent applause, the fervor palpable. A colorful star shimmered on Lu Su's chest, accompanied by the number 29, signifying his current star count. Li Wei stood amidst the throng, feeling somewhat weak, as if his very essence had drained away, staring blankly. He scanned the crowd, searching for the former champion, while Xiaoyantong was also observing him. Their eyes met momentarily, and Xiaoyantong's lips twitched as she averted her gaze. What an incompetent fool. I have triumphed all night, meticulously strategizing, and yet, the punishment on that side concluded in a single sweep. It seems you, Li Wei, are truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Lu Su pressed on, undeterred, proclaiming, "Shine the spotlight on me. Let the limelight illuminate my presence." Chapter 134. The gamble that captivated every heartbeat, grant me more attention. Next, you shall witness some high-level maneuvers. The subsequent dozen or so individuals appeared utterly incapacitated, as if bereaved of their mothers, with only a handful at the forefront managing to regain a semblance of vitality. It is noteworthy that the further back one stands, the greater the stakes they had previously wagered. This predicament led to the utter ruin of all involved. Many found themselves lamenting, even facing the prospect of punitive measures, crying out for aid. Yet, the slime remained indifferent, his gaze seemingly fixated solely on the foremost contender, the ever-illuminated Sin. Even those positioned behind had a rightful claim to a portion of the rewards, with some resorting to shoving one another on the precarious bridge in a bid for ranking. However, the slime remained unconcerned. Who cares about you? Conversely, Sin, after requesting a bit of illumination, found the spotlight converging upon him, capturing the attention of all present. The slime, with obsequiousness, inquired, "Might I ask if you wish to deliver a speech? Shall I procure a microphone for you? Just brighten the lights a tad. And I desire a purple hue." "Certainly. I shall make that adjustment immediately." The slime dutifully trailed behind, as all eyes were upon them, while Lu Su once again approached the central grand wheel. At this juncture, time for the game was dwindling, and Sin had secured the leading position, distinctly ahead of the second, with others lagging far behind. A palpable curiosity enveloped the crowd, eager to witness what this individual would orchestrate next. "I have stated, you lot are ill-suited for this place." Suddenly, he lifted his gaze once more, surveying the multitude of players engaged in the game. "Gaze towards me, or perhaps, what you are engaged in has lost its allure. Come and witness something truly captivating. Perhaps it might even satiate your darker inclinations, as you anticipate my defeat." With this, Lu Su spread his hands, an expression of superiority etched upon the mask he wore. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on an individual amidst the crowd. "Ah, it seems you possess quite a constellation of stars yourself. Would you care to join in the fun?" He gestured towards the grand wheel before him. The person upon whom his attention fell was none other than Xiaoyantong, who now boasted a remarkable total of 15 stars adorning her. The sheer quantity transformed her into a vibrant, multicolored star, accompanied by the numeral 15. When singled out in the throng, Xiaoyantong felt an involuntary shiver run through her, as if all eyes were suddenly riveted upon her. The sensation was unsettling, and she understood precisely why the spotlight had shifted to her. It was likely that he recognized her. Yet, what significance did that hold? The most formidable player would hardly concern himself with a former teammate, especially under circumstances that had not concluded favorably. Being abruptly targeted by him was not necessarily a fortuitous occurrence. In that moment, she felt akin to prey under the gaze of a venomous serpent. Hastily, she averted her eyes, took a few steps back, and muttered, "No, thank you." Subsequently, with the omniscient eye observing him, she retreated to a secluded corner, feigning oblivion. Invisible. Invisible. Lu Su said little, attempting to raise his hand, only to find that his left arm was somewhat incapacitated. The previous instruments of torture had indeed taken their toll on his muscles. TSK, troublesome. Switching to his other hand, Lu Su removed a colorful star from his chest and placed it at the center of the grand wheel, atop the solitary red slot. "I bet this. Let us commence. And do not squander time." The slime hesitated beside him. "How much do you intend to wager?" Naturally, it was everything. "How much? Are your ears deaf?" The slime and Lu Su exchanged glances, and suddenly, the slime began to tremble violently, as if overwhelmed with exhilaration. Abruptly, the spotlight above Lu Su's head shone with extraordinary brilliance, and the slime exclaimed loudly, "All right, it's a binding bet. The player with the highest star count in this round, Sin, has chosen to wager all 29 stars on the singular red slot of the central wheel. Everyone, let us witness this." The slime's voice cracked with excitement, yet now, there was no need for him to shout for Lu Su. All eyes were already fixed upon the spectacle. The red slot, amidst 180 slots, was the sole one. A five-fold probability, the highest in the arena. Yet, the chances of selection were exceedingly slim. The onlookers were engulfed in disbelief, gazing intently at the scene, unable to comprehend his motives. Had he not already secured first place? What was he doing with a 1 in 180 chance? Even just moments ago, Xia Antong, who had taken refuge near the slot machines, cast a perplexed glance. Had he succumbed to the mask's influence? Why, with so little time remaining in the game, would he engage in such a meaningless escapade? Previously, her observations indicated he was not the type to indulge in such folly. She had long been curious about how one, indifferent to winning or losing, could ultimately turn the tide when isolated. Now that the tables had turned, why return again? Begin. The voice of the slime trembled, seemingly overwhelmed with excitement. And without a moment's pause, the game commenced. The grand wheel began to spin, the small ball leapt away, and the crisp sounds reverberated in the hearts of all present. Everyone ceased their activities, turning in unison to gaze at the figure beneath the spotlight, the smiling individual adorned in a purple mask. A solitary wager stirred the hearts of the multitude. The ball's speed gradually diminished, astonishingly approaching the red slot. All held their breath, as if fearing that a mere moment of inattention would cause them to miss the outcome. Even Xia Antong, the rational anomaly equipped with the all-seeing eye, felt her heart skip a beat, her pupils constricting in sudden shock. As the ball bounced a final few times, time seemed to freeze, it slowed to a halt. Click. Red. In that instant, the final sound echoed like the shattering of the world, and everything fell silent. A colorful star materialized upon Lu Su's chest, accompanied by the number 145 inscribed beside it. As the slime was on the verge of breaking the silence with a hoarse voice, it was Lu Su who spoke first, shattering the tranquility and silencing the slime's words. He removed the colorful star from his chest and placed it once more into the red groove. His voice was calm, his tone so even that one might sense his heart rate had never exceeded 70. Once again, Chapter 135, do you not find it boring? The unceasing bet the slime's entire green body quivered with excitement. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. What does this mean? How much do you wish to wager this time? Is there any point in not going all in? Lu Su cast a sidelong glance at him. Be more efficient. Don't ask endlessly. I always bet everything. Understood. Once the bet is placed, it is binding. The player with the highest star count this round, Sin, has chosen to wager all his 145 stars once more on the singular red groove of the central wheel. Once again, the slime shouted loudly, his voice now completely broken. The enormous wheel began to spin once again. 145 stars. What does that signify? No one knew. Once the quantity exceeded a certain threshold, people's minds would become numb. At such moments, everyone lost interest in the gamble, becoming mere spectators. In this betting game, Lu Su's highest achievement was not determined by how much he won or lost, but rather, at this moment, he had breached the psychological defenses of all those present. Within the hearts of all, a singular thought prevails. Having already risked stakes exceeding 100 stars, is it truly worth one's life for merely 1 or 2 stars? Once the psychological barrier is breached, the entire game loses its allure. 145 stars. Should they triumph in this round, the magnitude of such a number is beyond their comprehension. Almost everyone, observing the spinning wheel and the incessantly bouncing ball, harbors a desire for Lu Su's failure. Yet, paradoxically, they find themselves equally yearning for a miracle to unfold. Will a miracle occur? At this moment, Xia Antong can no longer divide her focus. Initially intending to use her all-seeing eye to scrutinize the operations of Sin, while simultaneously engaging with the slot machine, she finds herself drawn entirely to the unfolding spectacle. The images on the slot machine whirl at an astonishing speed, imperceptible to the ordinary eye. However, her innate talent lies in her visual acuity and data processing abilities. Thus, she can discern the patterns on the reels, playing the game not solely by chance, but with a probability of victory exceeding 50%. Yet even she, at this juncture, has ceased her work, turning her attention with a trembling focus towards this chaotic gambling spectacle. The performance of Sin behind the mask of desire is indeed overwhelming. From the very beginning, he has shown no concern for hidden identities or potential targeting. He has consistently placed himself at the forefront of scrutiny. Now, he need only stand before the grand wheel to become the center of attention. His prior assertion seems to have materialized. I am the sole player here. At this moment, Xiao Antong's psychological defenses had been utterly shattered, giving rise to a flicker of resignation within her. Originally, the game described as a maritime casino should have been her forte, and she had tirelessly pursued the highest score. However, no matter how fiercely she gambled, it was utterly impossible for her to surpass Lu Su's current score of 145 stars. Furthermore, those trailing behind her seemed unlikely to catch up to her 15 stars. The disparity between 15 and 145. With this thought, her gaze grew somewhat dazed. Just then, a voice suddenly emerged beside her, silent yet undetected. It is worth noting that she was fully equipped with detection gear, armed to the teeth. Do you not find this rather dull? The sound startled Xie Antong, causing her to spring back a few steps, her eyes fixed on the slime that had approached her. What do you mean by dull? Xie Antong asked warily. I have been observing you for quite some time. Before his explosive surge in score, it seemed you held the highest stars, yet your playstyle is decidedly uninteresting. Counting cards, wagering based on probability, only engaging in games with a win rate exceeding 50%. Accumulating stars one by one. Now let me see. Quite impressive, 15 stars. Among the multitude of mediocrity, you indeed stand out. The tone of the slime was decidedly sardonic. Although it sounded like praise, the emphasis remained firmly on the mediocrity of others, resembling a form of derision. Noting that Xie Antong remained silent, the slime continued, Indeed, while you may not be as worthless as those other fools, this is a casino. It added. You exude an aura of utter dullness, as if you have been fixated on him. Haven to you? Those little metallic spheres in the air have been swirling around him. As it spoke, the slime turned and gestured towards Lu Su, who stood before the roulette wheel. At that moment, as the wheel's rotation slowed, all eyes seemed to be affixed upon it, leaving no one to pay attention to the conversation between Xie Antong and the slime. Xiao Antong's expression remained unchanged as she observed the slime, calmly stating, I am aware of my position and capabilities. I do not believe Lady Luck will smile upon me. In a casino, the more fearful one is, the more one tends to lose. Conversely, those devoid of fear are destined to lose everything. This is a wholly irrational situation. Yet at times it is precisely like this. A wrong path does not imply that its opposite is correct. I choose my own way, at the very least. I have not lost. Not lost. The slime chuckled, turning away without further comment. Little girl, sometimes, not winning is, in fact, losing. At this juncture, the central roulette gradually came to a halt, and the 3-hour gameplay time dwindled to its final few minutes. The small ball bounced a few times above the groove, swaying unsteadily before finally resting in the red position. No one cheered. No one shouted. Instead, everyone drew in a sharp breath, as if caught in a dream, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of unreality. What had just transpired? Another win. Were we merely NPCs in this game? Xie Antong gazed incredulously at the outcome, her rational mind insisting that such an event was utterly impossible. Almost instinctively, she turned her attention to the slime. Is the result of this entity within your control? I know what you wish to ask, little girl. The slime turned its head, a twisted smile contorting its green form. It has nothing to do with me. Do not squander time. There are only a few minutes left, so let us commence. Lu Su displayed no inclination to halt the wager. As he retrieved the colorful star from his chest, the one representing 725 stars, and placed it once more into the red groove. Chapter 136, A Fruitless Endeavor. It seemed as though he was deliberately fated to lose. Twice in a row, with a 1 in 180 chance. Had he turned that into a wager? Though each event's probability was independent and identically distributed, the outcome of this game was evidently unacceptable to all, especially the audience. Particularly those fixated on the strongest player, millions of them. Seriously, can anyone explain what this means? That luck is simply extraordinary. What luck? Is someone upstairs a fool? This cannot be luck. Is there cheating involved? Or has he discovered some secret? Is there any concealed information? Is there anything overlooked in the previously stated rules? Hardly anyone believes that success is merely a matter of luck. Having achieved this improbable feat of 1 in 180 twice consecutively, not only them, but the over 40 players present also recognized that after Lu Su's latest triumph. A cacophony of voices erupted in the opulent hall, resembling a bustling marketplace. As they witnessed Lu Su once again wager his entire fortune, an unfathomable sum of stars, on red. Their minds began to spiral. What gives him the audacity? Why does he dare? Could it be that he truly possesses an unassailable guarantee of victory? In an instant, some began to vociferously question Slime regarding the fairness of the game. Yet Slime remained unresponsive, merely sensing the clamor around him. A secret was about to be unveiled. Prior to the spinning of the grand wheel, amidst the crowd's skepticism, Lu Su abruptly spoke up. The purple mask reflected a chilling smile, and from beneath it, he proclaimed loudly, "In truth, I wield a magical hand. I can manipulate air, luck, and probability. My participation in this game assures my victory. If you wish to triumph, I suggest you join me in raising the stakes. Time is limited. The game may soon conclude. Come, wager on red. Stake your entire fortune. Trust me." Lu Su's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the entire space and stirring the emotions of everyone present. However, at that moment, no one dared to move. Their minds had surpassed the limits of comprehension. The sheer number of over 700 stars rendered them incapable of thought, judgment, or decision-making. It is essential to recall that each individual initially possessed 3 stars, and even accounting for 100 dummies, the combined total of 200 individuals could not possibly reach 700. Yet here he stood, possessing all 700 alone. The overwhelming reaction of their minds was one of paralysis. No one knew whether to trust the words of Sin or how to proceed. 3, 2. Xiao Antong's gaze became somewhat hazy, and an unusual impulse surged within her. She suddenly felt as though she ought to charge forward, taking 2 steps ahead. Her enhanced mind was abruptly jolted awake, freezing her in place as cold sweat soaked her back. What was happening? Just moments ago. Why did I feel that way? That wasn't me. Who had control over my actions? 1. In the blink of an eye, although her mind was racing with countless thoughts, Lu Su had merely counted to 1 second. No one dares to step forward. It seems that the others are not particularly eager to seize this opportunity. Lu Su felt a profound sense of boredom. Ultimately, he remained the sole participant in this final game. On the spinning wheel, he was the only one placing bets. As the wheel began to turn, Xia Antong instinctively looked up, only to shudder as her gaze locked with Sin's. Upon the purple mask, a playful smile emerged as it turned away. Xia Antong suddenly felt an unsettling dissonance, as if a critical aspect of his reasoning was amiss. The emotions from earlier, were they his? Xia Antong realized he had observed the entire course of the game, yet somehow failed to discern the true intentions of the antagonist. Each time he believed he was close to the truth, he discovered his thoughts were utterly misguided, lacking any real connection. Now, the game had commenced anew, and once again, he had staked his entire fortune on a mere 1 in 180 chance. 725. If the slime could not manipulate probability, if he could not sway fate, then did he possess a talisman that enhanced his luck? Might this notion be too fantastical? Yet, it seemed to be the only explanation that remained. At that moment, Lu Su had flawlessly seized control of everyone present, every heartbeat synchronized with his wager. Every breath was governed by that diminutive orb. With arms crossed, Lu Su smiled at the grand roulette before him, appearing to be the sole individual unfazed by the tension in the air. Even the slime trembled, as if on the brink of ecstasy. As the small ball slowed, a flash of insight pierced through Xiao Antong's mind, illuminating all prior uncertainties and shadows. Perhaps the ultimate truth was simply this: there are no secrets at all. Probability cannot be tamed. The antagonist lacked any assurance of victory. Indeed, he was merely playing a game. In the previous 2 instances, it was merely luck. The reason he continued was not due to any assurance of victory, nor was it because of any underhanded schemes. Rather, he simply wished to persist, to play the game with the highest probability, amidst the collective heartbeat of those around him, until he had lost everything. Did he truly wish to lose it all? Excluding all else in between, did he desire defeat? The moment this thought flickered through her mind, Xia Antong felt that the entire scene before her suddenly made sense, as if a pitch-black window had shattered, illuminating everything with clarity. Except, the notion itself was utterly absurd. He had entered the hellish game as the strongest player, consistently striving for a flawless victory. Why would he wish for defeat? Xia Antong found herself frozen in place, as if her body had been immobilized, standing amidst the frenzy of the crowd in the hall, feeling detached from everyone. Time dwindled to mere seconds. The roulette wheel appeared to deliberately slow down, coming to a halt alongside the remaining time of the game. The small ball landed in the red slot, only to bounce once more, falling into the adjacent area. The wheel stopped. Everything culminated. 725 stars. All for naught, now reset to 0. As Xia Antong gazed at the outcome, her mind seemed to explode. She glanced down at the 15 stars adorning her chest. A strange chill enveloped her. Chapter 137. Instant Death. No time to withdraw. If, and I say if, his purpose in playing this game was to lose all his stars, then does my current state signify a problem? Xia Antong found herself momentarily paralyzed in thought, as the terrifying count of 725 sin stars abruptly reset to 0. Her own 15 stars would once again position her as the foremost contender. Yet, rather than experiencing any sense of relief or elation, she was consumed by an indescribable dread, questioning whether she had overlooked something crucial. From a conventional perspective, one might interpret Zue's actions at this juncture as a result of being overwhelmed or perhaps even mad. However, history has long demonstrated that those who harbor such thoughts are, in fact, the truly deranged. Time's up. All games are hereby concluded, and all unfinished wagers cease at this moment. As the small ball finally settled into a groove, the 3-hour gaming session came to a fitting end. The slime, controlling the time reset, announced loudly, fulfilling its role as the host. It then bounced its rotund green body and turned to Zue, stating, regrettably, "Our player Zue was not favored by Lady Luck at the final moment. Though he has forfeited 725 stars, he has gained joy. He is undoubtedly the finest player in this realm. As of now, while his star count has been reset to 0, it is clear that he remains the foremost seeker of thrill and happiness in attendance. Let us all unite in applause." With that, it began to lead the applause, celebrating Zue's performance with fervor. At this moment, his words were misconstrued by numerous spectators as a form of derision. Is this truly the great Onmyoji? The intensity of this mockery is indeed overwhelming. This slime possesses quite the eloquence. It appears he has indeed faltered. With 725 stars, he still insists on continuing, and it is evident that he has become rather arrogant upon achieving the status of the strongest player. Regret shall follow him. The applause from the slime was echoed only by the skeletal puppets, while the other competitors remained enveloped in silence. Naturally, Lu Su also joined in the clapping. How regrettable it was, he mused. Why could he not succeed once more? It was truly unfortunate that his points had been reset. While Lu Su applauded, he lamented. Yet his outward demeanor betrayed none of this. The smile on his purple mask was ever more pronounced. Why is there no cheer? Shouldn't there be a moment of joy? Lu Su's gaze swept across the room, and he remarked with a smile, I have lost, yet no one revels in my misfortune? What does this mean? As he spoke, a hint of dissatisfaction crept into his expression. His brows furrowed under the purple mask as he scanned the crowd, even fixing his gaze on Li Wei, seemingly anticipating a few words of scorn from him. Li Wei remained silent. Eventually, after several exchanges between the slime and Lu Su, the crowd, having grown somewhat numb, finally emerged from the depths of the betting frenzy. In that instant, the emotions of all present erupted like explosives set to detonate at a predetermined moment. Some individuals have finally realized that their efforts have been in vain, vigorously shaking their fists as if they themselves have achieved victory. Others are engulfed in profound regret, lamenting the 3 hours they squandered, leaving them with nothing to show for it. Meanwhile, there are those who have even knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably, their silent sorrow a mystery to all. Only a select few have quietly exhaled in relief. They have not engaged in any games related to sin, nor have they been ensnared by someone like Xia Antong. They have played their games with utmost caution, or even abstained entirely. Presently, their star ratings remain around 3, a commendable status compared to the majority who have been left with little. Now, please, everyone, temper your emotions. We are about to transition to the next segment, Slime announced, sensing that the time was ripe to proceed without further delay. After all, lingering any longer might provoke sin to lash out once more. Originally, our game was intended as a source of joy and excitement for all. Yet, look at you all. Instead of enjoying the game, you seem either deeply troubled or excessively wary, which is rather dull. Of course, I did not mean to imply this about you, Slime added, directing the comment towards Lu Su. The crowd fell silent, with no one responding to Slime's remarks, for there was indeed little to say. However, shortly thereafter, the people were left in a state of bewilderment. The voice of the slime suddenly took on a sinister and twisted tone as it continued. Thus, I find myself quite dissatisfied with the majority of you. Upon this pronouncement, it added ominously, now, the 10 individuals with the least game participation shall be asked to depart. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, a portal abruptly opened beneath the feet of 9 individuals, who had no time to utter a word before plummeting into the abyss of the dark sea below. There was no warning, no prior indication. These 9 people were utterly unprepared, lacking even the exit tokens. During their descent, executing any form of escape proved exceedingly challenging. In this silent fall, they were swiftly engulfed by the inky waters, leaving no one to know their fate. The onlookers were bewildered, as this sudden punishment of death had never crossed anyone's mind. Among them, the first to feel a sinking sensation in her heart was Xiantong. She clearly observed that those 9 individuals were not the ones with the fewest stars. In fact, one of them boasted 4 stars. This indicated that many judgments within the game were likely not solely based on star count. She now felt that her own highest standing of 15 stars had become a veritable hot potato, instilling in her a sense of foreboding. Why are there only 9? The slime seemed puzzled as it scanned the crowd, its gaze ultimately locking onto Li Wei. Oh right, they're SU as well, but your current status is protected. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning behind the situation, yet slime paid him no heed. Let us extend the time then. The 11th participant with the fewest votes will take their leave, came the announcement. Suddenly, the floor beneath another individual cracked open, but following the recent events, he had steeled himself for such a possibility. A flash of his exit token signaled his withdrawal from the game. Although he had forfeited everything, at least he had preserved his life. Now, can we declare the exit for those with 3 stars or more? A voice trembled in the suffocating silence. Chapter 138. Voting to exit. Oh, are you contemplating withdrawal? Slime turned, his tone laced with amusement as he addressed the one who had spoken. Yes, indeed. I would rather lose something than endure this any longer. I am willing to take that gamble. The speaker, adorned with 2 stars, appeared as though he had just emerged from the depths of the ocean, drenched and utterly disheveled. He was clearly terrified, having participated in only a few games. The 2 stars he possessed were earned from Lu Su's perilous ladder game, where he had ranked high. He was utterly exhausted from the fright. In this game, he had been thoroughly intimidated. The participants were either formidable maniacs, terrifying skeletons, or cunningly strategic players. The atmosphere was rife with madness, death, and suffering. Now that the game was finally reaching its conclusion, he could bear it no longer. Previously, he had refrained from exiting with just 1 star. Now, with 2 stars, he wished to leave without delay. Oh, you wish to depart? Slime inquired. Indeed, before the last affirmation could be fully articulated, he found himself faltering, plunging into the abyss below. As for whether he had enough time to utilize the exit token, that remains uncertain. The exit mentioned earlier pertains to the previous segment. As for now, I have yet to speak, so why the haste, my friends? Is there anyone who wishes to depart at this moment? Silence enveloped the room, as Slime's abrupt transformation and merciless tactics left everyone astounded. Of course, the individual who remained unfazed had no intention of leaving. Well then, with no further comments, it appears that many of you have grown somewhat weary of this gathering. If you wish to leave, I shan't hinder you. However, there remains a rather trivial segment at the end of the game. Let us engage in a little activity together. With a flick of his wrist, 5 beams of light descended from above, enveloping 5 individuals present. The earlier brutal initiation had left 4 of them so startled that they nearly resorted to their exit tokens. Yet this time, the situation was markedly different. Do not be alarmed. We have now transitioned to the next phase, Slime declared, and the crowd's gaze sharpened. For among the 5 illuminated figures stood one marked by sin, encompassed within the radiant embrace. Also ensnared within this light was Li Wei, who had previously been assured protection by Slime. At the outset of the game, I asserted that as long as one genuinely desires to participate, the individuals who face defeat need not incur solely negative consequences. My words have consistently held true. And you 5 are the ones who have expended the most stars in previous contests. Those willing to engage in the game, even in failure, are to be commended as honorable players. Thus, in the forthcoming rounds, you shall be safeguarded from the voting process. Lu Su displayed little reaction, surveying his surroundings. He need not speak for himself. Having lost 725 stars, along with previous losses, his situation was evident. Li Wei, starting with 5 stars, now found himself at 0. Humorously defeated in his attempt to match strength with Lu Su. The other 3 participants were either perpetually unlucky, overly invested in their losses, or high-stakes gamblers. Each bore expressions of astonishment, entirely unprepared for such unexpected advantages. Meanwhile, Lu Su furrowed his brow, glancing up at the lights, his purple mask revealing a distinctly displeased countenance. The slime, standing nearby, quickly grasped the situation and waved his hand, transforming the light enveloping Lu Su into a vibrant purple. With obsequious enthusiasm, he remarked, "How about this? Your light is truly one of a kind." Indeed, Lu Su nodded in satisfaction. Observing the approval from the esteemed figure, the slime sighed in relief and continued, "Now, Let us proceed to the rules of the game. Pay close attention, for they are exceedingly simple. Voting. Isn't that a remarkably straightforward rule? In the absence of games and wagers, within mere seconds, a number will appear above each of your heads. Subsequently, each of you must submit a number, designating the individual you find most uninteresting and detestable in this game. After all, we are a joyous casino. Those who bring discontent should naturally not reside here. As Slime's words hung in the air, nearly everyone turned their gaze towards Sin, the implication unmistakably etched upon their faces. Hey, have you all forgotten what I just said? The 5 of them, having expended the most stars, were shielded in this voting round, their numbers conspicuously absent above their heads. Of course, they still retained the right to cast a vote. Once the votes were tallied, the 5 individuals with the highest counts, well, they might just have to bid farewell, with the ocean eagerly awaiting their arrival. Slime grinned maliciously, surveying everyone. Do you understand the rules clearly? With a countdown of 5 minutes initiated, the game commenced. At the moment the game began, each individual bore a number above their heads, reflective of their current star count. In an instant, it became evident who possessed more stars and who had fewer. Everything transpired so swiftly that as the starting signal echoed, Xie Antong felt a wave of numbness wash over her. What an extraordinary unfolding. Is this truly a game that human beings could conceive? Well, Slime certainly is not human. However, this voting seems entirely incongruous with the game's title, Seaside Casino. Voting to eliminate the 5 most disliked individuals raises the question of what grievances could possibly exist among the participants, especially considering that the offenders are currently under protection. All competitors are essentially peers. In the absence of genuine animosity, whom would one vote to eliminate? This is a question with an evident answer. Naturally, votes would be cast for those with the highest number of stars. Moreover, the 15 stars she possesses were largely obtained by triumphing over these very individuals. The numerical representation is rather telling, as it is neatly arranged in order of star count, with the prominent 1 gleaming above her head, as if to ensure that no one could overlook her. Xie Antong has already noticed that at least a dozen pairs of eyes are directed her way. And without any pretense, they inscribe a number. In these fleeting 5 minutes, the omniscient gaze appears utterly powerless. She cannot conceive any potential strategies for escape. In a state of numbness, she begins to retrieve her exit token. Chapter 139. A twist, and then another. Despair after hope. 5 minutes is indeed far too brief. In comparison to the previous dire circumstances, this voting scenario is scarcely different. If the duration of the game were extended to an hour, perhaps the dynamics would shift. Ultimately, everyone yearns for a greater accumulation of stars. Apart from the offender, who has frequently ruffled feathers in earlier games, there exists little animosity among the others. If the manifestation of time were prolonged, certain strategies could be employed. High-ranking players might form alliances, enticing others through the generous offering of stars in an attempt to create divisions, thereby extricating themselves from the fray. At worst, they could relinquish all 15 stars, ensuring their own safety from elimination. However, such scenarios have been utterly extinguished by the game's stringent rules, because there are only 5 minutes. In that brief span, there is no opportunity for further contemplation or planning, and crucially, the voters have not entertained such notions either. Should time be extended, individuals might pause, deliberating their choices. Yet now, many have cast their votes without even waiting for others to speak. Alas, at this moment, Giotion's star count, having never engaged in self-sabotage, stands surprisingly high at 2nd place. Just as he strives to articulate something, he realizes the gravity of the situation. It seems all is already lost. Yin Hong's star count is relatively moderate. He occupies a position less prone to concentrated attacks, yet witnessing Giotion's predicament leaves him equally helpless. The external observers, who have been monitoring their every move, are of no assistance. They can only watch as the contestants make their own decisions through the lens of their cameras. The top-ranking players, pale-faced, yearn to voice their grievances over the apparent unfairness. What was supposed to be a gamble has devolved into a scenario where those protected by the system create pitfalls for the victors. Observing the smirks of those benefiting from this protection, a swell of indignation rises within them, yet it can only transform into a sense of helpless discomfort. One can only describe the game as being of hellish difficulty, utterly inscrutable in its complexities. As time passed, Giotion found himself at a loss for a better strategy, ultimately resorting to relinquishing his exit token. The competitors occupying the upper echelons of the rankings were similarly prepared. Those who found themselves among the top 5-star holders were inherently formidable and possessed a cautious disposition. No one was willing to succumb to such a narrative demise. Yet, Xie Antong had ceased to ponder these matters. Her thoughts were solely occupied with how Zue had surmised everything. Could it be merely based on the fact that as long as the initial slime remained in the game, failure might not necessarily spell disaster? With unwavering resolve, she confronted the challenge of 725 stars without so much as a blink. All right, time's up. Everyone, put down your pens. The 5 minutes had swiftly elapsed, and the once tiresome voice of the slime reverberated once more. Now, let us commence the tallying of votes. Let me take a good look at who the most despised individual is. The slime's chubby hands danced in the air, as if attempting to conjure something from the void. Aha! It is you 5. As the words fell, 5 luminous beams enveloped the 5 individuals, including Xie Antong. They comprised the top 4 contenders, along with one ranked in the teens. Most votes were cast for those at the forefront, while those trailing had naturally garnered fewer votes. The individual in the teens had attracted 2 votes purely due to having offended others, leading to their immediate disqualification. As for Xie Antong, her votes had surpassed the majority, firmly securing her position. Ah, what a pity. It seems everyone holds a strong disdain for you, came the remark. Regrettably, rules are rules. Everyone, let us proceed. Hey, just teasing you. Surprised, aren't you? Just as the conversation reached a somber note, a twist occurred, catching everyone off guard. Xie Antong, clutching her withdrawal token, had been prepared to exit the moment she felt the sensation of weightlessness. Taking a deep breath, her chest heaved violently, nearly causing her to falter. Initially, she had hoped for a reversal, and to her astonishment, one materialized. Haha, just kidding. If you don't attract envy, you must be mediocre. You who were voted out cannot simply meet your end. Moreover, I had clearly stated before, aside from you 5, there are also the 5 who were previously protected. The rest may leave. The rules remain unchanged. I shall grant you 10 seconds. If you do not depart, I shall assist you. With a dismissive wave, Slime gestured to the remaining 20 individuals, urging them to vacate as if shooing away refuse, not even sparing them a glance. The remaining 20 were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. After a brief moment of reaction, they swiftly vanished. Of course, misfortune always lingers on the polished floor. Scattered remnants of organs reappeared. In the next moment, everything on the floor vanished into thin air, and the arena fell silent once more, leaving only the 5 individuals who had consumed the most resources and the 5 who had been eliminated. Well, the useless ones have departed. Let us proceed to the next segment. Ladies and gentlemen, you 10 are both victors and vanquished. Thus, among you 10, an additional resurrection match shall take place. Upon uttering these words, Slime erupted into a sinister chuckle, seemingly pleased with his own arrangement, leading one to ponder whether this was a spontaneous idea of his. A 5v5 confrontation, perhaps? After having salvaged a fleeting opportunity, Xie Antong, with a grim expression, boldly inquired, "Oh, is it not?" Slime replied, casting a broad smile in her direction. "It shall be a 1v1, a duel to the death. As for the allocation of participants, fret not. I have already taken the liberty of arranging it for you. No need for thanks. Observe the color of the lights for the matchups." Following his words, 5 distinct colors of light descended from above, with 2 beams each enveloping 2 individuals. When Xie Antong beheld the purple light surrounding her, a sense of dread gripped her heart. Shifting her gaze, she discovered that the other contender ensconced in the violet glow was indeed Zue. Instantly, she felt her vision darken, as if she were being inexplicably targeted by some unseen force since entering this game. This reversal seemed no different from the previous predicament. Hope had transformed into despair. Chapter 140, Provocation. Seeking a worthy opponent, 10 individuals paired off, each casting their gaze upon their respective adversaries. Upon mutual acknowledgement, the slime erupted into laughter, bouncing with exuberance. All right, how delightful. It is settled then. You all are undoubtedly aware of the situation. Now, in order to ensure the independence and non-interference of the games, we shall open separate rooms. Are you all prepared? Excellent. Let us relocate. With that, the eyes of the 10 individuals flickered, and they vanished from sight. Lu Su and Xie Antong found themselves in a violet chamber, standing opposite one another, with a distance of approximately 10 meters between them. The room's decor was remarkably sparse. There was merely a central table and 2 chairs, leaving the rest of the space stark and bare. The design was minimalist, crafted solely for the purpose of wagering. However, the entirety of the room, including the walls and furnishings, was adorned in a striking purple hue. This shade mirrored the lustful mask upon Lu Su's face, illustrating a blatant contrast that required no subtlety. It appears we are to engage in a contest, Lusa remarked, maintaining a facade of composure as he approached the table. It has been quite some time. Why the haste in departing last time? He pulled out the violet chair on his side and settled into it with an air of relaxation. Yet, Xiaontong's demeanor was markedly different. She was enveloped in a sense of trepidation, her brow furrowed as she pondered, hesitating to approach the table. Oh, I trust both of you are ready. Just as the atmosphere between the two became somewhat awkward, a rather cheeky voice emerged, and a slime materialized within the room. Ah, splendid. The player with the highest star count paired against the one with the highest star consumption. My matchmaking is truly exceptional. Xiaontong's lips twitched slightly as she looked at the slime, feeling somewhat speechless. I wonder if you might have a slight misunderstanding regarding the phrase exceptional matchmaking. I would like to inquire whether the rules of the game are predetermined or if they can be adjusted according to circumstances. Xiaontong inquired. What do you mean by that? The slime retorted, flustered. All the rules and settings of the game are established on the principles of fairness and impartiality, albeit not disclosed. There are certainly no issues. Very well. Please take a seat. I shall now commence explaining the rules, the slime continued. Or do you have any special requests? Not planning to sit? Xiaontong stepped forward, pulled out a chair, took a deep breath, and seated herself at the gaming table. Observing the two take their places, the slime nodded in satisfaction and stated, the game between the two of you is quite simple. Rock, paper, scissors. With that, 9 cards appeared before each of them. Lusu looked down to find that the 9 cards on his side were facing down, while the 9 cards opposite him were facing up. Each card displayed different patterns, distinctly representing rock, paper, and scissors. They were arranged in a chaotic and seemingly random fashion, with 3 of each type. Well, both of you must have noticed a peculiar issue. Why are the cards on your side concealed while those across are visible? The answer is straightforward. The perspective is identical for both, with no distinctions. This is a special arrangement. You can see each other's cards, yet remain oblivious to your own. The game proceeds in an alternating manner, and the objective is simply to win through rock, paper, scissors, a concept familiar to you both. The first to triumph in 5 rounds shall claim victory in the ultimate game. Now, take your time to contemplate. When you feel ready, let the competition commence. As the word settled, both individuals lowered their gazes to their cards. This variant of rock, paper, scissors presented a curious dynamic, by alternating turns. Each participant could discern the moves of their opponent, yet remained unaware of their own corresponding play. Thus, it predominantly hinged upon psychological strategy or the formulation of tactics based on the outcomes of rock, paper, scissors. Xiaontong sat before the gaming table, her brow furrowed into a deep crease, a visage of distress that Lusu had seldom witnessed from his companion. The emotional mask of desire perceptively revealed that her current state was enveloped in fear, hesitation, and tension. Lusu furrowed his brow in response. It seemed that contemplating rules and strategies may no longer be necessary. Breaking the silence, he shifted his chair back half a meter and reclined languidly against the backrest. There is no necessity for this game to continue. You have already lost. You might as well concede with a token of withdrawal, for it bears no significance. Those who approach the gambling table cloaked in fear are unlikely to reap any surprises. The mask of lust revealed a hint of disdainful amusement as it regarded Xiaontong, seemingly dismissing her entirely. However, upon hearing those words, Xiaontong felt a slight calmness wash over her. She adjusted her posture and replied, indeed. To falter before the battle renders it futile. Yet, fear is an innate human experience. The sheep that does not recognize the lion will invariably be the first to perish. Therefore, Lusu leaned back, nearly resting his feet upon the table, acutely aware of his own sheepishness. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Taking a deep breath, Xiaontong seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. I mean to transform into another lion. With that, she produced several syringes once more, plunging them into her neck and temples. This was evidently a far more substantial dosage than before. Simultaneously, she retrieved 2 golden discs, affixing them to her temples. Adjusting her helmet, the Eye of Providence shifted into a new form, completely unveiling the protective shield at the back of her head. Her cascading black hair flowed through the air as if moved by an unseen force, resembling a dance in the ocean, and it seemed to have grown longer. Within the perception of the mask of lust, her emotions vanished like melting snow, becoming almost imperceptible. Lusa smiled slightly, adjusting his posture as he leaned against the gambling table. It was still the same person, yet the expression and gaze had transformed entirely. Now, facing the purple-masked smile, was a smile equally reflective. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Sin. I appreciate your provocations and the patience imbued in your taunts. It seems the young lady from earlier may have disappointed you. Let us reacquaint ourselves. Shall we begin anew? Chapter 141, Confrontation. Have we met before? Lu Su gazed in astonishment at the figure before him, who appeared to have undergone a complete metamorphosis, Xie and Ong. The emotional manipulation of the lustful mask had become exceedingly arduous, bordering on imperceptible. Was the efficacy of that potion so pronounced? If it yielded such immediate results, he would be quite interested. Moreover, from the perspective of aura and presence, her overall caliber had ascended a notch, at least in the confines of a gambling table where fists and firearms were sealed. She had reached a level comparable to his own. Ah, what is this? Have you switched personas? Do you possess a duality of character? Lusa remarked, observing Xie Antong with a more serious demeanor. It is not so much a matter of switching. Xie Antong attempted to tame her unruly locks, uncertain why her hair transformed so unpredictably each time. However, while you may have been the same person at 10 years old, your mind and thoughts have undoubtedly evolved completely since then. Oh, Lusa nodded, implying that she had certainly aged significantly. Xie Antong, you possess a remarkable ability for comparison. Having spoken, she ceased to engage in further discourse regarding her predicament, instead lifting her gaze to survey the violet-hued chamber. Her eyes began to glaze over, and her mind embarked on a retrospective journey. In that fleeting moment, she completely overlooked the fact that the individual seated across from her was the terror of the world, the undisputed champion. She was merely relishing the sudden surge of power. It was akin to Lu Su's initial breach of the genetic lock, the moment he augmented his own strength, experiencing the exhilarating delight of acquiring an extraordinary power that surpassed his previous comprehension. However, while Lu Su's strength was persistent and continually escalating, thus allowing for adaptation, her current mental fortitude had yet to acclimatize. The unadapted power was, in its essence, the most exquisite. Gazing into the violet chamber, it felt as though it functioned as the finest mental shield, barring all external worldly information. Yet, as her mind briefly wandered, the entire timeline began to unravel within her consciousness, the world appearing as a surging tide, cascading towards her. Every visage, every fleeting moment that had once flickered in her mind but had not received her full attention, now emerged with striking clarity. The smiles gracing people's lips, the furrows etched upon their brows, the hues upon the facade of the impostors, their gait, the roiling black sea, a beam of light, a gust of wind, all echoed in her thoughts. Each event, whether seemingly connected or utterly disparate, became astonishingly manifest. She discerned that the man with the wine was surely linked to a violent establishment, yet could not belong to the military. She realized that Li Wei's unilateral lumbar disc herniation could very well be a consequence of his profession as a truck driver, his bone structure lacking harmony, likely indicative of recent cosmetic alterations. She recalled the suspicious traits of her classmates, and it became evident to her that Luce's abilities were undoubtedly tied to physical enhancement. The student by the window is likely among the chosen ones, yet no one has informed her. A torrent of chaotic and incomprehensible information floods in. Yet it does not bring her anguish. Instead, she emits a soft, pleasurable hum and opens her eyes. In an instant, the deluge of information is abruptly extinguished, focusing solely on the man before her. He is the key to everything, the most crucial matter at hand. As Xiao Antong's gaze sharpens and lands on him, Lu Su suddenly feels as though his secrets have been laid bare. Fortunately, the mask of desire conceals him. It serves not merely as a veil for his face, but he doubts whether he would have remained unrecognized otherwise. However, the first exchange between them has already commenced, irrelevant to the game at hand. Not quite accustomed, are you? Xie Antong remarks with a smile, addressing the sin before her. This mask of desire does not suit you, does it? You wield it with far less finesse compared to the previous masks. Lu Su's right index finger lightly taps on the table, only to halt abruptly. Xie Antong, curling her fingers around her long hair, continues, your mask corresponds to the 7 deadly sins, each granting different enhancements and side effects. The greater the side effect, the stronger the enhancement. Thus, you willingly plunge into these side effects to attain greater power. However, this time, you evidently exhibit a sense of discomfort, revealing a stark disparity between your ostentatious desires, fastidiousness, and the essence of your character. You are undoubtedly not this person in your daily life. The mask you once wore with such ease suggests that there exists within you an innate essence, anger, greed, chaos, and madness, with which you are already well acquainted. Are you a gang member? A member of the underworld? Or perhaps you endure a profoundly tragic existence? As she continued to dissect the information, Xiao Antong's gaze fell upon the fingers that danced upon the table, pulsating with an almost sinister energy. She knew that the other party was undoubtedly wielding their own abilities, manipulating her mindset. Both were engaged in a similar endeavor, each striving to disrupt the other's psyche, thereby positioning their own thoughts in a place of superiority. Yet, upon witnessing that hand, Xie Antong was struck with an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Once uncertain, she now realized that the world's youngest individuals could indeed be terrifying. It is noteworthy that the current portraits of notorious figures within major organizations typically depict individuals aged between 30 and 40, often with a history of mental illness or criminal records. However, this hand, she recalled it vividly, as it seemed original, not a mere product of a game-esque resurrection. You are astonishingly so young. Xiao Antong's eyes remained fixated on that hand, and suddenly, a torrent of incomprehensible information flooded her mind, overwhelming her with a mental burden, even in the present moment. Why did she feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity with that hand? She felt a peculiar sensation, a prickling pain piercing through her mind. Suddenly, an inexplicable impulse surged within her, compelling her to retrieve another potion from her backpack, along with the notion of further experimentation. Yet at this moment, her body was teetering on the brink of its limits. Bang! Abruptly, a discordant sound broke through her mental reverie. Xie Antong emerged from her inner world, only to discover that the person opposite her had forcefully tapped the table with their index finger. An imprint formed on the purple surface, a testament to the force of the blow. Lusa leaned back slightly, gently applauding, and chuckled. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. It seems I've finally conjured up a worthy adversary for myself. You've dissected quite well, and I was almost stripped bare. However, I have but one question. What is the cost? Chapter 142. Emotional perception versus mental perception. What is the cost? The purple mask betrayed no hint of emotion, retaining its nonchalant faade. Even when his innermost thoughts were laid bare, it seemed to have no impact on him whatsoever. Propping his chin on one hand, he regarded the girl across from him with a playful expression. Xie Antong, who had been smiling, felt her lips twitch into an awkward semblance, but she quickly regained her composure. Reflecting on the despondency that followed each amplification of her brainwaves, a tinge of social anxiety crept in. It is akin to the feeling one experiences upon posting an emotional message in the dead of night, only to awaken the next morning and confront it. Oh, how fleeting are the moments of beauty. Xie Antong swiftly adjusted her mindset. She was certainly not so easily shaken by a few words from Lu Su. Seemingly casual. She inquired, by the way, have we met before? Of course, one might wonder if her cognitive faculties had momentarily faltered. Lusa maintained an unruffled exterior, having just been her teammate in the previous game. Xie Antong fell silent, sensing that his words bore an unusual weight. Why would he specify that they had just been teammates in the last game? Such specificity seemed rather peculiar. In any context, when an individual articulates something with excessive detail, it often hints at an attempt to divert attention. His words clearly suggested that their encounter in the previous game was their first. Why emphasize this? TSK. Yet, judging by his subtle facial expressions and movements, he appeared inscrutable, leaving Xie Antong at a loss for further conjecture. She suddenly realized that she might have invested too much mental energy in this matter. Could it be that he was ensnaring her in a trap of his own design? Perhaps. Gentlemen. On the other side, Slime, observing the palpable tension between the two, cautiously interjected, shall we play while we chat? Can the game commence? She gazed at Lu Su, yet her peripheral vision occasionally darted towards Xie Antong. Something felt amiss. It was as if this woman had completely transformed, her demeanor strikingly different from before. Very well, Lu Su and Xie Antong spoke in unison. Subsequently, the 9 playing cards set before each of them vanished, and the slime shuffled the deck anew, preparing to deal the cards. The rules of the game had already been explained. Each player had 9 cards in front of them, capable of seeing the other's cards, but blind to their own. In essence, while they could discern the opponent's moves, their own remained a mystery. During the dealing process, Xie Antong appeared to have an epiphany, suddenly raising her gaze towards the slime. Indeed, you exhibit a distinct sense of familiarity with him. Her eyes then shifted to Lu Su. You also seem to share a sense of recognition with it. Have the two of you met before? Xie Antong found this puzzling. After all, she had witnessed every game of Sin, yet she had never encountered this slime. Lu Su exhibited no reaction, but the green, gelatinous substance of the slime quivered slightly as it hastily interjected, met before? Haha. Haven't we spent several hours in this game already? I've been keeping an eye on him. Haha. Xie and Tong remained silent, and Lu Su followed suit. Could you not be so transparent in your guilt? They exchanged glances, both harboring a sense of disdain for the slime. Meanwhile, Xie Antong's unease deepened. The words spoken by slime bear a striking resemblance to those uttered by Sin in the previous game. Hiss. How peculiar it feels that, after the expansion of my cognitive faculties, the obscurities I perceive have only multiplied. Well, the cards have been dealt. The two of you may begin. There is no countdown in this game, so feel free to indulge at your leisure. With that, Slime leapt to the side, bouncing with a playful demeanor, refraining from further involvement. Lu Su's fingers continued to tap rhythmically on the table, the sound akin to the gentle chime of a clock marking each passing second. According to the rules of the game, it was Xie Antong's turn to play. Before she could make a move, Lu Su proactively remarked, "This finger of mine is intended to disrupt your focus. I hope you will pay heed." A blatant maneuver from this moment onward. Whether Xie Antong remained attentive or not, her mental state would inevitably be influenced. Almost immediately, a malevolent grin appeared upon the lustful mask, which wickedly declared, "Furthermore, your current state is time-limited, is it not? Our game has no such restrictions. I wonder, if I were to prolong the game until your time runs out, what sights might unfold?" Within the perception of the lustful mask, Xie Antong's heart rate noticeably altered. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure. Smiling as she replied, "If you wish, you may certainly do so. It would simply mean your victory over me. However, you would find it rather uninteresting, lest you feel compelled to push me into a corner." As she spoke, Xie Antong extended her finger, pointing at the first card before her. Subsequently, her finger glided over each card, yet she scarcely glanced at them. Her gaze was solely fixed upon Lu Su across the table. Although her eyes were obscured, the rhythm of her heartbeat, the pulse beneath her skin, and the shimmering brilliance of her mask provided ample cues for her to decipher the game. Before her lay 9 cards, 3 each of rock, paper, and scissors concealed from her view. However, based on the telltale signs of Zue's demeanor, she could roughly discern which 3 cards were identical. After a swift scan, Xie Antong casually selected a card and tossed it aside. Paper. Once revealed, the card was instantly displayed for both to see. Recognizing her card as paper, Xie Antong felt a sense of assurance, yet her gaze did not linger on anything. She remained composed, directing her attention towards Zue. Hey. Lu Su chuckled softly. It was now his turn to play. All he needed was to choose scissors to secure victory in this first round. The only dilemma was that no one could see their own 9 cards, rendering them unaware of which one was scissors. Do you understand whom you are up against? Suddenly, he lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Xie Antong. You are facing the strongest player, one who has never known defeat, so it would be wise to keep all your focus on me and stay alert. Xie Antong's expression remained unchanged. She understood that her opponent's strategy had commenced at that very moment. Then, Lu Su extended his hand, pointing at the first card before him, his purple mask radiating with mirth as he locked eyes with Xie Antong. I inquired, "Is this card of mine a scissor?" Xie Antong. There is no need for a response. Subsequently, Lu Su shifted his finger to the second card. Is this card a scissor? Chapter 143. Risk Hedging. A situation akin to an open hand. Is this card of mine a scissor? Upon hearing that voice beside her, Xie Antong closed her eyes without a moment's hesitation. The eyes are the windows to the soul, a truth she held dear. Any form of micro-expression or behavioral psychological analysis pales in comparison to the scrutiny of one's gaze. The eyes reveal the most, yet they are also the most deceptive. However, she lacked confidence in her ability to mislead the other through her gaze. It could very well backfire. Thus, her only course of action was to shut her eyes, steady her breathing and heartbeat, and empty her mind. When confronting a master, the best strategy is to refrain from attempting to mislead the opponent. Withholding information is already a commendable approach. To onlookers, Xie Antong's demeanor resembled that of a monk in meditation, or perhaps even a deep slumber. Yet, Lu Su was indifferent to such matters. His perception of emotions did not rely on glances or other external manifestations. He merely needed to add some qualifiers in front of his inquiries. Is this third card a scissor? Is this fourth card a scissor? The incessantly unproductive inquiries persisted for 9 rounds, each one echoing into the silence, while the other party remained utterly motionless, not even a flutter of the eyelids. At that moment, Lu Su resembled a spider, ensnared in a web woven from his own emotions, poised to capture any minuscule movement from his prey. Slime, fidgeting with his hands, lingered in the corner of the room, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Finally, the moment had arrived. It was only when Luce's voice broke the silence that Xie Anong opened her eyes, surveying the circumstances before her. Yet, Luce had not yet played his card. Instinctively, Xie Anong cast a glance at his cards, and in that fleeting moment, she realized her mistake. Information had been revealed. Ha ha ha. Just teasing you and confirming my own judgment. As you mentioned, I'm still not quite familiar with the capabilities of this mask. Luce observed the rapid fluctuations in her gaze and expression, and he erupted into laughter, waving his hand as he selected a card from the 9 before him, placing it in front of Xie Anong's previously played card. Are you sure? Slime interjected. His curiosity piqued. Confirmed. The cards were revealed. Both players could now see the cards laid out between them. Xie Anong flipped over a cloth card, and Luce's response was indeed scissors. It was 1-0. Luce grinned at the cards before him, speaking in a tone that was almost mocking. Beginning with inquiries rooted in sin, she realized that it would likely be quite challenging for the other party to remain oblivious. At the very least, she could ascertain that the capabilities bestowed by the Mask of Desire were not akin to mind reading. It seemed to pertain to emotions. This was the most troublesome aspect. For being human inherently involves emotions, and the crux lies in discerning whether one's feelings are self-generated or influenced by another. Once one contemplates this issue, one may inadvertently fall into a trap. Xie Anong chose not to squander her time on a situation already lost, simply responding, "It is your turn to play." Luce, observing that his emotional influence over her was not particularly intense, nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, in this game, the player who goes first is at a significant disadvantage. After all, once you play a card, you become aware of what you have laid down, leading to expectations and thoughts. Thus your mind is not entirely under your own control. Let me see. This card will do." With that, Luce nonchalantly tossed one of the 8 remaining cards before him into the center of the table. As the card soared through the air, its true form was revealed, a stone. Although Xie Anong was currently unaware of her own card, if she wished to equalize the score to 1-1, the most crucial task for her now was to locate a cloth. She was certainly capable of doing so. The moment her fingers had first brushed across the card's surface, she had already gleaned from the pulse of sin across the table where 3 identical cards were situated. At the very least, she had a general idea of their location. However, she did not rush to play her card. Upon lifting her gaze, she was met with the expression of resignation depicted on the lustful mask. She understood that her opponent seemed to be deliberately playing this way. If she wished to win, she would need to play paper. Yet it was evident that her adversary was aware of her capability to find paper. This round was essentially a gift. However, each participant in this game of rock, paper, scissors possessed 3 of each option. If she were to hastily seek to equalize the score, it would mean that in the first 2 rounds of the 9, she had already expended 2 papers. This would be profoundly detrimental to her subsequent hands. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, she bypassed the paper she had tentatively deduced and placed her finger on the card whose identity as either rock or scissors remained uncertain. "May I inquire what this card is?" The slime. The slime appeared momentarily bewildered, taken aback by her direct inquiry without any prior probing. Yet, Luce was not surprised. After a glance, he replied, "It seems we are quite aware of the foundational abilities we each possess. I shall not waste time. This card is rock." Luce recognized that regardless of whether he answered or remained silent, it would serve as a response to Xie Anong. It merely disrupted her judgment, prolonging the game's duration slightly. He found such tactics beneath him. "Very well, then, rock it is." Xie Anong exhibited remarkable trust, and upon his declaration, she promptly revealed her card, a rock against rock. The second round ended in a stalemate. After the formation shift, it was as if Xie Anong had gained the power of clairvoyance, directly producing a pair of scissors and declaring, "It's my turn, so let me reveal my first move, scissors." With that, she tossed the scissors onto the table, simultaneously casting aside the predicament she had previously faced, returning it to her opponent. If Luce wished to triumph, he too would need to unveil 2 rocks. To maintain balance, he decided to present scissors as well. With an air of nonchalance, he deftly retrieved a pair of scissors from his unseen hand. The audience was bewildered. Wait, these 2 have already been attacking each other. But what does this mean? When did they start revealing their hands? Are we being taken for fools? Chapter 144. Hidden Cards. Are you so eager to defeat me? At this moment, the spectators, riveted by the confrontation between the 2, comprised the largest gathering in the room. However, due to their current competitive mode, the audience's comments had been automatically muted. "Isn't it? Didn't I already review the rules? What does this mean? It seems like they are openly revealing their cards. I've been jumping between two live streams, and from their perspectives, they truly cannot see their own cards. Then how can they verbally express their intentions and execute their moves accordingly? I don't understand. Can someone explain? From the audience's perspective, their confusion was entirely justifiable. After all, no one could have anticipated that through the initial round of questioning, the two had essentially laid their cards bare. Having formed a general understanding of the distribution of her own hand, Xie Enong may not have precise knowledge of every card, yet she is aware of her own composition. While Lusu undoubtedly knows where the scissors are. Hence, it is no surprise that the onlookers are utterly perplexed, marveling at the spectacle. Stop seeking insights from the experts. I just observed the match against Sin, and it was utterly blank. Oh, the blank master is participating again. Last time a teammate, this time thrust into a life-or-death battle. Isn't that rather cruel? Ah, it's a hellish game. However, judging by their expressions, it seems they bear no semblance of past camaraderie. The upper echelon of players is truly merciless. As comprehension wanes, the audience has begun to engage in idle chatter, merely awaiting the final outcome. Scissors. Only Xie Enong, witnessing Lusu throw down a pair of scissors, opting for a draw with her, was momentarily taken aback. She could not fathom that Sin would be unable to produce even a single rock. This move of hers with scissors was indeed a calculated strategy. If Sin also sought to attain equilibrium, he would have no choice but to play paper, which would amount to a deliberate loss, thus rendering it impossible. Between scissors and rock, choosing either would fundamentally disrupt the balance. It would be more advantageous to play rock outright for victory. Why opt for a draw with scissors? Huh. Did you not see that coming? The choice of scissors was precisely to catch you off guard. Lusu observed the perplexed expression on the opposite side. And in an instant, he seemed to revel in triumph, his joy manifesting in hearty laughter, his fingers tapping on the table with an increased fervor. Xie Enong could only respond with speechlessness. Subsequently, as both had already deciphered the cards before them, they continued with the tedious game. After 3 rounds, the game became somewhat monotonous, akin to a game of rock, paper, scissors where they took turns playing first. Naturally, the one who played first would invariably lose. After 6 rounds, the competition had reached a stalemate with 2 victories, 2 defeats, and 2 ties, leaving 3 rounds remaining. Before Xie Enong lay the cards, paper, paper, rock. Opposite her, Lusa held rock, rock, scissors. Xie Enong could already feel beads of sweat forming on her forehead, bewildered by the considerable mental drain. She remarked, at this point, "It seems we've essentially revealed our hands. We should be fully aware of which card belongs to whom. Thus, the game has lost its purpose." After speaking, she turned to the slime and inquired, "You wouldn't suddenly want to change the rules now, would you?" No, certainly not. As for how to address the situation of a tie, and we can discuss that later. In truth, a tie had become inevitable. Xie Enong extracted one of her papers and tossed it aside. Under normal circumstances, Lusu would undoubtedly choose the scissors, securing victory for this round, leaving the remaining rounds at 1 tie and 1 defeat for each. Indeed, such is the case. The smile upon Lusu's mask of desire broadened with each passing moment. He extended his hand, reaching for the final card in his possession, the scissor. Yet, at the very instant his hand was about to make contact, he abruptly lifted his gaze to meet Xie Enong's eyes, playfully remarking, "Do you not ardently wish for me to select this card? Is your sole ambition to triumph over me? Such meticulous effort you exert, controlling his heartbeat, emotions, circulation, and even his expressions, he endeavored to brainwash himself, hoping to glean from you that this card is indeed the scissor, is it not? In truth, it is the rock. I am correct, am I not?" Luce's fingers gently tapped upon the card, his grin reminiscent of a mischievous child. Xie Enong's complexion shifted in an instant. From a slight sheen of perspiration to one of exhaustion and fatigue, the color draining from her face. "What are you saying? What card? Did you not deduce it long ago?" Her voice emerged hoarsely. "Oh, still in denial, are we? Fearful of my ruse?" Luce shrugged casually. "In truth, it commenced from the very first round. When I inquired about the scissor, you feigned ignorance, yet within, you were already plotting your counter-strategy. You deliberately controlled all your physiological instincts, brainwashing yourself to swap the positions of the scissor and the rock in your mind. To speak candidly, I too have fallen victim to deception. In this regard, you truly excel. Henceforth, all lie detectors and mind-reading machines in this world will prove ineffective against you. However, I must assert that I am the ultimate, invincible player, one who has never tasted defeat. Naturally, I possess my own methods." Ultimately, Lu Su even began to abandon restraint, emitting a classic villainous laughter. On a third occasion, you actively chose scissors in that scenario, effectively compelling me to select rock. For had I done so, the rock card, utilized for positional exchange, would have been reduced to but a single piece, allowing your mind to relax, for the tenser one becomes, the greater the likelihood of error. Yet, I refrained from choosing rock. At that moment, it would have been my optimal choice, yet I bypassed it, albeit with uncertainty, though I can now affirm my decision. What a remarkable stratagem. Truth be told, I have never been entirely certain until this very moment. I nearly succumbed to your victory. It is merely unfortunate that my prowess is unparalleled. Nonetheless, you indeed possess the qualifications to sit across from me. The expenditure of such immense physical and mental energy, all to defeat me, showcases your ruthless determination and your own subterfuge. Thanks to your unwavering commitment, this otherwise mundane game has transformed into something of amusement. You have not squandered the power of your legendary weapon. Well done. Chapter 145, A Victory Forced? Do you understand where your greatest flaw lies? Lu Su spoke with a smile, yet regardless of his words, he always conveyed an air of mockery. Xie Antong's expression gradually settled into tranquility. He recognized that his thoughts had led to failure, rendering any further efforts unnecessary. As he relaxed his body, he realized that his previous attempts to forcibly adjust his physiological state were akin to self-harm, causing an unusual flush to rise on his face, suppressing his fatigue and frustration. He inquired as calmly as possible, "I would like to know how you discern that." Lu Su immediately replied with a laugh, "Do not be so despondent. Although you did not manage to deceive me, at least it resulted in a draw, did it not? Achieving a stalemate with me is quite an accomplishment. You even played 5 cards first. How remarkable. Regardless of whether there will be a rematch or not, you can proudly claim that you held your ground against the strongest player. A splendid boast, indeed." Xie Antong merely posed a question, yet the opponent seemed to become increasingly self-satisfied, conversing with an exuberance far surpassing earlier exchanges. Xie Antong thought to himself. Although Zue expressed such sentiments, he did not share the same view. The game's design concentrated all difficulty on predicting the cards before oneself and preventing the opponent from discerning their own. The remaining card combinations were essentially mere embellishments. In reality, complete transparency of cards rendered the situation inconsequential. In a scenario where 2 players alternated turns, the first player could invariably secure a draw. By arranging the cards openly, as long as both parties remain clear-headed, a stalemate is inevitable. Thus, Xie Antong exerted considerable effort to convince herself, altering the sequence of her opponent's 2 cards within her mind. Although challenging the strongest was not her original intention, fate, as dictated by the game, compelled her to commit fully. Regrettably, the strongest remains the strongest, and she faced defeat. Though the outcome was a draw, it felt akin to failure. The critical issue was that while she scrutinized her opponent's expressions and blood pressure, she was acutely aware that there was no concealment of guilt whatsoever. In other words, her opponent was entirely at ease, genuinely treating the encounter as a game. In truth, Lu Su currently lacked the capacity for such perception. Taking a deep breath, Xie Antong was about to articulate her thoughts when Lu Su interrupted, proactively addressing her earlier inquiry. "As for how I discerned it," Lu Su shrugged, admitting that he had not completely figured it out. "Do you think my finger is merely disrupting your thoughts? In reality, it serves as a reading device." As he spoke, Lu Su lifted the finger he had been tapping on the table. Xie Antong gazed at it, feeling a sense of suffocation. To shield herself from its influence, she endeavored to block her perception of the finger within her mind. However, it seemed that this very act allowed her opponent to more easily access her inner thoughts, as she had entirely disregarded its presence. Like a sampler, resonating with your emotions, I detected a slight disarray when I first inquired about the scissors. However, upon casting the scissors and deviating from your original strategy of throwing paper, I observed a subconscious shift in your demeanor. The remainder became relatively apparent. Xie Antong sighed deeply. Her understanding of the various capabilities of sin and the thoughts swirling within her mind were still insufficient. Indeed, true to its nature, sin revealed that my comprehension of you was lacking. No, in fact, my understanding of myself appeared to be somewhat excessive. Lu Su abruptly uttered this enigmatic statement. Behind his mask, he regarded the girl opposite him with bemusement. This game, in truth, held little significance, for the crux of the matter lies not within the game itself. Yet, the abilities demonstrated by Xie Antong were truly unexpected. Although the outcome mattered little, to be genuinely deceived would be rather embarrassing. He placed his hand upon the card below, gently caressing the very card that Xie Antong had transformed into scissors in her mind, though it was, in reality, a stone. This card is indeed a stone, is it not? Once revealed, it would be my turn to play, and both cards would correspondingly counter yours, leading to your victory. With a playful smile, the Mask of Desire leaned forward, teasingly inquiring, "Are you eager for me to play this card?" That smile was undeniably laden with wicked amusement. Xie Antong could only gaze on in speechless disbelief. The lustful facade of this individual seems to channel all its adverse effects into a realm of wicked amusement. It can only be said that the essence of desire has reached its zenith, perhaps teetering on the edge of depravity. She has come to terms with her defeat, making every effort to adjust her demeanor before her state of mind fades. A draw is merely a draw. Competing against the strongest player was always a formidable challenge. At this moment, the nearby slime interjected, turning its gaze towards Xie Antong. "As you were the first to play in this match, should it result in a tie, a subsequent round will be arranged with advantages tailored to your favor. Are you still here? Do you have nothing better to do?" Lu Su remarked with evident displeasure at the sudden appearance of the creature. The slime replied, "Just play your cards." Xie Antong, realizing that the other party had seen through her intentions, acknowledged the inevitability of a stalemate. As for the prospect of an advantageous rematch, her hopes were not particularly high. Yet, as she lifted her gaze, she encountered the mask of lust, adorned with a notably mischievous grin. In that fleeting moment, an unsettling sensation washed over her, as if this game had yet to find its true conclusion. "I would like to pose a question to you," Lu Su chuckled. "Why so serious? It's merely a game. There's no need for such gravity." With that, Lu Su picked up a card from his hand and tossed it aside. "If you desire this card, then it is yours." "Ah, are you certain?" Slime was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether there was a malfunction in his mind. "TSK, could you refrain from prattling when I am attempting to impress?" Lu Su glared at him. "Slime." The card was revealed, rock. It was indeed that very card. Xie Antong's mind went blank. Slime found himself at a loss for words. Even the audience was utterly bewildered. Everything transpired too swiftly for many to react. Yet, Lu Su felt no sense of disturbance. Instead, he adopted a condescending demeanor, reclining in his chair. "Do you know what your most significant flaw is? Among all my confusions regarding you, what is the most critical statement?" Esteemed one. Might you want to glance at your card? You seem to be in a losing position." Slime's mind momentarily faltered. As if he had inadvertently prompted a reminder, Lu Su could no longer contain himself, drawing out the hell roar and firing a shot at Slime. "Can't you refrain from ruining the atmosphere while someone is boasting?" Chapter 146. Rather than elimination, it is better described as selection. Xie Antong. Has she realized the issue? Of course, she had not. What could she possibly discern? She blinked numerous times, staring at the card that Lu Su had thrown down. "I won. I bested the strongest player? Is he allowing me to win? Or am I merely hallucinating?" Naturally, once the reality was confirmed, she swiftly regained her composure. What does it mean? What is the other party doing? The perpetrator had already anticipated his own scheme. He discerned that this was a stone, not scissors, implying that he was deliberate in his actions. If Xie Antong truly dared to think this way, it could only signify her own insanity. Uncontrollably, she recalled the 725 stars from before. Was he intentionally losing again? What revelation had he unearthed this time? Xie Antong's rusted mind began to retrace its steps. Yet reverse thinking was inherently challenging, especially in such a game. Contemplating the path to victory was straightforward, but pondering the rationale behind a loss, what kind of logic was that? She cast a skeptical glance at the slime, but it too appeared innocent, even offering her a congratulatory remark. Congratulations to you." At that moment, Lu Su, who had sufficiently built suspense, finally spoke. In truth, all words were futile. This game had been devoid of meaning from the outset. The reason for indulging in this charade was primarily to ease my own conscience, as I certainly did not wish to be defeated by a fool. I previously informed you that you were facing the strongest player. You would do well to muster your spirit and direct your utmost focus towards me. This statement was the greatest deception, and among all my words, this was the one you least suspected. Your principal flaw lies in your excessive attention towards me. While Lu Su spoke with a smile, he simultaneously traced a circle on the table with his finger. Subsequently, he pointed to the center of the circle. There exists a visual effect that describes this. I wonder if you are aware of it. When all your gaze converges upon a singular point, you inevitably overlook other aspects. Your weapon is the all-seeing eye, yet you fixate on me excessively. Upon entering the game, I could feel an overwhelming sense of trepidation emanating from you. Your intense scrutiny of me has led you to neglect the reality that this is, after all, a game. Following this revelation, Xiaontong's pupils began to dilate. As the halls of thought began to confront this truth, perhaps it was my own excessive apprehension, perhaps the unpleasantness of our last encounter, or perhaps my fervent desire to prove myself, or maybe the sin was merely an obvious flaw in the game itself. In the world constructed by the all-seeing eye, it seems that only sin is rendered in color, while everything else exists in monochrome. This is a hellish game. Am I too arrogant? Lu Su observed that the other seemed to have come to some realization and turned his mask towards the slime that stood silently, having been struck by a shot. Allow me to clarify a few points. In this game, it is stated that higher star ratings yield greater rewards, while lower ratings incur penalties. However, it has never been specified that the number of stars correlates with the ability to clear the game. Moreover, this bothersome individual has consistently emphasized that excitement and joy are the main themes of this game, not victory or defeat. The slime, for reasons unknown, remained silent, standing there quietly. Lu Su turned his attention back to Xiaontong. Perhaps we should examine each personnel arrangement closely. In the initial game, who remained? Those who had lost everything yet dared not leave, fearful of missing pieces, alongside the self-assuredly powerful contestants. In the second round, who stayed behind to participate in the resurrection match? The most formidable contenders who had been ousted, as well as the 5 gamblers who suffered the most devastating losses. The individuals who departed were filled with joy, yet who were they? Those neither here nor there, succinctly termed the inept. This was the official designation bestowed by the slime as they took their leave. The inept. At this juncture, the slime ceased to utter a single word to lighten the mood. The earlier impression of transformation in Xiaontong was becoming increasingly pronounced. Thus, it is more accurate to assert that those who exited did not gain a chance to advance, but rather experienced a form of elimination, rather than mere elimination. It could be described as a selection within the game. The essence of this game may lie not in how one progresses, but in how one remains. After Lu Su spoke, he fully reclined, placing his feet on the table, turning to face the slime. Am I correct? Xiaontong, with her mouth slightly agape, blinked rapidly, as if attempting to digest some profound revelation. Suddenly, she felt the world around her brighten. The immense weight that had burdened her heart now settled, allowing for clearer contemplation. In this light, many previously perplexing matters began to crystallize into clarity. Her lips trembled slightly as she continued to inquire about some lingering doubts. However, a higher star count undoubtedly comes with greater rewards. There was no need for you to forfeit those 725 stars. Given the level of animosity you've cultivated, even if they voted, you would surely be eliminated. You could still participate in this resurrection match. But I never believed I could win those 725 stars, Lu Su replied with a shrug. Moreover, the most crucial point is, it just isn't stimulating. He chuckled. One must heed the rules of the game. Having expressed his boastful desires, Lu Su felt a sense of satisfaction. Everything was laid bare, and there was no need for the final 2 cards, which he subsequently discarded. Well, that's that. With your capabilities, you should have been able to deduce the essence of this game. You emerged victorious, yes, defeating the strongest player. Upon returning, you could inscribe this achievement in your family record, dedicating an entire page to it. The voice of the slime echoed, Game in Room 1 has concluded, and the victor is blank. In the next moment, the entire room vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, for other voices resonated. The other resurrection match players emerged from the game, standing in the former vessel. It was as if everyone had concluded their game at precisely the same moment. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. The slime announced the 5 final outcomes. The ultimate battle had finally come to an end. In the challenge involving 100 participants, a victor and a vanquished were ultimately determined. However, as the voice of the slime concluded, and the beam of light enveloped the victor, the other 8 individuals present were left in a state of utter disbelief. They all simultaneously turned their gazes toward the spirited Lu Su. You lost. Chapter 147. My courage. Hadn't you experienced this the last time we met? Jiao Tian, Li Wei, and the others, regardless of their victory or defeat, wore expressions of astonishment as they glanced at the position of the culprit. It seemed unnecessary to elaborate. The unspoken consensus among them was that the culprit was destined to triumph, especially in a contest against another person rather than against a game or the organizers. Jiao Tian was utterly bewildered. He was on the winning side and had finally let out a sigh of relief. only to discover that the individual he had long sought to ally with had lost. He then cast a shocked glance at Xiantong, pondering where this formidable opponent had emerged from. Although he recognized her as the teammate who had previously partnered with the culprit, none had anticipated her possessing such remarkable prowess. In an urgent moment, he reached out to the staff outside, such as Yin Hong in his live broadcast room. What on earth is happening? It's hard to say. We cannot determine if he has faltered or if there is some other thought crossing his mind. The staff, too, were unable to provide a definitive assessment. In any case, the priority was to ensure his safe departure from the game. Li Wei was even more astounded. Just minutes prior, he had assembled a match only to be soundly defeated by the culprit. At that moment, attempting to win over Xie Andong to confront Zue, one could say he was met with a wave of derision, as he proclaimed with unyielding confidence that he would never willingly embrace death. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, he emerged victorious. Li Wei, at this juncture, regarded Zue with a perplexed expression, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding scenario, as the world transformed into an enigma beyond his comprehension. However, following a fleeting moment of astonishment among the onlookers, an unsettling realization soon dawned upon them. One that lay in the peculiar expressions exchanged between the two. Kongbai appeared to be in a dazed state, lost in thought, even while basking in the glow of triumph. His demeanor decidedly despondent. In stark contrast, Zue maintained an air of nonchalance, exuding a carefree demeanor, his mask still tilted at a Johnny 45-degree angle, reminiscent of a proud peacock. "Excuse me, host, are you certain the declared victor is correct?" Zhu Tian mused, sensing something amiss, though immediately regretting his impulsive inquiry and promptly silencing himself. Meanwhile, Slime, visibly irked, turned around and retorted fiercely, "What's wrong? Do you believe you shouldn't have one? If you prefer, we can consider it a loss on your part." Jiao Tian hastily sealed his lips, feigning ignorance of his earlier comment. "Humph." Slime huffed in dissatisfaction before continuing, "Well, the outcome of the revival match stands thus. Despite your shortcomings, you five have seized the opportunity and emerged victorious. Now you may leave. The rules remain the same as before. The more stars you possess, the better the distinction of your rewards for completing the challenge." The slime once again exhibited that same dismissive gesture, akin to shooing away refuse. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. And Jiao Tian suddenly turned his gaze toward Lu Su, stating, "Comrade, do not act foolishly. Being first is far less important than preserving your life." After uttering this, he dared not linger and promptly departed. Li Wei, also among the victors, despite having faltered before Lu Su, still held some measure of strength in the presence of others. "Sin," he remarked, "our leader once mentioned that as long as you draw breath, the heavenly society will always welcome your return, even if you must start anew." Without awaiting a response, he vanished as well. The words of these two essentially corroborated one pivotal truth: Lu Su must employ the withdrawal token. One who frequently treads by the riverbank cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. Even the world's best must accept defeat and begin anew. The four departed, leaving behind the sole individual privy to the truth, Xiantong, who gazed at Lu Su with a complex expression. "What if you have misjudged this time? Go your way." Lu Su waved his hand, speaking somewhat listlessly. It seemed the previous game had provided him with sufficient mental stimulation, and now he felt a bit weary. With no further thoughts to share, Xiantong refrained from being overly sentimental, even upon learning of Sin's speculation. She considered it a stroke of fortune to be able to leave at this moment. After all, she is not inherently a risk-taker, and remaining here means confronting the unknown. The five victors have all departed. Merely escaping from the hellish game is, in itself, a victory. Naturally, upon their exit, their immediate action is to relaunch the game's live stream to observe the fate of Sin. Perhaps today, something monumental is about to unfold. The remaining participants tremble, their gazes fixed upon the slime. "What are you staring at? The game is over." The slime's demeanor has soured significantly, unleashing a tirade of insults upon four of the five remaining players. Yet, it is evident that it now avoids looking at Lu Su, the previous attempts at flattery having completely evaporated. Each individual clutches their exit token, awaiting the final judgment. "What are you waiting for? Go take a shower. Farewell." With a casual wave, the slime conjures voids beneath the remaining five, causing them to plummet into nothingness. As they exit the game, Xiantong, engrossed in the live stream, furrows her brow. Could it be that Sin has truly misjudged the situation? In an instant, for beams of light illuminate the space as four players utilize their exit tokens, relinquishing all they acquired in the game to preserve their lives. Only Lu Su remains, gazing into the abyss below, an ocean dark enough to obliterate all. He waits in silence, his form ultimately suspended in midair, while the hatch beneath him seals shut once more. In the vast expanse, Lusu and the slime lock eyes. And inevitably, it is the slime that succumbs first. You truly possess a remarkable audacity. Is there truly no one left to challenge you? What do you mean by that? Is there really no one? Lusu strode forward with an air of arrogance. But there is still you, isn't there? The slime's previous timidity and desire to please vanished entirely, replaced by an astonishing aura of pressure as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Lusu. What gall? Do you have any comprehension of the vastness of this world? Do you genuinely believe that being the strongest player grants you the right to dismiss all others? You have already witnessed the extent of my courage during our last encounter, have you not? Spare me the pretense. It is just the two of us now. Shall we reminisce, or perhaps introduce ourselves anew? Doctor, or should I say Mr. Slime? Chapter 148. The Divine Battle. No room for retreat outside. Xia Antong and Jiu Tian, who were observing the live stream, appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth are these two discussing? So they really do know each other. Xia Antong, seated before the computer, felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. If that is the case, then this can only be a novice level, suggesting that Sin is likely one of the first individuals selected. Those currently ranked at the top are predominantly among the initial selections. As for Jiu Tian's side, the official organization is considerably more formal. Whatever Lusu has said will be meticulously recorded, leaving a traceable record for future reference. The slime waved its hand in annoyance, appearing perplexed by Lusu's words. Stop pretending. We must have met before, and you have always possessed that particular aura. I was quite young last time and lacked understanding, acting impulsively and accidentally causing your demise. By the way, I am not familiar with your kind. Are you her? Or do you share some connection? To extract such confidential information from me merely through words? Is that not a bit of a fantasy? Oh, is that so? It matters not. This is a confidential message can itself be considered a piece of information. The slime interjected, enough with the trivialities. Are you here to challenge me? Is there any other option? Otherwise, this game cannot possibly reach its conclusion. Furthermore, in pursuit of thrill and joy, why do you seem to be retreating at such a moment? Lusu remained unchanged, provoking considerable ire in the slime. Yet, the slime found no inclination for jest. Its aura grew increasingly grave. At this point, Lusu's Godslayer medal activated directly. This green entity was indeed a being of high rank. You may not have realized the gravity of the situation. Challenging a deity leaves no room for retreat. The moment one consents, the exit token becomes irrelevant. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Lusu swiftly retrieved an exit token from his satchel and hurled it at the slime. Are you still a god? These tokens are utterly useless. Yet, I find myself receiving them after each victory. The slime fell into a moment of silence, and then, unexpectedly, its entire form, this green gelatinous creature, contorted into a grotesque and twisted expression, accompanied by a sickly, maniacal grin, reminiscent of that former female physician. You remain as insufferable as ever. Then let the game commence. With those words, the entire space trembled, as if something had subtly exploded within the very air. Yet nothing tangible transpired. The sole alteration was that Lusu suddenly found himself seated, bound by iron restraints that held him firmly in place. He could speak, but could scarcely move his neck. Attempting to summon his strength, he discovered, to his dismay, that his power was woefully inadequate to free himself from the seemingly metallic confines. Humph, do not exert yourself. Do you truly believe you are facing that woman from before? Oh, but the dynamic between you two bears striking similarities. Both have an affinity for confinement play. At that moment, I may not have been cooperative, but now I am striving to be more accommodating. However, if you are also interested in engaging in such activities with me, while I feel somewhat comfortable wearing a mask, I find it difficult to accept rationally. By the way, what kind of play do you enjoy? Outside, Xia Antong and Jiu Tian, who had been engrossed in watching the video, nearly stumbled. What exactly did he experience in his novice stage? Slime. After being completely bound, the only tool Lusu had at his disposal was his mouth, which, at that moment, proved to be quite effective. Enough with the preamble. All right, since you have voluntarily presented yourself, I shall not hold back. Now, the rules of this game are as follows. Truth or dare. You may pose any questions to me or make various requests. The questions must have answers that I am aware of, and the requests must not exceed my capabilities. I have 3 drops of blood. Each time I fail to answer your question or fulfill your request, I will lose 1 drop. Once I have lost all 3 drops, you win. Conversely, If I successfully answer or fulfill your request, then I shall do something for you that brings me pleasure." As he spoke, numerous sharp spikes suddenly emerged from the chair behind Lu Su, some even pressing against his cervical spine. "Lu Su, what does that mean? What if I ask something you do not know or make a request beyond your abilities?" "Quite simple. It does not count. We start again." "Lu Su?" Laughter erupted. "In simple terms, you must inquire about what I know but am reluctant to divulge, and propose actions I am capable of yet unwilling to undertake." With a gleeful laugh, Slime observed Lu Su's momentary speechlessness, as if all the grievances endured were suddenly unleashed in this moment. "So, are you regretting your choices?" "Regret is futile. It is too late. You shall face the repercussions for all that you have done." In an unexpected frenzy, Slime's voice sharpened as she shouted at Lu Su, reminiscent of a woman confronting her unfaithful husband. Soon, an air of dominance enveloped her as she donned the purple mask of desire, gazing at Slime with intrigue. "Why that expression? I find it quite amusing. When shall we commence?" "Let us begin now." Slime stood defiantly across from Lu Su, her demeanor radiating a fervent desire for vengeance. A stark contrast to her previous attitude in the game. Lu Su contemplated suggesting that they could initiate demands at this moment, but wisely refrained, realizing that could also be construed as a query. After a moment's thought, he declared, "I demand that you transform me into an omniscient deity, and in return, you shall serve as my loyal hound." Slime. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, Slime, with an expressionless face, stated, "This does not count. Restart. Clearly, it exceeds my capabilities." "Useless," Lu Su scoffed. "Then simply transform me into an omniscient and omnipotent deity." "This does not count. Restart." "So you believe the difficulty lies in the latter part, do you?" "Make me the emperor of the universe." "This does not count. Restart." "Make me the emperor of the Milky Way." "This does not count." Such requests are evidently unfeasible. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 149, Unreasonable Demands. The first impact on the real world. Transform me into the most powerful being in the solar system. Lu Su remained unfazed, persistently pressing on with his inquiries. Are you out of your mind? Slime, overwhelmed, began to pound the table in a frenzy. Requests that would enhance your strength are simply beyond my capabilities. Even if it were possible, it would only be temporary within this game. Sustained power is unattainable. If you wish to squander your time, feel free to continue asking. Slime, now thoroughly exasperated, appeared to regain composure after reaching an emotional threshold, sitting back down. Lu Su regarded it with disdain, thinking, is that all you can manage? Why the urgency? Then, grant me 100 mythic grade weapons. This does not count. Restart. Grant me 100 legendary grade weapons. Does not count. Grant me 99. Slime finally broke down. Do you think I am unwell? Do you believe this place is a haven for your unearned benefits? The purpose of engaging with you in this game is solely to bestow advantages upon you? Absolutely not. It is unattainable. All points, weapons, medals, and rewards are determined by the game itself. You. The slime struggled to catch its breath, nearly faltering. It had intended to torment Lu Su, but found itself ensnared instead. Its voice turned icy as it regarded Lu Su, stating, if you wish to prolong this, then prolong it you shall. You are utterly oblivious to the fact that, in our dimension of existence, time is merely an inconsequential numeral. If you so desire, you may never conclude this game. You could linger here for a millennium, while perhaps only a fleeting moment passes outside. Lu Su raised his chin slightly, casting a curious glance at the slime. Thank you. He had yet to pose any inquiries. Yet the slime had divulged an abundance of information unbidden. The slime, though Lu Su remained outwardly silent, a faint sigh of regret escaped his heart. It seemed his aspiration to leverage the game's power for an immediate enhancement of his abilities had utterly collapsed. A silence enveloped the air for a time as Lu Su's fingers gently tapped the armrest of the chair, producing a rhythmical sound reminiscent of the game he played with Xie and Ong. Oh, by the way, you should summon the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Japan here and arrange for them to engage in a slap contest. Slime. Listening to such absurd demands, Slime's expression contorts slightly. Cancel. Restart. Your world cannot be influenced too profoundly at this moment. A simple statement. Yet it conveys a wealth of information. The officials from the organization, like Jotian, immediately sensed something amiss, their expressions growing grave. This has always been the greatest fear of the authorities and indeed the entire world. What level of impact could this supernatural game have on reality? If the entities from the game were to manifest, it would signify an apocalyptic transformation for the world. Meanwhile, Luce's brow furrowed, quickly grasping the crux of the issue. Not too profound an impact implies that some influence is indeed permissible. Thus, the probing begins, as Luce gradually narrows his focus. Let's address the issue of global warming. Not applicable. Restart. Besides, this problem is evidently more challenging than two presidents slapping each other. You bring over a dozen individuals from Africa, and then you host a lavish party with them. Not applicable. Restart. To be frank, I genuinely want to eliminate you. The two engage in a frenzied tug-of-war, with Luce's inquiries becoming increasingly bizarre and absurd, leaving Slime utterly speechless. The topics they broach send shivers down the audience's spines, marveling at the grotesque nature of their discussions, awakening a sense of taste within everyone's very core. Not applicable. Restart. You truly deserve to be punished. Let that player named Geotion have 30 mosquitoes invade his home. Not counting. Wait. The slime seemed to have grown accustomed to disregarding what was said, hardly paying attention to what Luce had communicated. However, upon hearing this, it abruptly paused. Let me calculate. With that, the slime's two fleshy hands began to stir, engaged in some unknown activity, before it looked up and declared, "All right. This request can be fulfilled." With a grand gesture, it appeared as if nothing had transpired. Yet, outside the game, Geotion stared in bewilderment at the screen, his eyes widening in disbelief. Isn't this absurd? You must be joking. The sheer number of 30 mosquitoes was overwhelming. Almost as soon as the slime finished speaking, he could already hear the incessant buzzing. After mentally cursing the anomaly, his expression quickly shifted to one of seriousness. If what he suspected held any truth, this could very well mark the first instance of a game directly manipulating the real world. The implications were profound. Find the mosquitoes. Use the electric mosquito swatter and count if there are indeed 30. He promptly issued commands to everyone at the workstation. Although he already had a suspicion, he felt the need to verify. Meanwhile, Xie Antong's demeanor had also grown more grave as she observed the screen, absorbing the requests that influenced the real world. She had long since noticed an anomaly. There was not a single comment in the live chat. This was illogical. It suggested that no one was watching this game. However, given the reputation of the individual known as Zue, that was implausible. Thus, it could only mean that this so-called divine battle was not accessible to the public at large. She proactively typed on the screen and spoke. Is anyone watching? I am anonymous. Yes, it seems that currently, the viewership for this live stream is rather sparse, replied Geotion. I suspect this peculiar effect triggered by the divine battle can only be observed by those who participated in the casino games. Anonymous continued. Are there mosquitoes on your side? Yes. After a brief exchange, both realized that the current situation was likely extraordinary. Following the divine selection game, the world's transformations occurred every moment. In the game, the slime gazed at Luce, its expression menacing as it declared, "Well, I have fulfilled your request. Now it is my turn. Prepare to indulge me. Have you ever contemplated the sensation of mating with numerous non-human entities?" A chuckle escaped as the purple mask shimmered with a mesmerizing distortion, promising an intriguing experience. This mask was indeed remarkable, rendering its wearer nearly devoid of vulnerability. The slime mused, "If you find it exceedingly pleasurable, then it loses its charm." Chapter 150, Encountering a Bug. Let us play here for 1,000 years. The slime pondered silently for a considerable time, seemingly deliberating on its next course of action. However, from its elevated perspective, it recognized that Luce's excitement was genuine. Its delight lies in the desire to witness the suffering and struggles of others, deriving pleasure from their pain rather than genuinely bringing them joy. If it were to do so, would it not forfeit its own enjoyment? After much contemplation, the slime ultimately resolved to abandon its thoughts, acknowledging that there was still ample time ahead. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, reminiscent of a pointed object penetrating a solid surface. At first, Luce was unaware, but he soon felt an unsettling sensation in his back. Lowering his gaze, he discovered two objects resembling excavator shovels protruding from his chest, even spreading outward. Upon closer inspection, he could see through the flesh and blood some of the inner workings of his body. The experience was peculiar, akin to observing another's form. Blood swiftly saturated the area, accompanied by a wave of weakness and helplessness. The human body is a marvel, unless it is instantaneously obliterated or crushed. Any horrific injury entails a process toward death. And now, Luce was evidently traversing that very process. Witnessing the culmination of the punishment was not a sight for the faint of heart. Just as Xie Antong had exhaled in relief, she found herself drawn back into tension. The current scene was overly graphic, eliciting an instinctive discomfort that furrowed her brow. In her view, all of the prior inquiries into sin were not entirely devoid of purpose. Initially, she sought every possible means to extract some benefit from the game. Then, he began to probe whether the game had any influence on the real world. This was not solely his endeavor, in a certain sense. His actions bore significance for the world at large. Even the punishment that followed was a form of testing. An inquiry into whether the other party possessed the authority to eliminate him outright. If such a possibility existed, the game would lose its allure. Generally speaking, it should not be feasible. Yet, this was a gamble with one's life, a risk that perhaps only a sinner would dare to take. Although her sentiments towards the sinner were far from favorable, she still hoped for his victory. The effects of the drug were nearing their critical point, approaching an inevitable climax. And an overwhelming wave of emotions threatened to engulf her. A myriad of conflicting thoughts surged through her mind, an inexplicable sorrow. A profound sadness, as the words spoken to her by the sinner during their last encounter reverberated in her ears, and she was reminded of Lu Su. Xie Antong vigorously rubbed her temples, murmuring to herself, "No. Just wait a moment. Let me finish watching. This is not the time for despair." In the game, Lu Su remained oblivious to the fact that someone outside was contemplating his dual identities, confronting the imminent specter of death and a sense of weakness. His first utterance was, "TSK, you wouldn't ruin my shimmering cloak, would you?" And let me clarify, this is not a question. Although it was a rather trivial piece of equipment, it still held considerable value. To think you could ponder such matters at a time like this is truly remarkable. The slime remarked, producing an hourglass from seemingly nowhere and placing it upon the table. "Isn't your cloak equipped with self-repair capabilities? Spare me your cries. Perhaps you should contemplate your current predicament. I concede that your physical prowess is indeed remarkable among your inferior kin. However, such strength is limited. In 10 minutes, you will succumb to a haze of consciousness, and in no more than 20, you shall embrace the goddess of death. If you wish to converse, we may certainly indulge in idle chatter, for it merely consumes your own life force." Observing Lu Su's condition, the slime appeared quite pleased, admiring its handiwork. "Ah, I see. Should I feign excruciating pain to provide you with some amusement?" Lu suggested, addressing the slime before him. The slime's expression darkened considerably, and with a huff, it retorted, "Do you truly believe I am mentally deficient? Is there truly no issue?" The expression on the lustful mask reflected sheer astonishment. "Winky face," the slime responded. "You lack the sensation of pain, or perhaps your perception of suffering differs from that of others, such is the case, yet I remain indifferent. Then what brings you pleasure? Have you perhaps shifted your inclination since your encounter with that female doctor? Have you resolved to embrace a healthier form of love, forsaking the realm of SM?" Slime. "Ah, the pain of the flesh is merely the most primitive form of suffering. I am merely anticipating the expression on your face thereafter." As it spoke, Slime's voice gradually morphed into something grotesque, even possessing an inexplicable allure reminiscent of a former female doctor. "Behold this hourglass. It symbolizes your existence and arrogant, undeniably powerful life, slipping away in my grasp. As the final minutes and seconds dwindle, when you find yourself cornered and realize there is no escape from this game. The despair and struggle at that moment are precisely what I desire." With that, Slime gazed at the shifting sands within the hourglass. Its green form tinged with a hint of pink. I'm beginning to wonder if you might be intellectually challenged." Lu Su suddenly regarded Slime with a peculiar look and stated, "My next request is for a flawless healing. Restore all my injuries and extract this thing." Slime. "Very well, it matters not." With that, all wounds and blood vanished. Lu Su felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, and the hourglass on the table reverted to its previous state. However, shortly thereafter, Slime's next wave of punishment ensued, piercing him once more. It's merely a relentless cycle. "It matters not." Slime sat calmly across from him, an expression of disdain adorning its features. "I have stated before, if you wish to prolong this ordeal, we can certainly wait here for 1,000 years. I am indifferent. For the sake of witnessing your expressions, I can wait. My patience is beyond your imagination." In his words, it seemed he had already accepted his fate. However, every situation harbors unexpected twists, for he had underestimated one crucial element. Chosen by pain. Pain value 4. The slime lifted its head, beholding the sheer madness and uncontainable joy etched upon Lu Su's mask. "You speak earnestly, do you not? Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Let us indulge in this for 1,000 years. Chapter 151. If I am pain, then what are you? At this moment, Lu Su's smile was entirely genuine. What a delightful turn of events. Though he was still unaware of whether there was a limit to the chosen by pain or the principles governing its function, 1,000 years? Why not? Engaging in this for a millennium might very well elevate him to the status of a cosmic emperor. Despair? What nonsense was this slime uttering? For a moment, Lusu regarded the slime with a semblance of benevolence, which left the creature feeling rather uneasy. The last encounter with that female doctor had awakened the chosen by pain within him, transforming him from an inconspicuous youth into the world's mightiest. Now, upon meeting the slime, it appeared that it intended to assist him in becoming a cosmic sovereign. Regardless of whether these two beings could be deemed human, they undoubtedly shared an intricate and profound connection. A good soul. Was this creature not his very own guardian angel? Each encounter brings with it a delightful surprise. So adorable. I wish to nurture one. The slime, feeling a shiver run down its spine under the gaze, nevertheless retorted defiantly, "Suit yourself? Have you lost your mind again? No worries, just remain here quietly. Now, let us proceed to replicate and paste, filling a few lines with text. My request is for a perfect healing. To mend all my injuries." Certainly. The slime's response was succinct, and having just healed Lusu of all his wounds, it waved its hand again, summoning the same terrifying injuries once more. Painful divine selection, pain value 3. Observing the seemingly incessant numbers, Lusa felt an undeniable thrill. My request is for a perfect healing, to mend all my injuries. Certainly. My request is. After several cycles, Xie Andong and Jiotian, watching from outside, were utterly bewildered. How could this truly be a cycle? What is the purpose, as it remains entirely inscrutable? Is this merely for your enjoyment? The gruesome and distressing scene, through its relentless repetition, began to desensitize both individuals. Am I losing my sanity? Xie Antong gently tapped her forehead. This is utterly incomprehensible. After Lusu had accrued nearly 20 points of pain value, he once more articulated the same request. Yet this time, the slime convulsed, failing to comply promptly. Hiss. Something feels amiss. Have I been deceived? It seems that this little rascal truly intends to endure for a millennium. Previously, when he mentioned 1,000 years, it was merely bravado. If he were to truly embark on such an endeavor, he would surely lose his sanity. Does this fellow harbor some hidden secret? The slime's gaze turned somewhat skeptical. Noticing the lack of satisfaction from the other party, Lusa felt a shiver run down his spine. Realizing he might have been too conspicuous in his demeanor, he needed to put on a performance. Instantly lowering his head, he adopted an exceedingly exaggerated expression on his mask and muttered to himself in a hushed tone, "What to do? I must think of a solution. Continuing this cycle indefinitely is certainly untenable. Yet, there is no alternative but to persist in this loop. Otherwise, it would lead to my demise. How infuriating. I deeply regret this predicament." The slime interjected, "Isn't it a tad too late for you to commence your act in my presence?" Observing the extravagant expressions and gestures, along with Lusu's self-talk that was crystal clear to him, the slime was nearly beside himself with laughter. What level of acting is this that one would dare to flaunt? This individual must surely be deranged. The slime, visibly indignant, was quite literally puffed up with anger, its green gel-like form swelling. It seems there's a certain transaction between you and pain. Its expression grew solemn, and though the onlooker, Xiantong, could not comprehend the seemingly random statement, Lusa squinted his eyes in surprise. Could it be that it knows of my pain chosen? Incorrect, impossible. Otherwise, from the very beginning, he would not have resorted to such corporeal torment, nor would he have engaged in this endless cycle of self-reflection. He likely possesses some knowledge, albeit vague, lacking a clear understanding of the precise thresholds of suffering. Nevertheless, what an opportune moment. He must be privy to many circumstances that elude my comprehension. This game truly operates as a welfare bureau. I refuse the request. With that, a drop of blood was instantly lost from the slime's 3 remaining drops. Yet it was not finished. Moreover, I demand the game to rectify the bugs and prohibit this command. Can this even be prohibited? Damn! Lusu cursed vehemently, his heart heavy with concern. However, the slime offered no response. Its verdant form suddenly flickered violently before emitting a muffled groan of agony, as if struck by a backlash. Concurrently, the metal that Lusu had obtained long ago, which had proven to be of little use, was instantaneously activated. System attacker, epic, triggered. Detecting and enforcing the repair of game bugs. Game reward enhancement acquired. The slime took a considerable time to recover, appearing gravely injured, and cast a glance at Lusu. Indeed, it can be prohibited. It was a bug from the outset. You possess such a metal. But it matters not. You shall perish here, and the rewards will not pertain to you. Proceed, for you can no longer repair yourself. With these words, The hourglass of countdown reappeared on the table, the pure white sand within cascading gently downward, heralding the countdown of Luce's life. To my surprise, you truly managed to inflict a drop of blood from me so swiftly. However, it seems that your time may be rather limited now. After uttering these words, the slime gazed at Luce with keen interest, observing his weakened state and the blood flowing from him, all while noting the impending conclusion of his arrogance as he slowly approached his demise. At present, Luce's emotions appeared to be exceptionally bleak. My precious pain points. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret, realizing how foolish he had been. From the very beginning, he should have employed better deception. You have rendered this game utterly mundane. Beast, do you believe that, if I so wished, I could easily extract a multitude of inquiries you would rather not address? The purple-masked figure slowly raised his head, revealing an expression tinged with a chilling demeanor. The slime, observing Luce's anger, unexpectedly found joy in it, letting out a sneer. I don't believe it. Subsequently, a new punishment was unleashed as a wire-like object swiftly constricted around Luce's right leg, severing flesh and tightening around the bone. That previous inquiry could be considered a question. It seems I must delve into queries that touch the very essence of your soul. The purple mask once again displayed a mocking, sardonic grin. Pay heed to my question. If, according to recent principles of forced analogy, I am pain, then what are you? Chapter 152. This is a gambling ship. Shall we wager once more? If I am pain, what are you? This question left the two observers of the game in a state of bewilderment, leaving Geotion's mind in a state of distortion. What a chaotic discourse this is. Geotion sat in his chair, relentlessly scratching his legs, having been bitten by several mosquitoes due to a momentary lapse in attention. He now pondered whether he should request additional information from above, as he found himself utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Xie Antong, not yet fully engulfed in despair, realized that the term pain had seemingly arisen twice, uttered by two distinct individuals. This suggested that it might not merely be an adjective, but rather a tangible entity of sorts. Having meticulously observed all the games of sin, she concluded that this must pertain to something within the novice stage. What on earth had this individual experienced? Was it truly so enigmatic? Regardless of how these two contemplated the matter, or whether anyone in this world could comprehend what Luce was articulating, one entity did: the slime. Upon the utterance of that phrase, the slime's fluid form momentarily stiffened, as if it had transformed into stone. Gazing at Luce's smiling visage, it displayed an impassive demeanor, seemingly hesitant. It glanced down at its own 2 drops of blood. Luce chuckled outright, noting that this hesitation had already conveyed considerable information, confirming the existence of something indeed related to pain. Speak up, don't dawdle, lest you squander a drop of your own blood. As he continued, Luce's voice took on a peculiar tone, though he was confined to the chair. Enduring threats to his very existence and torment, the situation appeared to corner the other party entirely. Geotion was momentarily taken aback. Well, it's no big deal to tell you, he remarked. Your analogy is rather inappropriate. There is really not much to say in response. However, if one must inquire, you are pain, while I am joy. Pain and joy. The voice of the slime was indistinct, ultimately carrying a word that he dared not utter. I am joy. It seemed he was trying to avoid suspicion. Luce keenly sensed this and immediately burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. It seems your status is somewhat low. Why are you hesitant to speak? What's wrong with joy? I am joy. Come, say it. Say it aloud. This is my next demand. You. The slime's face turned a shade of green, nearly suffocating from indignation. As he mustered the courage to declare, I am joy. Die for me. With the demand fulfilled, Luce's body twisted abruptly, his left shoulder rotating a full 360 degrees without dislocating. This contortion rendered his posture somewhat unnatural, as if suspended by a rope. Yet, Luce remained unfazed, after all. It was merely a matter of pain value. He continued to laugh uncontrollably, his purple mask trembling. No, your voice isn't loud enough. Tell me, I am joy. The volume must exceed 200 decibels. Shout it out. At this moment, Slime seemed to have succumbed to despair, first shaking with anger, he then bellowed, I am joy. Aya! His roar reverberated throughout the entire gambling ship, plunging the space into an eerie silence, as if stunned by his overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, Luce's eyes widened in fury, and he exclaimed with fervor, Good. Stay spirited. We emerged from the chaos of battle. We cannot disgrace ourselves. Ha. Under his encouragement, the subsequent punishment simultaneously descended upon him, rendering his body somewhat disheveled, yet his mental state remained robust. It matters not. Whatever you wish me to do, I shall comply, as long as I am able. I possess no limits or boundaries, but you? Slime slammed the table with force, liberating himself, and shouted at Lu Su, pointing at the hourglass. The sand is falling ever faster. Your current arrogance and hubris will merely serve as my spiritual sustenance 10 minutes hence. Why the urgency? It is not you who faces death. I am not anxious, so why are you? I am simply eager, for I am now enraged. Slime candidly responded and delivered another sharp retort to Lu Su. Oh, in truth, it is quite simple to ensnare you. There is no difficulty at all. Do you believe that a mere question from me could render you speechless? I do not believe it. The slime replied, then continued to accelerate the passage of time. Oh, is that so? This is a gambling ship. Shall we wager a bet? If I succeed with my next question, you shall lose 2 drops of blood. If I fail, I shall perish. I presume this game has its limitations and cannot directly take my life. However, let's gamble. How about you crush my heart instead? At this moment, Lu Su's complexion had turned remarkably pale, yet his mask betrayed no hint of distress, radiating an air of confidence and the demeanor of a victor. Upon hearing that Lu Su was still in the mood to gamble, the slime felt a slight tightening in its composure. However, upon glancing at its own remaining 2 drops of blood, it responded, regardless, you were destined to die. Why should I wager with you? The rules of the game do not permit it. Moreover, what I wish to witness is your struggle and your attempts, how you strive at the precipice of life and death, only to ultimately fail. With that, it seemed to conclude its response, and Lu Su was struck once more. The hourglass of life continued to drain ever more swiftly. Ha ha, well said. Nevertheless, I too am eager to witness your expression when you realize how effortlessly I surpass the challenges you deem insurmountable. Do you doubt me? Very well, you need not believe. However, my next question will cost you yet another drop of blood. After uttering these words, Lu Su appeared to recall something joyous, laughing heartily for a while. Yet this laughter, in his current state, only exacerbated his injuries. His twisted form was akin to a complete derision of this game, regardless of how fleeting life may be. I possess the ability to strike with lethal precision. Now, heed my inquiry carefully. What is the true purpose of the game, Chosen Paradise? Chapter 153, An Effortless Kill. You are far from being without constraints. As soon as the words fell, Jiu Tian sprang up from his chair, involuntarily exclaiming, Excellent. This question. Even Jiu Tian could instantly grasp its profound implications. If this sudden game harbored any secrets or conspiracies, this inquiry undoubtedly struck at the very heart of the matter. Moreover, it could be considered a question posed on behalf of all humanity. Truly commendable, my comrade. Although occasionally lacking in intellect, he demonstrates remarkable awareness at critical moments. However, the sole dilemma confronting us is how a mere game host like Slime could possibly possess knowledge regarding such matters. Jiu Tian's concern was, if he does not know, then it would all be for naught. Yet, he was clearly underestimating the essence of Slime, which Lu Su was well aware of. The last time he eliminated that female doctor, the medal he received was that of a god layer. Indeed, within the game at this moment, Slime's expression transformed into a tumultuous display of emotions, distinctly unpleasant. It was evident that Lu Su's question had struck a nerve, causing some disarray. Haha, splendid. That expression. Hold on to it. Is there anyone outside watching? Please capture a screenshot and send it to me. The depravity inherent in the mask of lust is universally acknowledged. At this moment, it seemed the other party was caught off guard, akin to mercilessly kicking a drowning dog, with sharp mockery following suit. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately revealed his true colors. Observing that the other was momentarily at a loss for words, Lu Su continued, Stop resisting. I know you're afraid to speak. The rules of the game dictate that if you know something but choose not to divulge it, then I am the victor. You shamelessly attempt to alter the rules, suggesting that your silence implies knowledge you are unwilling to share, while also lamenting the low standards at play, trying to steer my thoughts towards your emotions. Yet, in truth, there is no necessity for such manipulation. I can easily extract the truth from you. Your reluctance to articulate what you know has no bearing on what you desire. At this juncture, Lu Su unleashed a torrent of unrestrained vitriol, exposing the slime's previous subtle machinations. As he observed the expression on the other's face, Lu Su's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained. Enough of the pretense. Your status is insufficient for you to dare speak on such matters. You are merely contemplating how to inform me before orchestrating my demise here. However, alas, I still have an audience. While I cannot speak for others, I am well aware that at least one shadowy, voyeuristic woman is undoubtedly watching me at this very moment. Xia Antong interjected. Why are you suddenly invoking those outside the scene? How do you know I'm constantly observing you? Have I been that transparent? With such explosive news, if you were to reveal it here, it is certain she would disseminate it far and wide. Your attempts to eliminate me would be in vain. Moreover, I harbor doubts regarding your qualifications to utter such an answer. How utterly self-absorbed. Xie Antong found herself at a loss for words outside, yet in reality, she had consistently activated the recording feature, capturing every single match. However, at this moment, Zhu Tian wore an expression tinged with sadness. As the other personnel at the workstation regarded him with playful mockery, one individual candidly remarked, it seems she has completely forgotten about you. Yet, it is not entirely unfathomable. After all, when the mosquitoes were released earlier, she had been contemplating him. At least just now. She refrained from referring to him as the red-clad Casanova. Within the game, aboard the gambling ship, Slime's countenance was dreadfully pallid. Faced with Luce's aggressive provocations and taunts, he found himself rendered powerless. Ultimately, in silence, he gazed at Lu Su, allowing a drop of his life essence to dissipate. Now, he was left with but a solitary drop of blood. It appears rather straightforward, contradicting your initial claims of an overwhelmingly one-sided affair. Indeed, eliminating you is effortlessly achievable. You are far from the invincible figure you profess to be. Lu Su felt no particular astonishment at this victory. Rather, it seemed remarkably deserved. As though it were his rightful outcome. Slime's entire form quivered with a vibrant green gel, and he finally spoke. Dealing with me is simple, yet pales in comparison to the simplicity of your life as fleeting moments. With that, he gestured towards the slowly descending hourglass, which now seemed to embody the essence of dwindling vitality. You have now posed the most egregious inquiries. Those who collapse just before the finish line often harbor more regret and sorrow than those who perish at the outset, do they not? It must be said that since Lu Su entered the game, this has undeniably been the closest he has come to death. Devoid of restorative potions and armed with formidable strength, he once again found himself experiencing the sensation of insignificance under the constraints of high-ranking status. However, his skills and mindset remained unyieldingly intact, undeterred by the shackles of mortality. Beneath the guise of lust, he could embody any emotion, save for panic. What is the rush? Time still remains. He is not yet deceased, so he shall wait a while longer. Lu Su was not particularly anxious. He aimed to prolong the encounter and accumulate more pain points, yet life took precedence. He was not greedy, refraining from pushing his limits excessively. Could you possibly adopt a more human-like appearance? It would allow me to discern your expressions more clearly. This blob is not particularly effective in conveying emotions. The slime offered no verbal response, yet promptly took action. Its entire form shrank and transformed, ultimately resembling the female doctor from the outset. However, this time, her attire remained revealing and her skin was entirely green. With a furrowed brow, she gazed at Lu Su, as though they bore a significant grudge against one another. Devoid of the previous madness and ease. As for her complexion, it was difficult to ascertain. It was still green, not easily distinguishable, and even bore a hint of humor. The slime, now unwilling to engage in conversation, executed her actions and subsequent punishment directly, fixating her gaze upon the hourglass. However, what currently vexes her is the absence of any psychological shift in Lu Su. The slime harbors grave doubts that even if the opponent were to bleed out and perish before her, they would not exhibit any semblance of despair. They would likely meet their end with an air of invincibility. The more she contemplates this, the greener her visage turns, approaching a deep shade of ashen. Enough is enough. If this continues, she might very well meet her demise, Lu Su muttered to himself, though it remains unclear to whom he was speaking. My next inquiry, from the perspective of if I were Pain, am I singular in this game? Chapter 154, An Unforeseen Catastrophe, Perfect Clearance. The entire gambling ship began to tremble violently the moment Lu Su uttered this phrase, as if the winds and waves of the sea had suddenly intensified to an overwhelming degree, threatening to engulf and shatter the vessel. Such tremendous upheaval would have sent a normal person hurtling about the cabin by now. Yet, both Lu Su and the transformed beautiful Dr. Slime remained as if anchored to the ground, utterly motionless. Lu Su's blood soared through the air. Having approached the brink of death, his vision had grown increasingly blurred, rendering the doctor's expression indistinguishable. Nevertheless, he could not fathom that this convulsion was mere coincidence or simply the result of turbulent winds. Suddenly, before the slime could utter a word, Lu Su shouted once more, "Hey, tell me. Respond. It's all right. No one knows what I mean but you." Those spectators outside, oblivious to the gravity of the moment. Can be made to listen. What does it matter? What are you afraid of? Is it not your desire to see me perish? Come, let me meet my demise. With a voice strained to the brink, the hourglass on the table neared its end, the fine white sand trickling steadily. Yet, Lusu remained unfazed. At this moment, all his strength and vitality seemed to coalesce within his vocal cords, desperately sustaining his utterances. Outside the game, Jiotian and Xie and Ong sat upright, captivated by the unfolding scene, absorbing the words that dripped from his lips. They did not comprehend. Yet they could perceive the veil of mist that shrouded the green visage of the slime, obscuring every expression, muscle contour, and even its voice with a resonant crack. The slime cast a lingering glance at the hourglass upon the table before its form shattered and twisted into oblivion. The final drop of its essence disintegrated alongside it. Suddenly, as if an unseen force had seized it, the once falling white sand came to an abrupt halt. It was as though time itself had ceased. Above, a spiraling white vortex materialized, engulfing the entire gambling vessel and drawing in the disintegrating slime. Nothing could withstand such overwhelming power. Only Lusa remained. Immobile in his seat, anchored in place, unyielding. Lusa gazed at the blinding white light, fixating on the fragments within the white hole. As if within those shards of slime, a malevolent gaze was directed towards him. You are watching, aren't you? You lack the right to comment. Our paths shall converge once more. Guide. Haha. The mission you failed to complete at that time shall not elude you again. Pain and pleasure. I shall encounter you again, and from you, I shall acquire the unknown treasures I desire. In his near-death state, Lusu shouted defiantly at his adversary, embodying a sense of reckless audacity. The chosen of suffering. The paradise of the chosen. Amidst the chaotic tumult of his thoughts, Lusa gradually closed his eyes, a smile adorning the purple mask upon his face. Ultimately, it was he who emerged victorious. Subsequently, the entire vessel vanished, and the white hole dissipated simultaneously. Just as Lusa pondered the strange delay in the conclusion of events, he raised his gaze and beheld a breathtaking spectacle beneath the blood-red crescent moon. Below him lay an endless expanse of black sea. Its waters, though liquid, possessed an oppressive weight, surging as though capable of obliterating all in its path. Upon looking upward, he beheld a colossal skeletal structure, so immense it seemed to overshadow the very heavens. From below, it appeared as if this framework extended beyond the confines of the planet itself. The crimson moon above was but a singular eye within its eye socket. Yet, glancing towards either side revealed its enormous fingers, reminiscent of mountains, seemingly cradling something of great significance. No vessel may navigate the Black Sea. Previously, it was this skeletal form that bore the ships onward. Yet, were the former vessels truly so vast? Lusa felt as though his perception of size had become distorted, his thoughts ensnared in a chaotic and dissonant state. Throughout, it seemed as if his mind had been tainted and suppressed, rendering him nearly incapable of coherent thought. At that moment, he remained unaware that this was merely the state in which the mask of original sin was shielding him. The terrifying skull instilled an unimaginable sense of oppression, leading him to believe that his existence was entirely beyond his control. Suddenly, he felt as though his body had exploded, perishing under the weight of that dreadful pressure and gaze. Yet, in the next instant, he recognized it as an illusion. For a melodious voice resonated in his ear. Game over. Due to special circumstances, you are directly entering the settlement interface. Perfect clearance. Achievement unlocked. Due to special conditions, automatic bodily repair is now in progress. Lusa strained to twist his neck, observing his body as various components autonomously returned to their rightful places. A warm aura enveloped him, and he began to doubt whether he had truly sustained life-threatening injuries, prompting the immediate repair following his flawless completion. As he lay back to recuperate, Lusa began to reflect. That power, could it be mine in the future? To be honest, this game held profound significance for him, as if it had unlocked the gateway to a new realm. What are the rewards? Surely, there would be none following such a perfect completion. Lusa furrowed his brow slightly, muttering a complaint as if the game could hear him. Immediately, the announcement followed. Number of participants in this competition, 5, 925. 843. Number of finishers, 1, 756, 459. Number of perfect completions, 3, 346. Your completion rating, SSS grade, perfect completion. Current consecutive perfect completions, 5. Reward settlement, in progress. This round's reward points, 6,000. Items rewarded this round: Intermediate Recovery Potion X5, Advanced Recovery Potion X1, Game Exit Coin X1, Basic Charging Canister X20. S-Grade Sequence Seal, Life Hourglass, Epic Weapon, Fate Dice, only unlocked points 1, 2, 3. Perfect Completion Reward, due to outstanding performance. Rewarded with 1 unit of 2 Worlds Backpack slots. Special Event Triggered, found a game bug, triggering metal effects, receiving additional rewards. After the final message appeared, the game interface seemed to freeze, spinning in a loading circle for a full minute. The duration left Lu Su somewhat dazed, pondering whether such a supernatural game could truly suffer from network issues or if there was something more peculiar at play. At last, the final results were loaded. Additional reward, Joy Token X1. Chapter 155, Uncertain Item, Friend Prompt, Joy Token? Given that the slime was compelled. The additional reward obtained did not surprise Lu Su. The only issue at hand was the description of this peculiar item. Joyful Token, Type, Unknown. Grade, Unknown. Effect, Unknown. Description. Lu Su pondered, what nonsense is this? He felt an unsettling sense of being toyed with, after all. He had labored to obtain what should ostensibly be a formidable reward, only to find it utterly unusable. Was the game system so perplexed that it could only bestow upon him a trinket of no consequence? Was this the game's way of targeting him? With a bemused expression, he examined the item, a gray, diamond-shaped object inscribed with the word joy. It appeared to be an item yet to be unlocked in the game. With a sigh of exasperation, Lu Su dismissed the matter. If it proved useless, so be it. Perhaps it would serve some purpose when next encountered. He harbored no belief that the slime, having been shattered and absorbed by the white hole, was truly deceased. It must be exceptionally resilient. Ignoring that, Lu Su turned his attention to the other 2 newly acquired items. The Life Hourglass, an S-Grade Seal. S-201 Life Hourglass. Aside from the Confession of the Disheartened, this marked the second S-Grade item within his possession. All things must meet their end, and I am the chronicler. Upon reading the description, Lu Su felt a sense of disquiet akin to that of an elderly person fumbling with a mobile phone in a subway. The notion of self-exploration, given its peculiar utility, was indeed remarkable, provoking within him an impulse to discard the item altogether. The other acquisition, an Epic Weapon, was even more whimsical. Epic Weapon, Fate Dice currently. Only levels 1, 2, and 3 are unlocked. Description: possesses formidable capabilities regarding causality under certain conditions. Once specific definitions are established, the outcomes of the dice throw will adjust according to the defined circumstances. Additional note: I understand you may find this perplexing. Feel free to experiment with a roll or 2. Supplementary note 2. Upon unlocking all levels, it can evolve into a legendary weapon. Lu Su pondered deeply. He began to comprehend that these 2 items were indeed imbued with the essence of chance. In a typical game, the items provided are straightforward, with descriptions that are clear-cut. However, in different games, the rewards seem to carry a distinctive flair. It reminded him of the time he triumphed over Tom in prison, earning the Confession of the Disheartened. The 2 high-grade items obtained herein are steeped in the unique ambience of the gambling ship, imbued with the essence of chance. They either embody the unknown or are laden with considerable uncertainty, suggesting realms yet to be explored. However, such uncertainties seem to resonate more harmoniously with many of Lu Su's masks. With his physical condition nearing restoration, Lu Su no longer fixated on his rewards. Instead, he cast a cursory glance at the settlement page. His gaze lingered upon the number of participants. A flicker of thought struck him. His memory served him well, and he was notably sensitive to numbers. It was evident that the number of participants in this round was significantly less than in the previous one, dwindling by almost 1/5. Yet, in the present consensus, the pool of chosen ones continues to expand. Aside from the exceedingly high mortality rate in the hellish games, other more conventional scenarios do not typically result in widespread fatalities. This implies that while the pool of eligible players is growing, the willingness to partake is diminishing. Fear pervades, particularly among those who had previously engaged as players, opting instead for prudent withdrawal. Lu Su pondered if he bore any responsibility for this trend. After all, he had garnered considerable attention, and the nature of his game content likely dissuades many from participation. Previously, this was manageable, but now, with the advent of rankings, he feared he would deter countless individuals. Yet, inevitably, his thoughts drifted to the colossal, planet-like, terrifying skeletal structure. It seems that in this game, mere fear does not exempt one from participation. As I pondered, a sudden chime resonated in my mind. The game had dispatched a new notification. Detected a friend request. Someone has played with you multiple times. It is advisable to pay attention to this player. Given that the world-renowned player, Lu Su, attracted incessant attention daily, he was well aware that many feudal individuals would relentlessly pester him. Hence, he had never regarded the so-called friend system with any seriousness, completely oblivious to whether anyone had sought him out. However, the game system unexpectedly took the initiative to reach out. Upon opening the friend page, he swiftly deleted all entries, leaving only two distinct players, Xia Antong and Jiao Tian. Due to their prior encounters in the game, their requests had been specially processed, highlighted in red. It is recommended to utilize the friend feature to explore further joys of the game. The game's reminders were indeed diligent. Lu Su wished to disregard them, yet they persisted in their notifications. After a brief contemplation, he deemed it merely a form of in-game interaction, akin to completing a novice task, and consented to both requests. On the other side of Huagua, Jiao Tian, who was fervently searching for information, suddenly received an in-game notification. Your friend request has been accepted. Jiao Tian was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Zue had added him. Initially shocked, he soon erupted with joy. Zue had actually accepted my friend request. It was worth noting that his request had been sent long ago, and he had not harbored much hope. Yet, it had succeeded. Was this finally the moment to be recognized by the official? Are you still contemplating joining the official ranks? Or are you seeking some form of collaboration with yourself? In a moment of overwhelming joy, he restrained himself and sent a brief message. Hello. Lu Su has read the message but remains unresponsive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Antong received the news without any reaction whatsoever, or perhaps she is currently experiencing other responses. What, after all, is the purpose of life? Chapter 156, Preview, The Arrival of the City. At this moment, she finds herself ensconced in her spacious, independent room, entirely curled up in her chair. The effects of the medication have worn off. The final moments of rationality have been consumed in the arduous process of completing the challenge posed by Sin. Many of the questions raised by Sin elude her understanding. They strike her as both profound and perplexing. After pondering for an extended period, she feels as though the tide of negative emotions is on the verge of engulfing her, leaving her little time for reflection. She can only strive to document every fleeting image, awaiting a time for analysis in the future. Now, she is completely submerged by the tide. How disheartening it is to have failed once more, to be perpetually deceived. Is my very existence a mistake? What, ultimately, is the meaning of life? I yearn to be a snail nestled in the earth. This bout of mental backlash is far more severe than any prior experience. The complete erosion of rationality, coupled with the stark contrast, has left her utterly drained. The exhaustion of the spirit often begets a languor of the body. She clasped her knees with both hands, curling up in her chair, trembling uncontrollably. A profound despair, accompanied by an inexplicable sorrow, engulfed her, even igniting fleeting thoughts of self-destruction. Perhaps it would be better to simply cease to exist. Fortunately, she had anticipated such moments in her more lucid states. Thus the room was equipped with comprehensive soundproofing and safety measures, and all doors and windows had long been secured. Coupled with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, she found herself utterly disinclined to move, though she was not driven to the brink of ending her game and her life. At that moment, she noticed that her friend had accepted her friend request. He agreed? Surely, he must have achieved a flawless victory by now. Perhaps he had come to gloat over my misfortunes, but no, he is far too indifferent to mock me. After expending so much effort, I remain but a jester. Death seems preferable. In that moment, she was devoid of any capacity for autonomous thought, lost in a cycle of emo sentiments. Needing time to process her feelings, she wondered what her mindset would be upon recovering from these episodes, reflecting on her previous actions. Meanwhile, Lu Su had completed his repairs and was about to exit the game interface entirely. Having acquired 3 interdimensional backpacks, he pondered briefly before deciding to take his elusive cloak, along with the motorcycle and that die. Subsequently, Lu Su succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening once more, he found himself back in his dilapidated little room, as if he had traversed into another realm entirely. One cannot help but acknowledge that the in-game restoration is truly a premier benefit, leaving one in a state of sublime vitality, akin to having enjoyed a refreshing slumber, propelling one to the zenith of their condition. The game has concluded. Thus, I implore all to observe the fluctuations in the pinnacle rankings. The forthcoming gaming sessions may witness slight modifications. Your patience is appreciated. With the conclusion of this new game, each individual's peak ranking has naturally experienced alterations. Particularly in the early stages of such games, the disparities among players are minimal. Each new game serves as a reshuffling of prowess. Among the last 30 positions in the top 100, a near-total turnover has occurred. Those who were once trailing have surged forth. Even among the leading ranks, subtle shifts in personnel can be observed. For instance, Lusa noticed that the individual claiming to be the leader of the T&D Society, known as Sun, has ascended from 8th to 7th place. A single position gained. Naturally, among the few who maintain high rankings, some names have vanished. It remains uncertain whether they utilized exit tokens, opted out of participation, or perished within the game. However, the name of Zue remains steadfast, clinching the top position for the second consecutive time. The rankings between the second and third places have exchanged, yet Zue stands immovable. Many have viewed his videos, and the prevailing consensus globally is that there is little dispute regarding Zue's ranking. Particularly noteworthy is his record of consecutive perfect completions, which stands at 5 consecutive flawless completions. The conundrum lies in the fact that, including the novice levels, the entire realm of the Chosen Paradise encompasses only 4 levels. The reason for the 5th point is quite simple. Lusa still has a challenge mode to conquer. Having opted for the hellish difficulty, he achieved a crushing victory, marking yet another flawless completion in the challenge mode. Thus, his streak of 5 consecutive perfect runs stands as an unparalleled marvel, unmatched by anyone in the world. Lusa's gaze swept across several high-ranking statistics, and noticing the absence of formidable challengers, he closed the game interface. Returning to his small room, he instinctively picked up his phone and saw a message from Xie Andong. Lusa paused for a moment, touched his face, and came to the realization that he now represented the identity of Lu Su, rather than the sin he once embodied. However, upon reading the message, he could not help but be taken aback. Xie Andong, what do you think is the meaning of life? Lu Su, so this is her side effect? Lu Su joy. Lu Su, screenshot taken. After preserving this piece of black history and seeing no response from her, Lu Su chuckled to himself and began to casually browse through the news. The public's focus remained largely unchanged, discussing the dangers of the game and contemplating whether to participate in it in the future. Naturally, the interest in Sin had always been high, but due to the final slime duel, which viewers could not witness, many were left perplexed, wondering what truly transpired. Sin had once again achieved a flawless completion. Yet, the sight of casually dismembered organs had left a psychological scar on many. As time passed, the public's anticipation for the game gradually diminished, no longer overshadowed by the same level of fear. Certainly, Lu Su also noticed that some posts suggested that certain events in the game had begun to manifest in reality, influencing the real world. For instance, after exiting a horror-themed game, a player discovered a pair of embroidered shoes at their doorstep, resulting in such a fright that they fainted and required hospitalization. It appears that his earlier experiment involving 30 mosquitoes coincidentally aligned with this juncture. Attention, all players. At this moment, billions of Chosen Ones simultaneously heard the game's voice echoing in their minds, startling Lu Su. We are now broadcasting the latest announcement regarding the next game. As is well known, each game session in the Divine Selection Paradise presents varying levels of difficulty and diverse content for everyone. To heighten the thrill, we have made certain adjustments for the upcoming game. Some games will transpire in the real world. The Divine Selection Paradise has temporarily descended upon the city. Chapter 157. Fangs, the peculiar algorithm of the fate dice the city has descended. Upon hearing such words, Lu Su is utterly astonished, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Could it be this direct, without any semblance of a buffer? It is a general consensus that this Divine Selection game is destined to impact the real world. However, how it will ultimately influence reality and manifest remains a matter of speculation, devoid of any concrete operations. Moreover, given that this is the initial emergence of its influence on the real world, it would typically follow a gradual progression, with the impact increasing incrementally. As a result, the initial impact has directly descended into the realm of reality. What sort of operation is this? A cataclysmic apocalypse, perhaps? Lusa pondered briefly, then murmured to himself in bewilderment. But what about the props and the scenes? Based on his previous experiences, there exists a significant disparity between the in-game environments and the real world, with many elements being entirely fantastical. Features like magma and the Black Sea are non-existent in reality. If the game were to manifest within the tangible world, how would these elements be addressed? Would it necessitate the outright transformation of urban landscapes? That would indeed plunge the world into chaos. A sense of unease washed over Lu Su, yet upon further contemplation, he dismissed the notion as implausible. If it were truly feasible to directly alter cities on Earth, he would not have struggled to incorporate a few minor characters into the game previously. It is highly probable that the modifications between cities would not be excessively drastic. Thus, the primary competition in the forthcoming game is likely to revolve around individuals, players versus players, or even players against the populace of the external world. While he was lost in thought, a further notification from the game materialized. Boom. It felt as though something had detonated deep within his consciousness, and a holographic representation of Earth emerged, suddenly expanding before rapidly contracting. Numerous red points of light appeared upon it, flickering like special alert markers. Attention, all players. The following 100 cities will serve as the final candidates for the game's imminent descent. Ultimately, in the game set to unfold 3 days hence, we shall select 10 cities to serve as magnificent arenas for our trials. Those fortunate enough to be chosen as players will find themselves among the lucky few. It is advisable for everyone to participate, as the slots are limited. The majority will still need to engage in the preceding ordinary games. Consider this a forewarning. And prepare yourselves, esteemed players. The game extends a warm welcome to participants, and we believe the world shall embrace them too. The slogan of the Divine Selection Paradise is exceedingly perplexing and entirely devoid of any dialogue with humanity. Following the announcement, the gaming interface finally fell silent. Upon reflection, it bears a slight resemblance to a marketing strategy aimed at enticing players to join the game. Lu Su gazed at the red dot above and began to investigate with his mobile device to discern the identities of these cities. Many of them were entirely unfamiliar to him. Numerous cities boasted striking regional characteristics, such as Yakutsk and Bangkok, representing the coldest and hottest locales on the globe. Additionally, there were regions featuring unique terrains, climatic phenomena, and rainforests, which at first glance appeared to be natural gaming environments. However, certain locations led Lu Su to surmise that the local governments would undoubtedly present formidable challenges, as they were densely populated metropolises with substantial economic value. Cities like Chicago, Tokyo, Melbourne, and Athens. Some of these cities even served as national capitals, and should the game suddenly descend upon them, it would likely result in considerable complications. There is an ever-growing sense that the game Divine Chosen Paradise is gradually revealing its predatory nature to the masses. Nevertheless, such matters are not for me to fret about. Let the carnivores ponder their fate. Furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment, Lu Su resolved to dismiss the thought, for he himself might not even be selected. Even if he were to be chosen, as long as he was not allocated within the borders of Huagua, it would be a fortunate outcome. He had confirmed that out of 100 candidates, only 2 cities lay within Huagua's territory, one being an island city and the other, he suspected, was due to the inclusion of Shenanjia. Relatively speaking, he considered himself quite lucky. From his 2-dimensional backpack, he retrieved his fateful die, deciding to give it a try. Although he was well aware that he should not consider himself the primary target, after a brief moment of reflection, he concluded that once he summoned the Black Knight, it would instantly reveal its loquacious nature, beginning with a greeting of hello. He casually assigned a trivial definition, merely as an experiment, and then tossed the die into the air. After spinning for a moment, it landed on the ground, revealing a 1. Fate die 1 point. The wheels of fate seemed to be stuck. Negative repercussions ensue. Lu Su was somewhat perplexed by this outcome. Yet he paid it no mind and directly hurled the metallic sphere, summoning the Black Knight. The sound of metal reconfiguring echoed, reminiscent of a transforming robot, as the imposing motorcycle swiftly filled the entire room. Hi, long time no see. Upon his arrival, he could scarcely contain his words, eager to utter a few phrases. However, before he could articulate anything positive, an unforeseen incident occurred. Due to his considerable size, he found himself awkwardly positioned as he expanded, with his rear wheels inadvertently resting upon the bed. The confined space rendered any transformation nearly impossible. His form twisted gracefully in midair and inadvertently toppled towards Lu Su. In a split second, Lu Su, taken aback, instinctively raised his foot and delivered a swift kick. Alas, the Black Knight was indeed quite heavy. Yet Lu Su's strength proved even more formidable, sending the Black Knight sprawling sideways, crashing against the corner with a resounding thud. Alas, the Black Knight could utter no more, left only to grumble in exasperation, feeling quite aggrieved as he lay there. Is this wretched place truly where you reside? Could you not find a more spacious abode? With that, he transformed back into a metallic sphere. Lu Su, momentarily dazed, glanced at the dice on the ground. Despite the commotion, the dice remained undisturbed, not even shifting aside. The gears of fate, A minor adverse effect caused it to refrain from greeting him. Is this truly the influence of destiny? Or is it merely the consequence of my kick? Chapter 158. The Emergence of the Game, Tokyo's Great Escape. Holding his dice, Lusu engaged in numerous trivial experiments, the effects proving quite intriguing. If one were to explain, it seemed to align perfectly with the outcomes displayed by the dice. It seems somewhat forced, leading Lusu to ponder whether this die truly possesses such power. If it is related to fate, does it merely glimpse into destiny, or does it alter it? If it merely foresees fate, it holds little utility. Yet, if it indeed changes fate, that would be rather extraordinary. After much contemplation, Lusu dared not undertake any drastic actions. Clutching his die, he donned a cloak to transform into his school uniform and proceeded to attend class. In truth, given the current circumstances, attending school has become an increasingly unnecessary endeavor, even warranting a complete cessation of classes. The game has wrought such profound changes upon the world that every industry has been significantly disrupted, leading many aspects to come to a standstill. After all, no one can ascertain whether a player lurks within crucial segments, or if those who have become players might undergo drastic personality shifts due to their newfound powers. It seems as though the industrial society has, in an instant, pressed the pause button, leaving political authorities to focus solely on ensuring the continuity of agricultural production. The primary purpose of schooling now lies in population census, striving to ensure that everyone remains within their familiar societal roles and can be noticed by others, preventing a sudden influx of missing individuals from society. That would indeed spell chaos. As for the content of classes, it has become inconsequential, with ample time for self-study. How many self-study sessions has it been now? Lusu sat at his desk, idly observing his classmates. The fervor of youth seems to be an unquenchable flame, and the atmosphere within the classroom remains as raucous as ever, leaving one to wonder what could possibly be the topic of such fervent discussion. Now, as a seasoned player, Lusu finds himself endowed with a peculiar intuition. He possesses an uncanny ability to discern subtle shifts in the demeanor of his peers. Such transformations are irreversible, once familiar. He becomes acutely aware of them, as they are likely to be indicators of selection. Over time, the proportion of those chosen appears to be gradually on the rise. Xia Enong enters through the door, seemingly having arrived late today, though no one pays her any mind. Observing this individual, who bears a striking resemblance to her in-game character, Lusu perceives a hint of despondency in her mood. With her head bowed, she makes her way to her seat, lost in a haze of contemplation. Her emotions evidently still in recovery. Clearing her throat, Xia Antong casts a fleeting glance at Lusu, her demeanor betraying a sense of awkwardness. Yesterday my sister borrowed my phone, and I hope she didn't send you anything inappropriate, she stammers. Lusu, witnessing the unmistakable flush creeping across her cheeks, can hardly contain his own amusement. Are you implying that I've lost my wits? Or have you simply diminished your own intellect to conjure such a notion? It's nothing serious, just some emo musings. I wouldn't dare share it with anyone, let alone print it out and plaster it on the walls of the campus, she retorts. Taking a deep breath, her fists clenched in determination. That message truly was not from me. And how do you know what I was referring to? Lusu counters, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Xia Antong, the previous medication was exceedingly potent, and even for someone as adept as she at cerebral maneuvering. It took her some time to regain her composure. Currently, she found herself in a state of melancholy. However, reason had ascended to dominance, allowing her to maintain self-control. Upon awakening the following day and discovering the message she had sent to Lusu, she felt as if the sky had collapsed upon her. Prolonged despondency could lead to a dulled intellect, and in a brief span, attempts to recalibrate her emotions often resulted in exacerbation. She could only muster the audacity to act as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Something seemed amiss. Her astute mind surged back to the forefront. Hadn't Lusu always struck her as someone who was not particularly fond of jesting? Was he ever like that? With a hint of suspicion, she scrutinized Lusu, instinctively drawn to his hands. A slight furrow appeared on her brow. An overactive mind sometimes exhibited peculiar tendencies, performing instinctual actions for reasons she could not fully comprehend. Lusu, too, sensed something was off and swiftly obscured his hands discreetly. In her recollection of the last game, this woman had fixated on his hands for an extended duration. How have the recent games been? Xia Intong inquired casually. Have you ventured into the Hell game? Having experienced the Hell game herself, she felt a twinge of apprehension. It was an entirely different realm compared to ordinary games, with the overwhelming sense of dread that death imparted upon the players. Lusu, everything is fine. I haven't encountered anything particularly difficult. Just be cautious. If you need to participate in a couple of days, remember to memorize the maps of those 100 cities. This game is becoming increasingly frightening. Xie Antong was not as lively as usual. She exchanged a few casual words with Lu Su before lying down to process her emotions. What's wrong? Why does meeting Lu Su seem to leave her thoughts even more chaotic? Oh, right. Xie Antong suddenly recalled something. Should she add him as a friend? Lu Su. Their conversation lacked substance, and Lu Su forgot how he returned home. In any case, he didn't add her as a friend again. After their interactions in the game, he felt that his conversations in the real world were fraught with inconsistencies. Fortunately, she was feeling down and didn't think too much about it. She didn't seem as clever as in the game. Thankfully, it appeared that nothing was exposed. Please make the necessary preparations in advance. Please choose to become an audience member or a player. Lu Su was already well acquainted with the related routines, and there was no possibility of not participating. The details need not be elaborated upon. It was simply a matter of joining the game. However, soon enough, something extraordinary arrived. Ding! Congratulations, player. Due to your outstanding performance, you have been selected for this game as special mode. This time, your game setting will take place in the real world. Lu Su's pupils dilated in shock. Had he truly been chosen? Please ensure players are adequately prepared. Game location, Tokyo. Aside from locations beyond this planet, everything else is as per normal gameplay. Exit tokens are usable, and language barriers need not be a concern. Game difficulty, Hell mode. Loading. Tokyo Battle Royale. Chapter 159. Greed. Overload. Tokyo? Lu Su was not particularly prepared for this situation. He had not reviewed the city maps that Xie Antong had previously suggested. How could one possibly remember them in just 2 days? However, upon realizing the location was Tokyo, he felt a slight sense of familiarity. During these 2 days, whether from the information shared by Xie Antong or the regular news, Lu Su had gathered ample knowledge. It was reported that the phenomenon had directly manifested in reality, plunging the entire world into utter chaos. 100 cities were involved, representing dozens of countries. Within 2 days, the United Nations had devolved into a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace, failing to devise any reasonable response policy. Some extremist regions, particularly those with strong religious beliefs, initially exhibited a shocking resistance, perceiving the game's arrival as a desecration of their faith. Many local leaders pounded their tables, insisting that such occurrences must be halted to prevent potential devastation to the real world. They proclaimed the necessity to take up arms, strengthen national defense, and fight with their lives when the moment called for it. It could be described as fervently passionate, yet utterly foolish, lacking any feasibility. Let us not dwell on what actions are taken or the reasons behind them, which result in unnecessary casualties and regional devastation. The loss of esteemed players from other nations is indeed a grave concern. Ultimately, the mere span of 2 days is far too brief. A widely acknowledged method is to expedite the relocation of the residents from those 100 regions, in densely populated urban areas where mass evacuation is simply unattainable. A covenant has been established to restrict players, specifying that no participant may unwarrantedly harm real-world inhabitants or damage regional property during this game. Violators shall face penalties under international law. This rule, conveyed to him by Xie Antong, nearly provoked a laugh from him upon hearing it. The world, it seems, operates as a makeshift stage, and though many circumstances arise from necessity, they underscore a singular truth. Many individuals are ill-equipped to confront unforeseen changes. Tokyo, evidently, is one of those locales where evacuation is exceedingly challenging due to its high population density. Therefore, aside from ensuring the relocation of relevant officials, the remaining populace, under the guise of freedom and democracy, may leave if they so desire. However, a complete exodus could potentially lead to a paralysis of surrounding transportation, prompting the government to fervently appeal for assistance from the United Nations, while assuring the public that there is no danger. Indeed, inviting a few players to partake in a game poses no real threat, does it? The game preparation time has entered the countdown. Please make your final preparations. The original Sin mask has been activated. Please select whether to utilize the unlocked forms: greed, gluttony, wrath, lust. Lu Su instinctively intended to decline, preparing to proceed with subsequent actions by randomly selecting from the yet-to-be-unlocked mask forms. However, the last experience with lust had proven somewhat unfamiliar, and the mask that clashed significantly with his own character did not yield substantial enhancements. This particular game marked the first instance of merging with the real world. prompting Lu Su to extend a degree of respect. Throughout his journey, he had aspired to maintain a clear distinction between his identities in reality and the game, especially while his abilities were not yet invincible. As this was his first attempt within the realm of the real world, he resolved to adopt a more cautious approach, striving to amplify his strength and avoid unforeseen complications. Thus, he opted for a mask he had previously chosen. This marked a first for Lu Su in this phase. Making such a selection, it seemed the game system was somewhat taken aback, briefly whirring before continuing to display. Please select a mask. Special reminder, previously unlocked mask modes can be accessed in overload mode at any time upon subsequent use. Warning, it is advised not to enter overload lightly. Greed. Lu Su scanned several masks before ultimately deciding on the earliest one that had accompanied him, one whose danger level was relatively manageable. The concepts of wrath and gluttony, once in overload, were daunting to contemplate in the real world. As for lust, he was reluctant to consider that option. As the familiar blue mask snugly fitted against his face, a wave of dizziness washed over him once more, reminiscent of the sensations experienced prior to entering the game. Once the disorienting feeling subsided to a bearable degree, a sense of groundedness returned. Lu Su slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in a peculiar, dim alleyway, flanked by walls so narrow that only one person could pass through at a time. Perhaps it was a structure reflective of a nation's architectural heritage, embodying its cultural ethos. Standing in place for over a minute without any new game notifications, Lu Su began to feel a twinge of confusion. What was the nature of this game? Was it merely a Tokyo survival scenario? Who was the hunter, and who was the hunted? Why was there no clarification? Moreover, was this truly Tokyo? Or had he been transported? After a brief pause, impatience got the better of him, and he stepped out of the narrow alleyway. After navigating 2 turns, he emerged into the open, revealing a bustling street. Lu Su's gaze flickered with a sense of disorientation as he beheld what appeared to be a somewhat familiar cityscape. He reached out, yearning to touch something tangible, yet found nothing within his grasp. This was reality, an authentic world. It was not some alternate dimension, but rather a shared existence on Earth, leaving Lu Su with a sense of inexplicable oddity and reflection. Perhaps due to his origins from the motherland, he noticed that the street bore little of the exotic charm typically associated with foreign locales. It resembled a typical outing within his own country. He seemed to be situated in a central square, where a massive screen displayed a breaking news segment. The chosen game has commenced, and it has been confirmed that Tokyo has become the designated city for arrival. Citizens are urged to remain vigilant and refrain from excessive interaction with suspicious individuals. This is a genuine occurrence on the streets of Tokyo, and it is indeed an authentic advertisement. Meanwhile, Lu Su, a player who has descended from 1,000 miles away, finds himself gazing at this notice. At that moment, an inexplicable absurdity enveloped him, evoking a sense of amusement. The dissonance was rather pronounced. How intriguing, he mused. What could the game entail? Suddenly, the honk of a car pierced the air, as a vehicle resembling a taxi came to a halt nearby, and a head emerged from within. Brother, get in. Chapter 160, The Great Escape. You are the prey. Lu Su felt a momentary perplexity. He searched his mind and confirmed that he did not recognize this individual. In this foreign land, particularly within the context of the game, how could someone suddenly appear and beckon him to enter the vehicle? Who are you? You must have mistaken me for someone else. After speaking, Lu Su absent-mindedly touched the cold mask upon his face, pondering how it could be that he was mistaken in this manner. Enough chatter, brother, just get in and we can talk. He glanced at the bald man, whose face was adorned with excess flesh, and noticed what appeared to be tattoos on his shoulders, though their design eluded him. The man's demeanor was far from courteous. He seemed to issue a command rather than extend an invitation. A more timid individual might easily assume they had encountered some sort of underworld figure. Listening to such an incongruous conversation, Lu Su took a moment to scrutinize the driver, pondering that it had been quite some time since he encountered a player so audacious within the game. Did he recognize me? Or is he merely an NPC? A normal person would not behave this way. Without hesitation, Lu Su donned his mask, feeling emboldened. After all, it was just a matter of getting into a car, and he had no money to worry about. He casually pulled open the door and, without further ado, took a seat inside. Where to? The driver, seemingly a genuine chauffeur, inquired. The car's soundproofing was sufficient. It was time to drop the pretense and speak plainly, Lu Su remarked. You first, you tell me where to go. The driver, displaying evident impatience, promptly began the meter. If you remain silent, I'll drive wherever I please, he added. not waiting for Luce's consent before starting the vehicle and navigating onto the road. Once the car was in motion, the driver began to speak in a loud voice, almost as if reciting a passage. In the annals of our nation's history, we reverence the spirit of the samurai, combat, honor, death. As he spoke, he lit a cigarette and placed it between his lips. I detest the smell of smoke, Lucio interjected. However, the driver appeared to ignore him entirely and continued. Once, during the ancient warring states period, our ancestors had a method for dealing with captives. They would release all prisoners, albeit within a designated area. The samurai would then utilize their skills to track, search, and hunt them down. This represents the finest method of honing one's skills, while simultaneously granting prisoners the chance to survive. After all, as long as they remain undetected, they stand a chance. Luce, who sat in the back seat, rendered silent, unsure of the taxi's destination. However, as he listened to the incessant chatter, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Could this be a scripted narrative? The absence of previous dialogue regarding the game's content suggested the presence of an internal NPC, perhaps conversing directly with him. After all, if they could recognize him without fearing the mask obscuring his face, they might indeed be an NPC. As time has passed, the world has evolved rapidly, and such methods have become obsolete. Yet we must contemplate that this could serve as an exceptional means of selection. Thus, in the modern era, we are presented with a new opportunity to recreate the game between samurai and death row inmates, or rather, the game of hunter and prey. This time, the prey, outsiders, have been meticulously chosen for their intellect and strength, undoubtedly enhancing the intrigue of the game. We have christened this real-life game as the Tokyo Death Match. After uttering these words, the burly man paused, seemingly relieved, before exclaiming, this narrative is truly challenging to articulate. I can barely memorize it, yet it comes with stipulations. You must be a player, correct? This background story serves as the foundation of the game. With that, the burly man cast a glance into the rearview mirror. However, it was inconsequential to avoid looking, but once he did, he nearly fumbled both the accelerator and the brake, almost toppling the vehicle. A firearm was ominously pressed against his head. No, you. The bald man stuttered, his words tumbling out clumsily. What are you afraid of? Aren't you merely an NPC in this game? Observing his demeanor, Lucio found it rather peculiar. Nonetheless, I have already expressed my disdain for the sin of smoke. The bald man's eyes glinted with a menacing light, completely disregarding Lucio's words as he took another drag from the cigarette in his hand. Calm down. I understand you are a player, and there's no need for such agitation. The game assured that during the retrieval process, you cannot harm me, and furthermore, I have yet to finish speaking. Engaging with me will yield you no advantage. Lucio internally scoffed, thinking to himself, so what? During my first gaming experience, I had eliminated the guide in the novice level without it significantly impacting the game. A smile gradually spread across Lucio's face, as if he had stumbled upon an intriguing plaything. Quite impressive. You fear not even me. How could you then be afraid of a firearm? It appears that this island still houses individuals of considerable courage. Just as Lucio finished his thought, the gun discharged. The barrel twisted, and the hell roar obliterated the cigarette held by the bald man, simultaneously creating a gaping hole in the adjacent car door. Bang! With a deafening boom, the entire vehicle shuddered, and the driver abruptly halted, feeling the searing pain on his fingers as he turned back in shock. You madman! Lucio also felt bewildered, reaching up to touch his mask. Are you not aware? Am I not somewhat renowned in Japan at present? However, Xie Antong mentioned that my infamy is recognized worldwide. He often encounters himself online. The bald man, taken aback by this response, pondered the existence of such individuals. The battered vehicle turned into a less frequented alley, and Lucio remarked with curiosity, What? Do you not recognize me? Should I? The bald man replied with a fierce countenance, yet recalling Lucio's previous demeanor, he felt a twinge of caution. Furthermore, each of you bears a fundamental guise. Guise? Indeed. To prevent you prey from being too conspicuous on the streets, regardless of your original attire, to outsiders, you all appear as ordinary Japanese citizens. Who are you? Are you a renowned player? The bald man turned back, somewhat apprehensive. Oh, I see. Lucio nodded, entering the game interface and promptly canceling. The mask serves to delineate reality. Beyond that, there is nothing to conceal. In the rearview mirror, the visage of the Japanese salaryman vanished, and after a flicker of light, a blue mask emblematic of a demon emerged in its place. Greetings, Lucio uttered. Chapter 161. A delightful little test. The bald man stared blankly at the blue mask before him, as if attempting to discern the other's identity. Subsequently, whether due to the heat within the vehicle or not, beads of sweat began to pour from his forehead. His expression transitioned from fierce to vacant, then to rigid, and finally to a contorted state as he sensed his legs growing weak beneath him. Fortunately, the vehicle has come to a halt. Otherwise, a calamity would have surely ensued. Observing your expression, it seems you are familiar with me. Lusa glanced at the other person's reaction and felt a twinge of boredom, prompting him to speak up. At this moment, the bald man was drenched in sweat, stammering as he spoke. Are you that person? Sin? Noticing the uncertainty in the other's voice, Lusu inquired with curiosity. If you lack a live broadcast, are you not a player? Then, are you an NPC? What is there to fear? Ah, I see. Disguising oneself, I frequently encounter your kind. Throughout this exchange, Luce's gun remained unwavering, still aimed at the bald man. The latter, summoning every ounce of his potential, quickly retorted, No, I am not an NPC. I am a resident here. I am a specially selected individual for this occasion. It is my first time being eligible to participate in the game. In fact, I have not participated. I am merely responsible for guiding you hunters. Players, calm down. Do not act rashly. Let us converse amicably. Moreover, I have not yet shared all the information with you. The bald man continued, just now. Heh, those words were merely game protocol. I had no idea it was you. A smile, more sorrowful than tears, twisted across his face as he attempted to ingratiate himself. He was originally a member of the Yamaguchi Gumi, a criminal organization. The distinction between players and non-players was of little concern to him, especially since he had the protection of the game. However, upon seeing the mask that symbolizes sin, he was decisively intimidated. Under the gaze of that mask, he felt utterly devoid of security. Swallowing hard, his face contorted in a manner reminiscent of a withered chrysanthemum. He gazed at Lu Su with an air of obsequiousness. His demeanor was a stark contrast to his previous self. Meanwhile, in Lu Su's live streaming room, the comments section was inundated with messages. Adaptable and resilient, thought he encountered a formidable opponent, only to find poor eyesight and master of disguise. Why so serious? You seem to be sweating profusely. Is the car too hot? You spoke quite well earlier. There were no issues. However, I do have something pressing to inquire, said the bald man, observing that his opponent remained unresponsive, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. As long as there was dialogue, it was acceptable. After all, the prevailing consensus was that the sin before him was the most capricious and unreasonable among the players. Though the game provided assurances of safety, he was uncertain how to guarantee it, as the pressure from the man before him was overwhelming. What is it? If I know, I will certainly tell you. The bald man hastily replied, fearing any potential misstep. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when the source of his profound terror, the hellish roar, suddenly advanced, pressing firmly against his forehead, allowing him to feel the warmth of the gun's muzzle. Bald man, no way. You just mentioned that the game has regulations ensuring I won't be harmed when I accept your request, correct? Why yes, indeed. The bald man was drenched in sweat. As if he had been coated in oil, his face a portrait of terror. The once indomitable Yamaguchi Gumi had been utterly rendered insignificant. Even the darkest of underworlds seemed pale in comparison to the figure before him. Previously, he had entertained various thoughts, strategies of seizing the initiative, contemplating collaboration for some advantage, but now, such notions were utterly beyond his reach. What on earth did this individual intend to do? Well, what are you afraid of? After all, it's unlikely that you could be harmed. Lu Su held the hell roar in one hand, gazing at his counterpart with an expression of perplexity. The bald man's lips quivered in silence. Surely, being threatened at gunpoint evokes some sensation, doesn't it? Perhaps exhilaration, even. Therefore, one must take responsibility for their words and refrain from deceit. I will ask you one last time. The game has indeed informed you that I cannot harm you at this moment, correct? The bald man nodded vigorously, hastening to propose a discussion about the rules, asserting that there was no need for such extremes, as it was of no benefit to either party. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated within the confines of the taxi, reminiscent of a gas canister detonating. The hell roar let out its own ferocious roar. At that moment, the sweat on the bald man's face evaporated, his mouth agape, eyes glimmering with an indescribable fear, his pupils dilating in a haze. Lu Su ignored his words and fired. Yet, the devastating blast, capable of shattering the vehicle, inflicted no harm whatsoever. The gun emitted a plume of black smoke, the scorching muzzle pressed against the man's head, exuding an intense heat. You, what are you doing? The bald man shouted frantically, his voice trembling as if he were utterly terrified. He appeared robust and strong. Yet even he seemed unable to contain his fear, as if his very composure was at risk of faltering. Who behaves like this? What had he just said? Their prior conversation had been cordial, so why the sudden escalation? What was the shouting about? The blue, greedy mask displayed a look of utter confusion. Just a simple, enjoyable little test, that was all. The bald man's lips turned pale, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom how being held at gunpoint could be termed an enjoyable little test. You might find it enjoyable, but where is my enjoyment in this? No, brother. Perhaps my earlier attitude was indeed inappropriate, and I apologize for that. The bald man, now somewhat intimidated, quickly began to speak kindly. However, Lusu paid him no mind. Instead, he casually produced a die and tossed it, landing a 1, which elicited an impressed click of his tongue. Before the bald man could even react, Lusu fired another shot at his head. Yet this shot went awry. Lusu himself was baffled as to how he could have missed with his marksmanship. It seems that indeed, I cannot harm you at this moment. Lusu solemnly acknowledged the bald man with a nod. Congratulations. The bald man responded. Congratulations for what? For reclaiming a life from your hands. I merely wish to conduct a simple test to understand the nature of this game. Lusu shrugged. After all, having arrived in this unfamiliar territory, I am also unaware of the rules of the game, and I am quite frightened, you know. Unavoidably, the traits of a gluttonous chatterbox emerged, and soon, an eerie smile revealed itself upon the blue mask. Thus, when faced with matters beyond my comprehension, I find myself inclined to experiment, employing methods that may be deemed unacceptable by the average person. Hence, for your personal safety, I must implore you to speak the truth. Chapter 162. Are we all prey? I am the hunter. The bald man gazed at the bizarre blue mask, which was almost pressed against him, leaving him in a state of stupor. Regret and discomfort flooded his senses, accompanied by an overwhelming desire to escape his predicament. All along, he had never been the chosen one. As a crime syndicate leader, he naturally yearned to participate in the divine selection game, confident in his abilities. This time, as a native contestant from Japan, he had been selected to serve as an auxiliary tool for the players, with hopes of eventually becoming one himself. Yet, his journey commenced with a sin. What a remarkable matchmaking system this is. Why must the game begin at such hellish difficulty? Extinguishing the fervor that once ignited his desire to play, he had the sensation of having brushed against the gates of death after being shot twice in the head. Though unscathed, he felt as if he had narrowly escaped. Furthermore, the presence of the blue mask before him offered no sense of security, as he did not believe that this game possessed the ability to protect him. The foremost pervert in the world instilled within him a constant fear of impending torment. In that moment, he resembled a timid rabbit, having long since abandoned any thought of smoking, nodding obediently to signify his willingness to comply. Very well, I shall inquire. Are you married? Lusu inquired. Not yet. Although he was uncertain why the question was posed, the bald man responded earnestly. Who cares if you're married? Lusu suddenly exclaimed loudly. The bald man, bewildered, could only stare in confusion as he watched the other person tap on his mask, mumbling to himself. Perhaps I should ask something more pertinent. Alas, it's truly regrettable that I couldn't exploit the system's vulnerabilities earlier. Otherwise, the rewards could have been significantly greater. What a pity. Should I attempt to detach my head instead? The gun is merely unusable. The bald man remained silent, fidgeting nervously in his seat, completely at a loss regarding the eccentric behavior of his superior. Well, this is rather dull. I suppose I must adhere to the game's narrative. His words implied a sense of regret. This so-called game of hunters and prey. How many players have participated? As the prey, there should be 100 players, all possessing a certain level of skill. None are weaklings. The bald man hastily replied, not daring to feign indifference, and even supplemented with additional information. This was the advantage of Luce's initial 2 shots, although they had no actual effect. They had effectively dismantled nearly all of the opponent's schemes. 100? How amusing. I wonder if there will be any circle shrinking mechanics involved. In that case, there shouldn't be any copyright issues, right? Lusu murmured, uttering something entirely unrelated. He then boldly settled himself in the middle of the rear row and declared, very well. I shall assume the role of the hunter. No. In the initial setup of the game, you are the prey. No, I wish to be the hunter. Lusu shook his head. As for the rules of the game, they are merely a matter of jest. I shall be the hunter. But this is a stipulation at the commencement of the game. You are the prey, not the hunter. The bald man stated. Negotiate with the game and allow me to be the hunter, Lusu responded. The bald man, somewhat stiff, turned around, gazing at the blue mask with a perplexed expression. At a loss for words. Is this something to negotiate? What? Is there a difficulty? Speak the truth. Lusa spoke ominously. It's not about difficulty. It seems that it is simply impossible. The bald man's eyes appeared rather vacant, and at that moment, he resolved to deliberate on whether to become a player in the future. Those players who encountered this fellow in previous games truly had a stroke of bad luck. It seems time is running out. Please allow me to speak first. The bald man, adopting a laid-back demeanor, decided to express his thoughts without concern for blame. The 100 selected players will serve as prey, with the objective of surviving for 24 hours. Regardless of whether you are killed or your beacon is destroyed, both will be considered equivalent to death, resulting in mission failure. Conversely, all who successfully evade capture for 24 hours will be regarded as having completed the challenge. Furthermore, the fewer individuals remaining, the greater the reward each person will receive. Additionally, it is imperative to preserve the beacon. If the beacon is lost, even if it remains undamaged, one will not qualify for the final rewards. After listening to the bald man's words, a chime echoed from Luce's game panel, signaling the emergence of a notification. Task: survive for 24 hours. Timer started. Observing the appearance of this message, Luce realized there was no need for further speculation. This was indeed the nature of the game. However, one question lingered. Was Tokyo truly as terrifying as it seemed? Gazing through the window at the serene and calm sky outside, he pondered the absurdity of a hellish game where the sole objective was mere survival. Surely, this 24-hour period must bring forth crises of nuclear proportions? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the grin on the blue mask widened, while an unsettling feeling gnawed at him as he regarded the bald man before him. We are all prey, but who then is the hunter? Curiously, Luce inquired of the driver. What do you know? I don't know. The game did not specify, came the reply. The moment he spoke, Luce's hand had already clasped around the driver's neck, applying a slight pressure. I truly don't know. The game has not revealed anything. The only information provided was that the captors possessed formidable strength, and it was advisable for any player to refrain from direct confrontation with them. So, does that imply they are not human? Luce mused, but then abruptly shook his head. No, this ambiguity rendered any judgment impossible, and the task merely mentioned survival without further details. The veracity of the bald man's claims remained dubious. In this battle royale, no information about the hunters had been disclosed thus far. Yet, the bald man had directly asserted that the fewer the survivors, the greater the rewards. What a beacon of confusion. This is evidently a mere token for everyone to compete for. The greedy mask is astute in this regard. It is acutely aware that there are underlying issues within this game, and the identity of the ultimate hunter remains shrouded in mystery. It cannot merely be as simple as what the opponent claims. Furthermore, from the perspective of maximizing benefits, it is utterly implausible to merely linger for 24 hours. No. No. Beneath the blue mask, a voice continuously murmured to itself. A trap, yet it holds a certain intrigue. Well, from this moment forth, I shall embody the hunter. Seemingly resolved in his decision, Luce stretched and burst into hearty laughter. The bald man. Chapter 163. What matters is what I desire. This individual cannot comprehend human speech. The bald man sat in the driver's seat, his eyes blinking rapidly. Yet he dared not utter a word. He was indifferent to whether this person was mentally unstable. His sole concern was to avoid another bullet aimed at his head. Judging from the earlier exchange, it appeared that this fellow regretted not having succeeded in eliminating him. What if he suddenly concocts a cunning plan to deal with him? Although he had not participated in the game, he often watched videos circulating online, and this criminal's methods were exceedingly ruthless. At this moment, Luce sat in the back seat, his shoulders trembling slightly as he emitted low, deep chuckles. Lost in his own world, reveling in laughter, he appeared entirely unhinged. The bald man remained perplexed by the situation, hesitant to inquire or express himself. He sat rigidly upright, too anxious to lean back, which elicited laughter from the audience. Ah, I feel for Bald Chang. It's classic to see him torment a random passerby, one remarked. It's humorous how someone who once commanded a gang can be reduced to the innocence of a schoolboy, all thanks to our Mr. Zue's simple guidance. Another added, his bashful blinking and reluctance to speak are rather endearing. As the laughter gradually subsided, Luce turned his head slightly to observe the bald man. Why are you silent? He inquired. The bald man stammered. Perhaps my throat is sore. Luce waved his hand dismissively, paying little heed to the feeble excuse, and lightly tapped his own head. Do others, like yourself, also relay this same information to the other players? The bald man hesitated before replying. It should. It should be so. In any case, the game states it clearly. I assure you, I'm not fabricating anything. After a brief pause for contemplation, it became evident. If we assume the bald man is truthful, then among the game's 100 players, there are no novices, and they possess a fundamental understanding of the game. Thus, the implication becomes clear. The fewer players who survive to the end, the greater the rewards. The situation was akin to luring prey-like players into mutual confrontation. Particularly, those players who held confidence in their own abilities would not hesitate to take the opportunity to eliminate others. Given the overt nature of this suggestion, most sensible individuals could discern it, leading Lu Su to suspect it might be a conspiracy designed specifically to incite self-destruction among players. Or perhaps, the so-called hunters did not exist at all. Was each participant both a hunter and prey? Regardless of the validity of these thoughts, the mask of greed revealed a perverse satisfaction, gradually morphing into a grotesque smile. He mused that even if it were a trap, it was still delightful, for it promised intrigue. Ah, I comprehend now. Splendid. Lusa sat in the back seat of the vehicle, his mask shimmering with an eerie and fearsome glow, murmuring to himself. The bald man interjected, "What is it that you understand?" Yet, such words were far too audacious for him to utter. "Thank you for this information," Lu Su remarked, twirling his gun while casting a sidelong glance at the bald man. It was nothing." Suddenly he shouted, his face contorted in terror as he leaned back. Just after Sin finished speaking, his head surged forward in an almost instantaneous movement, coming perilously close to Lu Su's face. "Are you certain you are not speaking nonsense?" Lu Su's reflexes were lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, the bald man felt the chilling touch of the mask, nearly succumbing to fear from the startling maneuver. "And no, I am not." The heartbeat quickened, barely under control, yet considering the attributes of the individual before him, he could only respond as calmly as possible. Whatever the inquiry, he would answer. It mattered not whether it was reasonable. "All right," Lu Su nodded. "So, what exactly is the emblem on your chest?" "Well, you could simply look down." The bald man gestured towards Lu Su's chest. Lu Su tilted his head slightly and discovered an emblem about the size of a fist, shaped like a 5-pointed star, adorning his chest. This was the badge assigned to each individual, a product of the game, and he was reminded to safeguard it. Damage would mean elimination. Perhaps, given your prowess, directly achieving elimination might prove challenging, but this item is rather fragile and cannot be stored in your backpack. Noticing that the sinner had finally recognized this crucial element, the bald man quickly transformed into an NPC, commencing his explanation. Lu Su toyed with the metal before him, displaying no particular reaction, only to produce the dice once more and cast it. It landed on the ground, revealing a solitary dot. Lu Su then raised his gaze, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes, and spoke. "These matters are trivial. Furthermore, leave me to find other players. Surely they can be located." The bald man hesitated noticeably, then cautiously replied, "I am unaware of the whereabouts of other players. It seems impossible to find them. However, you may contact me at any time. According to the rules of the game, I may have." "You are not being forthright." Lu Su interrupted him, his blue mask distorting with a twisted smile as he picked up the die. "You have lied. Moreover, in this game, the focus is not on what the game demands, but rather on what I desire." The bald man, whose heart had calmed somewhat, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could even formulate a retort, Lu Su continued, "We will discuss these matters later. For now, do you have a knife?" The bald man trembled involuntarily. "No. I mean, it's not that I don't want to help you find other players, but primarily, I hope that if there is one, we can bypass the unnecessary dialogue." The bald man fell silent, daunted by the primal aura surrounding Lu Su. Realizing that resistance would be futile, with a slight tremor, he retrieved a dagger from the glove compartment. After all, if he had a gun, carrying a knife seemed inconsequential. "You want a knife? For what?" Turning cautiously, he was met with a sight that sent his pupils into a frenzy. Behind him, Zue had now unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a fair yet muscular chest. The blue mask bore a faint, enigmatic smile, casting a peculiar gaze upon the bald man. The bald man stammered, "What is happening? This is absurd. I have never heard of Zue possessing such tendencies. Why am I caught up in this? Mother, I do not wish to partake in this game any longer." Chapter 164, The Torturous Threat, The Hunt Begins. The bald man gazed at the bare-chested sinner, on the verge of tears, lamenting his ill-fated destiny. However, the onlookers seemed preoccupied with entirely different matters. How fair-skinned? Is the skin of the strongest player truly this exquisite? I yearn to absorb it. I've already begun recording. I eagerly anticipate what is about to transpire. There was no need for anxiety. It was merely a minor disguise. In his greed, Lusu could hardly contain himself, seizing every opportunity to inflict a modicum of pain. Surely you harbor a deep-seated animosity towards me, yearning for vengeance. The bald man's glistening head shook vigorously, as if fearing he would falter in his response. No. To be honest, my dear brother, I have idolized you since my youth. Oh, I mean, you have been my fan since childhood. In any case, I hold no grievances against you. The bald man babbled incoherently, recognizing that the opponent before him was indeed formidable. Enough of this idle chatter. The blue mask slowly ascended. One must adopt the proper attitude for the game. Come, stab me. The bald man, taken aback, wondered if he had misheard, his gaze somewhat unfocused as he beheld the formidable figure before him. Hurry, we are pressed for time. Let us not waste words. It would be pointless for me to do it myself. Quickly stab me. He then looked up disdainfully at the Japanese mafia before him. You, with your shaved head and tattoos, trying to play the gangster? Have you never wielded a blade? Do you not know how to use a knife? The bald man's head once again resembled a clapper, and though he had indeed harmed others, the issue at hand was that he had never inflicted injury upon the world's number one. He racked his brain, pondering whether the rules established prior to the game had ever mentioned anything akin to the notion that if he hurt a player, the player could retaliate. Yet, it was evident that he was oblivious to this, and it was improbable that he could grasp the true intentions behind Luce's actions at this moment. Hurry up. Ultimately, under the coercive threat of sin, the bald man reluctantly grasped the knife in his hand. A look of horror etched across his face as he plunged it forward. His aim was directed at the chest, and he refrained from applying too much force. However, Lusu was caught off guard. At the instant when the crimson blood began to flow, the bald man felt as though his very mind had begun to wither. Haven't you eaten? Put some strength into it, Lusu remarked, as if the blade had not penetrated his flesh at all. At that moment, the bald man finally lifted his gaze to comprehend the scene before him. The knife in his hand had already embedded itself in the left chest of his opponent, a mere 5 centimeters away from the heart of the world's number one. The heart of the world's number one. For reasons unknown, his breath momentarily grew heavier. Just then, a sinister laughter suddenly echoed in his ears, as if the sound of bells rang, awakening him from his stupor. How does it feel? Beneath the blue mask, a suppressed, frenzied whisper slowly seeped forth. When unprecedented benefits are placed before humanity, regardless of the cost, everyone is inclined to take a gamble. What if success is within reach? The crime remains in its unguarded state, blood flowing outward from the chest, as if life hangs by a thread. Yet, these seemingly beguiling words fall like a bucket of cold water, rendering the bald man before me cold and numb. It feels as though strength has been instantly sapped from every part of his being, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground, his hands completely weakened, devoid of the courage to advance the blade further. Utterly meaningless, pathetic, Lusu retrieved the knife, immediately sensing a wave of disinterest. The pain inflicted yielded only a meager return, truly a sign of ineptitude. Consequently, he carved a long and sufficiently deep wound across his chest. Then, under the trembling gaze of the bald man, he slowly inserted the insignia into his own body. Yes, that should suffice for protection. The diameter of this object is quite formidable. I wonder if anyone could swallow it whole. Closing the ghastly wound with his hand, Lusu gazed with satisfaction at his handiwork, subsequently donning his enigmatic cloak. Repeated threats had rendered the bald mobster in the driver's seat somewhat desensitized. He was now convinced that this individual was undoubtedly a deranged psychopath. In his mind, he fervently wished for this hellish scenario to conclude swiftly. Well, it is almost time. We need to settle our affairs. Lusu spoke, his mask's mouth stretching from ear to ear, as he effortlessly snapped the front row seat in half, creating a spacious expanse within the vehicle. Stop. No. A piercing scream, distinctly reminiscent of the Japanese cultural essence, echoed through the narrow alley, causing the taxi to tremble. Lusu emerged. The Black Knight. A metallic sphere expanded in the air, revealing a colossal, menacing black motorcycle that appeared out of thin air. Haha. At last, I am free to play. The Black Knight's voice was jarringly shrill. With a swift motion, Lusu grasped the handlebars, establishing an enigmatic connection between himself and the machine, their bodies contorting in the air as he mounted the bike in an unsteady posture. Almost instantaneously, he shot out of the alley like a rocket, speeding through the streets of Tokyo. He disregarded any notions of subtlety, uncaring about being spotted by hunters. Behind him, a bald giant appeared forlorn, as if he had lost everything, staring blankly from within the vehicle. As they raced down the street, Lusu relied on the motorcycle's automation, relinquishing control entirely to the Black Knight. Meanwhile, he focused on his gaming interface, where an image materialized. It was an optical map, displaying 100 luminous dots, not players, but individuals akin to the bald giant, responsible for transporting the players. Although players may have already completed their quests and disembarked, the presence of others is undoubtedly nearby. At this moment, Lusu is piloting the legendary Black Knight, racing swiftly towards the areas where crowds are relatively concentrated. If there are individuals of greater prowess among you, surely you would share similar thoughts. It is improbable that an ordinary person tasked with guiding you could deceive you with mere words. Come forth, Central District. What is this game of hide and seek? The hunt begins. Chapter 165. 8 immortals cross the sea. A burning city is more beautiful. What has greed bestowed upon Luso? Beyond the madness and reckless plunder, it has imparted cunning and acuity. Having engaged in this game for such an extensive duration, we are all but ancient foxes. Let none attempt to deceive one another with trivial tales. Each game commences with pivotal tasks announced either through mechanical prompts or directly upon the player's interface. Should someone be summoned to articulate the rules, there is invariably some form of trickery involved. Recall Tom from the Demon Hospital, and the last game where the interactions between slimes only triggered at the very end. Thus, in this instance, selecting contestants from the ranks of ordinary people to relay the rules and provide guidance is, quite evidently, a dubious undertaking. Moreover, it is highly probable that a montage-style deception is at play. Every statement holds a kernel of truth, yet through semantic misdirection, the real information is skillfully concealed. As the bald man had just articulated, he was indeed unaware of the player's whereabouts, yet he was cognizant of where the drivers who would pick them up could be found. Moreover, while the bald man mentioned that one could contact him regarding certain matters, Lusu had already departed before he could finish. Although not entirely certain, he felt that this was likely a trap. The rules of the game did not convey the complete truth. The bald driver who had just provided assistance had also not been entirely honest. However, he himself had not been wholly truthful either. The Black Knight emitted a roar akin to a ferocious engine, resembling a colossal steel dragon as it navigated the streets with Lusu aboard. The exhilarating combination of speed and the thunderous growl of the internal combustion engine was the most exhilarating stimulant for adrenaline. At that moment, Lusu wore an unrestrained grin beneath his blue mask, relishing the extraordinary sensation. Moreover, this was in the realm of reality. He could finally indulge in the experience of his own power and abilities within the tangible world. Thus, he harbored no intentions of unraveling the game's conspiracy. On the contrary, he desired to embrace the machinations of the game and amplify it all. What a splendid city as he traversed the streets. The scenery of what was proclaimed as Asia's premier metropolis transformed into a cascade of fleeting light, flooding his vision. If it were to ignite, it might be even more beautiful. Greed, in some sense, carried an undertone of antisocial sentiment. Well, this could not possibly reflect Lusu's true intentions. Gazing at the game panel before him, he observed the recently acquired map adorned with hundreds of flickering red dots. The 100 red dots represent 100 guiding vehicles, their trajectories weaving a vast net across Tokyo. Moreover, the bald man had mentioned previously that he could be contacted at any time, although I paid no heed to it. Contacting him surely cannot be as simple as just making a phone call. What significance would that hold? Surely, I am not the only one in search of others. It is likely that I am not the sole individual aware of the map they possess. Each person must showcase their unique talents in this inaugural reality game. I expect to encounter several intriguing experts. Contemplating this, I gazed at the luminous points on the screen and addressed the Black Knight. My friend, pick up the pace. Meanwhile, all 100 players had encountered their guides, whether taxi drivers or professionals of other trades, each greeting them with an invitation to get in the car. Most players were still struggling to acclimate to this game set in reality, uncertain of the significance behind the tasks assigned by these strangers. Yet, as the bald man had previously stated, this time, the players matched with are all seasoned individuals who have performed admirably. There are bound to be experts. In the Tate district, within a taxi, a cloaked figure clutched a crystal ball, as if it had absorbed the very soul of the driver before him. his gaze vacant and fixed. Tell me, what exactly is a hunter? Where are the other players? In the Shinjuku district. A vehicle swayed unsteadily beneath a pedestrian bridge. The driver's face was etched with terror, as behind him sat a man engulfed in flames, resembling a character from a fantasy novel. Hurry, hurry. I can hardly contain my excitement to see my fellow competitors. Ha ha ha. What hunter and prey? I am the hunter. Let us finish this. At that moment, a volatile fireball floated ominously in the passenger seat, as if it could explode at any moment. The driver was drenched in sweat, purely from the heat, now being further evaporated, releasing steam, compelled to seek out other players. In the relatively remote district of Oda, Xie Antong disembarked from a black car. The driver had succumbed to slumber, yet appeared to breathe, still alive. On her game panel, a holographic map had appeared, adorned with 100 flickering points of light. Why? Xie Antong's expression was one of profound confusion, tinged with a hint of numbness. Hell-level games were supposed to be rare. Why had she matched so many times already? An inexplicable sense of foreboding stirred within her. As she approached an area dense with light points, Lu Su casually selected one, locking onto the target and urging the Black Knight to charge forward with all its might. There was no time for idle chatter. Capturing one would create an opening, allowing them to assess the condition of the eliminated players. However, the greedy mask, among all of Lu Su's masks, possessed the highest level of intellect. Throughout the journey, he sensed that something was amiss in this city. He made no effort to conceal his peculiarity, practically announcing his identity as a player. However, as he journeyed along, the most prevalent expressions he encountered were not those of astonished recognition, but rather the frequent scenes of quarrels. Shopkeepers brawled openly in the streets, while from the heights of nearby buildings, objects were hurled through the air. Two vehicles collided violently over a parking dispute, as if engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Though these incidents were not particularly monumental, their sheer frequency rendered the city far from normal. It resembled a violent, crime-ridden metropolis. Were it not for the unmistakable signs of Tokyo, he might have believed he had stumbled into the world of Grand Theft Auto's Los Santos. At that moment, the road ahead was completely blocked, the cacophony of honking horns resembling a chaotic symphony, overwhelming to the senses. Goodness, has this city gone awry? Or is this the nature of Tokyo's streets, brimming with martial fervor? The bizarre circumstances only heightened the excitement on the greed mask's visage, prompting him to address the Dark Knight below. Hey, do you have any clever ideas? Just plow through, the Dark Knight replied with a flippant confidence. How about a gentler approach? Then brace yourself. Chapter 166. Everything that transpires within a 24-hour span can be attributed to me. The Dark Knight's voice suddenly soared, reminiscent of a theatrical character like Zhang Fei, poised to charge into battle. In his view, the ultimate thrill lay in barreling through and shattering everything that obstructed his path. As for Lu Su, the individual possessing extraordinary physical prowess, it is unlikely that he would meet his demise easily. The Black Knight resembles an exuberant being, perpetually prepared and eager to unleash his pin-up aggression. Were the pale green-masked figure to approach him, the journey would likely be drenched in blood. Yet, while greed does not possess a lust for slaughter, it also does not contemplate restraining the Black Knight's psychological state. The commotion here is insufficient to attract either prey or hunters. The essence of greed is inherently frenzied and revels in chaos and excitement. Akin to his previous assertion that Tokyo is beautiful, but a burning Tokyo might be even more splendid. Steady now, with a sense of responsibility. The Black Knight once again cautioned Lu Su. Subsequently, the colossal black dragon ascended, as if equipped with some jet propulsion, soaring over the heads of many and leaping beyond traffic signs. The massive creature glided overhead, imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure upon all below, finally capturing the attention of every driver. Boom. A motorcycle, devoid of wings, must inevitably descend after its ascent. It plummeted fiercely onto a Land Rover. The enormous vehicle emitted a shrill cry as its roof instantly caved in, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic tire explosion. The drivers along the entire street were left in shock, their attention drawn to this madcap figure, as they pointed and whipped out their phones to capture the moment. The street, previously filled with a cacophony of honking, became even more raucous in response to this spectacle. Oh, my dear friends, I must sincerely apologize for the considerable traffic congestion I find myself ensnared in at this moment, as I am pressed for time. However, I cannot help but perceive a peculiar disquiet among you all. It seems you have come to the realization that you are entangled in a game. yearning for liberation from the stifling constraints imposed by the East Asian culture that often suppresses both body and spirit, slowly beginning to break free. Yet, in my humble opinion, the extent of this liberation is decidedly insufficient. If I may offer a suggestion, it would be to embrace a wilder abandon. Arm yourselves with matches and gasoline. Take up arms, and for a mere 24 hours, let the game be your safeguard. Whatever transpires can be attributed to the game and its players. Once again, my gluttonous, loquacious nature surfaces, inciting desires lurking within each heart, awakening the yearning for chaos. The world burns because, at its core, everyone harbors a desire for it to do so. Buzzing. The colossal wheels of the Black Knight begin to churn, roaring like a chainsaw above the rooftops, scattering iron shavings in its wake. Having expressed my thoughts, I shall take my leave. The Black Knight roars to life, summoning a tempest as it leaps through the throngs of cars, surging forth above the traffic. If there is no road, then let us traverse over the heads of those who obstruct our path. I shan't waste further words, dear friends. Do not suppress your anger and desires. Lu Su, perched atop the Black Knight, laughs maniacally as he departs, while the crowd, witnessing this steel behemoth gliding over the traffic, erupts into chaos, a cacophony of curses and shouts reverberating through the air. It is I, the player, the one who disrupts your mundane existence. As Lu Su charged above the bustling traffic on his Black Knight, he continuously attracted hostility towards himself. He sought to leverage the voices of these individuals to herald his presence, to proclaim to all that he occupied this realm, to announce the existence of the most formidable player in the game. The populace here is rather engaging, hurling insults and engaging in fierce confrontations, each individual liberating themselves amidst the backdrop of the game. At this very moment, Lu Su's mind seemed to resonate with an instinctual awareness. He abruptly turned the handlebars, causing the Black Knight to rise upright. Bang! Clang! Amidst the sounds of gunfire and sharp collisions, the Black Knight exclaimed, "Damn! Who shot at me?" Lu Su turned his head to see a man clad in a gray shirt, exhibiting an expression of cold detachment, brandishing an unfamiliar firearm directed towards him. Was he being shot at by an ordinary citizen from behind? Considering his current physique, a bullet to the head could still prove fatal. If everyone were to draw their weapons and unleash a barrage, even the strongest player might indeed meet his downfall. However, Lu Su felt no trace of fear. Instead, he smiled and pointed at the man who had fired. Yes, precisely. That is the spirit of this player. If one must shoot, then shoot. It is game time. The clocks in Tokyo today do not tick to Tokyo time, but to game time. With that, he raised his hand and fired a shot in the direction of the man who had aimed at him. However, he was not killing that individual. The energy bullet precisely penetrated the fuel tank of the car. With a resounding explosion, the vehicle jolted and was soon engulfed in flames. The chaotic and struggling crowd was instantaneously reignited, and the turmoil intensified. Yet, Lu Su's gaze swiftly swept across the faces of the onlookers, and he discerned something amiss. Rarely did he observe panic. Instead, a palpable excitement radiated from them. These individuals were undoubtedly suspicious. Tokyo was certainly in disarray. He could not ascertain whether it was the game that had influenced the entire populace of this city. Throughout his journey, including the present moment, it was abundantly clear that the people exhibited a distinct departure from their usual demeanor. Was this the game's conspiracy? Lu Su could not say for certain, but he recognized that this was splendid and undeniably intriguing, regardless of the game's ulterior motives or the abnormalities at play. What Lu Su intended to do was to exacerbate the situation. Leaving behind the explosions and flames, he rode off once more on his black steed. Echoing in the air was his terrifying declaration, a message to the city. I am Sin, here to partake in this game. Yet I am equally willing to serve as the scapegoat for your grievances. 24 hours. The game lasts for 24 hours. Those with vendettas can exact their revenge, and those without can enjoy a thrill. Everything that transpires in this city within the next 24 hours can be attributed to me. All that which others dare not do, cannot accept, or risk being discovered. It's all my doing. Chapter 167. Pursuit on the road. The first prey. Lu Su swiftly departed, leaving behind the echoes of gunfire, flickering flames, and a cacophony of chaos, as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. He resembled a harbinger of plague, disseminating madness, exacerbating discord and conflict, then drifting away with an air of nonchalance. The city was beset by troubles. Perhaps the thoughts of its denizens had been tainted, or perhaps the game had unleashed a tempest of frenzy. In any case, it mattered little. He merely followed the game as intent, intensifying the turmoil. Greed thrives amidst chaos. Only when everything devolved into utter disarray could he seize the opportunities that lay therein, opportunities of explosive magnitude. Perched upon the back of the Black Knight, shadows danced rapidly on either side. The sun was sinking in the west, inching towards twilight. As nightfall approached, the fading light revealed the gradual disintegration of the veneer of civilization that cloaked the populace. Along the way, it seemed as though calamity was omnipresent. The streets were on the brink of outright confrontations. The greater the chaos outside, the more Luce's own sense of autonomy diminished. The mask of greed appeared to vie for dominance, growing increasingly exhilarated. It seems the last time was too few in number to truly satiate this mask's appetite. Luce chuckled softly, the Black Knight beneath him responding with an exuberant roar. Hey, we're almost there, though I have a premonition that something unexpected may occur. Do you think your body can handle it? Just go your way. Your body may not even be as resilient as mine. Agreed then. If I crash into something, you'll have to fix it for me when I get out. The Black Knight roared at a breakneck speed. That depends on the price. As the two conversed, Luce spotted a suspicious taxi accelerating at the end of his line of sight. Meanwhile, the road ahead was congested with a multitude of vehicles, and the traffic light at the intersection changed colors, causing a torrent of cars to converge. Be careful, don't fall, the Black Knight shouted excitedly. And then a plume of blue flames erupted from the exhaust, propelling them forward. In the midst of the chaotic traffic, Luce deftly weaved through like a dragon, acutely aware of the countless side mirrors he had inadvertently shattered. The cacophony of curses and honks from the crowd gradually faded in his ears as his gaze remained fixated on the car ahead. The unexpected had indeed arrived. At this moment, the Black Knight's speed rivaled that of a high-speed train, when suddenly a mocking voice emerged, seemingly embodying a sense of reckless abandon. However, true to Luce's earlier sentiments, the Black Knight showed no intention of slowing down. At the last T-junction, from the blind spot of his vision, a heavy pickup truck suddenly barreled out without warning. Even with Luce's formidable reflexes, he could only catch a glimpse of the vehicle emerging, in the next moment. A deafening roar reverberated. Boom. The tremendous sound resembled the collision of two trains, as one side of the pickup truck exploded instantaneously, fragments soaring through the air like shrapnel from a grenade. In the final moments of peril, the Black Knight deftly adjusted his trajectory, allowing Luce to slightly evade the brunt of the impending impact. Good luck, brother, the Black Knight remarked. Just don't fall apart. The response was a hearty laugh, as Luce's gaze remained unwavering, fixated on the vehicle ahead. In a terrifying collision, Luce's right leg twisted grotesquely, propelling him as if launched by a shockwave towards the car in front. His body traced a parabolic arc through the air, landing squarely atop the other vehicle. With a resounding crash, a substantial dent marred the taxi's roof, and the driver, now utterly horrified, pressed the accelerator to the floor, swerving wildly as he sped away. A cacophony of tearing metal erupted as the driver turned his head, his eyes bulging in shock. A bloodied right hand burst through the adjacent car's roof, the arm ripping through the metal with force, creating a gaping hole above the taxi. The blue mask lodged in the opening. Luce, half embedded in the vehicle's ceiling, flashed a smile at the terrified driver and said, "Hello there, why the rush?" This statement was unmistakably a prompt for the driver to hasten his escape. In an instant, the speed escalated to its maximum, the car swaying wildly in the middle of the road, as if attempting to shake Luce off. Yet, what power did Luce possess? The metal shell of the car offered no resistance. The entire structure was lifted, and he had already forced his way halfway through the ceiling. It was not yet nightfall. Yet Luce's current demeanor rendered the driver as if he had encountered a ghost. "What are you afraid of?" Luce inquired, his body precariously suspended above the passenger seat. "Need I say more? Who wouldn't be terrified?" The driver, overwhelmed, suddenly shouted, and without warning, he flipped his seat, retrieving a firearm from beneath. Luce was taken aback as the gun was pressed against his temple. Bang! He evaded just in time. In the next instant, he rolled into the car, crushing the metallic barrel with a firm grip, revealing a mocking smile beneath his blue mask. Fleeing upon seeing me. And without uttering a word before firing clearly, you all are hiding something. I know nothing. The driver stammered in terror as he beheld his weapon reduced to rubble. "I never claimed you possessed any knowledge," Luce reassured, his tone laced with a sinister calm. "Rest assured, I understand the rules. This game unfolds gradually. I am not pressuring you for answers, hehehe. Now, tell me, where is the player you just contacted?" With a single hand, Lu Su grasped the driver's shoulder, applying slight pressure while observing the contorted expression on his face. Oh, is that pain I see? Were you not assured that I could not harm you? Or perhaps the protection period is lapsed? You would do well to comply with my request. All the driver's resolve crumbled like fragile parchment in the face of agony, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards a corner of the street. In that moment, Lu Su turned and locked eyes with an unremarkable Japanese man. The other party was momentarily thrown into a state of confusion, the blue mask grinning widely. Lu Su nodded at them and then delivered a powerful punch to the leg of the narrator's driver. With a swift press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward. The steering wheel deftly maneuvered by Lu Su's other hand. In no time, they crashed right in front of that individual. Lu Su forcefully swung open the car door, flipped over, and leapt out. Hello there, long time no see. Lu Su greeted the bewildered figure across from him, whose expression clearly conveyed a sense of unfamiliarity. Ah, that expression truly saddens me. As Lu Su continued speaking, he took a step forward, nearly losing his balance, only to glance down and discover that his right foot appeared to be twisted a full 180 degrees. A quick examination of his knee revealed a similar predicament. The previous violent impact and the dragging across the car roof had indeed taken a toll on him. At the very least, his leg was in a bit of trouble. My apologies, it seems this body requires some enhancement. Please wait a moment. With that, Lu Su bent down as if to tie his shoelaces, realigning the direction of his foot and knee in the eyes of the onlookers, who were horrified. The sound of bones clicking echoed, leaving little to be said. After some slight movements, he realized it was still not quite right and sighed, consuming a bottle of low-grade restorative potion. All right, that should do it. The player blocked by Lu Su took a small step back, their gaze markedly unsettled. The shadow of the Tree of Life, known by the codename Sin, was something that players had at least heard of. Gazing at the mask before him, coupled with the recent actions inflicted upon his leg, the individual had already grasped the situation with a fair degree of clarity. Indeed, it was that deviant. The rumors had proven accurate. Why would such a lunatic single me out? And to utter the words long time no see, he truly is mad. Alas, I must hastily extricate myself from this place. Being targeted by him can hardly be deemed fortunate. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his feet instinctively retreated, for no distance could offer him a semblance of security. The assailant's face bore the guise of an identity bestowed by the game, leading any onlooker to mistakenly perceive him as an ordinary Japanese individual. Who are you? What business do you have with me? He feigned ignorance, as if hoping Lu Su had not recognized him. Ha ha ha. Lu Su could not help but chuckle, exclaiming, My friend, might I suggest that your performance is somewhat overdone? Furthermore, if you were truly an ordinary person, such a reaction in this predicament would be quite improbable. The other party, visibly irked, thought to himself that the strongest player was indeed formidable. Since he had been singled out, it seemed that idle chatter would bear little fruit. Well then, what is it you want from me? He finally inquired, his tone somewhat brusque, while simultaneously preparing a spell in his hand, clearly poised for action at any moment. Lu Su, of course, remained entirely unconcerned, responding with a nonchalant air. Well, I am a hunter, and naturally, I am here to reap what I sow. Such is the nature of the game. Or would you prefer to end it yourself? The expression of the bystander remained unchanged, as they calmly replied, Spare me your nonsense. That is simply not the case. The rules of the game are quite explicit. We are all prey, and the players are merely the hunted. The hunter is not a player. Is that so? The blue mask subtly raised its brows. Did the rules state that a hunter cannot be a player? However, before finishing his thought, Lu Su broke into a smile. Oh, that little gesture was quite impressive. Are you trying to deceive me? You possess quite the cunning. No wonder they say there are no weaklings in this mode of play. Even a seemingly ordinary individual like you harbors such guile? With that, he began to advance slowly, closing the distance between them. The other party, no longer hesitant, spoke directly. But you have succeeded, have you not? You are certainly not a hunter. While it is indeed preferable for fewer players to remain as the strongest among them, you must wish to be the sole survivor. However, considering we have only 24 hours in this game, the first of its kind set in the real world, I suggest we refrain from turning against one another from the outset. We are all prey. The game has only just begun, and we ought to assist one another. The other party's reasoning was clear and assertive, standing firm before Lu Su with an air of competence. Beneath the mask of greed, Lu Su nodded. If the caliber of players in this game was indeed of such quality, it would truly be intriguing. Indeed, you are correct, however. For a game to unfold and to swiftly reach a crescendo, there must inevitably be sacrifices. just as the final word was about to escape his lips. Lusu had already teleported before the unsuspecting player, delivering a powerful palm strike. This strike was genuine. In the current world, there were but a handful of players capable of withstanding it. The expression on his opponent's face shifted dramatically as he hastily formed a hand seal, seemingly casting some skill. In the next instant, Lusu's hand appeared to collide with a mirror, which shattered instantaneously into a flurry of luminous particles. And the player who should have been struck revealed his true form, now standing 10 meters away. Run. Although he was perplexed as to why Sin was so resolute in engaging him, he had no choice but to flee. Thus far, all who had sought to challenge Sin had met defeat. Though no true top-tier players had ever battled Sin directly, he himself was certainly not a top-tier player. In the next moment, a colossal figure suddenly burst forth from the side, crashing through a wall and blocking his escape route. Don't run. What's the hurry? Would that be what the fellow would say? The Black Knight mimicked Luce's words, standing firmly in front. The onlooking players were left bewildered, gazing at the imposing black motorcycle, questioning their own sanity. A motorcycle that could speak? In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind, and with a single strike, it utterly shattered the opponent's external armor, leaving their clothing in tatters, as though their attire had been forcibly removed. Upon their chest, a pentagram gleamed with an ominous light. Without waiting for a response, Lusa acted decisively, striking the pentagram. Blood trickled from the corner of the opponent's mouth, and simultaneously, the star shattered in response. A first kill has been achieved. The first player to be eliminated has now been announced. A voice resonated within the minds of all players, including Lu Su himself, revealing that every player's elimination would indeed be broadcasted, particularly when it was a first kill. What are you doing? Don't take off my clothes. Player A screamed in despair upon realizing their elimination, but unbeknownst to them, Lu Su's voice chat echoed the same words. This proclamation was also disseminated to all players. Lu Su quickly grasped the situation. Every player likely had a moment of last words upon elimination. It could be a scream of agony or some other form of message, serving as a means of communication. He then addressed the shattered star, declaring, "I am Sin, and I have claimed a life within this game. Now, I wish for you all to know my presence." Chapter 169. The night falls. Masters assembled. Bystander players stared in bewilderment at the face before them, watching the individual who had suddenly approached and began shouting. They were still grappling with the reality that they had, indeed, been eliminated. Was it truly this effortless? Until no sound reached his ears, Lusa finally ceased his words and slowly rose to his feet. Ah, it seems the time for this all-encompassing voice broadcast is exceedingly limited, truly rather miserly. Congratulations are in order. Fortunate indeed to have encountered me so early. The bystanders wore expressions of deep ire, having done nothing yet finding themselves eliminated. Why should they express gratitude? Congratulations? Yes, of course, congratulations. Lusa proclaimed with an air of certainty, for one must remember, this is a game of hell, where ordinarily, elimination equates to death. Yet you are exceedingly fortunate to have met the benevolent me, allowing you to stand here alive, safely extricating yourself from this turmoil at the onset of the game, merely awaiting its conclusion. Bystander. So, you assert that I ought to thank you? Bystander. Well, thank you? Perhaps Lusa's words were too self-evident. The bystander found his mind momentarily befuddled, unconsciously uttering a response. Faced with the eerie, unsettling smile on the blue mask, he struggled to reconcile the phrase benevolent and compassionate with the situation. Alas, dear brother, great kindness is often unspoken. Lu Su, seizing the opportunity, readily agreed, even suggesting that great kindness need not be acknowledged. Did I not articulate this? I believe in being a steadfast good Samaritan. Would you care to purchase a withdrawal token? This would grant you the liberty to depart at any moment. Lusa spoke earnestly, then retrieved a golden coin from his backpack. At this moment, he possessed 5 exit coins, which was indeed a sign of affluence. It puzzled him why he was awarded exit coins every time he completed the game perfectly. Observing the exit coin placed before him, the expression of the passerby player was quite complex. In a hellish mode of the game, to find ways to conduct business was perhaps a unique capability of Sin, or rather, of the greed masked beneath Sin's guise. I already possess exit coins. It seems unnecessary to purchase yours. Hearing such an ignorant remark, Lusa's face displayed dissatisfaction as he patted the passerby on the shoulder. Ah, my friend. You seem to lack understanding. The exit coin in your hand is certainly not the same as mine. The passerby player, still taken aback, curiously and naively inquired, What is the difference? At this moment, Lusa resembled a drunken man, swaying as he spoke. If you buy my exit coin, you won't need to use it. You can simply stay until the match concludes and leave without losing anything. However, should you choose not to purchase it, well, you may soon find yourself in need of your own exit coin. The passerby player, after a slight moment of realization, felt his face flush with anger. Is there really such a way to speak? Ha. Incredible, pure coercive selling. I just thought about it and genuinely believe there was some difference in the exit coins. The familiar sensation of shamelessness has returned. As if the mask is that of an acquaintance. The audience is in fits of laughter, detached from the psychological state of the player on the street, who, feeling the increasing weight upon his shoulders, recognizes the inevitability of his predicament. There is no need for further discourse. Bargaining commences. It is unavoidable. The fees must be settled. After all, misfortune struck at the outset, facing this devilish challenge. Ultimately, after a round of negotiations, Lusu fairly and reasonably obtained a skill-learning scroll from his counterpart. It is impossible to take everything. After all, if he were to demand too much, the other party might simply abscond with the exit coins. Today's players possess a certain level of skill, and rendering them unable to use their exit coins is somewhat challenging. Special skill, Bloodhound. Grade, powerful skill. Required spirit value for learning, 5. It matches the grade of his scholar's right hand, quite satisfactory, albeit the spirit value required is rather high. Lusu wasted no time, swiftly mounting the Black Knight. His announcement for a full map declaration has already been sent out. He must take action. Shouldn't there be some reward for the first kill on the full map? As he contemplates his next destination, he mutters softly to himself, as if he has always believed that what he has received is never quite enough. Within the span of an hour, the first player had already been eliminated. A pace that seemed terrifying to others, especially considering that this was not merely a battle royale game. Each participant deeply valued their own life. Yet, Lusu found that an hour was still too slow. Upon raising his gaze, the most iconic structure within his field of vision came into view, the Tokyo Tower. This is the place. The Black Knight surged forward almost simultaneously, racing towards the destination Lusu had mentioned, seemingly sharing an unspoken understanding with him. Aided by his mechanical heart. As night gradually descended, silence did not envelop the surroundings. The essence of a battle royale game lies in the thrill of night play. Nighttime Tokyo is the true Tokyo, its vibrant light pollution even more pronounced than during the day. This city, I feel as though I can sense the palpable excitement. Riding atop the Black Knight, Lusu wore a mask of smiles as the lights danced around him. Your sense of smell is remarkable. How did you detect that? You're quite the expert, aren't you? The Black Knight quipped beneath him. I can't smell anything. All I detect is the scent of gasoline. By the way, what are we doing at that tower? Are we planning to demolish it? Lusu remained silent. In truth, his earlier declaration to the passing players had been aimless, devoid of any clear intent. He himself was unaware of the words that had escaped his lips or the precise location he found himself in. However, he firmly believes that as long as there are masters within this game, as long as there exist formidable players undeterred by his reputation, they will undoubtedly arrive. At this very moment, in this colossal city, pairs of luminous eyes and powerful presences are all directed towards a single point. The masters possess an innate sense of awareness. And Lusu's judgment is indeed correct. Chapter 170, The Pinnacle of the World. Among the top 30 players, some witnessed the first kill. Fearful that the next one might be theirs, hurriedly seeking refuge and concealment. Yet others, upon witnessing the birth of the first kill, thought to themselves, this game has finally commenced in earnest. Inside a taxi, the driver's expression had grown numb. He truly could not comprehend why his unfortunate fate had led him to encounter such an individual. After more than an hour of gameplay, this esteemed passenger showed no signs of alighting. He was merely the driver, after all. Although he was unharmed, he could not abandon the vehicle, as the passenger remained resolute in his refusal to exit. Moreover, the fiery presence in the front seat was nearly roasting him to dehydration. It was nothing short of torment. Come on, why are we not there yet? A voice from behind, laced with impatience, startled the driver, causing him to nearly lose his grip on the accelerator. It's a red light. Are we waiting for this red light? Hurry up and get to that area. Don't tell me you don't know where it is. If we're late. Feeling threatened, the driver, in a fit of rage, slammed the accelerator. Reluctantly embarking on a reckless journey through the red light, not advisable. Behind him stood a tall man clad in a black fire-resistant leather coat, his fists clenched tightly. The joints cracking with an audible snap, exuding an air of palpable excitement. The strongest player. Such occurrences are transpiring in various locales across Tokyo. Countless similar figures swiftly converging towards a singular area. Is this a call to assemble? I shall observe. These madmen, I hope their illustrious reputations are not unfounded. To eliminate one and then disseminate the information? Quite audacious, yet undeniably intriguing. Numerous experts, driven by an array of peculiar motivations, have commenced their search for the strongest player. Some are merely eager to witness the prowess of this formidable contender, as the previous encounter was pathetically underwhelming. Others find amusement in the situation. Given that such information has been circulated, it is likely to attract a multitude. Meanwhile, there are those who ponder deeply, speculating whether the foremost player intends to lure hunters in this manner, gathering the mightiest players to see if they can mount a resistance. It is indeed Xie Antong who engages in such extensive contemplation. Though each individual is propelled by distinct reasons, the ultimate outcome remains uniform. Lu Su's declaration has truly united a faction of players within this game. Night has fully descended, and at this moment, Lu Su leans against the Black Knight, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. He stands beneath the Tokyo Tower, now encircled by a throng of onlookers. Due to the overwhelming notoriety of his crimes, he now stands unabashedly before the public eye, akin to a global superstar, surrounded by an impenetrable throng. A multitude of police vehicles has arrived, naturally not to disperse Lu Su, but rather to manage the crowd. Indeed, he has become a figure of international fame, albeit of a rather unsavory reputation. Were the deeds he committed within the game transposed into reality, they would warrant a life sentence in any nation, unless, of course, one considers certain progressive countries that lack such penalties. Consequently, the onlookers dared not approach too closely, leaving a considerable space beneath the Tokyo Tower. Lu Su squinted at the distant revelers illuminated by flashing lights, feeling a sense of unreality. This is the real world. When did I become this famous? He chuckled softly. He even spotted several enthusiastic fans, waving glow sticks as if in a fervent show of support. The sight left him somewhat speechless. The blue mask he wore displayed a grotesque grin, observing the crowd that resembled a jubilant gathering. Yet amidst the throng, a wave of excitement erupted. Wow, look! He smiled. His mask can smile. How fascinating. So adorable. I want his contact information. Lu Su thought to himself, they truly must be lacking in judgment. I wonder, if I truly wanted to create a scandal, should I just shoot one of them in the head right now? The Dark Knight replied, what a wildly imaginative thought. However, you truly are a beast. Nevertheless, I support you. Should I go crash into them? Lu Su, why is this Black Knight so malevolent? I wonder who he takes after. Speaking of which, what if no one pays you any attention? If no players come over, wouldn't that be rather awkward? The Black Knight surveyed the surrounding crowd and began to chat idly. Not at all. Those individuals might not be as gentle and courteous as I am. What if they resort to violence and dismantle you? Then I shall simply flee. The Black Knight shamelessly declared. Beast, you would just run away? What about me? Lu Su kicked the Black Knight from the side. The Black Knight turned his head. If he had an expression, it would undoubtedly be one of incredulity. You. Come on, my friend, you can't possibly believe you are gentle and courteous. Where is everyone? Lu Su's figure had already vanished from sight. Upon looking up again, he was racing up the television tower at high speed, contemplating a dash from the pinnacle, his movements surpassing those of any parkour athlete in the world. The diminutive figure ascended the iron tower, once again eliciting gasps of astonishment. Many citizens found it amusing and surged forward eagerly. In no time, Lu Su reached the very tip of the television tower, the place where lightning strikes, and subsequently drew forth his hell roar. Aiming at the sky, he adjusted it to the third gear and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. 3 fireballs erupted in the air, extraordinarily brilliant and captivating. The crowd erupted into cheers, oblivious to the peril that lay beneath the beauty, or perhaps many simply remained unaware. Wow, how beautiful. Is it a fireworks display? I wish to capture the moment on video and share it on YouTube. Who is that? Is he a gamer? Could there perhaps be more occurrences of such real-world games? The crowd is lively and joyous, reminiscent of a festive celebration. Moments later, gasps and screams pierce the air. A taxi, engulfed in flames, careens into the throng, leaving uncertainty about how many have been injured in the chaos. Police officers immediately draw their weapons, initially believing the vehicle to be on fire spontaneously, but soon the flames begin to subside. The rear door swings open, revealing a tall, imposing middle-aged man. his muscular physique straining against his fireproof leather attire. He surveys the scene with a sinister grin and remarks, "Heh, there are quite a few treasures from the strongest players. Including flares? It appears I am the earliest arrival, or perhaps the remaining participants are merely cowards." An explosive aura emanates from him, akin to a volcano, deterring anyone from approaching. Rank number 7, the Sun, the record holder for the shortest cumulative completion time. Chapter 171, Midnight Declaration, the truth of the game unveiled? Perhaps you are merely the most ostentatious among them. In the air, a dismissive voice emerges, and a silver figure gradually materializes, gliding on a contraption resembling a skateboard. It seems he has been present for quite some time, only now revealing himself. Number 19, Wu Changkong. The peak leaderboard offers scant details about him, noting that most of his abilities hinge upon the skateboard beneath him, a rare and evolving weapon. At the outset of the peak challenge, his ranking lingered beyond the 30th position, yet his ascent was remarkably swift. Why have we been summoned? Is there a deeper scheme at play? The crowd gradually parted, as if a figure of considerable stature emerged from within, stepping forth with the poise of a formidable contender. His sunken eyes and stern visage resembled iron, and his age was indeterminate. One might surmise he was in his 20s, while another could just as easily believe him nearing 50. Clad in what appeared to be a battle uniform, adorned with the emblem of the American flag, he was identified as number 12, Thomas Rayner. In the minds of many, there exists a reluctance to exert oneself relentlessly within the game. Once the coveted power is attained, they tend to cherish their wings, fearful of loss. Yet Rayner was evidently not of that ilk. His yearning for warfare and peril had been etched into his very marrow, igniting an immediate passion for the divine chosen paradise upon his first glimpse of it. He was the sort who would never withdraw from the game, nor relinquish his aspiration to be a player. The three exchanged glances, each silent, surveying their surroundings for any others who might emerge. After all, the title of the world's foremost sinner was at stake here, coupled with the allure of the game's inaugural kill, a prospect that would surely pique the interest of many. However, as they scanned the vicinity, it became apparent that only the three of them had stepped forward. Could it be that the remaining players were absent? Certainly not. Rather, a portion of them had blended into the throng, utilizing the crowd as a natural shield, silently observing the unfolding events. Xie Tong, endowed with formidable weaponry and having demonstrated commendable prowess in the Hell Games, may not currently rank within the top 100. Yet she has certainly secured a position within the top 1,000. Naturally, she would not venture out at such a moment unless she possessed an unwavering confidence in her combat capabilities. It is evident that she is not alone in blending into the crowd and observing quietly. The invisible omniscient eye in the air has already identified numerous suspicious targets. Indeed, the majority of individuals are drawn to the spectacle. At present, her primary concern lies in the whereabouts of that man. Initially, it was Sin who attracted everyone's attention, yet he has now vanished without a trace. Furthermore, including him, this mere game instance of 100 participants has astonishingly convened 4 of the top 30 contenders from various worlds. The density of such talent is exceedingly high, and it remains uncertain whether others may be present as well. Upon discovering her re-entry into this hellish mode of the game, she began to harbor doubts about the randomness of this occurrence. When she heard Sin's declaration within the game, realizing once more that he was present, an unsettling feeling washed over her. There is something amiss with the game. Following the previous question and answer session between Sin and the slime, she had contemplated extensively regarding the game's purpose and the nature of the so-called chosen ones. Repeatedly finding herself assigned to the same hellish difficulty alongside Sin has led her to believe that the selection of players is far from random. What criteria dictate the allocation of participants? Is it based on game rankings, player preferences, or some other consideration she has yet to fathom? If this game were not akin to some sort of system, but rather possessed its own will, emotions, and preferences, it would indeed pose a dilemma. She hesitated to contemplate this notion, or rather, it seemed that no one in this world dared to broach the subject at present. For now, it was prudent to observe what this individual, Sin, intended to do next. However, he appeared to have vanished. She had dispatched her all-seeing eye across the entirety of Tokyo Tower, but found no suspicious persons. Had he departed? Was he merely toying with others? To be frank, if he were a malevolent entity disguised behind a mask, such a possibility could not be dismissed. Or perhaps he had entered within? Goodness, if he did not emerge soon, it might become rather dull. The sun glanced around. He had come for Sin, and while he did not mind escorting these 2 individuals, it hardly seemed necessary. The flames flickered and danced. The throngs outside were exuberant. Yet within their circle, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Please pay attention to the announcement. Please pay attention to the announcement. Hello? Is anyone going to respond? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, emanating from the tower's loudspeaker, reminiscent of a village broadcasting station. Tokyo Tower had not fulfilled this role for many years. In the vast expanse of the city, an eerie echo seemed to resonate. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that sounds emanated from all corners of the metropolis. This individual was audibly addressing the entire city. The police officers below exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of alarm, each face paling in response. This sound likely signifies one thing: the Tokyo Tower has fallen. Or rather, it has been invaded and has completely lost its autonomy. How could such an event transpire right before our eyes? Just as the organization was preparing to analyze the situation and intervene, a fireball erupted in the plaza below. A few of the world's foremost players clearly seemed reluctant to allow any interference. Let him finish, Reno instructed the police. Hey, all right, I forgot. You seem unable to respond to me. My apologies for forgetting this isn't a phone call. Well, I am Sin, the top-ranked player, here too. Excuse me, gentlemen, make way. As he spoke, some static crackled through the microphone, but soon it returned to clarity. I am here primarily to announce something, or rather to inform everyone of a matter. Initially, I intended to speak only to the players, but after some reflection, considering it's my first time in Tokyo and my first experience in a real-world game, I believe everyone deserves to be informed. So, I'm utilizing this. What is it? A signal tower? In any case, it conveys the message well. To discuss a few matters within the game. How do I fare with you all? After a brief silence, he continued, although I cannot hear it. I assume there are already applause. All right, without further ado, the first matter. In the game of Tokyo Survival, there is no such thing as a hunter. Chapter 172, Deception. Number 3 Chioian. Though night has fallen, the words spoken by Lusu have stirred an extraordinary excitement throughout Tokyo. The divine selection game has descended upon the city. A fact well known to all. Yet, what is the significance without hunters? What are hunters, you may wonder? Lusu continued, elucidating. It is quite simple. This game posits that we, the players, are the prey, tasked with surviving the relentless pursuit of hunters for 24 hours. However, the situation has transformed. In truth, there are no hunters. The revelation is that the hunter is the prey, and the prey is the hunter. We are both the hunted and the hunters. And this game essentially unfolds as a grand battle royale among 100 participants, determining who can endure until the end. This is the true purpose of the game. Let us celebrate this understanding with applause. Following his declaration, Zue did nothing else but initiate applause, the sound echoing across the skies of Tokyo. The crowd was taken aback. Sun, akin to a brash individual, stood beneath the television tower, gazing upwards as he absorbed the clamor, and suddenly exclaimed, "Is this it? He summoned us here just to analyze this?" His incredulity was palpable. Wu Changkong, gliding effortlessly on his silver skateboard, cast a glance at Sun and remarked, "He didn't actually summon us here." Sun was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, for Lusu had merely stated at the outset, "Do you know where I am?" Frustrated, he retorted, "So what? How did he arrive at the conclusion that no hunters exist?" Once again, a voice echoed from above, sighing. "Perhaps someone will inquire how you can be so certain. What makes your judgment correct?" The Sun responded, "There are two reasons, the secondary one being that a portion of the players, including myself, have never concealed our identities. Yet, hunters have never made an appearance. The primary reason, however, lies in my deduction. I have surmised this, and naturally, you must believe it. There's no issue with that." Such reasoning evidently failed to convince the crowd. As Renault furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "So, are we merely gathering here idly?" The Sun noticed that the other seemed finished speaking and spat disdainfully, displaying a lack of decorum. At this juncture, a player might ask, what was the purpose of my previous automatic position reveal to attract others? The Sun, now exasperated, retorted, "This is quite simple, ha ha ha." From the television tower emanated a sinister chuckle. "Because I am the hunter. As the apex of the food chain, it is only natural to gather these creatures for a grand feast. Just wait a moment while I descend and deal with them all. Then hurry down." The Sun cursed from below. "Furthermore, I advise everyone, now that you are aware of the true objective of the game, to abandon any notions of trickery and commence action without delay. For the mission of the prey has been issued, but each of you remains a hunter. If one fails to capture even a single prey, there shall be a minor consequence, for such is the nature of the infernal game. Furthermore, I believe that among the participants, there are those who aspire to achieve a flawless completion, and I count myself among them. The criteria for such perfection likely entail eliminating other prey and emerging as the sole survivor. Subsequently, an evil laughter echoed through the skies of Tokyo. As this declaration concluded, the expressions of the three individuals below shifted dramatically. Even though the words spoken contained ambiguities and they did not fully believe the notion of a perfect completion, in any game, only one individual can claim such a status. After today, the leaderboard may very well undergo a transformation. In the midst of the crowd, after hearing these words, Xiantong found herself momentarily bewildered. This cannot be right. Why does it feel as though this exceeds the scope of Zue's understanding? While Zue's interpretation of the game is comprehensible, Xiantong cannot shake the feeling that the nuances of the initial rules inherently guide the players in this direction. Shouldn't there be room for skepticism regarding potential misdirection? Moreover, why was there a need to summon someone to recite the rules, particularly an ordinary individual who was previously overlooked? Why was a taxi summoned for transportation? Such questionable actions remain unexplained. If we adhere to Zue's interpretation, then these matters render themselves utterly meaningless. Which mask are you donning this time? What is your ultimate aim? Is it merely to diminish? Could it be that I am overthinking? Or perhaps, deceit? In that moment, she found herself uncertain. However, regardless of the circumstances, the objective of the crime had been accomplished. The atmosphere among the three individuals in the center of the square was charged with tension. Following some prior disassembly of the situation, their relationship had transformed from a fleeting potential alliance into a deadly rivalry. Yet, the throngs of spectators, encircling them in layers, felt no sense of impending doom. Instead, they were merely entertained. This was indeed a rare spectacle in the annals of human history, as supernatural forces and actions descended upon the world, resembling an exuberant carnival. Moreover, the individuals in the arena, along with the one who spoke, were among the world's elite. In an instant, cheers erupted, and the crowd gathered in raucous delight. Seemingly oblivious to any notion of fear, reveling in the lively atmosphere, Renault furrowed his brow, perplexed. Is this the character of the Tokyo populace? Meanwhile, the sun's expression morphed into a menacing sneer as he ignited a fireball in his hand. They are so loud. What if, as he spoke, the fireball swelled with the wind, instantly transforming into a small sun with a diameter of 10 meters, which he lifted triumphantly above his head, radiating intense heat. If he were to hurl this, it would undoubtedly become international news. Ha ha ha. The sun suddenly burst into laughter, his face contorting with madness, leaving Renault and Wu Changkong momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that he would dare to strike at the ordinary civilians. Such an unforeseen turn of events. Just as the sun prepared to throw, a dark pool of water materialized beneath him, and sinister black tendrils began to twist and coil, ensnaring him within their grasp. Bullying the weak? I shall not permit you to harm our citizens on this land. A chilling voice emerged as a woman clad in a flowing black gown stepped forth from the crowd. Number 3 Chio-Ian. Chapter 173. The Power of the Sun. At last, the rat scurries out of the gutter, Sun remarked with a derisive grin, his disdain evident in every word. Although he appeared to be immobilized, his tongue was sharp and unyielding. Renault regarded Chio-Ian as she emerged from the throng, his expression grave and his brow furrowed deeper. A player of the world's third tier naturally understood the gravity of the situation. However, this did not indicate fear on Renault's part, but rather raised questions about the selection of participants in this instance. 5 contenders from the top 20 had gathered? It is crucial to note that, to accommodate millions of players simultaneously, numerous games must be launched. Statistically, elite players typically find themselves scattered across various games, seldom crossing paths. The congregation of so many from the upper echelons was perplexing. Meanwhile, Wu Changkong wore a similarly troubled expression, but his gaze was fixed upon the sun. As a fellow citizen of Huagua, he felt a heightened concern for the dubious reputation of Sun's organization, the Tiandi Society. However, he had clearly observed that when Sun attempted to hurl a fireball into the crowd, he merely took a step forward while his upper body remained largely still. This indicated that the action was likely a mere fade. The fade he presented signifies his true intent, to compel the third entity of this world to reveal itself. Wu Changkong's expression was grave, for the previously perceived mindless brute persona of the sun was suddenly called into question. This individual is not a mere brute, is he? How does he know of the third's existence? Indeed, The sun is aware, for he is a naturally gifted spiritual awakener. Unlike individuals such as Lu Su, who began with a spiritual essence of zero and were initially oblivious to its significance, the sun's spiritual essence was not empty. He stood apart from the multitude, possessing the innate ability of yin-yang sight. This unique perception grants him mastery over the singular berserk skill currently available in the game, the Ruthless Sun. Furthermore, he is significantly more attuned to those with elevated spiritual capabilities. Chio Ayan has always stood out vividly in his eyes. Your spiritual essence is remarkably high. Chio Ayan regarded the sun, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, relying on one's inherent talent to act recklessly, indiscriminately slaying innocents, and disregarding life in foreign lands. Is this the conduct of your people from Huagua? Huh. The sun suddenly erupted into laughter, a fierce expression marring his features as he glared at Chio Ayan. You speak well, little vixen, but tell me, when you wreak havoc in another's nation, did you ever ponder the meaning of innocence? Chio Ayan. Moreover, the sun's face contorted like a deity affixed to a door. Did I bestow upon you any grace? In the next moment, seemingly overwhelmed, he unleashed a 10-meter-wide fireball, which spiraled uncontrollably down upon himself. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed, debris scattering in all directions as the ground beneath melted away. The heat wave violently overturned those who were too close, causing them to collapse like harvested wheat. In the next moment, from the depths of the massive crater emerged a figure, engulfed in flames that blazed fiercely. Each step left scorched earth in its wake, and its height surged from an imposing 1.90 meters to a staggering 2.50 meters. The figure was obscured, resembling a flowing mass of molten rock rather than a human form. At that instant, the world seemed to fall silent. The impact of the scene was akin to the emergence of a formidable boss from a video game. Viewers, after a brief pause, flooded the screen with comments, exclaiming, "Is this a human? And no, is this a player? Where did they find this?" Others remarked, "I hadn't paid much attention before. I was always focused on the first-person perspective of the game. And what is the Heavenly Society? I want to join." Amid the crowd, Xie Antong was left in stunned disbelief. The Eye of Providence could withstand such extreme heat, yet it failed to extract any useful data. Is this truly a person? Why are they only ranked 7th? Beneath the flames, a voice rasped like rusted iron. Would you care to speak with me? Chio Ayan fell silent, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The presence before her exerted an immense pressure. Despite her confidence in her own abilities, the figure opposite her was undeniably overwhelming. If you have nothing to say, then I shall speak. With that, the fiery giant took a heavy step forward, producing a resounding thud. Subsequently, lifting his head and inhaling deeply, everyone sensed the scorching air, and the atmosphere became exceedingly tense. The world belongs to the Heavenly Society. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing across the vast expanse. As it gradually dissipated, the flame giant appeared to hesitate for a moment before gently uttering, "Welcome everyone to the Heavenly Society. Once you arrive, you are one of us." Chio Ayan, Wazhanking, Reino, Lu Su from the television tower. Why are you advertising at such a moment? Wazhanking felt as if he was about to develop a brain. The traffic is high at this moment. The sun returned to the scene. In the crowd, Xie Antong felt a wave of dizziness, doubting whether she had stumbled into the wrong script. However, the farce swiftly concluded in the next heartbeat. The sun's wrath shifted faster than the turning of a page, and in an instant, another colossal fireball erupted from his hand. This fireball, a deep crimson hue, appeared even more terrifying than before. "Come on, Japanese girl, shall we try again?" With that, the sun maliciously thrust the fireball forward, threatening to hurl it into the crowd. The crowd instantly screamed and scattered, while Chio Ayan floated backward, striking the ground with one hand. Black lines pulsated and spread, rapidly forming a magic circle. Above, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. Hey, get ready to fight. You too, don't just stand there. What are you doing, launching a sneak attack? Are you even familiar with combat experience?" The remaining individuals should not remain idle. The concealed players should swiftly devise methods to strike from the shadows, while the observers must diligently record information. The remaining crowd ought to hastily capture short videos. A mocking voice reverberated overhead, akin to a signal that instantaneously silenced the gathering, even halting the imminent clash of hostilities. Everyone collectively turned their gaze toward that direction. Number 1, Sin. You have finally made your appearance. The sun, holding a flaming orb, spoke as he turned back. What do you mean? Haven't I been here all along? Lusa replied, spreading his hands. Are we not going to fight? The sun burst into laughter, then pivoted, directing the flaming orb towards Lu Su. He recognized that this individual was pivotal. Chapter 174, Chaos. The first full force strike from the moment Sin emerged, the sun scarcely acknowledged Qian Dui's presence. Since his ostentatious entrance, he had been assessing the strength of those around him, captivating their attention. Lacking the omniscient gaze possessed by Xia Antong, he relied instead on his own intuitive perception and the primal instincts gleaned from countless battles. He could sense who posed a genuine threat to him. The game's ranking system evaluated numerous factors, not solely combat prowess, and the sun held unwavering confidence in his abilities. Truth be told, even before Lu Su's arrival, he did not regard Qian Dui as a significant threat, despite being aware of her presence. But at the moment Sin manifested, he sensed it. This individual was indeed the key. Following the Japanese woman's deft maneuver, he decided to engage this formidable adversary first. To an outsider, he appeared as a lunatic, poised to attack the populace, yet simultaneously ready to battle Chioeko. Now he turned again, launching his ultimate move towards the newly emerged Sin. Lu Su's brow furrowed beneath his mask, yet he paid little heed, his body springing from the tower like a nimble cat, diving headfirst. The area engulfed by the fireball was extensive, and after a thunderous explosion, Lu Su evaded the blast zone. The vast metallic exterior was entirely severed, and this towering landmark began to tremble, liquid metal cascading down, solidifying in midair. Hiding? Such cowardice, the sun derided, yet upon witnessing Lu Su's avoidance, a sense of relief washed over him. Lu Su, invigorated by the challenge, mused that if this was the caliber of the challenger, it was rather commendable. Promptly adjusting his hell roar to level 3. Cowardice? Then do not retreat. At 30% output power, the force of this shot rivaled that of the previous fireball. The sun, a brash individual, seemed genuinely spurred by the provocation, resolutely refusing to evade, his legs adopting a bow stance as he conjured a colossal flame shield. Boom. At the moment of collision between the shield and hell roar, a blinding light erupted, leaving the surrounding onlookers momentarily sightless. Blindness was not the only concern. After the blinding light and the deafening roar, many suffered ruptured eardrums, bleeding profusely. This was, in the truest sense, a celestial battle where mere mortals bore the brunt of the chaos. While Xia Antong shielded her head with a helmet, she simultaneously directed her omniscient eye towards the foe. Her nature compelled her to consider the repercussions of her actions. She understood that such a monumental event in the real world would soon ignite a seismic shift in global public opinion. Once mere speculation, the notion had morphed into reality. Advanced players were no longer regarded as human, each possessing the potential to wreak havoc upon the world. With a resounding clash, the searing flames met, the fiery shield absorbing the terrifying impact. The flame giant, born of the sun, began to carve deep ravines into the ground with its colossal feet. The earth seemed to splinter apart like a dismantled toy, and after traversing several meters, the giant barely managed to stabilize itself, now towering before Chioeko. Though it was no small feat, he had indeed endured the onslaught. The fiery shield and the hellish roar were simultaneously extinguished, transforming into torrents of fire that rejuvenated the flame giant's form. Chioeko gazed intently at the horrifying battle unfolding before her, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over her. She felt that her own power might not be sufficient to contend with this fiery behemoth. Get away. A kick sent Chioeko sprawling aside, a seemingly casual act of venting frustration. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, the giant's kick struck Chioeko, who stood at 1.70 meters, with the force akin to that of a boot against a warm water bottle. Activating her previous magical formation, she enveloped herself in protection. While countless black tendrils erupted from the ground, swirling like a quagmire, ensnaring and disturbing the flame giant. At this moment, Chioeko found herself at a loss. Unlike the sun, she was not the type to break through with brute force. The sun's actions bore a resemblance to Lu Su's fury. From the very beginning of the game, he had not contemplated the destruction of the beacons. It was purely about engaging in combat, an unrestrained slaughter. The game had proclaimed it a battle royale. Chioeko certainly believed that shattering the beacons would be more convenient. Yet she could not discern the location of her opponent's beacon. Just as the flames dissipated, the sun executed a kick, and at that moment, Lu Su made his move as well. He leapt from the television tower, his legs plunging into the ground with a thud, almost losing his balance as he landed. The striking entrance was nearly ruined, but just as the audience began to lose hope, the ground beneath Lu Su erupted, and with terrifying force. He surged forward like a dragon towards the sun. As the sun regained his senses, the figure of Sin materialized beneath him, revealing a menacing blue mask. "Have I given you face?" The same words the sun had previously directed towards Chio Ano now echoed back at him. Beneath the billowing cloak lay muscles as hard as steel. Lusu employed no flamboyant techniques, even withholding his hell roar. The name of Sin had become almost a daily refrain in the sun's ears, to the point that he was nearly desensitized to it, all the while shrouded in an aura of intimidation. Yet, he remained largely ignorant of Sin's true abilities. He had only heard whispers of immense strength, the possession of various weapons and seals, and a hint of mental instability. Could such a person truly be the champion? Surely there must be some hidden power yet to be unleashed. No, Lusa truly possesses only immense strength, but perhaps the sun was previously unaware of its magnitude. With a resounding crash, it was as if thunder had erupted. Lusu unleashed a punch that struck directly at the chest of the fiery giant before him. This was the first time anyone dared to face him head-on and endure his full force. As he delivered the blow, he felt an exhilarating rush. The fiery giant was sent flying, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, transforming the surrounding earth into scorched soil. Flames danced as they mended his chest, and he rose, appearing largely unscathed. However, unbeknownst to anyone, he had coughed up blood while airborne. A flicker of shock crossed the sun's mind, soon replaced by a sense of acceptance. The world's strongest should indeed possess such prowess. In the tense atmosphere, the two locked eyes across the distance, reminiscent of a grand American blockbuster. The sun spoke, "Is that all?" Oh, quite resilient, the blue mask still bore that smiling visage. Yet an unsettling scent of blood lingered in the air. Skill acquired, Bloodhound. Learning successful. Chapter 175, Disguise, an unexpected weakness. No. The sun was not in a favorable condition. The force of that punch had been met with the explosive power of flames, which he had defended against to the best of his abilities, considering his current state of high defense and recovery. Yet now, he felt a searing burn in his chest. After all, he was a master of fire. He was the fireman. And now, he sensed that flames seemed to be igniting within his very chest. Had I just been struck by a train? What skill did my opponent just employ? Surely, it could not merely be raw physical strength. In the form of the flame giant, the sun bore no face, rendering his expressions imperceptible to outsiders. Yet at this moment, he appeared decidedly solemn. This world's foremost combatant is likely of a fighting nature. Nevertheless, one must maintain composure. With a hearty laugh that resonated with vigor, the sun addressed his adversary. "Is that so? That seems reasonable. Given the state of your hands, a hint of bloodiness suggests you are free from rhinitis." At this moment, the right hand of Lu Su, poised for attack, appeared as though it had been dipped in molten lava, an exceedingly terrifying sight. Just as he finished speaking, an unsettling sensation washed over him, causing him to momentarily pause. Was it merely a misjudgment on my part? Why, in that fleeting instant, did it seem as though the spirit of my opponent had surged? His spirit was inherently high, further augmented upon entering the game, a fact I could not have miscalculated. I had observed distinctly that this individual's spirit was rather low before. Now, although still not high, it appeared to have nearly doubled in intensity. What? The flame giant displayed a hint of confusion. There is much you do not comprehend. Humility is essential. Much like the complimentary beef whip soup from the hot pot restaurant in East City. Do you understand? Lusa remarked somewhat oddly, his attention drawn to the description of his bloodhound. The sun's perception was indeed accurate. His spirit had indeed surged momentarily. Given that his opponent possessed a certain level of skill, he could not afford to be overly arrogant and thus temporarily acquired this ability. The requirement for learning was a score of 5 in spirit, which he could only achieve by allocating temporary points, incurring some painful expenditure. To be candid, it pained him greatly. He had always focused on enhancing his physical form, not because he deemed spirit and luck to be of little value, but rather because these two attributes were rather costly. Luck operated at a ratio of 1:5, while spirit was at 1:10. To augment his spirit by 2 points would necessitate a sacrifice of 20 points of pain value, which he found somewhat reluctant. However, for the sake of acquiring the skill, he proceeded to invest. Little did he know that in this world, there existed individuals capable of augmenting their attributes seemingly out of thin air. As he observed the sudden increase in spirit within Lu Su, he felt as though his CPU was overheating. What did you just do? Lu Su ignored him, lifted his head, inhaled the scent of blood in the air, and embraced his newfound capability. For one whose spirit was not particularly high, This marked his second ability, Bloodhound. Effect: can sense the scent of blood within a 3-meter radius and lock onto its source. Upon successful locking, one can accurately determine the target's position within a 10-kilometer radius. Special effect: can perceive the general physical condition of the locked individual as their condition deteriorates. One can also detect their weaknesses. Well, not bad, Lusu murmured to himself. This ability's point cost was higher than that of the scholar's right hand, which he deemed relatively reasonable. Furthermore, following the blow he had just delivered, he could already sense the opponent's blood vitality, although it remained vigorous. It had undoubtedly sustained some injury. The two of them had fallen silent for several seconds, as if the night in Tokyo had come to a standstill. The son took a step forward. He did not wish to squander any more time. This state could not last for long. The moment to strike had arrived. No more pretense. As he inhaled the air laden with tension, the shimmering light upon Luce's blue mask seemed to pierce through the schemes of his opponent. Within such a short span, no one in the world could be a polymath. If there were, it should be me, not you. Your physical prowess, I presume, is not particularly exceptional. Since the onset of the game, for anyone unwilling to be deemed useless and seeking to enhance their combat abilities, there are 3 avenues to pursue. The first lies in the cultivation of one's own physical body. The second involves leveraging external forces, such as weapons or sealed artifacts. The third pertains to special skills, which can be acquired through spiritual learning of superhuman abilities. No one can excel in all aspects. Even Lu Su, while gaining external power from the game, simultaneously augments his capabilities through the pain he endures. He is relatively feeble in the realm of special skills, or magic, as it were. Yet, the son has already mastered formidable fire skills. How could he possibly excel in other areas? That punch I just threw, if any force were to land upon you, I fear it would be quite unbearable. A large, smiling face materialized on the blue mask. If I were to unleash my rage, I might just engage you in a head-on clash. Have I inadvertently revealed your weakness? From the very outset, the sun emanated an aura of reckless insanity, accentuated by its fearsome visage and robust physique, evoking the image of a mindless brute. Unconsciously, one might be led to perceive it as a simpleton with brawn, possibly a warrior relying solely on physical prowess. Coupled with the formidable and explosive appearance of this fiery giant, it is unlikely that anyone would consider its underlying fragility. Who could have imagined that this seemingly berserk entity was, in fact, a sorcerer? Boom, boom, boom. The resounding beat of heavy drums began to echo through the earth as the sun launched itself into a charge, barreling towards Lusu like a wild bull. Despite the vast disparity in their sizes, Lusu exhibited no intention of evading. Instead, he charged directly into the fray. This fiery giant, its true vulnerability lay in close combat. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their fists colliding with unrestrained ferocity. Reminiscent of the tolling bells in an open square, sparks flying in every direction, Lusu relied on sheer physical strength, while the sun drew upon the explosive force of flames. Nevertheless, the weight of their strikes was unmistakably conveyed. Snap! A faint sound of cracking bones emanated from the opponent, prompting a smile from Lu Su, who noted that his own fist was nearing a state of near-doneness. Are you a bit brittle? With the two already embroiled in such a fierce battle, it was impossible for others to remain passive any longer. Chio Ian had scurried off to an unknown location. But at that moment, an immense, pitch-black magical array enveloped the entire square beneath the television tower, as countless deep blue tentacles began to writhe in a frenzy. Some, like seaweed, parted the crowd, pushing them to the periphery, while others resembled the sharpest iron trees, attacking the others present. Wu Changkong stepped onto his skateboard, traced a circle in the air, and then plunged headfirst into the ground. Chapter 176, It was a chaotic mess, and everyone was eager to partake in the tumult. It seemed akin to a suicide, yet at the moment his body touched the ground, it rippled like water. And then he vanished. Vanished. No one knew what this Earthwalker was up to. He simply disappeared. However, a shark fin emerged from the ground, swimming about, occasionally surfacing to prod, elusive as a ghost, seemingly testing who among the crowd were players. In an instant, the crowd gasped, people leaped in surprise, and the entire square descended into pandemonium. Chio Ian also noticed the entity on the ground, but she could not pinpoint it nor contain it. Her binding formation was utterly ineffective against this being. Truly, the masters of the world each possess their unique methods. Rank alone does not determine one's capabilities. Of course, except for Park Buching, who was utterly inept. The shark fin stirred wildly, tripping many in the crowd. Some players, unable to restrain themselves, resorted to their skills in retaliation, thus revealing their identities. The shark fin seemed to have its own discernment. When confronting ordinary civilians, it acted like a skateboard, causing them to stumble and inciting cries of alarm. Yet, when faced with players, it transformed into the sharpest of blades, striking mercilessly. This was a hellish game. Everyone was a seasoned player. If one feels fear, then relinquishing everything and retreating is a viable option. Nothing of consequence would occur. However, should one succumb to greed while lacking the strength, then fate will dictate the outcome. Xie Antong meticulously calculated the circumstances of each appearance by the opponent, weaving through the panicked crowd like a nimble fish, unnoticed as she pondered her escape. Only Renault, the 12th, appeared utterly inept, unable to accomplish anything. His countenance grim as he turned to flee. Yet, after only a few steps, a silver object suddenly shot forth from beneath his feet, striking his shin with a ferocious force. Crack! The impact resulted in an immediate fracture, and although pain flickered across Renault's face, he stifled a cry and began to roll and crawl forward. Beneath the ground, Wu Changkong was taken aback. What a pitiful creature this was. Nevertheless, he bore no intention of holding back, as the shark fin glimmered with a blinding cold light, plunging towards the front. If this truly succeeded, the American in sight would likely be cleaved in two. Yet, in the final moments, the opponent's movements, though lacking in grace, were remarkably agile, leading them to the base of the Tokyo Tower. Reaching out, he touched it. The metal atop the tower instantaneously began to liquefy, as if struck by a fiery projectile from the sun. However, instead of solidifying, it flowed towards Renault's body. In the blink of an eye, Renault was enveloped in an advanced exoskeleton, resembling a humanoid mech. Electric energy coalesced around his calves, lifting him effortlessly from the ground, transforming him into an embodiment of weaponry. With his left hand resting upon the Tokyo Tower, liquefied metal continuously flowed toward him. As he raised his right hand, it transformed into a colossal drill, emitting a menacing buzz as it struck the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, the shark fin vanished without a trace, leaving one to wonder its whereabouts. However, the earth suffered greatly. This drill descended in fury, causing the ground to crack and fissures to spread relentlessly, while nearby terrain inexplicably collapsed. It seemed that Tokyo's municipal infrastructure was rather unstable. With a stoic expression, he uttered an American-style quip, his left hand never wavering from its position. The entire Tokyo Tower was fervently absorbed into him, morphing into a suit of armor. In a fluid motion, he raised a massive shield, producing a resonant clang as steel reinforcements from his legs plunged into the earth, preventing his fall. It was, in fact, Lu Su, engaged in a fierce struggle with the sun from a distance, who had casually provided him with a shot. As the sun unleashed its flames, fireballs were hurled indiscriminately toward Chio and the ground-bound Wu Changkong, sparks flying and occasionally striking the innocent bystanders. Lu Su seemed to have pulled a book from thin air, perhaps intending to share its contents with those nearby, even managing to jest in the heat of battle. Feeling cheerful? Enjoy a good read. It seems you're not so merry now. Chio was remarkably busy, unleashing a torrent of diverse spells, some binding, some protective, and others offensive, immersed in a delightful frenzy. No one was solely focused on their immediate adversary. Each individual was preoccupied with the broader picture, envisioning a flawless victory. Thus, the scene was entirely chaotic, a veritable melee of tumultuous conflict. The sun let out a cold snort and suddenly stomped its foot violently, unleashing a towering column of fire that sent Wu Changkong soaring into the air. It was then that the first maniac emerged. Reynolds, a member of the U.S. Special Forces, surveyed the panicked crowd and the chaotic scene with a wild and exhilarated expression, as if triggered by some form of PTSD. He raised his right hand and unleashed a massive Gatling gun, a weapon seemingly birthed from the realm of fantasy, designed solely for warfare. The flames began to erupt, with a relentless rate of 3,600 rounds per minute, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Behind him, Tokyo Tower had become a veritable arsenal, now leaning precariously. Although the primary targets were a select few, such an onslaught inevitably bore the risk of indiscriminate injury. "Everyone, take cover," Chio Ian shouted, as a colossal black hand emerged, enveloping Reynolds and erecting a barrier before him. Panic ensued, and the crowd scattered in haste, though it was perplexing that many remained oblivious, still lingering amidst the chaos. Xie Antong and her companions swiftly maneuvered to take refuge behind Chio Ian, not out of a desire to ambush, but purely for safety. Since the onset of the turmoil, she had been under the influence of drugs, evading capture and harm throughout. a guardian of self-preservation. Under the terrifying barrage, what should have been a mere skirmish had transformed into a scene reminiscent of a legion's battle, with Luce's exhilarated shouts resonating through the crowd. Yes, yes, this is how it should be. Hey, hey, this place has turned into a chaotic stew. Everyone, drink while it's hot. I shall first take my medicine. Firechild, could you possibly refrain from hurling fireballs at me for the moment? As Xia Antong listened to the whispers of sin lingering in her ears, she exerted control over the all-seeing eye, observing Chio Ayan as she formed seals. Her curiosity piqued. However, it seemed they were rather too close for comfort. Chio Ayan appeared to sense something, abruptly turning around, and their eyes met, both momentarily taken aback. It's you, the one called Blank? You are a sinner. Have you been lurking here all along? Chio Ayan recoiled like an agitated mother cat, leaping several meters away, her gaze filled with trepidation as she regarded Xia Antong. Xia Antong, Chapter 177, a most unified misunderstanding, proceeding as planned. What? In an instant, Xia Antong was rendered bewildered. She could not comprehend why this unfamiliar Japanese woman would say such things, but there was no time for further contemplation, for beneath her feet, a pool of black water had already formed. It was Chio Ayan's spell, and the most pressing matter at hand was to flee post-haste. Her shoes propelled her upwards, allowing her to evade the binding skill of the third most powerful entity in the world. Upon landing, a dorsal fin surged towards her again, hastily. She produced a slip of paper, facilitating her own translation. What are you saying? She gazed in shock at the Chio Ayan before her, touching her own face and realizing something was amiss. The initial appearance from the game had always been adorned on her face. How did she recognize her? She had not exhibited any signature external skills. However, it is now impossible to disguise oneself. The two hands that recently escaped have already revealed her identity as a player, making it implausible for her to merely be a bystander. Is this your hidden ability? Xia Antong gazed at the other person with a hint of confusion. Although she had been closely following the actions of the criminal, she had thoroughly examined the personal information of the top 100 players in the peak rankings long ago. Chio Ayan possesses such a skill? I have never heard of it. If she truly has the ability to see through disguises, then the helmet she wears is indeed rather conspicuous, making it likely that someone who frequently monitors player information could recognize her. After all, having participated in 2 games with the criminal, what immense attention has been drawn. Chio Ayan's expression darkened as she focused on Xia Antong. Keikaku, although not in the top 100, has already entered the top 1,000 in current rankings. You do not have a flawless completion record. Are you suppressing your own abilities? True to her name, Keikaku, in the vast player database online, there is virtually no personal information about you. It seems to have been erased by some unseen force, leaving a blank slate. Yet, even the most meticulous can overlook a detail. Having played 2 games with the criminal has still betrayed you, once as a teammate and once in a hell mode wager. Yet you emerged unscathed. Only a fool would believe that this is mere coincidence. Xia Antong, but this is truly just coincidence. The bewildered expression on Xia Antong's face led Chio Ayan to believe she had struck a chord, prompting her to speak with even greater confidence. I never expected the seemingly mad criminal would devise such a scheme, embedding you as a pawn. In the interplay of light and shadow, it becomes evident that the outward appearances of individuals within the game are fundamentally unreliable. To my astonishment, you have managed to touch upon my vulnerabilities. Chio Ayan, increasingly engulfed by fear, felt beads of cold sweat begin to form. Thankfully, she had taken precautions. Were it not for her vigilance, she might have faced dire consequences. As she spoke, dark waters swirled around her, enveloping her entire being in a protective embrace. One must never be complacent. Xia Antong, perplexed, mused. Is it possible that your back is simply safer? She could not fathom why she was being so discreet, only to find herself shouldering the blame in this situation. It seemed that proximity to that man inevitably led to misfortune. At that moment, she noticed numerous gazes directed her way, including those of influential figures within the crowd. In the center of the arena, the fiery giant, engaged in fierce combat, turned its head and exclaimed, "So it is. What exactly have you discovered?" Just as she felt that lingering here was unwise, a mocking voice echoed through the arena. What a pity to have been uncovered. Such an astute woman. I must commend you. The voice belonged to Zue, who directed a beaming smile at Chio Ayan. Chio Ayan, feeling stiff, turned and performed a rigid salute, responding, "I am honored." Xia Antong interjected, "What exactly are you honoring?" Has that fellow truly cemented this blame upon me? Alas, the situation had escalated to this point, and there was no recourse but to accept it. Lu Su wore an expression of resignation, appearing profoundly troubled, as if forced to feign a composure he did not possess. With a sudden turn of her head, she cast her gaze towards Xie Enong and gave a thumbs up. Go ahead. No need to conceal your prowess any longer. Eliminate them. In an instant, Chio Huin became vigilant. Xie Enong, bewildered, stared at the figure she had encountered twice before. Yet, to Chio Huin, it was unmistakably a signal. Proceed with the initial plan. Act now. Lu Su shouted, before once again engaging in battle with the sun. Xie Enong thought to herself, I had a plan, but... She found herself at a loss for words, completely speechless. She vaguely recalled regarding Zue as an idol before entering the game. Now, the illusion had shattered, and she could only perceive this individual as truly formidable. There was no time for hesitation. She resolved to take action immediately, administering a potent dose to herself. 24 hours. If I take it now, I fear I won't last until the game's conclusion before succumbing to despair. However, there was no alternative. If she didn't act, she might not escape this place at all. Was this matchmaking mechanism truly fair? Such a high-stakes match? Yet, the moment the potion coursed through her veins, all fear and confusion evaporated, leaving only cold rationality and composure. Observing the shift in her opponent's aura and gaze, Chio Huin thought to herself, as expected. With a serious demeanor, she launched her attack, scarcely paying heed to the other players. In her eyes, the individual lurking in the shadows, having approached her from behind and entangled with Zue in a conspiracy, had to be dealt with first. Xie Antong observed the expression of her opponent, and a torrent of information surged into her mind. Their habits, thoughts, the softness of the bed they had slept on the previous night, a plethora of both useful and trivial details flooded her consciousness. She took a step forward, and in the next instant, a black ring materialized around her neck, constricting the air sharply. Upon witnessing her adversary evade, Chio Huin's expression shifted dramatically, and countless black spikes beneath her feet commenced a relentless pursuit, transforming from mere entanglement into outright aggression. Meanwhile, the woman opposite her moved with a rhythmic grace, as if stepping in time with an unseen drumbeat, each footfall landing precisely within the blind spots of the attacking zones. In a sudden gesture, Xie Antong produced an unknown incense stick, igniting it as it began to burn slowly. The previously manifested spikes, in turn, began to dissipate gradually. The relentless barrage of spikes seemed on the verge of catching up with the leisurely figure, yet in the next moment, her opponent paused, taking another step forward. It was as if she were courting death. However, the very thing that should have pierced her soul did not materialize. Instead, a massive wall erupted unexpectedly behind her, defying logic and allowing her to evade the attack. Can you read minds? Chio Huin exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 178. Omniscience equals omnipotence, whispers in the ear. Mind reading. Such a terrifying skill was undoubtedly beyond the grasp of players at this stage of the game. Chio Huin's concerns were well-founded, as her preconceived notions had painted this woman in an excessively fearsome light, akin to the lurking serpents that hibernate in the shadows of every novel. Why is it that she consistently manages to tread upon the very edges of her own skills, precisely where her techniques falter the most? In truth, Xie Antong is currently expending tremendous energy. Anticipating each of her opponent's actions demands an immense amount of preliminary information, as well as a keen understanding of their inner vulnerabilities. Chio Huin is synonymous with caution and precision, according to all available data. However, often, the more meticulous one is, the more predictable they become, the more cautious they are, the more apparent their weaknesses grow. Each time her opponent engages in solitary combat, they adhere to a similar methodology: probing, pressing, applying pressure, seeking out weaknesses, engaging strength if all goes well, delivering a fatal blow. Thus, the movements she had previously analyzed in her mind have been rehearsed countless times. And combined with the subtleties of real-time observation, her predictions are nearly infallible. The prior collection of expert information was merely a matter of personal interest. Little did she anticipate it would prove useful one day. The two find themselves in a particularly delicate situation. Chio Huin wonders, how much is this person truly concealing? Xie Antong thinks, I am treading on thin ice in these few minutes. She glances at the incense burning in Xie Antong's hand and the tendrils she previously conjured, now dissipating into nothingness. Just how much are you hiding? Can you genuinely read minds? Chio Huin temporarily halts her actions, her expression slightly grim. "Well, what do you think?" Xie Antong replies, her demeanor effectively cheerful. "It's no wonder they share an alliance. Your expression, as if you have everything under control, bears an uncanny resemblance to sin." Chio Ian retorts coldly, her countenance distinctly displeased. Xie Antong's smile faltered, transforming from playful to strained. Chio Ihan wore a rather unpleasant expression, one that seemed somewhat forced. Were someone truly capable of reading minds, they would discern her frantic internal mantra, "Takayaki, Takayaki." If the other party could genuinely read her thoughts, then this game would indeed become problematic. However, in such moments, explaining oneself to an adversary is utterly unnecessary. She maintained her composure, showing none of the urgency that might have prompted a quicker pace. She understood that she could not afford to appear weak at this juncture. Could Chio Ihan truly do nothing against her? Certainly not. If the opponent were to unleash a powerful attack, enveloping the arena in a vast, dark prison of water, her prior anticipations would be rendered moot. Yet, she was acutely aware that Chio Ihan would not resort to such measures, despite it being their first encounter at that moment. Xie Anong understood her better than her own parents. Because of her cautious nature, she found herself perplexed by this designated foe, one she felt no need to hold back against, yet whose capabilities remained shrouded in uncertainty. In the absence of clarity, she felt compelled to probe, refraining from unleashing her full strength or revealing her trump cards. Such actions would be taxing, and as someone with equally heightened instincts, she surmised that the current state of the sun was likely not sustainable. However, as long as she engaged in tentative exploration, Xie Anong's demeanor remained manageable. The more she probed, the less she unearthed. With dwindling information, her options became limited, and the futility of her explorations became increasingly apparent. The more she sought to test, the more constrained her actions became. While the two engaged in this drawn-out confrontation, on the other side, Reno showed no signs of slowing down. "Ha ha ha." A sense of madness flickered in his laughter as he redirected the muzzle of his weapon. Disguise, infiltration, concealing one's identity, such a familiar sensation. He muttered frantically, his form now grotesquely enlarged, transforming him into a steel behemoth, his sanity beginning to wane. The machine gun erupted once more in a hail of bullets, much to Chio's annoyance. This man's prowess was not lethal. Thus, the situation was not dire. However, to withstand it all was imperative. A single lapse could lead to gunfire, and given her body's resilience, that posed a significant concern. The black water armor she donned was not fully encompassing. What if a bullet struck her eyes? Yet, just as she summoned her black water anew, she turned to find Xie Antong mysteriously absent. That cunning individual had, unbeknownst to her, slipped behind her once again. A sudden tightness gripped her heart as she began to maneuver. Yet, it felt as though she were ensnared. The positions of the three seemed to form an unbroken line. Before her, Reno unleashed a frenzied barrage, while Xie Antong stood closely behind Chio, effectively sandwiching her in between. Chio thought, "How splendid. Are they conspiring to target me?" Yet, she found herself momentarily unable to act. For some reason, the emptiness behind her seemed devoid of any intent to attack. Xie Antong observed Reno's relentless bombardment, her expression gradually turning grave. With a swift motion, she drew a weapon, evidently an in-game armament. A robust grip materialized, enveloping her wrist in a layer of metal, serving as a form of unique protection. Her gaze remained fixed on the distant figure of Reno. Was this truly the 12th world? The all-seeing eye, a formidable legendary equipment, is succinctly encapsulated in a single phrase. Omniscience equates to omnipotence. Yet, until now, she had never contemplated wielding such an artifact in combat. Today, however, fate, or rather, that individual, had thrust upon her an unwarranted burden, compelling her to confront the world's foremost experts. Intrigued, she decided to test its capabilities. Raising her firearm, the world appeared to slow around her, her cerebral energy rapidly depleting as the all-seeing eye began to extract every ounce of her rationality. She even sensed that she could perceive the trajectory of the bullet. Bang! Steadily, she took aim and fired. Upon hearing the gunfire behind her, Chio Aiko felt the sound intertwine with a piercing shriek beside her ear as a bullet whizzed past her. This projectile seemed to possess an automatic tracking ability. Weaving through a barrage of gunfire with precision, it accurately penetrated the tentacle before exiting from the back. Due to the resistance, the bullet's trajectory altered momentarily. As if guided by an unseen hand, the bullet tore through the air, shattering the dark liquid above, and when it reached Reno, It collided with a bullet fired from the opponent's barrel. Bang! In this second collision, kinetic energy diminished, and the slowed projectile curved upward, with its remaining force embedding itself into the neck armor of the adversary. Blood began to seep forth. Xie Antong felt her legs weaken. The calculation had nearly drained her entirely. Then, an inexplicable whisper echoed in her ears. Hee, are you coming? Come on. Chapter 179. Is there a possibility that you are not a player? Everything transpired in less than a second. From the perspective of time, no individual in this world could fathom that the two sharp turns of the preceding gunshot had been calculated. Yet, within the vast expanse of the central square, the most thunderous gunfire abruptly ceased. Reno's relentless artillery fire came to a standstill in that moment. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, the sudden silence following such fierce collective combat was undeniably disconcerting. The shark fin glided across the ground, seemingly sensing something, and suddenly leaped from the earth to gaze at Reno. It felt as though the battle had paused for an instant, as all eyes turned towards him. The armor enveloping his body was nearly impenetrable from the front. There were no discernible vulnerabilities. Only at the junction of the helmet and body did two metal plates overlap, revealing the slightest of gaps. Yet, at that very spot, a vivid crimson hue emerged. Reno's mental state was far from optimal. The excessive exertion of his abilities had left him disoriented. Upon touching his neck, he found it drenched in blood. Impossible. The wave of weakness coursing through him, coupled with the copious blood in his hands, jolted him back to lucidity. How was I injured? Who did this? There was no time for extensive contemplation, for the precariousness of his situation suggested a severe injury to his carotid artery. A shot to the carotid would mean certain doom. In the blink of an eye, he made the most crucial decision. He unfastened his neck armor, transforming the armor on his fingers into sharp spikes. With a swift motion, he grasped his neck, tearing through the flesh to extract the bullet lodged within. Simultaneously, his other hand clutched a vial of potent elixir, which he consumed in haste. Survival first. At this moment, he found himself in an exceedingly vulnerable state. However, the surrounding individuals, caught off guard, refrained from launching an attack. Yet, Xie Antong discerned his weakened condition. Observing Renault's frailty, she once more raised the firearm in her grasp. Yet, after a slight tremor, her arm fell limply to her side, her body succumbing to a wave of fatigue. This ability was exceedingly overpowered, forcing a girl unaccustomed to firearms to calculate the energy dissipation and trajectory alterations of bullets. Such exertion drained her nearly all of her stamina. Yet the results were undeniably effective. Come on. Come now, are you happy? Do you regret it? Are you content? Would you like to join? Remittance slips, lighters, Michelin. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, a cacophony of such voices incessantly echoed in her ears, growing louder and increasingly devoid of meaning. She longed to lie down. Yet the looming sense of peril would not permit it. She rationally recognized the treacherous nature of this battlefield. The peculiar voices at her ear were something she had noticed since her initial use of the omniscient eye. Each time she concluded its use, a varying degree of despondency was accompanied by a persistent voice within her heart, incessantly proclaiming, "You cannot do it. You are worthless. You are detestable. No one will ever care for you." She had long believed this to be her own inner monologue, a manifestation of her negative emotions. However, after the last incident, she confronted her guilt and, following an overdose, discovered that the voice she heard afterwards was truly peculiar. It felt so real, as if someone were whispering in her ear. She should have been filled with dread, yet the overwhelming sense of frustration and defeat eclipsed her fear. In retrospect, she began to question whether it had been merely a figment of her imagination. Now, as the effects of the substance took hold, that voice began to emerge again. This time, however, it was cheerful, a stark contrast to the despondent tone from before, yet it was unmistakably the same individual. What kind of side effect is this? As her thoughts raced, a smile crept onto her face, almost as if she had lost her sanity. World 12, World 12. Did I almost eliminate World 12? Just as she began to mutter in a slightly deranged manner, her expression suddenly froze. The chaotic whispers in her ear gradually faded away, and she returned to normalcy. She suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. What was I just doing? Was I attempting to commit murder? I thought I had succeeded and felt exhilarated. In her confusion, she slowly lifted her head, hastily regaining her composure and donning a smile once more. At that moment, Chio Ian no longer needed to fight. She merely turned to face her, observing her intently. "Thank you for not adding insult to injury," Xie Antong said with a smile. "You're welcome." Chio Ian's expression was complex. Were you the one responsible for what just transpired? Xie Antong observed the complexity of his expression and, instead of providing a direct reply, curiously inquired, "What are you thinking?" Chio Huin, upon hearing this, began to fervently chant inwardly, "Takayaki, Takayaki." She grew increasingly anxious at the thought that he might possess the ability to read minds. "Well, to be honest, you need not worry. I truly do not have telepathic powers." Xie Antong found amusement in the remarkable imagination of the woman across from him. In a state of cerebral enhancement, she was quite spontaneous, thus she spoke candidly. However, Chio Huin suddenly recoiled a significant distance, exclaiming in astonishment, "Then how could you possibly know that I was concerned you might read my mind? You mentioned it earlier, but I did not just say it." Xie Antong mused. Why does it seem that every highly ranked expert possesses an air of eccentricity? Yet, from Chio Huin's perspective, the woman before her, in an unwitting alliance with Sin, had rendered a world-class fighter, ranked 12th, utterly powerless. The fleeting moments prior had seen the expression on her face transition from despondency to exhilaration, to delight, then to tranquility, before she smiled and gazed up at Chio Huin. Clearly, she resembled a quintessential antagonist, if she truly could read minds. "Takoyaki." Chio Huin clenched her teeth and declared, "You should leave." Xie Antong replied, "No? In truth, I have many lethal techniques yet to unveil." "Yes, I am aware," Xie Antong nodded. "Look, she truly knows." Chio Ano pondered within her heart. "Stay away from me. Keep your distance from this battlefield. Retreat to the outskirts of Tokyo, and pretend as if nothing has transpired. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Though her words were laced with threats, her expression betrayed an unusual apprehension. Xie Antong, somewhat speechless, brushed her hair back and gazed curiously at the individual before her. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. After experiencing the previous overload, she seemed to have gained a touch more intelligence, grasping concepts that had previously eluded her. "Ah, is it possible that you are not a player?" Chapter 180. The reality of the game. Xie Antong extended a finger, slightly tilting her head, as if contemplating something profound. She appeared quite eager to engage in thought, relishing the mental exercise that brought her a modicum of delight. Yet, Chio Ano, maintaining an outward calm, felt a tremor coursing through her, as her heart was already engulfed in a tempest of tumultuous emotions. She spoke steadily. "If you are not a player, how could you possess the abilities I just demonstrated? Furthermore, you are familiar with me, number 3, Chio Ano, undeniably authentic. And I must reiterate, should you choose not to depart, I shall indeed resort to lethal measures against you." Xie Antong, somewhat bemused, gestured towards Zue, who was engaged in combat with the fireman, and remarked, "If you truly possess lethal skills, why not employ them against him instead of directing them towards me?" Chio Ano furrowed her brow. Though the words were simple, she had already sensed something awry. There were evidently two individuals engaged in combat, yet she only acknowledged one, suggesting a profound connection, and perhaps even a trap. "Do not interrupt. Allow me a moment to ponder." Xie Antong gestured dismissively, resuming her contemplation while absently brushing her hair behind her ear. "That is not what I meant. I am implying that you are a player, but in this game, you are not merely a player. Surely you comprehend my intention. Are you diverting the topic? Why would one wish to change the subject?" Chio Ian observed the woman before her, noticing several apparent flaws, yet refrained from acting impulsively, convinced it must be a trap. This line of reasoning seemed entirely plausible to her. Xie Antong's gaze drifted into emptiness as she muttered to herself. Why was Chio Ian able to discern the disguise upon her face? If it were a skill, then the disguise would be futile. For it was the initial guise bestowed by the game. She had previously encountered the game of Sin and was well aware that its rules superseded all others. As long as the game willed it, this disguise could not be perceived by outsiders. Hence, it must be an inherent aspect of the game. Or perhaps this woman before her possessed the ability to see through it. Why did she persistently fret over the possibility of possessing mind-reading capabilities? This indicated that within her heart lay something she wished to conceal. In such circumstances, the most probable explanation would be that their game-related quests diverged. After all, even if one were to betray their partner, it seemed inconsequential to be known by an unrelated individual. Could it be that you are the hunter? No, that is incorrect. Your previous expression clearly indicates that I have hit the nail on the head. You are likely not a player within the game. Though you are not a player, you have come here and resorted to violence without uttering a word. What does it matter if you are not a player? Chio Ian spoke, her voice chillingly direct, her demeanor icy. You outsiders have come to my homeland and wreaked havoc. Should I not take action to thwart you and protect the populace? As number 3, I am certainly obliged to bear some sense of responsibility. Chio-Ayan appeared righteous. Yet beads of sweat formed on her brow, for while she spoke, her mind incessantly echoed thoughts of takoyaki. I do not possess the ability to read minds. I am merely analyzing the situation. Xie Antong cast her a sidelong glance and continued her soliloquy. She began to divert the topic yet again. Speaking of protecting the populace and national righteousness, do you not find the flaws in your reasoning utterly ludicrous? As a player, one must first choose whether to enter the game in order to comprehend the events that will unfold, rather than abstaining from participation simply because you are aware that Tokyo is to be destroyed. Number 3, after so many flawless completions, how could you possibly choose to refrain from engaging in the game? Are you jesting with me? Chio-Ayan, with a cold sweat trickling down her brow, continued to speak with a strained neck. After all, Tokyo is indeed on the list of candidates. I feel I still have an obligation. Besides, I have already attained considerable ability and status, and there is no need for me to venture into the game. Xie Antong looked at her with a hint of exasperation. For some reason, Chio felt as though she were being regarded as a fool. She did not even bother to retort, as if such a pitiful excuse was unworthy of a response. Stubbornness, yet your demeanor suggests I have likely deduced the truth. TSK. It merely feels as though being correct is ultimately futile. Xie Antong, feeling somewhat distressed, scratched her head, contemplating whether she should give herself another push. You are not a player in this game, and you have had your reasons for not participating since the very beginning. Sin could hardly be so foolish. He must surely realize that the rationale he espoused is invalid, and that he pursues other objectives. Therefore, the true purpose of the game is. Xie Antong seemed to have descended into her own reverie, engaging in a relentless monologue, utterly unprotected, like a delicate flower swaying in a tempest. Previously, due to Chio's excessive caution, the storm had not arrived, but now it had come. Creak. Suddenly, Xie Antong felt a sharp pain in her legs. Looking down, she discovered that her legs were ensnared by deep blue vines, tightly coiling around her and causing her considerable discomfort. The oppressive atmosphere continued to tighten. Glancing around, one could see that the entire square was completely enveloped by a dark, foreboding water, an exceedingly terrifying sight. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld the instigator, Chio-Ayan, whose eyes had turned a ghastly crimson, even beginning to ooze blood. No, I cannot allow you to remain. In the next moment, a colossal wave surged throughout the square, engulfing Xie Antong, as if it sought to crush her mercilessly. Xie Antong exclaimed, "This is bad. They are becoming desperate." Yet, her own combat capabilities were rather mediocre, having just been ensnared in a puzzle and deep in thought. She had momentarily forgotten the formidable adversary before her, ranked 3rd in the world. Oh no, this is disastrous. However, in the very next instant, another shadow loomed overhead. A massive figure soaring above Chio-Ayan, crashing down with tremendous force. Chio-Ayan staggered, her eyes wide with horror as she beheld the fiery figure, which, propelled by immense kinetic energy, sent her hurtling away. In an instant, the dark water formation in the square subsided. The game had only just begun. Why play with life? A cynical voice echoed, surveying the crowd below. Chio-Ayan struggled to rise, her tendrils moving her aside. As she looked at the ground where the sun lay, unable to stand for the time being, had he been thrown here by someone? Wasn't he evenly matched with sin? Chapter 181. The game has just begun, yet death comes too slowly in the eyes of Chio-Ayan. Zue was currently treading upon the scorched earth, tormented by flames, a peculiar grin adorning his mask as he approached with deliberate slowness. So, you are not a player in this game after all. How reasonable. Everything becomes more sensible now. He uttered words that left the others bewildered, then turned to the dazed Xie Antong, standing to the side. The light on his mask flickered as he spoke. The game has only just begun, so do not rush, otherwise it will lose its intrigue. Xie Antong gazed at him in confusion, aware that this mask represented greed and an unyielding pursuit of self-interest. Yet, had he just ensnared himself in a predicament only to extricate himself moments later? Chio-Ayan observed the two cunning old foxes engaged in a silent exchange, and her heart raced. She promptly stepped forward and addressed Zue. Zue, as the strongest in the world, is it not beneath you to wield your power to harm the populace? When have I ever harmed the populace? Lusa shrugged, his mask displaying a look of bewilderment. Then what of the destruction of this place? Wasn't that the sun's doing? Chio-Ayan. Lusu took a step closer, a broad smile on his face as he looked down upon Chio-Ian. Stop trying to divert the topic with irrelevant chatter. I shall reveal a secret to you. I possess the ability to read minds. Xia Antong, you possess a remarkable ability to read minds. Ever since I arrived here and noticed you, I have been acutely aware of your thoughts. Ha ha ha. Chio-Ian's expression remained almost unchanged as she spoke. You are deceiving me. Lu Su was taken aback, pointing at Chio-Ian and turning to Xia Antong. He questioned, isn't this person a fool? Why would she not believe that I am tricking her? Xia Antong replied, because such a statement implies that both of your abilities intersect. Chio-Ian coldly remarked, the one who can read minds is her. Therefore, she observes everything from the shadows. You cannot possess the same power. I cannot read minds. Xia Antong felt utterly innocent. Sighing, Zue, wearing a mask, interrupted her. There is no need to deny being seen. Let us not beat around the bush. We are all aware that your strength is far more profound than it appears on the surface. At the very least, you could be considered the second strongest in the world, wouldn't you agree? Xia Antong exclaimed, how can such a beast exist? Did I offend him in a previous game, prompting him to act in such a manner? Inwardly lamenting, she quickly regained her composure, gazing at Zue with a sense of confusion. Until now, she had never been certain whether his intentions towards her were benevolent or malevolent. Furthermore, why did they always find themselves in the same game? Could it be that he too was probing the origins of the game? Moreover, why? Xia Antong raised her head to look at the other party. You must realize that the words you uttered are erroneous, perhaps even a deliberate misdirection intended by the game itself. The purpose of the game is not that. I merely wish to ascertain what you are up to. Xia Antong has now discovered the most effective resolution to her inability to analyze Lu Su, simply asking him directly. This inquiry is, in fact, quite straightforward. Because the game has only just commenced, yet the number of fatalities is surprisingly sparse and rather sluggish. Listening to such an absurd rationale from the other party, Xia Antong felt a bit bewildered. However, upon reflection, it oddly aligned with his character. As Xia Antong pondered with her head bowed, she remained oblivious to the figure behind the mask, whose flowing light held a hint of perplexity as he regarded her. Possessing more information than Xia Antong, he had harbored significant doubts since their initial pairing in the previous chapter of the game. Now, upon encountering her for the third time, he felt that suspicion had morphed into certainty. Initially, he believed that Xia Antong herself lacked the capability to manipulate the game, suggesting that some anomaly had occurred within the game's matching mechanism. While Xia Antong observed him intently, he too scrutinized her, searching for suspicious clues. It was only moments ago, when Xia Antong fired that shot, that he caught a fleeting whiff of an unusual yet familiar scent. However, it vanished too swiftly, leaving him to question his own senses. Could it be that the bloodhound's nose was simply too sensitive, leading to a misinterpretation? Have you contemplated how to conclude this? Xia Antong inquired, raising his gaze. He had always felt that the other party dared to gamble without a definitive ending in sight. Ting, the enigmatic figure, merely extended a finger as if to listen for some elusive sound. At that moment, each player's ears were filled with the sporadic echoes of those who had been eliminated, indicating that Lu Su's machinations had indeed borne fruit. What are you listening to? Xia Antong feigned surprise before looking towards Qian Daihuin. Did you hear it? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Qian Daihuin unwittingly confirmed Xia Antong's earlier suspicions. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, her countenance darkened as she suddenly addressed Ting. I do possess an unused ability, although it comes with a considerable cost. My request is for your protection. Ensure that I remain unharmed throughout this game and survive until the end. In exchange, I can utilize this taxing ability to ascertain the locations of all participating players. Oh, Lu Su responded with a hint of astonishment, casting a subtle glance at the night sky. The omniscient eyes, could they indeed proliferate to hundreds? Had she begun to evolve? However, a disconcerting grin emerged on Ting's masked visage, and the words that followed were perplexing. Typically, individuals articulate their thoughts before presenting a counterpoint. Yet this person seemed to leap straight to the negation, leaving one to ponder what had transpired in their mind. I'm afraid I must decline, as I have already discerned how to locate the other participants. Thus, the conditions are not met. It is impossible for me to assist you, and moreover, you do not require my protection. Your abilities are still unknown to me, yet you could easily dispatch foes in a heartbeat. At this moment, Chio Aiko finally regained her composure, wiping away the blood from the corner of her eye, and coldly remarked, You all, since you have long agreed to be allies, do you not take me into account at all? No, 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 I am not targeting you, Brother Eiko. In fact, I regard no one in this game with any seriousness, Lu Su replied, turning around, shrugging his shoulders with a smile. Is that so? Chio Eiko narrowed her eyes. Was it not you who interrupted my spell by hurling that fire creature at me, thus saving her? Oh, that was merely a coincidence. It chose to fly this way on its own. Enough of your nonsense. The fire creature on the ground exclaimed angrily. Chapter 182. Adding points. Sudden outburst. Ah, you are still alive? The blue-masked figure displayed an exaggerated look of surprise as it gazed at the sun. What is it, Fireboy? Get up quickly. The ground is drenched, and you have already fallen. Just wait for Waterboy to arrive. Subsequently, Lu Su turned to glance at Chio Eiko once more. Well, Waterboy is right here. Chio Eiko was somewhat perplexed, yet she had heard that Chinese culture is profound and rich, filled with numerous historical allusions. Are you referring to some traditional allusion? To some extent, yes, Lu Su replied earnestly. Hey, do not change the subject. The sun, lying on the ground, began to shout in frustration, feeling utterly disheartened. Just after a single encounter, his shortcomings had been laid bare, revealing that he had not focused on physical prowess. Though his fiery avatar appears intimidating, his most formidable combat style is, in fact, to unleash skills from a considerable distance. He then surrounds himself with a blazing shield, allowing him to advance unimpeded. However, once Sui discerned his true nature as a mage, he never afforded him the opportunity to engage from afar. He fought like a madman. Even as he gripped the magma armor tightly, his hands were thoroughly scorched, producing a sizzle as fat rendered. Yet, he refused to relent. What on earth is this? While engaging in close combat, he could indeed inflict damage, but his defenses were nearly non-existent. Although the sun's physique was not specifically enhanced, his stature was undeniably robust. He had not anticipated Zue's strength to be so immense. Every bone in his body felt slightly dislocated, his limbs fractured and immobilized. In contrast, Lu Su's injuries appeared far more severe and terrifying, akin to waking up at noon after a fire had ignited in the home at 3 in the morning. Yet, he moved without hindrance, albeit with a slight, distorted gait. Moments ago, he had withstood my explosion, clashing directly with me, propelling me back. Without a hint of hesitation, the sun shattered through. The connection between the two is undeniable. It is profoundly significant. His injuries are grave, and I recommend that you, the Japanese girl, take decisive action. Of course, I do not advocate such a course of action, for even a centipede, though mortally wounded, does not easily perish. This individual possesses considerable strength. If you are apprehensive, it would be wise to consider abducting the woman before you, as she would certainly serve as leverage. The sun lay upon the ground, uttering a stream of words with a breathless fervor, appearing near death, yet speaking with wild abandon. What? He possesses 100 legs? It was uncertain whether the translation system within the game had faltered or if Chio Eino's intellect was limited, but she posed a question that none present had anticipated. The sun fell silent, and Xie Antong turned to speak. If I initially thought you were merely feigning ignorance, I now believe your act bears an uncanny resemblance to reality. Chio Eino appeared momentarily dazed, revealing a hint of genuine simplicity. Focus on the task at hand, Japanese girl. Oh, after a brief hesitation, Chio Eino decisively shifted her gaze towards the center. I am incapable of undertaking acts of kidnapping. However, your current state may not be favorable. As she made her choice, the sun, reclining behind her, subtly altered its expression, hinting at a sense of triumph. At that moment, Lu Su found the antics of the fool before him rather tiresome and turned to Xie Antong with a grand smile. I shall leave this to you. Let it unfold as it may, he muttered softly. You. Just as she was about to continue, the sinner vanished from her sight, a powerful speed conjuring a fearsome gale, and in an instant, he stood before Chio Eino, without drawing a weapon or indulging in any unnecessary actions. He unleashed a swift kick. After practicing under the sun for half a day, I felt invigorated, ready to unleash powerful strikes. Chio Ein's response was remarkably composed. She retreated just in time, finding refuge behind a towering black water tree that seemed to rise from the ground. Her figure melded into the tree, and in an instant, countless vines and tendrils surged forward to envelop her, simultaneously propelling her spell outward. To Xiao Antong's eyes, her reactions appeared almost scripted, eerily identical to her previous combat patterns, where she first probes and then applies pressure. It was evident that she was testing the extent of her adversary's strength. Yet, Xie and Ong knew all too well that one should not merely probe the crime sometimes. Comprehending an opponent cannot rely solely on empirical evidence, but must instead be informed by intelligence, for a single moment of pragmatism could lead one into the abyss. With a thunderous crash, the bark of the ancient tree, reminiscent of a millennium-old giant, shattered without a moment's notice. The other foot, firmly planted on the ground, cracked the earth beneath it, layer upon layer of defense collapsing as if made of paper. After a series of resounding booms, Chio-In's astonished face re-emerged from the wreckage of the tree because it had been shattered. With a final surge of power, a kick sent Chio flying through the air, her feet skimming over the black water below as if she were surfing. In a moment of exasperation, her face flushed. She shouted and vanished from her position with a resounding bang, as if something had exploded, only to reappear from the opposite end of the square. However, Lu Su showed no intention of halting. After delivering a powerful kick, the ground beneath him erupted in a violent explosion. Amidst the thunderous roar, he swiftly reappeared on the other side. With his hands clasped together like a hammer, he brought them crashing down from above, shattering the ground as if it were fragile tofu, and ensnared the fleeing skateboard from below. With a forceful tug, he pulled Wu Changkong from his hidden refuge beneath the earth. Wu Changkong, taken aback, was momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, the son began to execute his next move. With a twist of his waist, despite his limbs being incapacitated, a vial of green potion appeared at his waist. Applying pressure, the potion soared towards his mouth. Yet, he found himself perplexed, sensing that this individual's strength, particularly his speed, had somehow increased. Had he been holding back? No. The reality was that Lu Su had once again enhanced his abilities. In the recent conversation with the others, he had accomplished another wave of elevation. Upon summoning his personal status panel, it became evident that he had previously focused almost exclusively on augmenting his strength. However, upon encountering a rare opponent like the Sun, who could push his abilities to their utmost limits, he realized that such an imbalance in his attributes was untenable. Otherwise, in the realm of physical combat, he would experience a disconcerting sensation as if his brain could not perfectly control his limbs. Thus, he did not hesitate to expend his pain points, intentionally colliding with the opponent's molten body without any form of protection, viewing this as one of his means of self-improvement. In the eyes of greed, everything in the world can be seen as a mere servant. At this moment, he primarily focused on enhancing his speed. Pain points, 7, strength, 60, 50-60, speed, 50, 30-50, coordination, 30, 20-30, fortune, 3, spirit, 7, after elevating his physical attributes to a new level. The previously accumulated 107 pain points were nearly exhausted once again. However, the newfound strength was extraordinarily exquisite, causing Lu Su to temporarily forget the considerable pain he still bore. At that moment, Lu Su grasped the skateboard on the ground with one hand, lifting Wu Changkong into the air along with it. Wu Changkong had not even managed to utter a single word before he saw a fist, akin to a hammer, magnifying before his eyes. A terrifying gust of wind surged towards him. The silver skateboard beneath his feet lifted upward, not as a means of obstruction, but rather as an adaptation. In the next instant, the fist pierced through the skateboard and through the opponent's body, as if it were a poorly made game model, merely phasing through. He had not anticipated that, at this juncture, everyone possessed their own means of survival, and his opponent surprisingly had a phasing skill. In a moment of disorientation, Lu Su gazed at Wu Changkong, who had broken free from his grasp and was attempting to flee, as if a thought had struck him. If one were to stretch the definition, could this phenomenon of etherealization be considered a form of spirit? After a brief contemplation, Lu Su hesitated not at all and retrieved the confession of a disappointed soul from his backpack. Hey! Upon opening the book, Wu Changkong, who had initially leaped backward as if to seize an opportunity to retaliate, instinctively turned his head. Lu Su was entirely unaware of his name. Yet the mere utterance compelled Wu Changkong to look back. Subsequently, he felt an insubstantial membrane enveloping him, rendering him breathless, as his semi-transparent form began to uncontrollably drift toward the abyss of sin. What is happening? In his panic, Wu Changkong caught sight of the book in Lu Su's hand and resolved to take a glance. To his dismay, upon doing so, his spirit's etherealization vanished entirely, and an overwhelming sorrow surged from within him. Why is it so arduous? Why must I partake in such a game? His eyes clouded with confusion. Yet the time for bewilderment was fleeting. As one of the top 20 masters, he quickly regained his composure, realizing he might have fallen into a trap. But it was too late. Lusu had already reappeared before him, his fist poised to strike. I hope you can withstand it this time. With a thunderous roar, Wu Changkong was propelled away, his skateboard barely managing to absorb the impact for a fleeting moment, yet it proved utterly futile. Though no damage has yet occurred, the adversary was propelled across an entire street, crashing into a building and vanishing from sight. The hour is still early. The catfish in the shoal cannot yet perish. Lusu murmured to himself, swiftly returning to the sun's side. The sun, earlier ruthless even with incapacitated limbs, managed to launch an advanced potion using its waste, shattering the vial with its teeth. The jagged glass lacerated the oral mucosa, causing blood to seep forth. But such suffering was worthwhile compared to the extraordinary effects of the potion. With a powerful leap, Lusu executed a downward strike with a battle axe, producing a thunderous sound as the ground buckled beneath him. Almost all external embellishments of the plaza were obliterated. Yet, beneath his feet, there was no one. Only the charred earth remained, leaving him to ponder how the sun had escaped. Nevertheless, he had faith that the adversary would find a way. If not, then let them perish on the spot. Beholding the formidable humanoid imprint on the ground, Lusu did not glance back. Instead, he raised the hell roar with one hand, directing all his energy towards the Tokyo Tower behind him. His target was none other than Reno. Having just stabilized his injuries to avoid any life-threatening risks to his carotid artery, Reno was now fully alert to the unexpected assault. Who could have imagined that he, standing there seemingly harmless and doing nothing, would still be subjected to an attack? Desperately, he absorbed the metal behind him, encasing himself within a spherical shield, bracing for the impending onslaught. However, the energy of the hellish roar was immense, and the iron sphere he conjured shot into the ground as if it were a projectile lacking a cannon's trajectory. Subsequently, the tremendous impact and destruction caused the television tower, already drained by Reno, to fracture at an angle. The towering structure toppled, leaning precariously like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Observing that several skilled fighters had been rendered motionless, flung away by his might, Lusu exhaled a breath of relief. With each increment in power, he experienced an addictive thrill, a sensation that filled him with exhilaration and joy. A glance revealed Chio Owen, whom he had sent flying with a single kick, now gazing at him in terror. How could his strength and speed have amplified to such a degree? Chio Owen pondered in disbelief. Could it be that all his enhancements stemmed from physical attributes? Or had he perhaps taken a temporary stimulant? Was this truly the physique of a mere human? Overwhelmed by fear, she found herself devoid of any intent to attack, already bracing herself for the utmost defense. It was difficult for her to fathom the sheer power encapsulated within the man before her, a stark contrast to the abilities of others. The sun had shone brightly before. She wondered if she would have the fortitude to withstand it. Yet, after a few seconds, the adversary did not charge toward her like a high-speed train, seemingly uninterested in her presence. What was he doing? It seems as though one is conversing with oneself. Ah, listen, the sound of dwindling numbers has gradually accelerated. So, when will the hunter arrive? Chapter 184. Renowned in the capital, the respect of the people. Chio Eiko refrains from sending messages and possesses no long-distance hearing. She now believes that the most prudent course of action is to remain observant and refrain from taking the initiative. However, at this moment, Xia Antong is quite close by, and she hears everything clearly, hastily exclaiming, "Oh, are you implying that there indeed exists a presence of hunters within this game?" The notion that the prey is synonymous with the hunter is evidently unfounded. Xia Antong has always suspected that the words previously uttered by Zue may not reflect true intentions, and now it is nearly confirmed. "Oh, is that so? What did I just say?" Lusu replied with a teasing smile, asserting that for the greedy, denying one's own words is a perfectly reasonable and morally acceptable behavior. Xia Antong. She finds herself somewhat perplexed by the other's line of reasoning. Yet she merely nods in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, they are not allies. Indeed, according to Zue's earlier assertions, his elimination would be the most rational choice at this juncture. It appears that what is required to progress is consistently taken at face value. The actions he described are evidently of little significance. Rather than engaging in confrontation, it is imperative to unravel the true purpose of the game. Lusa felt that the game's progress was rather slow, yet she believed it was quite rapid. After all, the Tokyo Tower was on the verge of being dismantled, which could hardly be deemed as sluggish advancement. Moreover, within just a few hours, over 20 individuals had already been eliminated, primarily due to infighting. She wondered if they had perished. How vexing. What were they discussing now? In the distance, Chio Aino was frantically engaging in a game. Her teeth clenched in frustration. She had no desire to join the fray. The earlier scene had been far too startling, and she wished to avoid any risk. Having been entangled with the sun for an extended period, Chio Aino appeared unfazed by the terror that the first place might invoke. Yet, she could not comprehend why the sun had suddenly perished in a single round, its very body being wielded as a weapon that disrupted her meticulously forming grand formation. The opponent's fire was exceedingly fierce, and as she was akin to black water, the impact upon her was profound. Was this all part of the scheme of that most formidable player, Sin? Furthermore, after vanquishing the sun, Sin, seemingly gravely injured, had launched an immediate assault, targeting 4 individuals while they were caught off guard, single-handedly incapacitating them all. It seemed from his tone that sparing lives was a deliberate tactic, regardless of his intentions. He had instantaneously defeated 4 among the top 20. Although those 4 were unprepared and not at their peak, he had executed a swift kill. Such prowess only served to heighten Chio Aino's cautiousness, making her even more hesitant. She remained oblivious to their machinations. TSK. Were they engaging in some form of telepathic communication before conversing? Apologies for the trouble. I wonder if anything has been exposed. I hope there won't be any issues. The wail of sirens filled the air as a multitude of police officers began to converge. After a moment of contemplation, Chio Aino vanished into the depths of the dark waters. The square was relatively desolate, with the extensive bullet marks and charred areas being the handiwork of that warmonger, Renault. Although it was merely a game, the events unfolded in reality, and the collapse of Tokyo Tower could not be overlooked. If local authorities and violent forces were to join forces and impose resistance, the game would undoubtedly become even more arduous. Xia Antong wore a grave expression as she spoke. But upon finishing her words, she realized that Zue had seemingly not heard her. He raised his head, as if detecting some scent. Xia Antong noticed an eerie smile spreading across his face, and then he nodded at her, darting away without uttering a single word. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the farthest edge of her vision, rendering him nearly impossible to track. Xia Antong quickly shut her eyes, summoned her focus, and commanded one of her all-seeing eyes to follow him. She had a premonition that regardless of whether her previous transaction with Zue had borne fruit, she would likely have to resort to an immensely taxing method. She needed to manifest 80 all-seeing eyes to observe each player's circumstances within this game. But he claimed to have located everyone's position? Xia Antong found it incomprehensible that the coercive guide would seize the guide's artifacts in such a manner. However, soon she found herself devoid of time for contemplation, as the blaring sirens grew increasingly distinct in her ears. This is disastrous. All those truly causing chaos here, fighting and wreaking havoc at Tokyo Tower, have already dispersed. That Chio Aino fellow might still be deluding himself about his own significance. If he were to be branded a puppet master, it would spell his doom. The Tokyo Battle Royale, the inaugural game of reality's descent, with hunters and prey. Yet, before the hunters have even appeared, she might find herself apprehended by the police. Now that would be absurdly humorous. With that thought, she sorrowfully retrieved the token. Suddenly, a metallic roar erupted from behind her. Get in. Xia Antong instinctively turned to see a massive motorcycle, devoid of any rider. Where are you? She called out, glancing around. Can you turn invisible? Have your eyes planted on your sauls. Can't you see such a large figure as myself? The Black Knight emitted an irate growl, and Xia Antong then realized that the voice came from the motorcycle before her. Has the game truly become this fantastical? As time elapsed, following Lu Su's unleashing of unprecedented chaos, events indeed progressed at a remarkable pace. Players intermittently received announcements in their ears. Some had withdrawn, others eliminated. The most crucial development, however, was that Lu Su no longer needed to conceal himself. In just a matter of minutes, he had already gained notoriety throughout Tokyo. The nocturnal city appeared even more resplendent than in daylight, steeped in opulence and excess. Under the veil of night, the revelers engaged in fervent discussions solely centered around the divine selection game, a phenomenon that had sparked the infamous Tokyo Tower incident with its audacious announcement echoing throughout the city. In the bars, patrons gazed at the related footage, erupting in gasps and exclamations as they witnessed the divine-like scenes that had unfolded in their city merely moments ago. Some cursed, others cheered, while many merely observed the spectacle. Yet, as they continued to watch, their feelings transformed into trepidation and dread. This fear soon morphed into a thrilling longing. leaving everyone in deep contemplation. Chapter 185. The first hunter's kill. Even though over 100 million individuals had been chosen, the proportion of those eligible to become players remained exceedingly small within the crowd. Presently, it seemed as if Tokyo had not succumbed to slumber, for the interest in this game extended beyond the selected ones to encompass the vast multitude of ordinary players. There appeared to be an unspoken understanding among the spectators as they intently watched the inexplicable visuals before them. Has the world's foremost game reached such heights? If given the chance, could there be an alternate path in life for me? The Tokyo Tower has fallen. Let it fall after countless games. Why is it that some are fortunate enough to become players from the outset, while I remain unchosen, still an ordinary individual? The chasm between us has grown so vast. Is it too late if I tarry any longer? Amidst the myriad voices of discourse, an overwhelming sense of anxiety prevails, a sentiment characterized by the fear that opportunities may soon slip away. This feeling arises equally in every individual's heart, yet remains unspoken, shared only in silent understanding. Among all the competitors, those with keen intuition often sense an invisible gaze upon them. Who are you? In bewilderment and astonishment, Xia Antong inquired of the Black Knight beneath her. The unfolding situation had surpassed her expectations. Just moments ago, as she contemplated utilizing her precious teleportation token, a roaring motorcycle had abruptly whisked her away. The metallic exterior enveloped her instantly, primarily serving to shield her from external threats, while also ensuring she would be cast aside. If a player possessed the extraordinary ability to transform into a motorcycle, it would indeed stretch the bounds of imagination. I am the Black Knight. The Black Knight carved a terrifying arc on the road, as if following a predetermined path, responding with a peculiar pride. What was he so proud of? Xia Antong found herself perplexed. Receiving such an inconsequential name, she furrowed her brow and directly asked, "May I inquire if you are human?" "Oh, it seems your eyes not only reach the ground, but are also shot." The Black Knight appeared somewhat at a loss for words. "I am merely the subordinate of that masked individual, here to execute his commands." "Sin." Xia Antong was momentarily taken aback. "He asked you to bring me out?" "No." The Black Knight responded with unwavering certainty. Xia Antong sighed, although it wasn't explicitly stated. It seemed like a simple task, and I suspect he might have tacitly approved it. After all, he never specifically said not pay attention to that woman over there. Is that so? With her brows tightly knitted, Xia Antong remained oblivious to when Sin had acquired such a sentient and top-tier weapon, with its own consciousness. Could it be that it effortlessly brought her along? Did that reasoning not seem somewhat far-fetched? What mission did he assign you? Is that something I can disclose? Never mind, it's likely I cannot. After a brief contemplation, Xia Antong hastily ceased her thoughts. Considering the predicament she had just endured, she had every reason to suspect that knowing the truth would only lead to further entrapment. As she raced down the street alongside the Black Knight, a shiver ran down her spine, and she abruptly smacked the Black Knight beneath her, exclaiming, "Be careful," before her words had fully escaped her lips. A large pickup truck careened around the corner, charging directly towards the Black Knight. Both vehicles screeched to a halt, the sound sending chills down their spines. Hiss. "You damn ing female driver, can't you watch the road while driving? Huh? Are you out of your mind?" You. After narrowly escaping this perilous moment, the driver's window rolled down, and an unrestrained tirade erupted, utterly unreasonable. "Hey, what the hell?" The Black Knight refused to yield. Its imposing exterior adorned with an array of peculiar appendages, transforming the vehicle into a veritable hedgehog. "I had yet to utter a word of reprimand when you interjected. I see you are." Whack. The Black Knight was poised to charge forward, but suddenly, a sharp slap on its chassis brought it to a halt. It then heard the voice of Xia Antong. "Do not linger. Move swiftly. Remember the task Sin has assigned you. Hurry." The Black Knight contemplated, intending to assert that this would not impede its mission, as a couple of swift charges would surely dismantle the obstruction. However, upon reflecting on Xia Antong's words, it chose to comply, swiftly pivoting, its engine roaring as it vanished into the distance. After its departure, the driver exited the vehicle, cursing as he pursued for a considerable while. Gradually, his expression turned icy as he pressed his Bluetooth headset. "I have spotted the suspicious vehicle, but it appears to be occupied by a woman. I couldn't catch up. I was deceived. The other party fled unexpectedly. Me? Of course. I am not dead. If I were, how could I speak? Sai, I believe you still underestimate my capabilities. In truth, had I wished, I could have dismantled it in mere minutes." As the Black Knight surged forward, it boasted, oblivious to the grave expression on Xia Antong's face. she remarked. You must possess a degree of autonomy, do you not? Do you not sense that something is amiss in Tokyo today? The individuals here possess peculiar traits, diverging from what one might deem normal. Previously, during the fierce battles among the world's top 20, throngs gathered, exuberant and oblivious to fear. Yet, just moments ago, an unexpected accident ignited a wave of aggression and violence among the crowd. Moreover, although Tokyo's nightlife is reputed to be lavish and intoxicating, the streets remain crowded with pedestrians at such a late hour. Is it conceivable that all of Tokyo's inhabitants revel only in nocturnal escapades? Do they all slumber by day and emerge by night? How could that be? Ah, you speak the truth. The people here exhibit a remarkable lack of decorum. The Black Knight openly chastised them, as during the day, traffic jams and accidents abound, accompanied by mutual insults among the populace. Speaking of which, that sudden accident that occurred earlier in the day happened once before. It left my brother with a broken leg. What? Xie Antong gasped in surprise. It had already transpired during the day. Indeed, this occurrence can hardly be mere coincidence. Take me to a less crowded area. Please let me down. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, suddenly, her player interface displayed an unusual announcement. The 34th player has been eliminated. Killer, the Hunter. Chapter 186. Unraveling the game's enigma, the Black Knight's trial. The Hunter has struck. Staring at the words on her game panel, Xie Antong found herself momentarily stunned. This marked the first instance of a Hunter kill notification throughout the game's duration. In other words, the previous claims regarding the game have been definitively proven problematic. The issue, however, is that the current player count has begun to dwindle significantly. It appears that the game Tokyo Battleground possesses a certain violent element. Once the spark of sin ignites, no additional actions are required. Players have already commenced their mutual hunt. All are seasoned players, none willing to be outdone. Rather than waiting to be hunted, they prefer to strike first. This is a hellish game, inherently bloody. What exactly are you doing? Xie Antong suddenly felt a throbbing headache. During this brief period, her mental exertion had been excessive, leading her to seriously doubt that this time, the side effects would manifest sooner than anticipated. She had an unsettling feeling that the entire Tokyo was gradually becoming more frenzied, and above the night sky of Tokyo, there seemed to be a blue mask, gazing down upon all with a malicious grin. Hey, beautiful, wasn't it said that this place is less populated? Did it get smashed? At that moment, the voice of the Black Knight pulled her back from her reverie, offering her a semblance of relief. Nothing much, I'll get off first. I need to operate something. Xie Antong alighted from the vehicle, doing nothing else but downing a bottle of restorative potion. She felt as though she were exhausting herself. Throughout the journey, she had been attempting to replicate the omniscient eye. In theory, the omniscient eye could be replicated countless times, allowing her to monitor the entire world. Yet, it was evident that she could not. Each eye represents a single perspective, a piece of video information requiring cerebral processing. In everyday life, individuals perceive the scenes before them with a sense of naturalness, scarcely aware that it is merely the result of their brains processing information, a phenomenon they have grown accustomed to. However, when faced with the simultaneous processing of hundreds of video feeds, it becomes evident that such a feed is beyond the capability of an ordinary person. 70 metallic orbs hovered in the air, emitting a low hum. While Xie Antong kept her eyes tightly shut, her lips tinged with pallor. In the next instant, an almost imperceptible sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as all the eyes successfully launched to seek their respective targets. Xie Antong's body swayed slightly. Seizing the moment before her mental faculties were heavily taxed, she hastened to contemplate her current predicament. Ah, it seems your body is not up to par. My brother, despite a broken leg, is still lively, while you appear on the verge of collapse, the Black Knight remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Can I really compare myself to that fellow? Xie Antong replied with a wry smile. Has he ever mentioned the purpose of the game in the last few hours? Him? Not at all. We've been having a grand time, the Black Knight responded, shaking his head. We've been racing through the city, engaging in brawls, and spreading chaos. If there's anything he has said, it's just that it seems more amusing that way. Indeed, he has a point. I've always found it quite entertaining. Xie Antong conceded with a resigned shake of her head. The hunters have already appeared. We must swiftly ascertain the normal parameters of the game. Chio Ian, ranked third in the world, had not participated in this particular game. Her strength, characterized by a skill-based approach rather than an equipment-centric one, positions her as the third strongest in the world. She is not one to relinquish the game easily. There must be some agreement in place prior to the game's commencement. However, could it be that the hunters are merely those hidden players? This notion feels somewhat off. Nevertheless, it is certain that hunters possess a distinct identity, separate from the players who engage in mutual annihilation. This game undoubtedly harbors numerous undisclosed truths, such as the recent accident and the prolonged chaos you experienced. It cannot merely be coincidental. The drivers initially responsible for the guidance are certainly not innocent bystanders. While they may appear to be ordinary individuals, they're undoubtedly linked to the game, and I am convinced they do not align themselves with the players. As she spoke, a voice suddenly resonated in her mind, manifesting in the consciousness of all surviving players. Attention all players, all prey. The hunters have emerged, and player blank has begun to unravel the concealed enigmas of the game. Hunter Enigma. Who is the hunter? Progress. 30. On the other side of the city, Lu Su, holding a player who had lost all capacity to resist, also heard this voice in his mind. TSK. He twitched his nose and glanced towards one direction of the city. Isn't it said that the game has just begun? Why the urgency? Meanwhile, on the square, Chio Ano, who was liaising with the police and managing the aftermath, experienced a sudden jolt throughout her body. Silence. It is over. A calamity has befallen me. Surely. I had been read like an open book earlier. What shall I do now? I had the victory in my grasp. Miss, are you all right? The voice of the police officer snapped her back to reality. Ah, it's nothing. Nothing at all. At that moment, the name, blank, illuminated the consciousness of every player like never before. I must say, beautiful lady, the Black Knight swayed in confusion. When you are lost in thought, it's quite unnecessary to voice your musings. You're making me feel rather awkward. No, I insist you inform your master, Xia Enong replied, considering it a favor for him rescuing her. Alas, I find your words displeasing, the Black Knight retorted, clearly dissatisfied. What does this have to do with me? Was it not I who saved you? To be frank, I had long harbored a dislike for him, as he rode me daily while denying me the chance to ride him. Xia Antong remarked, actually, my memory is rather poor. I didn't quite catch your earlier remarks and missed the crux of the matter. Perhaps it would be best if I refrained from telling him. As she gazed at him, a sudden wariness compelled her to take a step back. This individual before her, is he not an artificial intelligence? In this game, can such a robot exist? One that disobeys its master's commands? Hey, you know. The Black Knight's words were cut off as Xia Enong interjected, please attend to your tasks. Everything you can communicate has already been conveyed. I am not privy to the issues between you and him. The unraveling of this game is not a solitary endeavor. It pertains to the overall progression of the game and every player involved. You may convey this to him. I sense that there is a conspiracy within this game, and he has underestimated certain elements. Ah, very well, spoke the Black Knight. If he possessed the capacity for expression, perhaps Xie and Tong would have perceived the slight satisfaction that flickered across the Black Knight's demeanor after uttering those words. Chapter 187. Overloaded Desires. A hunger for greed amidst the roaring of engines. In the pitch-black alley, only Xie Enong remained, quietly observing the Black Knight vanish from her sight. In the dead of night, a girl traversed the dark alley alone, an action that, by all accounts, should be fraught with danger. Yet here, in this desolate place, it was the sparse presence of others that afforded her a semblance of security. According to the Black Knight's earlier assertion, this chariot-like motorcycle was a product of Sin. She was unaware of when Sin had acquired such a weapon, but even lacking other capabilities, its self-awareness alone sufficed to render it a legendary weapon. This world's pinnacle had already reached a legendary status. The gradually widening chasm of power disparity truly felt suffocating. Why did he specifically utter those words earlier? The all-seeing eye relayed information, confirming that the Black Knight had departed. Xia Antong began to voice her perplexities aloud. Was he testing me? Yet it seemed unnecessary to do so, as there was no established cooperation. It is only natural for me to harbor ulterior motives, is it not? Moreover, whether I tell you or not has already been said. Do you require my consent? After pondering for quite some time, she still could not comprehend the purpose of that neuromotor earlier, and a wave of dizziness washed over her, nearly causing her to falter on the ground. Steadying herself against the wall with one hand, she gritted her teeth and hesitated for several seconds before deciding to administer another injection. Even if it meant drinking poison to quench her thirst, she needed the ability to control those dozens of eyes, subsequently ensuring her appearance was intact. With her disguise still in place, she cautiously stepped out of the alley and began to feign a leisurely stroll down the street. Is that so? Did she really say that? On Luce's side, he naturally possessed his own means of communication with the Black Knight, listening with a hint of surprise to the messages relayed from that end. Indeed, I too am unsure of its utility. Nonetheless, I have conveyed it to you. And whether you find it useful or not is entirely up to you, remarked the Black Knight nonchalantly. Its demeanor was even more relaxed than Luce's. It cared little for the outcomes within the game, treating it merely as a form of amusement. Well, TSK, has she really deduced so much already? Even unveiling the progress bar of the game S? Luce's voice held a note of astonishment. What? Do you find it rather unsatisfactory? Must it be you who discovers it? The Black Knight bantered casually. That is not the case. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, and such matters are inconsequential. However, I fear she may guess too quickly. As Luce spoke, he pressed his hand against his mask, the blue surface shimmering with light, forming a series of grotesque expressions. His mask was now suffused with an overwhelming desire for excess. Upon entering this game, he had already resolved to experience an overload. Among his collection of masks, one had to take the lead and test the waters. Ah, yes, that lady seemed to be quite forthright, I must say. After a brief test, it turned out she had not spoken ill of him. Is that so? Luce pressed his mask, gradually calming his emotions, reminding himself that the time was not yet ripe. What? Do you require my assistance? That look you had earlier did not genuinely suggest an intent to harm, did it? Luce severed the communication with the Black Knight and glanced down at the player he had in his grasp. So, have you followed my instructions? The individual appeared utterly cowed, clearly having been subdued moments ago. I did. Please, remain calm. The player hastily nodded like a chick pecking at grains, fearful of Luce's sudden wrath. Did you see? The hunter has already appeared. What you previously suggested to all players regarding the game. It may have been somewhat misguided. Now is not the time for mutual slaughter. We should be helping one another. The player hastily pleaded, appealing to reason and emotion, hoping to sway this eccentric individual. However, Luce remained unresponsive, firmly squeezing the player's shoulder as he spoke. Enough of your prattle. Tell me, what did the driver relay to you? Just moments ago, after subduing this individual, I brought him to a desolate location, compelling him to contact the initial handler. My bald-headed handler had mentioned that communication was permissible in times of necessity, yet having seized the individual's panel directly, it seemed highly improbable that he could establish contact. Nevertheless, I threatened the player before me, demanding to know how many prey lurked nearby. He claimed that there was absolutely no one around. Furthermore, he suggested that if I wished to find someone, I should venture to the southeast. The captured player wore a face of sheer terror. He could not fathom how, in the presence of a living embodiment of the world's best, there could be no one at all. Indeed, I pondered. My current position must be lost. Glancing at the illuminated points on the Tokyo map, I noted that the southeast was ablaze with numerous flickering lights. These lights undeniably represented the positions of the initial drivers. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that these initial drivers did not simply conclude their tasks. They were likely trailing my competitors under the guise of bystanders. The promise of communication was merely a guise for surveillance. The likelihood of these individuals aiding the players was exceedingly slim. It was clear that from the outset, a conspiracy had been woven into the fabric of this game. With a knowing smile, I realized that all conspiracies must have been conceived from the very beginning. Gently lifting his gaze to the pitch-black night sky, he spoke. If this is truly so arduous, then my presence in this game cannot possibly be mere coincidence. Could this be considered your manipulation of me to achieve your own ends? Have I been used as a pawn? The expression on the blue mask suddenly contorted into a grotesque grimace, as if struck by some unseen trigger. As greed, the mask that he would have deemed worthless had he not picked it up, upon realizing the likelihood of being exploited by the game, Luce felt an overwhelming, uncontainable desire surging within him. Yet, if he wished to avoid being used, then defeat was the only option, which was utterly inconceivable. The player caught in Luce's grasp stared at Sin in bewilderment, unaware of the madness that had suddenly consumed him, his attention seemingly lost to the heavens. His gaze gradually turned icy as he regarded Luce, resembling a venomous serpent, a dagger materialized in his left hand. His eyes hardened with resolve as he abruptly wrenched his captured right shoulder free. Gaining autonomy over his body, he exploded into action, the gleaming blade slicing through the air, plunging towards Luce's neck. Chapter 188. An unprecedented danger, not to be undertaken lightly. With a peculiar, muffled thud, the sound resonated. Even piercing wood would not yield such resistance. Yet, it penetrated nonetheless. Blood erupted violently, spraying across his face, leaving the player momentarily stunned. Had it succeeded? Ha! Ha ha! He erupted into a frenzied laugh. I did it. I, Wanfeihu, have slain sin. I have vanquished the mightiest player. In an instant, he roared as if possessed, utterly astonished that his strike had indeed succeeded. If only one pays sufficient attention. Even the most insignificant figures can eliminate those who seem to dwell at the edge of the heavens when the opportunity arises. Wanfeihu appeared to be delivering an acceptance speech, vociferously cheering for himself. Is that so? At that moment, a chilling voice pierced his ear like a bucket of icy water in the depths of winter, rendering him cold from head to toe. The figure, whose neck he had pierced, turned slowly, adorned with a blue mask, locking eyes with him. What did you just say? As long as one is observant enough. Even the most inconsequential person can slay those celestial beings, correct? Wanfeihu's mind seemed to falter, his lips quivering as he gazed upon the being he had just fatally wounded. Meanwhile, his wrist, clutching the knife, was firmly grasped by Lu Su, rendering him as immovable as if he were welded to an iron wall. What kind of monster are you? Everyone eventually transforms into a monster, Lu Su replied. However, your earlier assertion was quite astute. I concur with your statement. In the next moment, a shadow darted past, delivering a high kick that struck the adversary's head with a resounding crack. The scene resembled a heavy hammer shattering a watermelon. Lu Su stood impassively, gazing down at the headless corpse sprawled on the ground. What a pity. He was on the verge of success. If he had succeeded, would your plans have been rendered futile? With that, he produced the fateful dice and cast it into the air, watching it tumble back into his hand, landing on a precise one. Alas, Lu Su continued to murmur to the sky, pondering if he had succumbed to some form of hysteria. Ultimately, he retrieved a vial of exquisite elixir and consumed it, simultaneously extracting the dagger from his neck. The divine game had transformed the impossible into the possible. A wound to the neck, though perilous, was not necessarily fatal if the time was brief, much like the case with Renault before. Unless one were to sever the head instantaneously, it remained a safer option. As he awaited the restoration of his body, Lu Su pressed his hand against his mask, its brilliance seemingly spiraling out of control. Calm, calm. The moment has not yet arrived, he whispered soothingly, akin to comforting a child. If we are to be utilized, we must ensure that our advantages are maximized. The blue mask shimmered resplendently, radiating a perilous glow. Blue, Kaido, greed. Can enter overload at any time? Lu Su had previously encountered the influence of personality and functionality. This mask was an old acquaintance, one he had utilized during his inaugural game. However, the standards for overload were rather severe. Overload mode, comprehensive attribute enhancement, basic, applicable to all masks. Exceptional vitality and self-repair capabilities. Overload personality, the epitome of greed, reveling in chaos and madness. Order is perceived as a constraint on self-interest. Thus an intense aversion to order is fostered, with rationality suppressed to its bare minimum. Overload special ability, chaos induction. Wherever you tread becomes synonymous with insanity. Fortuitousness flourishes when one is indifferent to all, leading to remarkable luck. Warning: the overload mode embodies a unique energy, and should this energy remain unspent, exiting the overload state becomes impossible, potentially resulting in dire consequences. It is exceedingly perilous and should never be undertaken lightly. Thus is the description of the greed mask's overload. To be candid, when Lu Su first beheld it, a shiver ran through him, in his view. The powers and their side effects were alarmingly intense. So intense, in fact, that he felt fortunate to be wielding greed. Anger and similar emotions must be approached with utmost caution. Having prepared for overload from the outset, he could only accelerate the game's frenzy to discover an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Otherwise, he would be unable to withstand the relentless consequences of persistent overload. After calming his emotions, Lu Su stepped over the corpse before him and advanced, initiating a connection with the Black Knight. Hey, it truly pains me that you abruptly hung up on me. The Black Knight began in his usual manner. By the way, do you already possess certainty regarding the ultimate enigma of this game? Why the lack of urgency? Still not entirely certain. Lu Su replied, however, I have a general understanding of the concept behind this game. A game of reality. I've been exploited by it. I recently granted a small opportunity to someone, yet he failed to eliminate me. It appears we must endure this exploitation for the time being. The Black Knight seems utterly bewildered. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Tell me, have you completed your shopping? Almost, but it's the same as always. And people's desire for mutual destruction has somewhat diminished. As the two conversed, a peculiar message echoed through the game. The 38th player has been eliminated. Killer, the hunter. Huh? What is this? A player's agonizing scream followed, unmistakably the sound of their demise. Humph. Lusa scoffed, glancing down at his screen, where a light dot suddenly ceased its movement. According to previous observations, this indicated a player's death. Their observer seemed to have little else to do. This must be the place. Black Knight, you go ahead. I will provide you with a coordinate, and I shall follow shortly. He then lifted his gaze to the night sky once more. I have proclaimed myself as the hunter. Do you think I am merely toying with you? Let the counter-hunt commence. Bring me the mask I desire for overload, and let us warm up. Chapter 189. The Transmission of News, Arrival. Lusu examined his physical condition, confirming that his arms and legs were intact and functional. Having never experienced pain, he was unaware of its sensation, however. The downside was that his body lacked a crucial warning mechanism to prevent the possibility of an injury he might not yet perceive. He consumed another bottle of a basic restorative potion. It seems you've provided me with several coordinates, he remarked. On the other side. The Black Knight responded to Lusu with a hint of exasperation. These are all suspicious locations. You move faster than I do. So you should go ahead and scout each one. If anything unusual arises, inform me immediately. Meanwhile, she caught sight of Xia Antong, who was walking unsteadily down the street, her steps faltering. What is this? Her gaze was somewhat vacant, echoing the same question posed by the previous victim. Among all the players, she was the first to witness it. She clearly discerned the appearance of the hunter. It was a creature approximately 2 meters tall, resembling a humanoid figure, entirely blood-red. Its torso was diminutive, seemingly existing solely to connect its limbs, while its head was triangular in shape. Its limbs were 4 elongated, massive prisms, akin to spears, crafted for the sole purpose of slaughter. Just moments ago, her all-seeing eye had distinctly observed the emergence of this entity, which abruptly appeared on the street, startling those around it. A member of the public unexpectedly approached and gestured towards the direction of the player. In an instant, the creature lunged forward, its spear-like limbs piercing through the player. Xia Antong had scarcely witnessed such a rapid initiation of movement. It was astonishingly swift. From the perspective of a player, only a being of sin could achieve such velocity. Was this entity truly a hunter? It seemed evident that the player should hasten their retreat. However, the all-seeing eye soon transmitted an even more grotesque image to Xia Antong. After claiming a victim, the creature did not rush to seek another target. Instead, it let out an exultant roar and began to savagely mutilate the corpse. Its 4 massive, spear-like limbs moved with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, transforming the ground into a crimson pool as though it were mincing flesh. The sight made Xia Antong feel queasy. With a thought, she summoned the game interface and, after a brief contemplation, hurriedly noted, the true identity of the hunter is a blood-red entity with limbs resembling spears, exhibiting remarkable speed. Ding. Upon completing her entry, the newly revealed game decryption progress bar surged from 30% to 31%. Player blank propels the game's decryption progress, reaching 31%. The true identity of the hunter is a blood-red entity with limbs resembling spears, exhibiting remarkable speed. The game's announcement reappeared, this time sharing Xia Antong's conjecture with all other players. Xia Antong was suddenly jolted to attention, realizing that if she could successfully advance the progress, the words she had inscribed could serve as a means of communication. After a brief contemplation, she resumed her writing within the game. Ding. Player blank has advanced the game's decryption progress to 45%. The conditions for the emergence of hunters are likely related to the reduction of prey. Furthermore, the first hunter has brutally slain players on Crow Street and is now possibly moving towards the southern part of the street, where player Shindao is located. This time, a lengthy message emerged, serving as a dire warning from blank to the other players within the game. The critical issue lay in her need to devise a method for informing the top-tier players of the hunter's whereabouts, for she alone could not contend with such a formidable threat. At that moment, Shindao was ensconced in a cold drink shop, having refrained from participating in the fray. Upon witnessing the sudden warning that appeared in the game, he was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is approaching me? Who is blank? How does this person know my location? Shindao sat up straight in alarm, casting his gaze to the north, where everything appeared tranquil. TSK, how ridiculous. After muttering a curse, he straightened his posture as if nothing were amiss and began to write on the game's interface. Who is blank? Do you know me? However, the answer he pinned within the game flickered momentarily before vanishing, leaving no trace behind. It was evident that he had not advanced the game's decryption and thus, there would be no broadcast to the players. What? As realization dawned upon him, he hastily rose to his feet, finished his cold beverage, and began to stride toward the exit. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, the proprietor of the beverage shop was fixated on him with a pair of icy eyes, unwaveringly observing his retreating figure. After he departed, the shopkeeper parted his lips as if to utter something. The Divine Blade, sensing an impending threat, hurried to the bus station, where a crimson line was etched through the air by the hunter, who was swiftly advancing. Xie Antong feigned the demeanor of an ordinary citizen, manipulating her all-seeing eye to monitor the Divine Blade's movements. Although she was acutely aware that there were no players or hunters in her vicinity, and that no one was paying her any heed, she remained exceedingly cautious, feeling an innate need to blend in with the crowd. Otherwise, an unsettling premonition loomed over her. Perhaps the information gleaned from her all-seeing eye had penetrated her subconscious, although she had yet to fully comprehend the implications. At that moment, the Divine Blade gazed into the distance as a bus approached, only to realize with horror that it showed no signs of deceleration, hurtling past him with a deafening rush. What? Stunned, he was on the verge of expressing his frustration when he suddenly turned around, confronting the terrifying crimson entity that loomed perilously close. A piercing scream echoed in his ears, and his eardrums shattered, blood gushing forth as if assaulted by an ultrasonic weapon. Instincts of battle surged forth, causing a crude blade to materialize in his hands, which he wielded with fervor, cleaving downwards. Bang! Crack! With a crisp sound, the exquisite weapon shattered into fragments, and the Divine Blade was propelled backward, lacking any point of support. It seemed that the intake of breath was outweighed by the exhalation, and a pang of dread surged within Xiaotong's heart. The Divine Blade was a player ranked over 2,000 in the world. Moreover, this player belonged to the combat category, distinct from her own functional type. She couldn't endure even a single round. A chill began to envelop her heart. Suddenly, she realized that her omniscient eye had ceased to function, unable to follow the unfolding battle below. Yet in the next moment, the perspective of the omniscient eye began to involuntarily rotate, as if grasped by an unseen force. Then, a grotesque blue mask intruded upon her view. The sin is here. Chapter 190. The Divine Creation, the Battle of Prey and Hunter. It appears my speed is quite commendable, Lu Su remarked, his left thumb and index finger pinching an invisible metallic sphere as he addressed Xie Antong from afar. This omniscient eye was undoubtedly the most formidable functional item he had encountered thus far. Observing the situation, it was evident that his opponent had indeed dispersed such devices throughout the entire city, with each player monitored by one. You truly are a voyeur, are you not? Unaware of the hunter's information, you have placed an eye beside each player to keep watch. This method is astonishingly straightforward and brutal. A curious smile emerged upon the blue mask, scrutinizing the small metallic sphere in hand. To be candid, I find this rather inefficient. Have you never considered that controlling this mechanism at high speeds is akin to wielding bullets? You essentially gain numerous controllable, high-velocity projectiles. As Lusa spoke, he simultaneously exerted pressure on the metallic orb in his grasp, discovering that the quality of this all-seeing eye was indeed remarkable. It was worthy of its legendary status. As he could not shatter it, Xie Antong was perplexed. She could not fathom how this individual had discerned her all-seeing eye, and more critically, why their conversation had unfolded in this manner. That hunter's speed and strength may very well rival your own. Furthermore, I would like to ascertain the current state of the Divine Blade. Her penchant for information collection left her somewhat perturbed at her inability to access the intelligence she sought. However, as soon as she uttered her thoughts, she realized that her voice could not possibly reach the other side. On the other end, with the all-seeing eye, Lusa seemed to have an epiphany as he remarked, "Oh, it appears conversing with you is futile. You cannot communicate, can you? I trust you weren't speaking to your screen just now, were you?" Ha ha. The mask of greed appeared to recall some amusing incident, erupting into laughter, leaving Xie Antong utterly speechless. Lu Su then adjusted his position, refocusing the all-seeing eye on the street, where the Divine Blade was engaged in combat with the hunter. Or rather, it appeared to be on the receiving end of a brutal assault, yet it still possessed enough combat prowess to put up a fight. At that moment, he held a replica of the green dragon crescent blade in his hand, yet it was indeed a genuine weapon, skillfully clashing with the hunter across from him. For reasons unknown, the hunter seemed unable to exert any force, occasionally tilting his head towards Lu Su, as if lost in thought. How could one become distracted during a battle? At that instant, he also perceived the existence of Sin, gazing at the formidable blue mask in the distance. The divine blade gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hey, Sin, could you lend a hand? This creature is a hunter, and your previous theory was erroneous. With hunters now in the mix, there should be no competitive relationship among players." Lu Su, clutching the all-knowing eye in his hand, did not decline and responded, "No problem. What do you intend to offer me in return?" "Offer?" the divine blade exclaimed, suddenly feeling overwhelmed. Just then, he engaged the hunter in combat, causing him to cough up blood. "This entity seeks to eliminate all players. If I falter, I will come to you. I am merely restraining it for your benefit. Your prior misinformation has already cost us dearly. Are you not aware of this?" An expression of irritation abruptly appeared on Lu Su's blue mask, and he replied, "Oh, is that so? Wait a moment. I need to converse with someone, and then I will come over to eliminate both of you." Divine Blade. Subsequently, Lu Su pointed towards the seemingly hesitant hunter and said to Xie Antong, "This being is a creation of the divine. It should what?" On the other side of the street, Xie Antong was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "How did you know?" The instant the words left her lips, she realized her folly. Her mind was slightly overwhelmed as she grappled with the vast knowledge of the omniscient eye controlling so many positions, leaving her somewhat disoriented. However, with her current intellect, she swiftly grasped the other's intention and promptly opened her game panel to begin writing. Player, blank, advances the game's decryption progress, reaching 50%. The hunter is a divine creation, its primary abilities being speed and strength, fully on par with yours. Moreover, I believe its capabilities may further escalate. If you intend to take action, be sure to devise a proper plan. It can grow stronger? Lusa silently contemplated this and nodded, seemingly unperturbed. However, speed and strength, chuckle. He understood that this was merely an exchange of intelligence between old acquaintances, yet, this communication was conducted over the public channel. The message was sent to all players, meaning everyone could see it. Except for Lu Su, the other players were largely left in confusion, staring blankly at one another, failing to comprehend its significance. "What do you mean by on par with yours? What is this nonsense? Damn it!" The son, realizing the situation, cursed under his breath, visibly irked, thinking, "Just because you're clever, you think you can use the public channel?" Meanwhile, Lu Su did not linger. As he noticed the divine blade was nearing its end, he tossed the omniscient eye into the air, leaping forward with determination. The omniscient eye adjusted its position in midair, spinning a few times before focusing intently on the battle unfolding below. Bang! Lu Su's foot landed forcefully upon the hunter's back, causing both of their figures to crouch simultaneously, accompanied by a hissing sound of corrosion. In this direct contact, the hunter was corroding Lu Su, while Lu Su was equally corroding him. This phenomenon was due to the activation of the God Layer metal, which allowed Lu Su to assert that this entity could very well be an artificial creation. Boom! Lu Su unleashed a powerful punch downward, producing a tremendous roar, and a crater abruptly formed in the hunter's crimson form. The ground beneath them instantly became riddled with cracks, and the vehicles on either side of the road seemed to bounce as if on a trampoline. The hunter let out a mournful cry, his limbs twisting 180 degrees in reverse, jabbing towards Lu Su behind him. However, Lu Su's combat style was inherently offensive after shielding his vital heart. He swung his fist, employing his enhanced, formidable physique to deliver relentless strikes. The sound resonated like a war drum. Meanwhile, blood splattered from his own body. In that moment, both their bodies sank deeper and deeper into the ground. Chapter 191, Slaying the Hunter. The approaching truth thud, thud, thud. The continuous sounds echoed underground, resembling the heartbeat of the earth. The pavement of the street trembled every second, stirring the hearts of nearly all bystanders, as dust billowed forth, obscuring the chaotic scene within. Naturally, the onlookers dared not approach the opening to witness the unfolding spectacle, but the all-seeing eye was undeterred, swiftly soaring through the haze and into the abyss below. Upon entry, one could observe the shattered ground and the splattered blood, that the muffled thuds continued to resonate unceasingly. Thud, thud, the volume of bloodshed. The all-seeing eye trembled as it soared into the abyss, but midway through its flight, a colossal hand seized it, enveloping it entirely. Cough. What are you staring at? Though shrouded in darkness, the voice that echoed in her ears informed Xie Antong that the masked man was still very much alive. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a sense of relief, as if the weight on her heart had been slightly lifted. Should the sinner perish here, this game would undoubtedly descend into a deadlock. With each punch unleashed, Lusa sensed that the madness within him had been somewhat alleviated. The hunter beneath him, however, was now utterly incapacitated. The anguished cries emanating from him grew fainter until they became inaudible. The oppressive aura he bore, which could potentially subdue all players, was firmly suppressed by Lusa's Godslayer metal, rendering it utterly ineffective. Although Lusa's body had been pierced like a sieve, had it not been for the ability to consume medicine, his condition would have left him with but one fate, death. Yet this was a game, and all hypotheticals ceased to exist. As long as Lusa could outlast his opponent, victory was his. With no time to ponder further, he hastily uncapped a bottle of high-grade restorative potion and poured it into his mouth. Clutching the all-seeing eye tightly, he aimed to prevent any record of his humiliation from reaching that woman. Who could say how long she would retain such memories? It seemed that Lusu had swallowed the medicine too quickly, leading to a violent coughing fit. In the distance, Xiao Antong's lips parted slightly, her focus entirely on the now pitch-black screen, listening intently to the sound of coughing emanating from it. Suddenly, an announcement echoed throughout the game. Prey Sin, Hunter killed. First kill completed. This calm proclamation resonated in the minds of every player, akin to a thunderclap. All players, whether fleeing, hiding, or engaged in battle, abruptly halted, their pupils dilating in shock. Then came the disbelief. How could this be possible? If the hunter could be slain in this game, what significance did the game's premise hold? This individual was once again making headlines. Was he? What? Sin? He is not a hunter. Is he merely here to cause chaos? Why is he killing both hunters and prey? Such were the musings of those oblivious to the situation. Meanwhile, Chio Ian wore an expression of utmost displeasure, glancing at her watch before her gaze resolutely hardened. The strongest player. My apologies, but this time, you must lose. Even if it is for the greater good of the world. Xian Tong, upon witnessing the display before her, felt a surge of instinctual joy. The hunter is dead? Could this mean? Yet reason swiftly countered that notion, reminding her that such fortune was implausible, and reality had already laid itself bare before her. Previously dispatched omniscient eyes have now taken their rightful positions, shadowing players or those deemed suspicious. However, at the city's periphery, her surveillance has revealed the emergence of at least 4 more entities of the same ilk. They emit piercing cries, lacking any visual apparatus, swaying their triangular heads. Not a single one targets the surrounding populace. Their focus is solely on the players. With the guidance of certain individuals nearby, they swiftly charge toward the players. Perhaps it is mere illusion, but she cannot shake the feeling that these creatures seem even more formidable. In an instant, numerous scenes demand her acute observation, depleting her focus significantly. She feels akin to a multi-threaded CPU, stuttering under the pressure. She stumbles, nearly losing her balance. No, this cannot be unsolvable. If it were, how could Sin be vanquished? Reflecting on all she has witnessed thus far, her lips begin to tremble violently. I understand now. I comprehend. These beings are not conventional life forms. According to his assertions, they are divine creations, which implies the absence of any sensory perception. These entities cannot locate the players independently. They require the guidance of others. And those others are likely hunters, yet they must not possess exceptional combat prowess, suggesting that among the populace, there exist hunters as well. Xia Antong conceived a bold hypothesis within her mind, startling even herself. However, he soon found that this line of thought rendered everything quite reasonable. The divine hunters possessed formidable combat prowess, but struggled to locate players. Conversely, the mortal hunters could identify players yet lacked the strength to confront them. Thus, a delicate balance emerged, elucidating the rationale behind the disguises adorning every player's visage. It appeared that each player, before being slain by a hunter, underwent a process of identification. Fortunately, he had managed to conceal himself effectively, remaining undetected by all save for Chioian. Wait, Chioian. Xia Intong suddenly felt a throbbing pain in her head. Every time she felt her thoughts aligning, a myriad of inexplicable occurrences would arise. By integrating her prior deductions, the game's decryption progress surged to 60%, validating her hypothesis. She found herself unable to proceed, leaning against the wall, her all-seeing eye capturing a scene where the omnipotent Sin had yet to rise. It seemed he had not yet recuperated. The injuries must be grievously severe. If even he. Xia Antong gritted her teeth and retrieved a syringe. Her hesitation palpable. It felt as though she were tantalizingly close to the truth. An overwhelming desire to unveil the outcome surged within her, compelling her to administer a dose to herself. Yet, did this truly hold significance? She had already gleaned much information and could easily adhere to the initial stipulations of the survival game: to blend into the crowd, remain inconspicuous, and endure for 24 hours. Moreover, she had already overexerted her mind this time, truly fearing that the torment of this backlash would compel her to take her own life. How utterly ironic. TSK. Xie Antong scratched her head with a bitter smile, questioning her own sanity. Had she truly gone mad? Had her encounters with the hellish game and that individual's influence led her to frequently contemplate perilous methods? Just as she was on the verge of surrendering, a steady footfall echoed from the distant street, accompanied by a teasing accent. Oh, is this not the little girl who conceals her prowess, shrouded in mysteries, and has unraveled a considerable portion of the enigma? Should she consider joining the heavenly society, associating with that fellow who offers no promising future? Chapter 192. The answer, which has always been inscribed upon the riddle's surface. At the end of the road, a tall man clad in a tattered leather jacket emerged from the shadows. Stepping into the glow of the street lamp, the dim yellow light elongated his silhouette, casting a shadow that reached directly to Xie Antong's feet, causing her heart to sink. The hesitation that once lingered within her dissipated in an instant as she resolved to raise the syringe in her hand and plunge it into her temple. The dark night suddenly became clearer, and the heaviness in her mind was simultaneously lifted, as if an exhilarating stimulant had eradicated all her negative sensations. She understood that without displaying her true state, she would never be able to traverse beneath the very sun before her. Oh dear, are you injecting yourself? What is this about? Why would you harm yourself like this? The sun continued its slow march forward, its crumpled leather coat marred by numerous dried bloodstains, leaving one to ponder whether they belonged to him or others. Yet, the gaze emanating from his chiseled visage was sufficiently formidable. Number 7. A being who had withstood the test of violence and emerged unscathed from the clutches of sin. Hey, why the silence? Have you given any thought to my proposal? As she met the sun's penetrating eyes, Xie Antong suddenly smiled, her prior trepidation dissipating entirely. In the sun's gaze, the woman before him transformed, taking on a beguiling allure, her danger seemingly reaching an ethereal threshold. Very well, I accept. With that, she raised her right fist and mockingly declared, "The world belongs to the Deity Society." How about that? Is it satisfactory? The sun stood momentarily dumbfounded, seemingly unable to comprehend how effortlessly his persuasion had succeeded. Wouldn't such a declaration amount to a betrayal of sin? Betrayal? Xie Antong arched an eyebrow. Not at all. In fact, I've long harbored a desire to join the Deity Society. When he arrives, I'll simply have him join as well. The sun felt as though he had been ensnared in a web of deception. What? Is there something wrong? Is there a ceremony or requirement for joining the Deity Society? Not at all. Then are there any advantages to joining? Will you present me with some kind of welcome package for newcomers? She was unprepared for this situation. However, joining would undoubtedly bring advantages. For instance, Xie Antong once again interrupted the other speaker, continuing, "Since there is nothing in place, that is all right. For the time being, I am a member of the Deity Society. You must be the leader of the Deity Society, tasked with ensuring the protection of your members, correct? First, assure me that I shall not be harmed, as I have urgent matters to attend to." Upon finishing her words, her gaze became vacant, fixated on the myriad of scenes invisible to outsiders before her. These represented all the players participating in this game. She could even discern a player ranked over 200, currently retreating desperately under the relentless pursuit of the Divine Hunter. It seemed as though the combat prowess of these entities had indeed escalated. They began their hunt from the periphery, closing in with alarming numbers. Xie Antong's expression grew serious as she began to input her answers on the game interface. Player blank has propelled the game's decryption progress to 65%. The hunters will increase in number as the prey diminishes, and their combat strength will also amplify. The sun stood beside her, serving as a guardian, observing the inexplicably blinking woman lost in thought, while simultaneously advancing the game's decryption progress. What was his purpose for being here again? It seemed now was not the right moment to take action, as the other party had already allied with him. TSK. Strangely, the sun felt as though he had become a mere pawn in this unfolding drama. As she was about to speak, Xie Antong swiftly raised her hand, silencing him, while she felt a peculiar sense of unease. The existence and combat prowess of these hunters, if indeed related to the reduction of player numbers, implied that sin was effectively aiding them. Furthermore, the citywide broadcast had thrown everyone into disarray, prompting many to abandon their efforts to conceal their player identities. If everyone had genuinely concealed their identities, it would have been impossible for the hunters to locate them so effortlessly. The game's abrupt and drastic turn of events could largely be attributed to him. The more she pondered, the more unsettling it became. Considering that Sin was not a hunter, what was his true purpose? Was he merely causing chaos? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she found it rather plausible. Thus, she resolved to set aside that peculiar individual and concentrate solely on the game, contemplating its ultimate enigma. What precisely did the term hunter signify? Suddenly, she felt as though she had stumbled upon a revelation and began to write. Players, blank, propel the game's decryption progress, reaching 80%. At the moment the game's mystery is unraveled, it will transition into a new mode, signifying substantial changes, referred to as Phase 2. This singular conjecture, even unrelated to the game's mystery, directly advanced the progress to 80%. The sun stood 10 meters away from Xiantong, whose expression was a tumultuous mixture of anxiety and determination as she nervously toyed with fire in her hands. Upon glancing at the game progress, she was taken aback. Wow, 80% already. Impressive. Your approach to gaming seems rather unique. However, Xiantong had no time to engage with him. She was focused on her final decryption, preparing for the crucial last strike. Player, blank, advances the game's decryption progress to 95%. The hunters were composed of profound entities and numerous individuals within the city. Among them were players and ordinary citizens, yet none were participants in this game. They remained in Tokyo, becoming part of the game, each fulfilling their roles in the pursuit of their prey. Wow, my lady, we had an agreement. You've joined our T&D society, and you cannot back out now. At this moment, the son felt a surge of excitement, as if he had discovered a rare talent. Yet, his expression swiftly morphed into one of menace and ferocity as he continued. However, you'd better mean what you said, if you dare to deceive me. At this juncture, Xiaotong's countenance darkened severely, overwhelmed suddenly by a profound sense of defeat and sorrow. Why was it only 95%? Just then, a voice resonated from the other side of the street. You're still so impatient. I never expected you to decipher it so swiftly. You've provided me with great inspiration. Perhaps the answer has always been inscribed upon the riddle itself.